Chapter 1. The Young Cowherd. The young cowherd reclined amidst a pile of hay, a tattered straw hat shading half of his head. He chewed on a root, savoring its bittersweet flavor. In the distance, 5 cattle grazed leisurely on the parched grass. One old cow, having feasted sufficiently, produced a sizable mound, releasing the unmistakable aroma of dung into the air. The early winter sun cast its warm rays upon him, inducing a drowsy sensation. The young cowherd envisioned how splendid it would be if the sun could warm him at night as well, oblivious to the absurdity of such a notion. This fanciful thought arose from the fact that at night he was confined to the cold hayloft of Wuwang Laokai, where the only company was hay itself. The previous night had been particularly frigid, rendering him sleepless, and he still felt the weight of fatigue. Yet, he could not succumb to slumber. He needed to remain vigilant, watching over the cattle. They belonged to Wuwang Laokai, and in exchange for herding them, he received a meal. If Wuwang Laotsai's wife was in a good mood, he might be treated to an extra morsel. If not, he would be handed a coarse grain bun to appease him. Despite this meager compensation, the young cowherd cherished the opportunity, for Qingniu village was impoverished, and the other villagers could scarcely feed their own families, let alone spare anything for an orphan like him. With only one meal each day, his frame was painfully thin, yet he had grown accustomed to the hunger from a young age, possessing a robust constitution. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the whims of fate. In addition to tending to Wuwang Laotsai's cattle, he would assist Mr. Lanqing with laundry and cleaning, not for any other reason but to listen to Mr. Lanqing's lessons on literacy. Mr. Lanqing was the only literate teacher in the village, educating the children in reading and writing, with villagers paying him in grain for his services. Since he had no grain to offer, unlike the other children, Mr. Lanqing permitted him to listen from outside the courtyard, as it would be difficult for him to manage otherwise. However, the young cowherd possessed a remarkable understanding and memory, often grasping lessons after a single explanation, unlike some children who struggled to comprehend. One day during class, when Mr. Lanqing presented a question that stumped the children within the courtyard, the young cowherd outside promptly provided the answer. Mr. Lanqing, impressed, inquired what reward he desired. Since he could remember, the villagers had referred to him as the young cowherd, a name he did not understand, said to have originated from when his parents were alive. He then asked Mr. Lanqing to give him a proper name. Upon discovering his surname was Yi, Mr. Lanqing pondered briefly and named him Yihan. When the young cowherd inquired about the meaning, Mr. Lanqing explained that the name signified his humble beginnings and hoped he would endure the cold, never forgetting his past hardships as he aspired to greater fortunes. The young cowherd took a liking to this name. Initially, he would correct others when they called him the young cowherd, insisting he should be addressed as Yihan. Yet, the villagers continued to refer to him as the young cowherd. However, this was preferable to the nicknames given to other children, such as Dog Egg, Guzi, Lunzi, Neojibe, Little Black, and Little White. Akati least or his name sounded somewhat comforting. He could only accept it as a form of self-consolation. Last night, he had endured the bitter cold, and as he contemplated the prospect of surviving this winter, Erwa resolved to leave Qingniu village and venture into the outside world. Remaining in this impoverished place would mean that no one would ever call him Yihan. He had heard Mr. Lanqing speak of the outside world's lavish splendor, and he had no desire to spend his life tending to Wuwang Laotsai's cattle in Qingniu village, scraping by with meager meals. Perhaps, if he ventured out into the world for a few years, he might become the prosperous and dignified individual Mr. Lanqing described. Perhaps it was due to his restless night, or perhaps the sun's warmth was simply too inviting, but he soon found himself drifting into a light slumber. He was unsure how long he had slept when a gust of wind swept by, sending the tattered straw hat that had been covering his face flying. Erwa awoke groggily, scratching the back of his head. The sun was high in the sky, nearly noon, and he felt a bit overheated. Gurgle! His stomach protested, and Erwa realized he had been growing hungrier by the day. At this age, when his body was still growing, hunger came swiftly. He retrieved a half of a coarse grain bun from his pocket, a remnant from last night's meager supper. Reserved for his midday meal, he took a few bites, feeling slightly mollified by the sustenance. However, after basking in the sun for too long and consuming the dry bun, he was now searching for something to quench his thirst. Suddenly, Erwa's expression changed drastically. Something felt amiss. He sprang to his feet, scanning his surroundings. Where were the cattle? The area was eerily quiet. The cows that had been grazing nearby were nowhere to be seen. He tiptoed, peering around, puzzled by their disappearance. If Wang Laokai discovered that he had dozed off and failed to watch over the cattle, he would surely be in serious trouble. Typically, he made sure the cows were well fed before tying them up and heading to Mr. Lanking's classes. But after a night of freezing temperatures and insufficient sleep, he had unwittingly let the cows wander away, in all of Qingniu village, aside from Wang Laokai, who owned 5 cows. Most villagers had only 1 or 2. Instances of cattle going missing were not uncommon, either stolen or preyed upon by ferocious wild beasts from the mountains. Where could they have gone? Panic set in as sweat began to trickle down his brow. He neglected his parched throat and climbed atop a large rock on the hillside, scanning the horizon. Yet, there was no sign of the cattle. That if he lost Wang Laocai's 5 cows, it would not be surprising if he were killed otherwise. He would likely be forced to serve Wang Laocai as a laborer for the rest of his life. Erwa was the cleverest child in the village. A thought sparked in his mind. Of course. Cow dung. Cows had the habit of relieving themselves while grazing. By following the freshly deposited dung, he should be able to track down the cows. After walking a short distance, he stumbled upon a pile of dung that appeared fresh, and his heart raced as he followed its trail. However, as he continued onward, his expression darkened. The direction of the dung led deeper into the mountains, where fierce wild beasts roamed. If the cows had fled into the mountains, it would spell trouble indeed. Last year, a few hunters from a village ventured into the mountains for a hunt and never returned. The entire village embarked on a search, only to discover a pile of bones, which instilled a lasting fear that deterred anyone from hunting in those woods. Contemplating the repercussions of losing the cattle, Erwa gritted his teeth and resolved to seek them in the forest. The early winter air rendered the grass at the village's outskirts half-withered, yet the foliage in the mountains remained vibrantly green, a testament to the allure that had lured the cattle to graze there. He silently prayed that the cattle had not strayed too far. Following the traces left by the animals, he ventured deeper into the woods. The further he progressed, the denser the forest became, and when he glanced back, the path he had taken was no longer visible. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, darkness loomed. I cannot proceed any further. I might not make it back, Erwa murmured to himself. There was no need to risk his life for a few cattle if it came to worst. He might have to flee the village under cover of night. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden sound pierced the air. Moo! A distant bovine call resonated from a nearby canyon. Where are you, cattle? Erwa exclaimed with delight, sprinting towards the canyon. However, as he approached, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. After advancing a mere 10 paces, he stumbled upon the skeletal remains of a yellow cow at the canyon's entrance, with strips of fresh flesh and entrails scattered about a clear indication that a ferocious beast had made its meal there. What was happening? Fear gripped him, and he dared not enter the canyon. His face paled as he abruptly turned to flee. A ferocious roar erupted, followed by a violent gust of putrid wind. Erwa felt himself hurled aside by a figure larger than any bull, his head striking the rocky wall as darkness engulfed him. In that fleeting moment of unconsciousness, a flicker of despair crossed his mind this time. He was surely doomed. Chapter 2. The purple cauldron. Wazi found himself in the midst of a dream, lying upon a warm bed, where 2 figures conversed before him. Despite his earnest efforts, their visages remained elusive, though their appearances felt strikingly familiar and their voices exuded warmth. The sound of a rattle echoed in his ears. A sharp pain surged from the back of his head, and the hazy scene fractured like shattered glass. The unmistakable scent of blood assailed his senses, mingled with a peculiar and foul odor. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a bovine eye staring intently at him, causing him to nearly leap from his position. Yet, he soon regained his composure, refraining from any rash movements. Before him lay the head of a bull, that of Wang Laocai, lifeless, with 2 more cattle nearby, and he himself was among them. Heaving breaths filled the air, accompanied by the rough panting of a beast. What creature could produce such a terrifying sound, surpassing even that of a bull? Wazi typically slept beside the hayloft adjacent to the barn, well acquainted with the heavy breathing of cattle, yet this noise was far more fearsome. Cautiously, he opened his eyes wider to behold a shocking sight. Above him, a faint light flickered, illuminating a colossal creature, larger than 3 or 4 bulls combined, lying with its back turned toward him. Its back was adorned with dark red scales resembling serpentine skin, and coarse black fur thicker than steel needles rippled with each breath, stirring a foul wind within the cave. What manner of monster was this? Its size was staggering. Erwazi's complexion paled as he recalled the moment he had lost consciousness. This beast must have knocked him out. He steeled himself, knowing that disturbing the creature could seal his fate. Meanwhile, thoughts raced through his mind. This giant had slain Wang Lao Kai's cattle and dragged them into the cave. Oh heavens, it was hoarding food. Erwazi understood, recalling tales from old hunters about ferocious beasts that captured prey to store away. I have become food for this creature. No, I must devise a means to escape. The creature lay in slumber. With this thought, Erwazi silently rose, the pain at the back of his head throbbing, and he dared not gaze long at the beast. Holding his breath, he cautiously shifted his body, only to discover that the surroundings were littered with stark, white bones. Some belonged to mystical beasts, while others were human. Upon witnessing this grim sight, his eyes widened in terror, and a chill raced down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. When confronted by a wild beast, one must not succumb to fear. To do so would invite certain death. He recalled the old hunter's words, biting his lip to invoke a sharp pain that brought him back to his senses. Fear not. He reassured himself. What is there to fear? Encouraging himself, he took careful steps forward, inching toward the cave's entrance. As he moved, he observed the creature's behavior, noticing a horn protruding from its head, adorned with strange markings. Atop the monster's lair, several fist-sized stones emitted a radiant glow. These stones must be treasures, thought Erwa, recalling the gems Mr. Lanqing had spoken of. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea. The creature could easily crush him with a single swipe. The risk of awakening the beast for the sake of a mere gem was not worth it. It was prudent to act within one's means. He cautiously shifted his steps toward the cave's entrance, nearly reaching it when suddenly, a crack echoed beneath his feet. The ground softened, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones fracturing and hard objects jabbing at his soles. A chill ran down his spine as he locked eyes with the slumbering creature. Grateful it remained undisturbed. Breathing a sigh of relief, he glanced down to find a patch of soil concealing some bones. The thought of awakening the beast sent shivers through him. He cautiously lifted his foot and noticed a stone beneath it, which surprisingly emitted a faint purplish glow. What could this be? Erwa crouched down, gently brushing aside the dirt, only to uncover a small, purple jade ding, no larger than a walnut, entirely encrusted in soil. This object must be of considerable value. With a surge of determination, Erwa swiftly seized the jade ding and tucked it into his pocket. Perhaps, with this artifact, he could exchange it in the city for silver and potentially lead a better life. The weight of the jade ding in his pocket filled him with excitement. But survival was paramount. At that moment, he felt a sudden vibration emanating from the jade ding. Almost instantly, the luminescent stones above surged with brilliance, transforming into myriad specks of light that streamed toward the ding nestled in his grasp. What was happening? Panic surged through him as he turned and sprinted towards the cave's mouth. The slumbering monster stirred, erupting into a terrifying roar that reverberated through the cavern, sending a cascade of dust and debris raining down. The creature, as massive as a hill, lifted its paw, poised to crush him, desperately wishing for longer legs. Erwa dashed from the cave, emerging into the moonlit night, surrounded by scattered bones. The ground trembled under the heavy footsteps of the creature as it pursued him. He was doomed. There was no way he could outrun such a behemoth. In a moment of desperation, he spotted a large boulder beside the cave entrance. Inspiration struck him, and without hesitation, he dashed toward it, diving beneath its shelter just in time. A chilling roar erupted from the monstrous creature, stirring a tempestuous gale as it burst forth from the cave, unleashing a startling display of ferocity upon the valley ahead. The ground trembled with each thunderous collision as the beast rampaged, mercilessly crashing into the towering trees, snapping them like mere twigs. Cowering behind a massive boulder, Erwa curled into a tight ball, scarcely daring to breathe. Fortuitously, he found refuge behind the stone. As an ordinary mortal, there was no way he could outpace such a colossal being. Yet, before he could even exhale in relief, another spine-chilling roar echoed as the immense creature charged back. Erwa's face darkened with dread. How could it have returned? Had it sensed his presence? Chapter 3. The divine being the earth trembled as a colossal beast charged back, its massive form radiating panic, seemingly intent on retreating into the cave. Suddenly, a figure soared gracefully through the air, pursuing the creature. Erwa's eyes widened in astonishment. What was unfolding before him? Such a gigantic monster was being chased by someone. Flee no more, the figure exclaimed with a melodious voice, her finger pointing decisively at the beast. In response, a brilliant light erupted from behind her, transforming into a radiant sword that streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the monstrous entity. A deafening roar erupted from the creature as it unleashed a series of blood-red runes that swirled around its singular horn, violently thrusting against the incoming sword light. Clang! The collision of the horn and the sword produced a resounding metallic clash, sending shockwaves through the air and scattering debris in all directions. What was occurring? How could someone contend with such a beast? Erwa's complexion shifted as he struggled to comprehend the scene, mustering the courage to peek out. Before him stood an enchanting woman clad in flowing azure garments, effortlessly hovering atop a lotus flower in midair, her fingers deftly gesturing. A long sword danced through the air, radiating a series of icy beams that relentlessly assailed the monster. The creature's horn, akin to a searing iron, thrashed about as it attempted to deflect the glimmering sword light. The fierce exchange of blows created a tempest that rippled outward, stunning Erwa with its ferocity. Could this be what Master Lanqing referred to as divine powers? In a panic, the beast abandoned its retreat towards the cave, bolting wildly into the distance. You shall not escape, the stunning woman bellowed, her lotus flower emanating a blinding light as she pursued the creature, unleashing successive waves of sword light in relentless pursuit. The two figures, one chasing and the other fleeing, rapidly disappeared from view. Erwa stood rooted in place, captivated by the spectacle. He had never imagined that the divine techniques described by Master Lanqing would manifest before him in such a manner. This was beyond anything he could have envisioned. Oh, how I wish to possess such prowess, Erwa mused, suddenly filled with admiration for the woman's abilities. Yet he dared not venture closer to witness the unfolding drama, recognizing that he could not keep pace with them. Survival was paramount. Just as he prepared to depart, a flash of insight struck him. The beast, having realized it could not best the divine being, would surely not return. Resolutely, he retraced his steps to the cave, recalling the precious purple jade cauldron he had discovered earlier. With so many bones within, it was evident that it belonged to someone who had fallen victim to the monster. Leaving behind their possessions, there must be more treasures to uncover. Air returned to the cave, retrieving a fire stick from his clothing and igniting it. The flickering flame illuminated the cavern, particularly casting light upon the previously discovered muddy surface of the purple jade small cauldron, prompting him to dig. Initially, he unearthed some skeletal remains, then overturned a piece of cloth, and upon further excavation, he surprisingly uncovered a bulging package containing something. Do not be greedy, he admonished himself, hastily covering the pit back up, tossing some bones atop to mask any traces. He dared not linger, for the formidable goddess could return at any moment. It was best to avoid an encounter. With the package in hand, Air exited the cave, the fire stick extinguishing as he ventured into the darkness toward the valley. Upon reaching the valley, he hesitated to continue descending in the obscurity, for the nighttime forest posed considerable peril. Nearby, there should be an abandoned hunter's cabin, which he had noticed while searching for cattle, so he resolved to seek refuge there for the night, planning to reassess at dawn. Upon locating the cabin, he found it had long been deserted, a musty odor pervading the air. However, it was sturdy enough to withstand any potential beastly attacks. Previously, hunters used to stay here at night for their pursuits, but since that fateful hunting trip when the hunters had not returned, the place had fallen into disrepair. Air secured the door, exhaling in relief as he sat on the wooden bed. What remarkable fortune I possess! How fortunate I am, he murmured to himself. As he spoke, he pulled out the purple jade small cauldron, lamenting, it's all this thing's fault for causing such trouble. Upon examining the cauldron, he was taken aback. The once radiant purple object had transformed into something resembling stone, now a small stone cauldron. What is this predicament? It was not like this before. He pondered, turning the cauldron over in confusion. However, he recalled that it had suddenly vibrated, absorbing the light from the luminous stones atop the cave. It must have changed after absorbing that light. Setting the stone cauldron aside, still perplexed, he picked up the package, brushing off the dirt and dust. Unwrapping it in the moonlight, he was astonished to discover 2 ingots of silver within. "I've struck it rich," exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Each ingot was substantial, weighing 10 taels, more than enough to purchase 5 head of cattle from the wealthy Wuwang. Among the other items, he recognized a bronze plate, a book, and a jade slip. But the rest remained a mystery. Despite the moonlight aiding his visibility, he remained weary after a night of turmoil and laid down on the bed, covering himself with the cloth from the package. Yet, sleep eluded him as thoughts raced through his mind. He fantasized about possessing the same formidable powers as that goddess, and envisioned a life of comfort in the city with the silver and these newfound treasures. Yet, sleep remained elusive. A breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from the cave, her expression one of displeasure as she exclaimed, "Cursed be it! Who could have possibly stolen my spoils?" With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, a white lotus flower soared forth, ascending gracefully into the sky. "I refuse to believe you can escape," she murmured to herself, as the lotus beneath her quivered with a radiant light, seeking out the surroundings within the forest. Just as she flew beyond the valley, her gaze sparkled with a glimmer of intent as she cast her eyes upon a cottage nestled within the woods. Chapter 4. Qingxuan Gate. As the sun rose high in the sky, gradually awakened. The previous night, he had been overwhelmed with excitement, finally succumbing to sleep only as dawn approached. In his slumber, he had indulged in a magnificent dream, envisioning himself as a celestial being, adorned in golden armor, treading upon the stars, soaring through the heavens, and vanquishing a monstrous foe with a mere gesture. How splendid it would be if such a dream were reality, he mused wistfully. Suddenly, he bolted upright, rummaging through the hay beneath him, relieved to find his silver and other belongings intact. He tucked the silver into his pocket and picked up a heavy copper token, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, one side featuring an unusual dragon design, while the other bore the ancient characters Qingxuan. Having studied archaic script under Master Luo Qing, recognized the characters but was uncertain of their significance. He toyed with the token for a moment before setting it aside. Next, he reached for a book with a leather cover, devoid of a title. Upon opening it, he discovered more ancient characters inscribed within, Qingxuan Gong. As he perused the text, he found himself utterly perplexed by the unfamiliar concepts of meridians, vital energy, and dantian. After a brief reading, his head spun with confusion, leaving him astonished. Unlike the lessons taught by Master Luo Qing, where he grasped the content with ease, this text eluded his understanding entirely, leaving him disoriented. He returned the book to its resting place and picked up a jade slip, its surface marked with even older characters, which he could not comprehend. Finally, he examined a small cauldron, now resembling stone, noting that it was completely devoid of any filth, its lid firmly sealed. Despite believing the silver to be the least valuable of his possessions, he found himself unable to decipher the purpose of any of these items. The silver, after all, was the most practical asset he possessed, with Wuwang Laotsai's cattle having perished at the hands of the monster. It was clear that he could no longer remain in Qingniu village. Furrowing his brow, contemplated his situation. Previously, he had feared starvation in the city, but now, with silver in hand, he felt emboldened. Very well, I shall venture into the city, he resolved. Determined, he rose to leave, noting the peculiar arrangement of the items. His fingers brushed against the fabric that had encased them, surprisingly pristine despite being buried underground for so long. Devoid of any signs of dirt or decay, smooth and soft to the touch. This is indeed a valuable find, he surmised. He carefully wrapped his possessions in the fabric and made his way down the mountain. After traversing for over an hour, finally emerged from the forest, arriving at the hillside behind Qingniu village. As he gazed at the village, he pondered his next move, directing his steps toward Wuwang Laotsai's home. However, he found the village strangely silent. Not even a dog barking could be heard. What is going on? Where have all the people gone? He wondered, perplexed. With a vigilant expression, pondered the unsettling absence of any soul around him. What calamity had transpired? This thought stirred a flicker of concern within him, especially after the extraordinary events he had encountered just the previous day. Arriving at Wuwang Laotsai's residence, he faintly discerned voices. It was Wuwang Laokai conversing with his wife. Crouching low, he pressed against the wall. Wuwang Laotsai's wife lamented, "That rascal hasn't returned all night, and the cattle are missing. Are you not going to search for him?" I wish to, but that immortal from the Qingxuan sect decreed that our entire village must remain indoors for 3 days. He replied, what of our cattle then? What if Erwa is in trouble? She fretted. He has been without parents since childhood, and now he has vanished. It is utterly distressing. The cattle can be replaced. We must ensure he returns alive, Wang Laokai reassured her. Do you think he has ventured into the mountains? If he has entered the mountains, it would be problematic. Once 3 days have passed, I shall enlist help to search the mountains. Without our cattle, we will face dire straits, she lamented. Erwa, hiding by the wall, was taken aback by Wang Laotsai's unexpected concern for him. Oh well, he thought. From his bundle, he retrieved a silver ingot, feeling a pang of reluctance. Although the villagers often claimed Wang Laokai was affluent, he was merely marginally better off than the others. A farmer tending to land and livestock. Losing 5 cattle would be catastrophic for his family. Alone in the world, Erwa was grateful for their hospitality. Though he often went hungry, he was fortunate to receive even a morsel from them, as most villagers were equally starved. Recalling Wang Laotsai's mention of the immortal's decree, he thought of the goddess. Not daring to show himself, he clenched his teeth and placed the silver in the kitchen pot. Using a charcoal stick to inscribe a few words on the lid, the cattle were devoured by beasts. This is your compensation. I have departed from Qingniu village. Erwa. Though he had initially intended to remain anonymous, Wang Laotsai's intention to search for him in the mountains prompted him to disclose his whereabouts, lest they embark on a futile quest. This single ingot weighed 10 taels, sufficient to procure 10 cattle, a modest token of gratitude for their care. After placing the silver in Wang Laotsai's home, he contemplated his next move and proceeded toward Mr. Lanqing's abode. Among the villagers, Mr. Lanqing had treated him with kindness, and he sought to inquire about several matters. How to venture into the city and the true nature of the Qingxian Gong book. However, upon reaching Mr. Lanqing's residence, he found the door firmly shut. Mr. Lanqing, Erwa called softly, but received no reply. Scaling the wall, he peered through the window, only to find Mr. Lanqing absent. Curiously, he noted that many items had been removed. It appeared Mr. Lanqing had vacated the premises entirely. Where could Mr. Lanqing have gone? Erwa wondered, surveying the empty space. Although it is somewhat regrettable that he cannot see Mr. Lanqing again, Erwa realized he must leave, for if he lingered any longer, he would not reach the city before nightfall. Standing before the crooked old tree at the entrance of the village, he gazed at Qingniu village. After a moment of contemplation, Erwa felt no sense of nostalgia and declared, farewell, Qingniu village. Only by departing from here shall I be called Yihan. With that, he shouldered his burden and departed from Qingniu village. As dusk fell, Yihan arrived at Wutong City, where the towering walls surpassed even the highest buildings of Qingniu village, bustling with people coming and going. Following the throng, Yihan entered the city, overwhelmed by the myriad of vendors, delectable street food, and peculiar trinkets that dazzled his senses. Resembling a rustic villager stepping into the metropolis, I must become a city dweller and forge a name for myself here, he vowed as he surveyed the vibrant city. Yet, the means to achieve such a transformation eluded him. For now, he resolved to simply remain within the city. Having traveled all day, hunger soon gnawed at him, prompting the need to find sustenance. Though he possessed 10 taels of silver, he hesitated to spend it, having observed that others utilized copper coins for their purchases. 10 taels were not an insignificant sum in the city. Suddenly, he paused. Is that not Mr. Lanqing? As he walked, Yihan recognized a familiar figure. Clad in a blue robe and wearing a square scarf, it was undoubtedly Mr. Lanqing. A surge of joy welled within him. Mr. Lanqing, being well-read and knowledgeable, could undoubtedly offer him much insight. He had searched for him in the village, and now, fortuitously, he encountered him here. Mr. Lanqing strode purposefully, and after pursuing him for several dozen meters, Yihan noticed him entering a grand 3-story building adorned with elegant characters, where the entrance was flanked by flamboyantly dressed women. Yihong Courtyard, Yihan mused, puzzled by its purpose, and followed him inside. Stop! A burly man suddenly blocked Yihan's path, growling, What are you doing here, child? This is no place for you. Go away. Chapter 5. Mr. Lanqing. As Yihan watched the figure of Mr. Lanqing fade away, he exclaimed anxiously, I have come in search of someone. The burly man retorted angrily, Everyone who comes here is looking for someone. Do you think this is a family reunion? With that, he seized Yihan's collar and dragged him out. As they walked, the man continued to curse. You haven't even matured yet, and you're wandering around such places." The provocatively dressed women giggled and chattered among themselves. "Oh look, a little boy. Why not come inside and play with the sisters? I can give you a red envelope. Is he here to find a wet nurse?" Not bad looking for a little lad, but still quite naive. Yi Han, mortified and indignant, felt something was amiss and snapped back. "I don't need you to throw me out. I can leave on my own." With that, he wriggled free from the man's grip and fled in haste. The laughter of the women and the burly man echoing behind him. Passers-by joined in the raucous laughter, and once Yi Han had vanished from sight, they peered around the corner to catch a glimpse. It dawned on him that something was indeed wrong. The patrons entering the brothel were all well-dressed adult men, while the scantily clad women eagerly greeted them, calling out sweetly, "Sir, oh dear sir." This scene reminded Yi Han of Widow Zhang from Qingniu village, whom he once stumbled upon in a secluded spot with the village chief's son, both in an indecent state. To think that Mr. Lanqing would frequent such a place. Realizing this must be what the village men referred to in hushed tones as a den of indulgence, he couldn't help but feel astonished that Mr. Lanqing would stoop to such depths. While crouching on the ground in contemplation, a passerby suddenly tossed him a copper coin. The young beggar took it to buy a morsel of food. The passerby walked away, leaving Yi Han bewildered, staring at the coin as if it were a token of pity. He couldn't help but notice that his own attire was hardly pristine. Indeed, he appeared no different from a beggar. Just then, a filthy hand reached out towards him, demanding, "Hand it over." Yi Han reacted swiftly, stepping back and scrutinizing the filthy figure before him. The adult beggar's gaze was fixed hungrily on the copper coin in Yi Han's hand. Yi Han calculated that the coin could buy a steamed bun. "Do you want it? Answer me a question," he challenged, frowning. "Bah, you little brat, you're asking for trouble." The beggar spat and lunged at Yi Han. However, the man's unsteady footing hindered him, and he couldn't grasp Yi Han. "Try to snatch it, and I'll toss you out onto the street." Yi Han brandished the copper coin defiantly. Unable to catch Yi Han, the beggar relented. "Fine, ask your question. If I had silver, where could I exchange it for copper coins?" Yi Han inquired. "With your appearance, you think you possess silver?" The beggar scoffed disdainfully. Yi Han pretended to toss the copper coin aside, demanding, "Will you speak or not?" The beggar promptly replied, "I will. Just head to the Jufu money exchange. It's not far ahead." With that, Yi Han casually tossed the coin to him and proceeded forward. The beggar, elated, picked up the coin and took a few steps. But suddenly a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he fixated on Yi Han's retreating figure, veering off into a narrow alley. Unaware of the beggar's gaze, Yi Han continued walking, feeling the silver ingot in his pocket. Indeed, he soon spotted a shop named Jufu Money Exchange bustling with patrons coming and going. This time, he remained vigilant, observing carefully and noticing that most individuals exchanged only small amounts of silver for copper coins. He mused to himself, "Wealth should not be flaunted. If others discover I possess such silver, it could spell trouble for a mere youth like me." Having formed a plan, Yi Han slipped into a secluded alley, ensuring no one was around. He produced the ingot and the copper token, striking the silver with a decisive blow. Crack! He successfully chipped off a small piece, and a surge of delight coursed through him. The copper token proved sturdier than he had anticipated. Armed with the small amount of silver, he entered Jufu Money Exchange. Though the clerk was taken aback by this young lad exchanging silver for copper, he weighed the coins and handed the exchange back to Yi Han. Upon exiting, he received over 100 copper coins, though the hefty transaction fee left him feeling a pang of regret. Ravenous, with his stomach gnawing at him, he purchased 5 large steamed buns. Never had he tasted such delectable morsels, and he devoured them in no time. "I must become a city dweller," Yi Han resolved. His determination solidified. Yet, he found himself at a loss for what to do next, opting instead to wait at the entrance of the Yihong courtyard for Mr. Lanqing to emerge and seek his counsel. As night fell, many shops had shuttered, yet Yihong courtyard buzzed with even more activity, as dignitaries and nobles arrived in litters, creating a lively scene. Yi Han had waited at the street corner for nearly an hour, growing increasingly anxious as Mr. Lanqing had yet to appear. What could be taking so long? Just then, he heard a series of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, his expression shifted dramatically. 3 beggars had encircled him, their eyes gleaming with malice and greed. One of them was the limping beggar who had demanded the copper coin earlier. "That's him. He has a substantial silver ingot. Capture him," the limping beggar shouted. Despite Yi Han's caution, he had been tracked and discovered. The other two beggars lunged at him. With alarm, Yihan realized a mere boy, stood no chance against 3 adults, and he turned to flee. However, he collided with a wall of flesh, rebounding and landing abruptly on the ground. A towering and robust beggar, his eyes glinting with menace, sinisterly chuckled, "Not bad, young lad. Breaking your legs would indeed evoke some pity. You are quite the specimen." With that, he reached out with a swift hand. Upon hearing these words, Yihan's countenance shifted dramatically as he seized a handful of dirt and flung it towards his assailant, attempting to flee. "Humph." The burly man emitted a strange, cold grunt, sweeping his hand to disperse the dirt with ease, then grasping Yihan's arm with an iron grip. A sharp crack echoed as Yihan felt as though he were ensnared by a vice. The force of the man's shake dislocated his shoulder, causing searing pain that drew beads of cold sweat from him. Desperately, he pleaded, "Wait. Don't you want money? I can give you whatever you desire." The muscular beggar, devoid of compassion, replied, "I want both money and your body. Break his legs." With that, he hurled Yihan towards the trio of beggars. "Understood." The limping beggar promptly responded, picking up a sizable brick from the ground. Resentful of those with healthy limbs, he instructed the other two beggars, "Hold down his legs." The other two rushed forward, their hands and feet scrambling to pin Yihan down. Chapter 6. The gentleman merely went to teach the young lady. Yihan, filled with terror, shouted in desperation, struggling against his captors, "Let me go, you scoundrels!" Yet, he was but a mere child, firmly pinned down. "Rest assured, I shall ensure that your foot is shattered." The hunchbacked beggar chuckled sinisterly, approaching Yihan with a brick in hand. "Help! Help!" Yihan cried out in horror. For though he too was an orphan, the people of Qingniu village were of simple disposition, and he had never encountered such malevolence. The thought of having his leg broken, rendered a lifelong cripple and reduced to a mere tool for these beggars to profit from, filled him with dread. "Huh, call all you like. No one will come to your aid," the burly beggar sneered. Despite his beggarly appearance, he was skilled in martial arts. A small leader of the beggars' sect who refrained from begging himself, instead breaking the limbs of children to force them into begging for the gang's gain. As he watched the hunchbacked beggar approach, Yihan was consumed with regret for having so carelessly revealed the information about his silver. Suddenly, there were 3 muffled thuds. The burly beggar and the 2 who held Yihan down found their heads abruptly separated from their bodies, blood spraying forth like a fountain. The hunchbacked beggar, momentarily stunned, dropped the brick and fled, but mere steps later, his form froze, his head lopped off, blood splattering as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. None witnessed how these 4 miscreants met their demise. Yihan, upon seeing the severed heads tumble to the ground, turned pale and leaped up in shock. It was then that he noticed a middle-aged scholar clad in azure robes and wearing a square scarf standing at the alley's entrance. "Mr. Lanqing." Yihan rushed towards him, feeling an overwhelming sense of kinship. Indeed, it was Mr. Lanqing. However, his expression was cold, devoid of the previous elegance and gentleness. With a wave of his sleeve, Yihan felt as though he were swept up by a tempest, and in an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar alley alongside Mr. Lanqing. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, Yihan gazed at Mr. Lanqing and could not help but inquire, "Mr. Lanqing, are you perhaps an immortal?" Mr. Lanqing furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "Humph, was that woman summoned by you? What did you say to her?" At those words, Yihan's countenance shifted, and he suddenly comprehended why Mr. Lanqing had abruptly left Qingniu village for the city. It was due to the goddess who had vanquished the monster. Realizing this, he quickly responded, "Mr. Lanqing, I said nothing at all." Mr. Lanqing squinted at Yihan, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. Feeling unnerved under Mr. Lanqing's gaze, Yihan explained, "Mr. Lanqing, I encountered a fearsome beast in the mountains. It was that goddess who drove the creature away. I didn't speak to her. I merely fled." Before Yihan could finish his sentence, Mr. Lanqing suddenly reached out and seized the bundle from him. Yihan's expression changed abruptly. The bundle contained silver, a book, and a token. The small cauldron was comparatively diminutive, so he had tucked it into his pocket. Without inquiring further, Mr. Lanqing unwrapped the parcel, and upon seeing the token, his eyes flickered with interest as he spoke in a low voice. "Qingxuan Sect. Where did you acquire this?" "I found it in the cave of that monster," Yihan replied, regaining his composure. The current demeanor of Mr. Lanqing instilled fear within him. Mr. Lanqing picked up the cloth that wrapped the items and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. After glancing through the book, he displayed a hint of disdain, scrutinizing Yi Han with an odd expression. Noticing Mr. Lanqing's peculiar demeanor, Yi Han clarified, "Mr. Lanqing, I initially intended to bring these items to you, but when I found you were not present, I brought them to the city instead." He paused before continuing, "When I arrived in the city, I saw you enter that place, so I waited here for you." Suddenly curious, he asked, "Mr. Lanqing, what is the purpose of the Yihong courtyard? They say it is a place for grown-ups. What could possibly be entertaining there?" Mr. Lanqing's serious expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he awkwardly replied, "What would a child like you know?" He patted Yi Han on the head and added, "I was merely giving a lecture to a diligent young lady inside." "Is that so?" Then Yi Han instinctively sensed Mr. Lanqing was being disingenuous. Yet he refrained from pressing further. "You have indeed seen it," Mr. Lanqing interrupted. "There are many remarkable individuals in this world. The goddess you encountered is what we refer to as an immortal cultivator." Upon hearing this, Yi Han exclaimed with delight, "Immortal cultivators? Are they truly deities?" "Mr. Lanqing, are you also an immortal cultivator?" "Somewhat," Mr. Lanqing replied with a slight smile. Yi Han pleaded, "Sir, could you teach me the ways of immortal cultivation? Look, I have the tuition right here," pointing to the silver. Mr. Lanqing shook his head. "No, it cannot be done." Disappointment washed over Yi Han's face at this response. Observing his forlorn expression, Mr. Lanqing reflected, "Immortal cultivation requires resources, techniques, and opportunities. It is not that I refuse to teach you, but rather that I cannot afford to." "Cannot afford?" Yi Han regarded Mr. Lanqing with a quizzical expression, sensing he was not being deceived. "Do you truly wish to pursue immortal cultivation?" Mr. Lanqing then offered, "If you are determined, I can point you towards a clear path." Yi Han's eyes brightened with excitement. "Really? Mr. Lanqing, please tell me. I will surely repay you." He cast a deep glance at him and solemnly remarked, "You must understand that the path of cultivation is one of no return. Once you embark upon it, there is no turning back. Moreover, a cultivator must possess celestial roots. Although you have them, I sense that your aptitude is rather mediocre. Even if you proceed, your achievements may be limited." Yi Han listened in silence for a moment before resolutely stating, "Mr. Lanqing, what do you think I would return to Qingniu village for? Or could I maintain a dignified existence in this city?" The four beggars effortlessly subdued him, making him acutely aware of the harshness of reality. His aspiration to carve out a place for himself in the city was futile. Mere determination was insufficient, as even a couple of beggars could easily overpower him, let alone those armed with swords and blades. Only by becoming a cultivator, like that celestial woman who could soar through the skies, would he stand a chance against such formidable beings. To acquire such abilities would indeed signify his rise above the ordinary. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lanqing was taken aback, understanding the essence of his words, and then said, "You are the most intelligent child from Qingniu village. Very well, I shall disclose this to you." As he spoke, he picked up a copper plate inscribed with the characters Qingxuan and continued, "If you possess celestial roots, this object is crucial. However, even if you cannot cultivate, possessing this item could still grant you a life of wealth and prosperity. It all depends on how you choose to wield it." Chapter 7. One day, all your feathers will be plucked on the steep cliff. A figure was scaling the rocky ascent towards the summit. Yi Han's hands were already marred with bloodstains as he clambered over the stones, leaving a trail of crimson imprints. His shoes were tattered, and his feet bore the marks of countless injuries. Gritting his teeth, he persevered upward. "This is my only chance. I must succeed," Yi Han muttered resolutely to himself, continuing his arduous climb. Suddenly, a crack echoed as the stone beneath his feet gave way. A sense of dread washed over him as he began to slide downwards. But he managed to grasp a protruding tree limb, stabilizing his fall. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and his legs trembled. He had narrowly escaped disaster. 3 days prior, Mr. Lanqing had pointed him towards a promising path, informing him that to attain immortality, one must first join a sect of cultivators, the quickest route to enlightenment. Mr. Lanqing had explicitly stated that cultivation required various resources, such as spells and elixirs, and as a solitary practitioner, Yi Han lacked sufficient means to procure these essentials. Thus, Mr. Lanqing devised a plan to facilitate his entrance into the sect, with the reward being the cloth bundle that had once ensnared him in the clutches of a monster. The following day, upon awakening in the inn, Yihan discovered that Mr. Lanqing had departed, leaving behind only a note informing him of his departure, wishing him fortune in their next encounter. After purchasing some provisions, he set forth on his journey. After 3 days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the mystical mountain, where he must ascend to the peak and ignite the talisman given to him by Mr. Lanqing. Failure to do so would prevent him from even entering the gates of the sect. It was a matter of life or death. Casting a glance behind him at the towering cliff, Yihan disregarded the pain in his limbs and gritted his teeth, continuing his ascent. His hands and feet were now smeared with blood, the pain nearly numbing him. But returning to Qingniu village or the city meant remaining the same old Erwa, tending to cattle or being victimized by beggars. I want to be known as Yihan, not Erwa. With determination, Yihan pressed onward. As midday approached, he finally reached the summit, his hands and feet now dry and caked with blood. After a brief respite, he surveyed his surroundings, just as Mr. Lanqing had described. Atop the mountain, several moss-covered stone pillars stood sentinel around a stone basin. He retrieved a talisman from his pocket, ignited it, and placed it within the basin, then grasped the bronze Qingxuan token in his hand. As the flaming talisman was deposited into the basin, it ignited fiercely, causing the surrounding pillars to tremble. A cerulean light pulsated, revealing strange characters that coalesced in the air, transforming into a small blue bird that soared into the sky. The brilliance of the pillars and basin faded in an instant. Mr. Lanqing had informed him that this was a communication talisman for outsiders wishing to visit the Qingxuan sect. One merely needed to ignite it and wait. Yihan sat before the stone basin, awaiting with a sense of calm. After waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, a resounding bird call echoed from afar. Yihan was momentarily stunned, turning his gaze toward the source, only to be taken aback. A colossal white bird soared forth from the distant mountains, its outstretched wings spanning 2 to 3 yards. Its body comparable to that of a small cow. What an enormous creature! Yihan could not help but exclaim. He had never before encountered such a magnificent avian being. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a youth clad in azure seated atop the white giant. A fierce wind whipped up as the magnificent bird approached, scattering withered branches and leaves from the mountaintop, forcing Yihan to squint against the gust. With a piercing cry, the white bird landed atop the peak, and the azure-clad youth dismounted, fixing his gaze upon Yihan. "Was it you who ignited the communication talisman?" the youth asked, his demeanor cold and indifferent. He scrutinized Yihan from head to toe, noting the ragged attire reminiscent of a beggar and the myriad of scars adorning his hands and feet. Most importantly, there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Could it be that this lad was merely immortal? Yihan felt a chilling aura envelop him, prompting a respectful reply. "Immortal, it was indeed I who burned the talisman." As he produced the copper plate to elaborate, the youth interrupted with a disdainful snort, admonishing, "You, mere mortal, who sent you here? What purpose do you have at my Qingxuan sect?" Instantly, a suffocating pressure bore down upon Yihan. The mountain peak rose almost vertically. And how could this mere mortal have ascended by his own power? Yihan felt as if he were being crushed by an overwhelming force, struggling to maintain his stance as his legs trembled, nearly buckling beneath him. In a fit of indignation, he retorted, "Immortal, I am the bearer of the Qingxuan. You cannot treat me thus." The Qingxuan. The azure-clad youth was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixating on the token in Yihan's hand, and the oppressive aura dissipated. The Qingxuan was no ordinary item. It was bestowed only upon disciples or families who had rendered significant contributions to the sect. It could be exchanged for cultivation resources or used to mitigate transgressions. The youth's eyes gleamed with interest as he contemplated the token. How could this mere mortal possess a Qingxuan? Yet, given the height of this mountain, could he have scaled it alone? Moreover, with the knowledge of someone having ignited a communication talisman, and with the imperative to fetch someone, he pondered the potential ramifications should the youth have powerful backing. However, the Qingxuan was sufficient to procure the coveted foundation establishment pills that countless disciples coveted, stirring his desire. "You, a mere mortal, where did you acquire the Qingxuan?" the youth inquired sharply. Yihan replied earnestly, "Immortal, this matter can only be discussed with the sect master." Master Lanqing had taught him that the Qingxuan was a double-edged sword. As a mortal, possessing it could spell disaster if mishandled. Thus, he had chosen to brave the ascent of the precipice, confident in its hidden significance. He spoke calmly, gazing at the young man in blue. Upon hearing his words, the young man's eyes twitched slightly, revealing a hint of inexplicable malice, as a flicker of azure light danced across his palm. However, upon observing Yi Han's composed demeanor, he hesitated. Although the Qingxuan order was enticing, each piece bore a unique mark. Moreover, this young man appeared to possess some form of backing, should he acquire it. How could he justify it to his sect? A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, the azure-clad youth allowed the azure light to dissipate and smiled, saying, "In that case, you may come aboard." "Thank you, Immortal," Yi Han replied nonchalantly, approaching the colossal bird only to frown. The creature towered over him significantly. It seemed he had no choice but to grasp its feathers to ascend. The white giant bird shot Yi Han a disdainful glance, emitting a caw as it recoiled. How could this filthy mortal, devoid of any magical prowess, expect to mount it? "It appears that Bai Shui does not fancy you," the young man in blue mocked. Laughter echoing in the air, Yi Han glared at the wretched bird, vowing, "One day, I shall pluck every feather from you." "Let us go," the azure-clad youth said, not dwelling on the matter further. With a swift motion, he struck the white giant bird. It unfurled its immense wings, soaring into the sky, spiraling gracefully before extending its massive claws toward Yi Han. Yi Han felt as though he was ensnared in a vice. The white giant bird clinching him as it ascended toward the mountain range, fierce winds rushing into his mouth and nostrils. He clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to utter a sound. "This accursed bird, one day, I shall pluck every feather from you." Chapter 8. I only wish to cultivate immortality. The colossal white bird flapped its enormous wings, soaring ahead as it grasped Yi Han's shoulder, whisking him into the midst of towering mountains. Everywhere they passed, there were bizarre peaks and strange forests, enveloped in ethereal mist, with immense trees and the symphonic calls of wild beasts and birds. Traversing the ground was utterly impossible. Observing this enchanting scene, Yi Han couldn't help but ponder whether the sects of cultivators resided deep within such secluded mountains and forests. No wonder Mr. Lanqing had urged him to use a communication talisman. If he ventured inside, it would take him months to navigate through these vast woodlands, and he might even fall prey to the wild beasts. As they flew deeper, the mountains grew increasingly perilous, the trees soared even higher, and the picturesque scenery unfolded before him. Various avian and terrestrial creatures flitted about, many carrying riders aloft. Occasionally, he glimpsed individuals standing atop flying swords, fans, and gourds, gliding through the air. This sight ignited a yearning within Yi Han. He aspired to one day soar through the skies on a flying sword, reveling in the freedom of the world. He vowed to become a cultivator, ensuring that the name Yi Han would resonate throughout the realm. Suddenly, a veil of mist appeared ahead. The young man in blue atop the white bird produced a jade tablet, reciting incantations. The tablet emanated a faint green light that coalesced into a fist-sized orb, which soared forward. As the green orb advanced, the mist seemed to part, revealing a pathway as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Witnessing this spectacle filled Yi Han with awe. The abilities of cultivators were truly extraordinary, rendering the martial prowess of so-called heroes of the realm insignificant by comparison. Once the white bird carried Yi Han through the mist, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. A vast expanse of towering mountains adorned with magnificent glass edifices, resplendent in gold and intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, shimmering like sunlight. In the sky, various treasures, flying swords, gourds, lotuses, soared alongside majestic birds of prey, such as eagles and white cranes. As a mere country bumpkin, Yi Han had never encountered such sights in the world of cultivators, and his eyes widened in wonder. The young man in blue directed the white bird toward a colossal peak, landing atop a grand palace. The opulence of this structure far surpassed anything Yi Han had ever imagined. It was even grander than the imperial palaces Mr. Lanqing had described. With an air of arrogance, the white bird unceremoniously dropped Yi Han onto the ground, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his feet. "One day, I shall pluck every feather from your body," he muttered under his breath. "Follow me." The young man in blue cast a disdainful glance at Yi Han, leading him into the main hall. Inside, the decor was lavishly ornate, captivating Yi Han's gaze with golden vases adorned with intricate patterns and screens resembling jeweled orchids. Most importantly, The ambience of this place enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. This, indeed, was the dwelling of cultivators. A resolute glint flashed in Yihan's eyes. He was determined to remain here and become a cultivator. From within the hall emerged a middle-aged man clad in a flowing blue robe, adorned with a golden crown. His demeanor both handsome and imposing. The garments he wore emanated a dazzling radiance, the material a mystery. Upon presenting himself before the sect leader, the visitor, bearing the Qingxuan order, was escorted directly to the treasure hall. The young man in azure respectfully bowed. "You may withdraw and report back," the Qingxuan sect leader gestured. "Yes." The young man, too awed to utter a word, bowed once more and departed. "Yihan pays his respects to the sect leader," Yihan declared, performing a grand bow while presenting the Qingxuan order with both hands. Upon seeing the order, the Qingxuan sect leader's gaze flickered slightly with a motion of his hand. The order soared into his grasp. His eyes then swept over Yihan, who felt an overwhelming aura wash over him, as if the sect leader could see into the depths of his being. "A mere mortal?" The Qingxuan sect leader expressed a hint of surprise. He inquired calmly, "How did you come by this Qingxuan order?" "It was bestowed upon me by my ancestors," Yihan replied, daring not to meet the sect leader's gaze. "They instructed me that if life became unbearable, I should come to the Qingxuan sect with the order." This was the counsel given to him by Mr. Lanqing. He feared that confessing he had stumbled upon it by chance might lead to rejection or worse calamity. "What do you seek?" the Qingxuan sect leader asked leisurely. Without hesitation, Yihan responded, "I wish to become a cultivator." "You wish to cultivate?" The sect leader's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. "Are you aware of whether you possess spiritual roots?" He continued, "Many mortals yearn to ascend to immortality, but such aspirations are not easily fulfilled." "I do not know," Yihan answered. Mr. Lanqing had informed him that to cultivate, one must possess the spiritual roots necessary for it. In simpler terms, one must have the innate constitution conducive to cultivation. Without such roots, words hold no weight. Yet, Mr. Lanqing had also assured him that he indeed possessed spiritual roots, albeit mediocre ones. Yihan understood this to imply his talent was lacking. The Qingxuan sect leader scrutinized him closely and remarked, "Your aptitude is rather ordinary. Should you persist in your desire to cultivate, even with diligent practice, it may prove futile." He then shifted his tone, adding, "However, should you reconsider, I could grant you a life of wealth and status. It is not beyond reach in the secular world." Upon hearing this, Yihan replied resolutely, "Immortality is my sole desire." Having glimpsed the realm of cultivators and witnessed the prowess of that divine being, he found that wealth paled in comparison. The Qingxuan sect leader furrowed his brow, observing the scars adorning Yihan's hands and feet, yet he noted the fervor and determination in Yihan's eyes. Ultimately, he nodded, saying, "Though your spiritual roots are lacking, your tenacity and wisdom are commendable. Since you have come bearing the Qingxuan order, I cannot deny your request." The Qingxuan order was not casually bestowed. It was conferred only upon those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect. In his recollection, there had only been 3 issued over the past century, and he was uncertain when this particular one brought by Yihan had been distributed. Given his notable contributions and merits to the sect, it was imperative that the sect acknowledge this Qingxuan order. Otherwise, who among the disciples and subordinate families would be willing to dedicate themselves to the sect? Indeed. "Thank you, Immortal." Upon hearing these words, Yihan was filled with immense joy and promptly expressed his gratitude. The head of Qingxuan waved his hand, saying, "Achieving immortality is the ultimate pursuit of us cultivators. The title of immortal should not be used frivolously. You may simply refer to me as the sect leader." "Yes, sect leader," replied Yihan, "with such remarkable abilities. Is he not an immortal? Please proceed to the side hall and await further arrangements." At once, with the sect leader's command, a disciple clad in blue approached and escorted Yihan to the side hall to wait. Chapter 9. The dispute over the foundation establishment pill within the Grand Hall. 8 cultivators of diverse appearances and statures were embroiled in a cacophony of heated debate. What? This foundation establishment pill must be given to a mere mortal? Even with the Qingxuan token in hand, this is simply inconceivable, exclaimed an elder with graying hair and beard, his voice laced with indignation. 5th Elder. The individual possesses the Qingxuan token. According to our rules, they are entitled to receive a foundation establishment pill, countered a strikingly beautiful female elder. A pseudo-spiritual root with 4 elements? Bestowing a foundation establishment pill upon such a being is sheer waste. The 5th elder retorted darkly. The others joined in the discourse, voicing their opinions. Indeed, it's merely a pseudo-spiritual root. The foundation establishment pill would be of no use. Precisely, the supply of foundation establishment pills is already scarce. It is wiser to allocate them to disciples with genuine potential. One cannot even ascertain the origin of this Qingxuan token. Silence. The master of Qingxuan declared sternly. I summoned you not to debate the allocation of the foundation establishment pill, but to affirm that it must be granted to the disciple bearing the Qingxuan token, as decreed by our ancestors. In addition to the pill, they shall also be granted the status of an inner sect disciple. I require your counsel on which mountain peak shall accept them. At the utterance of the master's words, the elders fell silent, their expressions contemplative. Besides the main peak, the Qingxuan sect comprised 7 inner sect mountain peaks, all of which had their respective peak masters present, except for the one at the top, Tiandi Peak. To enter a mountain peak for cultivation, one must be an inner sect disciple. Outer sect disciples needed to pass assessments or rank within the top 10 of the outer sect competition to gain entry. However, possessing the Qingxuan token allowed direct access to the inner sect and a foundation establishment pill, a stipulation set by the ancestors that even the master of Qingxuan could not alter. Yet, despite the bearer of the Qingxuan token possessing a spiritual root, it was merely a pseudo-spiritual root with 4 attributes. Thus, consuming the foundation establishment pill would be a futile endeavor, which led to the contention among the elders. The crux of the matter was that this individual was a mortal who had not cultivated a shred of magical power. Admitting them into their respective mountain peak would adversely affect their annual assessments, especially for the peaks ranked higher, where strengths were closely matched. The inclusion of such a burden could jeopardize their standings, resulting in a potential drop in rank and a 10% reduction in allocated cultivation resources, a significant impact indeed. Consequently, upon hearing this, the peak masters present fell into contemplative silence. Seeing that no one spoke, the 5th elder, gritting his teeth, finally said, Master, allowing him to cultivate at my Shantian Peak is acceptable, but the foundation establishment pill must be allocated to Shantian Peak. He had resolved that this foundation establishment pill represented the last hope for his youngest grandson, and he would go to any lengths to secure it. As for the mortal cultivating at his peak, it would merely hinder progress, especially considering that the 2 peaks behind them were considerably weaker. 5th elder, your calculations are quite astute, an elder scoffed. According to our rules, we must accommodate him at one of the mountain peaks for cultivation, and the foundation establishment pill must still be granted to him. The 5th elder glared and said, I am not asking for it for nothing. I will provide him with the essential cultivation resources and treasures. Otherwise, how can a mere mortal aspire to cultivate in the realm of immortality? It is nothing but a dream. Moreover, he has yet to utter a crucial statement. In the world of cultivators, the weak are prey to the strong. How dare a mortal compete with him, a golden core cultivator, for a foundation establishment pill? It is sheer folly. The master Qingxuan calmly replied. The foundation establishment pill belongs to the bearer of the Qingxuan token. How he chooses to manage it is his own affair. With his cultivation and insight, how could he not perceive the 5th elder's intentions? Yet, since that mortal wishes to step into the world of cultivation, he must confront the multitude of formidable cultivators. Even with the Qingxuan token, he has a duty to protect him. Upon hearing these words, the 5th elder's expression shifted, and he fell silent. The other peak masters and elders also refrained from speaking, although the foundation establishment pill in the mortal's possession was of considerable value. They were all golden core experts who had no use for it, and there was no need to lose face over a mere pill. Had the visitor been a disciple of singular elemental affinity, these masters would have been clamoring over each other. Unfortunately, the arrival was a 4-element root, a pseudo-root, and that rendered him a hopeless burden. Arriving at their mountain peak not only meant sharing cultivation resources, but also dragging down the overall strength of the peak. What purpose would that serve? Each of them contemplated how to decline the situation. At that moment, a diminutive, pale-faced, middle-aged elder spoke. Since no one is willing to take him, let him come to my 7-spirit peak. After all, I am at the bottom of the peaks, devoid of desires. Then let him go to 7-spirit peak. Master Qingxuan nodded in agreement. Yes. Meanwhile, Yihan sat in the side hall, calmly waiting. If Mr. Lanqing had not deceived him. Then the Master Qingxuan and the elders should be arranging his assigned peak now. If all went as expected, it would likely be the last peak. Yihan gazed out of the window and sighed. The crucial point was that the Foundation Establishment pill, issued along with the Qingxuan token, was a hot potato. If mishandled, his life would be in jeopardy. After all, he had witnessed the methods of cultivators. Even seasoned martial artists were caught off guard and met their demise swiftly. As a mere mortal in the eyes of these cultivators, he could be extinguished with a mere flick of a finger. Yihan's gaze flickered with hesitation. Should he follow Mr. Lanqing's advice and exchange the Foundation Establishment pill? Just as he pondered this, Master Qingxuan entered with two individuals. One was short and pale-faced, while the other bore a gloomy expression with graying hair. This is the 5th elder of Xianhuang Peak, and this is the 7th elder of Qixuan Peak. Master Qingxuan casually introduced the two. Greetings, 5th elder, 7th elder. Yihan respectfully stepped forward to pay his respects. What is your name? The diminutive 7th elder inquired directly, producing a token. Yihan introduced himself. I am Yi, with the given name Han, which means poor. The 7th elder muttered to himself, inscribing Yihan onto the token, then tossed it to Yihan, saying, You shall cultivate at my Qixuan Peak from now on. I hope you achieve great success in your cultivation and aspire to the ranks of immortals. Thank you, Elder Qi. Yihan respectfully accepted the token, a surge of excitement swelling within him. At this moment, the master of Qingxuan spoke. Yihan, according to the rules, you have received the Qingxuan token, granting you entry into our inner sect, along with a reward of a Foundation Establishment pill. Here is your Foundation Establishment pill. With a casual flick of his wrist, a crystal-clear jade vial materialized and soared towards Yihan. Thank you for your benevolence, master. Yihan replied with reverence as he accepted it. Meanwhile, Elder Wu, who had remained silent until now, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon seeing the jade vial. This Foundation Establishment pill was rightfully meant for his grandson. But the sudden emergence of Yihan meant that the sect had prioritized him. Clearing his throat, he addressed Yihan. Yihan, I perceive that you lack any spiritual aura, suggesting that you have yet to commence your cultivation. Am I correct? Indeed, I have not yet practiced any celestial techniques. Yihan lowered his head respectfully in response. In that moment, a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. He understood that his admission to Qixuan Peak was unrelated to Elder Wu, who was evidently fixated on the Foundation Establishment pill in his possession. This could lead to complications. Chapter 10. Exchange. Elder Wu sighed. You have never practiced cultivation, so you remain unaware of its challenges. As a mere mortal, even comprehending the sensation of qi during the qi refinement stage requires several months. The journey from the initial stage of qi refinement to the great perfection of qi refinement demands considerable cultivation resources, taking anywhere from a few years to several decades. The Foundation Establishment pill is meant for breaking into the Foundation Establishment stage once one has reached the great perfection of qi refinement. Keeping it would be a waste. It would be far more prudent to exchange it for the cultivation resources you currently need. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Wu, Yihan respectfully replied. After listening to Elder Wu's lengthy discourse, he was well aware of the elder's intentions regarding his Foundation Establishment pill. It seemed that Mr. Lanqing's words were indeed accurate. Holding onto the Foundation Establishment pill was profoundly unsafe. Even if Elder Wu had no designs on it, other cultivators would undoubtedly covet such a treasure. Mr. Lanqing had not divulged much about the cultivation world, only mentioning that Yihan would learn more upon entering a sect, while also noting the necessity of substantial cultivation resources, such as elixirs and spirit stones. As a mortal with poor aptitude and lacking resources, it was impossible for him to enter the realm of cultivation. Elder Wu, you are correct. I will not be able to utilize this Foundation Establishment pill for quite some time, Yihan continued. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Master Qingxuan and inquired, Master, what do you think would be a suitable exchange for me in terms of the Foundation Establishment pill? Upon hearing this, Master Qingxuan's gaze shifted slightly, reassessing Yihan. This young man was no simpleton. He was using the master as a shield. Elder Wu's expression darkened at Yihan's unexpected question directed at Master Qingxuan. The master was known for his composed and fair demeanor. For him, this could mean a significant loss, and he had no intention of providing this mortal with an abundance of resources. After all, what more could a mere mortal desire? Master Qingxuan, with a smile that was neither fully benevolent nor malevolent, glanced at Elder Wu and remarked, "As a mortal, it would be best for you to exchange the Foundation Establishment pill for elixirs or treasures that enhance your physique, or perhaps for a cave abode rich in spiritual energy." As the sect leader, Master Qingxuan recognized that, despite Yihan's mortal status, he was now a disciple of the sect, and it would not do for him to conspire with Elder Wu to exploit a disciple. Such a rumor would tarnish their reputation. Indeed, it is most advantageous to trade the Foundation Establishment pill for the resources you currently require. Elder Wu immediately concurred. After a pause, he revealed his intentions. "Yihan, I have a grandson who has reached the great perfection of Qi refinement and is merely one Foundation Establishment pill away from breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not suffer a loss. Not only will I provide you with the urgent cultivation resources you need, but I can also offer guidance in your cultivation." "Really? That would be wonderful, Elder Wu. I shall gladly make the exchange," Yihan exclaimed with delight. Elder Wu's furrowed brow relaxed as he smiled and asked, "What would you like to exchange for? Another elixir, or perhaps a treasure to enhance your physique?" To everyone's surprise, Yihan replied, "I wish to exchange it for a cave abode rich in spiritual energy." The fifth elder furrowed his brow in surprise and gazed at Qingxuan. "A cave dwelling? What do you need a cave for?" He had never anticipated that Yihan would propose a trade for a cave dwelling. In truth, he had already devised a plan to offer this young man a mere fraction of the treasures or elixirs promised, deferring the remainder for later. Surely, this mortal would not dare to demand more from a cultivator in the golden core stage. However, if he were to ask for a cave dwelling, he could hardly offer a half of one. Yihan promptly clarified, "Initially, I intended to exchange for elixirs or treasures, but the sect master mentioned that I could trade for a cave dwelling. I believe that cultivating in an area rich in spiritual energy would facilitate my progress." He was acutely aware of the formidable abilities of cultivators. The fifth elder was not someone he could provoke. If he were to barter for elixirs or treasures, this old man would likely offer him only a paltry amount, keeping the rest for himself. Hence, it seemed wiser to request a cave dwelling. The fifth elder shook his head. "I do not possess a suitable cave dwelling for you. You should consider exchanging for elixirs or treasures. I assure you, you will not suffer any loss." Of course, he had cave dwellings available, one of which was currently being used by his grandson. How could he possibly trade that with Yihan? Furthermore, a cultivator's cave dwelling was specially constructed and imbued with formations, providing an abundance of spiritual energy far superior to ordinary locations. Trading a foundational elixir for a prime cave dwelling would hardly be to his advantage. At that moment, the seventh elder, who had been observing silently, interjected, "Since you wish to exchange for a cave dwelling, I happen to have a suitable one for you." Upon hearing this, Yihan felt a surge of joy, but then noticed the darkened expression on the fifth elder's face, causing his heart to skip a beat. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Mr. Lanqing had advised him that while cultivators appeared glamorous and possessed extraordinary power, the world of cultivation was one where strength reigned supreme. One's status in this realm hinged entirely on their cultivation level and magical prowess. As a mere mortal, he was vulnerable to any cultivator who could easily overpower him. After all, he was but a solitary figure. What was there to fear? Resolute in his decision, Yihan unhesitatingly handed the vial in his possession to the seventh elder. Bowing respectfully, "In that case, I shall exchange with the seventh elder." He then turned to the fifth elder, expressing his apologies. "Since the fifth elder does not have a suitable cave dwelling, I must beg your pardon." Upon hearing this, the fifth elder's face darkened, and he cast a glance at the seventh elder, utterly astonished that he would interject at this moment. He had intended to pressure Yihan into accepting his alternative conditions, but he had never anticipated that the seventh elder would suddenly assist Yihan. Wasn't this old man notoriously lazy? How could he possibly help Yihan? "Then it is settled," the seventh elder replied, accepting the foundational elixir from Yihan's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a token and tossed it to Yihan. "This is the restriction token for the cave dwelling." "Thank you, seventh elder." Yihan promptly accepted it, placing it in his pocket, disregarding the fifth elder's menacing glare as he stood to the side. "Such is fairness. Let us disperse," the esteemed Master Qingxuan remarked with a calm demeanor before gracefully waving his sleeve and departing. "What are you doing, seventh elder?" The fifth elder could no longer contain his frustration as he watched the master leave. He had finally seized an opportunity to secure a foundational pill for his beloved grandson, only to have the seventh elder intervene unexpectedly, leaving him vexed and his gaze ablaze with fury. The seventh elder cast a fleeting glance at him and replied, "I have a disciple in need of a foundational pill." With that, he disregarded the fifth elder and strode out with dignity. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused and declared, "What are you dawdling for? Do not linger. Accompany me to Qingxuan Peak." "Yes." Yihan promptly followed, observing the seventh elder leading Yihan away. The fifth elder's expression darkened, his countenance clouded with an ominous intensity. Chapter 11. The Cave Abode. Elder 7 led Yihan out of the grand hall, his sleeves sweeping gracefully. Yihan suddenly felt as if he were cradled by an invisible hand, soaring through the air like a spirit riding the clouds. A gust of wind howled past him, nearly blinding him. In the next moment, he felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a picturesque valley, accompanied by Elder 7. Before him stood an ancient, elegantly designed gate embedded in the mountainside, undoubtedly the fabled abode of an immortal cultivator. "Master, is this truly the cave abode you have bestowed upon me?" Yihan gazed in astonishment at the grand entrance. Elder 7, with a stoic expression, replied, "First and foremost, you are not my disciple. I am the master of 7 Xian Peak. You may address me as Peak Master. Secondly, this is your cave abode, acquired in exchange for your foundation-building pill, not a gift from me. Do you understand?" Pausing, he fixed his gaze upon Yihan. "Lastly, let me reiterate, becoming an immortal cultivator relies solely on your own efforts. I assist you only because of that foundation-building pill. Take heed." Having spoken, he extended his hand and requested, "Please hand me your cave abode token." Yihan nodded respectfully and presented the token to Elder 7. Receiving it, Elder 7 muttered an incantation that was difficult to decipher, and a shimmering light flickered in his hand. The token emitted an array of peculiar symbols that left Yihan feeling dizzy and disoriented. Elder 7 then returned the token to Yihan, stating, "As you currently lack spiritual power, you cannot activate the token. Thus, I have modified it slightly for you. Simply set a verbal command, and you may enter and exit freely. Once your cultivation improves, you can recognize it with your blood to alter it." With that, he tossed the cave abode token back to Yihan and took flight, disappearing into the distance. Yihan stood alone at the entrance of the cave abode, clutching the token in his hands, watching Elder 7's retreating figure with a sense of envy. This was the essence of a true immortal cultivator. Mr. Lanqing had spoken the truth. Immortal cultivators were not easy to approach, existing in realms far above ordinary mortals, showing little courtesy to mere humans. As an ordinary person, Yihan realized how arduous it would be to navigate the world of immortal cultivation. Yet, having witnessed the prowess of these cultivators, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the desire to cultivate. He reflected on his previous fixation with worldly power and wealth, only to find himself utterly captivated by the extraordinary strength of the immortal cultivators. He yearned to possess such power, to harness the enigmatic abilities that transcended humanity, and his curiosity about the world of cultivation deepened. Now that he had the opportunity to step into this realm, he resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After all, he could not fathom a life more arduous than herding cattle in Qingniu village. With such thoughts in mind, Yihan tightly grasped the cave abode token in his hand. The seventh elder had informed him that the cave-dwelling token had been modified, and he had set a verbal command. After contemplating, Yihan decided to use the phrase, "Open the bull gate." Although he wished to sever ties with the bull, a simple command might easily be deciphered by others. Hence his choice of words. As he uttered the phrase, the cave-dwelling token began to shimmer with an array of runes. Before him, the entrance to the cave gradually opened, seamlessly blending with the mountain wall, its movement utterly silent and smooth. Upon witnessing this scene, Yihan's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped inside. The interior was remarkably spacious, measuring at least 4 to 5 zhang, featuring a stone table at its center accompanied by 4 stone stools, with 4 small doors surrounding the area. Upon entering, he felt invigorated by the atmosphere within, each breath bringing him an overwhelming sense of comfort. This sensation was exquisite, likely what Master Lanqing had advised him about, the necessity of exchanging the foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling, a privilege reserved for those of foundation establishment. However, Master Lanqing had also mentioned that to become a cultivator, one must possess spiritual roots. Although Yi Han did not fully comprehend this, his intelligence allowed him to deduce that spiritual roots were akin to innate talent for cultivation. Despite possessing some measure of talent, the expressions of the headmaster of the Qingxuan sect and the implications of Master Lanqing suggested that his innate abilities were rather lacking. Nevertheless, regardless of his status as a mere mortal, he had stepped into the Qingxuan sect, and he was determined not to be expelled. He vowed to become a cultivator. Yi Han explored the cave dwelling, inspecting the 4 small rooms. One clearly functioned as a bedroom, furnished with a bed and a stool, lacking any other adornments. Another appeared to be a training chamber, containing a seat and 4 pillars adorned with peculiar runes, the tops of which bore sculptures resembling toads. On the ground lay a diagram reminiscent of the hexagrams from the village of Qingniu, yet he could not ascertain its purpose. The other 2 rooms were even more peculiar. One was starkly empty with a patch of dirt on the floor. Could it be suitable for planting? The final room was more discernible as a storage area, its walls lined with hollowed-out compartments and 2 rows of shelves in the center. Regrettably, it was devoid of any contents. After circling the last room, Yi Han was uncertain how to utilize this cave dwelling, yet he was aware it had been acquired with the precious Foundation Establishment pill. Determining how to make the most of this space would require careful consideration. Moreover, his acquaintances within the Qingxuan sect were limited to a few elders, who showed little interest in him. Aspiring to become a cultivator was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. He initially believed that the 7th elder would take him under his wing. However, he soon discovered that the 7th elder had abandoned him here, neglecting all responsibility. Bored within the cave, he set down his burdens, which contained little of significance, merely a few garments, some silver coins, and a small cauldron that had become as rigid as stone. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Han decided to keep the silver coins with him while placing the cauldron and the rest of his belongings in the storage chamber. As for the other item he had obtained, a piece of cloth, it had already been taken by Mr. Lanqing, who claimed it as a form of remuneration. It seemed that this piece of cloth was no ordinary item. Otherwise, it would not have caught Mr. Lanqing's eye. Yi Han exited the cave, resolved to wander the mountain and inquire about how he might embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 12. The eccentric elder Yi Han emerged from the cave dwelling. Just a few steps away, the grand entrance behind him closed silently, as if by some unseen force. The prowess of this cultivator was truly remarkable. That massive stone door, weighing thousands of pounds, could shut itself with such ease, leaving Yi Han, a mere country bumpkin, in awe. Nevertheless, the fact that such a splendid cave dwelling belonged to him brought a smile to his face. Upon stepping out, Yi Han gazed outward and was met with the breathtaking scenery of Qingxuan Peak. Previously, when Elder Qi had brought him here, the speed had been so swift that he had the chance to open his eyes and appreciate the view. Now, he beheld a landscape that resembled a celestial paradise, shrouded in ethereal mists, adorned with towering peaks and peculiar rock formations, where countless luminous orbs flitted about. Resplendent structures of gold and jade were interspersed throughout. This truly was a realm of immortals. Nearby, exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished, filling the air with fragrant blossoms and the melodies of birds. To live in such an environment for a lifetime would be nothing short of blissful. However, although Elder Qi had not mentioned it, Mr. Lanqing had warned him that failure to succeed in cultivation would ultimately lead to being expelled from the mountain. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Han was determined to become a cultivator at the earliest opportunity. Yet, aside from witnessing the powers of that celestial maiden and Mr. Lanqing's teachings about self-created companions, he was utterly ignorant of what being a cultivator truly entailed. He needed to seek knowledge from others. However, just a few steps out, he experienced the stark reality that ascending the mountain was far easier than descending. The spot he found himself in was perilous. Just a few paces forward revealed a sheer cliff, plummeting at least several dozen feet below. A fall from this height would turn even 100 Yi Hans into mere pulp. What to do? Climb down? He recalled the magnificent bird that had carried him here. He too wished for a flying steed. Yet, descending was no simple task. As he glanced around, he noticed a thick, ancient vine, broader than his arm, stretching downwards. With no other option, he resolved to climb down. Curiously, ever since his encounter with that terrifying creature, he had felt a noticeable increase in his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to scale such heights previously. It was unclear what changes had taken place within him. Using both hands and feet, He began to descend the vine, and fortunately, his youthfulness, agility, and strength allowed him to navigate down swiftly. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he discovered a staircase leading further down, which he followed. Strangely, it seemed that Qingxuan Peak was devoid of people. After walking several hundred paces, he had yet to encounter a single soul. Upon the previous summit, he had observed numerous individuals. Finally, Yihan spotted a small structure ahead, where an elderly man sat in a grand chair, dozing off. This old man was hunched, his visage gaunt, clad in but a single garment, giving the impression that he was half buried in the earth. After walking for quite some time, encountering such an elder, Yihan felt little choice but to approach respectfully, greeting him with, "Hello, esteemed grandfather." Mr. Lanqing had cautioned him not to underestimate anyone in the realm of cultivation. Although this elder appeared exceedingly ordinary, one could never discern his true nature within the sect. After all, he was merely a mortal in the realm of immortals, where one could not afford to offend anyone. Despite Yihan's courteous demeanor and audible voice, the old man remained unresponsive, continuing to snore peacefully. Yihan displayed a look of helplessness. Could it be that this old man was hard of hearing? Hence, he called out again, "Grandfather, are you asleep?" Yet still, there was no reaction. With a hint of frustration on his face, Yihan considered whether he should approach and rouse him. Just then, a sudden rush of wind swept past him, and before he knew it, a powerful arm had encircled him, whisking him away to a distance of several dozen yards without even opening his eyes. He was then assailed by an odor of sweat, which caused him to furrow his brow. The one who had seized him was a remarkably sturdy young man, his muscles appearing as if sculpted from metal, with a hardy countenance framed by thick brows and large eyes. The youth anxiously gazed towards the slumbering elder, lowering his voice in admonishment. "You reckless child, are you seeking death? How dare you disturb Lu Lao's slumber?" The last individual who interrupted him was reduced to ashes. Hearing the young man's words, Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable, half-buried elder could possess such ferocity. Where had this young man emerged from? Fortunately, he had saved him. Immediately, Yihan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for rescuing me, kind sir." The young man, appearing somewhat simple-minded yet remarkably robust, resembled a hero from martial legends. Given his act of rescue and the warning he had issued, he seemed to possess a warm-hearted nature. Yihan seized the opportunity to inquire about the cultivators. The young man set Yihan down, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized him, perplexed. "Strange. You appear to be but a mortal. How did you find your way to our Qingxuan Peak?" His gaze brimmed with curiosity, tinged with a hint of disdain. Yihan quickly realized, recalling his arrival in Wuwang City, that the expressions and glances directed at him had been filled with contempt, as his appearance resembled that of a country bumpkin. It seemed the same held true in this realm of cultivation. As he had not yet ascended to the status of a cultivator, he appeared merely as a mortal, and it was entirely natural for these cultivators to look down upon him. However, he quickly had a moment of inspiration and pompously declared, "I am brought here by the seventh elder. He said I possess the innate talent for cultivating immortality and wishes to guide my journey. He even granted me a cave dwelling. He has treated me exceptionally well." He immediately realized that if he admitted to being an ordinary mortal without any backing, the other party would likely dismiss him and walk away without a second thought. Indeed, upon hearing this, the young man's demeanor towards Yihan improved significantly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "You were brought here by the seventh elder? Are you perhaps a person of heavenly roots? Or could it be that you possess dual spiritual roots?" Yihan was oblivious to the concepts of heavenly roots or dual spiritual roots, yet he was not foolish. He followed the young man's lead and replied, "The seventh elder mentioned that this is a secret and should not be casually shared with others." Upon hearing this, the young man looked at Yihan with envy and said, "I truly envy you. Possessing such remarkable talent, you are bound to become a great cultivator. As for me, my talents, sigh." As he spoke, the young man's face was filled with dejection, indicating that his own talents might indeed be lacking. Yihan observed this keenly and understood that this young man would be the key to gathering information about cultivators. Chapter 13 Zhang Qingxuan. Yihan discerned that this young man was far more approachable than several cultivators he had previously encountered. The mere fact that he proactively prevented Yihan from rousing the old man Lu was indicative of his kind nature. More significantly, it was apparent that this youth was an honest individual, else he would not have risked danger to assist him. Thus, Yihan addressed the young man, "Esteemed senior, do not be disheartened. Although your innate talent may be modest, I perceive that you are an exceptionally diligent person. Heaven does not forsake those who strive earnestly. I have faith that you shall become a formidable cultivator." In truth, Yihan himself harbored doubts about the sincerity of his words. Yet he felt compelled to speak thus in order to cultivate a favorable rapport with the youth. Observing the young man's formidable physique, it was evident that his strength was not a mere gift of nature, but rather the result of arduous training akin to that of martial artists Yihan had encountered before. Indeed, upon hearing Yihan's words, the young man appeared invigorated, exclaiming, "Indeed, as long as I exert myself sufficiently, I shall surely become a great cultivator." Yihan, observing the youth's demeanor, understood the underlying truth. Upon arriving at the Qingxuan sect, he had not been met with much enthusiasm. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he could deduce from the indifference of the sect leader, who had merely observed the conflict between Elder Wu and Elder Qi regarding his foundation-building pill without affording him a glance, that his own innate talent might be even lesser than that of this young man. Otherwise, the elders would not have treated him with such coldness. However, due to sect regulations and the influence of the Qingxuan order, he had been compelled to receive the foundation-building pill in exchange for a cave dwelling. This illustrated the paramount importance of innate talent in the realm of cultivation, as it could very well determine whether one could ascend to become a cultivator. With this understanding in mind, he inquired, "Senior, may I ask your name?" "I am Yihan." The young man scratched the back of his head and replied, "Yi Junior, you were brought here by Elder Qi, so soon I shall call you Senior Brother. My name is Zhang Qingxuan. I am at the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage." Upon hearing this, Yihan responded courteously, "Zhang Senior Brother, you are too kind. Even if my cultivation surpasses yours, you shall always be my senior. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance." Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing Yihan's humble words, felt an increased fondness for him and remarked, "Fortunately, you are but a child. Otherwise, I might be moved to tears. However, you may not be aware that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Should your cultivation surpass mine, you would naturally become my senior brother. From your eloquent speech, it seems you have perused many a tome. That is indeed commendable." Evidently, Zhang Qingxuan hailed from humble beginnings and understood that individuals of generally modest means often possess the ability to read. Little did he know that Yihan's proficiency was acquired through opportunistic study, which might itself be considered a form of talent. Yihan chuckled, "What use is reading? It pales in comparison to being a cultivator. The ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth is far more splendid." Zhang Qingxuan, a rather straightforward cultivator, lamented, "Alas, what do you know? You must be new to the Qingxuan sect, am I right? You are not yet a cultivator, and you remain unaware that within the sect, there exists no cultivation so lowly that one cannot be bullied. It is only upon becoming a high-ranking cultivator, an inner disciple, that one can truly thrive." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, to soar through the skies and traverse the earth. How could one possibly achieve this without the foundational cultivation of the foundation establishment stage?" Yihan meticulously committed Zhang Qingxuan's words to memory and replied, "The 7th elder told me that upon arriving at the Qingxuan sect, I would swiftly become a cultivator capable of boundless feats." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan increasingly believed that Yihan's status was extraordinary, for ordinary disciples must first become outer disciples, practicing on the outer peaks until they meet the requirements to ascend to the inner peaks, such as the Qingxuan peak. Now, Yihan was evidently a mere mortal, devoid of any cultivation, yet he was permitted to cultivate in the inner sect. Zhang Qingxuan surmised there could only be one explanation. Yihan's innate talent must already meet the criteria for inner disciples, possessing either a spiritual root or a dual spiritual root. Thus, he felt a growing admiration and respect for Yihan, even contemplating ways to ingratiate himself with him. After all, having a powerful ally in the world of cultivation is immensely significant. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qingxuan, the clever young Yihan, with his silver tongue, had skillfully led the conversation in this direction. "Junior Brother Yi," he said, "the 7th elder surely did not deceive you. With your talent, you should soon become a cultivator. As long as you find a cultivation method suited to you, aided by your innate abilities and elixirs, you will quickly sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. absorbing enough to become a cultivator. At this juncture, he expressed his envy. With your talent, junior brother, you will soon reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage. At that time, the seventh elder will certainly procure a foundation establishment pill for you, and you will then be a foundation establishment cultivator. His eyes betrayed an uncontainable envy and yearning, indicating his own aspirations in that direction. Yihan listened intently, taking it all to heart, yet maintained an impassive facade, sighing resignedly. However, since the seventh elder brought me here and provided me with a cave dwelling, I have not seen him since. It seemed he had begun to grasp that cultivators are distinguished by their realms and the need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and that the foundation establishment pill indeed held significant importance, capable of propelling a cultivator into a new realm. No wonder the fifth elder and the seventh elder both sought to acquire this elixir from him, as it was evidently not easily obtained. Nonetheless, Yihan was quite astute. He refrained from disclosing that his cave dwelling was obtained through the foundation establishment pill, instead attributing it to the seventh elder, thereby accentuating his unique status. Indeed, Qingxuan expressed his profound envy, remarking, "I truly envy you, junior brother Yi. Here, aside from a select few related Qi refinement cultivators, only foundation establishment cultivators are entitled to their own independent cave dwellings. Having a personal cave for cultivation means the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceptionally abundant. The efficiency of cultivation would be exponentially enhanced." Upon hearing these words, Yihan felt a stir within. Realizing why Master Lanqing insisted on him utilizing the foundation establishment pill, it was indeed essential to exchange for another cave dwelling, for it possessed such significance. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he feigned indifference and remarked, "Alas, what use is a cave dwelling? Elder 7 has yet to impart any cultivation techniques to me, nor any fundamental methods of practice. All I do in this cave is eat and sleep." Qingxuan, with a tone of regret, responded, "That is truly a lamentable waste. For one must understand that a cave dwelling is equipped with a spirit-gathering array." After contemplating for a moment, Yihan was suddenly struck with inspiration and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, I see you have been cultivating for quite some time. Why not share some of your cultivation techniques with me? In exchange, you may practice within my cave dwelling." Chapter 14. What schemes could such a young child possibly have? Qingxuan was taken aback when Yihan unexpectedly proposed such a suggestion, and he felt a surge of excitement. It is important to note that his slow progress in cultivation was partly due to his lack of innate talent and partly because he had limited resources for training. However, wasn't Yihan a disciple taken under the wing of the seventh elder? Why would he need to convey the methods of cultivation himself? What if he conveyed them poorly and incurred the seventh elder's ire? Yet, to let this opportunity slip away would be a significant loss. But why would Yihan wish to assist him? Were his words genuinely sincere? Although Qingxuan was rather naive, he began to harbor some reservations. Despite his youth, Yihan had learned to read others' intentions from an early age, and he quickly discerned Qingxuan's anxiousness. Realizing that he appeared overly eager, Qingxuan contemplated how to leverage his youthful identity. Yihan, feigning exasperation, remarked, "Brother Zhang, to be honest, my dwelling is situated quite high, and it's quite troublesome for me to ascend. I would appreciate your assistance. As for whether you choose to impart your cultivation techniques or not, that is entirely up to you." Qingxuan was taken aback and curiously inquired, "Your dwelling is too high? What do you mean by that?" He was unaware of Yihan's circumstances, but given Yihan's apparent frustration, he sensed there was more to the story. Yihan promptly responded, "Brother Zhang, just follow me, and you will understand." With that, Yihan led Qingxuan toward his dwelling, all the while complaining, "The seventh elder is truly unreasonable. How am I supposed to get up and down from such a high place?" Qingxuan followed behind Yihan, who was only as tall as his thigh. He felt reassured, pondering that if he could indeed assist Yihan, he would be aligning himself with the seventh elder. In that case, even if he did not earn merit, he would at least be contributing in some way. Moreover, it was unlikely that the seventh elder would provide Yihan with meticulous, step-by-step instruction. Qingxuan was well-versed in the fundamentals of cultivation. His struggles on the 7 Xian peak stemmed from lacking a solid ally and possessing a meager cultivation level, focusing solely on body refinement techniques. As they walked, Yihan inquired, "Brother Zhang, I overheard you say that you are at the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. May I ask how long it took you to reach this level? Though this seemed like an innocent question, it was, in fact, a subtle probe into Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation journey. After all, Yihan had barely touched the surface and had already been sent flying. That speed was far superior to any martial artist he had encountered. Such a level of skill could crush him as effortlessly as squashing an ant. Of course, he could not reveal any flaws that would betray the truth to Zhang Qingxuan, for that would spell disaster for him. Zhang Qingxuan sighed helplessly. As for me, I have been cultivating for 11 years now. Among my fellow apprentices who joined at the same time, some have perished, others have scattered, and only senior sister Ming has become a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing his words, Yihan fell silent. It seemed that the world of cultivators was not as idyllic as he had imagined, and the path of cultivation was far from easy. Of course, if cultivation were truly simple, cultivators would not be so rare. However, he was already envious of the abilities possessed by cultivators. Now that he had entered this realm, he resolved to exert every effort in his pursuit. As they spoke, Yihan brought Zhang Qingxuan to the foot of his cave dwelling. He pointed to the cave situated high on the cliff and said, "Brother Zhang, look at my cave up there. It would be quite a challenge for me to ascend, so I would like to ask for your assistance for a while." Zhang Qingxuan glanced up and immediately recognized the logic in Yihan's statement. After all, he was still a young boy, and climbing the several dozen feet to reach his cave would indeed be quite perilous. A fall from such heights could be fatal. Without hesitation, Zhang Qingxuan replied, "Leave it to me." With that, he reached out and grabbed Yihan by the collar, and with a swift motion, Yihan felt as if he were soaring through the clouds. Zhang Qingxuan lifted him effortlessly to a height of over 10 feet, stepping onto the cliff face with precision. With each step he took, a series of explosive sounds echoed. Crack, crack, crack. In just 3 strides, they arrived at the entrance of Yihan's cave. Yihan, filled with astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, you are truly remarkable, surpassing all the martial arts masters." Zhang Qingxuan scoffed, "What are martial arts masters? Even the most formidable among them are mere ants in the eyes of cultivators." Looking at the cave before them, he asked, "Yi Shidi, is this truly your cave?" Yihan affirmed earnestly, "Indeed it is. If you don't believe me, I can show you inside." He approached the entrance and called out, "Open the door, Niu Min." As he spoke, the cave door slowly creaked open. Witnessing Yihan genuinely open the door to his cave, Zhang Qingxuan's eyes filled with envy. When would he have a cave of his own? Yihan stepped inside and waved to Zhang Qingxuan, saying, "Brother Zhang, come in and have a seat. You've helped me immensely, and I must express my gratitude." Zhang Qingxuan had complete faith in Yihan, sensing that his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he possess a cave dwelling? It was worth noting that even foundation establishment cultivators, while they could have their own caves, had to excavate and construct them themselves. This cave, situated in the heart of the 7 profound peaks, was rich in spiritual energy, though not the absolute best. It was still 7 or 8 times stronger than ordinary locations. It was truly enviable. Perhaps Yihan was indeed exceptionally gifted, which explained why Elder Qi held him in such high regard. One must treat Yihan with a modicum of kindness, seizing this opportunity to secure greater cultivation resources for oneself. If he could catch the eye of the 7th elder, even being accepted as a mere nominal disciple would signify a transformative turn in fortune. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan stepped inside, exclaiming, "What a splendid place! To cultivate here would yield unparalleled progress, akin to consuming a qi refinement pill daily." "Junior brother Yi, your fortune is truly enviable." Yihan, appearing nonchalant, replied, "What is there to envy, senior brother Zhang? You are my only friend on this mountain. As long as you consider me a friend, you are always welcome to cultivate here." He had contemplated this carefully. Although Zhang Qingxuan claimed to be merely a 10th layer qi refinement cultivator, he was still a cultivator within the inner sect of Qingxuan Peak. At the very least, he was an inner disciple. His own so-called status was entirely fabricated, and he was entirely ignorant of the path of cultivation. Without tempting Zhang Qingxuan with this modest advantage, he feared he might never touch the path of cultivation. As for whether Zhang Qingxuan might betray him, he trusted that the latent threat of the 7th elder would deter such treachery. Now, it remained to be seen whether Zhang Qingxuan would agree to his proposition. Chapter 15. The Azure Profound Technique. Yihan sat cross-legged in his practice room, his legs folded and hands resting gently on his knees, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were diligently attempting to cultivate some arcane technique. Yet, his body remained utterly still. After more than an hour had passed, Yihan opened his eyes, revealing a look of disappointment, muttering to himself in despair. What is going on? It has been 3 days, and I still have not sensed the ethereal energy that Zhang Qingxuan spoke of. Indeed, under Yihan's clever persuasion, Zhang Qingxuan had become thoroughly convinced of his identity, believing he had latched onto a significant opportunity, and thus shared everything he knew with Yihan in great detail. In just 2 or 3 days, Yihan had already grasped the situation of the Azure Profound Sect and the circumstances surrounding Qingxuan Peak. However, for him at present, the specifics of the Azure Profound Sect were not of paramount importance. His primary goal was to become a cultivator. Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned a crucial point. Although Yihan resided on Qingxuan Peak, he remained a mere mortal, destined to face disdain from cultivators wherever he went. Even being brought back by the 7th Elder would not afford him respect, as in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. He was nothing more than a mortal, unworthy of a cultivator's regard. Moreover, his connection to the 7th Elder was tenuous at best. The Elder had made it clear that to become a cultivator, he must rely solely on his own efforts. Furthermore, this was not the outer sect mountain peak, where there were stewards to impart foundational knowledge of cultivation to newly initiated disciples. Currently, he could only rely on Zhang Qingxuan to teach him some basic cultivation methods. He had expressed his desire to become a cultivator before meeting the 7th Elder, intending to surprise him. Zhang Qingxuan, without a hint of doubt regarding Yihan, explained that to cultivate, one must first sense the presence of the natural spiritual energy of the universe, known as the Qi perception. Only by perceiving this energy could one activate their techniques, absorb the spiritual essence of the world, strengthen oneself, and wield magical artifacts. In essence, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and possessing magical power constituted the very foundation of a cultivator's existence. In response to Yihan's inquiries, Zhang Qingxuan shared much about cultivators. For instance, to become a cultivator, one must possess a spiritual root. Without it, no matter how intelligent, physically adept, or talented one may be, they cannot hope to attain immortality. The techniques they cultivate require the absorption of spiritual energy, and only a body capable of this absorption can ascend to the status of a cultivator. Zhang Qingxuan regarded Yihan as exceptionally gifted. Otherwise, he would not have been brought to Qingxuan Peak nor granted such a splendid cave dwelling. Every mention of Zhang Qingxuan stirred envy within him. Little did Zhang Qingxuan realize that, as an adult, he was being completely deceived by Yihan, a mere youth. However, Yihan found himself in a predicament. Should he reveal his true circumstances, he feared that even cultivators like Zhang Qingxuan would disregard him entirely. In summary, in pursuit of becoming a cultivator and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Yihan had no choice but to proceed in this manner. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for he had been instilling in Zhang Qingxuan the notion that he might possess extraordinary talent as a cultivator with immense potential. Otherwise, even with the allure of this cave dwelling, Zhang Qingxuan might not have taken notice of him. Yihan contemplated seeking others for assistance. Yet he quickly realized that as a mere mortal who had deceived Zhang Qingxuan, the more individuals he approached, the greater the risk of exposure. Furthermore, not every cultivator was as gullible and eager to help as Zhang Qingxuan. Hence, Yihan decided to remain low-key and focus on his cultivation. Nevertheless, after 3 days of diligently practicing the foundational technique of Jin Ling Gong, as instructed by Zhang Qingxuan, he had made no progress whatsoever, which greatly troubled him. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before Zhang Qingxuan uncovered the truth. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached, and Zhang Qingxuan's voice called from outside. "Yi Shidi, come out for a moment." Hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow, stood up, and stepped outside, greeting Zhang Qingxuan with, "What is it, Zhang Shixiao?" Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized Yihan and inquired, "Have you made any progress, Yi Shidi?" After that, he produced an oiled paper package from his robe, offering him a well-cooked leg of meat, saying, "Don't fret, have something to eat first." It is worth mentioning that as a mortal, Yihan still required sustenance. Despite the mediocre quality of Zhang Qingxuan's cooking, he had been quite generous in providing 3 meals a day. However, Yihan was not one to be picky. Having endured much hardship in Qingniu village, he was accustomed to various flavors. This time, the meat was quite delectable, prompting him to savor it with gusto, while he complained, "Zhang Shixiao, do you think my talent is merely an illusion? Why is it that I experience no reaction while practicing this technique?" Zhang Qingxuan frowned at this remark and replied, "I doubt that is the case. As I mentioned before, I possess the metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots, making the Qingling Gong particularly suitable for me. You may lack the metal spiritual root, which is why I believe you are struggling with this technique. Perhaps you should consider finding an alternative method." Indeed, Zhang Qingxuan had previously warned him that without the metal spiritual root, success in cultivating metal-based techniques would be implausible. Yi Han felt helpless, for aside from Qingling Gong, Zhang Qingxuan had no other foundational techniques to offer. To acquire another, he would need to venture to the outer sect and purchase one. In this world of cultivators, the currency was not the mundane silver and gold, but rather a type of stone infused with the essence of heaven and earth, known as spiritual stones. These stones were categorized based on their spiritual essence content: inferior, middle grade, superior, and exquisite spiritual stones. An inferior spiritual stone was valued at over 1,000 taels of silver, and even then, one might not be able to procure it. With only 10 taels of silver in his pocket, how could Yi Han ever hope to obtain an inferior spiritual stone? This foundational technique requires merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. Where could Yi Han possibly procure such stones? Zhang Qingxuan also lacked spirit stones, having exhausted his supply long ago. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han felt a sense of helplessness. If he truly had not chosen the right technique, he would have to contemplate alternative solutions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yi Han's mind, and he exclaimed, "Of course, Brother Zhang. Elder 7 provided me with a technique to cultivate. Let me show it to you." With that, Yi Han hurried into the storage room. Upon his initial visit to the cave dwelling, he had stored all his belongings there. After a brief search, he retrieved a paper-covered book from his bundle. The title inscribed upon it read Qingxuan Gong. Additionally, he spotted the small stone-like cauldron nearby and casually tucked it into his embrace as he exited. Upon receiving the technique from Yi Han, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? Qingxuan Gong? How do you possess this?" Chapter 16. Wealth should not be exposed. Treasures should not be displayed. Upon witnessing Yi Han produce the Qingxuan Gong, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a flicker of desire. Yi Han, noticing the look in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes, inwardly lamented the need for discretion. Wealth should not be revealed, and treasures should not be showcased. Fortunately, he had mentioned prior that this was bestowed upon him by the 7th Elder. In truth, he had discovered the Qingxuan Gong alongside a mysterious purple in a hidden cave. Also present at that moment were the Qingxuan Ling, worth 20 taels of silver, and a tattered piece of cloth, which he had already given to Mr. Lanqing as compensation. Mr. Lanqing had deemed the Qingxuan Gong unworthy of his attention and returned it to Yi Han, stating that he had no use for such a technique. Yi Han had initially intended to trade the technique for spirit stones or exchange it for another skill if he could not cultivate it himself. However, upon seeing Zhang Qingxuan's expression, he realized that trading it for spirit stones or another technique was likely out of the question. Thus, he feigned indifference and remarked, "Ah, this is from the 7th Elder. Did I not mention it earlier?" Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing this, expressed his astonishment. "So it was the 7th Elder who bestowed this upon you. This is a technique only cultivators of the Qingxuan sect can master. It seems that junior brother Yi has already attained the status of a true disciple." With that, his respect for Yi Han grew. As he compared Yi Han's favorable treatment to his own, feeling as if one existed in the heavens while the other dwelled in the depths. Even before commencing his training, Yi Han had already secured his own cave abode and was in possession of the finest techniques, having been acknowledged as a true disciple. Unbeknownst to Yi Han, the distinction of true disciple meant little to him. He merely sensed that he had inadvertently escalated the situation. He then spoke in a conspiratorial tone, "Brother Zhang, you must keep this matter confidential. The 7th Elder has repeatedly instructed me not to disclose this to anyone. Only you, Brother Zhang, have treated me so well, not only teaching me the techniques, but also bringing me food, which is why I confided in you." Yi Han possessed a remarkable way with words. In Qingniu village, others had to offer food to Mr. Lanqing for the privilege of learning to read and write. His charm had often persuaded Mr. Lanqing to teach him. In moments of hunger, his sweet tongue could entice the village's elders into sharing their food, solely relying on his eloquence. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan relaxed, chuckling as he scratched the back of his head. Look at what you say. I merely lent you a small hand. Perhaps in the future, you may find yourself looking after me. His comments made Yihan feel slightly awkward, for he was acutely aware that Zhang Qingxuan had assisted him primarily to align himself with the esteemed seventh elder. He hadn't anticipated that Yihan would express such gratitude, which left Zhang Qingxuan feeling a tinge of guilt. After all, Yihan was merely a child, while he had been scheming against him. Little did he realize that he had already fallen into the clever machinations of the young boy. Yihan, possessing exceptional insight, quickly grasped Zhang Qingxuan's intentions. Zhang Qingxuan was indeed a good-hearted individual, often regarded as honest in the village, where the cunning would take advantage of such simplicity. It appears that the Sect of Immortality, the Qingxuan sect, has a penchant for bullying the innocent. However, Yihan believes that he is not truly victimizing the naive. He simply finds himself unable to reveal the truth to them. Moreover, Zhang Qingxuan's assistance brings him considerable advantages as well. In the seclusion of his cave dwelling, Yihan had observed Zhang Qingxuan during his cultivation. He noticed a visible swirl of golden light emanating from Zhang, which would then flow into him. Zhang had previously explained that this phenomenon was a manifestation of his absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, primarily of the metal attribute, as he practiced a technique aligned with that element. Yet, Yihan refrained from discussing other matters and instead presented his own technique to Zhang Qingxuan, stating, "Senior brother Zhang, this is the Qingxian skill bestowed upon me by Elder Qi. Could you assist me in examining it?" Zhang Qingxuan hesitated upon receiving the Qingxian skill, responding, "Junior brother Yi, the Qingxian skill is a closely guarded secret of our sect. Are you not concerned about incurring Elder Qi's wrath by showing it to me?" Despite his words, the yearning glimmer in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Yihan quickly retorted, "If neither of us speaks of it, who will ever know? Besides, with your years of cultivation yielding so little progress, it must be a flaw in your technique. Elder Qi is currently unavailable to guide me, and I cannot afford to squander my time here. If you help me, I assure you I will keep it confidential. Trust me." As he spoke, Yihan gazed at Zhang with sincere eyes, appearing harmless and youthful, rendering him difficult to suspect. Zhang Qingxuan eventually relented, saying, "Very well, I shall take a look, though my limited talent may not be of much assistance." Upon taking the skill into his hands, his eyes widened in awe as he became utterly engrossed in the text. Yihan himself had perused the Qingxian skill, yet every attempt left him dizzy and unable to comprehend it, despite his commendable literary skills and the recognition from Master Lan Qing. The intricate descriptions of meridians and the communication with spiritual energy left him bewildered. Prolonged exposure to the text induced a profound sense of vertigo, clearly indicating his inadequacy in understanding it. As he observed Zhang Qingxuan's rapt fascination, Yihan realized that perhaps only a cultivator could truly grasp its essence. He hoped that after Zhang finished, he would provide guidance for his own cultivation. If the Qingxian skill proved ineffective, Yihan would have to contemplate alternative methods. Zhang Qingxuan remained engrossed for several hours, during which Yihan managed to take a brief rest. When he finally called Yihan aside, he advised, "Junior brother Yi, guard this technique closely. It is a method that can lead you to the golden core stage. You must never let anyone discover that you possess it." With a look of disappointment, he continued, "Regrettably, I am unable to cultivate this technique, as it pertains to the wood element, while I am only able to practice metal-based techniques." At this point, he excitedly remarked, "However, I have drawn numerous insights from this practice. Perhaps." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Forget it. I shall explain the technique to you now." He felt that discussing matters that were still in their infancy would serve little purpose, so he resolved to assist Yihan in understanding the technique. Under Zhang Qingxuan's elucidation, Yihan began to voice his myriad questions, for there was much he did not comprehend. Fortunately, although Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation was not particularly high, he had always been diligent in his training and possessed a commendable level of insight, albeit with a rather earnest disposition. Through his explanations, Yihan gradually grasped the reasons behind his pursuit of the Golden Spirit technique. Chapter 17. Am I a talented cultivator? Under the guidance of Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan was enlightened about the essence of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, as well as the concept of the five elements. It is understood that all things in the universe are composed of the five elements, ultimately revealing that everything is an integral part of this elemental composition. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of these 5 elements, augmenting a specific aspect of their own elemental nature. The distinction between those with a spiritual root and those without lies in the chaotic and disordered attributes of the 5 elements within their bodies. Lacking a prominent elemental attribute renders one akin to having no spiritual root. Conversely, those endowed with a spiritual root possess clear attributes, enabling them to cultivate through various means, such as practicing cultivation techniques, absorbing the spiritual essence of nature, and consuming rare herbs to enhance the power of their elemental attributes, which cultivators refer to as magical power or spiritual energy. For instance, the golden spirit technique that Zhang Qingxuan practices is a form of metal-based cultivation. As he cultivates, he enhances the metal attribute of his magical power, allowing him to execute metal-based techniques for offense and defense. However, this serves merely as a rudimentary understanding. The complexities of cultivation far exceed what Yi Han had initially perceived. Zhang Qingxuan, too, lacked exhaustive knowledge on the subject. Yet he understood that his inability to cultivate the golden spirit technique stemmed from the absence of a metal attribute in his spiritual root. Zhang Qingxuan's failure to practice the Azure Profound technique is not due to a lack of wood attribute, but rather the inherent conflict between the 5 elements, where metal restrains wood. Engaging in metal cultivation while attempting to practice wood techniques would create a clash, impeding his advancement. Thus, although he cannot cultivate it, he can still glean profound insights from the technique to enhance his own practice. Over the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Qingxuan dedicated his time to elucidating cultivation techniques and imparting his insights to Yi Han. It is noteworthy that as Zhang Qingxuan articulated his thoughts, he himself experienced particular revelations. After 2 days of instruction, he inquired into Yi Han's comprehension of the Azure Profound technique, and upon confirming Yi Han's understanding, he permitted him to commence his cultivation. Zhang Qingxuan, too, began his own practice, having derived numerous insights from his continuous contemplation of the Azure Profound technique. And he was eager to test these insights in hopes of breaking through his current cultivation bottleneck. Seated in the training chamber, Yi Han endeavored to operate the Azure Profound technique as taught by Zhang Qingxuan. Having never succeeded in cultivation nor sensed the flow of energy before, he could only attempt to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe through sheer will. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in his cave abode was abundant, though subtle. He occasionally sensed a comforting essence permeating his being, a sensation he had never experienced while practicing the golden spirit technique. Though faint, this feeling filled Yi Han with immense excitement, indicating that he may have discovered a cultivation method well suited to his nature. It appears that I possess a wood attribute spiritual root, for this sensation must be what is often referred to as the feeling of qi. With this thought, Yi Han felt a surge of excitement and began to devote himself more diligently to his cultivation. However, it is rather peculiar that despite merely sitting in meditation and engaging in no physical labor, he felt dizzy and unable to continue his practice after less than an hour. Zhang Qingxuan had previously informed him that such a condition arose from his youth, indicating that he could not sustain prolonged cultivation without rest. Feeling utterly fatigued, Yi Han concluded his session and rose to his feet, opening the door to the training room, where he beheld Zhang Qingxuan seated in the hall. Surrounding Zhang Qingxuan were shimmering golden specks of light, gently flowing into his being. Yi Han keenly perceived that these golden points of light were more radiant than those he had observed previously. It seemed, as Zhang Qingxuan had suggested, that his comprehension of the Qingxuan technique was indeed beneficial to his cultivation. Not wishing to disturb Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han retreated to his own chamber to rest. For after more than an hour of practice, his head felt heavy with fatigue. He casually reclined on the stone bed and soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Yi Han envisioned himself as a celestial being capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, clad in magnificent armor, vanquishing the monstrous foe that had once tormented him, who now scurried away in fright, wailing in despair. Unbeknownst to him, as he dreamt, wisps of purple light emanated from his embrace, continually entering his body. Upon awakening, Yi Han savored the remnants of this delightful dream. When he emerged from his chamber, he was astonished to discover that Zhang Qingxuan was still engaged in his cultivation, having practiced for a significantly longer duration than Yi Han. The situation perplexed him. Yet he recalled Zhang Qingxuan's advice to avoid disturbing others during their cultivation, lest it disrupt their mental state and lead to detrimental consequences. Given the assistance Zhang Qingxuan had provided him, Yi Han was determined not to intrude upon his efforts, as he would undoubtedly require further aid in the future. Thus, Yi Han partook of the leftover fruits and a bit of dried meat from the previous day before returning to the training room to cultivate. He seated himself and attempted to circulate the Qingxuan technique. To his astonishment, he found that this session yielded a markedly different result from the previous day. He could distinctly sense the wood attribute spiritual energy within the natural essence of the world. This energy, imbued with vitality and life, enveloped him, and as it coursed through his meridians, he experienced a profound sense of comfort and rejuvenation. The sensation was exquisite, surpassing even the wonders of his dream the night before. He became wholly entranced in his cultivation, relishing the overwhelming comfort that surrounded him, as his entire being basked in a state of delightful euphoria. Zhang Qingxuan had once conveyed to him that the experience of cultivation was extraordinarily pleasurable for practitioners. Thus, many cultivators seclude themselves for rigorous training, which may appear arduous at a glance, yet in reality, it is quite comfortable. Yi Han felt a faint, nearly imperceptible green luminescence gradually pouring into him. Suddenly, he comprehended that this was what Zhang Qingxuan had described. He had stepped into the Qi refinement stage of cultivation. Astonishingly, he had progressed to the Qi refinement stage so swiftly. Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that even those with exceptional talent would typically require 1 to 2 months to transition from nothingness to this stage, and for those lacking such talent, it might take a year and a half with little advancement. Could it be that he truly was a prodigy in the art of cultivation? Chapter 18. The mysterious purple cauldron. Although Yi Han harbored doubts about his own aptitude for cultivation, the rapid progress he experienced overnight struck him as nothing short of miraculous. It seemed as though he had done nothing at all, merely indulging in a beautiful dream that night. Nevertheless, Yi Han devoted himself to absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, for the sensation was indescribably delightful, as if his bodily functions were undergoing continuous transformation, suffused with vitality. Indeed, his advancement was conspicuously evident. During his cultivation the previous day, he had barely practiced for an hour before succumbing to dizziness and fatigue. Yet today, after over 2 hours of cultivation, he only began to feel a profound weariness, a saturation from the influx of spiritual energy. Upon concluding his session and rising to his feet, he sensed a heightened acuity in his vision and other senses. He found it hard to believe such sensations. This tangible outcome of his cultivation was utterly enchanting, bordering on self-admiration. Initially, he had thought his talents were lacking, that the path to becoming a true cultivator was fraught with challenges. Never did he anticipate that he would grasp the concept of spiritual energy so swiftly, as if he had already entered the ranks of Qi refinement practitioners. Lost in the marvel of his internal metamorphosis, he was suddenly jolted by a resounding vibration from outside, as if the entire cave was trembling. Yi Han's expression shifted. What was happening? He hastily opened the secret door of the training room, only to behold Zhang Qingxuan, his entire form aglow with golden specks, trembling with excitement. With an exuberant visage, Zhang Qingxuan, upon noticing Yi Han's emergence, took a deep breath and, as if channeling his energy, the golden particles gradually converged. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi, do you know? I have finally broken through. I have ascended to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. This is splendid." His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he continued, "It has been more than a year, a full year grappling with this bottleneck." Witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's elation, Yi Han sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations, senior brother Zhang. It is truly wonderful to see your cultivation progress." On one hand, he genuinely rejoiced for Zhang Qingxuan, while on the other, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his own cultivation, which further elevated his spirits. Zhang Qingxuan, brimming with excitement, added, "This is largely thanks to your assistance, junior brother Yi. If you hadn't shown me the Qingxuan technique and lent me your cave for cultivation, I could not have progressed so swiftly." In that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Yi Han. "Wait, junior brother Yi, you have already reached the Qi refinement stage?" His gaze widened, carefully appraising Yi Han from head to toe. Indeed, Yi Han, once an ordinary mortal devoid of any spiritual power, now emanated a faint aura of energy, albeit weak, suggesting he had attained the first layer of Qi refinement. This revelation astounded Zhang Qingxuan, for it indicated that Yi Han possessed a remarkable innate talent, able to comprehend the essence of spirituality in a mere few days and even ascend to the first layer of qi refinement. Such talent is truly astonishing. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes were filled with amazement. It took him more than 2 months of training to grasp the sensation of qi and over 4 months to advance to the first layer of qi refinement. Yet, Yi Han astonishingly comprehended the essence of qi and progressed to the first layer of qi refinement within a mere day. Such innate ability is undeniably enviable. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan sighed and remarked to Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, your talent is simply remarkable. It is no wonder that you have made such rapid progress upon discovering the right cultivation method, and that you have been accepted as a true disciple, receiving such high regard from Elder 7. In his perspective, Yi Han's admission to the 7 Xian Peak at such a young age, along with the cave bestowed upon him by Elder 7, was undoubtedly due to his exceptional talent, meriting such preferential treatment. This kind of aptitude cannot be envied. Although he had progressed to the 11th layer of qi refinement, the disparity between him and Yi Han felt like a gulf between heaven and earth. It would not be long before Yi Han surpassed him. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han nonchalantly replied, "Senior brother Zhang, you flatter me too much. I am merely experiencing an unexpected acceleration in my cultivation, perhaps due to your excellent guidance." However, deep down, Yi Han felt uncertain. He too could not comprehend why his progress was so swift. Was it truly due to his remarkable talent? Absolutely not. Why did he assert this? When Yi Han arrived at the Qingxuan sect with the Qingxuan token, the sect had assessed his innate abilities. The results indicated that his talent was mediocre, leading the elders to regard him unfavorably. If his talent were indeed exceptional, the elders and the sect leader would not have been so hesitant, reluctant to allow him to cultivate on their mountain peak. Thus, Yi Han understood that his rapid advancement was certainly not a matter of talent, nor could it solely be attributed to the abundance of spiritual energy in this cave. What, then, was the reason? He could not articulate it at that moment. Yet, he would not disclose this uncertainty to Zhang Qingxuan, who firmly believed that his swift progress was due to innate talent. Revealing his doubts would mean divulging certain secrets. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yi Han instinctively touched his abdomen and suddenly felt a bulging object within. A peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the odd little cauldron was the reason for his accelerated cultivation? Contemplating this, Yi Han felt increasingly convinced that this strange little cauldron was indeed the source of his rapid progress. Thus, Yi Han turned to Zhang Qingxuan once more, saying, "Senior brother Zhang, I am feeling a bit hungry. Would you kindly help me find something to eat?" Having only consumed a small amount in the morning and practicing for over 2 hours, he was indeed feeling somewhat peckish. Given that Yi Han had no cultivation previously, navigating the cliffs had proven quite inconvenient. Zhang Qingxuan had been responsible for all his meals during this time. Another reason was that Yi Han wished to divert Zhang Qingxuan's attention to ascertain whether it was indeed the cauldron that influenced his sudden advancement. Without overthinking, Zhang Qingxuan promptly replied, "All right, Yi Shidi, please wait a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat right away." With that, he immediately exited the cave dwelling. Watching Zhang Qingxuan depart, Yi Han closed the cave door and became more vigilant. He slipped into his room and retrieved the small, stone-like cauldron. As soon as he took it out, he realized that his rapid progress in cultivation was most likely due to this miraculous little cauldron. Indeed, this cauldron was now markedly different from what it had been before. Chapter 19. The true identity of Yi Han. As Yi Han produced the peculiar small cauldron, it transformed from a dull, stone-like appearance into a resplendent hue reminiscent of purple jade, exuding an ethereal brilliance that was undeniably extraordinary. No longer did it resemble an inconspicuous rock. With widened eyes, Yi Han pondered aloud, "What is the meaning of this? How has this cauldron reverted to its previous form? What could have caused this sudden restoration?" Indeed, Yi Han was filled with curiosity. He vividly recalled discovering this purple cauldron in that strange cave, its color strikingly similar to what he witnessed now. Following a disturbing encounter with a creature, the cauldron had inexplicably transformed into an unremarkable stone, remaining concealed in his possession. Even Mr. Lanqing had seen this small cauldron, mistaking it for an ordinary object due to its appearance, and thus did not claim it. Yesterday, while retrieving the Qingxian Gong manual, he had casually placed the cauldron in his bosom. He distinctly remembered it resembling a mere stone at that time, Yet now, it had reverted to its purple jade-like allure. Contemplating this, he surmised that his rapid advancement in cultivation might indeed be linked to this cauldron. However, he understood the wisdom in keeping treasures hidden and not revealing their worth. Although he remained uncertain of the cauldron's utility, its connection to the Qingxuan order, the Qingxuan gong, and that enigmatic fabric suggested it was anything but a trivial artifact. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan felt it prudent to conceal the cauldron, stowing it away in a corner beneath his bed, where it would be all but invisible to the untrained eye. He resolved to inquire with Zhang Qingxuan about any items in the cultivation realm that might expedite a practitioner's training. After securing the purple cauldron, Yihan ventured outside, settling into the hall to await Zhang Qingxuan's return with a sense of calm. He had numerous questions for Zhang Qingxuan, as well as a desire to learn some celestial techniques. After approximately half an hour of waiting, as impatience began to creep in, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion outside. His hearing, sharpened from his recent training, allowed him to discern the voices of Zhang Qingxuan conversing with several unfamiliar individuals. "What do you want from me?" "Brother Zhang, I've noticed your frequent visits to this area lately. Whose cave is this?" "This is none of your concern, is it?" "How can it not be?" "Brother Zhang, now that you've broken through your bottleneck, why not offer us some guidance?" "What guidance?" "I am merely engaged in arduous cultivation. You've been visiting this cave consistently. Don't you wish to provide us with some explanation?" Listening to the exchange outside, it was evident that a group of individuals was attempting to bully the earnest Zhang Qingxuan. "Open the door," Yihan murmured softly. Instantly, the entrance to the cave swung open. Before Zhang Qingxuan stood three individuals, one tall and slender, another of medium stature, and the last somewhat portly. They appeared to be around the same age, approximately 16 or 17, significantly younger than Zhang Qingxuan, yet their tone when addressing him was anything but courteous. Upon the emergence of Yihan, astonishment etched across their faces. They had not anticipated the presence of a mere child, seemingly harmless and wearing a cheerful smile. Yihan, gazing at Zhang Qingxuan, remarked, "Brother Zhang, you have returned. Please, come inside." He then turned to the others, inquiring, "May I ask who these esteemed brothers are?" Zhang Qingxuan frowned slightly and introduced, "Junior Brother Yi. These three are disciples of Master Lu, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai." He gestured towards Yihan, intending to elaborate. However, before he could finish, Yihan interjected, "I am merely an ordinary disciple. Greetings to you, esteemed brothers." With that, he winked at Zhang Qingxuan, signaling a desire to keep his identity a secret. In truth, Yihan was concerned that Zhang Qingxuan, known for his candor, might inadvertently reveal his identity as a disciple of the seventh elder. Should this information reach the seventh elder's ears, it would be uncertain how he would react. Moreover, with no means of self-defense at present, maintaining a low profile was paramount. Realizing the implication, Zhang Qingxuan quickly replied, "Ah, I understand now. This is Junior Brother Yihan, the master of this cave." His tone had shifted noticeably. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. As disciples of foundational stage cultivators, they had never encountered anyone residing in the cave, and the notion that this young child could possess such a domain was perplexing. Nonetheless, they recognized Zhang Qingxuan's integrity. He would not easily deceive them. Furthermore, it was inconceivable that a cultivator would casually allow others into their sanctuary. Zhang Sanlei immediately inquired, "Brother, when did you arrive? I've never seen you before." His eyes were filled with curiosity, recalling that the cave had remained unoccupied until now. While Zhang Qingxuan had recently achieved a breakthrough and formed a friendship with such a young individual, clearly, there were secrets afoot. As for who Yihan truly was, they dared not offend him lightly. After all, at such a tender age, possessing a cave was no trivial matter. Despite his apparent lack of cultivation prowess, it was worth remembering that they, too, had once been at a similar stage and lacked a cave of their own. Yihan, feigning innocence, replied, "I've been here for a few days. If you haven't seen me, it's likely because I hadn't seen you before either." Hearing Yihan's seemingly evasive response, Zhang Sanlei furrowed his brow and, maintaining a facade of enthusiasm, asked, "Brother Yi, is this cave truly yours?" Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai gazed at Yihan with a peculiar expression. They were astounded by Zhang Qingxuan's obsequiousness towards Yihan, especially considering his possession of a cave dwelling, which surely indicated an extraordinary status. Such a person was not to be trifled with. and they regarded Yi Han with a blend of admiration and skepticism. Although Yi Han was quite young, he had long been accustomed to the cold stares of others, and his ability to attract wealth had become second nature to him. He discerned that the relationship between these three individuals and Zhang Qingxuan was not as amicable as it appeared. In fact, the trio seemed to leverage their status to assert dominance over Zhang Qingxuan. Thus, he remarked, "This is not my cave dwelling. It is merely a temporary arrangement granted by the Peak Master." After saying this, he turned to Zhang Qingxuan and said, "Senior brother Zhang, I am quite famished. Let us enter." With that, he took the initiative to lead Zhang Qingxuan inside. Zhang Sanlei promptly followed, exclaiming, "Junior brother Yi, may we enter your cave dwelling?" "Absolutely not." A chorus of voices interrupted him before he could finish, and the heavy doors of the cave dwelling were shut with a definitive thud. The sound echoed as Zhang Sanlei and his companions stared at the firmly closed entrance, their brows furrowed in discontent. How audacious of Yi Han to dismiss them so disdainfully, denying them entry. Yet, who exactly was Yi Han? What was the reason behind Zhang Qingxuan's extraordinary deference towards him? Chapter 20. The True Situation of Yi Han. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances outside the door, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes, their indignation palpable. Ordinarily, their cultivation levels were comparable, and when combined, they could execute a formation together. Although Zhang Qingxuan possessed slightly higher cultivation, he was not a match for their united front. However, upon encountering Zhang Qingxuan this time, they were astounded to discover that he had unexpectedly broken through the bottleneck of his cultivation and ascended to the 11th level of the Qi refinement stage. It is well understood that while it is not overly challenging for inner sect disciples to break through to the 10th level of Qi refinement, ascending to the 11th level requires a combination of fortuitous circumstances, innate talent, and the assistance of rare spiritual herbs and elixirs. Typically, such a breakthrough is exceedingly difficult. The 11th level of Qi refinement is regarded as one of the particularly challenging realms to surpass for cultivators at this stage. Moreover, if Zhang Qingxuan did not attain the 11th level within 2 months, he would be expelled from the mountain and relegated to the position of an external disciple of the Qingxian sect. The so-called external disciples are responsible for various secular enterprises or those related to cultivators. It is widely acknowledged that once one becomes an external disciple, the prospect of continuing to cultivate towards immortality becomes virtually impossible, for the outside world lacks the abundant spiritual energy and resources available within the inner sect, as well as the guidance of higher-level cultivators. However, it was indeed peculiar that Zhang Qingxuan managed to break through to the 11th level at such a critical juncture. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai sensed something amiss. They were aware that Zhang Qingxuan's resources had long been depleted during his previous attempts to reach the 11th level, and he owed the sect certain resources. Thus, he had no elixirs or similar aids to facilitate his breakthrough. Driven by curiosity, they stealthily followed Zhang Qingxuan and discovered that he was clandestinely making his way towards a secluded area of caves. Upon arriving at the entrance of one such cave, they could not refrain from confronting him. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan remained silent, unexpectedly encountering the unassuming Yi Han. Initially, they intended to inquire further, but Yi Han revealed nothing and simply closed the cave door, leaving them with nothing but disappointment. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai stood at the cave's entrance, their expressions grim. However, having spent considerable time within the Qingxian sect, they understood that any cultivator possessing a cave abode, regardless of how it was acquired, could not be an ordinary practitioner. Furthermore, the unfamiliar Yi Han, despite his youth, was particularly intriguing. It was evident that Zhang Qingxuan was quite deferential towards Yi Han. After all, Zhang Qingxuan was known for his straightforwardness. For him to exhibit such deference suggested that Yi Han was indeed extraordinary. The three exchanged uneasy glances, and Zhang Sanlei could not help but exclaim, "Fellow disciples, what exactly is the background of this Yi Han? How could he possibly possess a cave abode?" Li Zongqing pondered for a moment and remarked, "I recall that this cave dwelling has been abandoned for quite some time. However, I know that it belongs to the master of our 7 profound peak. It is astonishing that this Yi Han is utilizing this cave. Surely it must have been granted to him by Elder Qi." Wang Fulai, with a countenance filled with envy and resentment, exclaimed, "Damn it, who exactly is this Yi Han? We can only occasionally make use of our master's cave, Yet Zhang Qingxuan must have ingratiated himself with Yi Han, which is why he has ascended to the 11th level of Qi refinement in such a short time. The three of them, despite having a master, had to exert considerable effort to be accepted by a foundation-building cultivator as their mentor. They spent their days attending to their master's needs, and only after serving him could they receive a modest reward, allowing them to cultivate for a day or two within the cave. They fully experienced the abundant spiritual energy within the cave, which was strikingly superior to that found outside. The spiritual energy in a typical government cave was several times richer than that in the outside world. Given that Yi Han's cave is located in the heart of 7 Profound Peak, the richness of its spiritual energy could very well surpass that of their own master's cave. No wonder Zhang Qingxuan advanced to the 11th level of Qi refinement so swiftly. Truly, Zhang Qingxuan has stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Nevertheless, despite their indignation and jealousy, they dared not act rashly until they uncovered Yi Han's true identity. After conversing for a while, they realized that neither Zhang Qingxuan nor Yi Han would emerge from the cave anytime soon. Zhang Sanlei, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, "Let us depart. Master has entrusted us with numerous tasks." "Indeed, let us go," the other two echoed, turning to leave. As they walked away, each was lost in thought, speculating on the origins of Yi Han, who possessed the cave of Elder Qi. Having descended the cliff and walked a short distance, a commanding and cold voice suddenly called out, "You three, halt." Startled, the trio displayed expressions of displeasure. Although their status at 7 Profound Peak was not high, their master's presence and their combined formation made them formidable against anyone below the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yet, sensing something amiss in the tone of the voice, they realized it belonged to an elderly figure whose voice seemed somewhat familiar. They stood still, scanning their surroundings, but failing to locate the source. Clearly, the individual was not present. The ability to transmit sound using spiritual power while remaining hidden indicated that this cultivator's prowess was undoubtedly remarkable, at least that of a foundation-building practitioner. Having traversed the cultivation world for some time, the three were well aware of whom they could provoke and whom they must avoid. They could not afford to offend anyone whose cultivation surpassed their own. Moreover, in the realm of 7 Profound Peak, it was undoubtedly a high-ranking elder who was in charge. Zhang Sanlei promptly replied with respect, "May I inquire who the esteemed elder is? What business do you have with us?" The other party coldly remarked, "You need not concern yourselves with my identity. There is a task I require you to undertake, and should you execute it well, I shall reward you handsomely." As his voice faded, whoosh, a small bundle descended from the heavens, landing before them and unfolding to reveal 3 daggers that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Upon seeing the daggers within the bundle, the eyes of the 3 men brightened, and they inhaled sharply. They gazed at the daggers before them in astonishment. "Are these magical artifacts?" The other continued, "The task I require of you is quite simple. Promote the true circumstances of this Yi Han. Ensure he does not continue to live so leisurely at the 7 mysterious peaks." His voice was laced with detachment, tinged with a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai's expressions shifted dramatically. The true circumstances of Yi Han. Was there anything particularly noteworthy about that? And given the other party's lavish generosity, presenting them with 3 magical artifacts, this was certainly worth a significant number of spirit stones. Chapter 21: The Revenge of the 5 Elders. Indeed, in the realm of cultivators, the equipment and weapons employed can be driven by magical energy. Furthermore, acquiring these specialized tools and weapons for practitioners necessitates a unique forging method, rendering them exceedingly valuable. The 3 daggers before them, for instance, are treasures worth dozens of low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai gazed upon these items, their hearts stirred with desire. As inner disciples, their earnings from a month of menial tasks or missions scarcely amounted to a meager 10 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, they had to procure medicinal pills and utilize spirit stones for cultivation, leaving them with barely enough for personal use, let alone the means to purchase magical artifacts. The adversary had presented them with 3 magical tools, albeit not from an ordinary master. Even their foundational stage master could not provide them with such exquisite items. Yet, the proposition to publicize Yi Han's true circumstances while dealing with him left them perplexed. What exactly was Yi Han's true identity? This inquiry held significant weight, for they currently found Yi Han within the lair of the 7th Elder. How could such a lowly cultivator gain access to the seventh elder's abode? Thus, they dared not ascertain Yuan's status. Nevertheless, the conditions presented were undeniably enticing. The three exchanged glances, and ultimately, the other two turned their eyes toward Zhang Sanlei, awaiting his decision. After all, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai had always heeded Zhang Sanlei's judgment. Sensing their gaze, Zhang Sanlei clenched his jaw and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, what exactly is Yuan's background? How did he come to be in the seventh elder's cave?" While the enchanting allure of the magical artifacts was undeniable, offending the seventh elder was not a trivial matter, especially since they belonged to the Seven Xian Peak. Should they be discovered meddling with the seventh elderess affairs, they would not merely be risking their lives. They would find themselves expelled from the mountain before Zhang Qingxuan even had the chance to descend as an external disciple. Thus, he dared not agree lightly without clarifying the situation. After a moment of silence, the enigmatic figure scoffed, "Humph, you overthink matters. He has no ties to the seventh elder. He merely possesses good fortune, relying on his ancestral alliance seal to obtain a Qingxian order, thus becoming an inner disciple of our Qingxian sect, along with a foundational pill. That cave was a trade he made with the seventh elder in exchange for the foundational pill." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged astonished glances, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. Did they truly hear correctly? That fellow actually possessed a Qingxian order and a foundational pill? He had exchanged the cave with the seventh elder for the foundational pill? Such a fantastical occurrence left them envious and filled with a sense of jealousy. It was utterly astonishing. They nearly doubted their own ears. Zhang Sanlei could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed elder, are you attempting to deceive us?" The other party responded coldly, "With my status, would I need to deceive mere juniors such as yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged uneasy glances, their minds filled with perplexity. If this individual truly held a high position, was it necessary to target a mere child like Yuan? Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, for it was evident that this person harbored considerable resentment towards Yuan and even intended to manipulate them against him. Clearly, this so-called elder was not a benevolent figure. Offending him would bode ill for the three of them. Thus, Zhang Sanlei gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, I shall comply with your request. However, if anything occurs, where might we seek you out?" They were not cowards, after all, and they harbored a certain disdain for the insufferable Yuan, who, despite his tender years and meager cultivation, resided in such a splendid cave dwelling. They themselves had yet to acquire a cave of their own. If the elder's claims were to be believed, Yuan had merely obtained a foundational elixir through the Qingxian token and exchanged it with Elder Qi for this cave. In that case, Elder Qi had no real connection to Yuan, and targeting him would not incur Elder Qi's wrath. Moreover, the elder had not demanded immediate action against Yuan. They could investigate the situation further before proceeding, allowing Yuan ample time. However, the elder remained elusive, evidently unwilling to reveal his identity. On another note, given that he was present in the core region of the Qingxian sect, he could not possibly be an outsider. After all, the Qingxian sect was fortified with arrays and restrictions. It would be impossible for outsiders to infiltrate quietly unless they were at the nascent soul stage. Yet, it seemed wholly unnecessary for a practitioner of that caliber to concern himself with a being as inconsequential as Yuan. Thus, the likelihood that this formidable figure was an elder was quite high. The elder coldly remarked, "If you cannot manage such a trivial task, what claim do you have to be called cultivators?" At this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai were momentarily taken aback, but they resolved to act. Indeed, it was merely a minor nuisance in the form of Yuan, accompanied by a certain Zhang Qingxuan. What was there to fear? At most, they could enlist the aid of their master. Very well, leave this matter to us, esteemed elder. The trio finally steeled their resolve and agreed to the task. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak 1,000 feet away, Elder Wu sat cross-legged upon a large stone, eyes closed in serene meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a glint of disdain as he muttered to himself, "Humph, a mere mortal dares to scheme against me." With that, he vanished from the stone in an instant. Under normal circumstances, how could a formidable practitioner at the Golden Core stage deign to concern himself with a lowly mortal? However, upon his return, he found himself pondering the situation with a sense of unease. There was something peculiar about that wretched Yuan, a mere child yet cunning beyond measure, as if he had orchestrated a scheme against him. Moreover, that infuriating seventh elder, that contemptible old fool, showed him no respect and dared to contest him over the foundation establishment pills. To add insult to injury, he had even gifted his own idol cave dwelling to Yuan, clearly opposing him out of fear that his own grandson would ascend to the foundation establishment stage and surpass his disciples. By chance, he encountered Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, three individuals who were evidently envious by nature, and he was certain they could easily uncover the truth regarding Yuan's circumstances. Thus, he instructed them to disseminate the true nature of Yuan's situation in their dreams. After that, he would not need to confront Yuan personally. Many disciples under his command would certainly covet Yuan's cave dwelling and would contrive various schemes against that little brat. In due course, he would relish witnessing how Yuan met his demise. Let him learn that offending high-ranking cultivators is not a matter to be trifled with by mere mortals. Chapter 22. The Art of Body Refinement. Within the cave, Yuan indulged in the delectable meat jerky, savoring it with mouthfuls of fruit, the flavors bursting forth. It must be said that Zhang Qingxuan had truly put great thought into his provisions, for the delicacies he brought were of an extraordinary caliber, far from what one might encounter in ordinary places. To speak candidly, in the brief span of these few days at Qingxuan Peak, Yuan had feasted upon more exquisite treats than he had in a lifetime at Qingniu village. However, Yuan was not one to be consumed by gluttony. After satisfying himself to a considerable extent, he diligently stored away the remaining fruit and jerky. Having grown accustomed to hardship, he could never bring himself to consume all the good things at once, for in his view, it was always prudent to keep a reserve, ensuring a calm heart. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan observed him with a peculiar expression, as if he were on the verge of speaking but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Noticing Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor, Yuan took the initiative to inquire, "Brother Zhang, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? We are close enough for you to speak freely." He discerned that Zhang Qingxuan likely wanted to share something regarding the individuals they had encountered, for those three were not virtuous souls. Despite his youth, Yuan had endured many of life's tribulations, rendering him far more mature than his peers, almost indistinguishable from adults, save for matters of romance. Furthermore, he possessed remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, Master Lanqing would not have made an exception to teach him the arts of scholarship. With a few well-chosen words, he bridged the gap with Zhang Qingxuan, fostering an increasing trust between them. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan finally spoke, "Junior brother Yi, although you are a disciple of the seventh elder, you must understand that in the realm of cultivators, power reigns supreme. Even with a solid backing, should you encounter a practitioner of superior cultivation, it is wise to tread cautiously, for they may strike from the shadows." Pausing, he noted Yuan's seemingly indifferent expression and, with a serious tone, continued, "Junior brother Yi, I am not jesting. The trio I encountered earlier, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, do not be deceived by their slightly inferior cultivation. Their methods are exceptionally ruthless. If they set their sights on you, it could spell trouble." With a sense of gravity, Zhang Qingxuan added, "I must caution you. In our world of cultivators, one must remain vigilant against others, yet never harbor malicious intent oneself." Yuan scoffed inwardly at this notion of vigilance and malice, pondering that it was wise to preemptively strike against any who would threaten him. However, he maintained a facade of innocence, replying, "Brother Zhang, I understand. Thank you for your counsel. I shall remember your words." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan felt a sense of relief, remarking, "As long as you remember, my efforts shall not be in vain." Yuan continued, "By the way, Brother Zhang, are there not also mystical techniques and spells that cultivators practice? Do you have any insights to share? Could you teach me?" For quite some time, he had been eager to inquire about this matter with Zhang Qingxuan. Observing the cultivators soaring through the air and witnessing the fierce combat techniques of the celestial maiden against the monstrous foe, he discerned that their prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of typical martial arts masters. Now that he had acquired a modicum of magical power, he fancied himself a cultivator, believing he should be able to practice the arts of immortality. However, Zhang Qingxuan replied, "Junior brother Yi, your current practice revolves around wood-based cultivation techniques, of which I possess none to teach you." He paused briefly before continuing, "Nonetheless, wood spells are quite commonplace. Once I receive my salary next month, I shall procure a manual for you. However, I must advise you that, given your present cultivation level, you remain far from capable of wielding spells. You will need to reach at least the mid-stage of Qi refinement to proceed. He elucidated further, as cultivators, we require sufficient magical energy to perform spells. Without it, one cannot activate any incantations. To illustrate, it would be like attempting to lift a bucket of water with insufficient strength. Only through rigorous training can you develop the necessary power to accomplish such a feat. I hope my words resonate with you. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan regarded Yi Han, hoping he would grasp the essence of his message, not out of reluctance to teach. Yi Han, being exceptionally astute, indeed comprehended that his low cultivation rendered any spells learned nearly futile, leading to a sense of disappointment. It was evident that he must elevate his cultivation to a higher level. Thus, he responded, I understand, Brother Zhang. I shall devote myself to my training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan nodded, suddenly recalling something important, and exclaimed, Ah, right. Junior Brother Yi, although you cannot practice spells yet, you can commence training in body refinement techniques. Yi Han felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, What are body refinement techniques? Zhang Qingxuan abruptly rose, exerting force with both hands, causing his exaggerated muscles to swell, gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The presence he emanated filled Yi Han with awe. This Zhang Qingxuan was more formidable than any martial artist he had ever encountered. With such immense physique, even 100 of his own would stand no chance. Suddenly, he grasped Zhang Qingxuan's intent. Body refinement techniques were indeed spells aimed at strengthening the physical form. During his time in Qingniu village, he had often trained to enhance his strength and endurance, ensuring he wouldn't be easily bullied. However, his youth had limited the effectiveness of his training, though he was still stronger than most of his peers, as none in the village dared to challenge him. Of course, his eloquence and aversion to conflict also played a significant role in this regard. Zhang Qingxuan then spoke. You can now witness the art of physical cultivation, which is the practice of strengthening our corporeal forms through the application of magical prowess. This endeavor not only enhances our strength, but also fortifies our defenses. Do not underestimate the significance of the physical body. Many novice cultivators neglect this aspect. When faced with actual combat, should one's magical energy be depleted, we can still rely on our physical capabilities. Furthermore, during moments of stagnation in our cultivation, a resilient body can endure greater magical shocks. In summary, the cultivation of the physical body is paramount. The earlier a cultivator begins, the better. There are only benefits to be gained, and no detriments. Moreover, Junior Brother Yi, considering your limited time for cultivation and inability to engage in other activities, it is most advantageous for you to dedicate time to physical training. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han immediately replied, Brother Zhang, please, teach me the methods of physical cultivation. Finally, he had the opportunity to practice a form of magic, albeit one focused on physicality, which filled him with immense excitement. After all, who does not wish to grow stronger? Chapter 23, Blood Refinement Technique. At the mist-enshrouded Qingxuan Peak, in a secluded grove, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai sat amidst the trees, indulging in food while casting cautious glances around and engaging in hushed conversation. Junior Brother Li, have you gathered any news? Li Zongqing inquired. It seems that Yi Han is indeed, as the senior said. Yes, I have also heard similar reports. Huh. Zhang Qingxuan has foolishly latched onto him, Wang Fulai chuckled. Indeed. As they conversed, a rustle in the leaves heralded the arrival of Zhang Sanlei, who emerged from the thicket. Approaching the duo, he asked, Have you uncovered any news? I have, Zhang Sanlei replied, his tone laced with envy. That detestable Yi Han is indeed here at our Qingxuan sect with the Qingxian token, having exchanged a foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling with Elder 7. His voice dripped with disdain as he continued. Yi Han's luck seems excessively favorable, relying on his ancestral legacy to acquire such a token. How infuriating! Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring Zhang Sanlei's jealousy. We have heard this as well. It appears the news is true, they concurred. Indeed, Yi Han's fortune is remarkable, Wang Fulai added, scorn evident in his tone. To acquire a cave dwelling purely by luck is utterly absurd. However, that insufferable Zhang Qingxuan has managed to attach himself to Yi Han. It seems he has truly struck gold. There will come a time for retribution. As the two lamented, Zhang Sanlei interjected, seemingly unfazed by their sentiments. But have you heard about another piece of news? Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai exchanged a curious glance. What news? Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Zhang Sanlei surveyed the surroundings. Are you aware that Yi Han's acquisition of that cave dwelling was not without contention? The fifth elder of the Five Elements Peak and our seventh elder had a dispute over Yi Han's foundation establishment pill. His voice took on a sinister edge as he elaborated. Ultimately, the seventh elder traded the cave dwelling for the pill. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai felt a stirring in their hearts and responded eagerly. Zhang Shixiao, are you suggesting that the one who prompted us to take action was that individual? They dared not utter the fifth elder's name, wary of eavesdroppers, for he stood in stark contrast to the reclusive seventh elder, who rarely intervened in matters. The fifth elder, however, wielded substantial authority, commanding a multitude of disciples and presiding over the Five Elements Peak. If a conflict arose between the two elders due to Yi Han's foundation establishment pill, the implication of their involvement in confronting Yi Han would indeed signal the involvement of the fifth elder. The three individuals dared not speak further, yet they felt considerably reassured. According to the intelligence they had gathered, if the one who would take action was the fifth elder, then regardless of the outcome, as long as they could eventually locate him, any issues that arose could be downplayed. Major troubles could be transformed into minor inconveniences. The trio exchanged glances, and Li Zongqing inquired, Brother Zhang, is what you've discovered accurate? However, he had not managed to extract this information from Wang Fulai. Thus, he sought confirmation on the veracity of the matter. After all, should they err, it could lead to severe consequences, particularly incurring the wrath of the seventh elder. No, both the seventh and fifth elders were figures they could not afford to offend. Zhang Sanlei confidently replied, Rest assured, I have personally visited the Five Elements Peak and inquired with several senior brothers. Indeed, this matter is true. That individual is preparing a foundational pill for his own grandson. You mentioned the seventh elder's unwelcome interference, and that fellow Yi Han seems quite oblivious. Upon hearing this, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai's expressions relaxed significantly. It appeared that this situation indeed held great potential, as they were not merely contending with Yi Han. If they could secure an alliance with the fifth elder, their prospects within the Qingxuan sect would undoubtedly expand. Moreover, as the fifth elder oversaw matters concerning the disciples, even if they could not reap immense benefits, they could still gain some assistance through this connection. Of course, the prerequisite was to handle this situation adeptly. Consequently, Wang Fulai promptly stated, Then, esteemed brothers, we must indeed approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Do you have any strategies in mind? I shall heed your guidance. Zhang Sanlei, brimming with eagerness, declared, My plan is straightforward. First, we shall publicize Yi Han's true circumstances within the sect, inciting others to confront him. We shall test whether Yi Han truly lacks support and observe the seventh elder's reaction. The three conspired quietly in the woods, meticulously devising their strategies against Yi Han. In Yi Han's cave dwelling, within the training chamber, he stood bare-chested, his legs positioned in a horse stance, arms raised above his head, as if bearing an immense weight. He descended slowly, his movements extremely deliberate, as though 1,000 pounds rested upon him. Upon closer inspection, with each gradual squat, his veins bulged, his complexion flushed, as if his vital energy were accumulating. His hands and feet gently embraced the air, while his muscles subtly rippled. Yi Han felt an overwhelming fatigue. Nevertheless, after completing a squat, he gritted his teeth and murmured, 51. This was the body refinement technique taught to him by Brother Zhang Qingxuan, known as blood refinement technique. As the name implies, it is a method that harnesses vital energy to enhance physical strength. It is worth noting that this technique was not originally part of the Qingxuan Sect's teachings. Rather, Zhang Qingxuan had fortuitously acquired it from an ancient relic at a cultivator's stall. The cultivation of this particular technique remarkably enhances the physical body. Prior to reaching 80% of the Qi refinement stage, Zhang Qingxuan was frequently subjected to humiliation by the disciples within the sect. However, since he began practicing this blood refinement technique, his physique has become incredibly robust, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners at the same level. He is simply of a kind and honest disposition, rarely instigating conflicts with others. Regrettably, this blood refinement technique is incomplete, containing only the first 2 layers of the practice. Nonetheless, it significantly augments the physical training of practitioners, serving as Zhang Qingxuan's greatest asset. He has now imparted it entirely to Yihan, who is currently engaged in the practice of the first layer and is barely managing to cultivate it. Yet, after performing 5,100-pound lifts, he appeared as though he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat. He sat down to catch his breath, panting heavily on the ground. It seems that cultivation is not as effortless as one might presume. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's voice called out from outside, sounding rather urgent. Yihan stepped out and noticed that Zhang Qingxuan's expression was far from pleasant. Curiously, he inquired, "What is it, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Qingxuan furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Yihan, saying, "Yi Shidi, be honest with me. Are you truly the disciple of Elder 7? Chapter 24. Shared Honor and Dishonor. Stakeholders. Upon hearing these words, Yihan's gaze shifted towards Zhang Qingxuan, whose face was etched with anxiety, interlaced with concern and a hint of reluctance. His emotions were evidently intricate. Yihan, being astute for his age, quickly surmised that Zhang Qingxuan might have gleaned some information about him. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question regarding whether he was truly the disciple of the 7th Elder. Fortunately, Yihan had never explicitly claimed to be the disciple of the 7th Elder. It was merely his subtle guidance that led Zhang Qingxuan to entertain such thoughts. Now, with Zhang Qingxuan's sudden inquiry into his status as a disciple, it was evident that he had likely heard something, especially since he had returned from the outside world when he posed the question. Through his keen observation, Yihan fully comprehended Zhang Qingxuan's thoughts. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and retorted, "Brother Zhang, does it truly matter to you whether I am the disciple of the 7th Elder?" Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing Yihan's words, regarded him with a peculiar expression, his brow slightly furrowed. The question of Yihan's status as the 7th Elder's disciple was indeed significant, as it pertained to the crucial matter of whether Yihan had a formidable backing. His inclination to befriend Yihan, even to the extent of seeking his favor, was largely motivated by the association with the 7th Elder. However, Zhang Qingxuan suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "Junior Brother Yi, you are correct. Whether you are the disciple of the 7th Elder is of little importance to me. It seems I have pried too much." While his initial interest in befriending Yihan was significantly influenced by the 7th Elder, as their relationship deepened, the question of Yihan's lineage became less pertinent. His assistance to Yihan was also motivated by the desire to care for someone younger, treating him like a younger brother. Furthermore, Yihan had bestowed upon him tremendous benefits, such as allowing him to cultivate in his cave dwelling, where the abundant spiritual energy accelerated his training manifold compared to the outside world. Additionally, Yihan had shared insights on the Qingxuan technique, enabling him to grasp some profound truths of cultivation, leading to his successful advancement to the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Thus, the advantages Yihan had provided far exceeded the minor favors he had done for him. Therefore, whether Yihan was indeed the disciple of the 7th Elder held little weight for Zhang Qingxuan. However, what remained significant were the rumors circulating outside. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan turned to Yihan and remarked, "Junior Brother Yi, the current rumors regarding you are quite detrimental." In response, Yihan replied with calm composure, "Brother Zhang, please do inform me of any misgivings. I am mentally prepared." In truth, when Zhang Qingxuan had inquired about his status as the 7th Elder's disciple, Yihan had already braced himself for such discussions. He simply did not anticipate that his identity would be exposed so swiftly. If his instincts were accurate, it was likely that the detestable 5th Elder had initiated his retaliation against him. Zhang Qingxuan immediately remarked, "There are rumors circulating outside that your acquisition of this cave abode is due to your possession of a Qingxuan when you arrived at the Qingxuan sect. According to the sect's regulations, such an item entitles you to receive a foundation establishment pill, and this cave was exchanged for that very pill. Thus, you are not truly a disciple of the 7th Elder." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Qingxuan cast a glance at the cave. The privilege granted to Yihan to cultivate here carries immense significance. The cave, secured through Yihan's foundation establishment pill, offers a marked advantage in cultivation. If 2 cultivators possess identical talents, one cultivating within this cave and the other outside, the former will undoubtedly progress several times faster. The mere act of breaking through bottlenecks presents substantial benefits. Zhang Qingxuan furrowed his brow and continued, "However, junior brother, given your low cultivation level, Many may be inclined to target you. I sense that someone has deliberately spread these rumors within the sect. If you lack a backing, you may find yourself in peril. Therefore, I must inquire if the rumors circulating outside hold any truth. Indeed, while Zhang Qingxuan embodies honesty and integrity, he is not naive. After all, his experiences atop the 7 Xian Peak have rendered him astute. Initially, his friendship with Yi Han was motivated by a desire to align himself with a powerful ally. Yet, it appears that this once promising ally may be far from reliable. Nonetheless, his perspective has shifted. Despite Yi Han's seemingly cunning demeanor, he has shown sincere camaraderie towards Zhang Qingxuan, treating him as a true friend. Consequently, Zhang Qingxuan now harbors deep concern for Yi Han. He is acutely aware of the merciless tactics employed by their fellow cultivators, who may covet this cave abode for their own advancement. After contemplating these words, Yi Han replied, "Brother Zhang, the rumors are indeed true. The 7th elder is not my master, and I am not his disciple. I did exchange a Qingxuan for a foundation establishment pill in this cave. I am, quite simply, an ordinary mortal." This admission is not a surrender, but rather a realization on Yi Han's part. He suspects that the 5th elder is orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Given the 7th elder's character, he would never propagate such matters, for he has traded the cave for the foundation establishment pill. Underscoring the principle that cultivators must rely on themselves, he offers no protection to Yi Han. Thus, it is implausible that the 7th elder would engage in such behavior. Conversely, the 5th elder appears to be vindictive and morally dubious. When he initially sought to exchange a foundation establishment pill with Yi Han, he insisted on offering him some cultivation treasures and guidance instead of the cave. As someone entirely ignorant of the cultivation world, how could Yi Han possibly appraise the value of those treasures? It was evident that the 5th elder was attempting to exploit Yi Han's youth and inexperience, seeking to dismiss him with trivial offerings. At a crucial moment, he exchanged his position with the 7th elder. Given the character of the 5th elder, it is certain that he would not easily let go of this matter. Thus, he surmised that the 5th elder was most likely the one orchestrating events behind the scenes. His decision to candidly disclose this matter to Zhang Qingxuan stemmed from recognizing the latter's genuine concern for his well-being. Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation level was not particularly low. As long as he could adequately safeguard himself, it would be challenging for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage to pose a threat to him. Moreover, he understood that these lies would eventually be unveiled. It was better to acknowledge the truth and seek Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, which was of paramount importance to him. After all, Zhang Qingxuan had cultivated for many years and possessed substantial foundational knowledge. Most importantly, he aimed to transform this situation into a shared undertaking of honor and disgrace, intertwining their interests. Why, you may wonder, is this necessary? Chapter 25. The financial companion of the law. Yi Han understood that Zhang Qingxuan, like himself, hailed from a humble background, having serendipitously joined the Qingxuan sect. Within the sect, due to his lowly status and personality traits, he had endured relentless bullying from fellow disciples. Yet, his tenacity enabled him to cultivate to his current level. By transforming this cave dwelling into a shared sanctuary, any individual harboring intentions against it would have to reckon with Zhang Qingxuan, thus turning it into a matter concerning both of them. Hence, Yi Han candidly expressed his thoughts, for he recognized the significance of this cave to Zhang Qingxuan, given his character and the cave's importance to a cultivator of his caliber. With this cave, Zhang Qingxuan would accelerate his cultivation progress, potentially even reaching the foundation establishment stage. Once Zhang Qingxuan attained that level, Yi Han would effectively have a formidable ally. Yi Han aimed to convey to Zhang Qingxuan that as long as he remained present in the cave, Zhang Qingxuan could utilize it for his cultivation. Any attempts by others to encroach upon the cave would equate to a direct challenge to Zhang Qingxuan himself. Yi Han, having witnessed the tactics of cultivators, had already embarked on his own cultivation journey. However, his skills were still lacking. At the Qingxuan sect, even the most unremarkable cultivator could easily overpower him. Only Zhang Qingxuan could safeguard both the cave and himself. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan gazed at him with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Is it truly so, junior brother Yi?" After a moment's pause, his brow furrowed with concern as he remarked, "Then, your situation may be perilous. If others discover your cultivation level and realize you lack a strong backing, they could pose significant trouble for you." Yi Han nodded, a wry smile on his face as he replied, Who says I lack support, Brother Zhang? After all, I carry the Qingxuan token into the sect. Even if I have no backing, would the sect allow others to brazenly bully me? Wouldn't that dishearten the disciples below? Besides, I have Brother Zhang to assist me, don't I? At this juncture, he regarded Zhang Qingxuan with sincerity, stating, Brother Zhang, you have cultivated in this cave for quite some time and are aware of its benefits. As long as I remain in this cave, you may cultivate here as well. Indeed, Yihan possessed a clear understanding of his circumstances. Despite lacking external support, the Qingxuan token served as a life-saving talisman. After all, the token was bestowed by the sect to disciples who had distinguished themselves through notable achievements, granting future generations a chance to cultivate and serving as a significant reward. However, such tokens were not given lightly. One had to accomplish remarkable feats that far exceeded the value of the Qingxuan token to earn such commendation. If fellow disciples realized that they had labored diligently to earn the Qingxuan token, only to have their descendants robbed of the foundation establishment pills upon presenting the token at the Qingxuan sect, it would indeed incite considerable unrest. When one's descendants have met untimely ends, who would still be inclined to serve the Qingxuan sect with fervor and strive for merit? Even if one were to exert themselves for accolades, the Qingxuan order would no longer suffice as a reward. They would seek other forms of recognition. In truth, the Qingxuan order's insignia is merely an honorary distinction if not utilized. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, Yihan, bearing the Qingxuan insignia, ought to receive a foundation establishment pill from the sect to ensure his safety. This is precisely why the sect leader, defying the collective opinion, decided to grant Yihan a foundation establishment pill in accordance with the sect's regulations, despite Yihan's seemingly mediocre talent. This act also served as a caution to the elders within the sect, warning them against harboring ulterior motives towards Yihan. It was not merely for Yihan's sake, but rather a steadfast adherence to the sect's principles, a rule that the leader must uphold, even if Yihan appeared to lack significant cultivation aptitude. During this period, Yihan's position within the sect remained relatively secure. However, he could not entirely evade the machinations of Elder Wu, who incited certain individuals to act against him. Naturally, Elder Wu would not take action personally, and other foundation establishment cultivators would likely refrain from engaging in such schemes. After all, a cave dwelling is not a worthy target for them, as most foundation establishment cultivators possess their own abodes. Why would they covet his? Moreover, such actions would contravene the sect's regulations. The necessity for violating these rules was insufficient, especially since Yihan had exchanged his foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling. Yihan found himself astonished by the foresight of Mr. Lan Qing, who instructed him to trade the foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling. He explained that only the cave dwelling could be safeguarded, as no other treasures, techniques, spiritual stones, or foundation establishment pills could be preserved at his current level of cultivation. The cave dwelling is a fixed entity. Should someone else occupy it in Yihan's stead, it would signify a betrayal of Yihan. Therefore, Mr. Lan Qing's guidance to exchange the foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling not only did not hinder his cultivation, but also allowed him to garner support from cultivators like Zhang Qingxuan. Furthermore, it temporarily ensured his personal safety, for a cultivator's cave dwelling possesses defensive capabilities. Within the Seven Xian sect, who would dare to infringe upon his dwelling? Such actions would likely only be attempted by those of considerable standing, such as high-ranking elders, but these individuals would hardly demean themselves by resorting to such tactics. Cultivators inherently possess their own dignity and pride. Indeed, upon hearing Yihan's words, Zhang Qingxuan broke into a hearty smile and remarked, "Junior brother Yi, you are far more astute than I. Exchanging the foundation establishment pill for a cave dwelling makes it quite difficult for them to target you." He then thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage will dare to bully you. You can be confident that no one will dare to touch you." Indeed, he had been swayed by Yihan's reasoning. As long as Yihan remained, he could cultivate within that cave dwelling, which would yield results comparable to consuming medicinal pills. After all, disciples of the inner sect, despite their elevated status, must recognize the significance of the four pillars of cultivation: law, wealth, companionship, and terrain. Law refers to the cultivation techniques. A premier technique can accelerate a practitioner's progress and enhance their prowess. For instance, The Qingxian technique practiced by Yi Han is far from ordinary. Zhang Qingxuan, after comprehending its essence, experienced a breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi refinement. This underscores the paramount importance of cultivation methods. Wealth, in this context, does not pertain to mundane currency, but rather to rare materials and treasures of the natural world, which hold immense value for cultivators. All expenses related to treasures, spiritual stones, artifacts, talismans, and elixirs fall under this category. Items like foundation establishment pills are also considered a form of wealth. Companionship is often misconstrued as merely romantic partnerships. However, it encompasses like-minded cultivators who support and assist one another. The adage more assistance in virtue, less in vice holds considerable truth. For example, the mutual accomplishments of Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han represent a form of companionship. In essence, cultivators also require friends. Lastly, terrain holds particular relevance to the relationship between the two. Chapter 26. The place where I can stay. The so-called place refers to a location for cultivation. For instance, why was the Qingxuan sect established amidst this mountain range? It is due to the presence of a spiritual vein in this area, which naturally generates abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The ethereal essence in this region is far more plentiful than in other locales. Cultivators practicing in such an environment progress significantly faster than in barren areas devoid of spiritual energy or in the mundane villages and towns inhabited by common folk. Naturally, the degree to which this cultivation ground can enhance a practitioner's abilities is contingent upon the richness of the spiritual energy it offers. While ordinary people seek safety, convenience, and accessibility to food in their abodes, cultivators prioritize locations rich in spiritual energy that facilitate their training. Thus, sects dedicated to cultivation are typically established in areas abundant with such energy. Numerous sects or cultivators may engage in fierce battles or even sect wars over a piece of cultivation territory, underscoring the vital importance of these sites for practitioners. Moreover, these so-called caves also qualify as places. On the peaks of the Qingxian sect, the spiritual energy is already significantly more abundant than in ordinary locales. However, the caves are fortified with formations and are situated in the most potent energy points of the spiritual veins. Cultivating within these caves yields far greater results than practicing outdoors. Therefore, in the realm of law, wealth, companions, and place, Yi Han has remarkably acquired 3 out of 4. Law. He possesses the Qingxian technique, a method not easily accessible to the average disciple of the Qingxian sect. Companions. He has the esteemed brother Zhang Qingxuan to guide and protect him. Although it remains uncertain whether Zhang will change his stance in the future, his current support is invaluable. Place. He now has access to a cave for cultivation, where the spiritual energy far exceeds that of common areas, and he is an inner sect disciple. It can be said that apart from wealth, he lacks nothing. Moreover, Yi Han has an inkling that he may not even be deficient in wealth. The purple cauldron in his possession is likely an extraordinary treasure, greatly benefiting his cultivation. At this moment, he feels that he has grasped all 4 elements: law, wealth, companions, and place. For him, cultivation is the sole path forward, a means to rapidly elevate his abilities, potentially allowing him to stand independently in the future. Zhang Qingxuan has repeatedly told him that in the world of cultivation, respect is reserved for the strong. As long as one is powerful, no one will fail to show respect. Conversely, Mr. Lanqing has informed him that entering the realm of cultivation may not be difficult, but becoming a true cultivator and living a prolonged life is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. The life of a cultivator is fraught with conflict and peril, and one can never predict when they might encounter a life-threatening danger. Only by growing increasingly powerful can one safeguard their life and emerge as a formidable practitioner. Zhang Qingxuan was also stirred by Yi Han's words, fueling his determination. His journey as a cultivator was one forged through relentless effort and perseverance, leading him to this very moment. Yet, he pondered, why did it seem that with every advancement in his cultivation, his courage diminished? The current environment was indeed far more favorable than before, at least within the inner sect. The number of those daring to confront him had significantly dwindled. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Qingxuan's mind, prompting him to inquire of Yi Han. By the way, Junior Brother Yi, there is something I wish to ask you regarding the Qingxian technique. How did you come to possess it? It was indeed curious. If Yi Han was not a disciple of Elder Qi, How could he have acquired the Qingxuan technique, a skill reserved for the true disciples of the sect? Yihan, with an air of mystery, responded, I possess the Qingxuan token, and thus the Qingxuan technique. Does that not seem reasonable? Although he considered Zhang Qingxuan to be his closest friend, he felt it unnecessary to divulge all of his secrets, as Zhang might inadvertently let something slip, inviting trouble upon himself. Moreover, maintaining a certain degree of enigma would command Zhang's greater respect. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan chuckled heartily, saying, I was merely overthinking it. He then gazed deeply at Yihan. Yihan was right. Possessing the Qingxuan token indicated an extraordinary lineage. How could 10 ordinary disciples have achieved such merit to be bestowed with the Qingxuan token by the sect? Thus, Zhang Qingxuan found himself swayed by Yihan's reasoning. Meanwhile, Yihan contemplated the discovery of the Qingxuan token, the Qingxuan technique, and the purple cauldron, all unearthed from the same bundle. This suggested that the individual who originally possessed these treasures must have been a disciple of the Qingxuan sect, and certainly not an ordinary one. He had indeed been fortunate to acquire the most valuable possessions of that disciple. If his deductions were correct, it was likely that the individual had fallen victim to that monstrous creature. He had narrowly escaped a similar fate. As for the woman he encountered, she appeared to be from the Qingxuan sect as well. He wondered if he would ever cross paths with her again. Of course, even if she was from the Qingxuan sect, she must be a high-tier cultivator, certainly above the foundational level. He resolved to strive diligently in his cultivation to become a true cultivator. Noticing the envious glimmer in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes, Yihan expressed, By the way, senior brother Zhang, there is one more matter you must assist me with. Please keep an ear out for who might be spreading rumors about me within the sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan nodded in understanding, replying, I comprehend. I will keep a watchful eye. Yihan was correct. Such rumors did not circulate without reason, and their rapid spread indicated that someone was deliberately disseminating them. Having been part of the Qingxuan sect for so long, Zhang Qingxuan was well aware of the potential ramifications of such gossip on Yihan's reputation. He cautioned Yihan, Junior brother Yi, you must also be vigilant regarding these matters. Unless absolutely necessary, try to refrain from leaving your dwelling until you have the means to protect yourself. Upon hearing these words, Yihan nodded and replied, Rest assured, I can endure. Indeed, Yihan had endured hardships from a young age, diligently engaging in cultivation despite the relentless challenges he faced. He had experienced countless days of suffering, not only tending to cattle but also enduring hunger, the scorn of his master, and the disdainful glances of the villagers. Compared to those trials, his current situation, cultivating diligently in a cave, with ample food and drink, while practicing celestial arts, was infinitely better. Therefore, he harbored no concerns. Zhang Qingxuan added, Very well, junior brother Yi. Proceed with the cultivation plan we devised. However, upon hearing this, Yihan looked at Zhang Qingxuan with a hint of perplexity and inquired, What do you mean by that, senior brother Zhang? He could perceive a tinge of melancholy and guilt in Zhang Qingxuan's expression, along with an air of helplessness, as if he was grappling with some difficult matter. Chapter 27. The treasure has changed again. Yihan sat cross-legged in the training chamber, circulating the Qingxuan technique, as wisps of green light continuously surged into his body. Compared to before, the green light surrounding him had intensified significantly. After diligently cultivating for over an hour, Yihan opened his eyes, gazed at his hands, and shook his head in disappointment, exclaiming, It truly is exceedingly difficult. I never anticipated that the second layer would be so hard to break through. With that, he stood up to stretch his limbs and then retrieved the purple cauldron from his robe. Before him, the cauldron now appeared as translucent and lustrous as amethyst, entirely shedding its previous rocky appearance. However, upon witnessing this transformation, Yihan felt a twinge of disappointment, as he sensed that the current state of the cauldron offered little assistance to his cultivation. Moreover, as Zhang Qingxuan had informed him, he too was incapable of spending every day in Yihan's cave abode to guide him in his practice. Being an inner sect disciple, Zhang Qingxuan was required to fulfill a monthly routine task, in addition to completing at least one sect mission each month. The so-called routine tasks involved performing manageable duties for the sect. For instance, if one excelled in herb cultivation, they could undertake tasks related to that, tending to medicinal plants in the herb garden daily. If one had a knack for mining, they might delve into spirit stone mines or unearth rare materials for crafting. In short, Within the vast Qingxuan sect, every disciple could discover a routine task suited to their abilities, contributing to the sect's growth and strength. Additionally, completing these routine tasks would reward the disciples with a certain amount of spirit stones. In contrast, sect missions were considerably more challenging, often requiring the search for rare treasures or materials, or even the elimination of formidable beasts. Some tasks were arduous, while others were relatively manageable. Of course, given Yihan's current level of cultivation, he found himself unable to engage in any of these tasks, whether it be herb cultivation, mining, or others. He was utterly unacquainted with them. As it stood, no one had approached him to undertake such endeavors. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on his training within the cave to enhance his abilities. However, Yihan's exemption from these tasks did not imply that Zhang Qingxuan was similarly free. As a formal inner sect disciple, he had already taken on numerous tasks, and completing his routine responsibilities was imperative. Zhang Qingxuan's routine task involved forging spirit iron blocks. With his exceptional mastery of body refinement techniques, he was able to forge these blocks at a pace far superior to that of ordinary disciples, meaning he only needed to work for 3 to 4 days each month to fulfill his obligations. Indeed, in the past, Zhang Qingxuan would toil for 7 or 8 days a month, striving for a reward to acquire more spirit stones and purchasing elixirs for cultivation. However, during this period, as he immersed himself in the cultivation within Yihan's cave abode, he found himself liberated from the need for assistance. For the cultivation speed within Yihan's sanctuary was sufficient. Naturally, the efficacy would be enhanced if he consumed elixirs while practicing. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan was pressed for time, as he also devoted considerable effort to guiding and attending to Yihan. More importantly, he sought to delve boldly into the intricacies of the Qingxian technique, aiming to ascend to the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage in due course. Attaining such a realm would afford him a greater opportunity to contend for the foundation-building elixirs within the sect. Once he became a foundation-building cultivator, his prospects would be immensely bright. Nevertheless, Zhang Qingxuan's absence from Yihan's cave was due to his undertaking a sect mission in the mountains these past few days, with no clear indication of his return. Fortunately, prior to his departure, he had prepared half a month's worth of provisions for Yihan. In truth, Zhang Qingxuan had informed Yihan that cultivators could consume a special fasting elixir, rendering them independent of ordinary sustenance. However, only those at the foundation-building stage could afford such luxuries, while those below this level relied on regular food for sustenance. That said, Qi refinement cultivators did not require excessive nourishment, as they often meditated for several days without venturing outside, leaving little time for food preparation. After practicing the Qingxian technique, Yihan commenced his training in the blood refinement technique. He was observed to constantly squat, each descent causing beads of sweat to form, his skin shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Remarkably, while Yihan's progress in the Qingxian technique was modest, his advancement in the blood refinement technique was astonishing. Within a mere fortnight, he had ascended to the first level of this technique, significantly enhancing his physical defenses and strength to a terrifying extent. He realized that his power had surpassed that of an average adult, enabling him to lift weights of 2 to 300 jin with ease. It is noteworthy that he was merely a 10-year-old child, yet possessed such formidable strength, illustrating the extraordinary nature of the cultivation arts. Moreover, Yihan sensed that the blood refinement technique imparted by Zhang Qingxuan was no ordinary practice. It was potentially superior to the Qingxian technique. Regrettably, this technique remained incomplete, and had it been whole, it could have elevated his cultivation to an exceedingly high level. Nonetheless, his cultivation level was only at the 2nd tier of Qi refinement, and even at the 12th tier, the blood refinement technique would still yield additional benefits. The evidence of Zhang Qingxuan's commitment to this body-refining art was apparent. Before long, Yihan found himself utterly exhausted from the blood refinement technique, drenched in sweat as if he had emerged from a river. His skin took on a purplish hue, his lips trembled, and his legs seemed incapable of supporting him, quaking uncontrollably. It is important to understand that the cultivation of the blood refinement technique is far from the superficial ease it might suggest. With each squat, his body experiences excruciating pangs of pain. This technique relies on suffering to stimulate the body's strength, enhance the circulation of vital energy, build muscle, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and fortify the skin's defenses. Each step of this process inflicts immense agony upon him. Consequently, after every session of practice, he finds himself lying on the ground, utterly immobilized for an extended period, illustrating the terrifying nature of the blood refinement technique. When Zhang Qingxuan first instructed him in this practice, he presumed that the young Yi Han would surely falter. To his astonishment, however, Yi Han displayed remarkable resilience at such a tender age, a quality that was beyond Zhang Qingxuan's expectations. Nevertheless, effort invariably yields rewards. Although Yi Han has not made significant progress in the cultivation of the Qingxuan technique, his practice of the blood refinement technique has rendered his physique exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of seasoned martial artists. If he were to face an ordinary martial expert now, he feels confident in his ability to prevail. Yet, Yi Han also senses a predicament looming, as the provisions prepared for him by Zhang Qingxuan have been entirely consumed, and Zhang has yet to return. Must he venture out in search of sustenance? As he contemplated this, once his body had sufficiently recovered, he stood up, only to have the purple cauldron slip from his grasp and crash to the ground with a resounding clatter, startling him into believing it might shatter. However, upon gazing at the purple cauldron, his eyes gleamed with delight, revealing his surprise. Ah, this treasure has transformed once more. Chapter 28. The transformation of the purple cauldron. Whenever Yi Han found himself with leisure time, he would dedicate considerable hours to the study of the enigmatic purple cauldron, pondering the true nature of this treasure. What could have caused it to metamorphose into stone? In recent days, he had been relentlessly recalling the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of this cauldron. However, the events of that day had unfolded with such abruptness. The monstrous creature had been terrifying, and with his head injured, he remained somewhat bewildered about how he had come into possession of the cauldron. Yet, one vivid memory lingered. The moment he obtained the purple cauldron, a surge of intense light had erupted around him. It was this very brilliance that had alerted the creature to his presence. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that celestial maiden, he would likely have met a grim fate at the hands of the monster, leaving him with no life to continue his journey to the Qingxuan sect. Thus, he felt fortunate in his destiny. Moreover, when he initially embarked on the cultivation of the Qingxuan technique, his progress had not been as promising as he had envisioned. He had only experienced a slight improvement. However, after a single night, he astonishingly discovered that he had successfully attained the first level of the Qingxuan technique. Additionally, the once stone-like purple cauldron had begun to transform into a lustrous jade-like hue. From this observation, he deduced that the cauldron must possess the ability to absorb certain ethereal energies of heaven and earth, which had rendered it stone-like. While he practiced, it also absorbed the ambient spiritual essence, and the efficacy of this absorption was far superior to the effects of any heavenly materials or earthly treasures that Zhang Qingxuan had described. Thus, it was evident that the purple cauldron offered remarkable benefits to cultivators. Even though he had been at the Qingxuan sect for over half a month, his understanding of the myriad aspects of the cultivation world remained superficial, leaving him uncertain about the true utility of this artifact. Nevertheless, the cauldron undoubtedly was a remarkable treasure. Otherwise, it would not have been placed alongside the Qingxuan token. Hence, he resolved to uncover the secrets of the cauldron's functionality. Just moments ago, he had retrieved the purple cauldron once again for further examination, only to discover yet another transformation. The cauldron retained its crystalline, translucent, jade-like appearance, but unlike before, it now housed a small orb of verdant spiritual light, no larger than a fingertip, emanating a gentle glow of green luminescence. Gazing at this orb of green light filled Yi Han with curiosity. What could this ethereal light be? He scrutinized the glowing orb from every angle, yet attempting to open the cauldron proved futile. He had previously observed that the lid appeared to be seamlessly fused with the cauldron itself. No matter his methods or exerted force, it remained steadfastly shut. Just yesterday, there had been no sign of this green luminescence within, and now, its sudden emergence left him perplexed. He pondered over the origins of this mysterious phenomenon. However, the sudden transformation of the purple cauldron piqued his curiosity immensely. What indeed was this orb of green light? Would it have any bearing on his cultivation? Over the past 10 days, aside from the day he had rested after an exhausting training session, during which he ascended to the second level of Qi refinement, he had observed no discernible changes in his cultivation. Or perhaps there had been changes, yet they were too subtle to perceive. In any case, He suspected that his lack of progress might be attributed to his inadequate talent. Conversely, while practicing the blood refinement technique, he had made significant strides. Although he still appeared lean, he had gained considerable muscle mass, and his complexion had become notably fairer. Evidently, the practice of the blood refinement technique had altered his physique, and he had developed strength exceeding that of the average adult. Take, for instance, the stone bench within the cave. He had previously been unable to lift it at all, yet now he could manage to raise it slightly. This stone weighed at least 200 pounds, indicating that his strength surpassed that of a typical adult. Naturally, he still fell short when compared to seasoned martial artists. Yihan examined the purple cauldron once more, but could not discern its function. He felt that understanding this object might require assistance, as he could not unravel its mysteries through solitary exploration. He was well aware of the adage that treasures should not be displayed openly, especially in the realm of cultivators. Should a treasure be revealed, countless individuals would surely covet it. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to suppress his inquiries for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment to ascertain the true nature of the purple cauldron. After extensive study, he attempted to channel his Qingxuan energy to absorb the spiritual light emanating from the cauldron, but met with no response whatsoever. Other methods yielded no better results. With no options remaining, Yihan stored the cauldron away, only to be suddenly startled by a rumbling from his stomach. As he progressed in his blood refinement technique, he found himself increasingly susceptible to hunger, requiring more sustenance than ever before. Qingxuan had informed him that this was a natural consequence of the technique, which accelerated the consumption and transformation of his physical vitality, necessitating a greater intake of nourishment. Upon exiting the training room to fetch food from the storage chamber, he was taken aback to discover that the remaining provisions would suffice for only a single meal. This sight caused him to frown. Qingxuan had yet to return, which stirred a sense of concern within him. He was not sufficiently stocked to endure prolonged hunger, as his naturally irritable disposition demanded regular nourishment. Only those who reached a significantly elevated level of cultivation, such as foundation establishment practitioners, could afford to consume far less food, relying solely on the intake of special pills or elixirs to sustain their lives. Nevertheless, cultivators were not entirely removed from the earthly realm. They simply bypassed the necessity of regular meals by consuming medicinal pills and absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. In truth, they still needed to replenish their internal vitality, and the energies of heaven and earth, along with medicinal elixirs, were among the means to achieve this. As Yihan munched on his meal, a frown creased his brow as he silently mused. It appears I must venture out in search of sustenance. However, recent rumors concerning his true identity had been circulating outside, making any casual outing potentially perilous. Yet, Yihan reasoned that this was the 7 mystic peaks within the inner sanctum of the Qingxuan sect. Aside from the disciples of the sect, there were unlikely to be any outsiders present. Even among the disciples, it would be improbable for them to act recklessly here. Thus, he believed his excursion would be relatively safe. After all, he intended to make it a swift journey, and he had been at the Qingxuan sect for quite some time, having scarcely dared to venture out. How else could he witness the true nature of this world of cultivators? With that thought, Yihan finished his meal and opened the cave entrance to step outside. Just as he emerged, a cold voice resonated from the outside. "Are you Yihan?" Taken aback by the unexpected presence just as he opened the cave, Yihan frowned and turned to look. Chapter 29. Jinfeng. Yihan had not anticipated that as soon as he emerged from his cave, someone would call out to him, and it appeared that this person had been waiting for his exit. Indeed, as the entrance to the cave fully opened, a burly young man with a face marred by a long scar and an intimidating demeanor stood with his arms crossed, coldly gazing at him from a short distance away. Upon seeing this young man, Yihan felt a twinge of apprehension. However, his expression remained calm as he spoke in a composed manner. "I am Yihan. May I inquire what brings you here, senior brother?" The man's demeanor suggested that he was not well-intentioned. Yet Yihan believed that he would not dare to act against him within the confines of Qingxuan sect. After all, the sect's rules strictly prohibited infighting among disciples, particularly those within the inner sect. Of course, one could never be certain of covert schemes lurking in the shadows. The young man, coldly fixated on Yihan, introduced himself. "I am Jinfeng. You will follow me from now on. Under my protection, no one at Qingxuan Peak will dare to confront you." Yihan's expression subtly shifted to one of surprise. Why was this Jin Feng suddenly making such declarations? Moreover, it seemed he had been waiting for quite some time. However, Yihan, being astute, quickly noted that Jin Feng's gaze frequently darted toward the cave behind him, revealing a hint of envy. Although Jin Feng concealed his feelings well, Yihan discerned his intentions clearly. How brazen! This fellow spoke sweetly, claiming that following him would guarantee security, yet it was obvious he was coveting Yihan's cave. Nonetheless, Yihan refrained from outright rejection and responded politely, "Is that so? I am truly grateful, senior brother Jin Feng. As fellow disciples, we should support one another. I look forward to your guidance in the future." His words were carefully crafted, avoiding any commitments to Jin Feng while steering clear of offense. Although he could not ascertain the full extent of Jin Feng's strength or cultivation level, Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that to become an inner disciple, one had to reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement, specifically the 7th level, before the age of 18. To secure permanent status as an inner disciple, one needed to attain the 11th level of Qi refinement by the age of 20. Jin Feng appeared significantly older than Zhang Qingxuan, who would soon turn 20. Zhang had recently celebrated his breakthrough to the 11th level of Qi refinement. A moment of great excitement, as it meant he could cultivate permanently within Qingxuan Sect without the burden of being a peripheral disciple. Given Jin Feng's age, it was evident that he had surpassed 20, indicating his cultivation was beyond the 11th level of Qi refinement. Such prowess could easily extinguish Yihan with a mere flick of a finger. Therefore, Yihan was determined to tread carefully and avoid offending this individual, lest he suffer dire consequences. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and his own abilities were hardly sufficient to warrant consideration. Indeed, a faint smile graced Jin Feng's lips as he remarked, "You are quite perceptive, my young friend. You possess great potential. This cave must be your sanctuary, am I right? From now on, I shall guide your cultivation within it." Upon hearing these words, Yihan was acutely aware of Jin Feng's ulterior motives. He was merely coveting Yihan's abode, seeking to usurp it under the guise of mentorship. How could Yihan possibly fall for such a ruse? Thus, Yihan replied, "I am truly grateful for your offer, senior brother Jin Feng. With your guidance, my progress will surely accelerate." However, he deftly shifted the conversation, adding, "But, senior brother, you might not be aware that this cave does not solely belong to me. It is shared with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. Without his consent, I cannot agree to your request." Yihan hoped that by invoking Zhang Qingxuan's name, Jin Feng would be dissuaded from his intentions. Yet, Jin Feng scoffed dismissively. "Humph. You dare to mention Zhang Qingxuan? Let me tell you, there is an 80% chance that he will not return." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Even if he were to come back, with his conduct, he could never be my rival." At this juncture, a searing crimson aura emanated from Jin Feng, instilling a sense of dread in Yihan, who stood not far from him. Jin Feng pressed on, "Young man, I advise you to be wise, otherwise, you will find no favorable outcome within the Qingxuan sect." Yihan's heart sank at his words. It seemed Jin Feng was not merely issuing idle threats. He appeared to possess knowledge of Zhang Qingxuan's circumstances. How could he assert that Zhang Qingxuan would not return? Did this imply that something had befallen Zhang Qingxuan? As this thought crossed his mind, Yihan felt a surge of concern. After all, Zhang Qingxuan's character was starkly different from Jin Feng's and others. Although Zhang Qingxuan had his own motives, he had always been sincere in his guidance, treating Yihan with genuine kindness. If something had indeed happened to Zhang Qingxuan, finding another mentor or ally would prove exceedingly difficult. Presently, Jin Feng was clearly not a suitable choice. It was evident that this individual had already uncovered the truth about Yihan's acquisition of the cave and recognized that he lacked support. Taking advantage of his superior cultivation and Zhang Qingxuan's absence, he sought to intimidate Yihan. How could Yihan trust that he would provide earnest guidance in his cultivation? Should he allow this man into his sanctuary, the consequences would be dire. It would be easy to invite a demon into his lair, yet nearly impossible to expel him thereafter. Moreover, within the confines of a sealed cave, this man could easily imprison him at will. Yihan would rather die than acquiesce to this wretched individual. It was undoubtedly the fifth elder spreading rumors, causing his fellow disciples to create trouble for him. Thus, Yihan remarked, "Senior brother Jin Feng, it is not that I am unwilling to acquiesce to your request, but rather that senior brother Zhang Qingxuan left many belongings in my care. If those items were to go missing, How could I explain it to him upon his return? Continuing, he added, if you truly wish to cultivate in my cave, I would find it quite effortless to agree, provided that senior brother Zhang Qingxuan returns. After all, the matter ultimately rests upon him. He pondered, seeking to ascertain the current status of Zhang Qingxuan. Why would Jin Feng assert that Zhang Qingxuan would not return? Upon hearing this, Jin Feng cast a cold gaze upon Yi Han and stated, you seem to be mistaken, young man. I am not here to seek your approval. Regardless of Zhang Qingxuan's absence, you must permit me to enter and cultivate. With a frigid demeanor, he continued, furthermore, Zhang Qingxuan possesses no self-awareness. How dare he covet that item? It would be a miracle if he were to return. Chapter 30. The blood-drying bird. Upon hearing Jin Feng's words, Yi Han sensed that this individual might possess some information of significance. Adopting an anxious demeanor, he implored, Senior brother Jin Feng, as I mentioned earlier, it is not that I refuse to comply. Please enlighten me. What has become of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan? If you do not disclose this to me, how can I possibly agree to your request? Observing Jin Feng's demeanor only heightened his concern for Zhang Qingxuan. Although he had recently entered the realm of cultivation, Yi Han perceived that the world of immortals bore a striking resemblance to that of mortals. After all, they were all human. The same self-serving tendencies and the inclination to exploit the weak existed in both realms. In the mortal world, individuals like Zhang Qingxuan were indeed a rarity. A sudden realization struck him. He ought not to form overly intimate connections with certain individuals, particularly with virtuous souls like Zhang Qingxuan, whom he had already come to regard as a dear friend. Yi Han pondered how he could concern himself with Zhang Qingxuan's fate when his own circumstances were so precarious. Even as he spoke, he felt a twinge of regret for voicing such thoughts. Yet, once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. Noticing Yi Han's anxious countenance, a smirk of derision crept onto Jin Feng's lips as he declared, very well, let me disabuse you of your hopes. I shall inform you that Zhang Qingxuan is utterly overestimating his capabilities. He has undertaken the perilous task of slaying the blood-drying bird, seeking its essence to gain entry into the blood-refining pool. At this juncture, Jin Feng scoffed, with Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation level. Does he truly believe that his mere toughness can withstand the onslaught of the blood-drying bird? This creature not only possesses the ability to fly, but also drains blood and is venomous, ranking among the most fearsome of low-tiered demonic beasts. Zhang Qingxuan will undoubtedly not return. As Jin Feng's resolute words echoed in his ears, Yi Han remained oblivious to the nature of the blood-drying bird, the demonic beasts, the rewards, or the blood-refining pool. However, he could discern the undeniable truth reflected in Jin Feng's eyes. It was evident that Zhang Qingxuan was indeed in a perilous situation, and regrettably, he was powerless to assist him. This reminded him of the words spoken by Elder Qi when he first brought him to this cave. To become a cultivator, one must rely solely on oneself. No one will come to your aid. Reflecting on this, Yi Han's heart eased somewhat. He understood that entering the realm of cultivation was a solitary endeavor, and receiving assistance from others was a rare gift. Nevertheless, this was the world of cultivators, where no one could support another indefinitely. Much like in his village, where many sympathized with him and even wished to help, they themselves struggled to meet their basic needs. How could they possibly extend aid to an orphan like Yi Han? The world of cultivators was no different. Even those of meager cultivation levels, such as himself, could not feasibly assist Zhang Qingxuan. Moreover, he faced an imminent threat in the form of Jin Feng. How was he to navigate this precarious situation? This fellow clearly intends to seize my cave for his own cultivation. He has been here for so long, gathering all the details about Zhang Qingxuan's situation. There is no way he would let me off so easily. With this thought in mind, Yi Han helplessly remarked, according to senior brother Jin, it seems Zhang has landed himself in a great deal of trouble. It truly worries me. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng coldly retorted, you should be more concerned about yourself. Kid, let me tell you, without my protection, in less than 3 days. Huh? As he finished, he cast a sinister grin at Yi Han. The threat in his smile unmistakable. Yi Han's expression darkened considerably, but he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He promptly turned to Jin Feng and said, Senior brother Jin, I sincerely hope you will help me. We are fellow disciples and should support each other, shouldn't we? His tone was innocently naive, provoking a cold chuckle from Jin Feng, who thought only a child would be gullible enough to believe such words. Thinking this, Jin Feng replied, of course. Why else would I come here specifically to find you? I am here to help you. But of course, my assistance comes at a price. If you lend me your cave, I assure you that no one on Qingxuan Peak will dare to bully you. Rest assured, I keep my promises. With that, Jin Feng observed Yi Han with a self-satisfied demeanor, realizing that this boy, as rumored, had no substantial backing. He had merely relied on an ancestral token to obtain a Qingxian order, exchanged for a foundation-building pill, which he then traded with Elder Qi for this cave. Jin Feng had thoroughly investigated this fellow's background. Had Zhang Qingxuan still been here, he might have hesitated. However, with Zhang Qingxuan on a mission to capture the Blood Hollow bird, it was likely he would not return. Thus, Jin Feng awaited Yi Han's emergence to claim this cave for himself. With his cultivation and the assistance of this cave, he could indeed reach the peak of Qi refinement. Just one foundation-building pill would suffice for his advancement to the foundation establishment stage. Once he became a foundation establishment cultivator, his status would be incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. Such thoughts filled him with excitement, and he was convinced that Yi Han would soon acquiesce to his demands. Yet, Yi Han's response was unexpectedly different. He stated, "Senior Brother Jin, I can certainly agree to your request. However, there is something you may not know. When I first acquired this cave, Elder Qi lifted the restrictions, allowing 2 individuals to enter. I permitted Senior Brother Zhang Qingxuan to enter. Thus, apart from myself, only he can access this cave." After a pause, he continued, "Although Zhang may be in danger, I have not sensed that his restrictions have been lifted. Therefore, until Zhang's restrictions are removed, I am unable to allow you entry." The excuse put forth by Yi Han was merely a reference to a prior conversation he had with Zhang Qingxuan regarding certain matters. He had casually mentioned prohibitions, which involve employing specific methods to establish formations or blood seals, effectively confining a space to allow only oneself or a select few to enter. Such formations and blood seals are collectively referred to as prohibitions. However, this was merely a pretext, for Yi Han harbored the belief that Zhang Qingxuan, having navigated the realms of cultivation for so many years, would not fall victim to demise so easily. Furthermore, having undertaken the mission involving the blood-withering bird, it was reasonable to assume that he possessed some understanding of it. Thus, Yi Han concluded that Zhang Qingxuan was unlikely to meet his end without a fight. More significantly, he had no intention of permitting the individual before him, Jin Feng, to enter his cave abode, for once one invites a deity, it is far more challenging to send them away. The prospect of someone usurping his territory was an eventuality he could not afford to ignore. Yet, would Jin Feng be inclined to trust his words? Chapter 31. The 5-day agreement. Indeed, Jin Feng wore an expression of utter disbelief, coldly remarking, "Youngster, I warned you not to play tricks. What prohibitions exist within this cave abode that I am unaware of? If you continue down this path, be wary of the consequences." The threatening undertone in his words suggested that he regarded Yi Han merely as a child, one of limited cultivation, and thus, lacking in knowledge. Such words might deceive others. But he, having navigated the realm of cultivation for so long, was not so easily fooled. Yi Han recognized that Jin Feng was not easily dealt with, so he replied, "This information was imparted to me by Senior Brother Zhang Qingxuan. I am unaware of the specifics. If you do not trust my senior brother, there is little I can do." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he impatiently retorted, "Youngster, I do not have time to entertain your nonsense. Regardless of what Zhang Qingxuan claims, it matters not before me." Indeed, Zhang Qingxuan was several years younger and had a lower level of cultivation. Although he had reached the 11th layer of the Qi refinement stage, he still lagged behind Jin Feng. However, Jin Feng was on the verge of achieving the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage, and if he could cultivate within Yi Han's cave, supplemented by the elixirs he had prepared, his chances of success would be significantly heightened. Without the abundant spiritual energy of Yi Han's abode, particularly the assistance from the formations within his training chamber, he would have to seek aid from other high-level cultivators, a costly endeavor that he could not afford. Otherwise, he would not have set his sights on Yi Han. As Yi Han listened to Jin Feng's threatening words, his resolve only strengthened. He would not allow Jin Feng to succeed, although he wished to avoid conflict with this individual. The current situation left him no choice but to employ a strategy of delay, hoping for Zhang Qingxuan's swift return to safeguard the cave that represented their shared honor and disgrace. Thus, he declared, "Senior Brother Jin, I regret that I cannot acquiesce to your request. Without Senior Brother Zhang's consent, I cannot permit you entry. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng coldly replied, "Youngster, I see you are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead." Before Jin Feng could finish, Yihan swiftly interrupted, "However, if senior brother Zhang were truly in peril, I would then have the authority to decide. How about we wait a few more days? Would 5 days suffice for your consideration?" With that, he gazed earnestly at Jin Feng, presenting an expression that seemed harmless. Jin Feng furrowed his brow and coldly stated, "Do not waste my time. If I say Zhang Qingxuan will not return, then he shall not. Whether it be 5 days, 50 days, or even 500 days, he will not come back." Yihan firmly asserted, "Senior brother Jin, you are mistaken. Whether he returns is not for me to decide. Let us wait 5 days. I will provide you with a definitive answer then. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to." He chuckled lightly. Observing the strained smile on Yihan's face and the hint of helplessness in his tone, Jin Feng's heart stirred. It seemed that Zhang Qingxuan had indeed instilled considerable fear in Yihan, prompting him to speak in such a manner. Certainly, he could not perceive that Yihan was intentionally saying such things. Otherwise, Yihan would have surely agreed to him. To his surprise, the seemingly honest Zhang Qingxuan was capable of such actions. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. It was unexpected that this fellow had finally come to his senses. Reflecting on this, Jin Feng remembered he still needed to prepare a few things, requiring about 3 to 4 days. Thus, he declared, "Very well, I shall agree. I will come to find you in 5 days. And you better not play tricks on me, for it will be you who suffers in the end." After speaking, Jin Feng moved to leave. But Yihan called out to him, "Senior brother Jin, please wait. There is one matter I would like to trouble you with." Taken aback by Yihan's call, Jin Feng turned to him. "What is it? Is it not yet 5 days, and you already have a plan?" Yihan, appearing somewhat helpless, sighed deeply, as if burdened by great grievance. He clenched his teeth and said, "Senior brother Jin, if you come in 5 days and he returns, I will find myself in trouble." Jin Feng, growing impatient, urged, "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush." The hesitance in Yihan's speech made it evident he was easy to manipulate. So Jin Feng felt no urgency. At last, Yihan confessed, "Senior brother Jin, I wish to borrow 2 spiritual stones." He added, "If brother Zhang returns, I will ensure he repays you. If he does not, I will mortgage my cave dwelling to you." Upon hearing this, Jin Feng's eyes brightened. The value of a cave dwelling far exceeded that of 2 spiritual stones. Not even 2,000 would suffice to trade for one. Was this fellow truly so naive? He inquired, "What do you need the spiritual stones for?" Yihan replied, "It is nothing significant. I merely wish to purchase some techniques for cultivation." After deliberation, Jin Feng concluded he had a few spiritual stones to spare. Lending them to Yihan would allow him to hold leverage over him later. With this thought, Jin Feng produced 2 glowing spiritual stones from his pocket and tossed them to Yihan, saying, "Here you go. Remember, you owe me 2 spiritual stones. My stones are not so easily forgotten." His words carried an undertone of warning, primarily because he believed Yihan, being of low cultivation, would not escape his grasp. Having a debt of 2 spiritual stones would make it even easier to deal with him in the future. Yihan accepted the stones, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior brother Jin. You are truly wonderful. Were it not for brother Zhang's restrictions, I would have certainly invited you in to cultivate." Hearing this, Jin Feng replied coldly, "When he returns, I will help you deal with him." After exchanging a few more words, Jin Feng felt quite assured of his position. Not only was his cultivation superior, but now Yihan also owed him spiritual stones. After issuing a few more warnings, he departed. As Yihan watched Jin Feng's retreating figure, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "You wish to claim my cave dwelling? You must be dreaming." With such thoughts, Yihan descended the cliff using the large vines. Indeed, his recent training had proven exceedingly beneficial. Previously, he had found it quite arduous to climb down this vine, but now he utilized both hands and feet, descending with remarkable swiftness. He arrived at the bottom in less than 1/10 of the time it once took him, feeling a gratifying transformation within himself. Yihan increasingly cherished the sensation of growing stronger as a cultivator. Yet, his current level of cultivation remained too low, rendering him susceptible to being easily bullied by others. Yihan roamed around Qingxuan Peak for quite some time, burdened with various packages, before returning to his cave dwelling. Before long, 5 days had passed. While he was in the midst of his cultivation within the cave, he heard a voice from outside calling, Yihan, come out here. Chapter 32. The enraged Jinfeng Yihan sat cross-legged within the confines of his cultivation chamber, surrounded by swirling motes of verdant spiritual light. These ethereal glimmers, seemingly drawn to his very essence, gradually permeated his being. He was acutely aware of Jinfeng's shouts echoing from outside, having heard them multiple times, the earliest being 2 hours prior. He had no intention of emerging or acknowledging the insufferable Jinfeng. 5 days prior, in a bid to extricate himself from Jinfeng's relentless pursuit, he had resorted to a delaying tactic, requesting 5 days for contemplation. To placate Jinfeng, he borrowed 2 spirit stones, instilling a false sense of security in him, as if the borrowed stones ensured Yihan's sincerity. With these 2 spirit stones in hand, he meandered around the Qingxuan peak, which boasted a relatively small number of inner disciples. According to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, Qingxuan Peak was the least prestigious among the inner peaks of the Qingxian sect. Once, long ago, Qingxuan Peak was the most formidable of the sect's peaks, attracting eager disciples vying for its esteemed position. The true inheritors of the sect were paragons of talent, the Crmi de Lasar me amongst their peers. However, for reasons unknown, the true disciples began to vanish or became otherwise occupied. The peak master, Elder Qi, deeply affected by these incidents, ceased to oversee Qingxuan Peak, and the recruitment of true disciples halted. Thus, it witnessed a decline, relegated to the bottom tier among the 7 inner peaks. Presently, the disciples welcomed into Qingxuan Peak were predominantly those rejected by other peaks. Naturally, even the least capable among the inner disciples surpassed Yihan by a considerable margin. After all, the outer disciples were typically at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. As senior brother Zhang Qingxuan remarked, they could wield spells with ease, capable of extinguishing him with a mere fireball. Inner disciples, at the very least, were in the later stages of Qi refinement and had to undergo rigorous selection to earn their place. The so-called selection process entailed genuine contests of skill among outer disciples, where only those who triumphed through successive trials could ascend to inner disciple status. Yihan's elevation to inner disciple was solely due to the influence of the Qingxian order. Thus, aware of his own limitations, Yihan maintained a low profile as he traversed Qingxuan Peak, avoiding any undue attention. A mere lingering gaze from others would prompt him to turn and depart, concealing his true nature. Nevertheless, some recognized him as the legendary Yihan. With the truth of his situation, as recounted by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, having circulated among the sect. Unfortunately, senior brother Zhang had yet to uncover the source of these rumors before embarking on a mission from which he had not yet returned. In the meantime, the 2 spirit stones borrowed from Jinfeng served distinct purposes. One was exchanged for a substantial quantity of food, while the other procured a low-grade Qi refinement pill to bolster his cultivation. This was imperative, for his current cultivation level was still modest. He required ample sustenance, as the discomfort of hunger was not to be trifled with. The provisions he acquired were sufficient to sustain him for over a month. Additionally, the other item is a low-grade Qi refining pill, which he intends to experiment with to enhance his cultivation. During this period, he has been diligently practicing every day, yet remains stuck at the 2nd level of Qi refining, unable to ascend to the next realm. However, his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, had previously mentioned that even the most gifted cultivators, blessed with abundant spiritual energy, encounter bottlenecks or insurmountable realms during their training. Cultivators must endure these challenging phases of stagnation. There are numerous solutions to address such situations, such as seeking guidance from advanced practitioners, consuming pills to break through realms, engaging in intensive training, or venturing out to search for resources and rare treasures. In essence, the path of cultivation is profoundly solitary, and the methods of breakthrough vary for each individual. Fortuitous encounters, pills, cultivation locations, and even life and death duels may all serve as catalysts for transcending one's boundaries. Thus, in light of these circumstances, Yihan remained steadfast in his resolve to enhance his cultivation, however slightly. More importantly, he had initially hoped to delay for 5 days, anticipating that Zhang Qingxuan would return by then. Yet, 5 days have passed, and his senior brother has yet to appear, leading him to genuine concern. Perhaps, as Jinfeng had suggested, Zhang Qingxuan might truly not return. Presently, Jinfeng is waiting outside, while Zhang Qingxuan remains absent. Yihan realizes the gravity of his predicament. reminiscent of his earlier mischief in Qingniu village, where he toyed with the village chief's son, only to be cornered by the latter's companions throughout the village. Fortunately, he cleverly evaded them and orchestrated a trap that incited a conflict between the village chief's son and Wang Laocai's son, both of whom were bullies in the village. After several days of fighting, Wang Laocai's son narrowly triumphed, leading to the village chief's son receiving a month of confinement as punishment. Over time, that incident faded into obscurity. However, Jin Feng, being a 12th level Qi refining cultivator, possesses ample patience to wait for him. Now he is blocking the entrance, and Yihan finds himself at a loss for how to deal with him. Does he have no choice but to hide within his cave abode? Yet, he is aware that the defenses of his cave are remarkably formidable, designed specifically for cultivators, accessible only to those above the foundation establishment stage. Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would expend significant energy and create considerable commotion in an attempt to breach his cave. Regardless of the circumstances, it is strictly forbidden for one's own cultivators to attack the caves of their sect members, should such an incident be reported to higher authorities. The attacking cultivator would face severe repercussions. Thus, Yihan is reassured of his safety in the immediate future, hoping either for the return of Zhang Qingxuan or for Jin Feng to lose his patience. Regrettably, while Yihan knows that his cave can activate barriers to prevent external sounds from penetrating, he remains unaware of the method to do so and can only endure Jin Feng's incessant shouting. Well, it seems best to disregard him for now. He will focus on enduring this month and see how things unfold. Jin Feng was not merely angry. He had arrived at Yihan's cave dwelling early in the morning. They had made an agreement for Yihan to provide him with a response regarding the use of the cave for cultivation within 5 days. To facilitate this, Jin Feng had even lent Yihan 2 spirit stones. However, after waiting for an extended period, nearing noon, there was still no sign of Yihan's emergence. Unable to contain himself, Jin Feng called out loudly, demanding Yihan to come forth and reveal what he was up to. Was the lad truly so fearful of his potential ire that he had taken refuge in hiding? Yet, that seemed improbable, considering Yihan's meager cultivation. He could not possibly find a safer sanctuary than within his own cave. Could it be that this fellow was feigning ignorance? Did he believe he could evade him indefinitely? The more Jin Feng pondered, the more infuriated he became. More critically, he had lent 2 spirit stones to placate this individual, which felt like a significant loss. As a mature adult, how could he have been deceived by a mere child? With this thought, Jin Feng could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "Yihan, if you do not emerge soon, be prepared for my wrath." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, and a brilliant red light manifested before him in the form of a flying spear. Chapter 33. Could it be her? Jin Feng, reflecting on how he had been played for a fool by a brash young man, seethed at the thought of having been deceived out of 2 precious spirit stones. At this crucial juncture, as he approached the peak of his Qi refinement stage, each spirit stone held immense value. Were it not for the need to keep Yihan in check, he would never have considered lending him such treasures. He believed that Yihan, once cornered in his cave, would have no means of escape. Furthermore, Jin Feng was convinced that Yihan lacked the audacity to defy him. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Offending a 12th layer Qi refinement cultivator like himself would render Yihan's future on Qingxuan Peak bleak. In recent days, Jin Feng had devoted considerable resources to refining elixirs, exhausting his spirit stones as he prepared to enter Yihan's cave for training. However, upon his early arrival, he found the entrance firmly shut. No amount of shouting could compel Yihan to emerge, and his frustration escalated. This wretched individual treated him like a simpleton, borrowing his money while stalling for time, and now, hiding away within. How could Jin Feng not feel incensed? With a flick of his finger, he summoned a fiery spear that spiraled around him, emanating waves of scorching heat. He coldly bellowed at the cave entrance, "Yihan, you insolent brat, come out at once. I shall count to 3, and if you remain hidden, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he raised 3 fingers and thundered, "1." Inside the cave, Yihan heard Jin Feng's furious shouts. Yet, regardless of the uproar outside, he remained steadfast in his conviction. If Jin Feng possessed the ability to breach his defenses, he would not have been waiting outside for so long. He had unwavering faith in the protective prowess of his cave. Yihan was no coward. He had his own means of support. Let us not forget that his entry into the Qingxuan sect as an inner disciple was facilitated by the Qingxuan token. This token was granted to meritorious disciples or their kin, allowing their descendants not only to become inner disciples, but also to receive a foundational elixir. The Qingxuan sect was obligated to protect those who bore the token, regardless of the enmity they might incur, for they could not afford to alienate their disciples or their families. Thus, Yihan finally spoke up. Jinfeng, listen closely. I will not permit you entry into my cave. If you possess the courage, then attack my defenses, but do not forget that I carry the Qingxuan token. Consider the consequences of assaulting my abode. With those words, he returned to his meditative state, resolutely cultivating. If he were truly fearful, he would not have lent Jinfeng 2 spirit stones, the worth of which far exceeded what an ordinary person could fathom. Jinfeng stood outside, his face darkening with anger as he absorbed Yihan's words. He could hardly believe that this audacious individual had shamelessly deceived him out of 2 spirit stones. Not only had he been tricked, but he had also been made to wait outside for 5 long days, wasting his time. How infuriating it was to realize that he, a grown man, had been toyed with by a mere child. However, the throwing of his flying fork was merely an intimidation tactic aimed at Yihan. Despite his flying fork being a mid-grade magical artifact and his cultivation level at the 12th stage of Qi refinement, there was no way he could breach the entrance of the cave dwelling with a single strike. As Yihan pointed out, attacking someone else's enchanted cave was a grave taboo that would undoubtedly alert the patrolling guards. If he were to be held responsible, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, as Yihan had rightly noted, his greatest support was not Zhang Qingxuan, but rather the fact that he had entered the Qingxuan sect with the Qingxuan token. To those disciples seeking refuge, the Qingxuan token served as a protective talisman, granting Yihan a significant advantage during his time in the sect. It ensured that no one could pose a serious threat to his life. Jinfeng had previously bullied Yihan, believing that the younger boy was too naive to grasp the significance of the Qingxuan token. He had underestimated Yihan's cunning, which had led to his loss of 2 spirit stones. This realization made Jinfeng's blood boil, nearly pushing him to the brink of rage. Yihan, come out. You swindled me out of 2 spirit stones. I won't let this go, he roared in frustration. Before he could finish his sentence, Yihan interjected smoothly, my apologies. Senior brother Jinfeng, did I ever ask you for spirit stones? Perhaps you've mistaken me for someone else? Do you have any witnesses? Has anyone seen this transaction? Or did I write you an IOU? Yihan's barrage of questions nearly sent Jinfeng into a fit, as he had never experienced such humiliation before. All his hard-earned spirit stones had been deceitfully taken by Yihan, and now the latter was daring to question him. In truth, there were no witnesses to confirm that he had given away spirit stones, nor was there any written acknowledgement of such a transaction. The sheer indignation was maddening. Jinfeng felt as though he might explode from the pressure of his suppressed rage. His eyes blazed with fury, and his teeth clenched tightly as he nearly succumbed to the urge to launch an attack on Yihan's cave. Yet, contemplating the dire consequences of assaulting another's dwelling, coupled with the fearsome patrols, left him paralyzed. Yihan had him firmly under control. Jinfeng could hardly bear to count the numbers anymore. How humiliating it was to think he would have to count to 3 before Yihan emerged. The embarrassment was suffocating. More importantly, he genuinely feared taking any action. Where could he possibly vent this pent-up frustration? At that moment, a crisp, melodious voice echoed through the air, cold as ice. Whose disciple are you? What are you doing here? Upon hearing the sound, Jinfeng lifted his gaze and beheld an extraordinarily beautiful female cultivator, exuding an air of aloofness. She donned a flowing white garment, and on her arm rested a wrist guard inscribed with the word patrol. She stood atop a lotus blossom, her presence sending shivers down his spine. This was no ordinary cultivator, but rather one at the Foundation establishment stage and a member of the patrol team. Jinfeng quickly stowed his flying fork and respectfully addressed her. Esteemed senior, I merely passed by to demonstrate a magical artifact. I meant no harm. The female cultivator's brow slightly furrowed as she cast a glance toward Yihan's cave dwelling. She was acutely aware of the situation, having noticed the commotion from a considerable distance. The dialogue between the individuals had reached her ears with crystal clarity. However, she felt that it was merely her duty to intervene. With a frigid tone, she instructed, "Begone. Do not disturb the beauty of the mountains." Jinfeng dared not utter another word. casting a fierce glance toward Yi Han's cave, vowing that he would one day avenge himself. The thought gnawed at him. How infuriating. Meanwhile, within the confines of his cave, Yi Han pondered upon hearing the voice of the female cultivator, thinking to himself, why does her voice sound so familiar? Could it possibly be her? Chapter 34. The celestial maiden Qingfeng. The voice that evoked a sense of familiarity in Yi Han belonged to but one woman. She was the divine figure he had encountered in that cave when confronted by the peculiar creature. The only other female cultivator's voice he had heard was hers. He never anticipated encountering this esteemed practitioner here, and judging by Qingfeng's tone, it was evident that he held her in the highest regard. This woman must possess extraordinary cultivation, for even Qingfeng showed her profound respect. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Qingfeng bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Master Ant. I shall comply." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. After all, she was the renowned true disciple, the celestial maiden Qingfeng. In comparison to her, his own status felt insignificant, akin to the heavens and the earth. Offending her would yield no advantage. On the contrary, it could lead to dire consequences. Observing Qingfeng's demeanor, it was apparent she was on patrol. To provoke her would be to invite disaster, resulting in a fate worse than death. A wise man does not court immediate misfortune. In the realm of cultivation, strength dictates respect. The disparity in their cultivation and status was vast, and it was prudent for him to retreat. Moreover, he lacked the ability to breach Yi Han's abode. It was humiliating for a practitioner of the 12th level of Qi refinement to have been outsmarted by a mere child, resulting in the loss of 2 spirit stones. He vowed that one day, he would make the insufferable Yi Han pay for this indignity. As the celestial maiden Qingfeng observed Qingfeng's departure, she cast a glance at Yi Han's dwelling, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. She murmured to herself, "Why has Elder Qi entrusted his dwelling to this young lad?" Her tone carried a fleeting sense of melancholy, but it quickly transformed into an air of aloofness as she prepared to depart. Suddenly, creak, 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 the door to Yi Han's dwelling slowly creaked open, and he cautiously peered out from the gap, scanning his surroundings with vigilance, particularly attentive to Qingfeng's whereabouts. To his surprise, he beheld the celestial maiden Qingfeng, poised gracefully atop a lotus flower in midair. At the sight of her, his expression shifted slightly. Indeed, this enchanting practitioner was the same divine being he had glimpsed on that fateful day, her beauty capable of leaving one spellbound. Even the most exquisite maiden in his village paled in comparison to her. Though he was young, he could discern that this woman was truly breathtaking. Noticing Yi Han's furtive demeanor, Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering across her features. Could this little rascal be the one rumored to have obtained the Qingxuan order? He appeared quite astute and, surprisingly, not unpleasant at all. Thus, Qingfeng fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "What are you sneaking around for, boy?" Yi Han stepped forward, feigning innocence as he replied, "I am not sneaking. I was merely checking to see if that bully, Qingfeng, has left." Upon hearing Yi Han's words, the celestial maiden Qingfeng's gaze shifted slightly as she inquired, "How did he bully you?" Yi Han, of course, spoke these words with intent. In his experience within Qingniu village, he found that unmarried women were generally more amenable than their married counterparts, often willing to offer him assistance or sustenance. Thus, he surmised that this celestial maiden Qingfeng, being a woman herself, might prove to be more approachable than the typical male cultivators, despite the common perception that practitioners of the arcane arts tend to lack compassion. In essence, aligning himself with the celestial maiden Qingfeng would provide him a measure of protection from the likes of Qingfeng, who would likely refrain from harassing him. This prompted him to emerge from his abode to cultivate a rapport with her. Had celestial maiden Qingfeng chosen to turn away, there would have been little hope for him. Yet her willingness to engage him with inquiries sparked a glimmer of optimism. When Master Lanqing summoned him to the Qingxuan sect, he had received ample advice to seek a reliable patron. Initially, he had considered approaching Elder Qi, only to discover that the elder was disinterested in his plight. Zhang Qingxuan could have served as a minor ally, but his current whereabouts were uncertain, leaving Yi Han in a precarious situation. Now, having encountered this seemingly amicable female cultivator, he was determined to exchange a few words, hoping that their future encounters might yield some benefits. Yi Han immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, stating, "This brother Qingfeng is truly malevolent. He demands that I relinquish my cave abode to him. When I refused, he blocked my entrance, preventing me from leaving. As he spoke, his voice quivered, reminiscent of times in Qingniu village when hunger drove him to solicit food from women, a performance of feigned helplessness he had mastered. Upon hearing his lament, celestial maiden Qingfeng furrowed her brow. Possessing a strong sense of justice, she had previously chastised Qingfeng. Most cultivators, during their so-called patrols, merely ambled about, often choosing to turn a blind eye to matters that did not concern them. Another reason for her concern was that the cave in question originally belonged to a familiar senior brother. However, a thought crossed her mind and she chuckled. Have I ever deceived you regarding 2 spirit stones? I have never asked you for any spirit stones. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? Do you have a witness? Is there anyone who saw this? Or did I write you an IOU? With this, she regarded Yi Han with a bemused expression. Yi Han, perceiving her half-smiling demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort as her words struck an eerily familiar chord. Clearly, celestial maiden Qingfeng had overheard his exchange with Qingfeng and was now mocking him for his feigned plight. It was evident to her that he was merely playing the victim. Yet, Yi Han possessed an extraordinary resilience to embarrassment and promptly retorted, I was left with no choice. He truly did not lend me any spirit stones. He demanded 2 spirit stones in exchange for the cave. How could I possibly agree to such terms? He was resolute in denying any implication that he had deceived Qingfeng out of 2 spirit stones, instead insisting that it was Qingfeng who sought to acquire the cave through dubious means. Any disciple would readily know the immense value of a cave dwelling situated at the heart of Qingxuan Peak, not to mention 2 spirit stones. Even 2,000 would scarcely suffice to procure such a treasure. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qingfeng furrowed her brow. If what Yi Han claimed were true, then that disciple's actions were indeed excessively outrageous. To demand a cave dwelling in exchange for merely 2 spirit stones? Was there any distinction from outright robbery? It was no wonder Yi Han felt he was being bullied. However, Fairy Qingfeng fixed her piercing gaze upon Yi Han, her intense stare seemingly capable of penetrating his very being. The formidable aura she emanated left him trembling in trepidation. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and with a frigid tone, she inquired, from whom did you learn the Qingxian technique? At this question, Yi Han's heart sank. The fact that Fairy Qingfeng could discern his cultivation method with such ease was decidedly troubling. Chapter 35. Could you do me a small favor? Upon hearing these words, Yi Han felt a surge of anxiety. After all, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that the Qingxian Gong could only be cultivated by the true disciples of the Qingxian sect. It is regarded as one of the finest techniques for cultivators below the Qi refinement stage and is shrouded in secrecy. The fact that this Fairy Qingfeng could discern the technique he was practicing posed a significant dilemma for him. A thought suddenly struck Yi Han as he recalled Fairy Qingfeng's earlier remark. Why did the 7th elder hand over his cave dwelling to this little brat? Although he was unaware of the individual's identity, it was evident that they must be the previous owner of the cave. Connecting the dots, he promptly addressed Fairy Qingfeng, stating, I discovered this Qingxian Gong within the cave. I believed it was bestowed upon me by the 7th elder. Fairy Qingfeng furrowed her brow, her tone turning icy as she retorted, You little rascal, so crafty and deceitful. Do you dare to lie to me? As she spoke, an overwhelming chill emanated from her, enveloping Yi Han in an invisible pressure that left him flustered and discomfort. It felt as if he were being watched by a terrifying creature, reminiscent of a past encounter, sending a shiver down his spine. This sensation was not merely fear, it was a palpable dread that affected his physical state, rendering him motionless. A genuine high-level cultivator could immobilize him with mere presence alone. Should a confrontation ensue, he would be utterly defenseless. Yi Han realized the true might of advanced cultivators. It was no wonder that Zhang Qingxuan and Mr. Lanqing had cautioned him about the hierarchy among cultivators and the peril of offending those stronger than oneself. The current situation illustrated this vividly. Fairy Qingfeng's prowess far surpassed his own, and her mere presence held him captive. If he had truly provoked such a powerful cultivator, it would spell his doom. Yet, he could not afford to show weakness at this moment. Yi Han insisted, It's true. Truly, the more dire the situation, the more he understood that revealing the truth could lead to even greater trouble. Not only would he fail to find an ally, but he might also be apprehended for interrogation. Fairy Qingfeng fixed her cold gaze upon him, declaring, You are lying. He has been dead for a long time, and his identity token was shattered. How could you possibly acquire the technique? With that, she descended from the air to stand beside Yi Han, reaching out effortlessly. The Qingxuan gong scroll he had clutched was wrenched from his grasp and landed in Fairy Qingfeng's hands. Yi Han's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Fairy Qingfeng would take such decisive action, and now the scroll was firmly in her possession. This situation was indeed dire, and Yi Han felt as though his heart were bleeding. The celestial maiden Qingfeng gazed at the Qingxuan gong in her hands, which began to flutter open autonomously. Upon examining the inscriptions, her eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she murmured, barely able to contain her excitement, "Indeed, it is his handwriting." At this moment, she looked at Yi Han in surprise and inquired, "Where did you acquire this technique?" With these words, the terrifying aura she had imposed upon Yi Han dissipated instantaneously. He felt an immense sense of relief, for had she unleashed her full might, her mere presence could have utterly subdued him. However, having already spoken, Yi Han knew he could not afford to be entirely forthright. His mind raced as he recalled that when he first encountered the celestial maiden, he had surmised that she was intimately familiar with the original master of this cave dwelling, perhaps even on amicable terms. Her astonishment suggested that the manual in his possession belonged to someone she recognized. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him so favorably? No. He suddenly connected the dots. From the very first meeting, it seemed she had been searching for the original master of this cave. He had merely stumbled upon the violet cauldron, the Qingxuan gong, and the Qingxuan ling within the cave. This implied that the celestial maiden had received some information leading her to seek vengeance for the original master of this dwelling, or perhaps to uncover some clue. It was highly probable that the individual who perished within the cave, the original owner of the violet cauldron, the Qingxuan gong, and the Qingxuan ling, was indeed the original master of this cave. This individual must have held a significant position within the Qingxuan sect. In summary, while the entire sequence of events might seem coincidental, it was not entirely devoid of purpose. The uncanny nature of these coincidences suggested that the original master of the cave had intended to confront that monster and, in a cruel twist of fate, had met his demise at its hands, leaving behind the violet cauldron, the Qingxuan gong, and the Qingxuan ling, which Yi Han fortuitously discovered. Even more serendipitously, he had utilized the Qingxuan ling to gain entry into the Qingxuan sect, exchanging it for a foundational cultivation pill, which in turn granted him this cave. Was it truly mere coincidence, or was there a greater destiny at play? As Yi Han's thoughts whirled, he quickly devised a plan, connecting the entirety of the situation. Regardless of the outcome, he would never confess that the Qingxuan gong had been obtained from anywhere but this cave. Thus, he feigned great trepidation and said, "Esteemed goddess, I found this technique beneath the bed after entering this cave. As for its origins, I am utterly unaware." With a firm tone, he reiterated, "I genuinely do not know." The celestial maiden, holding the Qingxuan gong, hesitated momentarily before suddenly asking, "Would you allow me to enter this cave and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Yi Han's spirit soared, and he responded enthusiastically, "Of course. A beautiful celestial being like you is more than welcome. Please come in." His exuberant demeanor momentarily startled the Qingfeng fairy, who found this Yi Han considerably more agreeable than before. She gazed deeply at the cave dwelling, her brow furrowing as she remarked, never mind. There is no need to venture inside." With that, she tossed the cultivation technique into Yi Han's hands, saying, "Since you discovered this technique within the cave, it must be by divine providence. Having successfully cultivated it, it is indeed your own fortune." Yi Han accepted the technique, his expression softening, and joyfully exclaimed to the Qingfeng fairy, "I truly cannot thank you enough, esteemed sister." He continued with an eager tone, "Might you not consider entering for a moment?" He was determined not to miss this opportunity to forge a connection with the Qingfeng fairy, employing his exceptionally sweet words. Hearing this, the Qingfeng fairy replied, "I shall not go. Take care of yourself. I must be on my way." Yi Han quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, esteemed sister. Could you assist me with a small favor?" Chapter 36. A fortuitous gift. The celestial fairy Qingfeng gazed at Yi Han, her expression serene as she spoke. "Firstly, I do not wish to be addressed as Sister Celestial. Secondly, there is no need for you to seek any form of connection with me. I shall not assist you in any matters. Thirdly, you must clarify your own identity. In the realm of cultivation, the esteemed are revered. I am a foundational cultivator, while you are merely at the Qi refinement stage. You ought to refer to me as Martial Ant. Noting the icy demeanor of the celestial fairy, Yi Han flashed a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as he retorted, Sister Celestial, I must assert that I call you that because your beauty rivals that of the celestial beings. Secondly, I am not attempting to forge a relationship, for we are already connected as fellow disciples, are we not? Thirdly, I am fully aware of my own standing. While it is true that you currently possess greater cultivation, and I am merely at the Qi refinement stage, do not presume that this will remain my fate forever. Yi Han felt a surge of indignation. He had initially sought to cultivate a rapport with the celestial fairy, only to find himself chastised. Unable to suppress his feelings, he expressed his honest thoughts. Indeed, he recognized his current inferiority in cultivation and talent, finding himself beleaguered in the Qingxuan sect. However, he firmly believed in himself. He had endured numerous hardships and had already made significant progress. Now, he had a precious opportunity to become a formidable cultivator, and he refused to let it slip away. He held unwavering confidence in his potential. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the celestial fairy's eyes as she scrutinized him intently. The sentiments he articulated resonated deeply, reminiscent of her own youthful experiences. Before she had ascended to the status of a true disciple, she had been a mere inner disciple, often subjected to the whims of others. She recalled having uttered similar sentiments in her past. As she juxtaposed the youthful figure before her with her own memories, a striking resemblance emerged, not only in demeanor, but also in the spark of determination within his gaze. Particularly, his assertion that they were indeed connected as fellow disciples struck a chord. Such words could only emanate from someone with a profound understanding of their plight. Was it merely coincidence that this Yi Han bore such resemblance to her younger self? Could it be that Elder Qi had discerned something noteworthy in this youth, prompting the transfer of this cave abode to him? Yet, the celestial fairy's musings dissipated as she maintained her frosty countenance, declaring, individuals as naive as you may find your entrance into the cultivation world to be a calamity. I hope you come to truly comprehend the harsh realities of this realm. Indeed, even she, as formidable as she once was, had shone brightly for a fleeting moment, revered as the strongest true disciple of the Qingxuan sect. Yet, in just a few short years, her brilliance had faded, her identity token long shattered. This meant she had been lost to the annals of time for quite a while. Perhaps this was a testament to the notion that those imbued with innocence and deep emotions, like her, were ill-suited for the ruthless world of cultivation. In any case, the celestial maiden Qingfeng held the belief that once Yi Han truly encounters the harsh realities of the cultivation world, a fundamental transformation would ensue. After all, she too was once so innocent and carefree. Upon hearing her words, Yi Han gazed intently at the celestial maiden and proclaimed, "The universe is vigorous. A gentleman strives unceasingly." At the utterance of this phrase, the celestial maiden's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and as Yi Han spoke, an unprecedented aura radiated from him. It was indeed hard to believe that such a powerful will emanated from such a young boy, a spirit of determination that most cultivators could scarcely possess. With such a mindset, what could he not achieve? Perhaps, in the grand design of fate, Yi Han might become an equally formidable figure, or perhaps not. The path of a cultivator is fraught with thorns, teeming with countless dangers, yet simultaneously brimming with infinite possibilities. If a practitioner harbors this relentless spirit of self-improvement, there lies great potential amidst the perils of the cultivation realm. The celestial maiden suddenly regarded Yi Han with newfound respect, pondering the extraordinary energy that might erupt from his petite frame and what kind of powerful cultivator he could ultimately become, or whether he would, like many others, meet an untimely demise in his prime. Individuals with exceptional talent and limitless potential are not uncommon. Yet few ascend to the ranks of high-level cultivators and tread the path of immortality. Thus, the celestial maiden addressed Yi Han, remarking, "It is rare to find one with such a mindset. I shall await with bated breath to see how far this gentleman, who strives unceasingly, can journey along the path of cultivation." Yi Han, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "The road lies beneath my feet. How far I can go depends entirely on my perseverance." The celestial maiden, with a hint of indifference, replied, "Enough of sweet words. The crux lies in how you choose to walk your path. Ultimately, no one can assist you. You must rely solely on yourself." Then, with a playful smile, she turned her gaze toward Yi Han and asked, By the way, did you not mention needing my assistance? I wonder what this gentleman seeks from me. Yi Han, with a cheeky grin, responded, What gentleman am I? I merely wish to ask the celestial sister. What is your name? The celestial maiden furrowed her brow and replied, I am called Qingfeng. You may refer to me as Master Qingfeng. With a pause, she flipped her palm, revealing a small vial, which she tossed to Yi Han, saying, Since we have shared so many words, it seems we are fated. Here are a few qi refining pills. Consider them a parting gift from your master. Yi Han accepted the vial, astonished that the celestial maiden would bestow upon him such a treasure. After all, these pills are not so easily acquired, even with spirit stones. The Qingxuan sect imposes strict purchase limits. When Yi Han sought to buy a qi refining pill, the attendant informed him that each person may purchase only 3 pills per month, with escalating prices. What does this mean? The first pill costs 1 spirit stone, the second 2, and the third 4. Should one wish to buy more, alas, that is simply not possible, due to the limited resources for cultivation. It is impossible to allocate all the elixirs to a single individual. Both of them are not without their flaws. Many inner disciples are reluctant to use them, and some have even resorted to selling them for merely 2 spirit stones, making a pure profit of 1 spirit stone. Naturally, this results in a delay in their cultivation. For consuming 1 or 2 qi refining pills each month significantly accelerates their progress compared to their peers. Yi Han was taken aback when the celestial maiden Qingfeng unexpectedly gifted him a vial of qi refining pills. Although he was unaware of the exact quantity within, it was undoubtedly a substantial windfall. He thus respectfully expressed, Aunt Master Qingfeng, I am truly grateful to you. Should I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall surely repay you. He was not one to forget kindness. The celestial maiden Qingfeng indeed appeared less aloof than she seemed, and it was clear that he must cultivate a good relationship with her. She cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, By the way, you must be cautious regarding your practice of the Qingxian skill. Upon hearing this, Yi Han's expression shifted as he inquired, Cautious of what? Chapter 37. The unique qi refining pill. Yi Han feigned ignorance as he gazed at the celestial phoenix. Generally speaking, the more significant a person is to oneself, the more they tend to hold a certain esteem for the other. He had attempted this many times before. The celestial phoenix, however, responded with a knowing smile. Since you are aware that you practice the Qingxian technique, you should also comprehend its origins. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Yi Han furrowed his brows and exclaimed, But this technique truly does not belong to me. The celestial phoenix interrupted, Do you believe anyone would heed your excuses? You have but one path ahead of you, to become a true disciple. Of course, at present, you are wholly unqualified. With that, she moved gracefully, soaring into the sky, remarking, Take care of yourself. In an instant, the celestial phoenix commanded the lotus beneath her, ascending leisurely into the heavens. Yi Han watched her retreating figure, his eyes filled with yearning. The lotus beneath the celestial phoenix must be the flying artifact that Brother Zhang Jinshan had mentioned to him. He wondered when he too might master such an artifact and traverse the skies. One must at least reach the 12th layer of qi refinement to wield such power. With these thoughts in mind, he clenched the bottle tightly in his hand, taking a deep breath to steady his mind. These matters could not be rushed. Cultivation should unfold naturally. After adjusting his mindset, he returned to his cave dwelling and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, 100 zhang away, atop a precipice, Qingfeng stood, his expression grim as he observed the door to Yi Han's cave slowly close. His face was twisted with resentment, his eyes filled with malice. That wretched Yi Han had not only conversed extensively with the legendary celestial phoenix, but had also deceived him out of 2 spirit stones, making a fool of him in the process. How infuriating! I shall avenge this grievance. Due to the distance, he was unaware of the specifics of Yi Han's exchange with the celestial phoenix, but he sensed that Yi Han was resolutely opposing him. The celestial phoenix was meddling in affairs that did not concern her. How dare she involve herself with a lowly cultivator? Breathing deeply, he sought to regain his composure, realizing that his emotions were in disarray, unfit for the trials ahead. Feeling anxious, he resolved to take a stroll to calm his mind before returning to his cultivation. As for Yi Han, he had ample time to deal with him. His mere cultivation was not worth the effort. With this in mind, Qingfeng moved swiftly down the cliff. The celestial phoenix, her toes resting upon the lotus, glided forward, her gaze tinged with an inexplicable melancholy. It is often said that cultivators pursue a path devoid of emotion. Yet, who among us is devoid of feelings? Most often, such sentiments are deeply buried within the recesses of one's heart. Upon seeing Yi Han, she felt an uncanny resemblance between him and herself. Although she verbally professed her indifference towards Yi Han's affairs, she could not resist bestowing upon him a vial of her own chi-refining pills. Though of little worth to her, these pills held significant value for a practitioner of Yi Han's caliber. Suddenly, her expression shifted as a realization struck her. She had forgotten to inform the young man that, given his current level of cultivation, he ought not to consume too many chi-refining pills. With this thought in mind, she prepared to hasten back. At that moment, a radiant beam of spiritual light descended from the heavens, landing before her. Within this light was a talisman, which shattered to reveal a series of characters that materialized before her. The expression on Qingfeng Fairy's face changed as she instinctively summoned the fragments of the talisman, which transformed into shimmering motes of light and flew into her fingertips. Upon absorbing the contents of the characters, her demeanor altered once more, and she swiftly redirected her course towards the origin of the talisman. As for Yi Han, given his ability to comprehend the cultivation methods of the Qingxuan technique, it was reasonable to assume he had received guidance. Thus, he would be unlikely to recklessly consume such pills. Moreover, she had pressing matters to attend to, leaving little time to concern herself with Yi Han's affairs. Of course, she was aware that showing excessive care for Yi Han could lead him to take undue advantage of her. Nevertheless, she held a certain optimism for him. Despite his modest talent, he displayed an understanding of restraint, self-preservation, and a knack for endearing himself to his benefactor. Most notably, Yi Han was young, yet possessed a remarkably steadfast heart for the Dao, a stark contrast to her own impatience at his age, when she often sought excuses to shirk her responsibilities. Furthermore, Yi Han possessed his own advantages, including his own cave dwelling. One must ponder, how many cultivators of his age could claim such a privilege? Only those favored by destiny or hailing from illustrious families might possess such a boon. However, the crux of the matter remained. She needed to attend to her own affairs promptly, lest delays lead to complications. With remarkable speed, Qingfeng Fairy vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yi Han sat cross-legged within his cave, his eyes alight with astonishment as he beheld the 5 pills emitting a remarkable fragrance. These were 5 chi-refining pills. He had not anticipated Qingfeng Fairy's generosity. Initially, he had merely sought to forge a connection with her. Yet, she had casually gifted him these pills. Nevertheless, he discerned a peculiar glimmer in her gaze, one tinged with nostalgia, regret, and an indescribable sentiment. Could he be somehow linked to the former owner of this cave? As such thoughts swirled in his mind, an unsettling feeling began to take root. He scrutinized the 5 chi-refining pills, suddenly sensing an oddity. Their essence appeared far more potent than the one he had previously purchased. He promptly retrieved the chi-refining pill he had purchased, scrutinizing it closely. It was evident that this particular pill bore faint, minute cracks upon its surface, and the medicinal properties emanating from it were significantly weaker than those of the 5 pills gifted to him by the enchanting Qingfeng Fairy. The 5 pills from her were perfectly round and smooth, devoid of any such imperfections. A peculiar expression crossed Yi Han's face as a thought struck him. Could it be that chi-refining pills are graded by quality? Or had he been duped? A sudden sensation of having been taken advantage of washed over him. However, what could one expect from a chi-refining pill purchased for a mere spirit stone? Thus, he poured the 5 chi-refining pills gifted by Qingfeng Fairy into a vial. His senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, had advised him against excessive consumption of medicinal pills. Clearly, the 5 pills from the Qingmu Fairy were of superior quality, and he might not be able to withstand their potency if ingested at once. It would be prudent to first use this ordinary pill. As he glanced around, he felt a sense of unease at carrying the chi-refining pill on his person. What prompted this feeling? The earlier actions of Qingfeng Fairy had instilled a deep sense of fear within him. Chapter 38. The potency of the refining chi pill just moments ago. The mere aura released by the celestial phoenix left him utterly immobilized. With a casual gesture, she effortlessly retrieved the manual of the Qingxuan technique from his embrace. Consequently, he felt an acute sense of insecurity regarding the items he carried. Any cultivator with superior cultivation could discern what he possessed with a mere glance. Fortunately, He had not kept the purple cauldron on his person since discovering its peculiar nature. It had remained in his chamber, only to be examined when Qingxuan was absent. Had he carried the cauldron with him, it would undoubtedly have drawn the attention of the celestial phoenix. Although he remained uncertain about the full extent of the cauldron's utility, he instinctively recognized it as the treasure spoken of by Qingxuan, a prized possession of cultivators. However, the exact level of its significance remained a mystery. He resolved to keep the cauldron concealed, adhering to the principle that one must not flaunt their wealth or treasures. He had previously suffered a considerable loss when his riches were exposed, nearly leading to his abduction and a fate as a beggar. Just as wealth attracts thieves, so too do treasures beckon the avarice of cultivators. Should they become aware of his possession, many would undoubtedly covet it. Thus, it was imperative to securely hide this artifact until he possessed the ability to protect himself. Even with self-defense capability, revealing one's treasures invites trouble. It is not merely the act of theft that one should fear, but the covetous glances of others. The hierarchy of cultivation is vast, and until he ascends to the pinnacle of power, there will always be those capable of subduing him. Moreover, regardless of strength, even a fierce tiger fears the pack of wolves. As time passed, despite the profound trust he held in Qingxuan, he refrained from sharing the existence of his purple cauldron, seeking assistance in discerning its nature and purpose. Reflecting on this, Yuan decided not to keep the refining qi pill on his person either, opting instead to conceal it alongside the cauldron. Presently, it was far safer to store these items in the hidden compartment beneath his bed than to risk carrying them. After all, the defenses of this cave abode were sufficiently robust. Unless a legendary golden core cultivator forced their way into search, it was unlikely anyone would uncover his secrets. Naturally, until Qingxuan returned, he could not allow other cultivators entry. Yet, the thought of Qingxuan filled Yuan with deep concern. It had been quite some time since his senior had last returned. Could it be that something grave had befallen him, preventing his return? Qingxuan was the first cultivator to extend a helping hand to him on the mountain. Though he had his own motives in seeking to cultivate within Yuan's cave, he had neither forced his authority nor exploited his status. Instead, he imparted invaluable knowledge of cultivation and the paths therein. In essence, Qingxuan had become a guiding light on Yuan's journey of cultivation. And regardless of his future prowess, it would remain intrinsically linked to Qingxuan. Furthermore, there was a genuine camaraderie between them, forged through their time together as comrades on the path of cultivation. However, his current concerns are of little consequence, as he finds himself struggling for survival. This time, it was that senior brother Jin Feng who arrived, and one cannot predict who might come next. After all, his true identity and circumstances have already spread throughout Qingxuan Peak, attracting many who may harbor ulterior motives. Yet, few are as fervent as Jin Feng in seeking him out. Most are merely observing the situation, uncertain whether they will take action against him. As long as his cultivation remains feeble, he will always be vulnerable to bullying. He had come to this stark realization during his time in Qingniu village. Being an orphan, he lacks powerful parents or siblings, leaving him utterly alone. There are always those who occasionally pick on him or speak cruel words without restraint. His own weakness is the root of all this. Although Jin Feng has temporarily departed due to the arrival of the fairy Qing Feng, he has already made a formidable enemy of him. It is evident that senior brother Jin Feng is not someone to be trifled with. He is vengeful, exceedingly greedy, and preys upon the weak. Yuan understands this well. Recently, he has felt as though he has hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, unable to progress beyond the second layer of the qi refinement stage. Despite his rapid advancement, bolstered by the potent spiritual energy of his cave dwelling, he finds himself unable to break through to the third layer of qi refinement. He suspects that his previous inexplicable breakthrough was closely linked to the purple cauldron, yet he currently lacks the means to discern the nature of this connection. Thus, Yuan returned to his training room, closed the door, and retrieved a subpar qi refinement pill he had purchased. Although he was unaware of the pill's grade, it was glaringly inferior compared to the one gifted to him by the fairy Qing Feng. Nevertheless, he felt that consuming this inferior pill would impose a significantly lesser burden on him. Yuan sat cross-legged and placed the pill into his mouth. As he swallowed it, an intense heat surged within his abdomen, akin to sipping a cup of boiling water in the dead of winter, causing his insides to feel as though they were on the verge of boiling. How could such a low-quality qi refinement pill elicit such a potent reaction? Yet, this was his first experience with medicinal pills, and he was unaware of their properties. However, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had once mentioned that the essence of refining a pill lies in the adept manipulation of one's cultivation technique to absorb the pill's medicinal power and convert it into one's own spiritual energy. Regardless of the circumstances, one must persevere. With this thought in mind, Yihan gritted his teeth and activated the Qingxuan technique, hastily absorbing the medicinal energy from the pill within his abdomen. Though he did not know how to precisely absorb the pill's properties, he was aware that the cultivation techniques of immortal practitioners are far from simple. Indeed, as the Qingxuan technique flowed seamlessly within him, he sensed the surging energy in his abdomen being propelled into his meridians by the very essence he was cultivating. Never before had he experienced such clarity. He felt the ethereal energy and medicinal potency coursing through his veins, akin to a pristine stream washing over his meridians and blood. After merely completing one cycle of the Qingxuan technique, he perceived a significant enhancement in his breath and magical prowess, an unmistakable sensation of empowerment. Oh, how astonishing! The speed of cultivation through elixirs surpasses the pace of meditative practice by several magnitudes. He realized that a fortnight of seated meditation could not compare to the efficacy of consuming elixirs for a single cycle. The exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger in such moments was truly intoxicating. It is no wonder that so many cultivators possess an insatiable craving for these elixirs. If even a subpar qi refinement pill yields such remarkable effects, one can only imagine the extraordinary results of consuming the elixir bestowed by the celestial phoenix. The anticipation is indeed exhilarating. Chapter 39. Third layer of qi refinement. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the world before him had suddenly become remarkably clear. This sensation was utterly sublime. He felt an unparalleled clarity, akin to having awakened from an exceptionally refreshing slumber. His eyes sparkled with brightness, while his ears picked up the sounds of insects grazing outside his cave dwelling. Indeed, after consuming a rather inferior qi refinement pill, he had finally achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the third layer of qi refinement. This transformation imbued him with a profound sense of change within himself. Moreover, the duration of his meditation had extended several-fold compared to before. As he practiced the Qingxuan technique, he not only absorbed the medicinal essence of the pill, but also harnessed a greater abundance of the spiritual energy from the cave. Suddenly, he noticed a sticky sensation on his body. Upon wiping it, he realized that the sweat clung to him, rendering him somewhat unclean. A thought crossed his mind, and he murmured to himself, "Is this what Brother Zhang Qingxuan referred to as expelling impurities from the body?" However, the odor was rather unpleasant, prompting him to cleanse himself in his chamber. His cave was equipped with an automatic water outlet, ideal for bathing and similar activities. All it required was the press of a button. Previously unaware of this feature, he had only learned of it from Brother Zhang Qingxuan. Otherwise, he might have neglected his daily ablutions. It is indeed a misconception that cultivating immortality is a simple endeavor. After refreshing himself, Yihan emerged with renewed vigor, reveling in the delightful changes he had experienced. Upon further familiarization, he discerned another transformation. His sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world had markedly intensified. The spiritual energy within the cave was several times more potent than that outside. Yet even upon advancing to the second layer of qi refinement, he had not felt a particularly strong response. However, during this session, as he reached the third layer, the contrast between the external and internal spiritual energies became exceedingly apparent. It was no wonder Brother Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that the abundant spiritual energy here was far too lavish for a neophyte in qi refinement. Although the energy was indeed rich, its efficacy for him, given his current level of cultivation, was not optimal. Perhaps he had absorbed only a 20th of it after a significant duration, a feat still commendable due to the potency of the Qingxuan technique, which surpassed that of ordinary methods. Were he to practice a more conventional technique, the results might have been even less favorable, leaving him still at the threshold of entry. Remarkably, a mere inferior qi refinement pill had enabled him to transcend his previous limits and attain the third layer of qi refinement. He possessed 5 superior qi refinement pills bestowed upon him by the celestial phoenix fairy, and he surmised that their effects would undoubtedly surpass that of this inferior pill. Consuming them would surely facilitate a swift advancement in his cultivation. However, this was the ideal scenario. Brother Zhang Qingxuan had cautioned him that cultivators should not consume pills too frequently, for while they could accelerate cultivation remarkably in the short term, moderation was key. However, due to the reliance on medicinal pills for cultivation, the body may develop a resistance over time, rendering the same pills less effective upon subsequent use. Furthermore, although one's realm may have advanced, the foundational cultivation in comparison to peers of the same tier remains precarious. Mere superficial progress does not equate to true strength. More critically, during significant breakthroughs, one may feel overwhelmed due to the rapid enhancement of power. Thus, the path of cultivation is laden with complexities, and Yihan finds himself increasingly enamored with the joys of ascetic practice. At times, he senses that his aspiration is not merely to become a formidable cultivator, but rather to savor the profound essence of the cultivation experience itself. This continual ascent, relentless exploration, persistent enhancement, and profound comprehension encapsulate the very essence of cultivation as a process of life's transcendence. Consequently, Yihan refrains from utilizing the 5 qi refining pills and instead dedicates himself to the blood refining technique, a method specifically designed for physical cultivation. Though not entirely complete, it suffices to fortify his physique during the qi refining stage. Brother Zhang Qingxuan takes immense pride in this technique, having explicitly conveyed to Yihan that his physical prowess surpasses that of typical cultivators at the same tier by several folds. When engaging in duels, his physical strength proves significantly superior. However, he maintains a low profile, often opting for restraint and rarely engaging in confrontations. Yihan discerns that Brother Zhang Qingxuan speaks the truth, as the robust musculature he observes attests to his formidable physicality. Thus, Yihan finds himself unable to continue practicing the Qingxuan technique and must focus solely on the blood refining technique. Upon commencing the practice, he immediately perceives the changes following his recent advancement. Previously, executing a few movements of the blood refining technique would leave him fatigued, with his vital energy surging. Now, as he sits, he experiences no strain, with his energy flowing gently, invigorating his physical form with abundant magical power. Indeed, the blood refining technique he practices mobilizes his internal energy to stimulate his blood, relentlessly tempering his physique, thus enhancing his muscular fortitude and defensive capabilities. Moreover, he notices that while cultivating this technique, his recently attained 3rd level of the qi refining stage is gradually becoming remarkably stable. It dawns on him that the blood refining technique also serves to stabilize one's cultivation level. No wonder Brother Zhang Qingxuan insisted he practice it diligently. Yet, with Brother Zhang Qingxuan absent, he finds himself at a loss for guidance, forced to navigate this path alone. Thoughts of Brother Zhang Qingxuan weigh heavily on his heart. It has been quite some time since his departure, and the likelihood of his safe return seems grim. His current cultivation level offers little assistance to Brother Zhang, and perhaps one day, once he has attained greater power, he may seek to avenge him. Yet, the circumstances surrounding Brother Zhang Qingxuan's plight remain shrouded in uncertainty. He could not help but recall the horrifying cave where he had discovered the violet cauldron and the azure Xian token, along with the skeletal remains he had encountered. It was evidently the relic of a cultivator, one who was presumably formidable. Such a practitioner had perished there, and one could only wonder how many others had met a similar fate, their bodies left unclaimed in this vast world. Before long, Yihan had practiced blood refinement technique for over 3 hours, only to realize that more than an hour had passed in the outside world during his cultivation. Clearly, this was an indication of his spiritual advancement, which was beneficial for his practice of the blood refinement technique. Moreover, he sensed that the enhancement from the blood refinement technique also aided his cultivation of the azure Xian technique, albeit to a lesser extent. After completing his training, Yihan felt as if he had emerged from boiling water, his entire body flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down him. He discerned that his magical energy was likely depleted, and perhaps he could take another qi refinement pill to continue his cultivation. Thus, he proceeded to retrieve the qi refinement pill from the hidden compartment in his room, casually bringing forth the violet cauldron as well. Upon seeing the cauldron, Yihan's eyes narrowed in shock. Had it transformed once again? Chapter 40. Indeed, it is so. As Yihan took out the purple cauldron, He was astonished to find it had transformed once more into a stone-like texture. He gazed at the cauldron in disbelief, turning it over repeatedly, perplexed as to how it had reverted to this state. He recalled that the last time the cauldron appeared this way, his cultivation had surged at an extraordinary pace, only to revert to its original form once he completed his training. What could this mean? Was it possible that the cauldron transformed into this stone-like state periodically on its own? With mounting excitement, Yuan began to handle the stone-like cauldron. He remembered that it was during the initial success of his cultivation of the Qingxuan technique, after a brief slumber, that his cultivation had dramatically advanced, propelling him into the Qi refinement stage. Even senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had regarded him as a rare talent for achieving such a feat in such a short time. It was then that he noticed the cauldron had returned to its original form, reinforcing his belief that it was indeed a treasure that could assist cultivators in their practice. With the cauldron and the Qi refinement elixirs at his disposal, he felt a renewed sense of progress in his cultivation, believing that reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement would be a remarkable achievement. Contemplating this, he opened the bottle containing the Qi refinement elixirs, only to be taken aback by a foul, decaying odor wafting from within. This noxious scent filled him with a sense of foreboding as he poured out the contents, revealing only a layer of gray residue. Where were the elixirs? Staring at the remnants, Yuan was rendered speechless, his heart aching. These were not ordinary Qi refinement elixirs, but rather a higher-grade concoction bestowed upon him by the fairy Qingfeng. Although he was unaware of their precise grade, the aroma, spiritual energy, and the smooth exterior of the elixirs indicated that they were far from ordinary. How could they have turned to ashes so swiftly? Was the fairy Qingfeng merely playing a trick on him, providing him with inferior elixirs? Was this the meaning of gold and jade on the outside, but rotten within? No. Based on Yuan's own judgment, he believed that the fairy Qingfeng was not the type to indulge in such petty games with a lowly cultivator like himself. Gazing at the pile of ashes before him, he found it impossible to fathom the reason behind this occurrence. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly accepted the harsh reality, shaking his head as he muttered, "What a joy and a sorrow, O purple cauldron!" Before he could finish, a sudden spark of realization lit up his eyes, and he exclaimed in delight, "Could it be this way?" With that, he grasped the purple cauldron and, looking at the empty bottle in his hand, felt a surge of insight. He recalled placing the cauldron and the Qi refinement elixirs together for safety. Could it be possible that the cauldron had absorbed the potency of those elixirs? Perhaps it was the absorption of the elixir's medicinal power that caused the cauldron to revert to its stone-like hue. To understand that the purple cauldron resembled stone, it was during a particular instance after its cultivation that the cauldron gradually underwent a transformation, regaining its hue of purple jade. In that moment, he swiftly ascended to the realm of Qi refinement. Thus, when the purple cauldron appeared stone-like, it had absorbed a sufficient amount of celestial spiritual energy or the essence of medicinal pills, enabling it to harness the power of the cauldron for cultivation. Yet, what distinguished this process? After all, merely consuming medicinal pills also facilitated rapid cultivation. What difference did it make if the cauldron absorbed their essence? Of course, this remained untested. Immediately, Yuan resolved to investigate whether the cauldron truly absorbed the potency of the pills or what benefits it might confer upon him at that moment. However, upon grasping the cauldron, he discerned that this transformation was unlike the previous one. The stone's coloration appeared subtly altered, though he could not articulate precisely how. He simply felt it was different from the last time. Could it be that the absorbed medicinal pills were dissimilar from before? Contemplating this, Yuan proceeded to the training room, carefully placing the cauldron before him. He then settled into a meditative posture, commencing the operation of the Qingxuan technique. As the technique flowed through him, he perceived his internal magical energy coursing through his meridians, a sensation he had previously been unable to grasp. Perhaps his prior inability stemmed from his low cultivation level and weak magical power. Now, however, the experience was markedly different. He felt a newfound sensitivity to the surrounding energies. The celestial spiritual essence began to surge towards him. He remained vigilant, observing any changes in the purple cauldron. Regrettably, despite his diligent practice, he sensed no alterations within the cauldron nor any unusual aura emanating from it that could enhance his cultivation. This left Yuan feeling somewhat disheartened. Had he miscalculated? The cauldron did not seem to possess the capacity to accelerate a practitioner's cultivation speed or power as he had hoped. If this were the case, he had suffered a significant loss. 5 extraordinary qi refining pills held considerable value, particularly during his most destitute times. With his current level of cultivation, undertaking any tasks was utterly unfeasible. He had previously confided in Zhang Qingxuan about his desire to undertake missions within the sect to augment his income. Zhang Qingxuan had promptly doused his hopes with cold reality, informing him that his cultivation level was too low to engage in any of the sect's tasks, including even the most basic duties. Activities such as forging, refining, or cultivating spiritual herbs required a degree of spiritual power or strength. Given Yihan's insufficient cultivation, he could hardly perform even the simplest spells, let alone any tasks. Thus, he resolved to focus on his training within the sect. Only when his cultivation reached a sufficient level would Zhang Qingxuan consider bringing him along for missions. As time gradually passed, Yihan initially remained attentive to the fluctuations of his surroundings. However, as the moments unfolded, he became fully immersed in a state of deep concentration, the Qingxuan technique circulating vigorously within him. Gradually, a series of shimmering purple runes began to emanate from his being. Yet, Yihan remained entirely oblivious to the presence of these radiant purple symbols, his spirit and energy wholly devoted to the operation of the Qingxuan technique. As time slipped away, an indeterminate duration elapsed before Yihan slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the world around him appeared remarkably vivid. His gaze sparkled like the stars, enabling him to perceive the delicate strands of dust dancing in the air. He could discern the ethereal movement of spiritual energy, witnessing it swirl gracefully, akin to playful sprites. His ears, too, became attuned to the subtle sounds of the wind, including the faint whispers seeping through the cracks of the door. In that moment, he felt as if he had transcended to a new realm of existence, profoundly transformed. To his surprise, he discovered that his cultivation had significantly advanced. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the purple cauldron before him, and with barely contained excitement, Yihan exclaimed, "Indeed, it is just as I imagined." Chapter 41. Have I grown so much? Yihan gazed at the purple cauldron before him, his expression brimming with excitement as he examined it closely. The cauldron had transformed from its original stony form into one that was half stone and half purple. Upon assessing his own cultivation, he was taken aback. He felt an abundance of magical energy coursing through him, approximately double that of his previous strength. In disbelief, he extended his hand to observe his palm, marveling at the sensation of inherent magical power. Suddenly, he noticed that his sleeves had shrunk considerably. Looking down, he realized his trousers were also shorter than before. With a jolt, he stood up and discovered that he had inexplicably grown several inches taller. Once merely a half-grown child, he now stood nearly as tall as a shorter adult. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he thought, "Good heavens, I have grown so much." He recognized that not only had he reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement, but his aura was also remarkably stable. His newfound height imbued him with a sense of vigor that was simply exhilarating. Recalling his days as a mere cowherd in Qingniu village, he often fantasized about growing up to strive in the bustling city, aspiring to rise above the ordinary. Little did he anticipate that after so many hours of meditation, he would experience such remarkable growth. However, a nagging thought struck him. How long had he been meditating? He sensed a disquieting discrepancy in time. It felt as though he had been immersed in meditation for an extended period. Could it be that he had meditated for several years? This seemed implausible. Contemplating this, Yihan stepped out of the training room to survey his surroundings. The cultivation cave was surprisingly free of dust, offering no clues to the passage of time. He opened the cave entrance to observe the outside world. To his astonishment, he noted that many leaves had turned a withered yellow. Autumn had arrived. He recalled that it had been summer when he commenced his meditation, which meant he had been in seclusion for several months. Moreover, with his enhanced cultivation, he discovered that his senses had sharpened dramatically. As he focused on a leaf, he could discern its intricate veins with remarkable clarity. His ears picked up the faint rustling of insects from dozens of yards away, and he could detect distant scents with exquisite precision. This newfound perception was exhilarating. As if he had transcended into an extraordinary being within this world, a cultivator. He scrutinized the withered trees, pondering how much they had grown. If a year or two had passed, they should have flourished significantly. Upon closer inspection, he concluded that they had not grown much, indicating that he had indeed spent around 3 months in meditation. The realization that a single session of meditation had consumed so much time, propelling his cultivation to the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement, was staggering. According to the hierarchy that his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had explained, he was no longer a novice in the early stages of Qi refinement, but had advanced to the intermediate stage, where he could begin practicing various spells. Yihan remained outside for a brief moment before returning. He took out the purple cauldron and began to examine it meticulously. He discovered that his cultivation was remarkably stable, with a solid foundation, and he felt no instability in the energy circulating within him. This was in stark contrast to the aftermath of consuming a substandard Qi refining pill previously. He recalled that during his 3rd level of Qi refinement, his magical energy felt tenuous and weak. The flow through his meridians was not smooth, and he sensed that it would take considerable time to solidify his cultivation. This was precisely what senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had warned him about, the lingering effects of relying on pills, which necessitated additional time to solidify one's foundation. After reflecting on these experiences, he remembered how Fairy Qingfeng had bestowed upon him several exquisite Qi-refining pills. Upon combining these pills with the purple cauldron and practicing his blood refinement technique, he observed that the pills had reduced to ashes. The cauldron then transformed back into a stone-like texture, and after 3 months of meditation, his cultivation soared significantly, with a robust foundation and considerable growth in his physique. This suggested that the purple cauldron possessed the remarkable ability to absorb the efficacy of the pills. Following this absorption, he could harness the cauldron's energy for his own cultivation. Was this not redundant? No, it was far from unnecessary. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had elucidated that practitioners who consumed pills often encountered unforeseen complications. One common issue was the presence of pill toxins, which could linger within a practitioner's body if consumed excessively, necessitating gradual refinement and expulsion. Moreover, while taking pills could rapidly enhance one's cultivation, it often resulted in an unstable foundation, creating significant obstacles during breakthrough attempts, leading to potential failures due to insufficient magical energy or unstable meridians. Additionally, the phenomenon of drug tolerance was prevalent. Repeated or overly frequent consumption of the same pill could yield diminishing returns, with effects waning and potentially adverse impacts arising. Furthermore, the simultaneous consumption of multiple pills could provoke rejection effects, hindering progress and potentially causing severe repercussions, such as succumbing to demonic practices. Most critically, excessive reliance on pills could exacerbate a practitioner's dependence, diminishing absorption efficacy over time. Therefore, seasoned cultivators typically allowed intervals between pill consumption, focusing on solidifying their foundations before resorting to pills again. The purple cauldron in Yihan's possession enabled him to circumvent any adverse effects associated with pills. In essence, if he had an adequate supply of pills, he could allow the cauldron to absorb their properties and subsequently convert them for his cultivation. His foundation is remarkably solid, and he will not experience the adverse effects of overdosing on elixirs. How terrifying is that? This implies that Yihan has no limitations when it comes to cultivating with elixirs. However, this is merely Yihan's conjecture, as he has yet to fully comprehend the capabilities of the purple cauldron. If his assumptions hold true, his advancement in cultivation would accelerate significantly. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, he realizes there are indeed limitations. He is currently destitute, and acquiring a substantial quantity of elixirs is implausible without spirit stones. He possesses not a single spirit stone at the moment. The thought of amassing a large stock of elixirs seems far-fetched. As he ponders this, he feels his stomach rumbling. After sitting in meditation for so long, it appears he has grown hungry. Upon inspecting the food he had brought back last time, he discovers, to his dismay, that it is largely inedible, having spoiled. It seems he has no choice but to venture outside for a walk. However, he has grown quite a bit. Previously he appeared as a mere child, but now he resembles a youth of about 13 or 14 years of age. Surely, there would be no issue in going out for a stroll now? Chapter 42. Could they recognize me? Yihan strolled along a path on Qingxuan Peak, glancing around at the surrounding architecture. The last time he visited Qingxuan Peak, he was too timid to wander freely, lurking in the shadows and hastily purchasing items before making his escape. He was constantly apprehensive of being recognized as the legendary Yihan. However, the situation was markedly different now. Not only had his cultivation improved significantly, but he had also grown taller, appearing almost akin to some of the younger disciples. He no longer resembled a mere child. Although many disciples regarded Yi Han with curiosity, finding him unfamiliar, several months had elapsed since his last appearance. Previously, many had sought to exploit Yi Han's notoriety, yet during his seclusion, no one had discerned his appearance. Furthermore, after his growth spurt, his visage had undergone some changes. Thus, those who were not particularly familiar with him would struggle to recognize him. Moreover, Yi Han's cultivation level had reached the 4th tier of the mid-Qi refinement stage, starkly contrasting the lowly reputation he once held. In fact, many disciples who achieved inner sect status at the mid-Qi refinement stage were either well-connected or exceptionally gifted. Consequently, even though Yi Han's cultivation remained relatively modest, he was not subjected to rampant bullying, as there were others of similar cultivation levels, many of whom held distinguished identities. Yi Han's current objective was to procure some food, for he had little spiritual stone on his person and could only resort to using silver to purchase provisions. It is noteworthy that in this realm, common currencies such as gold and silver could indeed be used for transactions, albeit limited to basic necessities and food. One could even exchange gold and silver for spiritual stones, though the conversion rates were exorbitant. One low-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver, or 10 taels of gold. It is important to note that 1,000 taels of silver was an astronomical sum in the mundane world, with gold being even more valuable. Fortunately, Yi Han had previously acquired 2 spiritual stones from Jin Feng, one of which he exchanged for silver. He utilized this silver to purchase several months' worth of food and currently possessed 500 to 600 taels of silver. With the silver note tucked safely in his pocket, he intended to exchange it for sustenance, prioritizing his hunger. In truth, the heart of Qingxuan Peak was a row of buildings comprising various workshops for trading treasures, including alchemy shops, treasure stores, magical artifact workshops, task centers, and spirit herb stalls. Additionally, some cultivators set up stalls, displaying an array of peculiar items, roots of spiritual herbs, luminescent stones, and unique metal fragments. There were also various tattered books, jade slips, treasures, and magical artifacts. Yi Han, however, was largely unfamiliar with these items, and even if he recognized some, they would hold little value for him, given his lack of funds. However, he was also curious, glancing around as if to take in everything, for although he could not afford any of the items, it was harmless to observe. After all, should he encounter such things in the future without any prior knowledge, it would be a significant loss. Curiously, he recalled that during his last visit to Qingxuan Peak, the number of wandering disciples and those manning stalls had increased considerably since his previous visit. He listened attentively and caught snippets of conversation among the disciples, indicating that a selection for the competition for Foundation Establishment pills was to be held soon. Although he did not grasp all the details, the general idea was that the 7 great peaks would conduct a joint trial, and the top performers would be rewarded with a Foundation Establishment pill. The participants in this competition were all disciples at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, specifically at the 11th and 12th levels of perfection. It is essential to note that these disciples theoretically had the potential to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. However, they remained stuck at this critical juncture due to the lack of Foundation Establishment pills, unable to transcend their barriers and become Foundation Establishment cultivators. The distinction between a Foundation Establishment cultivator and a Qi refinement cultivator is as vast as the heavens and the earth. To illustrate, the lifespan of a peak Qi refinement cultivator may extend to just over 200 years, while even the weakest Foundation Establishment cultivators can live 400 to 500 years. The ability to live for 200 or 500 years starkly differentiates cultivators from ordinary mortals. In Qingniu village, the oldest individuals, reaching 70 or 80 years, are considered the most senior. He was aware that the prospect of living for 200 or 500 years was precisely why ordinary people held such admiration for cultivators. Of course, acquiring a Foundation Establishment pill is no simple feat in his own case. He had obtained a Foundation Establishment pill only after presenting the Qingxian token upon arriving at the Qingxian Sect, which led to a fierce competition among 2 Golden Core elders. Each sought to claim the pill for their respective disciples or grandchildren. This illustrated that even high-ranking cultivators found it challenging to obtain a Foundation Establishment pill. As for the lifespan of Golden Core cultivators, it is likely doubled, estimated to be no less than 1,000 years. One might jest that this renders them akin to a 1,000-year-old turtle. However, at his tender age, Yi Han was not particularly concerned with the notion of lifespan. Nevertheless, he recognized that even emperors in the mundane world fervently seek longevity, not to mention those with power and influence. Yet, he had only gleaned fragments of information and was entirely unaware of the specifics of this trial, as it felt too distant from his current reality. He understood that it occurred once every 5 years, and he would not be able to participate for at least another 5 years. Given his current cultivation level, it was uncertain whether he would reach the peak of the Qi refinement stage in that time. Thus, it remained unclear whether he would still require a foundation establishment pill. While the foundation establishment pill undoubtedly serves as the finest elixir for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, it does not guarantee success, as there exists a considerable probability of failure. Moreover, it is not the case that one cannot advance to the foundation establishment stage without consuming the foundational elixir. It is said that some cultivators are capable of breaking through certain fortuitous encounters, unique celestial materials and earthly treasures, or even through specific techniques and innate talents. The realm of cultivation is indeed wondrous, teeming with diverse resources and extraordinary items. As Yihan wandered aimlessly about the 7 mystic peaks, his curiosity about all things pertaining to cultivators was piqued. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there were individuals closely observing his every move. Initially oblivious, he gradually became aware of the brazen gaze scrutinizing him as time passed. Yihan, being astute, sensed the presence of the observer. Feigning a casual stroll, he inadvertently cast a glance towards the direction of the scrutinizing gaze. Upon spotting the silhouette of the individual, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils dilated. A wave of unease washing over him. This is not good. Why are those 3 rascals here? Have they recognized me? Chapter 43. The longevity of cultivators. Yihan encountered 3 individuals with whom he had a fleeting acquaintance. They were the very ones who had questioned his relationship with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan that fateful day. He had inquired about them from senior brother Zhang, who had revealed their names: Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. They were disciples of an elder known as Lu from the 7 mysterious peaks. Despite their modest cultivation levels, their combined efforts in a particular joint attack formation rendered them formidable opponents, easily overpowering most cultivators. The trio was now fixated on him, which sent an inexplicable wave of anxiety coursing through Yihan. It was well known that senior brother Zhang held a significant wariness towards these 3, even at the time. Zhang was already an 11th layer Qi refining cultivator. In contrast, Yihan had only reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer. Any one of them could easily contend with him. Within the Qingxuan sect, few had truly seen him in person. Apart from the few disciples he had encountered upon his arrival, they were largely unaware of his identity. The elders and the sect leader disregarded him entirely, showing no interest in him whatsoever. Aside from the enchanting Qingfeng fairy, Jin Feng, and these 3 individuals, he had managed to navigate the sect with relative anonymity. His recent growth in cultivation, coupled with a significant physical transformation during his breakthrough, made it difficult for others to associate him with the 10-year-old Yihan. He now appeared to be a boy around 15 or 16, and this change bolstered his confidence, allowing him to blend into the crowd unnoticed. However, the persistent gaze of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai began to gnaw at his composure. Their scrutiny lingered far too long, causing a sense of unease to settle within him. Did they recognize him? After all, they had seen him before. Yihan sensed an ominous undercurrent. Senior brother Zhang had warned him that while cultivators enjoyed extended lifespans, the reality was that many perished long before reaching the end of their natural lives. For instance, senior brother Zhang, despite being in his 20s, had not returned from his recent mission, and the prospects appeared grim. In fact, his lifespan had been shorter than that of an average mortal. The life of a cultivator was fraught with peril, and the choices made, such as the one undertaken by Zhang Qingxuan, came with grave consequences. For Yihan, the absence of such a supportive figure, who had offered guidance and assistance, filled him with concern. He was not a person devoid of empathy. During his time in Qingniu village, he had witnessed the harsh treatment meted out by the Wang family towards him. Yet, when he had spoken a few words of appreciation on their behalf, he had selflessly given them 10 taels of the 20 he had received. He was not ungrateful. Reflecting on senior brother Zhang stirred feelings of guilt within him. Nevertheless, he intended to avoid provoking Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. However, while he chose not to instigate any confrontation, the trio approached him with undeniable intent. They swiftly made their way toward him. Yi Han felt a stir in his heart, yet he remained composed. After all, they were within the confines of Qingxuan Peak, under the watchful eyes of many, and none dared to act against him. As the three reached Yi Han's side, Zhang Sanlei addressed him, inquiring, "Junior brother, I do not believe we have met before. Which esteemed master do you serve?" With this remark, the three scrutinized Yi Han with curious glances. Yi Han's expression shifted slightly upon hearing those words. The tone suggested they were intrigued by his identity rather than recognizing him. Thus, he replied, "Senior brother, I have just arrived at Qingxuan Peak. I hope you will kindly look after me." His demeanor was earnest, refraining from disclosing the identity of his master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances, taken aback by Yi Han's reticence regarding his background. Li Zongqing chuckled, "Ah, so you are a newcomer. No wonder we haven't encountered you before." As he spoke, he shared a knowing look with Zhang Sanlei and Wang Fulai, their silent communication laden with unspoken understanding. Yi Han was acutely aware that these three were not benign. However, he sought to avoid conflict, for in the realm of cultivation, longevity was paramount. To offend a fellow cultivator, particularly one more advanced than himself, would be perilous. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His identity had been widely circulated on Qingxuan Peak recently, likely instigated by that nefarious elder Wu. Yet, he could not have orchestrated such a scheme himself. It must have involved the bribery of certain disciples from Qingxuan Peak. The trio before him, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, seemed the most suspicious, given their animosity toward Zhang Qingxuan and their dubious character. Furthermore, their collective influence would facilitate the spread of rumors. Contemplating this, Yi Han remarked, "Indeed, this is my first encounter with the three of you. I have heard that the seniors at Qingxuan Peak treat their junior brothers with utmost kindness, and it seems that is indeed the case." With this statement, he deftly cornered the three, neutralizing any potential threat they posed. Wang Fulai laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Of course, the disciples of Qingxuan Peak are the most united." The other two joined in his laughter, though a flicker of disdain flashed in their eyes. Clearly, this naive newcomer was ripe for exploitation. Yi Han mirrored their laughter, feigning an innocent demeanor that suggested he trusted them completely. Zhang Sanlei then queried, "Junior brother, you have joined Qingxuan Peak as an inner disciple. Your cultivation must be commendable, I presume." He sought to ascertain the true nature of Yi Han, wary of potentially offending someone of significance. Yi Han promptly responded, "My cultivation is rather lacking. I am merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. I hope the three senior brothers will kindly take care of and guide me." Yi Han presented himself with a demeanor of utmost sincerity, voluntarily disclosing his cultivation level, which indeed made him appear quite gullible. However, he was acutely aware that these three individuals had already discerned his true cultivation strength. Concealing it would likely lead to unfavorable consequences. As expected, Zhang Sanlei immediately remarked, "Ah, I did not anticipate that your cultivation in the wetlands remains stalled at a bottleneck." Beside him, Wang Fulai chimed in, "Junior brother, we have a tremendous opportunity that we would like to ask of you. I'm curious if you might be interested." Li Zongqing added, "If you assist us with this task and complete it, not only will we reward you, but we will also ensure that you are well taken care of on the mountain in the future." Though their words seemed to express genuine concern for Yi Han, the underlying tone carried an air of undeniable authority. Yi Han, perplexed by their intentions, inquired, "What is it that I might be able to assist my senior brothers with?" Chapter 44. Zhang Qingxuan has returned. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai exchanged glances, their eyes revealing both surprise and a hint of indifference. Zhang Sanlei immediately turned to Yi Han and said, "Junior brother, this is not the place for discussion. Let us converse over there." He gestured towards a secluded spot in the distance. Yi Han, appearing unguarded, replied, "All right." The smiles that crept onto the faces of Zhang Sanlei and his companions indicated their amusement at Yi Han's compliance. They thought to themselves how advantageous it would be to have someone so easily swayed. The trio led Yi Han to a quiet corner devoid of other disciples. Wang Fulai lowered his voice and addressed Yi Han, "Junior brother, here's the situation. The three of us have accepted a mission to eliminate a cunning beast in the Qingshan Valley. This creature is exceptionally shrewd and flees at the sight of high-ranking practitioners. We would like to enlist your help in luring it into our trap, where we can confront it together." Li Zongqing chimed in, "Rest assured, junior brother, you shall be safe. I will provide you with some protective artifacts." And once we activate our combined formation, even a first-tier expert would stand no chance against us, let alone an ordinary beast. Zhang Sanlei added earnestly, Junior brother, should you assist us in this endeavor, as we discussed earlier, not only will you receive a share of the reward, but in the future at Qingxuan Peak. Should you require our aid, no one will dare to bully you. He fixed his intense gaze upon Yi Han. The flattering words of these three individuals concealed a veiled threat. If Yi Han were to decline, it seemed likely that they would turn their attention against him. Yi Han feigned a mix of eagerness and trepidation, responding, Brothers, considering my low cultivation, I might jeopardize your plans. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? He pretended to be frightened, silently lamenting his predicament. He had done nothing to provoke these three, yet they had sought him out. Their insinuations suggested that refusal would lead to dire consequences for him. How infuriating. He thought, don't provoke me. Though Yi Han was not known for a volatile temperament, he had dealt with unruly children in Qingniu village quite severely, including the village chief's son. However, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai fixed their piercing gazes upon Yi Han, the implications of their stares unmistakable. Zhang Sanlei coldly remarked, Junior brother, if you are unwilling to assist with such a trivial task, it may prove challenging for us to help you in the future. Remember, while we are united at Qingxuan Peak, we also maintain our own interests. At this, the three of them simultaneously stared at Yi Han. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Then, will you guarantee my safety? Of course, they assured him, exchanging glances and resolutely patting their chests. Yi Han appeared to deliberate for a moment before nodding. Very well. I shall assist you, brothers. As he spoke, he inquired, When shall we set forth? His gaze betrayed a glimmer of avarice, as if he were eagerly anticipating the rewards that awaited them. Upon observing that Yi Han had acquiesced, the three exchanged glances of astonishment. They had initially sought a disciple of significantly lesser cultivation to assist in this endeavor. Yet the disciples within the sect all bore their own backgrounds. If it came to that, they would have to recruit an outer sect disciple. However, upon encountering the more suitable Yi Han, they decided to enlist him, for he appeared rather gullible and was quick to ask when they would depart. An expression of greed evident on his countenance, which suited their intentions perfectly. Yet, Zhang Sanlei replied, Not so soon. We require 4 to 5 days to prepare. Tell me, Junior brother, where do you reside? When the time comes, we will seek you out. Yi Han promptly responded, I dwell in the new disciples' quarters. You must come find me when the time arrives. His eagerness reassured Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. The moment Yi Han mentioned residing in the disciples' quarters, they understood, if he truly hailed from a powerful family or had substantial backing, he would not be residing there. Such disciples would be found among their influential kin or family members. Upon hearing this, they concluded that Yi Han's background was rather ordinary, perhaps with slightly better talent. Thus granted an exception to join the inner sect. In truth, Yi Han was merely fabricating. He had no knowledge of the location of the new disciples' quarters. He had only heard senior brother Zhang Qingxuan mention that newly admitted disciples would be congregated in one area. Ultimately, he planned to agree with these individuals, then swiftly depart to his cave abode to cultivate in solitude, never to emerge again, allowing them to search for him in vain. Zhang Sanlei and the others earnestly promised Yi Han that they would come to find him once they had prepared their supplies, advising him that they would provide him with some protective items. With that, the three departed. As Yi Han watched them leave, his conviction deepened. These individuals surely harbored ulterior motives, intending to exploit him for some purpose. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for it seemed as though they no longer recognized him. What if they were deceiving him, harboring designs against him? It was hard to say. In any case, he had resolved to ignore these three, procure some food, and retreat to his cave, refraining from any further interaction, focusing instead on absorbing the medicinal properties of the refining elixirs from the purple cauldron. In this realm of cultivation, lacking prowess rendered one susceptible to oppression. Moreover, given his current level of cultivation within the inner sect of Qingxuan Peak, accomplishing anything substantial seemed improbable. Thus, he deemed it prudent to remain inconspicuous, striving merely to endure this period, much like in Qingniu village, where he was an orphan without land, struggling for sustenance. The common villagers struggle to sustain themselves, let alone provide assistance to others. Were it not for his humble entreaties to Wang Laocai's family, he would have long since been reduced to a mere mound of earth. Survival alone offers a glimmer of hope, even if it comes at the cost of some embarrassment. With this thought in mind, Yihan made his way to the food shop to procure sustenance. It is well known that most cultivators, upon reaching the stage of fasting, still require nourishment. Moreover, certain practitioners, who have mastered unique techniques, necessitate an even greater intake of food to enhance their physical prowess and strength. The blood refining technique he practiced similarly demands adequate sustenance. Insufficient intake would be detrimental to his cultivation. Upon exiting the food shop, he found himself burdened with a hefty assortment of provisions. Foregoing any further wanderings, he made a beeline for his cave abode. As he swiftly ascended the vine, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure before his dwelling, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Brother Zhang. Yihan could hardly believe that his senior, Zhang Qingxuan, had appeared before him once more. However, upon closer inspection of Zhang's condition, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, your hand." Chapter 45. The Teachings of Dundu. At this moment, Yihan was filled with an indescribable joy upon seeing Zhang Qingxuan again. He had thought that his senior brother would never return. To his astonishment, not only did he see him, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that Zhang Qingxuan had lost one of his arms, with the other sleeve fluttering emptily in the breeze. Zhang Qingxuan turned around, saw Yihan, and smiled broadly, saying, "Who would have thought? You've grown so tall in just a few months." He recognized the taller, matured Yihan at a glance, even after believing that his senior brother would not return. However, why did he not feel a pang of warmth toward Zhang Qingxuan? Yihan felt his eyes misting slightly, and his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, but he quickly concealed his emotions and focused on Zhang Qingxuan's empty sleeve, asking, "Senior brother Zhang, what happened to your arm?" Zhang Qingxuan glanced at his vacant arm and smiled. "It's a blessing to come back alive. What more can I say about my arm?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? This is hardly a place for conversation." A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Yihan sensed that something was amiss with Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "All right, let us speak inside." He then called out to the cave, "Open the door, Niu Men." With his words, the cave entrance creaked open. Zhang Qingxuan chuckled. "Only you could come up with such a peculiar way to knock." With that, the two entered the cave, one after the other. Eagerly, Yihan asked, "Senior brother Zhang, when did you return? I heard you encountered danger while dealing with the blood-withered bird. Was your arm lost during that mission?" His gaze, filled with concern, lingered on Zhang Qingxuan's sleeve. He had also seen other disciples on the mountain, some of whom had lost arms or legs. And he even met one who was missing half of his head. This illustrated the perilous nature of being a cultivator, a danger that could not be easily articulated. Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted as he regarded Yihan curiously. "How did you know I was dealing with the blood-withered bird?" After a moment of resignation, he continued, "My arm was not lost because of the blood-withered bird. My mission went smoothly. However, I was ambushed by those vile scoundrels while I was gravely injured. If not for my robust physique, I fear I might not have returned at all. I have been recuperating for several months before coming back. I had visited you here over 10 days ago, but you didn't answer the door. I wondered where you had gone." Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yihan's expression shifted slightly. "Senior brother Zhang, you have been here before? Did I not respond to you?" From Zhang Qingxuan's account, it was clear he had indeed come here while Yihan was absorbed in cultivating the essence of the purple cauldron. Could it be that cultivating with the purple cauldron severed his 5 senses and disrupted his connection with the outside world? If that is indeed the case, I must be cautious when using the purple cauldron in the future, ensuring I do so only in a situation of utmost safety. Zhang Qingxuan did not expect Yihan to pose such a question. He shook his head and replied, "I thought you had gone off to cultivate somewhere. You left without answering me. After taking some time to recuperate, I returned to see you and fortuitously encountered you." Yihan gazed intently at Zhang Qingxuan, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that his aura was considerably weaker than before, indicating that he had indeed suffered grave injuries. Thus, Yihan inquired, "Brother Zhang, your injuries appear rather severe." Zhang Qingxuan, with a sense of resignation, replied, "It is fortunate to still have my life. I cannot concern myself with the extent of my injuries." Yihan sensed Zhang Qingxuan's helplessness and found himself at a loss for words to comfort him. After all, the reality was that Zhang Qingxuan had sustained serious injuries, having lost an arm, which could be a fatal blow for a cultivator. Seeing Yihan's concern, Zhang Qingxuan felt a warmth in his heart. He had spent more leisure time than most, aware that cultivators tend to be self-serving and rarely show concern for others. The bond he shared with Yi Han felt akin to a friendship across generations, stemming from their similar personalities. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan smiled faintly and said with nonchalance, "Junior brother Yi, have I not mentioned before? In the realm of cultivation, it is not merely one's skills or powers that matter. Rather, it is about who can endure the passage of time. As long as one is alive, there remains opportunity." He paused, then earnestly instructed Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, remember this when you venture out. Avoid greed and recklessness. The path of a cultivator is fraught with thorns and perils. Survival is of utmost importance." Hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han sensed a subtle shift in his mindset since his recent experiences, perhaps due to his injuries or encounters with danger, leading him to become more prudent. Nevertheless, Yi Han had always held similar beliefs, recognizing that as an orphan, merely surviving in Qingniu village was no small feat. He understood the harshness and challenges of existence, realizing that life itself signifies hope and possibility. Take, for instance, the incident with the lost cattle. Had he encountered that fearsome creature and been careless, he could have been devoured, leaving no trace of Yi Han in this world. There would have been no miraculous purple cauldron, no Qingxian order, no Qingxian technique, and no arduous journey to join the Qingxian sect and become a cultivator. Moreover, during his time in Wuwang city, when he had carelessly displayed his wealth, he nearly fell victim to that wretched beggar, who might have maimed him or worse. Each of these experiences reinforced Yi Han's understanding of the difficulty of survival. Indeed, as long as one breathes, there is hope. As Zhang Qingxuan observed Yi Han taking his words to heart, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Though his junior brother was quite young, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and maturity, far beyond that of an ordinary youth. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized Yi Han and remarked, "I never would have imagined, junior brother, that in just over 3 months of absence, your cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. I see you have grown significantly taller, and your blood refinement technique must have transcended a level as well." Zhang Qingxuan felt a wave of emotion as he gazed at Yi Han, reflecting upon his own journey. He recalled that transitioning from the qi refinement stage to the mid-stage had taken him nearly a year, and even then, his foundation seemed less stable than the aura emanating from Yi Han. Moreover, Yi Han's considerable height gain suggested a breakthrough in his blood refinement technique, indicating an extraordinary talent. Yi Han's expression shifted. Could it be that his sudden growth in stature was not merely a result of his cultivation advancement, but rather a sign of his blood refinement technique's progress? Chapter 46. Should we trick them? He then spoke, expressing his fortunate encounter with the esteemed Qingfeng master, who bestowed upon him several qi refining pills. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted, and he inquired with astonishment, "Qingfeng master? Could it possibly be the legendary Qingfeng fairy?" His eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Yi Han. Yi Han replied, "Indeed. It was several months ago that I consumed her elixirs, which expedited my cultivation remarkably." He continued, "His innate talent is rather modest. Should his progress become widely known, it would surely attract unwanted attention, even from you, senior brother Zhang. One must harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant against others." Thus, he candidly revealed that his rapid advancement in cultivation was due to the qi refining pills given by the Qingfeng fairy. This explanation rendered many matters more reasonable and appropriate. Zhang Qingxuan, enlightened, remarked, "Ah, I see now. You consumed the qi refining pills. I had advised you to exercise caution." Yi Han smiled and affirmed, "Of course. I heed your counsel, senior brother." Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, Zhang Qingxuan confessed, "Junior brother Yi, I have come to seek your cave abode for further cultivation. I wish to participate in the upcoming competition for the Dark Forbidden Land. I cannot afford to neglect my injuries." Upon hearing this, Yi Han promptly replied, "No problem. Stay as long as you wish, senior brother. I have many cultivation queries I wish to discuss with you." Curious, Yi Han then asked, "What is the selection process for the Dark Forbidden Land?" Zhang Qingxuan explained, "The selection for the Dark Forbidden Land is also known as the Ascension Conference. In essence, our Qingxian sect, along with several other sects, has discovered an ancient secret realm, rich in spiritual energy, teeming with rare treasures and relics from antiquity. In pursuit of this realm, our sects have engaged in several fierce battles. However, due to the significant casualties incurred, we eventually opted for negotiations and established restrictions on the Dark Forbidden Land, which opens every 5 years. Whenever the Dark Forbidden Land is activated, each sect must send disciples below the Foundation Establishment stage to seek treasures. It is said to contain the primary materials needed for crafting Foundation Establishment pills. Should one find sufficient materials or extraordinary treasures, they can exchange them with the sect for a Foundation Establishment pill. The next selection for the Dark Forbidden Land will occur in 3 months, and I must hasten my recovery to participate in this Ascension conference. Yihan, upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's response, felt a sudden stir within. While wandering the 7 Xian Peak earlier, he had overheard discussions about this Ascension conference, particularly regarding the selection of Foundation Establishment pills. It turned out that the Ascension conference and the Dark Forbidden Land were indeed one and the same. However, upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow and cautioned Zhang Qingxuan, "Senior brother Zhang, the Dark Forbidden Land must be fraught with peril, especially considering your grave injuries and the loss of an arm. Wouldn't it be wise to reconsider your participation?" With a pause in his voice, he chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang, did you not tell me that for cultivators, merely surviving is akin to victory?" Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing Yihan's words, grinned and responded, "Many matters cannot be dismissed simply as dangerous or safe. One must understand that should I let this opportunity slip, I would have to wait another 5 years. After 5 years, my current level of cultivation may not be attainable, and prolonged stagnation at a bottleneck makes breakthroughs increasingly arduous. The efficacy of foundational elixirs diminishes over time." He then wore a look of resignation and continued, "Moreover, if I do not advance to the foundational stage in 5 years, I will no longer be able to remain on the mountain for cultivation. I would have to serve as a steward in various locations instead." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Although survival signifies victory, it must not be mere existence. We cultivators, even while meditating in our abodes, may fall victim to a misfire and perish. After all, cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the natural order, and one must face the wrath of heaven for such transgressions." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan recognized the multifaceted significance of existence and the varied purposes of becoming a cultivator. One cannot perceive issues through a singular lens. Suddenly, Yihan recalled something and exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Zhang, there is something I must tell you. What were the names of those 3 disciples you encountered last time?" Zhang Qingxuan looked at Yihan in confusion, asking, "3 disciples? Which disciples?" Yihan elaborated, "The 3 individuals you met previously, one tall, one somewhat plump, and another with a darker complexion." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan's expression darkened as he inquired, "Are you referring to Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai? Have they caused you trouble? Rest assured, as long as I am here, they will not dare to bully you." Yihan quickly clarified, "It's this. I encountered the 3 of them on the mountain earlier, and they wanted to take me to hunt demon beasts." Before Yihan could finish, Zhang Qingxuan interjected, "Do not go. With your current level of cultivation, hunting demon beasts would be tantamount to seeking death. I suspect those 3 intend to use you for something nefarious." Yihan candidly recounted how Zhang Sanlei and his companions planned to use him as bait to lure the demon beasts. Zhang Qingxuan frowned and remarked, "Using you as bait? That is akin to pushing you into a fiery pit. These rascals are becoming increasingly outrageous." As if struck by a thought, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes as he declared, "It is not enough that they target me. They must also pursue you?" Sensing an odd tone in Zhang Qingxuan's voice, Yihan reassured him, "Fear not, brother. I have agreed to their plan, but they are unaware of my true residence. As long as I remain concealed within my abode, they will not be able to find me." Zhang Qingxuan nodded in approval, saying, "That is good. They do not recognize you. In fact, I too have my suspicions about them." He suddenly changed his tone and remarked, "My recent mission was intended to be highly confidential. It was only through a leak of my whereabouts that those ill-intentioned cultivators discovered me. They ambushed me while I was completing my task. I have always held a grudge against Zhang Sanlei and his associates. It is quite possible that they orchestrated this." Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yihan immediately responded, "Brother Zhang, are you suggesting that your current predicament is the result of their covert machinations?" He found it hard to believe, as they were supposed to be united as fellow disciples. However, recalling that wretched Jin Feng, a flicker of belief began to take root. Zhang Qingxuan's expression darkened as he replied, "Who else could it be if not them?" Suddenly, Yi Han's eyes gleamed with mischief as he proposed, "Brother Zhang, should we consider turning the tables on them?" Chapter 47. Struggling without funds. Observing the cunning glint in Yi Han's eyes, Zhang Qingxuan sighed helplessly. "How can we deceive them? After all, we are fellow disciples." Yi Han promptly replied, "Brother Zhang, I see that they constantly take advantage of you. It is not merely due to your inferior cultivation, but rather because you are excessively honest and modest. You focus solely on your training, believing that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, considering our bond as fellow disciples, if we do not teach them a lesson, they will only grow bolder." Indeed, Yi Han, though young, possessed a keen perception. He recognized that Zhang Qingxuan was often belittled not for his lack of ability, but for his straightforwardness and humility, which often prevented him from asserting his rights. The recent events surrounding Zhang Qingxuan's return illustrated this point. Jin Feng had claimed that Zhang Qingxuan would not return, yet here he was, defying expectations. This indicated that Zhang Qingxuan's abilities were far from the weakness others presumed. Zhang Qingxuan, despite his lack of fame within the Seven Mysteries sect, was evidently just a modest individual. He resembled a few honest souls in Qingniu village, who were so straightforward that their spouses could hardly be described otherwise. Clearly, Zhang Qingxuan belonged to this category, albeit with the added advantage of possessing talent in cultivation. Yi Han, on the other hand, was inherently unable to tolerate being bullied. He could endure humiliation for certain matters, but he could not allow himself to be perpetually oppressed. In Qingniu village, figures such as Wang Laokai and his son, as well as the village chief's son, had all bullied him at some point, only to find themselves subtly dealt with by him. Yet no one knew who was behind their misfortunes. Zhang Sanlei, Li Zhongqing, and Wang Fulai dared to seek trouble with him, treating him as an easy target. This was intolerable for Yi Han. However, previously lacking the strength to confront these individuals, he had resolved to return and diligently cultivate in seclusion, ensuring they would not see him again. Fortunately, he had taken precautions, withholding his true identity and background from them, intending to address them only once he had gained sufficient power or opportunity. Now that Zhang Qingxuan had returned, with his assistance, Yi Han felt more confident in dealing with them. Moreover, based on Zhang Qingxuan's insights, he suspected that it was Zhang Sanlei and his companions who had betrayed him. Since they disregarded their camaraderie, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Thus, Yi Han was determined to aid Zhang Qingxuan in reclaiming his dignity. Zhang Qingxuan's expression turned icy, revealing his anger, yet he cautioned Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, it would be wise for you to refrain from getting involved. This is a personal feud between me and the three of them, not a matter formed in a day or two. There is no need for you to risk yourself for my sake." In response, Yi Han quickly countered, "Brother Zhang, this is not solely about avenging you. Aren't they attempting to hunt that beast? If we were to capture it, our gains would be substantial." At that moment, he indeed harbored intentions to seize the opportunity, aware that Zhang Sanlei and his companions were plotting to acquire the creature. Three individuals act in concert, yet they require him to serve as bait, undoubtedly. That demon beast is not so easily dealt with. If they could seize the demon beast from the trio, it would not only serve as a lesson for them, but also provide a lucrative opportunity for themselves. What could be undesirable about that? On another note, Yi Han possesses a profound understanding of the predicament faced by the two. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan is gravely injured. If he had spirit stones or similar means to procure healing elixirs or seek refuge for recuperation, he would not be compelled to come to Yi Han. Furthermore, Yi Han's situation is even more dire. The purple cauldron is an invaluable artifact, and beyond that, he possesses no other assets of significance. After wandering around Qingxuan Peak, he discovered that everything necessitated urgent purchase. In time, he would be devoid of even the means to buy food. Cultivators emphasize the harmony of partners, wealth, and land. Wealth represents the resources for cultivation. Presently, his cultivation base is insufficient to acquire ample resources, especially since he is unable to undertake even the most basic tasks and can only engage in arduous self-cultivation within the sect's residence. He is uncertain how long it will take to reach Zhang Qingxuan's level. Without funds, progress is severely hindered. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan revealed a flicker of interest. Indeed, their circumstances are quite delicate. However, he still believes that turning against one's fellow disciples may not be prudent, particularly given their uncertain odds. His current condition is far more complicated than Yihan perceives. Consequently, Zhang Qingxuan remarked, "Junior brother Yi, I have already conveyed to you that the preservation of life is paramount for us cultivators. Do not become overly fixated on these external possessions. Let us focus on cultivating and recovering for the time being." Observing Zhang Qingxuan's stance, Yihan was at a loss for words. He felt that Zhang Qingxuan's mindset might not be entirely conducive to the path of cultivation, since cultivation is an endeavor that defies the heavens. How could one expect significant progress through mere adherence to rules? On one hand, he admired Zhang Qingxuan for his unwavering adherence to principles, truly a commendable companion. On the other hand, he found him somewhat rigid and lacking in adaptability. Alas, everyone harbors their own aspirations. He should not impose his will upon others. Yet, he merely expressed his thoughts casually, for the trio posed no real threat to him, especially with Zhang Qingxuan having sustained a severe injury. The three adversaries, one maimed and another weakened, seemed to be a rather ambitious target for him to covet. Thus, Yihan said, "Indeed, senior brother Zhang, I was merely expressing my frustration. Please do not take it to heart." After a brief pause, he shifted the topic, saying, "By the way, senior brother Zhang, I have now attained the peak of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Do you have any spells I might learn?" Seeing Yihan divert from the previous topic, Zhang Qingxuan also changed the subject, saying, "It is best that you think this way. We cultivators must avoid greed, and engaging in disputes with others is highly frowned upon. The cultivation path encompasses not only one's prowess, but also one's state of mind. Do you understand?" Yihan nodded and replied, "I understand, senior brother." Zhang Qingxuan observed that he no longer occupied his thoughts, and thus refrained from discussing him further. He had always been reticent, even in the presence of those whose cultivation was markedly inferior to his own. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qingxuan addressed Yihan, saying, "Your cultivation has astonishingly reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. You may now commence the study of basic incantations. It is time to learn the hand seals." Yihan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Incantations and hand seals? What are those?" Zhang Qingxuan elucidated, "As cultivators, we not only rely on our innate spiritual power to perform spells, but we also utilize incantations to commune with the celestial energies of the universe. By employing hand seals, we can manipulate the arrangement of these energies to manifest spells. At this juncture, you must begin with the fundamentals, learning some basic hand seals and the proper pronunciation of incantations." Yihan, with a hint of disappointment, replied, "Ah? So I cannot cast spells yet." Noticing the despondency on Yihan's face, Zhang Qingxuan reassured him, "Fear not. During my recent venture, I acquired a wood element spell that is perfectly suited for you. Once you master the incantations and hand seals I will teach you, I shall impart this spell to you." Yihan's eyes brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "What spell is it?" Chapter 48. Fundamentals. Yihan had long been envious of the abilities possessed by cultivators. Having diligently practiced for quite some time, he had achieved a modest level of proficiency in blood refinement, significantly enhancing his strength and speed compared to before. Without delving into specifics, he could now ascend the precipice in merely a handful of breaths, a feat that previously required a quarter of an hour. His swiftness, he believed, had surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. With a light leap, he could soar over a yard, feeling as nimble as a swallow. His body invigorated by the transformation, such were the advantages of being a cultivator. However, Yihan harbored a lingering regret. He had yet to master a single spell. He longed not for the ability to soar through the skies, but even for the simplest of incantations, such as freezing energy or conjuring fire. Thus, when Zhang Qingxuan offered to teach him spells, Yihan was instantly invigorated. In truth, this was the first genuine opportunity he had to delve into the art of spellcasting since encountering cultivators. Despite his mature demeanor, he was still youthful at heart, and the prospect of learning legendary spells filled him with exhilaration. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. "I must inform you that I will not teach you any spells until you have mastered the foundational gestures and incantations." Upon hearing this, Yihan was utterly disheartened. "What? I can't learn yet?" Observing Yihan's disappointment, Zhang Qingxuan chuckled, "Junior Yi, the path of a cultivator is one of arduous training. It is not so easily attained. I spent over 3 years honing my skills before I could master a single spell. Had I not recently acquired a wood-based spell suitable for you during my travels, I would not have considered teaching you at all. Even if I were to teach you, with your current level of cultivation, you would only be able to perform it with great difficulty. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, moreover, if you do not grasp the fundamental gestures and incantations, your practice will become exceedingly challenging, as the spells you will learn next will require these skills. He elaborated, it is not to say that every spell requires incantations, but most do. Of course, if your cultivation reaches the level where your words manifest as spells, that would be a different matter, though that is typically attainable only at the Golden Core stage. Therefore, establishing a solid foundation will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Yihan nodded earnestly, yes. Brother Zhang, I understand. Please teach me the fundamental gestures and incantations now. Zhang Qingxuan promptly replied, very well. Let us sit down. I will teach you while meditating. Under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, Yihan began with the basics of incantation. Initially, he had presumed that reciting an incantation merely involved uttering a few sounds. However, he soon discovered that it was far more intricate than that. A cultivator must simultaneously circulate their energy, channeling their internal power through their voice, allowing the pitch to resonate with the spiritual energy of the universe. Only when the vibrations successfully harmonized with the surrounding energies could one be deemed to have successfully recited an incantation. Mere sound, no matter how similar, was futile if it did not achieve the desired manipulation of the cosmic energies and internal power. Yihan initially believed that this endeavor would prove relatively simple. However, after the better part of a day, he had only mastered 2 pronunciations. Nonetheless, Zhang Qingxuan lauded Yihan for his progress, noting that among their cohort of outer disciples, only a handful had managed to learn 2 pronunciations in such a short span of time. Following this, they delved into the foundational hand seals, which involve utilizing gestures to create specific rune formations. These formations serve to harness the ethereal energies of the universe, allowing practitioners to inscribe array symbols in the air alongside incantations. Through countless combinations, these array symbols can manifest various spells that manipulate the elemental forces of nature. For instance, a simple fire attack requires the practitioner to recite an incantation that calls forth the fire element, complemented by the corresponding rune gestures, effectively converting their spiritual energy into flames to unleash a fiery assault. To illustrate, mastering spellcasting is akin to composing a literary work. A piece of writing is constructed from individual words that form coherent sentences. Only when these are strung together with logical flow does it constitute an article. The foundational hand seals represent the initial learning of how to inscribe these words. The basic incantations are akin to grasping the pronunciation of these words. Subsequently, the spells themselves are created by weaving these incantations and hand seals into coherent sentences, culminating in a complete composition. In essence, spells are continually formed from these foundational incantations and seals. Of course, the permutations of these foundational incantations and seals are virtually limitless. Some exceptionally potent spells may require the execution of hundreds, if not thousands, of hand seals and incantations in a single instance. However, not all spells conform to this complexity. The realm of cultivation is vast and diverse, with many spells originating from ancient times or different regions, and even varying across distinct races, each possessing its own methods of incantation and hand sealing. The foundational incantations and hand seals that Zhang Qingxuan imparted to Yihan are derived from the insights of venerable ancestors of the Qingxuan sect, tailored to suit the sect's specific spellcasting requirements. Fortunately, Yihan exhibited a remarkable aptitude for both aspects of his training. His exceptional memory and sharp intellect allowed him to retain the key points imparted by Zhang Qingxuan after just one demonstration, even if he could not yet execute them. Zhang Qingxuan wisely refrained from overwhelming Yihan with an avalanche of information, opting instead for a gradual approach, providing further instruction only after Yihan had mastered a few techniques. Yihan's rapid acquisition of the foundational incantations and hand seals astonished Zhang Qingxuan, as he had learned over a dozen incantations and various hand seals in just 2 days. Nonetheless, Zhang Qingxuan continued to pace the instruction, ensuring that Yihan was proficient before introducing new concepts. During the remainder of the time, Zhang Qingxuan consumed a healing elixir, meditating to restore his own cultivation. However, It was evident to Yi Han that Zhang Qingxuan faced some difficulties. Each time he utilized a healing elixir, he would split one in half to maximize its effects, only using the other half after fully absorbing the medicinal properties during his meditation. In the hall of the cave dwelling, Yi Han's fingers danced swiftly as he executed the incantation, his movements impressively rapid. Yet, to Zhang Qingxuan, it still seemed insufficiently proficient. Despite the intense exertion of his magical energy and the continuous formation of intricate gestures, Yi Han could feel a slight tingling in his fingers. Nevertheless, he found joy in the process, as he sensed the flow of his magical power coursing through his fingertips and the incantations spoken from his lips, creating delicate vortices of energy. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, and Zhang Qingxuan stepped out. Upon witnessing Yi Han's gestures and the ethereal vortices forming in the air, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Junior Yi," he exclaimed, "you've already mastered the manipulation of magical energy at such a pace? It appears you are ready to learn that spell." Hearing this, Yi Han's heart soared with excitement. Really? Chapter 49. The Art of Vines. Yi Han had not anticipated that, before he had even completed the foundational hand seals and incantations, his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan would begin to instruct him in the arcane arts. However, in the days that followed, Zhang Qingxuan required a serene environment to heal his wounds. And thus, Yi Han graciously offered him the use of his cultivation chamber, which was rich in the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is worth noting that a cultivator's chamber is not simply a mundane space. It is equipped with several formations designed to naturally concentrate the spiritual energy within, enhancing the potency of the atmosphere. Furthermore, if one possesses sufficient spirit stones or a spirit gathering array, these can be embedded within the formations to amplify the influx of spiritual energy for cultivation. While the effects of such methods may not rival the rapidity of consuming elixirs, they do not carry the adverse side effects, tolerance issues, or toxicity associated with pills. Yet, for two impoverished souls like Yi Han and Zhang Qingxuan, the notion of utilizing spirit stones to augment their cultivation was an extravagance beyond their means. Additionally, this cultivation chamber featured layers of defenses to ward off external malevolent forces, ensuring a tranquil environment conducive to practice. Nonetheless, Yi Han's dwelling possessed many wondrous capabilities, albeit his insufficient cultivation level and lack of complete control over the chamber's powers rendered him unable to access these features fully. Zhang Qingxuan felt a deep gratitude toward Yi Han for relinquishing the chamber for his use. Observing the surprise in Yi Han's eyes, he smiled and remarked, "In truth, I had not intended to teach you so soon. Your cultivation level may be at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, yet your foundation is remarkably solid and steadfast, akin to a rock. This is a rare quality. Otherwise, your attempts at basic incantations and hand seals would not resonate with such magical affinity. Perhaps this is significantly related to the cultivation technique you practice, the Qingxuan method." Pausing momentarily, he gazed at Yi Han with astonishment and continued, "What is even more remarkable is your comprehension of the profound significance behind the hand seals and incantations, which accompany us cultivators throughout our lives. Thus, I believe you are ready to learn a spell. Your innate talent surpasses mine by a considerable margin." Feeling somewhat bashful at Zhang Qingxuan's praise, Yi Han responded, "Senior brother, you flatter me too much. Will you truly teach me a spell? What spell will you impart?" Zhang Qingxuan promptly replied, "The Art of Vines." Yi Han, puzzled, inquired, "The Art of Vines? What manner of spell is this?" Zhang Qingxuan then elucidated in detail. "The Art of Vines I possess is a trophy from vanquishing several rogue cultivators who ambushed me. If executed skillfully, this spell can be exceedingly formidable. When invoked, it allows the wielder to summon vines to ensnare and attack adversaries, often yielding unexpected and wondrous results. Of course, the extent of its efficacy will depend on your level of cultivation." Eagerly, Yi Han exclaimed, "Then please, senior brother, teach me." Listen, this vine soul technique is a method for setting traps and deceiving others. Naturally, as his first spell, he was eager to learn it. Zhang Qingxuan then said, "No problem. Here is the manual. Take it and study it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." With that, he clapped his waist, and a flash of spiritual light appeared, revealing an old, yellowed book in his hand. It was thin, not very large, only the size of a palm, which he tossed to Yi Han. Upon receiving it, Yihan noticed the title Vine Soul Technique inscribed on the cover and immediately exclaimed, "Great. Thank you, brother." Zhang Qingxuan replied, "There's no need for thanks between us. Indeed, you treat me the best, brother." Zhang Qingxuan encouraged, "Practice diligently. And don't hesitate to ask me if you're confused." Yes. Yihan began to carefully examine the Vine Soul Technique, which primarily contained the incantations, accompanied by the corresponding hand gestures and the principles of the formation. Additionally, there were some annotated notes, seemingly written by the previous owner of the manual, capturing insights from their practice. With this information, Yihan found it quite convenient, yet he still encountered certain perplexities and continuously sought guidance from Zhang Qingxuan, requesting explanations for the underlying principles. Within the cave, Yihan swiftly formed hand seals, reciting the incantation. His murmured words resembled whispers in a dream, indistinct yet imbued with a unique rhythm, melodious and enchanting. His hands danced through various gestures. As he chanted and gestured, wisps of swirling, wood elemental spiritual light flickered before him, emitting a gentle green glow. After several breaths of chanting and gesturing, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointed forward, and called out, "Vine Soul Technique." As he directed his finger at a stone pedestal, a burst of green, flowing magical ripples encircled it, taking the form of entwining vines that gradually wrapped around the pedestal. Seeing this, Yihan couldn't help but display a hint of surprise. Did I succeed? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, BM, the newly formed vines suddenly shattered, exploding into shimmering green light that dissipated into the air. Yihan's expression fell, revealing his disappointment. Another failure? After speaking, he weakly squatted down, feeling utterly exhausted. He had attempted the Vine Soul Technique 3 times, all without success, and already sensed his magical energy nearly depleted, leaving him feeling weak and slightly dizzy. This was still due to his cultivation having reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, during the 1st or 2nd levels, he likely would not have been able to muster sufficient magical energy to attempt even a single cast. It was no wonder Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that practicing any spell before his cultivation improved was unnecessary, as he simply wouldn't be able to execute them. However, this time, Yihan felt a profound sense of joy from the depths of his heart as he realized that his attempt at the Vine Spirit Technique, although ultimately unsuccessful, yielded significantly better results than before. At the very least, it had taken shape this time, even swirling around the stone pedestal momentarily. More importantly, he noticed the pedestal, weighing over 200 pounds, tremble slightly, a remarkable feat for the Vine Spirit Technique to achieve even a minor quiver. Moreover, this was merely the first tier of the technique, which comprises 3 levels. The first level involves simple entanglement. The second allows one to summon multiple vines to attack and ensnare based on one's magical prowess. And the third enables the summoning of vines to form intricate formations. However, Yihan had yet to master even the first level, let alone the subsequent tiers. Furthermore, he lacked the sufficient magical energy to perform it. Nevertheless, reaching this stage left Yihan exceedingly content, prompting him to continue his training. Yet, after merely an hour of practice, a familiar voice resonated from outside the cave, filled with ire. "Yihan, come out." Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression shifted slightly. "Damn it, don't they know who I am?" Chapter 50. They were mistaken at Qingxuan Peak. There were only a few individuals who were familiar with him. Among them were brother Zhang Qingxuan, that detestable Jin Feng, and the trio of Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. Additionally, there were the Qingfeng Fairy and Elder Qi, who were not even remotely possible to come, nor were they the voices he heard. However, it was also not Jin Feng. He had not sought him out in quite some time, and his whereabouts were unknown. To his surprise, it was the voice of Zhang Sanlei that he heard. Did they know he was here? Or had they recognized him? Indeed, at that moment, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai stood at the entrance of his cave dwelling, glaring fiercely and shouting, "Yihan, do not think that hiding inside your cave will save you from us. You scoundrel, do not believe that we cannot find you. Are you going to renege on your promise to us? Yihan, come out. We mean you no harm. Did we not agree to help us deal with that beast? Yes, come out. You are the only suitable person for this task. Lend us a hand. And we assure you that you will not be left wanting. Indeed, you cannot go back on your word and deceive us. While we have chosen not to hold it against you this time, should you refuse to assist us, then we shall see what the future holds." Listening to their words, Yi Han furrowed his brow. These three were employing both threats and temptations. From their tone and speech, he immediately realized that they had indeed recognized him. But how could that be? If they remembered his appearance, they should have recognized him the last time they encountered him at the door. They should have sought him out long ago. Now, they were at his cave, which indicated that someone must have revealed his true identity. But who could it be? Yi Han had no intention of stepping outside. He paid no mind to their calls, preoccupied with contemplating who could have leaked his identity. Furthermore, he had grown significantly taller, and his physique had changed considerably. Brother Zhang Qingxuan had once mentioned that practicing the blood refinement technique could accelerate one's physical growth, a result of both his advancements in cultivation and the technique itself. Typically, how could a child grow over a head taller in just a few months? His physical transformation was indeed substantial. When he was in Qingniu village, he had poor nutrition and inadequate rest, which hindered his growth, making him appear much smaller than his peers, resembling a child of around 10 years old with slightly darker skin. However, after expelling several impurities from his body, Yi Han's complexion had become fairer, and his physique resembled that of a young adult, marking a significant change. For Zhang Sanlei and the others to recognize him would not be an easy feat, hence they had failed to identify him last time. Yet, their sudden appearance at his cave now clearly indicated that someone had informed them that the boy they encountered was indeed him. But who could it be? Was it that wretched Jin Feng? Or Elder Wu? Yi Han's expression darkened as he pondered the enmity he bore with the Qingxuan sect, which he deduced was primarily with Jin Feng and the Fifth Elder. However, ever since Jin Feng had been driven away by the fairy Qingfeng, he had ceased to harass him. Jin Feng likely remained oblivious to the changes in his appearance. Thus, it must be the Fifth Elder behind this. How petty could a golden core cultivator be? After much contemplation, Yi Han concluded that the only one capable of targeting him was that detestable Fifth Elder. Yet, it was perplexing that, after such a long time, the Fifth Elder still harbored grievances against him. As a cultivator at the golden core stage, such a lack of magnanimity was rather unbecoming. Nevertheless, this remained merely a conjecture. The true circumstances eluded him. Despite his efforts to avoid trouble, others seemed persistently fixated on him, which left Yi Han feeling quite helpless. Outside, the shouts from Zhang Sanlei and the others grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, Wang Fulai exclaimed, "Yi Han, don't think that by hiding in your cave, we are powerless against you. Zhang Qingxuan is your example." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing immediately glared at Wang Fulai, their eyes brimming with warning. Zhang Sanlei lowered his voice and admonished, "You fool, don't say what shouldn't be said." Li Zongqing scolded, "You simpleton, is that something you can mention?" Realizing his blunder, Wang Fulai stammered, "He probably hasn't even met Zhang Qingxuan, right?" The grim expressions on Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's faces made Wang Fulai feel increasingly uneasy. Nonetheless, he muttered, "What is there to fear? Zhang Qingxuan has ended up like that. Our backing is far stronger." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's expressions softened slightly. Harming disciples of their own sect was strictly prohibited. However, without evidence, it was merely a statement that would not warrant investigation. Yet, the thoughtless words of this man could lead to unintended consequences. Unbeknownst to Wang Fulai, Yi Han, being exceptionally astute, quickly deduced that Zhang Qingxuan's suspicions were not unfounded. During the last mission he undertook, he had felt uncertain, and indeed, the task had been completed successfully, only to be ambushed by malicious outsiders. Zhang Qingxuan suspected betrayal, and the culprits were likely Zhang Sanlei and his companions. As for their grievances against Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han remained unaware. But he understood Zhang Qingxuan's character well enough to know he would never instigate conflict. Rather, it seemed these three had provoked Zhang Qingxuan in some manner, leading to their vendetta against him. Now, Wang Fulai had inadvertently revealed this information, suggesting that Zhang Qingxuan's loss of an arm and severe injuries were indeed their doing. Contemplating this, Yi Han's countenance darkened further. How could such a good person as Zhang Qingxuan suffer at their hands? Moreover, they are still fellow disciples. However, brother Zhang Qingxuan. Before Yi Han could ponder further, the door to the training room creaked open, and Zhang Qingxuan emerged. His expression was neutral, neither joy nor sorrow gracing his countenance. Upon noticing Yi Han's troubled demeanor, he broke into a grin and remarked, "Do not take it to heart. Although we are allies, we are also competitors. In the realm of cultivation, the principle of resource plundering prevails. My last disagreement with them arose because I completed a task that was theirs. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan's countenance darkened, and he coldly added, however, if they believe they can treat me like a sickly cat and bully me, they are gravely mistaken. He then fixed a steely gaze upon Yi Han and inquired, Junior brother Yi, you previously mentioned having a plan to deal with them. What strategy do you propose? Observing Zhang Qingxuan's grim demeanor for the first time stirred something within Yi Han. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded to divulge his plan. Chapter 51. Uncertain whether his junior brother was ready, Zhang Sanlei, Wang Fulai, and Li Zongqing stood at the entrance of Yi Han's cave dwelling, their expressions dark and filled with impatience. Li Zongqing, exasperated, remarked, Brother Zhang, it seems that this wretched Yi Han has made up his mind to remain hidden. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei furrowed his brow. Damn it! If that fellow is resolute in staying away, we will be unable to fulfill the task entrusted to us. Wang Fulai suggested from the side, should we devise a plan? Just as the three were growing increasingly restless, the door to the cave creaked open, and Yi Han emerged with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing him, Zhang Sanlei and the others fixed their gaze upon Yi Han, their expressions far from pleasant. Yi Han, appearing quite familiar, greeted them. Junior brother greets the three senior brothers. I sincerely apologize. I was engrossed in my cultivation and did not hear your summons. I hope you can forgive me. He bowed deeply to the three, his attitude exceedingly respectful. However, Zhang Sanlei and the others exchanged glances, their suspicions rising. They had initially doubted whether the person before them was indeed Yi Han, for their first encounter had revealed a different figure. They had been informed that Yi Han had matured considerably since then, but the transformation was astonishing. The last time they saw him, he was dark, thin, and diminutive, unlike the seemingly harmless and fair young man before them now. Yet, this infuriating Yi Han was indeed the same little rascal they had encountered near the workshop. Afterward, they had sought him out among the newly admitted inner disciples, but he was nowhere to be found. It was then they realized they had been deceived by Yi Han. However, they remained unaware of his current whereabouts and inquired if anyone recognized him. Fortunately, they later encountered the individual who informed them to continue dealing with Yi Han, asserting that he was indeed the same person they had met previously. As for how that individual discerned Yi Han's situation, was he monitoring him all along? For a Golden Core elder, such a notion seemed rather embarrassing. Of course, they dared not voice such thoughts, as that would be courting disaster. Nevertheless, observing Yi Han's improved demeanor, they contemplated their need to utilize him further to accomplish the elder's directive. If this fellow retreated back into the cave, they would be unable to manage him. Thus, they suppressed their simmering anger and forced smiles onto their faces. Zhang Sanlei, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, said he, Yi junior brother, you are truly diligent. We must apologize for interrupting your cultivation. Yi Han promptly replied, what are you saying, brother? Your visit is an honor for me. Pausing, Yi Han noticed their eyes drawn toward his cave, reflecting envy and curiosity as if they yearned to enter and explore. However, Yi Han would not allow them passage. Thus, he continued, brothers, what brings you to me? Are you perhaps here to take me on a hunt for demon beasts? I have been waiting for you, senior brothers, for quite some time. This statement is utterly insincere. If he truly intended to find the three of them, it would be a simple matter, as he has not sought them out. Otherwise, he would not have provided a false address to them. Zhang Sanlei and the others were well aware that Yi Han was speaking nonsense, yet for their own purposes, they could only acquiesce to Yi Han's words. Zhang Sanlei chuckled, saying, it is indeed our fault for not clarifying things properly. We, as brothers, genuinely enjoy assisting our disciples, so do not worry. You have our assurance. Li Zongqing chimed in, indeed. Junior brother, we regret that we spoke too hastily that day. Our excitement led us to forget to ask you for clarity. Wang Fulai joyfully added, yes. We were unaware that you are the renowned Yi Han. Your ancestors have made significant contributions to the Qingxuan sect, which is why the Qingxuan token exists. We would never deceive you. The three spoke with exuberance, displaying no desire to hold a grudge against Yi Han, but rather sought to cultivate a good relationship with him. Yi Han, feigning remorse, replied, senior brothers, I apologize for my petty suspicions. I feared you were attempting to usurp my cave dwelling, as many have sought to do so recently. Before Yi Han could finish, Zhang Sanlei interjected, Junior brother Yi, we sincerely wish to request your assistance and offer you a benefit. We have no intentions of seizing your cave dwelling, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Yihan appeared relieved, saying, "Indeed, it seems I have been overly concerned. It would be wonderful if the three esteemed brothers could forgive my misgivings." He then shifted the conversation. "I initially wished to invite you three inside for a discussion, but since you do not wish to enter my cave dwelling, I shall not insist." At this, Zhang Sanlei and the others exchanged peculiar glances. They had never expressed a desire to refrain from entering Yihan's dwelling. His wariness was quite pronounced. However, considering his relatively low cultivation level, it was understandable for him to be protective of his cave. If they were to enter and refuse to leave, he would lack the power to expel them. In the realm of cultivation, lacking both strength and backing would render one vulnerable to oppression. Yet, they were currently at Qingxuan Peak, constrained by sect regulations, which limited their options. Most importantly, should they need to discuss matters concerning a certain individual, they would have to take Yihan away from Qingxuan Peak. If all went smoothly, he would not return. This cave dwelling would then be left without a master, and such a place could not be occupied by just anyone. It would be reclaimed by the sect. If the three were to occupy Yihan's dwelling, it could raise suspicions about their actions towards him, leading to disastrous consequences. After much contemplation, the three individuals ultimately resolved to abandon any ulterior motives regarding Yihan's cave dwelling. After all, once they successfully accomplished their objective, they would possess a formidable backing, rendering their aspirations of attaining the foundation establishment stage within reach. Once they achieved that level of cultivation, acquiring a cave dwelling would be a trivial matter. Thus, their immediate priority was to see their plan through to fruition. With that in mind, Zhang Sanlei eagerly remarked, "We have come to seek you out, junior brother, not merely for idle conversation over tea. Yi junior brother, our preparations are nearly complete, and we are ready to set forth. I wonder if you are prepared as well." As he spoke, his gaze bore into Yihan with an intensity that was hard to ignore. Chapter 52, The New Secrets of the Purple Cauldron, the Vine Soul Technique. With a furious shout from Yihan, he pointed towards a corner of the room. A wave of runes trembled, and ethereal light burst forth, coalescing into a vibrant green vine that gracefully emerged in the air, curling around a stone stool. Astonishingly, it lifted the stone stool effortlessly. Yihan's face displayed a hint of joy, though he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. After a thorough guidance from his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, he had finally uncovered the secret to executing the Vine Soul Technique. He had indeed mastered this technique. Yet his cultivation was insufficient. His magical energy fell woefully short. Having only managed to execute it once, he lacked the magical power to sustain it. If he possessed ample magical energy for control, the potency of the vine would be significantly amplified. As it stood, the vine's duration lasted less than a breath, hardly useful. He realized that his prior attempts had failed to coalesce due to inadequate magical energy, resulting in the fleeting display of power. After observing Yihan's unsuccessful attempts, Zhang Qingxuan advised him to expend all his magical energy in each execution of the spell. The failure to solidify was likely due to insufficient magical power, and once the spell succeeded, he immediately retracted his energy, causing the vine to lack the necessary support and thus leading to its failure. The vine required sustained magical energy to maintain its formidable capabilities. Without sufficient energy, such power could not be upheld. Consequently, Yihan began to channel all his internal magical energy into the Vine Soul Technique. He had already mastered numerous techniques and ultimately succeeded in executing the Vine Soul Technique. However, his magical energy could not be prolonged, for his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. His success stemmed from a solid foundation and abundant magical energy. Just as Yihan prepared to relinquish his attempt to maintain the Vine Soul Technique, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his chest. In an instant, his magical energy was completely restored. Elated by this unexpected turn of events, he pondered the implications. Typically, after depleting his magical energy, he would need to meditate for an extended period to recuperate. However, within his cave dwelling, the abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth facilitated a quicker recovery. Had he been outside, he knew not how long it would have taken. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that it was best to practice the Vine Soul Technique during the later stages of Qi refinement. Yet here he was, having learned it remarkably well. The sudden restoration of his magical energy was startling, and more astonishing was the fact that the vine, on the brink of collapse, received a surge of energy in that moment, solidifying and contracting rapidly. With a mere thought, Yihan felt a profound connection to the vine, as if it had transformed into an extension of his own arm, allowing him to control it with newfound freedom. Left. With a mere thought, the vine entwined around the heavy stone bench and surged to the left with a whistling sound. A resounding crash echoed within the room, causing the walls to tremble. Startled, Yihan lost control of the vine, which instantly disintegrated into specks of ethereal light. He gazed at the wall in astonishment, wondering if such a massive stone impact would leave any damage. Yet, to his surprise, there was not a single mark on the surface. It appeared that the walls of a cultivator's cave had undergone a special forging process. No wonder senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned that ordinary cultivators could not easily breach this sanctuary. The formidable defensive capabilities of this cave were truly astonishing. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxuan was not present. Otherwise, Yihan would have been thoroughly startled. Tomorrow, he was to accompany Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai on a mission to slay demon beasts. He had conferred with Zhang Qingxuan, who had sustained severe injuries during a mission after his whereabouts were leaked, leading to an ambush. Initially, Yihan suspected the trio, but Wang Fulai inadvertently revealed too much during his boastful tirade at Yihan's cave, provoking the ire of the usually mild-mannered Zhang Qingxuan. Despite Zhang Qingxuan's open-minded nature, he was not devoid of anger. It was infuriating for him to be ambushed while his powers were depleted after a hard-won task. Had it not been for his formidable body-refining techniques, which allowed him to eliminate 3 or 4 adversaries at the cost of his own arm, he would not have returned alive. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxuan's life would have met a tragic end. Even so, losing an arm and suffering grave injuries would significantly hinder his cultivation, breeding a profound resentment towards those despicable foes. Zhang Qingxuan was a remarkably resilient individual, with a heart steadfast in its pursuit of the Dao. The retaliation from these individuals cast a shadow of uncertainty over his path of cultivation, dimming his prospects for the future. Hence, upon hearing Wang Fulai's braggadocio, Zhang Qingxuan could no longer contain his fury. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the matter, as he lacked concrete evidence and was only speculating. He had not wanted to base his enmity on mere conjecture. However, now that the adversary had spoken out, how could Zhang Qingxuan possibly restrain himself? Thus, he inquired of Yihan regarding plans to deal with these individuals. After listening to Yihan's strategy, Zhang Qingxuan found it to be highly constructive, bold, and with a reasonable chance of success. Most importantly, even in the event of failure, the repercussions would not be overly severe. However, there were concerns regarding Yihan's safety, which Zhang Qingxuan sought to mitigate by venturing out to procure some defensive treasures. Meanwhile, Yihan remained in the cave, diligently practicing the Vine Soul technique, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. To his delight, he succeeded in mastering the technique and uncovered a monumental secret, the secret of the purple cauldron. He retrieved the cauldron from within his robe, exclaiming with triumph, indeed. As he had just employed the Vine Soul technique, his magical energy was utterly depleted. In that moment of exhaustion, the purple cauldron unexpectedly emanated a powerful aura, instantly replenishing his expended energy. He scrutinized the cauldron and observed that the once dull gray stone now revealed a significant increase in its purple hue. Realizing the implications, Yihan understood that this purple cauldron was no ordinary artifact. It possessed the remarkable ability not only to absorb the essence of medicinal pills, but also to transform it into cultivation strength, thereby replenishing his own magical energy. Just imagine, during a duel of magic, if his opponent were to falter, he could suddenly restore his entire reservoir of power. This would undeniably grant him a decisive advantage in future confrontations. The excitement within Yihan intensified as he grasped the cauldron tightly. With this treasure in hand, his confidence soared for the impending hunt against those 3 adversaries, ensuring his success against the monstrous beasts was all the more certain. Chapter 53. The Dark Demon Forest. The Dark Demon Forest is a verdant expanse, rarely traversed by human feet, where the echoes of wild beasts' roars resonate occasionally. The trees here soar to great heights, obscuring the sky, and even the undergrowth towers above a person's stature. Suddenly, a rustling sound of fabric flutters through the air, for figures are seen leaping among the trees, advancing with agility. Yihan follows closely behind Zhang Sanlei, his eyes scanning the surroundings, brimming with curiosity. The purple cauldron rests in his embrace. Initially, he had not intended to bring it along, for this artifact is exceedingly wondrous, and he lacks a storage bag for treasures. However, last night, he unexpectedly discovered another remarkable function of the purple cauldron. It can replenish the mana expended by cultivators. The extent of this replenishment appears to depend on the quantity of spirit herbs or other means the cauldron has absorbed to store mana. Previously, the cauldron had absorbed 5 high-grade qi refining pills bestowed by the fairy Qingxuan, allowing him to meditate and cultivate for several months, resulting in a significant breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refining, yet it had not fully depleted its reserves. Given more time, he could continue his cultivation. But Zhang Sanlei and his companions persistently entangled him, with their focus also directed at Zhang Qingxuan. Together, they devised a plan to deal with these 3 individuals, hoping to make them suffer a considerable loss. Thus, Yihan ultimately chose to accompany Zhang Sanlei and his companions. These 3 individuals, possessing only the 10th level of qi refining, believed that their coordinated formation would suffice to handle Yihan, unaware that both Yihan and Zhang Qingxuan were preparing to confront them. Of course, had it not been for Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, Yihan would have never ventured out, for he valued his life too dearly to provoke such cultivators. In addition to the purple cauldron, Yihan clutched a talisman meant for cultivators, the Vajra talisman. This talisman was procured by Zhang Qingxuan as a protective charm for Yihan. Early in the morning, Zhang Sanlei and his companions arrived at the entrance of Yihan's cave dwelling to summon him. Notably, they deceitfully presented him with a protective talisman as well. Both the Vajra talisman and the protective talisman are treasures crafted by cultivators. According to his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, talismans created by rune masters are imbued with spells through special character arrangements, allowing them to store magical energies. With the right intent, these talismans can be activated to unleash their spells, making them among the most useful treasures for low-tier cultivators, as they enable the casting of potent spells with minimal mana expenditure, thereby allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. However, the effectiveness of the spells stored within talismans varies by grade. The protective talisman given to Yihan by Zhang Sanlei and his companions is of the lowest tier, costing merely 2 spirit stones each, thus offering only limited defensive capabilities. In contrast, Zhang Qingxuan's Vajra talisman is of a 2nd-grade caliber, boasting remarkable defensive strength. According to Zhang Qingxuan, it can withstand several full-force strikes from late-stage qi refining cultivators. The value, of course, varies in discourse. This talisman of invincibility could only be exchanged for 30 spirit stones. Given the circumstances of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, where could he possibly procure such an abundance of spirit stones to acquire this talisman? He must have resorted to pawning his own magical artifacts to obtain it. One can easily surmise the differing attitudes of the 2 parties towards Yihan. Zhang Qingxuan expended considerable resources to ensure Yihan's safety, while Zhang Sanlei and his companions merely offered a token protective charm, a mere formality. This charm could only enhance Yihan's defensive capability by a third, insufficient to withstand even a single strike from a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. The disparity is thus starkly evident. The 4 of them sprinted madly. Had it not been for Yihan's inadequate speed, he would have struggled to keep pace, as they surged ahead with even greater velocity. Zhang Sanlei led the way, with Yihan positioned in the middle, ostensibly under the guise of protection, yet it bore an undertone of surveillance. As they continued their frantic dash, the forest grew increasingly dense, and a subtle, dark aura permeated the air. This aura was not visible to the naked eye, but when one's magical energy suffused their vision, it could be perceived through the sensations of a cultivator. In the past, while cultivating, Yihan had sensed the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, which were formless and colorless. However, as his cultivation progressed, his sensory perception heightened, and he began to exhibit the nascent awareness characteristic of cultivators, albeit faintly. He could discern the subtle color variations within the elemental energies. Yet, this dark aura was something he had never encountered before. After a brief period of frenzied running, Yihan could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Zhang Sanlei ahead. "Senior brother Zhang, why do I sense a peculiar energy in the air? It seems somewhat sinister." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanlei gazed at Yihan in astonishment and remarked, "You can actually perceive this malevolent energy? It appears your awareness is quite commendable. You may possess an innate strength of perception. Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai, who followed closely behind, were equally astonished by Yi Han's ability. Such innate perceptiveness is indeed a rare talent among cultivators. They recalled that the last time they encountered Yi Han, he was merely an ordinary person, and now he stood at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Such rapid advancement was not typical of an ordinary cultivator's gifts. In just 4 to 5 short months, he had transformed. Yet, what good is exceptional talent if he remains a low-tier cultivator? They could not allow him to flourish, for it would pose a future threat to them. Such a prodigy must be stifled in its cradle, especially since they had formidable backers to shield them from repercussions. Zhang Sanlei, feigning earnestness, explained, "It is quite simple, really. The ethereal essence of this realm is imbued with a malevolent energy that is particularly favored by the demonic beasts. For cultivators like us, practicing in such an environment can severely hinder our ability to absorb the celestial essence. Prolonged exposure to this malevolent aura can adversely affect our mental state, leading to potential madness or even transformation into a fiend, culminating in various undesirable outcomes." Subsequently, Li Zongqing added, "In summary, cultivating in such a place is detrimental to us. However, for the demonic beasts, it is akin to a paradise. They thrive here, enhancing their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Indeed, we have come here to hunt these beasts, which makes it an ideal location for our endeavors." Wang Fulai interjected, "Junior brother, from now on, you should accompany us. Whenever you wish to undertake a sect mission or hunt a specific demonic beast, simply join us." Hearing this, Yi Han expressed his gratitude with delight. "I am truly grateful to the 3 senior brothers. Without you." Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the ground to fracture violently, as a terrifying claw emerged from a massive tree, reaching out toward the 4 of them. Chapter 54. The Long-Arm Monkey Demon Beast. Yi Han gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his reflexes sharp as he swiftly concealed himself behind Zhang Sanlei. Should that monstrous hand attempt to seize anything, it would undoubtedly target Zhang Sanlei first. Reacting with remarkable speed, Zhang Sanlei let out a low growl. "It's a demon beast. Go." With his furious shout, his hands moved rapidly, forming intricate gestures as he chanted incantations under his breath. He struck his waist pouch, and with a flick of his fingers, a crimson beam of light erupted forth from Zhang Sanlei's storage bag, transforming into a swift, icy red radiance. In an instant, it shot towards the approaching monstrous hand with breathtaking speed. The red light collided directly with the creature's appendage. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal, sparks flying in every direction. The collision produced a thunderous sound akin to that of refined iron clashing. Could it be that the demon beast's hand possessed a bone of iron? Yi Han was equally taken aback by this sight, huddling further behind Zhang Sanlei. At last, he beheld the true visage of the demon beast. It bore a head adorned with sharp teeth and fierce jaws, its body a striking blend of black and crimson fur, complemented by elongated arms, one of which was drenched in blood. Its hind legs were long and robust, culminating in a formidable tail. It resembled a gigantic ape, towering almost to the height of a man, exuding a menacing aura that instilled great fear in Yi Han, who sensed he would surely be no match for it in a one-on-one confrontation. From behind, Wang Fulai exclaimed in shock, "The long-arm monkey demon beast." His voice carried a note of astonishment. Li Zongqing commanded sternly, "All together." With that, he too struck his storage bag, unleashing a glimmering beam of cold light. This time, a golden radiance, aimed directly at the long-arm monkey demon beast. The demon beast's eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red as it let out a fearsome roar. A wave of foul wind surging forth, its form darting towards the group with the swiftness of the wind. Li Zongqing and the others shouted in unison, "Go!" Their hands moved with astonishing speed, forming intricate gestures as they recited incantations, their spiritual energy surging forth. Yi Han observed intently from the side, realizing that within the beams of cold light released by the trio lay an exquisitely sharp dagger. It seemed to be the magical artifact that Brother Zhang Jinshan had mentioned. These 3 individuals were indeed affluent. Each possessed a magical tool. It was well known that such an artifact was a highly treasured possession for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. The fact that all 3 possessed one simultaneously made Yi Han's heart race with apprehension. If he were to confront these 3 alongside Brother Zhang Jinshan, How would he contend with their dagger-like artifacts? After all, he had little experience in combat against cultivators and possessed no magical tools of his own. However, it was evident that the coordinated assault by Zhang Sanlei and his companions was extraordinarily formidable. They continuously formed gestures and chanted spells, unleashing daggers imbued with the combined might of their spiritual energies, launching a dazzling barrage against the long-armed monkey demon beast. The long-armed monkey demon roared as it charged forward, only to be pierced multiple times by daggers. Despite its steel-like skin and bones, it was already covered in numerous bloodstains. Just as it approached the three, they swiftly retreated. Zhang Sanlei, glancing at the Qingniu Yihan, instinctively grabbed him, pulling him back. This young lad still held great potential. He could not perish here. Besides, the long-armed monkey demon was merely a typical first-tier beast, quite common in the dark forest. Each swipe it made unleashed a terrifying gust of wind. Yet it was utterly powerless against the trio. Sensing an impending crisis, a flicker of fear flashed in the demon's eyes as it abruptly turned and fled. Yihan observed this scene with astonishment. The long-armed monkey demon was indeed clever. Having initially ambushed them, it now realized it was outmatched and quickly retreated. It seemed these beasts could not be judged by the standards of ordinary wildlife. Their intelligence and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of typical animals. Moreover, as the trio attacked the long-armed monkey demon, their magical artifacts struck it, producing the sound of metal clashing and sparking flames. This indicated that the demon's bones and fur boasted a defense comparable to fine iron armor. No wonder senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had advised him that, with his current cultivation level, he could contend with so-called expert martial artists of the mundane realm, but facing a first-tier demon beast would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, it was best for them, at their cultivation stage, to diligently seek out a place rich in spiritual energy for training. And only after reaching the later stages of Qi refinement should they consider slaying some demon beasts. Additionally, they should not venture alone. It would be far safer to form a team with higher-tier cultivators or other practitioners. As for the long-armed monkey demon before Yihan, it was not a foe that could be tackled single-handedly. Furthermore, this demon was significantly more intelligent than ordinary beasts, and the higher the tier of the demon, the greater its cunning. According to some senior practitioners, many high-level demon beasts could even cultivate and wield magical artifacts, which was truly terrifying. Of course, such exceptionally powerful demons were exceedingly rare. At that stage, they were no longer merely beasts but were referred to as demon cultivators. The fleeing long-armed monkey demon was certainly more intelligent than a typical beast, yet it could not be classified as a demon cultivator. As the creature attempted to escape, Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchanged glances, unleashing a remarkable surge of magical energy. Their hands moved swiftly in intricate gestures, and Yihan could distinctly feel the magic gathering around them, forming a swirling magical field. Indeed, they spoke in unison. 3 swords unite. As they advanced in unison, the icy daggers they unleashed intertwined, their speed dramatically increasing, resembling a dazzling streak of cold light. A breathtaking brilliance sliced through the air, racing with astonishing velocity. And in an instant, it struck the back of the long-armed monkey demon. Thud! With a muffled thud, a gaping wound was pierced through the back of the long-armed monkey demon, blood spurting forth. Following this, the luminous projectile that had pierced the demon was directed by the gestures of the 3, causing their icy daggers to trace an arc in the air, only to return instantaneously, piercing directly through the demon's throat. The long-armed monkey demon charged forward several paces before colliding with a large tree, finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the cluster of cold lights split in midair, transforming into 3 streaks of icy brilliance, racing back towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Observing the lifeless form of the long-armed monkey demon, Yihan's expression grew grave. It was evident that this formidable creature had been effortlessly vanquished by the trio. It appeared that they were indeed not to be trifled with, especially considering the combined might of their 3-sword technique, which surpassed the power of an individual by more than 3-fold. It seemed that this journey would pose a considerable challenge for him and Zhang Qingxuan in their endeavors against these 3. If things went awry, they too might find themselves ensnared by the trio's cunning. Chapter 55. The twin fiends of Qin Mountain as they beheld the long-armed monkey demon beast collapse. Zhang Sanlei and his companions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of satisfaction with their collaborative efforts. Zhang Sanlei then turned to Yihan, who stood there in a daze, and with a trace of disdain in his eyes, remarked, "Well, what do you think? Are you frightened, junior brother Yi? This is merely an ordinary demon beast." Feigning terror at their gaze, Yihan put on an act of being thoroughly scared, though in truth, he felt no fear. He had encountered a terrifying beast within a cave that dwarfed mountains. That creature was truly fearsome, its sheer size enough to make one's legs tremble. However, he had to maintain his facade of fear in front of them to lower their guard against him. Swallowing hard, Yihan managed to stammer, "Senior brother Zhang, is this really a demon beast? It's truly terrifying. If I had come alone, I would stand no chance against such a creature." Zhang Sanlei chuckled heartily. "Fear not. With us around, these demon beasts cannot harm you." Yihan, eager to ingratiate himself, replied, "With the remarkable prowess of the three senior brothers and the powerful flying sword you unleashed, I feel much more at ease. Following you will surely not lead to any misfortune." His flattery was intended to diminish their wariness towards him, for he needed their trust to execute his plan with Zhang Qingxuan. Meanwhile, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai had already stepped forward, retrieving a dagger to dissect the fallen long-armed monkey demon beast, meticulously stripping its flesh and leaving no bone unexamined. Observing this, Yihan realized that this demon beast had thrived in an environment rich in spiritual energy, nourished by rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rendering its entire being a treasure trove. For instance, the demon beast's essence blood was one of the primary materials for crafting talismans. Its flesh, laden with nutrients, could significantly enhance the physical strength of cultivators over time. The bones, when ground into powder, could be incorporated into the forging of magical tools to augment their power. Moreover, its hide could be fashioned into defensive armor or refined into talisman paper. In summary, demon beasts served as a vital source of cultivation resources for practitioners. However, the act of hunting these creatures was fraught with peril, beyond the inherent dangers posed by the beasts themselves. One must also contend with the lurking threat of unscrupulous cultivators who might seek to murder for treasure, a commonplace occurrence in the realm of cultivation. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had repeatedly admonished him that, whenever possible, he should prioritize his safety and refrain from indiscriminately hunting demon beasts, advocating for a low profile, as longevity in the cultivation world was the true path to success. Though Yihan did not entirely agree with this sentiment, believing that if every cultivator merely sought self-preservation, achieving great accomplishments would be unlikely. This perspective subtly illuminated the harsh realities faced by low-tier cultivators, particularly those who were scattered and of lower cultivation levels. Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai dissected the corpse of the long-armed monkey demon beast with remarkable speed, leaving no trace of its essence behind. For them, slaying a demon beast was no trivial task, especially one discovered on the periphery of the Black Demon Forest. It is important to note that demon beasts are exceedingly cunning creatures, typically avoiding such perilous areas teeming with cultivators. Encountering one was indeed a stroke of fortune for them. The trio often hunted together, sometimes enduring days without a single catch. As they resumed their journey, Zhang Sanlei led the way, sprinting ahead, flanked by Yihan, with Wang Fulai and Li Zongqing guarding him on either side. In truth, Yihan had previously gauged their intentions, wary of whether they sought to use him as bait to hunt demon beasts. Since descending the mountain with them, he had remained vigilant, uncertain if they might betray him mid-journey. Thus, he kept a firm grip on the Vajra talisman given to him by his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, ready to defend against any sudden attack. The talisman's power would undoubtedly withstand their initial assault, and he could signal for assistance from his senior brother if necessary. However, such a move would jeopardize their plans. Fortunately, throughout the journey, there had been no signs of treachery from the trio. When they encountered the long-armed monkey demon beast, Yihan deliberately positioned himself behind Zhang Sanlei to observe whether they would exploit the demon beast to eliminate him. Yet, the trio did not act against him. Rather, they ensured his safety. This indicated that when they first met him at the Sect, they were indeed scouting for a suitable candidate to serve as bait to lure the demon beast. Thus, it appeared that Zhang Sanlei and his companions had no intention of turning on him, focusing instead on defeating the demon beast first and only contemplating their actions afterward. With this thought, Yihan felt a modicum of reassurance. At least he was safe until the next wave of danger arose. In the dense forest, A figure silently trailed behind Zhang Sanlei and his companions, cloaked in gray garments. A talisman adorned his attire, emanating a subtle gray light that concealed his presence. His gaze was sharp, fixated on the remnants left by the long-armed monkey demon beast. How could there be a demon beast in this area? On the outskirts of the Black Demon Forest? Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he swiftly concealed himself behind a large tree. Just as he took refuge, the rustling of leaves echoed, and two figures rapidly entered the thicket. One of them was exceptionally tall, with a fearsome visage, bound by a dark, heavy chain. Another figure, with a grotesque and pale visage, possessed a diminutive yet elongated stature, and behind him were two slender, hooked weapons. These two exuded an ominous aura. They gazed at the entrails of the long-armed monkey beast sprawled on the ground. The burly man, bound by chains, muttered in a low voice, "Damn it." After much effort to lure this creature out, how could it be snatched away by others? The short-statured cultivator coldly retorted, infuriating. To steal the prey of the Qin Mountain twin heroes. They seek death. Having uttered these words, the burly man twitched his nose and said, "They must have gone to one side. Pursue." With that, he swiftly moved in the direction of Zhang Sanlei and his companions, with the shorter man following closely behind. At that moment, a figure in gray emerged from the side, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. It is indeed the fabled Qin Mountain twin fiends. This is quite troublesome. Having spoken, he too hastened to give chase. Chapter 56. The Art of Manipulation. In the midst of a chaotic pile of stones within the Black Demon Forest, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, Wang Fulai, and Yi Han sat together, indulging in cooked meat and sipping water. None of the four had reached the stage of fasting, nor did they possess fasting pills. So they had to eat when necessary, albeit at significantly reduced frequencies compared to others. They dined once a day, yet consumed far more substantial portions than most. Furthermore, their meals primarily consisted of beast meat, and the water they drank was not ordinary. It came from the spiritual spring of the Qingxuan sect. This water was imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, rich in spiritual energy and possessing various unique properties. Regular consumption provided certain benefits, but it was not available in unlimited quantities. Each cultivator or disciple was permitted only a limited amount per month, determined by their status and rank. The spring water was indeed delightful, sweet to the taste and suffused with the essence of the cosmos, leaving one feeling slightly rejuvenated in their cultivation. As they feasted, they engaged in hushed conversation. Wang Fulai could not contain his thoughts and exclaimed, "Zhang Shixiao, that long-armed monkey's appearance is rather peculiar. Aren't they usually found deep within the Black Demon Forest? They are cunning and not easily dealt with." Li Zongqing chimed in, "Indeed. It is rare to encounter a solitary beast, particularly on the outskirts. Could it be that someone lured it out, or was it driven away by a more formidable creature?" With a relaxed expression, Zhang Sanlei replied, "What does it matter? If this creature has crossed our path and we manage to defeat it, it will be our fortune. Let us hope that we can handle that wretched claw beast with ease." Upon hearing this, the other two men brightened with enthusiasm. Yes, to have encountered it is indeed our good fortune. It is truly a stroke of luck to come across such a solitary beast. Continuing the conversation, Zhang Sanlei patted Yi Han on the shoulder and said, "Yi Shidi, as you have seen, none of us are a match for a beast when we join forces. Though the claw beast may be a tad more formidable, rest assured, we will protect you." At this, Yi Han quickly responded, "I understand. The three of you are exceptionally skilled, and with your magical artifacts in hand, we will undoubtedly succeed this time. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Eager to flatter, he added, "What kind of spells must one cultivate to wield magical artifacts, esteemed seniors? Your prowess in controlling them must mean you have mastered the art to a profound degree." He was well aware of the requirements for mastering magical artifacts, as Zhang Qingxuan had previously informed him that one must cultivate the art of manipulation to harness such tools effectively. The art of manipulation involves wielding one's own magical energy and consciousness to command artifacts in combat. Yi Han had yet to cultivate this spell, primarily due to his lack of any magical artifacts to command, and also because his cultivation and magical power were insufficient. Even if he learned it now, he could only manage to move very simple objects with difficulty. However, magical artifacts were a different matter altogether. It was said that they operated through the intricate formations within, powered by one's magical energy, thus unleashing formidable attacks and revealing the true potency of the artifact itself. The daggers wielded by Zhang Sanlei and his companions appeared to be under their spell control, yet a considerable portion of their might derived from the artifacts themselves. For instance, during their forging, these weapons had been imbued with offensive formations, sharpened enhancements, and crafted from unique materials, far surpassing ordinary iron weapons. Upon hearing Yi Han's praise, Zhang Sanlei chuckled heartily and remarked, "This is merely a basic telekinesis spell. Brother Yi, you haven't mastered it yet, have you? Once we return to the sect after slaying the beast, I shall teach you this spell." Yi Han, brimming with excitement, replied, "Thank you very much, esteemed senior brothers." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Brother, how formidable is the beast we are hunting? What kind of creature is it? You mentioned it is called a claw beast?" Indeed. Although Yi Han had agreed to assist Zhang Sanlei and his companions in luring out the beast, they had not disclosed to him how they intended to slay it, maintaining an air of mystery, as if concerned he might reveal their plans to others. At this point, he felt it appropriate to ask. The three exchanged glances, and Zhang Sanlei finally spoke. "Well, since we are all here, it matters little if I share this with you now. We previously refrained from telling you out of concern you might leak it." He paused briefly before continuing. "The creature we aim to hunt is the claw beast. Rest assured, it is only slightly more powerful than the long-arm monkey, and is not exceptionally formidable. However, this creature is exceedingly cunning. Should it encounter a slightly more skilled cultivator or a larger group, it will retreat into its lair and not emerge. If we charge in directly, it would be quite perilous, as its den is labyrinthine and fraught with unknown dangers." At this juncture, he turned to Yi Han and added, "All beasts have a penchant for feasting upon cultivators, as our refined bodies, honed through cultivation, are vastly different from those of ordinary mortals and serve as a sumptuous feast for them. Junior brother, your cultivation is not yet high. You can act as bait to draw it out, while we will block the entrance to prevent its escape, thus allowing us the opportunity to retaliate and eliminate the creature." Upon hearing Zhang Sanlei's words, Yi Han felt a jolt of apprehension. These three nefarious individuals claimed the claw beast was only marginally stronger than the long-arm monkey. However, his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that even among ordinary beasts of the same rank, there existed significant disparities in strength. The fact that this claw beast was already notably superior to the long-arm monkey, coupled with its cunning nature, suggested it was far from an ordinary creature. Yi Han sensed that the intentions of Zhang Sanlei and his companions regarding this beast were not wise at all. One must exercise caution when engaging in self-promotion. Indeed, he harbored a vague sense of regret for acquiescing to these three individuals. He could have awaited a time when his cultivation was more advanced, allowing his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan to accompany him in hunting ferocious beasts, thereby accumulating valuable combat and strategic experience. However, these three had sought him out, and they had inflicted considerable harm upon Zhang Qingxuan. Furthermore, he sensed that their actions were prompted by the demands of the Fifth Elder. This matter would inevitably require resolution. He was reluctant to disclose the situation regarding the Fifth Elder to Zhang Qingxuan, for the Fifth Elder was a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, a figure of considerable standing within the Qingxuan sect, far beyond their reach. Informing him would serve little purpose. Fortunately, the Fifth Elder had demonstrated some restraint by not personally confronting him. Before Yi Han could utter a word, Zhang Sanlei rose and declared, "Enough talk. Let us set forth. Once we traverse this rocky terrain, we shall reach our destination." Agreed. Chapter 57. The Claw Beasts in a desolate and eerily silent valley, surrounded by colossal stones, many of which have succumbed to the ravages of time, lies a secretive enclave within the Black Demon Forest. The periphery of this valley is littered with bones, predominantly the remains of beasts and demon creatures, interspersed with a few human skeletons. A faint rustling sound breaks the stillness. A tall youth, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with a pale and tense countenance, enters the scene. This young man is Yi Han. He has been brought to this valley by Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai. This secluded location within the Black Demon Forest was reached after traversing several woods, encountering numerous formidable beasts along the way, but fortunately, they only encountered one demon beast. Thus, he has arrived safely at the valley where the claw beast resides. Now, he stands alone in this valley, compelled by the three to act as bait to lure the dreaded claw beast. According to Zhang Sanlei, demon beasts have a penchant for human flesh, particularly favoring cultivators, as their bodies are infused with refined magical energy, rendering them distinct from mere mortals. For demon beasts, consuming humans is not only a delicacy, but also a means to enhance their own cultivation, making it the most coveted sustenance. In truth, the same can be said for cultivators. Demon beasts dwell in areas rich with spiritual energy, consuming abundant heavenly materials and treasures, rendering their entire being a trove of riches. Their hides can be crafted into defensive artifacts, their blood can be utilized for cultivation or inscribing talismans, and even their bones and flesh hold considerable value. However, the most prized possessions are the demon crystals or demon cores generated within them. These are invaluable for forging treasures or aiding in cultivation. It can be asserted that cultivators and demon beasts are born adversaries, each wishing for the other's demise, viewing the other as a bountiful resource. Generally, encounters between demon beasts and cultivators culminate in a life-and-death struggle, each striving to consume or hunt the other, transforming them into resources for their own cultivation. To put it differently, the relationship between humans and demon beasts is one of mutual predation. In more refined terms, it can be described as the survival of the fittest, where the weak are eliminated by the strong. In fact, the dynamics among cultivators mirror this as well. Murder and treasure theft define their relentless pursuit of cultivation resources. The struggles among cultivators in the world of cultivation can often be more brutal than those between different species. The realm of cultivators is replete with infinite possibilities and opportunities. Yet it is simultaneously a world where the strong consume the weak. As for Yuan, were it not for his inadequate cultivation, he would stand no chance against Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Even if he were stronger than them, their actions are backed by the formidable Fifth Elder, a golden core stage cultivator. Were it not for such circumstances, Yuan would not have been coerced into serving as bait to lure the so-called claw beast. After all, with his meager cultivation, how could he possibly contend with the demon beasts? Moreover, to act as bait is an extraordinary danger. It is precisely due to his inferiority in cultivation compared to the three others that he is compelled to yield. However, Yuan harbors his own intentions. If he were to diligently cultivate within the sect, his opportunities would be scant, relegating him to a fate akin to that of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, merely executing tasks for the sect, hunting demon beasts, and toiling without complaint, ultimately receiving a paltry share of cultivation resources, insufficient even for his own needs. Yuan, on the other hand, first secured his status as an inner disciple of the Qingxuan sect with the aid of a Qingxuan token, subsequently exchanging it for a foundation establishment pill to obtain a cave abode, thus providing himself with a secure and tranquil place for cultivation. Secondly, he fortuitously encountered the relatively honest senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, who guided him in his training, leveraging the resources he acquired from his cave. Thirdly, the 5 exceptional qi refining pills bestowed upon him by the celestial phoenix fairy were invaluable. Even more, Yuan cleverly extracted 2 spirit stones from Jinfeng, though the means by which he acquired them remain obscure. Let us not even mention the extraordinary capabilities of the mystical purple cauldron in his possession. It is imperative to understand that, without this series of strategic maneuvers, Yuan would find himself in the same predicament as senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, merely cultivating within the sect without ambition, focusing solely on mundane tasks such as eating and meditating. It is certain that he would still be languishing at the initial stages of qi refinement, far from achieving the mid-level 4th stage of qi refinement. Having spent considerable time on Qingxuan Peak, Yuan has gradually gleaned insights into the underlying rules of the cultivation world through the words of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan and others like Zhang Sanlei. The truth is that cultivation is inherently an act against the heavens. It involves vying for resources, where the survival of the fittest prevails and the strong dominate. Ultimately, the essence of survival lies in triumphing over others, which is a harsh reality in the realm of cultivation. Thus, Yuan agreed with Zhang Qingxuan to confront Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Among the inner disciples of Qingxuan Peak, these 3 are not considered the elite. Yet, their collaboration to hunt demon beasts and complete tasks, backed by a foundation establishment master guiding them, places them among the relatively affluent disciples on the peak. They even conspired with outsiders to target Zhang Qingxuan and Yuan, disseminating the truth about his identity and the cave he acquired with the Qingxuan token. Yuan, naturally, would not let these three individuals slip away easily, yet previously lacked the strength to confront them. Upon senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's return, Yihan intended to persuade him to join forces against the trio, but Zhang Qingxuan declined. It was only when Wang Fu inadvertently revealed their collusion with outside cultivators and disclosed Zhang Qingxuan's whereabouts that the usually placid Zhang Qingxuan became enraged, leading to the establishment of a plan to deal with the three. Yihan took a deep breath, resolute in his determination not to let these chaotic thoughts disturb his mind. Zhang Sanlei and his companions ventured into this valley, intending to lure out the fearsome claw beast. This endeavor was inherently perilous. However, Yihan was not one to cower in fear. He tread cautiously through the valley. He soon discovered that the ambient spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant, yet it was tinged with a horrific stench of blood that nearly made him retch. It was evident that a formidable beast resided here. With utmost caution, he ventured deeper into the valley, surrounded by the remnants of skeletons. After traversing approximately 100 paces, he beheld a cave that descended into the earth, its surface smooth and polished. A foul odor of blood wafted from within. Suppressing the fear that gnawed at him, Yihan clutched the golden talisman tightly in his hand. It was his sole treasure for survival, and he meant to keep it close at all times. At that moment, a chilling roar erupted from the cave. Then, a colossal creature burst forth. Yihan's scalp prickled as he gazed upon the beast. Could this truly be the claw beast? Chapter 58. Undoubtedly a second-order beast. Suddenly, a colossal creature erupted from the cave, towering at least 2 men in height. Its entire body was drenched in blood, adorned with red and black scales, and its head was filled with menacing sharp teeth and an aura of deep, penetrating eyes. Broad shoulders bore 2 enormous arms that extended down to its knees, with sharp horns jutting from its elbows and shoulders. A long, slender tail trailed behind, while its powerful legs were rippling with muscle. The fearsome beast surveyed its surroundings with its profound gaze, nostrils flaring as it seemed to sense the air around it. The very sight of such a terrifying form was enough to instill dread. Yihan quickly hid behind a large rock, recalling the damned words of Zhang Sanlei, who claimed this creature was merely half a rank above the long-armed monkey beast. Yet, in terms of size, it was at least 3 times larger. How could this possibly be? The overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from the creature sent shivers down Yihan's spine. He felt that confronting this beast would lead only to certain death. With a thunderous roar, the beast suddenly turned its gaze toward Yihan, its immense body lurching in his direction. Panic surged through Yihan. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly darted to the side. Just as he had moved away from the large rock, a fearsome gale swept past him. The beast had reached the boulder, swinging its massive claw and shattering the rock into countless fragments. Debris flew wildly in every direction. Yihan rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping to another large rock, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was no mere first-order beast. The creature was undoubtedly a second-order or higher, with terrifying strength and speed beyond that of ordinary beasts. Without hesitation, Yihan unleashed a piercing cry, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. The clawed beast, sensing the enticing scent of the diminutive figure, was filled with excitement. It surged toward Yihan with astonishing speed, leaving deep impressions in the ground and creating a whirlwind in its wake. In mere moments, it was upon Yihan, massive claws striking down with ferocity. Qinggang Talisman. Yihan had prepared the Qinggang Talisman in advance. With a focused thought, he activated it. Buzz. A dazzling array of golden runes surged forth, instantly forming a protective barrier of golden light around Yihan. The beast's enormous claws slammed down upon the golden shield with a deafening crash. Bang! The sound echoed like thunder as the beast's assault met the barrier, which instantly buckled under the force, its brilliance dimming and distorting as it trembled violently. Yihan, along with the golden shield, was violently propelled away. The entire figure struck the massive stone like a colossal cannonball, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. Fortunately, the golden shield managed to hold, albeit its radiance had dimmed. With the runes twisting and surging incessantly, that infernal clawed beast, with such a strike, was on the verge of shattering the adamantine barrier. It was utterly terrifying. This was undoubtedly not a mere semi-second-tier beast like the long-armed monkey. It was unequivocally a second-tier beast, and not just any ordinary one at that. He felt a pang of worry, Would that insufferable Zhang Sanlei and his companions come to his aid? This adamantine shield appeared capable of withstanding only one final blow. Yihan sensed his vitality surging. Channeling his magical energy beneath his feet, he leapt forward with tremendous speed in a desperate bid to flee. Roar! The clawed beast, seeing that its strike had failed to vanquish Yihan, let out a suffocating roar, its form suddenly shifting as it chased after him with the swiftness of the wind. Its velocity was astonishing. Wherever it passed, dust and debris flew, and smoke billowed. Although Yihan leaped several meters with each bound, it paled in comparison to the speed of the clawed beast. As the beast drew ever closer, Yihan kicked back with his foot, sending a cloud of sand and stones hurtling toward its face. In an instant, the beast roared and swiped its massive paw, scattering the debris effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan managed to widen the distance by several meters. Yet the clawed beast's eyes gleamed with malice. It suddenly roared, and a swirling mass of gray energy coalesced around its claws, forming a terrifying pressure. Following this, it unleashed a ferocious strike aimed at Yihan's back. With a whoosh, the claws, propelled by an immense force, left behind streaks of gray light, hurtling towards Yihan with alarming speed. Yihan was caught completely off guard. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the adamantine shield on Yihan's back shattered instantaneously, transforming into a shower of golden sparks. His body was flung several meters away, crashing violently against a large stone. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Yihan felt a searing pain radiating from his back, his vitality churning violently, as if he were on the brink of disintegration. That wretched clawed beast was truly fearsome. Struggling to rise, Yihan gritted his teeth and continued his flight. Fortunately, having cultivated the blood-refining technique to a certain extent, his physical defenses were not weak. The clawed beast, noticing Yihan could still run, revealed a hint of mockery in its gaze. With a roar, it pursued him, not in haste, but with long strides, its massive form bounding swiftly after Yihan with astonishing speed. A look of unwillingness surfaced on Yihan's face. After much effort, he had finally become a cultivator, securing a path unattainable by others. He had painstakingly attained this level of cultivation, no longer the impoverished boy from Qingniu village, subject to the whims of others. I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to die. Yihan's heart brimmed with resentment as he swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Suddenly halting his movements, he fixed his gaze upon the charging clawed beast. Vine's binding technique. Yihan pointed fiercely at the feet of the clawed beast, exclaiming, "Buzz!" Circles of green light runes erupted beneath the clawed beast, and several thick vines instantly ensnared its legs. The clawed beast was taken aback by this unexpected turn. This seemingly weak cultivator, who appeared to possess little resistance, had managed to counter him. As it soared into the air, two sturdy vines ensnared its feet. The massive creature stumbled. Bang! The clawed beast tumbled to the ground in a somewhat awkward manner, creating a large crater upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan dashed forward, his depleted mana instantly replenished by the purple cauldron. Of course, he was fully aware that he was no match for this creature. All he could do was pray that those damned Zhang Sanlei and the others would not deceive him and would come to his aid. Damn it, where are they? Chapter 59. Yihan's heart was ablaze with indignation as he mentally berated Zhang Sanlei and his companions, cursing their ancestors for generations. They had promised to lure the dreaded claw beast, yet instead of joining forces to confront it, they had left him to face it alone, almost leading to his demise before the beast even made its appearance. However, Yihan had anticipated their treachery. He suspected they would wait for him to be slain before intervening. With urgency, Yihan darted toward the direction where Zhang Sanlei and the others were hiding. If he were to fall, they would not escape the creature's wrath either. The aura of the beast was overwhelmingly potent, and it would undoubtedly detect their presence. The claw beast roared, rolling to its feet, its eyes ablaze with fury at the indignity of being toppled by such a feeble human cultivator. Enraged, it accelerated rapidly in pursuit of Yihan. As the gap closed, he spotted a small hill ahead and cried out, "Senior brother, save me." The beast was now merely a dozen paces behind him, and should it unleash its terrifying gray-light claws, he would stand no chance of defense. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from the hilltop. "Go!" With a swift whoosh, 3 crimson rays shot down from above, accompanied by a thunderous rush of wind. hurtling toward the advancing claw beast. The beast, perceiving the incoming daggers, let out a furious roar and lashed out with its massive claws. Sparks flew as its claws deflected the daggers with astonishing force. Just then, Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai emerged from the hillside, each rapidly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. As they invoked their spells, a tremendous surge of magical energy emanated from them, directing the daggers to relentlessly assault the charging beast. The daggers whirled in a display of precision, maneuvering under the trio's command to strike at the claw beast's form. The impacts echoed with harsh metallic clashes, sending sparks flying as the daggers struck the beast. It howled in agony, clearly suffering from the onslaught, yet it appeared ready to retaliate. Nevertheless, the trio's assault intensified, the daggers moving with a breath-stealing speed that forced the beast to retreat. Yet, Yihan observed with keen clarity that despite the ferocity of their attacks, the daggers left only shallow marks upon the beast's tough hide, failing to pierce its scaled defenses. This creature was indeed resilient and formidable. Simultaneously, Yihan dared not draw too close. He stealthily retreated, scanning his surroundings in search of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, knowing that proximity to him would offer greater safety. Regrettably, he did not discover Zhang Qingxuan's hiding place. Thus, he stealthily ascended the mountain, unwilling to become a target for the claws of the beast. Zhang Sanlei assessed that the trio's assault posed little threat to the creature, his expression darkening with concern as he bellowed, "Three talents formation." As he shouted, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai sprang into action, swiftly positioning themselves beside Zhang Sanlei. The three of them immediately formed a triangular encirclement around the beast, their energies intertwined, surging dramatically as one. "Attack!" Zhang Sanlei roared, and with fervent gestures and incantations, the trio summoned forth an overwhelming aura that spiraled around them, pulsating with formidable magical power. With a decisive gesture, their controlled daggers amplified in might, splitting into 9 crimson beams of light that hurtled towards the beast. Clang, 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 clang. The 9 crimson beams struck the beast, etching deep gashes into its flesh as blood erupted forth in a torrent. The creature howled in agony, its massive maw opening wide as it unleashed a ferocious roar, its claws thrashing violently, unleashing terrifying gray streaks of light. With a thunderous rush, the gray claws surged towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions. "Dodge!" Zhang Sanlei commanded. The trio spun deftly, narrowly evading the onslaught of gray streaks. Yet, seizing the opportunity, the beast lunged towards Wang Fulai, claws poised for a devastating strike. Zhang Sanlei and the others exchanged alarmed glances, their energies converging towards Wang Fulai. As the beast charged, Wang Fulai smote his waist, roaring, "Iron escape!" A surge of gray light enveloped him, manifesting a shimmering iron shield that rose to protect him. Crash! The beast's claws collided violently with the shield, causing a fierce tremor. Wang Fulai's expression contorted as he channeled his power into the shield, which began to buckle under the assault. Just then, Li Zongqing swiftly invoked a spell, directing his energy towards the ground beneath the beast. Sink! Earth collapse technique. The earth erupted with earthy brilliance, runes swirling as the ground beneath the creature caved in. Catching it off guard, the beast was swiftly engulfed up to its midsection, struggling to break free. "Down!" Wang Fulai roared, wielding his iron shield with force, crashing it down upon the beast's head. A deafening crash resounded as the creature was driven deeper into the ground, trapped within the confines of the earth collapse technique. Li Zongqing swiftly formed a hand seal and chanted incantations, directing his focus towards the clawed beast, fossilization technique. With a resounding crash, the earth surrounding the sinking figure of the clawed beast erupted with swirling runes, instantly transforming into stone. In an instant, the creature found itself ensnared, roaring in fury as it struggled to escape its confinement, yet to no avail. From a distance, Yihan observed the fierce confrontation between Zhang Sanlei and his companions against the clawed beast, his eyes widened in amazement. The spells and treasures wielded by the trio, along with their exquisite coordination, were indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. It was no wonder that even their senior, Zhang Qingxuan, who possessed significantly higher cultivation, could only retreat from their onslaught. Such a method of collaborative combat was truly unparalleled among common practitioners. As the clawed beast was ensnared by the fossilization technique, Zhang Sanlei exclaimed with excitement, "Eliminated!" Converged the three swords. Just as his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby cave of the clawed beast, heralding the emergence of yet another massive figure, a second clawed beast. Chapter 60. The hidden threat. Although this clawed beast was not as massive as the one trapped before it, it was still formidable in size. Observing the ensnared creature, the clawed beast emitted a furious roar and charged towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions with astonishing speed. Almost beyond belief, Zhang Sanlei and his comrades were taken aback. They had not anticipated the presence of another clawed beast. It became evident that this cave housed both a male and a female clawed beast. No wonder the creature pursuing Yi Han appeared larger than the one they had encountered earlier. They had been concerned, and now another, slightly smaller beast had emerged. Cursed be their fate. Two clawed beasts were indeed a daunting challenge. However, there was no time for further contemplation. The smaller clawed beast was already upon them, exuding an overwhelming aura, its claws striking furiously at Zhang Sanlei. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of blinding gray light, akin to a tempest, surged towards Zhang Sanlei. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. "Help me." Wang Fulai swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Sanlei, hastily forming seals and chanting incantations, causing the cold iron shield to expand instantly, shielding both of them. Clang, clang, clang. The gray light blades unleashed by the clawed beast collided violently against the cold iron shield, producing a cacophony of piercing explosions. The shield trembled violently, its radiant runes dimming significantly. Yet, it successfully deflected the beast's onslaught. Meanwhile, Li Zongqing's fingers danced with rapid precision, executing seals before directing, "Go." With a whoosh, 9 daggers imbued with crimson light shot towards the clawed beast. The creature, sensing the threat of the red luminescence, swiftly sidestepped to evade. The red light relentlessly pursued the clawed beast, striking the rocky ground and leaving deep gouges, as if the stone were mere tofu, cleaved into fragments. It was evident that the smaller clawed beast was much swifter than its larger counterpart, making a swift advance towards the trio. Fortunately, Wang Fulai's cold iron shield exhibited remarkable defense, continuously absorbing the beast's attacks. Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing rapidly formed seals, commanding the magical daggers to persistently assault the clawed beast. Despite the creature's incredible speed, it had sustained numerous wounds. If this continued, it was merely a matter of time before they would vanquish the clawed beast. Witnessing this scene, Yi Han felt a surge of admiration. Zhang Sanlei and his companions were no ordinary cultivators, as they were capable of contending with 2 clawed beasts simultaneously. However, he observed the expressions of the 3 individuals closely and discerned their grave demeanor and pale faces, particularly Wang Fulai, who was sweating profusely from his forehead due to the immense strain of their defensive efforts. It seemed that whether they were employing magical artifacts or utilizing the cold iron shield for protection, the expenditure of their spiritual energy was considerable. Although they could withstand the onslaught of the clawed beast, they appeared somewhat powerless to vanquish it. At that moment, a roar erupted from the petrified clawed beast, which was thrashing violently on the ground. The stone binding it began to crack under its struggle, indicating that it would soon break free. If they were to be besieged by 2 clawed beasts, Zhang Sanlei and his companions would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the assault. Yi Han found himself in a dilemma regarding the situation before him. If he were to summon his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, for assistance, they would undoubtedly be able to slay the 2 clawed beasts. However, this would mean aiding Zhang Sanlei and his companions, rendering their plans completely futile. Just as Yi Han grappled with his indecision, he suddenly heard Zhang Qingxuan's voice in his ear. "Junior brother Yi, do not act rashly. Someone is watching. Do not let them discover us." Upon hearing this, Yi Han felt a surge of realization and suppressed his impulsive thoughts. Since his senior brother had advised caution, there must be a valid reason behind it. The presence of another observer suggested the involvement of other cultivators, and the warning from Zhang Qingxuan indicated that their intentions were likely malevolent. Thus, he huddled closely beneath the stone, remaining utterly still. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanlei and his companions also noticed the colossal clawed beast was on the verge of escape. Should it break free, they would stand no chance against even 2 clawed beasts. Zhang Sanlei gritted his teeth and shouted, "Eliminate this creature first." Blood sacrifice. At his furious command, the three exchanged glances and decisively bit their thumbs, causing their essence blood to spray forth, twisting and swirling in the air. They chanted incantations, their hands moving rapidly to form seals, causing the flying dagger artifacts to shimmer with a violent crimson light, their aura erupting instantaneously. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Sanlei declared, "Three swords unite." As they simultaneously pointed, the three daggers began to spin around each other, transforming into a massive blood-red light, encircled by a chilling radiance, and hurtled towards the immobilized clawed beast with tremendous force. Sensing the imminent threat, the clawed beast's eyes glowed with crimson fury as it roared frantically. The blood and demonic energy surrounding its form swirled violently, reaching an overwhelming crescendo. With a terrifying bellow, the beast shattered the surrounding petrified stones and burst forth from the confines of the hole. The red light of the three swords, united as one by Zhang Sanlei and his companions, transformed instantaneously into a brilliant crimson beam, slicing towards the head of the clawed beast that had just let out a cry. However, this particular beast was evidently unwilling to meet its demise so easily. It emitted a piercing roar, and its skeletal arms erupted outward, forming a bone shield that shielded its front. Clang! The colossal blood-red blade collided with the beast, sending it soaring several dozen yards through the air. Its arms were shockingly shattered, and its body was marred with bloodstains, appearing utterly weakened as it staggered on the ground. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Zhang Sanlei and his companions, yet with a mere gesture of their fingers, the blood-red blade swiftly retraced its path, darting towards another clawed beast. With a swift and suffocating speed, the crimson blade left a terrifying ripple in the air as it surged toward its new target. This particular beast was significantly weaker than the first, attempting to flee with great haste. Nonetheless, it was pierced by the chilling crimson light, collapsing motionless to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Sanlei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally slain one clawed beast. The remaining beast, now gravely injured, would prove to be much easier to handle. At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed from the opposite side of the slope. "Ha! We are indeed fortunate." A tall, robust man accompanied by a shorter companion leaped into view. Chapter 61. Entanglement. Upon seeing the two cultivators suddenly emerge, Zhang Sanlei and his companions wore expressions of utter dismay. Wang Fulai could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "This is dire. It's the notorious Qingxuan duo." Yi Han, concealed behind a large rock, furrowed his brow. His senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, had already warned him that someone was lurking nearby. It turned out that there truly were individuals observing them, and they did not seem particularly amiable. Judging by their expressions and tone, it was clear they intended to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Sanlei's eyes twitched as he gritted his teeth and confronted the Qingxuan duo. "Do you truly wish to oppose the Qingxuan sect?" The Qingxuan duo exchanged glances and cast their eyes upon the slain clawed beast, their gaze betraying a glimmer of greed. With their experience, they recognized that this clawed beast was no ordinary creature. The mere corpses of the two beasts could fetch an immense sum of spirit stones. Preliminary estimates suggested at least 300 stones. Moreover, they discerned that Zhang Sanlei and his companions had expended all their magical energy in vanquishing the clawed beasts. The Qingxuan duo, being late-stage 11-layer Qi refinement cultivators, were known for their brutal tactics and fearsome reputations. Faced with such an auspicious opportunity, how could they possibly let the three from the Qingxuan sect escape? Moreover, they had long-standing grievances against the Qingxuan sect. A mocking glint appeared in their eyes as they disdainfully declared, "Zhang Sanlei, if you are wise, you will willingly forfeit your cultivation and surrender. Otherwise, we shall gladly claim your blood and souls." At these words, the faces of Zhang Sanlei and his companions turned ashen. It was well known that only malevolent cultivators sought the blood and souls of fellow practitioners. They intended to use the blood and souls to cultivate sinister arts or to forge wicked artifacts. These devices were not only immensely powerful, but also employed cruel methods, making them objects of great apprehension within the cultivation world. Rumors had long circulated about the Qingxuan duo's practice of dark arts, but to openly admit it was audacious. For in the eyes of righteous sects, such practices were akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, deserving of extermination. The Qingxuan sect was indeed a prominent righteous sect. and the Qingxuan duo's brazen threats indicated their intent to eliminate the three of them. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the wounded clawed beast, which, upon witnessing its fallen companion, let out a mournful yet furious cry. Its eyes ignited with a terrifying bloodlust, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth. With a deafening roar, it charged furiously towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Driven mad by grief, the clawed beast unleashed a barrage of strikes, its claws slicing through the air. Wang Fulai was the first to react, chanting a spell as an astonishing vigor radiated from him. Magical energy surged forth, coalescing into a cold iron shield before him. In an instant, the shield erupted with a series of gray runes, standing defiantly in front of the trio. Clang, clang, clang. The claw beast was unleashed, and countless claw shadows were forcefully repelled. The cold iron shield trembled violently, its gray runes disintegrating incessantly. Wang Fulai was also jolted, continuously retreating. However, as he defended against the claw beast's assault, Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing swiftly chanted incantations, manipulating their dagger artifacts, which spun elegantly in the air, transforming into two streaks of cold light that shot towards the claw beast. The beast, under relentless dagger strikes, emitted astonishing sparks. Its defenses having waned significantly, its skin bore countless bloodstains as it howled in agony. Seeing this, the two notorious villains of Qin Mountain exchanged glances, their forms shifting as they charged towards the fray involving the three and the claw beast. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The opponents had expended a considerable amount of magical energy, and the claw beast was nearing its limit. Eliminating the three from the Qingxuan sect would grant them their souls and essence, along with the spoils from the claw beast. This endeavor promised substantial rewards. With a surge of formidable blood energy, the two villains moved swiftly, their hands grasping as blood-colored runes surged forth. The chains binding them erupted in terrifying waves of crimson light, resembling a black serpent as they surged forward. The two villains pointed behind them, unleashing dark energy. Their two long knives shot forth, the malevolent aura erupting into two streaks of bloody light, swiftly advancing towards Zhang Sanlei and the others. Whether it was the dread-inducing chains or the two bloodlit long knives, both harbored an indescribable, nauseating aura that sent shivers down the spine, causing profound discomfort. This was indeed an accursed weapon. Zhang Sanlei and his companions' expressions shifted drastically. Had they been at full power, they would not have feared these two foes. Yet, in their battle against the claw beast, they had already expended a significant amount of magical energy and employed blood sacrifice techniques. They were now at their most vulnerable. However, just as the Qin Mountain villains unleashed their cursed artifacts, their expressions suddenly altered. Whoosh! Two beams of cold light shot from behind them, directly aimed at their vital spots. The abrupt ambush nearly caught the Qin Mountain duo off guard. Yet, their blood runes pulsated fiercely, summoning a blood-red skull that swiftly shielded their rear. These two skulls, with cavernous mouths, bit down instantly, capturing the two daggers. It turned out that Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing's assault on the claw beast was a ruse, stealthily redirecting the daggers to ambush the Qin Mountain villains. Regrettably, they were thwarted at the critical moment and failed to inflict true harm. A more dreadful situation unfolded as the two skulls clamped down on the daggers, releasing a wave of decaying energy. Suddenly, both individuals sensed the malevolent energy infiltrating their daggers, nearly losing control over them. Zhang Sanlei and Li Zongqing shouted in unison, "Release!" With their fierce roar, a surge of magical energy erupted around them. Concurrently, the daggers they wielded began to tremble violently, striving to break free from the grip of the two skulls. Despite the daggers' agitation, the skulls clung tenaciously to them. The Qingxuan duo's eyes gleamed with a hint of bloodlust as they bellowed, "Go!" The chains of malevolence and the bloodied blades they unleashed surged towards the trio, poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous shout reverberated from the cliffside. "You shall not harm anyone from the Qingxuan sect." Following this, a golden figure descended from the heavens, delivering two powerful punches to the Qingxuan duo. Chapter 62. The body refinement practitioner Zhang Qingxuan Yihan stood by, witnessing Zhang Sanlei and his companions unleash their full prowess, casting spells in a fierce battle against the clawed beasts, which left him utterly astonished. The last time he had seen the enchanting Qingfeng fairy engage that fearsome demon beast, he had not observed a thing, being too busy fleeing for his life. At that moment, as a mere mortal, he could hardly comprehend the techniques employed by the cultivators. However, this time, he observed every detail, be it the trio's dagger-like artifacts or their coordinated formations, all of which filled him with admiration. Despite their notorious reputation, their skills in cultivation were indeed formidable, having wounded one clawed beast and slain another. It was no wonder they dared to challenge such a creature. Yet, when the two notorious figures from Qin Mountain suddenly appeared, Yihan realized why his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had advised him to remain hidden. Outsiders were indeed watching, likely referring to these two menacing figures. The malevolent aura they exuded sent a shiver down his spine. Regardless of their individual strengths, he felt he would be no match for any of them. However, he remained unaware that Zhang Sanlei and his comrades were, in fact, entirely outmatched by the Qin Mountain duo. Just as it seemed Zhang Sanlei and his companions were on the brink of annihilation, Zhang Qingxuan made his move. Indeed, the golden figure that soared into action was none other than Zhang Qingxuan himself. His skin radiated a golden sheen as he unleashed a barrage of punches with a single hand. Boom, boom. Two golden fists, encircled by radiant light, surged forth like shockwaves, colliding fiercely with the iron chains and blood-red blades unleashed by the Qin Mountain duo. In an instant, a dazzling explosion of light erupted, as the golden aura clashed violently with the sinister bloodlight. The iron chains and blood blades, which were poised to strike their targets, were suddenly repelled by Zhang Qingxuan's powerful assault. The faces of the Qin Mountain duo turned icy as they turned their gaze upon Zhang Qingxuan. Their eyes filled with malice as one of them spat, "Damn it! Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Qin Mountain duo?" Surrounded by a radiant golden light, Zhang Qingxuan resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. He fixed his cold stare upon the two men and declared, "Qin Mountain duo, you dare to covet the interests of my Qingxuan sect? I see you are courting death." Upon beholding Zhang Qingxuan, the Qin Mountain duo recalled his severed arm and suddenly realized, "So it is you, the body refinement practitioner, Zhang Qingxuan." Their eyes betrayed a flicker of apprehension, as they recalled the recent incident when 5 rogue cultivators had banded together to assail Zhang Qingxuan, only to be decisively vanquished, albeit at the cost of one of his arms. That battle had spread like wildfire across the region. A seemingly inconspicuous practitioner from Qingxuan Sect had displayed such terrifying prowess, defeating 5 opponents single-handedly, even while injured. Now, standing there with one arm missing, yet still a body refinement practitioner and a member of Qingxuan Sect, Zhang Qingxuan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Yihan furrowed his brow as he observed his senior brother charging into the fray. What was Zhang Qingxuan thinking? It was clearly agreed that they would follow Zhang Sanlei and the others, and after luring out the clawed beast, they would observe from a distance, watching Zhang Sanlei and his companions battle fiercely with the creature. Once they had exhausted their strength, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan would step in to eliminate both Zhang Sanlei and the clawed beast, thus claiming all the spoils for themselves. However, unexpectedly, 2 notorious figures from Qingxuan appeared, intent on murder and treasure. Even more surprising was senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's timely intervention to assist Zhang Sanlei and his companions. In Yihan's view, allowing Zhang Sanlei to fight the Qingxuan duo first, before stepping in to reap the rewards, would have been far more advantageous. Alas, senior brother Zhang was indeed commendable in many respects, yet he was too honest and too benevolent. Zhang Qingxuan stared coldly at the 2 from Qingxuan and declared solemnly, "Qingxuan duo, today, we of the Qingxuan sect shall act in the name of justice and eradicate the 2 of you, Val practitioners." Turning to Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, and Wang Fulai, he urged, "My fellow disciples, let us unite and vanquish these 2. The trio exchanged glances, surprised by Zhang Qingxuan's timely arrival that had afforded them a second chance at survival. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crossed their minds. How had Zhang Qingxuan come to be there? They glanced in the direction where Yihan was hiding, suddenly realizing the truth. That wretched Zhang Qingxuan was certainly in cahoots with Yihan. They must have followed them here. Infuriating, it appeared they were plotting against them. Zhang Sanlei, not to be easily deceived, promptly nodded and declared, "Very well. Zhang Qingxuan, today, we shall join forces against the despicable Qingxuan duo. Let us proceed." With Zhang Sanlei's words, Li Zongqing and Wang Fulai exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Zhang Sanlei's intent. Zhang Qingxuan, trusting their alliance, swiftly began to chant incantations, his golden energy swirling around him. With a decisive gesture, he struck his chest, unleashing a radiant burst of golden light that enveloped him. His muscles surged and expanded, making him appear significantly larger, exuding an intimidating aura. Yihan, concealed behind a large rock, watched in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhang Qingxuan had mastered the third level of his blood refinement technique, endowing him with defenses and offensive capabilities rivaling that of magical artifacts. As the golden light intensified, Zhang Qingxuan's gaze gleamed with determination as he charged towards the Qingxuan duo. The notorious figures, witnessing the sudden appearance of Zhang Qingxuan, recognized him as the legendary body-refining practitioner. The overwhelming power and pressure emanating from him were beyond the reach of any practitioner of their level. The malevolent figure began to chant, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, causing the chains he controlled to writhe like serpents, coiling together into a terrifying mass of dark bloodlight that surged violently towards Zhang Qingxuan. As the second brother moved, he struck the two skulls behind him, causing them to surge violently into his blood-red long knife. The blade erupted with a sinister aura, releasing a nauseating stench of blood that was overwhelming. One could only imagine how many lives had been extinguished to imbue such a weapon with this sanguine energy. In an instant, the blood-red long knife merged into a singular, radiant blade, directing its lethal intent towards Zhang Qingxuan. Zhang Qingxuan charged forth, unleashing a series of devastating punches imbued with terrifying golden light. The sound of their collision resonated through the air as his fists clashed against the blood-red chains, shattering them upon impact. The malevolent weapon of the Qin Mountain duo was halted by Zhang Qingxuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanlei and his companions unleashed their dagger-like artifacts, transforming them into a torrential wave of crimson light, surging towards the fearsome clawed beast that guarded the Qin Mountain duo. Chapter 63. What treasure? Zhang Qingxuan found himself besieged by the two fiends of Qingxuan, and to his dismay, Zhang San and his companions had failed to come to his aid. Enraged, he bellowed, "What are you doing? Come and help me." As he shouted, his arms radiated a brilliant golden light, unleashing a series of powerful punches that sent the chains and blood-red blades of the two fiends flying. However, Zhang Qingxuan was not without his own struggles. Despite his formidable body refinement techniques, he was still nursing injuries, which hindered him from unleashing his full potential. Each clash with the chains and blades reverberated through him, leaving him feeling disoriented and his mana increasingly difficult to control. The two fiends were equally beleaguered. Zhang Qingxuan's body refinement was astonishingly powerful, and the explosive force of his punches caused their cursed artifacts to tremble, shattering several souls they had absorbed. Yet, they quickly discerned that the wretched Zhang Qingxuan was evidently wounded and unable to fully exert his strength. Even more frustrating was the sight of Zhang San and his companions, who appeared to be mere spectators, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Qingxuan's plight as they focused their efforts on attacking a nearby clawed beast. Infuriated, Zhang Qingxuan had been observing the situation for quite some time, torn between his emotions. Despite their previous betrayal, he found it difficult to turn against his fellow disciples. Seeing the two fiends intent on murder and treasure, Zhang Qingxuan could no longer restrain himself and rushed to assist Zhang San and his companions. To his astonishment, they continued their assault on the clawed beast, showing no inclination to support him. The fiends, noticing Zhang Qingxuan's frustration, began to mock him. "Ah, behold your esteemed comrades. They have no intention of aiding you. How pitiable. You went through so much to assist them, yet they regard you with disdain. It seems you are destined to perish at our hands. Even in death, they will feel no gratitude towards you. It is truly rare to encounter such a foolish cultivator as yourself. Huh, look at the allies you sought to rescue. How laughable. Perhaps it would be best for you to depart on your own." As they continued their taunts, they relentlessly directed their chains and blood blades at Zhang Qingxuan. His face flushed with a mix of anger and frustration. Yet, he remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals with one hand and launching an unyielding barrage of punches, akin to a tempest, sending chains and blades scattering. The blood-red blades and chains struck Zhang Qingxuan, leaving only faint marks upon his body, unable to inflict real harm. Yet his expression grew increasingly grim. With only one hand to defend himself against the duo's relentless assault, he found himself in a position of mere defense, lacking the strength to counterattack. Meanwhile, on the other side, the clawed beast retaliated fiercely under the onslaught of Zhang San and his companions. After fending off the assault of 3 attackers, this fellow unexpectedly turned and dashed into the cave. The trio was caught off guard, helplessly watching as the clawed beast escaped into the darkness. Zhang San lay, in a fit of frustration, cursed, "Damn it, let him slip away." The 3 were already at their limits, having invoked a blood sacrifice that significantly drained their magic and vitality. Observing the struggle between Zhang Qingxuan and the 2 fiends from the Qing clan, Zhang Sanlei exchanged glances with his companions, revealing their disdain. Wang Fulai coldly remarked, "Zhang Qingxuan, enjoy yourself. We shan't accompany you any longer." With that, the trio hoisted the corpse of the clawed beast and fled. Meanwhile, Yihan, concealed in a rocky nook, felt an urgent pang of anxiety and indignation. Zhang, the senior brother, was truly beyond words. They had clearly agreed to confront Zhang Sanlei, yet they had become the ones needing rescue. Moreover, their supposed benefactors had shown no gratitude, fleeing instead and leaving Zhang Qingxuan to face the 2 Qin fiends alone. This left Yihan feeling utterly helpless, vowing never to emulate his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan in rescuing these so-called comrades, lest he find himself ensnared in a similar predicament. In the realm of cultivation, mercy and leniency merely invite trouble. However, as the 2 fiends from the Qin clan observed Zhang Sanlei and his companions attempting to escape, they swiftly produced a small vial from their storage bags. Suddenly, they began to chant incantations, their voices uttering an incomprehensible spell. As they recited, the vial trembled violently, and its mouth flew open. A thick, black smoke erupted from the vial, swirling into a mass that surged towards Zhang Sanlei and his companions. In the air, the smoke twisted and contorted, manifesting into 6 human forms. These 6 figures bore pallid skin, hollow eyes, and were adorned with strange runes, exuding a dense aura of malevolence, emanating a stench of decay. Upon seeing these ghastly apparitions, Zhang Sanlei and his companions were struck with terror. Soul refinement corpses. You dare to craft soul refinement corpses. The soul refinement corpses, created through a nefarious dark art, involved slaying cultivators, extracting their souls, and using them to forge puppet-like bodies. This was a most heinous practice, defying the natural order and deserving of universal condemnation. To their astonishment, the 2 fiends from the Qin clan had indeed conjured such a monstrous creation. The 6 soul refinement corpses, glowing with dark light and pulsating runes, charged towards the trio. Faced with this dire situation, they could only release their magical daggers and engage in battle with the 6 corpses. Although the enchanted daggers struck the corpses, leaving behind numerous wounds, the injuries healed almost instantaneously, rendering them seemingly invulnerable to harm. Zhang Sanlei and his companions fought desperately, retreating under the relentless assault. They had not anticipated that the Qin fiends were even more formidable than the rumors suggested. It appeared that the tales of these 2 having slain numerous cultivators were true. However, they were exceedingly cunning, always managing to evade the encirclement of their sect's disciples. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan let out a furious roar. "Break for me." Suddenly, a resplendent golden axe materialized in his hand, striking fiercely against the chains and the blood-red long blade. Clang! The chains and the blood-red long blade were sent flying, their malevolent energy and sanguine light twisting and dissipating. The Qingxuan duo did not anticipate that Zhang Qingxuan would wield such a formidable weapon at that moment, one whose power was astonishing enough to shatter both their beings and their blood-red long blade as consciousness. The 2 were left in shock, their spirits wounded. As they coughed up a mouthful of vital blood and staggered back several paces, they gazed in horror at the weapon in Zhang Qingxuan's grasp. The axe emanating a breathtaking golden radiance, unmistakably not an ordinary artifact. The Qingxuan duo exclaimed in astonishment, "What treasure is this?" Chapter 64, Brother Zhang, I have come to assist you. Suddenly, a formidable axe materialized in Zhang Qingxuan's grasp, wielding immense power that shattered the onslaught of blood-red long knives and the sinister chains. The 2 malevolent figures from Qingxuan gazed greedily at the axe in Zhang Qingxuan's hands. Indeed, this was no ordinary artifact. It was an extraordinary treasure. However, upon acquiring this axe, Zhang Qingxuan unleashed a powerful blow towards the chains. Bang, bang, bang. The chains trembled violently under the relentless assault. Their blood-red luminescence and chilling aura dissipated. The great malevolence of Qingxuan suffered a grievous blow, staggering as he spewed forth a torrent of vital essence. Zhang Qingxuan surged forward like a golden tempest, covering dozens of yards in mere strides, confronting the Qingxuan malevolent figure. "Embrace your demise," Zhang Qingxuan roared, hefting the axe and bringing it down with all his might. The face of the great malevolence of Qingxuan turned ashen, astonished by Zhang Qingxuan's formidable prowess and the presence of such a treasure. Blood escape talisman. With gritted teeth, he summoned a surge of blood-red light, swirling with runes that enveloped him, just as he thought he could evade Zhang Qingxuan's strike. In that fleeting moment, he felt his feet tighten, as if ensnared by an unseen force. He had no time to glance down. A radiant axe beam descended upon him with unrelenting ferocity. Thud! The great malevolence of Qingxuan was split asunder, his eyes wide with horror and confusion, questioning how his feet had suddenly become immobilized. What was happening? His gaze was filled with unwillingness. The diminutive malevolence of Qingxuan observed in dismay as tendrils ensnared his elder brother's feet, rendering him vulnerable to Zhang Qingxuan's lethal strike. Blood escape talisman. The smaller malevolence, pale and panicked, activated a blood-red rune from his body, enveloping himself in crimson light as he transformed into a streak of blood and fled toward the valley. In an instant, he was 100 yards away. Zhang Qingxuan watched this unfold, his expression marked by resignation. The wretch had invoked the blood escape talisman. This talisman, consuming the cultivator's vitality and essence, exponentially increased speed. A means of desperate escape. The great malevolence of Qingxuan had sought to utilize this escape, yet he had been ensnared the moment he attempted to activate it. Only Yihan possessed the ability to weave such binding spells. That crafty spirit had indeed seized the opportune moment. Yet, allowing the other fiend to escape would pose a dilemma. The diminutive malevolence, now 100 yards away, glared back at Zhang Qingxuan with venomous rage, exclaiming, "Zhang Qingxuan, you shall pay for this." Before he could finish, a roar erupted. Before Qingxuan's small fiend, the mountain rocks shattered, and a colossal figure burst forth from the rubble. With two enormous claws, it swiftly obliterated the stones and struck Qingxuan's small fiend with tremendous force. Splatter! The fiend was torn into several pieces, its eyes filled with resentment, lamenting its misfortune. How could it be so unlucky? It was utterly frustrating, despite having fled so far already. It turned out that the escaped clawed beast had emerged from this very spot, directly shattering Qingxuan's small fiend. This creature harbored deep hatred for the cultivators, as they had slain its mate, and upon sensing an opportunity, it acted immediately. After dispatching this fiend, the clawed beast rapidly burrowed back into the cavern and vanished. With the demise of the second Qingxuan fiend, the soul-refining corpses besieging Zhang Sanlei and his companions suddenly lost their control, standing frozen in place. Zhang Sanlei and his companions swiftly decapitated them, causing the bodies to topple awkwardly. Relief washed over their faces. Although these 6 soul-refining corpses were not as powerful as them, the trio had expended considerable magical energy and were at their limits. Continuing the assault would lead to their own demise. But now, remarkably, the corpses stood motionless. It seemed that the death of the second Qingxuan fiend had severed their control. The trio turned their gaze towards Zhang Qingxuan, all noticing the magnificent axe he wielded, radiating a brilliance and aura that was far from ordinary. Damn it, when did Zhang Qingxuan acquire such a remarkable treasure? No wonder he managed to slay 5 rogue cultivators and return alive, even while gravely injured. Greed flickered in their eyes, but it quickly subsided. Zhang Qingxuan was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Yet, they understood that Zhang Qingxuan was fundamentally a good-natured person. A few kind words could easily sway him. Thus, Zhang Sanlei addressed Zhang Qingxuan, "Brother Zhang, this time truly is." Before he could finish, Zhang Qingxuan shouted, "Be careful," and lunged toward Zhang Sanlei. Startled, Zhang Sanlei's face paled, fearing that Zhang Qingxuan was about to attack them, and he instinctively unleashed his dagger artifact. However, with a resounding crash, the ground beneath Zhang Sanlei and his companions suddenly collapsed. They had no time to react before plummeting into the abyss. Then, a furious roar erupted from below. a clawed beast's enraged bellow. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Dirt flew everywhere as the anguished cries of Zhang Sanlei and his companions echoed from the depths, blood spraying from the ground. The clawed beast had no intention of sparing the 3 murderers of its mate. Moreover, its lair was intricately connected within, allowing it to ambush Zhang Sanlei and his companions in an instant. Zhang Qingxuan rushed forward but could not intervene in time, helplessly witnessing the demise of Zhang Sanlei and his companions at the hands of the clawed beast. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded. The massive clawed beast burst forth from the cave, its fierce gaze fixated upon Zhang Qingxuan. To one's astonishment, this creature appeared to have significantly recovered, emanating a violent aura. What could have transpired? This clawed beast was even more formidable than it had been prior to its injuries. The veins on its body throbbed, releasing a malevolent energy that sent shivers down Zhang Qingxuan's spine. Such an intense demonic presence could not be deemed ordinary. Under the beast's imposing stare, Zhang Qingxuan felt a chill grip his heart. He had already exhausted all his tactics in his confrontation with the 2 fiends, employing every last resort, including his treasured battle axe. The toll had been immense. Now, facing this clawed beast, Zhang Qingxuan was no coward. He gripped his battle axe tightly and bellowed at the creature before him, "Come forth." In response to Zhang Qingxuan's taunting gestures, the clawed beast let out a deafening roar and lunged toward him with great ferocity. At that moment, Yihan's voice rang out, "Senior Brother Zhang, I am here to assist you." Chapter 65. Abundant Harvest. The figure of the clawed beast surged forward, but suddenly stumbled, crashing to the ground. Its legs were ensnared by creeping vines. With a furious roar, the beast exerted tremendous force, shattering the vines that bound its feet. Just as it attempted to rise, a new wave of vines encircled its legs, wrapping tighter with each passing moment. In the distance, Yihan swiftly gestured with his hands, chanting incantations as torrents of magical energy surged forth. As he cast his spell, his own energy dwindled, yet the purple cauldron in his arms continuously replenished his power, enabling him to unleash the Vine Soul technique with fervor, ensnaring the clawed beast entirely. The beast clawed desperately at the vines, but they seemed inexhaustible. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan bellowed fiercely, "Die!" He raised his battle axe, transforming it into a streak of light that struck the beast's neck. With a sickening thud, the beast's head was severed, blood spraying forth as its body staggered and fell, the entwining vines dissipating into glimmers of green light. The beast's form crashed several paces forward before collapsing. As the dust settled, Yihan stood behind the fallen creature, panting heavily as he surveyed the scene. He realized that his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had pushed himself to the limit. Confronting the clawed beast, their chances of victory were slim. The creature harbored a deep-seated hatred for cultivators and was cunning. After killing Zhang Qingxuan, it would undoubtedly turn its wrath upon him. With his cultivation level, 100 Yihans would stand no chance against this foe. Thus, he had resorted to the only spell he mastered, the Vine Soul technique, draining his energy to ensnare the beast. Under normal circumstances, he could not have summoned such a multitude of vines, but the cauldron's assistance allowed him to continuously cast the spell, providing an opportunity for Zhang Qingxuan to deliver a fatal blow. He sensed that the cauldron was nearly depleted of energy. This had truly been a profound loss. Yet, in the face of his own life, what did it matter? Although he often disagreed with Zhang Qingxuan's decisions, like the urgency to rescue Zhang Sanlei, Wang Fulai, and Li Zongqing, he felt that it was essential to assess the situation before intervening. How would he explain to Zhang Qingxuan his ability to continuously cast the Vine Soul technique? Zhang Qingxuan, having vanquished the clawed beast, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This triumph, however, came at a considerable cost, for the beast had exhibited an alarming degree of ferocity, reminiscent of the perilous encounter he had faced when beset by 5 rogue cultivators. Fortune had seemingly favored him. But no, it was not mere luck. Rather, it was the result of Yihan's timely application of the Vine Soul technique on 2 occasions. First, to eliminate the formidable Qingxuan, and second, to ensnare the clawed beast. The finesse with which Yihan executed the technique was nothing short of extraordinary, seizing the opportune moments with remarkable precision. Yet, how could he have performed such an intricate maneuver multiple times in quick succession? Contemplating this, Zhang Qingxuan inadvertently cast a glance at Yihan. It was inconceivable that even he could have summoned the Vine Soul technique so frequently, as its consumption of spiritual energy was notoriously immense. Otherwise, it would not possess such formidable potency, capable of ensnaring the clawed beast. Yihan undoubtedly harbored secrets. However, among cultivators who did not possess their own mysteries, Zhang Qingxuan himself had narrowly escaped a perilous situation previously, relying on his most potent divine abilities and the hidden treasures he had at his disposal. Zhang Qingxuan sheathed his axe and addressed Yihan, "Junior brother Yi, your performance was remarkable, truly befitting one far beyond a novice." Indeed, Yihan's composure and impeccable timing in striking were unparalleled, even among seasoned cultivators, who often faltered in critical moments, leaving their adversaries unprepared. Yihan was truly exceptional. Yet, Yihan retorted, "Brother Zhang, why were you so eager to intervene? Those three have wronged you, yet you still sought to rescue them." Yihan regarded Zhang Qingxuan's actions with disdain. Knowing full well that Zhang Sanlei and his companions were far from virtuous, having caused him harm, Zhang Qingxuan's intervention had not been without significant cost. The essence absorbed by the purple cauldron was likely depleted, thwarting his aspirations for further cultivation. Zhang Qingxuan replied, "Junior brother Yi, the truth is, I share a hometown with those three." A hint of melancholy crossed his features as he spoke, suggesting that his connection with Zhang Sanlei and his companions was far more intricate than it appeared. It was puzzling that he would come to their aid at such a critical juncture, especially given their previous betrayal. Yihan rolled his eyes, struggling to comprehend how someone as altruistic as Zhang Qingxuan could survive in the world of cultivation. Could it be that good deeds were rewarded? That seemed implausible. Perhaps Brother Zhang held his own secrets, and that axe of his was no ordinary treasure. How had he come to possess such a remarkable artifact? He would never foolishly emerge to repay enmity with kindness in an attempt to rescue his adversaries. Thus, Yihan remarked, the three of them have already perished, falling victim to the beasts. There is nothing more to discuss. It was simply their fated end. Zhang Qingxuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Enough, Junior brother Yi. Now is not the time for conversation. We must hasten to clear the battlefield and gather our belongings." He recalled that during his previous hunt, he had been ambushed because he had taken too long to tidy up the scene. Yihan's eyes brightened with excitement. Despite the perilous nature of their encounter, he had not anticipated the presence of two clawed beasts, one of which was particularly formidable. As Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, the treasures possessed by higher-tier beasts were often more plentiful and valuable. Moreover, there was the storage pouch of Zhang Sanlei, filled with treasures and magical artifacts, along with the possessions of the notorious Qingxuan duo. Such riches were not to be underestimated. Zhang Qingxuan observed Yihan, who appeared almost greedy, and he found it both amusing and exasperating. The two swiftly rummaged through the storage pouches and the treasures they had acquired, stuffing the carcasses of the two beasts into one or two pouches. Their faces radiated exhilaration. This haul was indeed substantial, yet they found themselves unable to assess the total worth of their spoils at that moment. Yihan exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, we have struck it rich this time. Let us return." Little did he know, Zhang Qingxuan replied, "No, we cannot return yet." "Why not?" Yihan inquired. Zhang Qingxuan gazed at the lair of the clawed beasts and stated, "These two beasts have taken residence here and have ascended to the second tier. This cave must hold secrets. We should investigate further." Chapter 66. The lair of the claw beast. Upon hearing the words of his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan furrowed his brow, sensing that Zhang harbored his own secrets. How could someone as reckless and naively good-natured as he survive in the realm of cultivation? Even in the mundane world, such individuals would undoubtedly face greater oppression. Not to mention that during their last encounter, when Jin Feng came to seek him out, it was already concluded that Zhang Qingxuan was likely doomed. Yet, he returned, albeit injured, and judging by the tone of the two notorious figures from Qin Mountain, it seemed that Zhang had recently undertaken a significant endeavor during his injury. Nonetheless, Yihan refrained from prying into Zhang Qingxuan's secrets, for he himself held numerous mysteries. Now, as Zhang expressed a desire to explore the cave, it gave the impression that he possessed knowledge of treasures hidden within. After all, Zhang had often stated that longevity in cultivation signified victory, indicating that he was not one to relish reckless adventure. Most of the time, he dedicated himself to arduous training upon the mountain. Having already amassed considerable spoils, returning home would yield substantial rewards. Yet, Yi Han found himself immensely intrigued by the lair of the claw beast, even perceiving a spark of excitement in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes. Furthermore, Zhang's words hinted at secrets concealed within the cave. However, since Zhang had made such a declaration, Yi Han, not one to shy away from challenges, understood that should danger arise, Zhang would undoubtedly exert himself to assist, for he was indeed a most endearing person. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Very well, senior brother Zhang. If you wish to go, then let us proceed." Zhang Qingxuan nodded, instructing, "Stay close behind me, and be sure to prioritize your safety." With that, he tapped his storage pouch, summoning a shield that emanated a faint gray spiritual light, its surface marked by numerous scratches. It was the cold iron shield, a defensive artifact previously wielded by Wang Fulai, who had relied on it to fend off the claw beast and the attacks of the notorious figures from Qin Mountain. Particularly, the strikes from the formidable claw beast were immensely powerful, and the many marks upon the shield bore testament to its ferocity. Handing the cold iron shield to Yi Han, Zhang Qingxuan remarked, "Though you have yet to refine this shield with your spiritual energy, possessing it is certainly better than having none at all. Take it." Yi Han accepted the shield, feeling its considerable weight, yet finding it manageable in his grasp. It seemed that the cold iron shield was not merely reliant on its heft for defense. It must have been crafted from special materials through a unique refining process. Observing Yi Han examine the cold iron shield with great interest, Zhang Qingxuan chuckled. This shield was the culmination of the entire fortunes of Zhang Sanlei and his companions. It is their finest treasure, and they have slain numerous beasts with its aid. Once you refine it, it will become your protective talisman. The voice faltered, and his expression grew serious as he remarked, "However, you must remember that among cultivators, the act of killing and seizing treasures is exceedingly common. Your cultivation level is not high. If it is not absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourself easily." Upon hearing this, Yi Han immediately replied, "I understand. Wealth should not be displayed openly, and treasures should not be flaunted." At this, Zhang Qingxuan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Junior brother Yi, you are far more astute than I am." With that, Zhang Qingxuan gestured for Yi Han to follow him, adding, "Do exercise caution. Although these two clawed beasts have been dealt with, there may be other dangers lurking within." Zhang Qingxuan led the way into the lair of the clawed beasts, with Yi Han trailing behind. Contrary to expectations, the lair was neither filthy nor reeking. Instead, it was remarkably dry and carried a faintly pleasant scent. It seemed that these two clawed beasts possessed a certain refinement, perhaps due to their male and female nature. As they ventured further inside, Zhang Qingxuan produced a lamp embedded with spirit stones, which shone brighter than a torch and did not flicker. A stone at its center emitted a radiant light, the specifics of which Yi Han could not discern. After walking several dozen paces, they encountered 3 diverging paths, confirming that the lair was indeed a labyrinth, making the secrets within challenging to uncover. Gazing at the 3 paths, Yi Han looked to Zhang Qingxuan. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized the options before him, his eyes subtly shifting towards the rightmost path. Yi Han followed closely, perplexedly asking, "Senior brother Zhang, are we not wandering aimlessly? What if I cannot find my way back?" Zhang Qingxuan replied nonchalantly, "I am not wandering aimlessly. Just follow my lead." With that, he continued onward. The words spoken casually were perceived with intent by Yi Han as he observed Zhang Qingxuan's back, glancing back momentarily, feeling that Zhang Qingxuan harbored some secrets that were not to be disclosed. Initially, he had thought Zhang Qingxuan was merely wandering, but the certainty in his tone was unmistakable, and his pace quickened. Though Zhang Qingxuan moved swiftly, he maintained a vigilant posture, ready to react instantly to any danger or attack. Yi Han suddenly realized that he did not know Zhang Qingxuan as well as he thought. Perhaps Zhang Qingxuan was not merely the honest man he appeared to be. Rather, he might conceal many undisclosed secrets. One should not judge solely by appearances, as Zhang Qingxuan's apparent simplicity could indeed be a facade. Yi Han pondered this with a hint of skepticism. As they continued onward, they soon came upon another 3 diverging paths, each leading in distinct directions. Zhang Qingxuan paused momentarily at the forks in the path, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. However, after a brief moment, he resolutely advanced towards the central fork. Yi Han observed this scene, increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of his senior brother, for although his cultivation was modest, His spiritual perception and sensory acuity were remarkably acute. To him, the three paths appeared almost indistinguishable. Indeed, as they continued forward, the number of forks multiplied, and Zhang Qingxuan merely lingered briefly before choosing a path once more. Yi Han harbored grave doubts about his senior brother's direction, having traversed over a dozen forks. Even with his exceptional memory, it seemed challenging to discern the way back. After proceeding through another 3 or 4 forks, Yi Han suddenly sensed a slight tremor emanating from the purple cauldron nestled in his arms. What could this signify? It was his first experience of the cauldron vibrating on its own, rather than in response to his movements. Simultaneously, Zhang Qingxuan's expression transformed. Filled with excitement as he hastened forward, Yi Han too became aware of an abundant surge of celestial spiritual energy emanating from ahead. Chapter 67. The Water Demon. Despite Yi Han's limited experience in treasure hunting and his infrequent excursions, the sudden influx of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was utterly astonishing. This ethereal energy was imbued with a fragrant essence that caressed his senses, bringing a wave of comfort to his very pores. His spirit was invigorated. Such an abundance of celestial energy was certainly extraordinary. At that moment, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had already dashed forward, prompting Yi Han to hasten after him. As the two surged ahead, the aromatic spiritual energy intensified, suggesting that something remarkable lay ahead. Zhang Qingxuan's face glowed with excitement, while Yi Han felt a flicker of intrigue. It seemed that Zhang Qingxuan harbored some knowledge that compelled him to enter this lair of the clawed beasts. The discovery of such astonishing spiritual energy could not be mere coincidence. Zhang Qingxuan must possess some means of unearthing treasures. The further they ventured, the more luminescent stones adorned the cave walls, each resonating with a unique spiritual aura. These stones contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. As they pressed on, a gentle light emerged in the distance, clear enough for Yi Han and Zhang Qingxuan to perceive with their current cultivation levels. Drip, drip. The distinct sound of water droplets echoed through the cavern. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, they were met with an expansive area revealing a serene pool of water. Above the pool, stones glimmered softly, and a stone stalactite dripped rhythmically, sending droplets cascading into the water below. The entire cave pulsated with an astonishing level of spiritual energy, far surpassing that found in Yi Han's own abode. To his amazement, within this lair of the clawed beasts lay a hidden realm, home to such a spiritually rich pool. The aura emanating from this water was truly remarkable. Suddenly, Yi Han's gaze was drawn to the center of the pool, where a flower resembling a white lotus blossomed. The intoxicating fragrance wafting from it was undeniable. Zhang Qingxuan, too, caught sight of the lotus, his eyes alight with wonder as he murmured, "What treasure is this? Is it the legendary water immortal lotus, or perhaps a millennium-old snow lotus? The water here is infused with such extraordinary spiritual energy. It is clearly a spiritual spring." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yi Han felt a surge of delight, sensing the purple cauldron in his possession vibrating with excitement. Yet, he remained uncertain about the identity of the lotus and the nature of this water. Could it be a spiritual spring? Was it not the spiritual water produced by the Qingxuan sect's Qingxuan peak? Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Han turned to Zhang Qingxuan and exclaimed, "Senior brother Zhang, this spiritual spring and that lotus are truly remarkable treasures, aren't they?" "Indeed," Zhang Qingxuan replied without hesitation. "The spiritual spring water is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, truly extraordinary. It is no wonder that those two clawed beasts advanced to the second tier within the Black Demon Forest. They must have relied on the spiritual energy of the spring. Hence, their reluctance to abandon this place." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the white lotus at the center, and he exclaimed with excitement, "That lotus must be extraordinary. I surmise it to be a millennium old. With such treasures in our possession, we have truly struck gold this time. Once my injuries are fully healed, I shall compete for the Foundation Establishment Pill." Hearing these words, Yi Han felt a surge of joy for Zhang Qingxuan, for those willing to assist him, like Zhang Qingxuan, were indeed rare. If his cultivation were to rise even higher, it would greatly benefit him as well. Thus, Yi Han urged, "Brother Zhang, quickly retrieve that treasure." Zhang Qingxuan nodded, responding, "Watch me." As he spoke, his figure shifted, and with a leap, he soared over the pond, reaching for the white lotus. Just as Zhang Qingxuan charged towards the flower, Yihan suddenly sensed a disquieting feeling. Something was amiss. Since this was the territory of the clawed beasts, if the White Lotus were a true treasure, why had they not plucked it for themselves to enhance their cultivation? Upon this realization, Yihan could not restrain himself and shouted, "Brother Zhang, do not pick it. There is something wrong." Zhang Qingxuan was about to grasp the White Lotus when he heard Yihan's urgent cry. His heart skipped a beat, and instinctively, he attempted to retract his hand. In that fleeting moment, the petals of the White Lotus abruptly unfurled, releasing a cloud of pink mist that surged towards Zhang Qingxuan's face. Startled, Zhang Qingxuan exclaimed as his power surged, golden light radiating from his arm to shield himself. Yet, he still inhaled a trace of the pink mist, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. The aura that could disorient a cultivator at the 11th layer of Qi refinement was anything but ordinary. Die! Zhang Qingxuan bellowed, his arm's golden light exploding as he delivered a fierce punch towards the White Lotus. Boom! A shockwave erupted, and both the lotus and the pond violently burst apart, sending a torrent of water splashing throughout the cave, resonating with a deep hum. A furious roar of a beast echoed from the pond, followed by a massive creature, its mouth filled with sharp fangs and an enormous maw, lunging at Zhang Qingxuan with ferocity. Zhang Qingxuan retaliated with a swift kick to the beast's head, propelling himself backward. The creature was sent crashing into the pond. With a resounding splash, the beast's colossal form sank beneath the water, vanishing from sight. From a distance, Yihan observed clearly that the beast bore an antenna resembling a white lotus atop its head. The entire figure resembled an enormous aquatic monster. Though its exact appearance eluded him, the shadow alone loomed at a staggering height of 7 or 8 zhang, accompanied by an exceptionally long, slender tail. Its body adorned with scales of a grayish-black hue. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Qingxuan was violently tossed backward by the water spirit, colliding against the mountainside. The impact caused the rock face to shatter and crack fiercely, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood as he fell to the ground, debris cascading around him. Zhang Qingxuan had never anticipated that the fragrant white lotus, which emanated an intoxicating aroma, was merely a guise employed by this beast. Had it not been for Yihan's timely warning, he feared the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan sprang to his feet, only to be beset by a wave of dizziness as his strength rapidly drained away, rendering his magical powers inoperative. This was disastrous. The mist exhaled by that creature was toxic. He was in grave peril. Zhang Qingxuan urgently shouted to Yihan, "Junior brother Yi, we must flee. This creature is far beyond our capabilities." Chapter 68. Desperation. Zhang Qingxuan's voice was filled with urgency. The poison from the beast made him feel dizzy, and the strength was swiftly draining from his body. If he were to confront this creature, he would certainly be unable to protect Yihan. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than, boom, the water of the pool erupted as a slender tail, resembling a long whip, shot out from the depths, directly sweeping towards Yihan. This attack was swift and fierce. Yihan's expression changed dramatically as he immediately raised the cold iron shield before him. Yet clang! Yihan felt a violent jolt as the shield trembled, pain shooting through his palms, blood oozing from his hands. The elongated tail ensnared Yihan's form, dragging him toward the water's depths. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxuan exclaimed, "Junior brother Yi." He summoned the magic within him, swiftly forming a hand seal, and a radiant golden battle axe materialized in his grasp. "You shall not escape," Zhang Qingxuan roared, his entire being ablaze with shimmering golden runes as he leapt into the pool, wielding the axe with determination. With the axe in hand, he swung down fiercely. Die! The golden runes swirled around the axe, coalescing into a massive arc of light, aimed at the water demon. Boom! The axe light struck the surface of the pool, causing a tremendous splash, cleaving the water into two and carving a deep trench in the earth, even etching a mark on the cavern wall ahead. However, after delivering such a powerful blow, Zhang Qingxuan felt his vitality wane, the brilliant golden light rapidly receding. His complexion turned ashen, clearly having employed a forbidden spell. Yet, despite the might of his strike, it did not find its mark on the water demon. At that very moment, whoosh! A grayish-white object surged toward Zhang Qingxuan. He raised his axe to defend himself. Puff! The grayish object collided with the axe, exploding into a cloud of pink mist that rushed toward Zhang Qingxuan. His face paled as he attempted to cast a spell, but he was at the brink of exhaustion. The swirling pink mist enveloped him, rendering him powerless, and he staggered on the ground. In that instant, boom! A massive, gaping maw erupted from the pool, lunging hungrily at Qingxuan. Unable to maintain his balance, he was swallowed whole by the cavernous mouth. A foul stench assailing him as he desperately tried to muster his strength to fight back, only to find himself utterly incapable of channeling any magic or force. The water demon savored the moment, relishing its feast. Cultivators were a rare delicacy, and after consuming a few more, it could ascend to greater heights. Suddenly, it recalled a small creature ensnared by its tail. At that moment, the water demon sensed an intense, searing heat emanating from its tail. Following that, gurgle, gurgle, the entire pool shimmered with a magnificent violet light as the spiritual spring bubbled fervently, as if the waters themselves were on the brink of boiling. The water spirit sensed the rapid depletion of the ethereal energy in its domain, irresistibly drawn towards the heart of the pool where the violet luminescence was most intense. A furious howl erupted from the water spirit, a sound of sheer rage it had cultivated in this realm for centuries, having even tamed 2 fierce clawed beasts to guard it. This spiritual spring was everything to it, allowing its cultivation to surpass the pace of the outside world manifold. Yet, it had not anticipated the sudden vanishing of the natural energies and essences. What was to be done? In a fit of rage, it lashed its tail, only to discover an excruciating heat emanating from it, as though it were ablaze. With a furious cry, the water spirit flung its tail away, propelling Yihan from the pool, who crashed heavily against the mountainside. Encased in concentric circles of violet runes, Yihan embedded himself into the rock face. At that moment, the violet glow enveloping him vanished. The water spirit realized that the once enchanted waters had reverted to mere ordinary water. A roar of fury escaped its lips, its beady eyes gleaming with rage as they fixed upon Yihan. Though unaware of the nature of the violet light that had erupted from Yihan, it was certain that the transformation of its pool was entirely due to this detestable little creature. This pool was its very essence. It vowed to rend this wretched being into oblivion. With a thunderous roar, the water spirit charged towards Yihan's landing spot. In that instant, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the water spirit as a powerful golden light pierced through its abdomen. Following this, a sickening sound echoed as its belly erupted. A golden battle axe cleaving through it, spraying blood in a macabre display. There stood Qingxuan, radiant with golden runes, his form swelling as though a celestial being had descended. The battle axe cleaved through the air, unleashing a flurry of axe strikes. The water spirit trembled violently, its form shredding like tattered cloth, golden fissures appearing across its body. A heart-rending scream escaped the water spirit as, in the blink of an eye, its massive form was lacerated by dozens of gashes. Its eyes reflected a profound unwillingness, its essence fading as it toppled into the pool, transforming the waters into a ghastly crimson, the stench of blood surging forth. Qingxuan collapsed to the ground, kneeling heavily, propping himself up with his battle axe. Gasping for breath, his once mighty physique rapidly diminished, muscles withering away until he appeared almost skeletal, a grotesque sight. With vacant eyes, he gazed at the spot where Yihan had fallen, murmuring, "Junior brother Yi, it is all my fault." With those words, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Meanwhile, Yihan observed the violet runes on his body rapidly converging, ultimately retreating into the purple cauldron nestled in his embrace. This sight filled him with immense relief. When the water demon's tail surged from the depths, dragging him toward the water, he believed his demise was imminent. After all, the aura emitted by this water demon was far more terrifying than that of the 2 clawed beasts. It was undoubtedly a creature beyond comparison. Moreover, this fiend was exceptionally cunning, capable of disguising itself as a white lotus to deceive Qingxuan into falling for its trap. Although he sensed the impending danger, he was powerless to prevent it, and Qingxuan was no match for this adversary either. However, just as he was submerged in the watery abyss, the purple cauldron in his arms suddenly surged forth, unleashing an astonishing force that voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy from the spring. Yihan flipped himself over, realizing he had sustained no significant injuries. Gazing down, he saw a colossal creature lifeless upon the water's surface, while Qingxuan, once robust as an ox, had turned emaciated. What could he possibly do now? Chapter 69. Yihan's decision. Yihan gazed upon the colossal corpse of the water demon below, finally discerning its features. Its entire body was adorned with grayish-white scales, and its head was larger than that of an entire clawed beast, while its elongated body boasted a tail stretching at least 10 zhang. The head was exceedingly massive, with minuscule eyes, and atop it rested a white lotus. He was utterly perplexed as to what kind of demon beast this was. However, his primary concern lay with Zhang Qingxuan's condition. The emaciated state of Zhang Qingxuan's body clearly indicated he had employed some forbidden spell, resulting in his current frailness. Yihan soared down through the breach he had created and turned Zhang Qingxuan's body over. To his dismay, he found Zhang Qingxuan unconscious, his breath faint and weak, as though all the blood and flesh had been drained from him. Desperately shaking Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan called out, Brother Zhang, please wake up. Yet, no matter how vigorously Yihan shook him, Zhang Qingxuan showed no sign of response. A tempest of emotions raged within Yihan. Zhang Qingxuan was a kind-hearted individual, devoid of ulterior motives, and had always treated him with unparalleled kindness. Yihan couldn't shake the feeling that someone like Zhang Qingxuan might not survive long in the world of cultivation. However, as he faced the grim reality of Zhang Qingxuan's impending death, Yihan was overwhelmed with a bittersweet sorrow. Having grown up in solitude, he believed he had endured all that life could throw at him, maturing far beyond his peers. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his parents' absence. But losing Zhang Qingxuan felt as if his heart were shattering, akin to losing his dearest kin. No, I must save Brother Zhang. I will save him. Yihan felt utterly powerless. Despite becoming a cultivator, he possessed only a single spell, Divine Soul Technique, and meager cultivation levels. How could he possibly save Zhang Qingxuan? Then it struck him, the purple cauldron. After much contemplation, he realized that the only potential means of saving Zhang Qingxuan rested with the purple cauldron. He retrieved it from his bosom. The purple cauldron, now resplendent and translucent like amethyst, had not transformed into stone. This realization sent a jolt of anxiety through Yihan. How could this be? He distinctly felt the cauldron absorbing the spiritual energy from the water pool, a quantity that far surpassed the essence of the 5 top-tier refining pills gifted by the Phoenix Fairy. Despite having absorbed such an abundance of spiritual essence, the cauldron remained unchanged? How could this be possible? Yihan stared at the purple cauldron, then at Zhang Qingxuan, despair gnawing at him. If the cauldron couldn't save Brother Zhang, what could his meager cultivation achieve? He lacked any healing elixirs. Since he could remember, his parents had both passed away, so he didn't feel particularly affected by their loss. Yet, watching Zhang Qingxuan's breath grow increasingly feeble before his eyes made his vision blur. His eyes reddened. He fought against the urge to cry. Since he had come of age, he had never shed a tear. In the present moment, it is impossible, and it shall remain so in the future. Yihan gazed down at Zhang Qingxuan on the ground, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, I am truly sorry. I cannot save you. Just then, with a sudden crack, the purple cauldron in his hand emitted a sound that drew Yihan's attention. To his astonishment, the lid of the cauldron opened on its own, releasing a refreshing aura of celestial energy that filled the air with a sense of comfort and vitality. An unexpected surge of hope blossomed within Yihan. Since acquiring the cauldron, he had never seen it open. He had even doubted the existence of a lid, believing it to be a singular entity. Now, it had opened and was emanating such potent celestial energy. This was truly unforeseen. Indeed, this purple cauldron, having absorbed so much celestial energy, could not possibly remain inert. Yihan swiftly lifted the lid, revealing a small, nail-sized purple pill within. The pill exuded a captivating aroma that invigorated his spirit. He glanced at the purple pill and then back at the increasingly frail Zhang Qingxuan. He understood that this purple pill must have been cultivated from the abundant celestial energy. Undoubtedly a remarkable item. If he consumed it for his own cultivation, he might achieve extraordinary heights in his powers. However, there lingered a possibility that this formidable purple pill could also prove fatal. Could this item truly save Zhang Qingxuan? It seemed as though all the vitality had been burned away from his brother's body. Would the purple pill genuinely be able to rescue him? If he ingested the pill and it failed to save Zhang Qingxuan, would that not be a waste? Yihan's heart was engulfed in a turmoil of indecision. In this realm of cultivation, where one must fend for oneself lest they be obliterated, Yi Han had quickly learned that this world was rife with treachery and violence. Cultivators would stop at nothing for power, employing ruthless tactics and engaging in ceaseless conflict over heavenly treasures. The purple pill before him was an absolute, an undeniable catalyst for his own ascension and strength. Caught in an internal struggle, Yi Han found himself at a crossroads. Should he save another or seize the opportunity for himself? With a firm resolve, he extracted the purple pill, yearning to become a formidable cultivator, akin to the legendary Qingfeng fairy, soaring through the skies and wielding boundless power. If he became strong enough, no one would dare to bully him. Not even Elder Wu would challenge him. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, Yi Han placed the purple pill into Zhang Qingxuan's mouth. He closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "I am but a mortal." The moment the pill was lodged within Zhang Qingxuan's mouth, Yi Han felt an overwhelming sense of clarity wash over him, as if an invisible shackle had been released. Indeed, Yi Han has come to a profound realization. He is merely a mortal. Despite having attained a modicum of cultivation, he remains an ordinary human being. What significance do cultivators and powerful beings hold for him? They are entirely unrelated to his existence. Brother Zhang Qingxuan has risked his life battling fierce beasts for his sake, and this purple elixir indeed holds the potential to dramatically elevate his cultivation, possibly allowing him to ascend to even greater heights. However, it may also cost him his life, as Yi Han senses that his physical form may not withstand the essence of this purple pill. As for whether this elixir can truly save Brother Zhang Qingxuan's life, Yi Han harbors no certainty. He is utterly unaware of the true nature of this purple pill. To administer it to Brother Zhang Qingxuan without knowledge of its effects could very well hasten his demise. Or perhaps it might genuinely preserve his life for a short while longer. Yi Han's heart is a tumult of emotions as he anxiously observes the changes in Zhang Qingxuan. Chapter 70. An unexpected change. As Zhang Qingxuan ingested the purple elixir, Yi Han watched anxiously for any changes in him. Upon the elixir's entrance, a radiant purple light emanated from Zhang Qingxuan's mouth. Almost immediately, his body trembled slightly, and purple runes began to manifest upon his skin, exuding an aura that instilled profound fear in Yi Han. Merely gazing at those runes made him feel dizzy, as if his consciousness were being drawn into their depths. He hastily shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight, overwhelmed by a nauseating sensation. At that moment, Zhang Qingxuan's breathing gradually steadied. However, his frail form showed no signs of transformation, and the purple runes began to fade away. Soon after, no further changes occurred. This development was entirely beyond Yi Han's expectations. He remained uncertain whether the purple elixir would save Zhang Qingxuan. It could either prove fatal or restore him to health, or perhaps provoke an unforeseen reaction. Beyond the initial emergence of the purple runes, Zhang Qingxuan appeared to have succumbed to a deep slumber, responding not at all, his breath still faint and weak. Yet, Yi Han considered this a relatively positive outcome. He reassured himself that if he selfishly retained the purple elixir for his own use, it might significantly enhance his cultivation, or lead to other unexpected consequences. He had no assurance that the elixir could indeed restore Zhang Qingxuan or sustain his life. He had even steeled himself for the worst outcome, that the elixir would fail to save him and instead lead to his demise. If he had any alternative means, he would not have contemplated such a course of action. This outcome, albeit troubling, allowed Yi Han to breathe a slight sigh of relief, regardless of the circumstances. Zhang Qingxuan still clung to life. He fell back, reflecting on the internal struggle he had faced earlier, gazing at the purple cauldron, which remained a lustrous jade rather than transforming into stone. What did this signify? It indicated that the spiritual energy absorbed by the cauldron had been entirely depleted, rendering it ineffective for cultivation. Though he lamented the necessity of administering the purple elixir to Zhang Qingxuan, he had always perceived him as too honest and excessively kind, a character unlikely to thrive in the realm of cultivation. Even if he were to save him, Zhang Qingxuan's nature would remain unchanged. Yet, how could he escape his own psychological barriers? Ultimately, he resolved to take a gamble, not solely for Zhang Qingxuan, but also for his own inner peace. He sensed that had he chosen to retain the purple elixir for himself, he would have embarked on an entirely different path in his cultivation journey. On the path of cultivation, the distinction between becoming an immortal or a demon indeed lies within one's own thoughts. Although Yi Han's origins were fraught with hardship, having endured a decade of solitude and numerous injustices, he was fortunate to have a small circle of benevolent individuals supporting him. It is perhaps this flicker of warmth that allowed him to retain his humanity. In essence, Yi Han is akin to Zhang Qingxuan, which is why their bond is so profound. Observing Zhang Qingxuan now, infused with Yi Han's essence, he feels no regret. The only internal conflict lies in the decision to give or withhold. Once he resolved to give, there was no turning back, for Zhang Qingxuan is deserving of such trust. Were it someone else, like Zhang Sanlei, he would never have considered it. In this harsh world, where choices of right and wrong abound, only Yi Han can determine his own path. He promptly stowed the purple cauldron and turned his gaze to the lifeless water demon before him. This creature was not merely large. It resembled a small vessel in size, towering above him even in death. The once lustrous flower-like structure atop its head had withered, signifying its demise. Apart from the peculiar beast he encountered in that strange cavern, he had never seen a creature of such magnitude. Yet, his experience with demon beasts was limited. Zhang Qingxuan had spoken of legendary beasts that dwarfed mountains, titanic entities capable of shaking the very foundations of the world with a mere stomp, though such tales remained in the realm of myth. The water demon's body was marred by numerous gashes, evidence of some secret technique employed by Zhang Qingxuan to rupture its belly. The pool's waters had turned crimson, exuding a potent stench of blood. However, the once abundant spiritual energy in the air had dissipated, seemingly absorbed by the purple cauldron. Yi Han found it peculiar that the stalactite above, which had previously dripped steadily, was now devoid of water. Uncertain of the circumstances, he attempted to rouse Zhang Qingxuan, hoping for assistance in handling the current predicament. Yet, Zhang Qingxuan remained unresponsive. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Yi Han realized that his senior brother would not awaken anytime soon. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving the storage bags from Zhang Qingxuan. Most of these bags belonged to Zhang Sanlei and his accomplices, Qingxuan and the other two fiends. Previously, without any cultivation, he had no use for such bags, and Zhang Qingxuan had only possessed one. When they collected their spoils, Zhang Qingxuan had gifted Yi Han a storage bag for his personal use, which required a drop of blood for recognition and a mental imprint to establish a connection. Zhang Qingxuan bestowed upon him this storage bag, which belonged to Zhang Sanlei. Its interior was quite spacious, measuring roughly 7 to 8 feet square, capable of accommodating a considerable amount of items. In Zhang Qingxuan's own words, this storage bag alone was valued at over 100 spirit stones. Yi Han, of course, did not intend to seize these spoils for himself. Rather, he aimed to empty the contents of these storage bags. He sought to clear out the space within them, as there were quite a few bags, preparing to store the corpse of the water demon. Yi Han's own storage bag had already been filled to capacity with the largest clawed beast, leaving little room for anything else. After a thorough inspection, he managed to clear out 3 empty storage bags. To his astonishment, he discovered that within Zhang Qingxuan's storage bag, he could neither discern the size of its interior space nor see the items contained within. However, among the other bags, the one given to him by Zhang Qingxuan was indeed the largest. Accommodating such a sizable water demon entirely was simply unfeasible. Moreover, there was an even more pressing issue. Given the thick skin and tough flesh of such a large water demon, how was he to cut it open? Chapter 71. Dissecting the water demon, one must understand that the scales and skin of the clawed beast possess the ability to withstand the assaults of daggers and magical artifacts, likely due to the protective aura of demonic energy, which grants such formidable defense. However, even without the influence of demonic energy, it would be impossible for a mere iron blade to sever the hide of this creature. Yi Han found himself devoid of any divine weaponry capable of slicing through the remains of the water demon. It is crucial to note that such a massive beast is a treasure trove in itself. Failing to claim its spoils would be a significant loss. Upon noticing the axe lying beside Zhang Qingxuan, Yi Han felt a flicker of inspiration. Approaching the weapon, he discovered that the axe was not as unwieldy as he had envisioned. It was roughly the size of 2 palms, broad yet surprisingly light, weighing perhaps dozens of pounds. Given Yi Han's current cultivation level and his strength from physical training, he found it quite manageable. The axe gleamed like a mirror, crafted entirely from gold, with the handle and blade formed as a single piece, adorned with countless fine runes resembling strands of hair. The edge of this exquisite axe was extraordinarily sharp. Despite Zhang Qingxuan's numerous attempts to wield it, it bore no marks. It was evident that this was no ordinary artifact. No wonder Qingxuan and Zhang Sanlei had displayed such greedy glances upon seeing it. Yi Han surmised that this item was indeed a remarkable magical tool. Considering Zhang Qingxuan's benevolent nature, his longevity in the cultivation world could be attributed to his dedication to ascetic practice on the mountain, rarely descending to undertake missions. Additionally, it was likely bolstered by the possession of such a rare treasure. Grasping the axe, Yi Han strode towards the corpse of the water demon and swung it down upon a patch of scales. Clang! The axe produced a resounding clash, and the scales bore a deep gash, penetrating only slightly. Nonetheless, the ability to penetrate at all filled Yi Han with astonishment. Channeling his magical energy and employing his blood refinement technique, he experienced a surge in strength and struck down once more. Thud! This time, a significant portion of the axe embedded itself into the flesh of the water demon. This success was not solely due to his magical prowess, but rather the unparalleled sharpness of the axe. Yi Han continued to wield the axe, relentlessly chopping away at the demon's remains. Although the task was arduous, he recalled Zhang Qingxuan's words about the valuable nature of a demon's corpse. Merely selling it could yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Not to mention, just the bodies of the two clawed beasts could fetch 500 to 600 spirit stones. Both Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han were in dire need of such resources. This particular demon's rank was unknown to him, but it was undoubtedly superior to the clawed beasts. Bringing it back would signify a monumental gain, justifying the perilous endeavor alongside Zhang Qingxuan to slay this creature. Yi Han remained in the cave for several days. Immersed in his task, he roasted the flesh of the demon beast when hunger struck and meditated to restore his spiritual energy when fatigue set in. For a span of 3 to 4 days, he toiled away, completely unaware of the passage of time within the cave. After this considerable effort, he managed to divide the carcass of the demon beast into several pieces. Fortunately, the two notorious figures from Qin Mountain possessed numerous empty storage bags that had not been bound by blood oaths or marked by spiritual consciousness. Zhang Qingxuan speculated that these bags were likely acquired from other cultivators they had slain. Clearly, these two individuals were exceptionally bloodthirsty, leaving a trail of fallen cultivators in their wake. However, the storage bags were rather modest in size, the largest being only half the size of his own. He meticulously packed each piece of the demon beast's body into these bags, sparing not even the bones. The bones of this water demon, surprisingly, were quite pliable, proving easier to dismember than anticipated, allowing Yi Han to fit them all into the bags, except for the skull, which was far too large and resistant to his axe's strikes, rendering it impossible to store. Throughout this process, Yi Han remained vigilant for any signs of Zhang Qingxuan's recovery, attempting to rouse him from his slumber. Compared to a few days prior, Zhang Qingxuan's aura had somewhat revived, and the atrophied muscles on his body showed slight improvement. Yet no matter how fervently Yi Han called out, he could not awaken him. After all, with limited cultivation, how much could Yi Han truly do to revive Zhang Qingxuan? He also feared that his efforts might inadvertently worsen Zhang Qingxuan's condition. At long last, having dealt with the water demon's remains, Yi Han realized the improbability of waiting for his senior brother to awaken. With his own meager abilities, he felt uncertain about carrying the unconscious Zhang Qingxuan away from the Black Demon Forest. After all, he had encountered several demon beasts upon arriving with Zhang Sanlei and others, and he was no match for any of them in solitary combat, let alone while burdened by an unconscious companion. Currently, Yi Han felt as though he was guarding a treasure mountain, yet powerless to transport it away. After much contemplation, Yi Han decided to search through the storage bags belonging to Zhang Sanlei, Li Zongqing, Wang Fulai, and the two notorious figures from Qin Mountain. Although these bags were bound by blood oaths and marked with spiritual consciousness, their owners had perished. Yi Han easily dispelled these spiritual marks and accessed the contents, which included various jars and bottles, cultivation manuals, an array of peculiar materials, and a significant quantity of spirit stones. However, the magical artifacts that Zhang Qingxuan had collected could not be utilized by Yi Han. What were these items, many of which Yi Han did not recognize? He set aside the jars and bottles containing the essence of heaven and earth, along with the spirit stones, while he grouped the cultivation manuals, evidently composed of metallic materials, strange ores, and semi-finished magical artifacts, in another pile. He purposefully separated these items, This was because he wished to observe how the magnificent purple cauldron had absorbed the 5 exquisite spirit-refining pills bestowed upon him by the celestial phoenix fairy. He positioned the purple cauldron amidst a collection of jars and bottles, placing the spirit stones he had retrieved from the 5 individual storage bags beside it. It is noteworthy that the lid of the purple cauldron was securely closed, without a hint of an opening, suggesting it would not yield easily. However, the spirit stones collected from these 5 individuals numbered less than 100, while the pills were plentiful. Yet, he remained uncertain as to which were viable for use and which were not. Thus, he left them all around the purple cauldron, patiently awaiting its transformation. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yuan observed a slight tremor in the cauldron, indicating it had finally responded. His heart stirred, and he immediately focused his gaze on the purple cauldron. Chapter 72. The mysterious purple cauldron before him. The resplendent and translucent purple cauldron was adorned with countless purple luminous runes, which astonishingly coalesced into a swirling vortex of violet light. This purple whirlpool formed a minuscule eddy in the air, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Yuan widened his eyes, observing intently as a flicker of spiritual light danced within his gaze. At this moment, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, enabling him to channel his magical energy into his senses, amplifying his auditory and visual perceptions. Previously, he had been unable to perceive the ethereal essence of the world, but with his enhanced faculties, he could now discern the rhythmic movements of the cosmic energy around him. Indeed, as the spiritual light flickered in his eyes, the vortex induced by the cauldron generated ripples that undulated through the void. With this peculiar oscillation, the nearby spirit stones and elixir vials emitted strands of spiritual light, drawing them into the purple cauldron. As these strands penetrated the cauldron, faint purple runes began to swirl within the translucent purple jade, though they were so minuscule that Yuan could not comprehend their form. Nevertheless, he sensed a formidable power emanating from these runes, filling him with trepidation. Previously, when he had been dragged into the pool by that colossal water demon, he had resigned himself to doom. Yet, the cauldron's sudden and powerful attraction had devoured an immense quantity of cosmic energy, an extraordinary feat indeed. Now, the once formidable pool had transformed into mere ordinary water, teetering on the brink of desiccation. This indicated that the cauldron's abrupt pull had thoroughly siphoned the surrounding ethereal essence. Moreover, as he approached, the cauldron had exhibited an inexplicable excitement, quivering as if it sensed something within that captivated it. Thus, for Yuan, the purple cauldron represented an invaluable ally in his quest for immortality, especially given his meager cultivation and lackluster talent. However, as he retracted the magical energy from his eyes, he felt a twinge of fatigue. After all, forcibly enhancing his senses exerted considerable strain on his eyes and ears. In a brief span, the cauldron voraciously absorbed nearly 100 spirit stones, reducing them to mere rocks, devoid of spiritual energy. Yet, the vials continued to emit faint strands of spiritual light, ceaselessly burrowing into the cauldron. As these strands infiltrated, the cauldron began to exhibit subtle changes. The originally crystalline purple jade material commenced a gradual petrification, lasting for approximately 10 breaths. The vials, one by one, ceased to release their spiritual light. The purple cauldron did not fully petrify. Rather, it adopted a half-stone, half-purple jade appearance, reminiscent of its state upon Yuan's arrival. Witnessing this transformation, Yuan's expression was one of profound astonishment. Although he was unaware of the nature of the elixirs contained within the vials, there were dozens of them, together with the nearly 100 spirit stones. They had merely induced the cauldron's partial petrification. The purple cauldron, though an astonishing treasure, consumed its contents at an alarming rate. The combined essence within could sustain a practitioner for at least a year, yet with just a single breath. It was entirely depleted, perhaps in the span of merely a dozen breaths. However, Yuan had no time to ponder further, for the nature of these various elixirs remained a mystery to him. The prospect of adverse effects from consumption was troubling. He could not abandon Zhang Qingxuan in this perilous place and escape alone. The uncertainty of when his senior brother would awaken loomed large. Should he venture deep into the dark demon forest alone with Zhang Qingxuan, encountering ferocious beasts or unscrupulous cultivators, his meager powers would be utterly inadequate for defense. This ordeal instilled in Yuan a profound realization. Upon returning to the Qingxuan sect, he must urgently augment his knowledge of cultivation practices. He recognized the vastness of what he lacked, from the names of the demon beasts to the nature of these materials and treasures, and even how to discern the various elixirs. He was woefully uninformed. He understood that as a member of the Qingxuan sect, there would certainly be resources available for study. Previously, on Qixuan Peak, he had refrained from wandering due to his lack of cultivation. Now, with a modicum of power, he aspired to reach the latter stages of Qi refinement, enabling him to navigate the sect without concern. In every regard, Yihan felt acutely unprepared, not resembling a seasoned cultivator in the slightest. Although Zhang Qingxuan had imparted much wisdom, Yihan sensed that relying solely on his guidance was insufficient, particularly given that his senior brother might have other pressing matters. Whether Zhang Qingxuan would awaken at all remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own cultivation. For whether fleeing the dark demon mountains or returning to the sect, he needed a degree of power for self-preservation. After organizing the items, Yihan utilized Zhang Qingxuan's axe to carve a hole into the mountainside. This formidable tool cut through stone as if it were clay, and despite the rock's apparent hardness, a suitable cavern was soon excavated to shelter Zhang Qingxuan. Yihan then fashioned a smaller niche for himself, just large enough to accommodate his frame, and fashioned a stone slab with the axe to seal the entrance. This precaution would guard him should he fall into a deep meditation and fail to awaken, allowing only a narrow slit for air. The same was done for Zhang Qingxuan's chamber, ensuring that only a small vent was left for circulation. At this level of cultivation, practitioners were not particularly susceptible to suffocation. Having prepared everything, Yihan settled into a cross-legged position, placing the purple cauldron within the folds of his robe. Facing away from the stone slab, he commenced his practice of the Qingxuan technique, fully aware that this course of action bore its own risks. Should an intruder breach his sanctuary and discover his activities, the outcome could be dire. However, venturing outside posed greater dangers, leaving him with only the pursuit of cultivation to occupy his mind. Indeed, as he began to channel the Qingxuan technique, he swiftly fell into a state of deep meditation. He felt the ethereal energies of the universe surging towards him, accompanied by an indescribable, potent essence that penetrated his being. He surmised that this formidable force emanated from the purple cauldron. As he practiced the Qingxuan technique to absorb the celestial energies and the essence released by the cauldron, Yihan succumbed entirely to a state of profound immersion in his cultivation, becoming oblivious to the external world, as if he had slipped into a slumber. Yet, the Qingxuan technique coursed through him with remarkable speed, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. What heights might his prowess reach upon fully absorbing the power of the purple cauldron? Would this session of meditation demand yet another 3 months of his time? Chapter 73. Late stage of Qi refinement. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of astonishing brilliance flashed within them, resembling 2 radiant orbs. He sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Compared to before, he felt as though his power had ascended to an entirely different realm. He meticulously attuned himself to this formidable energy, perceiving that he had grown taller, almost brushing against the cave's ceiling. His breath and strength had experienced remarkable enhancements. With an indescribable excitement in his gaze, Yihan examined his hands and exclaimed, "Is this the late stage of Qi refinement?" Indeed. Although he was uncertain of the exact level he had attained, it was clear that he had surpassed the 4th layer of Qi refinement, reaching at least the 7th layer. He felt that his spiritual energy had increased several-fold, and he was enveloped in a euphoric state. More importantly, even though he had not practiced his blood-refining technique, he sensed that the purple cauldron had contributed to its efficacy. Otherwise, his body would not have undergone such growth. He believed his blood-refining technique was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd layer, with an unprecedented vitality and abundant spiritual energy coursing through him. He savored the sensation of this elevation in cultivation, feeling as though he had transformed into a different person. The experience of possessing such power was utterly intoxicating. In the past, at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he had felt a sense of impotence, struggling even to unleash a simple vine spirit technique. Now, it seemed that invoking such techniques would be remarkably effortless, and with full exertion, he might even be able to execute techniques of the 2nd layer within the same tier. Suddenly, Yihan recalled the purple cauldron. He retrieved it from his robe, pondering whether his awakening was a result of having absorbed the cauldron's energy. To his surprise, he found that, despite its translucent purple jade appearance, the base of the cauldron remained slightly petrified. This indicated that his awakening was not solely due to absorbing the cauldron's essence. Rather, it was likely that his body and cultivation had reached the limits of this current stage. His body was covered in dust, and his face felt dry and gritty, likely a result of his prolonged meditation. He had lost track of time, but he sensed that this session had not lasted as long as the previous one, which had extended over 3 months. This time, however, it felt shorter. With a flicker of inspiration, he stored the purple cauldron into his storage pouch, finding solace in the knowledge that its space would not leak energy. No matter how powerful a cultivator might be, they could not pry into the contents of another storage pouch. He pushed aside the stone slab and emerged from the cave, stretching his limbs and reveling in an unparalleled sense of comfort, despite the dust that clung to him. He began to circulate his spiritual energy, feeling invigorated and renewed. A powerful aura emanated from his body, shaking off the dust that clung to him. He had now mastered the ability to project his energy outward, a feat he was utterly incapable of during his previous cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. This remarkable progress was truly astonishing. However, he had little time to dwell on his transformation. What of brother Zhang Qingxuan? With deep concern, Yihan gazed toward the cave where Zhang Qingxuan resided. Fortunately, the stone door sealing the cave remained intact, suggesting that brother Zhang was likely unharmed. Yet suddenly, Yihan's expression shifted as he keenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from Zhang Qingxuan's cave. Intrigued, he reached out and moved the stone slab aside. As he lifted the slab, he was delighted to discover that although Zhang Qingxuan still lay in slumber, his physique had transformed from its previously emaciated state to one of normal proportions, albeit not quite the robust form he had possessed prior to his fierce battle with the water demon. Prior to that confrontation, Zhang Qingxuan had been remarkably muscular and well-built. Now, he appeared considerably smaller, yet the aura radiating from him was exceptionally powerful. Yihan had previously been unable to perceive the differences in strength among cultivators due to his own lack of cultivation, rendering his spiritual awareness incapable of discerning the prowess of others. Of course, he could only sense the strength of others if they intentionally projected their energy. Now, however, he could feel that Zhang Qingxuan's aura was significantly stronger than his own, and he surmised that Zhang Qingxuan had likely experienced a breakthrough, far surpassing his abilities when they had ventured into the Black Demon Mountain range. This realization brought Yihan joy. After all, he had administered the purple elixir from the purple cauldron to Zhang Qingxuan. Failing to save him would have weighed heavily on Yihan's conscience. While he lamented not having consumed the elixir himself, he remained optimistic that as long as the purple cauldron was in his possession, he would eventually obtain another purple elixir. Although Yihan's own cultivation had improved considerably, he still desired a safe return and sought more guidance from Zhang Qingxuan regarding cultivation techniques. Despite his advancements, he had only mastered the Vine Soul technique. Thus, he called out, "Brother Zhang, can you hear me?" Gently, he shook Zhang Qingxuan's foot, but there was no response. Yihan felt somewhat exasperated. Had it truly taken this long for Zhang Qingxuan to awaken? Given his injuries, it seemed he should have recovered by now. It is impossible for me to remain here indefinitely, waiting for Zhang Qingxuan to awaken. After some contemplation, Yihan resolved to use an axe to rouse Zhang Qingxuan. If the sensation of pain failed to stir him, he would have to devise an alternative plan. After all, he had acquired some secret texts from Zhang Sanlei and others. Though lacking guidance, he could attempt to self-study a few spells and subsequently find a way to escort Zhang Qingxuan back to Qingxuan Sect. If he could master a few more spells for self-defense, combined with Zhang Qingxuan's treasured battle axe and the protective properties of the cold iron shield, it was regrettable that he had yet to learn how to refine magical artifacts. If he could refine the cold iron shield, it would be ideal to wield it at will. With this in mind, Yihan grasped the golden battle axe and gently prodded Zhang Qingxuan's thigh. PFF. The golden battle axe proved to be exceptionally sharp, the tip piercing deeply. Just then, Zhang Qingxuan let out a startled exclamation and abruptly sprang up from the cave, his head colliding with the stone wall, shattering several stones in the process. Clutching his forehead, he cried out in agony, "It hurts so much." Upon seeing Zhang Qingxuan awaken, Yihan exclaimed joyfully, "Zhang Shixiang, you are awake." However, Zhang Qingxuan, still holding his forehead, gazed at Yi Han with confusion and inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 74. Pinnacle of the seventh layer of Qi refinement. Yi Han, taken aback by Zhang Qingxuan's inquiry, quickly responded, "Senior brother Zhang, it is I, Yi Han." A wave of concern washed over him. Could it be that senior brother Zhang had been in a coma for too long, or that the purple elixir had some unforeseen side effects, leading to amnesia? Yi Han felt a flicker of anxiety as he gazed intently at Zhang Qingxuan, who, despite appearing significantly emaciated and diminished in stature, emanated an undeniably formidable aura. Zhang Qingxuan, regaining his composure, scrutinized Yi Han with astonishment, exclaiming, "It truly is you. Yi Han, you have grown taller. I almost failed to recognize you." Upon hearing his recognition, Yi Han sighed in relief, having feared that Zhang Qingxuan might have suffered some grave consequence from the purple elixir. Such a scenario would indeed have posed considerable complications. Nonetheless, with Zhang Qingxuan awake, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, greatly enhancing their safety in departing from the Black Demon Forest. Yi Han then remarked, "Senior brother Zhang, it is wonderful that you have awakened." However, he abruptly sensed a piercing gaze from Zhang Qingxuan, fixated not on him, but rather on the object he held, the treasured axe. Zhang Qingxuan's expression conveyed a profound reverence for the axe. Realizing this, Yi Han promptly returned the axe to Zhang Qingxuan, saying, "Senior brother Zhang, I utilized it while you were unconscious." Zhang Qingxuan regarded Yi Han with a penetrating gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Yet he remained silent as he accepted the axe, which he swiftly stored in his spatial pouch. It seemed he preferred to avoid discussing the true nature of the axe, and instead shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Junior brother Yi, how long have I been in a coma?" Yi Han shook his head, replying, "I do not know either." Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan felt a shift in his cultivation level, exclaiming with delight, "Remarkable! My cultivation has actually reached the great perfection of Qi refinement. Junior brother Yi, what transpired during my unconsciousness?" Indeed, Zhang Qingxuan recalled the fierce battle against the beast. He had sacrificed his cultivation and vitality to slay the water demon, ultimately exhausting himself to the brink of unconsciousness. He vividly remembered the sensation of life ebbing away, engulfed by an endless darkness. Yet, amidst that darkness, a powerful force had been mending his meridians and body. Of course, he was oblivious to the specifics. Yi Han, mindful of the need to keep the secret of the purple elixir under wraps, refrained from revealing that he had used it to save Zhang Qingxuan. The purple cauldron was his most treasured possession, a secret that must remain undisclosed. However, Yi Han's quick wit led him to state, "Senior brother Zhang, I too am unaware of the events that unfolded. After you vanquished the water demon, I suddenly sensed a tremendous force emerging from the pool, and a purple orb of light entered your body, after which you fell into a deep slumber." Yi Han, having reached this point in his narrative, had already concocted a comprehensive explanation in his mind. He conveyed that after the violet orb had penetrated Zhang Qingxuan's body, he fell into a deep unconsciousness, yet his breath remained steady. Daunted by the prospect of wandering aimlessly, he chose to relocate Zhang Qingxuan into a cave, where he consumed the elixirs and absorbed the spiritual stones to cultivate. During this period of waiting, he practiced his cultivation while also attending to the carcass of the beast. He utilized Zhang Qingxuan's precious axe in the process. Over the past few days, he had exhausted all the elixirs and spiritual stones, witnessing considerable progress in his cultivation. At this juncture, Yi Han remarked with a hint of helplessness, "Brother Zhang, ever since that violet orb entered your body from the pond, the spiritual energy of this water source has been entirely depleted. I truly cannot fathom what has transpired." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan scratched the back of his head, equally perplexed. However, as he delved into his recollections, he stated, "Though my sensations are quite vague, I can distinctly sense a swirling mass of purple energy within me. Could it be that good deeds are rewarded? Have I stumbled upon another fortuitous opportunity?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Han's expression subtly shifted. It seemed he had gleaned a fragment of understanding. Although Zhang Qingxuan's comments were made in passing, they raised questions. What did he mean by good deeds are rewarded? And what was this notion of having obtained another opportunity? The term another implied that Zhang Qingxuan had not merely experienced a singular fortuity. This individual undoubtedly harbored secrets. Nevertheless, Yi Han refrained from probing further, as the mystery surrounding his own purple cauldron was equally significant. Yet, he was intrigued by the implications of good deeds are rewarded. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Qingxuan's character had enabled him to thrive in the world of cultivation for so long, which was indeed remarkable. Although the violet orb was a fabrication of Yi Han's imagination, it effectively obscured the depletion of the pawn's spiritual energy and the circumstances surrounding Zhang Qingxuan's awakening. As for whether Zhang Qingxuan would harbor any suspicions, Yi Han felt he had neither the time nor inclination to dwell on such matters. He believed that even if Zhang Qingxuan held doubts, he would refrain from inquiring too deeply. Yi Han found it difficult to discern whether Zhang Qingxuan was genuinely honest or merely feigning innocence. In any case, Yi Han contemplated emulating Zhang Qingxuan's guise of simplicity as a means of prolonging his own existence. Thus, he remarked, "Brother Zhang, indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Your fortune has favored you. My own cultivation has also seen a significant ascent." Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing this, scrutinized Yi Han with astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Yi, you are quite impressive. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, 7th layer. This is truly unexpected." He continued with delight. "I was concerned about how you would fare while I attend the Ascension conference. It appears I need not worry about you too much." A flicker of realization crossed Yi Han's mind as he noted that senior brother Zhang Qingxuan indeed refrained from probing further. His own cultivation level had become evident. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. This achievement, at the very least, positioned him favorably among the inner disciples. Moreover, it was astonishing that Yi Han had attained such a level within a mere short span since joining the Qingxuan sect, marking him as a true prodigy. Curiously, Yi Han inquired, "Senior brother Zhang, are you planning to attend the Ascension conference? Might it be perilous?" He added, "However, we are uncertain if the conference has commenced." Zhang Qingxuan slapped his forehead in realization. "Indeed, how long have I been unconscious?" Yi Han shook his head. "I am not certain, but it should be around 2 or 3 months, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan grew anxious. "That won't do. We must return to the sect immediately to ascertain whether the Ascension conference has begun. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait several more years." Yet, Yi Han called out to Zhang Qingxuan, "Senior brother Zhang, there is one matter I need you to attend to." Zhang Qingxuan looked at Yi Han with curiosity. "What is it?" Chapter 75. Beast Crystal. Yi Han promptly addressed Zhang Qingxuan. "Do you recall the beast we slain? I merely severed its body. Its head remains intact. Surely, that head must be worth a considerable amount of spirit stones." Indeed, prior to his cultivation, Yi Han had wielded Zhang Qingxuan's treasured axe to behead the water demon. And now that head lay undisturbed in the cave. Surprisingly, it had yet to emit an odor of decay. Zhang Qingxuan immediately responded, "Let us go and take a look." Very well. As expected, the two re-entered the cave of the water demon. They discovered that the pool where the demon once resided had completely dried up. Yet the head of the water demon remained unblemished. Strangely, apart from being somewhat desiccated, there was no sign of rot or foul smell emanating from it. Yi Han gazed at the sight in astonishment, exclaiming, "So much time has passed, yet why does this creature not stink?" Zhang Qingxuan explained, "The higher the rank of a demon beast, the more formidable the essence of demon energy contained within its corporeal form. This creature is likely the legendary water dragon beast, which is no ordinary demon. Given the essence of demon energy within its body, it is quite normal for its deceased flesh to remain uncorrupted for a year or two." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "There are tales of exceedingly powerful demon beasts whose remains have persisted without decay for thousands of years, appearing lifelike even in death." Upon hearing this, Yi Han lamented, "Brother Zhang, your knowledge is truly vast. I realize how little I know about the world of cultivation. Where shall I go to learn these fundamental truths?" Indeed, accompanying Zhang Sanlei and his companions had rendered him as blind as a bat. Utterly ignorant of the treasures of heaven and earth, the demon beasts, and the spells that surrounded him. Reflecting on his audacity, he recognized the folly of confronting Zhang Qingxuan and the others under such circumstances, especially given the numerous unforeseen events that had transpired. It was nothing short of luck that he had survived, yearning for longevity and to become a formidable cultivator. He acknowledged the vast expanse of knowledge he still needed to acquire. He could not simply rely on Zhang Qingxuan for answers to every inquiry. Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing his words, replied, "Previously, your cultivation was too low for me to allow you access to the library. However, upon our return, you should visit the library. It houses a plethora of texts that can clarify many of your queries. Although we cultivators enjoy a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, the knowledge we must acquire is exponentially greater than that which is required by common folk. The library contains every imaginable book, but do keep in mind that accessing them requires spirit stones. This is one of the benefits of joining a sect. Many wandering cultivators must pay exorbitant prices to learn such things." Nodding in understanding, Yihan replied, "I comprehend, Brother Zhang. Upon our return, I shall dedicate myself to my studies." Yihan was by no means a slothful individual. On the contrary, he was remarkably diligent and eager to learn. Otherwise, he would not have attended Master Lanqing's lectures even while burdened with endless tasks for Wang Laokai. As long as it empowers him, as long as it grants him immortality, he is willing to sacrifice anything. Zhang Qingxuan nodded, unsure of what to say. After a moment of hesitation, he patted his storage bag, and with a flash of inspiration, the treasured axe materialized in his grasp. Gripping the axe tightly, he dashed towards the water dragon beast, delivering a ferocious strike. Whoosh! As Zhang Qingxuan swung the axe, a circle of golden runes radiated from it, causing the axe to expand several-fold in an instant. Yihan distinctly sensed the incredible magical power contained within the blow Zhang Qingxuan unleashed. The sharpness of the strike distorted the very air around them. This strike surpassed his brute force by more than tenfold. Yihan acutely felt the disparity in cultivation level between himself and Zhang Qingxuan. Clang! A deafening metal clash echoed as Zhang Qingxuan's powerful swing cleaved a deep gash into the water dragon beast's head, measuring several feet in length. Even more astonishing was the faint blue light emanating from the creature's cranium. Witnessing this, Yihan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the water dragon beast's head concealed something else. Zhang Qingxuan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Wonderful! The water dragon beast has actually produced a beast crystal. This is a treasure." Wei struck it rich. With his enthusiasm palpable, Zhang Qingxuan relentlessly swung his battle axe, delivering successive blows to the water dragon beast. Before long, the beast's exceptionally hard skull was cleaved open, revealing a crystalline beast crystal the size of a fist, radiating blue light. Holding this precious beast crystal, Zhang Qingxuan turned to Yihan, exclaiming, "Junior brother Yi, this item is worth thousands of spirit stones. We are truly fortunate." Yihan, rarely witnessing Zhang Qingxuan's exuberance, was equally astonished by the prospect of the beast crystal being worth thousands of spirit stones. It was worth noting that Zhang Qingxuan, while performing mundane tasks for their sect, could only earn a single spirit stone in a day's labor. The value of this beast crystal equated to years' worth of his efforts. In no time, Zhang Qingxuan had chopped the water dragon beast's skull into 4 or 5 pieces, carefully storing them in small storage bags. Then, with the treasured axe in hand, he cast a solemn glance at Yihan and said, "Junior brother Yi, you must keep the existence of this treasure a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone. Other cultivators are not as benevolent as you. If others find out, I could be in grave danger." Listening to Zhang Qingxuan's earnest warning, Yihan nodded and replied sincerely, "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I will never let anyone know." In truth, Yihan had harbored some concern earlier. They had amassed such valuable treasures, and with Zhang Qingxuan possessing an extraordinary axe, he worried that Zhang Qingxuan might eliminate him to cover his tracks. After all, if Zhang Qingxuan were to unleash his full might, even 10 Yihans would pale in comparison. Of course, during Zhang Qingxuan's unconscious state, Yihan had countless opportunities to eliminate him and claim all of their gains, seizing the treasures that Zhang Qingxuan possessed for himself. However, in this cruel realm of cultivation, there exists a peculiar individual like Zhang Qingxuan, a paragon of benevolence. The thought of striking down a good person is simply unfathomable. In truth, Yihan has never taken a life, and the prospect of doing so, particularly against someone as kind-hearted as Zhang Qingxuan, is utterly beyond his capability. He even suspects that Zhang Qingxuan's kindness is driven by ulterior motives, yet he finds himself unable to take that step. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan nodded in understanding. With a flick of his hand upon his storage bag, a gleam of spiritual light emerged, revealing a dagger-like artifact in his grasp. He addressed Yihan, saying, "Junior brother Yi, your cultivation has reached a commendable level. It is time you acquired some means of protection. Take this artifact and refine it for your own use. Chapter 76. Return to the Qingxian sect. Yuan gazed at the artifact that Zhang Qingxuan presented, which was indeed the dagger utilized by Zhang Sanlei and his companions. As he accepted it, he observed that the dagger possessed a remarkably simple design, adorned with many scales reminiscent of those from demonic beasts. The hilt bore a rune of formation, suggesting it was quite extraordinary. Zhang Qingxuan then remarked, "This artifact is likely the flying scale dagger forged from sharp gold. Although it is a low-grade artifact, it is not inexpensive. One of these is worth over 100 spirit stones." After a brief moment of contemplation, he produced 2 additional flying scale daggers and handed them to Yuan, saying, "These 3 daggers were likely crafted in the same batch. In the future, should you discover a technique that allows you to wield 3 artifacts simultaneously, these daggers will be of immense assistance. Please keep them." He paused, then cautioned, "However, you can currently only refine one at a time. Do not be greedy. Given your level of spiritual awareness and cultivation, it would be challenging to control more." Yuan accepted the daggers, nodding appreciatively. "Understood. Thank you, Senior Brother Zhang." Zhang Qingxuan continued, "Additionally, these 3 flying scale daggers belong to Zhang Sanlei and his companions. Although I am uncertain of their origins, please strive to keep this information confidential while you utilize them." Yuan felt a stir in his heart and nodded. He suddenly realized that Senior Brother Zhang was not as simple-minded as he appeared. Perhaps his honest demeanor was reserved for certain individuals. In truth, he exhibited a different attitude towards those he did not know or the outside world. Zhang Qingxuan surveyed the cave once more and noted that the pond had indeed dried up, and the spiritual energy within the cave had diminished drastically compared to their first visit. There was no water dripping from above. It seemed, as Yuan had stated, that the intense spiritual energy had been the true catalyst for the cave's previous abundance and the presence of the formidable water serpent beast. The water serpent beast had claimed this territory for the same reason. After a thorough examination, Zhang Qingxuan found no other peculiarities. He then addressed Yuan, "Let us depart. Junior Brother Yi, we shall return." With that, he turned and began to leave, while Yuan followed closely behind, a lamp powered by spirit stones illuminating his path. As they walked, Zhang Qingxuan spoke to Yuan, "Junior Brother Yi, our harvest this time has been substantial. However, these items may be beyond your capacity to manage. I will escort you back to the sect, and then we can divide our spoils. Those items we do not require, I will take to the black market for disposal. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing this, Yuan shook his head. "I have no objections. I am not well versed in these matters, Senior Brother Zhang. You may handle them as you see fit." Yet, he voiced a hint of curiosity. "Senior Brother Zhang, do we not have a designated place within the sect for the recycling of such items? Why must we resort to the black market?" While wandering around Qingxuan Peak, Yuan came across a marketplace that specialized in the collection of various celestial materials, elixirs, magical artifacts, and books. The term black market certainly carries an air of danger. Zhang Qingxuan remarked earnestly, "Junior Brother Yi, you must remember that not everyone in our Qingxian sect will treat you with the same kindness as I do. The items we possess hold immense value, some belonging to our fellow disciples, and others associated with the notorious Qingxuan duo. If we were to bring them back to the sect for collection, it would not only attract unwanted attention, but could also lead to misunderstandings, with others suspecting us of having harmed our own. Moreover, the Qingxuan duo has backing, otherwise, they would not be so audacious. If our identities were exposed, we could find ourselves under scrutiny." Upon hearing Zhang Qingxuan's words, Yuan nodded solemnly, acknowledging, "I understand, Brother Zhang. I will be cautious." Zhang Qingxuan's warnings were not mere words. He had previously encountered trouble with Jin Feng, who had known of Zhang Qingxuan's whereabouts and actions, suggesting that someone had leaked information. Additionally, Zhang Qingxuan had suffered a severed arm during a perilous encounter, also due to the betrayal of his location by Zhang Sanlei and others to rogue cultivators. These incidents illustrated that within the Qingxian sect, even among fellow disciples, there existed rivalries and disputes, occasionally arising from envy. As the saying goes, it is not the thief you fear, but the thief who covets. However, hearing Zhang Qingxuan's caution, Yuan realized that his senior brother was likely more benevolent towards him than to others. Zhang Qingxuan then continued, "All right, I shall teach you the method of refining magical artifacts. With your current cultivation level, you can refine them while we walk. Once the artifacts are refined, we should have no shortage of spirit stones. At that time, I will help you find the incantations to maximize the power of these artifacts. The two proceeded outward, with Zhang Qingxuan instructing Yi Han on the refining process and sharing his experiences and techniques. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxuan led the way. Despite the numerous and complex paths within the lair of the claw beast, he seemed adept at discerning the correct routes. Their exit was significantly faster than their entry, as they had initially been cautious, unaware of the dangers within. It took them roughly an hour to escape the claw beast's lair. Zhang Qingxuan raced ahead, with Yi Han following closely, as he continued to impart knowledge on the use of magical energy to enhance their speed. The two made their way towards the outskirts of the Black Demon Forest. This area appeared to be devoid of many demonic beasts, likely due to the presence of the claw beast. However, after racing for several miles, Zhang Qingxuan's expression suddenly shifted, and he whispered to Yi Han, "Ahead, there are cultivators slaying demonic beasts. Let us take a detour and pay them no mind." With that, Zhang Qingxuan led Yi Han along a different path, hastening onward. 2 days later, at the Qingxuan Sect, atop the Seven Mysteries Peak, before Yi Han's dwelling, Zhang Qingxuan instructed, "Junior brother Yi, I will return within 5 days. Focus on your cultivation while I am away. Await my return." Yi Han promptly nodded, replying, "Brother Zhang, please ensure your safety on your journey. I will be here, awaiting your return." Zhang Qingxuan affirmed, "Very well. During these days, examine the items I have left for you, and if you find the time, visit the library to peruse its treasures." "I understand, Brother Zhang." Yi Han watched as Zhang Qingxuan's figure descended from the cliff, a tinge of concern evident on his face. Chapter 77. The sudden appearance of the seventh elder. As Yi Han watched Zhang Qingxuan's figure fade into the distance, the worry in his gaze gradually diminished. During their return from the Black Demon Forest, Zhang Qingxuan exhibited an uncanny ability to sense the presence of any beasts or cultivators, skillfully leading Yi Han on a detour to evade potential dangers. Although their journey took twice as long as their initial departure, they ultimately returned to the Qingxuan Sect unscathed. Under Zhang Qingxuan's guidance, they encountered no threats along the way, prompting Yi Han to ponder the nature of Zhang's seemingly honest and benevolent disposition, which had allowed him to thrive in the cultivation world for such an extended period. It appeared as if he possessed an innate talent for navigating perilous situations. Yet, whether this was indeed a natural gift remained uncertain. After all, Zhang had mentioned experiencing a fortuitous encounter, suggesting he might possess some artifact that grants him the ability to avert misfortune. This notion was further reinforced during their exploration of the Li Claw Beast's lair, where it became evident that Zhang Qingxuan must possess unique treasures or esoteric techniques. Yi Han refrained from inquiring about the specifics of Zhang's circumstances. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhang Qingxuan meticulously unpacked and categorized the contents of his storage pouch. Throughout this process, he engaged in conversation, acquiring valuable knowledge. For instance, he learned that the majority of the treasures possessed by the notorious Qingxuan duo were malevolent artifacts, forged through gruesome methods involving live sacrifices or the extraction of souls from fellow cultivators. One particular item, a soul-searching bottle, was crafted through such sinister means, containing the souls of those they had slain, repurposed as their subordinates. In essence, the items belonging to the Qingxuan duo were largely deemed unsuitable for ordinary cultivators. This led Zhang Qingxuan to surmise that the duo was likely backed by a powerful figure, a high-ranking practitioner of the dark arts, as evidenced by their numerous storage pouches and the considerable number of victims they had claimed over the years, all while maintaining their cultivation at the 12th level of Qi refinement. This indicated that they were mere pawns, with the spoils of their violent endeavors primarily enriching their benefactor. Such was the modus operandi of many practitioners of the dark path, who would cultivate a cadre of underlings to carry out their nefarious deeds, thereby accumulating resources for their own advancement without sullying their hands. Consequently, the treasures of the Qingxuan duo would likely hold little value for Yi Han and Zhang Qingxuan, leading them to plan their sale in the black market. The only items of potential worth were a few manuals of cultivation techniques. Although these texts were rooted in the dark arts, they could serve as valuable insights for refining their own practices. As for the belongings of Zhang Sanlei and his companions, they retained their magical artifacts. However, their meager collection consisted of only a few items. Aside from the cold iron shield and the flying scale dagger. The remaining artifacts were of little significance, having been deemed obsolete within their sect. Thus, Zhang Qingxuan decided to part with them in exchange for spirit stones. Among the most valuable items are various cultivation techniques, manuals, and insights into spellcasting. Essentially, all the books and bamboo slips have been retained by Zhang Qingxuan and entrusted to Yi Han, encouraging him to diligently study these foundational skills essential for cultivators during his absence. In truth, among the considerable spoils, the most precious are the corpses of 3 mystical beasts, the Claw Beast and the Water Flood Beast. According to Zhang Qingxuan's assessment, 2 of the Claw Beasts comprise one at the initial stage of the 2nd tier and another at the advanced stage, while the Water Flood Beast is astonishingly at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. The Black Demon Forest primarily serves as a hunting ground for Qi refinement stage cultivators, predominantly populated by 1st tier or even unranked beasts. 2nd tier beasts are exceedingly rare. Consequently, upon their unexpected discovery of the Claw Beast, Zhang Sanlei and his companions devised several strategies to capture it, only to see their efforts thwarted as the cunning beast retreated to its lair. Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han had previously ventured into the Claw Beast's den, which was a labyrinthine network of passages, deep and perilous, making the hunt exceedingly hazardous. Indeed, Zhang Sanlei and his companions fell victim to the intricacies of the cave, ultimately meeting their demise there. Moreover, within the lair of the Claw Beast, there resided a 3rd-tier waterflood beast. Had it not been for the extraordinary spirit spring, the waterflood beast would never have attained such a formidable rank within the Black Demon Forest, as 3rd-tier beasts are roughly equivalent to foundational stage cultivators. If it were not for Zhang Qingxuan's enchanted battle axe and his audacious assault within the belly of the beast, the outcome might have been different. The waterflood beast, overconfident in its formidable stomach, which could withstand even magical artifacts, did not anticipate Zhang Qingxuan's devastating strikes. Fueled by his cultivation and fervor, the axe attacks were akin to those of a foundational stage practitioner, leading to the beast's untimely demise. It can be said that the waterflood beast met an unjust end. Regrettably, the body of the waterflood beast that was retrieved was not intact, but rather severed into numerous pieces by Zhang Qingxuan and Yi Han, rendering its value merely a third of its original worth. Nonetheless, the most prized possession remains the beast crystal, a rarity only found in beasts of the 3rd tier and above, and not every 3rd-tier beast possesses one. Among the treasures, this beast crystal is the most valuable, with Zhang Qingxuan claiming it could be worth thousands of spirit stones. As Yi Han speculated, during this expedition into the Claw Beast's den, the utilization of the purple cauldron for cultivation proved to be over a month more efficient than the previous instance. With approximately 10 days remaining before the Ascension conference of several sects, Zhang Qingxuan hastily sought to exchange these items for spirit stones, which he intended to use to procure the necessary artifacts, elixirs, and life-saving talismans for his participation in the conference. In fact, had it not been for the scarcity of foundational pills, this beast crystal could nearly be exchanged for one. In the realm of cultivation, the foundation establishment pills that circulate are predominantly found in the auction houses of various bustling markets, their value surging exponentially. Yet, even possessing spirit stones may not guarantee acquisition. Of course, should one achieve remarkable feats within their sect, it is conceivable to exchange such accomplishments for a foundation establishment pill. The Celestial Ascension Conference presents a prime opportunity to garner significant merit. Zhang Qingxuan proclaimed that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage, exhibiting remarkable stability. Thus, he felt a strong sense of confidence for this upcoming conference. Therefore, attending was imperative for him. Yi Han surveyed his cave abode, realizing that with his current cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he should be able to restore the cave's protective formations, eliminating the need for the command word from the bull gate. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Are you Yi Han?" His cultivation had also progressed significantly. The fact that someone could approach him silently without his notice was quite alarming. He promptly turned to see none other than Elder 7. What could have prompted his sudden appearance? Chapter 78, named Disciple Elder Qi's sudden arrival, filled Yi Han with a sense of trepidation, as he feared that his affair with Zhang Qingxuan might have been exposed. Despite his unease, he forced himself to maintain composure and respectfully bowed to Elder Qi, addressing him as the Peak Master. Elder Qi's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he scrutinized Yi Han from head to toe, his gaze brimming with incredulity. Yi Han felt as though the elder possessed a penetrating insight that could see through him to his very core, leaving him vulnerable under the gaze of a golden core cultivator. It was no wonder that Zhang Qingxuan had told him that in the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect. Even the mere aura radiating from Elder Qi suggested that he could easily dispatch Yi Han with the flick of a finger. Yet, Yi Han found it curious. According to Zhang Qingxuan, higher-level cultivators tended to spend extended periods in seclusion, with golden core practitioners sometimes retreating for a decade or more. The last time Elder Qi had delivered Yi Han to this cave dwelling was nearly 7 or 8 months prior, and now the elder had unexpectedly reappeared, seemingly seeking him out. As Elder Qi abruptly retracted his gaze, Yi Han felt an oppressive weight lift, yet he remained on edge. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a storage bag containing all his possessions. No matter how formidable Elder Qi's cultivation, he could not peer into its contents. Among these possessions, the most crucial item, the purple cauldron, was safely stored in another bag hidden within the cave. Once he withdrew his scrutiny, Elder Qi addressed Yi Han, his voice filled with astonishment. I never imagined that with your 4 elemental roots, a mere pseudo-spiritual root, you could cultivate the Qingxuan technique to such an extent. Your foundation is remarkably solid, and your physique is impressively robust. It seems you have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. I scarcely recognized you. Hearing this, Yi Han's heart tightened. Indeed, he could not conceal his cultivation progress from a golden core cultivator. He quickly responded, Respected Peak Master, since my arrival at Qingxuan Peak, I have received guidance from senior brother Zhang Qingxuan and medicinal pills from Annie Qingfeng, along with the benefits of this cave dwelling. Before he could finish, Elder Qi waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. There is no need for further explanations. Where did you acquire the Qingxuan technique? His gaze bore into Yi Han with intensity. Feeling the pressure of the moment, Yi Han hesitated, but he refrained from revealing the truth. Instead, he recounted the tale that Annie Qingfeng was aware of. Elder Qi, I discovered the Qingxuan technique within the cave dwelling. However, before Yi Han could elaborate, Elder Qi furrowed his brow and interjected, Enough. You need not continue. This cave is mine. How could I not know what resides within it? After a brief pause, he continued, Nonetheless, since you possess the Qingxuan token and the Qingxuan technique, it is not surprising. It appears you have some resources at your disposal. Rest assured, as a golden core cultivator, I have no intention of coveting your meager resources. The voice continued, There are many disciples who have had opportunities within the Qingxuan sect. We, as elders, do not intend to pry into your secrets. Just remember at all times that you are a member of the Qingxuan sect. After speaking, the 7th elder turned to Yi Han and stated, However, you must surely understand the significance of the Qingxuan technique. Since I am aware of this matter, I cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, I shall accept you as my named disciple. Before the 7th elder could finish, Yi Han immediately bowed deeply and respectfully said, Disciple Yi Han pays homage to Master. The reason he had been struggling at the Qingxuan Peak, even fearful of stepping outside his cave dwelling lest others seize it, was precisely because he lacked a formidable backing. Regardless of the 7th elder's motivations for accepting him as a named disciple, he was now affiliated with the 7th elder. And this status was vastly different. Being a named disciple of an elder far surpassed the honor of having a foundation-building stage master. Yi Han was acutely aware of how beneficial a powerful ally would be for his cultivation and position within the Qingxuan sect, even if he was merely a named disciple. Previously, when he wished to call the 7th elder master, he was dismissed, with the elder stating that they had no relation. This time, the 7th elder's acceptance of him perhaps did not stem from an appreciation of his innate talent. He pondered what the true reason might be. Was it his stable foundation and rapid progress in cultivation, or was there some fortuitous circumstance? He doubted it was either, as his current level of cultivation and foundation was insufficient to impress a golden core stage elder. Countless foundation-building cultivators lined up, eager to take a golden core elder as their master. Why would the elder take notice of him? Despite his confusion, Yi Han remained astute and bowed to accept the apprenticeship. Noticing Yi Han's cleverness, the 7th elder smiled faintly and gazed deeply at the cave dwelling behind him, saying, You need not be overly suspicious. I accept you as my disciple because of the previous owner of this cave. At this point, a shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he continued, He was much like you, merely a disciple with a false immortal root. Yet he made indelible contributions to the Qingxuan peak. I see his shadow within you, and I hope you will achieve greatness in the future." Upon hearing the seventh elder's words, Yi Han felt a stir within him, as similar remarks had been made by the Qingfeng fairy. She had mentioned that the cave he exchanged for was once owned by a disciple of Qingxuan Peak, perhaps even the senior disciple. However, he had fallen due to certain circumstances. It seemed he would need to investigate this matter further. Thus, Yi Han promptly replied, "Yes, Master. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and will not disappoint your expectations." The seventh elder did not elaborate further, merely nodding and saying, "It is enough that you think this way. When you become a foundation-building disciple, I shall formally accept you as my disciple." Listening to the seventh elder, Yi Han understood that named disciples typically did not receive guidance from the elder, but the mere title itself was extraordinary. With firm resolve, Yi Han responded, "Yes, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort." Regardless of the circumstances, with the seventh elder as a formidable ally, the disciples at Qingxuan Peak will no longer dare to trouble me easily. The seventh elder continued, "Last time, I was in a rush and did not allow you to register for entry. Now you may proceed with your registration. There are dedicated masters who will impart knowledge and skills to you. I have delayed your cultivation." Upon finishing his words, he flipped his palm, revealing a token, which he handed to Yi Han, saying, "This is the disciple token from your master. You may access the library to read books on cultivation techniques free of charge, and you may also visit the treasure chamber to claim a magical artifact. Consider it a gift from your master as a token of apprenticeship." Upon hearing this, Yi Han received it with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." He was astonished that the seventh elder would present him with a token of apprenticeship, for one would typically not receive such a gift as a registered disciple. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of magical artifact he might obtain from the treasure chamber. Chapter 79. The importance of having support. Yi Han emerged from the Qingxuan Hall on Qingxuan Peak, where a middle-aged cultivator greeted him with a beaming smile. The cultivator, Wang Lan, warmly said, "Junior brother Yi, travel safely. Do come by to discuss cultivation insights whenever you have the time." Yi Han replied with a respectful bow, "Brother Wang, please wait. I will certainly seek your guidance in the future." Wang Lan returned the gesture, saying, "Of course, whenever you have time. Feel free to visit me here at Qingxuan Hall. I will be stationed here for the next few months." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Han took his leave. As he walked along the path, he couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast in his circumstances. Indeed, having a powerful patron made a world of difference. Holding the disciple token bestowed by Elder Qi, he had come to register at Qingxuan Hall, and Wang Lan, on duty, had treated him with exceptional warmth. Not only had he personally guided Yi Han through the registration process, but he had also seen him off, expressing a desire to engage in discussions about cultivation. Was this the treatment typically afforded to an entry-level disciple? Certainly not. This was a clear indication of Wang Lan's eagerness to curry favor with him, recognizing him as a disciple of Elder Qi. In the past, when Yi Han lacked cultivation and had not yet become a disciple of Elder Qi, he had to tread carefully even when leaving his cave dwelling. Now, however, he found himself the subject of reverence from others. It was worth noting that Wang Lan had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Were it not for Yi Han's affiliation with Elder Qi, it is unlikely that Wang Lan would have regarded him with such respect. However, after becoming a disciple that morning, Elder Qi had not lingered. He had simply assisted Yi Han in establishing ownership of the cave dwelling's array and restrictions through a blood oath before departing. Yi Han, with the token from Elder Qi, had arrived to report at Qingxuan Hall. In truth, Elder Qi had overlooked certain protocols. Typically, new disciples like Yi Han would receive foundational cultivation techniques, some resources, and guidance from a dedicated instructor to assist in their initiation and understanding of the sect's rules. Instead, Elder Qi had left Yi Han to navigate the complexities of his new environment alone, seemingly indifferent to the fact that Yi Han had once been an unremarkable mortal with a pseudo-spiritual root. Had it not been for the kindness of Brother Zhang Qingxuan, who offered invaluable guidance, Yi Han might have remained bewildered within the confines of the cave dwelling. Fortunately, this turn of events proved advantageous. Had he been thrust into a specialized training environment for new disciples, the outcome could have been far worse. After all, with his inferior spiritual root and status as an ordinary mortal, he would have faced disdain and bullying from fellow disciples. most of whom possessed cultivation levels of the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. Now, however, with Elder Qi's token in hand, he received utmost deference from Wang Lan, who was at the peak of the Qi refining stage. It appears that the realm of cultivation is not vastly different from the secular world, as it is characterized by the pursuit of power, wealth, and beauty, merely human sentiments. However, Yihan felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that he had overlooked numerous opportunities. After entering the inner sect, he was granted 20 spirit stones, 2 low-grade Qi refining pills, and a choice of 2 foundational cultivation techniques, one for physical training and one for spellcasting. The selection of both the cultivation method and the foundational spell was left to the individual, acknowledging that each cultivator possesses unique spiritual roots. And even among the 4 spiritual roots Yihan possessed, their strengths varied. Since Yihan had already commenced his practice of the Qingxuan technique, he deemed it unnecessary to select another foundational cultivation method and intended instead to choose an additional foundational spell. As for which spells were available for selection, he would have to visit the library to ascertain his options. Furthermore, upon examining the 2 low-grade Qi refining pills, he realized that the temporary pill he had previously purchased lacked any classification. These 2 low-grade pills were devoid of cracks, appearing round and plump. Yet they paled in comparison to the 5 pills gifted to him by the fairy Qingfeng. It seemed evident that those 5 pills were of superior quality, valued at over 100 spirit stones. Yihan resolved to express his gratitude to fairy Qingfeng upon their next encounter. However, instead of heading straight to the library, Yihan made his way to the treasure pavilion. Elder Qi had informed him that, in part, this was to compensate for his neglect of foundational cultivation on the mountain, and also as a gift for his apprenticeship, allowing him to select a magical artifact from the pavilion. Thus, Yihan proceeded directly to the treasure pavilion without haste. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, a towering structure of 5 stories, adorned with visible protective arrays. It was clear that attempting to breach this pavilion would be a fool's errand, even for a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Upon entering, Yihan found the interior sparsely populated. A strikingly beautiful female cultivator was seated on a mat in the grand hall, engrossed in her practice. Upon noticing Yihan's entrance, her captivating gaze met his, and she spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "What brings you here? Present your exchange token." Yihan was momentarily taken aback. He possessed no such token. However, given Elder Qi's assurance that his disciple token would suffice for acquiring treasures, he decided to present it. "The Peak Master has sent me to exchange for a magical artifact. May I inquire how to proceed, senior sister?" The female cultivator, clearly of a higher cultivation level than Yihan, seemed unperturbed by his address. Yet, upon glancing at the token in his hand, she promptly rose from the ground, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth. "Ah, so you are a disciple of the Peak Master. I must admit, I have yet to see you before." Yihan, witnessing the sudden change in her attitude, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Indeed, having a powerful backing proved advantageous. Just moments ago, she had regarded him with indifference, but now she addressed him as junior brother and inquired about his background. Yihan, striving to avoid offending anyone, smiled and remarked, "I am the newly accepted disciple of Elder 7. It is entirely understandable that you have not encountered me before." He refrained from mentioning that he was merely a named disciple, for although the distinction in status was evident, he could not bring himself to diminish Elder 7's esteemed standing. The female cultivator, her expression brimming with envy, exclaimed, "So you are indeed a newly accepted disciple of Elder 7. How enviable it is to have such a master. Even my senior sister has not been granted such fortune." With a sparkle in her eyes, she inquired, "May I ask your name, junior brother?" "I am Han Yuan. I hope you will come to me often to discuss our cultivation insights." Her gaze was unwaveringly bright, radiating an enthusiasm that was quite remarkable. Yihan could not help but reflect on the advantages of having a powerful patron. Now that he had become a disciple of Elder 7, others regarded him with a newfound respect. He replied, "I am Yihan, senior sister. My master has sent me to retrieve a magical artifact, but I am uncertain how to proceed." As he spoke, Yihan suddenly became aware of an unusual reaction emanating from the purple cauldron within his storage pouch. Chapter 80. The treasure pavilion of Qingxuan peaked suddenly. The purple cauldron reacted, startling Yihan greatly. If it were to absorb the essence of treasures from the treasure pavilion, It would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the high-ranking cultivators from the Qingxuan sect. At that moment, no explanation would suffice. The purple cauldron would surely be discovered, leading to an avalanche of troubles for him, potentially even costing him his life. Fortunately, upon probing with his spiritual sense, Yihan found that the purple cauldron merely trembled slightly, with no further reactions, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had already bonded with the storage bag through a drop of blood, enabling him to sense the treasures within at any time. It is worth mentioning that upon entering the Qingxuan sect, each disciple is issued a storage bag, albeit one with a very limited capacity, approximately a square foot in size, which could barely accommodate a few elixirs and a couple of books before reaching its limit. This was merely for those joining the outer sect. Upon entering the inner sect, Yihan had just received 20 spirit stones and 2 low-grade qi refinement pills. Among the various storage bags acquired by his senior brothers, Zhang Qingxuan and Zhang Sanlei, he was given the largest one, measuring 5 to 6 square feet. A grown adult like Yihan could easily fit 5 or 6 of them, making it a rather substantial storage bag, and thus quite valuable. However, one must note that storage bags cannot contain living creatures. Doing so would result in spatial collapse within the bag, leading to the death of the creature. This is due to the fact that the storage bag exists within a separate space, and introducing a living being disrupts the intricate formations that uphold that space. The absence of further reactions from the purple cauldron allowed Yihan to relax a bit more. It seemed entirely reasonable for the purple cauldron to react. After all, it would indeed be peculiar for a prestigious sect's treasure pavilion to lack treasures that could invoke such a response from the cauldron. Meanwhile, Han Yuan observed Yihan's peculiar expression and, with a hint of surprise, inquired, "Junior brother Yi, is something amiss?" Yihan, appearing so youthful yet already at the late stage of qi refinement, with such delicate features, surely made one understand why he had been accepted as a disciple by Elder 7. She pondered why she had not been so fortunate as to catch the eye of any elder, while those at the foundation establishment stage merely wished to turn her into a refining furnace. Yihan promptly replied, "It's nothing, Senior Sister Han. My master only informed me that I could claim one magical artifact, without specifying the type. Could you elaborate on this for me, Senior Sister?" Han Yuan, taken aback by Yihan's courteous demeanor and the respectful address of Senior Sister, felt his attitude was exceedingly commendable, perhaps more so due to his status as Elder 7's disciple. Thus, she explained, under normal circumstances, to exchange for treasures in the treasure pavilion, one must utilize exchange tokens. These tokens can be obtained through tasks assigned by the sect, purchased with spirit stones at the pavilion, or exchanged for other treasures. Each of these exchange tokens possesses distinct grades. The level of tokens one can acquire depends on the difficulty of the respective sect tasks. Naturally, the higher the grade of the exchange token, the more expensive the required spirit stones, and the more challenging the acquisition of treasures becomes. She gazed at Yihan enviously and remarked, "The disciple token bestowed upon you by the Peak Master, according to the regulations, allows for the exchange of a magical artifact." After a brief pause, she elaborated, "Although there are no specifications regarding the grade of the magical artifact that can be exchanged, I can take the initiative to allow you access to the various artifact chambers in the treasure house, permitting you to choose at your leisure." Yihan, being the newly accepted disciple of Elder 7, was indeed noteworthy, especially considering that Elder 7 had not taken on a disciple since the demise of the elder brother over a decade ago. The fact that he accepted Yihan surely indicated that there was something remarkable about him. It was imperative for her to cultivate a good relationship with Yihan, for as a disciple of Elder 7, there would undoubtedly be significant advantages for her in the future at 7 Xian Peak. Upon hearing this, Yihan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful to you, Senior Sister Han. Not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but your heart is equally generous." Flattered by Yihan's sweet words, Han Yuan, like any cultivator, appreciated compliments, and with a smile, she replied, "Yi Shidi, you are quite the charmer. In the future, feel free to come and share your insights on cultivation with me whenever you have time. I am here as an attendant, and you can visit me anytime." Many male cultivators had their eyes set on a female cultivator like her, yet it was only Yihan who caught her attention and prompted her to invite him. In truth, Yihan's flattery was merely casual. While he acknowledged Han Yuan's beauty, his thoughts were solely focused on what splendid magical artifacts he might select. However, Han Yuan discerned that Yi Han's mind was not on her, which only endeared him to her further, as many male cultivators sought her favor. In the realm of cultivation, partnerships and resources are paramount. The term partners encompasses not only friends along the path, but also dual cultivation companions. It is well known that when male and female cultivators engage in dual cultivation, their progression is significantly accelerated, and the obstacles they encounter are notably diminished. Unfortunately, some cultivators resort to sinister methods, attempting to usurp the other's cultivation, treating them as mere vessels for their own advancement, which constitutes a form of malevolent practice. With commendable cultivation and striking beauty, Han Yuan naturally attracted many suitors. Yet few male cultivators could truly capture her interest or touch her heart. Recognizing Yi Han's focus on the magical artifacts, Han Yuan remained unhurried and said to him, "Come with me, Shitty. I shall show you." Thus, Han Yuan guided Yi Han towards the second floor of the treasure house, explaining as they walked, "Yi Shitty, our treasure house at 7 Xian Peak is divided into 5 levels. The first level serves as the reception area and the training grounds for the guarding cultivators. The second level houses the magical artifacts. The third level contains spirit tools, and beyond that, well, it is not within our station to know." Yi Han undoubtedly discerned the implication in Han Yuan's words. The treasures on the 4th and 5th levels were not meant for ordinary disciples to acquire. Naturally, the exchange for such items was exorbitantly priced, and Yi Han chose not to dwell on that, for those treasures were still quite distant from him. His immediate goal was to secure the artifact before him. As they spoke, Han Yuan guided Yi Han to the second floor, where 2 disciples were stationed at the entrance, evidently possessing considerable cultivation. Han Yuan presented her credentials and introduced Yi Han's identity. Upon learning that Yi Han was a disciple of the 7th Elder, the 2 disciples treated him with much greater respect. Only then did they activate the restrictions, allowing Yi Han and Han Yuan to enter. Upon opening the door to the second level, Yi Han was greeted by a dazzling display of treasures, overwhelming his senses. The sheer abundance of extraordinary items left him at a loss for how to choose. Chapter 81. The Thorned Ring. Although Yi Han observed the dazzling array of magical artifacts in the attic, illuminating the space with their brilliance, he adeptly masked his astonishment. After all, as the disciple of the 7th Elder, he could not allow others to perceive him as a mere country bumpkin, which would be a source of embarrassment. Yet, he found himself somewhat troubled. In comparison to other disciples of the cultivation world, his understanding of magical artifacts was woefully inadequate. He was bewildered by the myriad treasures, unsure of which were superior or what functions they served. This ignorance stemmed from his years of seclusion in his cave dwelling, neglecting the essential knowledge required of a cultivator. Of course, there were reasons for this lack of knowledge. When he was a mere mortal with limited cultivation, even an awareness of such artifacts would have been of little use to him. Now, however, he had the privilege of the library, where he could study freely and gradually fill the gaps in his knowledge. The pressing question remained: how could he select an artifact suited to him from such an abundance? The treasures were neatly arranged in compartments, with larger items placed in spacious slots and smaller ones in more modest spaces. A cursory glance revealed thousands of items, indicating that the Qingxuan peak was not lacking in wealth. This was one of the advantages of joining a sect. Unlike wandering cultivators or smaller factions, there was a wealth of choices available. Yi Han noticed that the magical artifacts were organized into 4 distinct categories. Observing Yi Han's composed demeanor, Han Yuan felt a sense of admiration. Truly, as the disciple of the 7th Elder, he possessed remarkable composure in the face of such an impressive assortment of treasures. She took the initiative to explain, "Junior brother Yi, these artifacts are categorized into superior, medium, and inferior quality, along with those that are unclassified." As she pointed out the different sections, she continued, "With your elder's disciple token, I recommend selecting a suitable superior artifact. A quality superior artifact can serve you well for a long time, even into your foundation building stage." As she spoke, Han Yuan gazed at Yi Han with a hint of envy. It was known that for a disciple of the Qingxuan peak, even one at her stage of Qi refinement, completing numerous tasks over the span of 1 to 2 years, or even 4 to 5 years if luck was not on their side, was necessary to exchange for a superior artifact. Yet Yi Han, simply by being the 7th Elder's disciple, could obtain one with ease. Such fortune was enviable. Of course, Yi Han's acceptance as the 7th Elder's disciple indicated either extraordinary talent or an extraordinary background, Not everyone was afforded such privileges. Yi Han nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister Han. I shall first examine the superior artifacts." Thus, although Yi Han did not possess profound knowledge of magical artifacts, he could not show any hesitation in front of Han Yuan, lest he tarnish the reputation of Elder Qi. He was determined to uphold the dignity of his position as a disciple of this faction. As he strolled through the treasure pavilion, he was captivated by the dazzling array of magical items. Beyond the commonplace weapons such as swords, staves, and shields, there were also peculiar treasures whose purposes eluded him, including various vessels, bracelets, vases, and a large block of golden brick. He understood that each of these superior magical artifacts held significant value, yet selecting one suitable for his needs proved to be quite a challenge. As he continued on his path, Yi Han's gaze fell upon a familiar artifact, the cold iron shield once wielded by Wang Fulai, which astonishingly was classified as a superior magical item. It currently resided within his storage bag, having been refined under the guidance of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. However, he noticed that among the multitude of magical artifacts, very few were of the armor variety, suggesting that such defensive artifacts were highly sought after and likely had been exchanged long ago, leaving scant treasures at Qixuan Peak. Observing Yi Han's contemplative gaze on the magical artifacts, Han Yuan noted his indecision and fortuitously saw him studying the cold iron shield. She promptly remarked, "Junior brother Yi, this cold iron shield possesses astonishing defensive capabilities once quantified. It is a prized artifact for battle defense. You truly have an excellent eye. This is arguably the finest defensive treasure among the superior magical items." Having served in the treasure pavilion for many years, Han Yuan was intimately familiar with the treasures available on this level. She was well aware of which artifacts were the most valuable and sought to forge a beneficial rapport with Yi Han, given his status as Elder Qi's disciple. Upon hearing her words, Yi Han casually replied, "Thank you, Senior Sister Han, but I already possess a cold iron shield and do not require an additional one." Han Yuan was taken aback by his response. Despite perceiving that Yi Han's cultivation was inferior to her own, he already owned such a precious artifact. Given his youth and the fact that he had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qi, she surmised that he must originate from an extraordinary lineage. Perhaps he was a direct descendant of a prominent family. With this thought in mind, Han Yuan grew increasingly courteous towards Yi Han, exclaiming, "Junior brother Yi, you truly come from remarkable origins. I am quite envious." Yi Han smiled slightly, appearing to speak casually while subtly asserting his standing over Han Yuan. Although he was uncertain about how to select a treasure, he recognized that Han Yuan, being well-versed in the artifacts within the pavilion, was far more knowledgeable than he. It would be advantageous for him to showcase his status and solicit her assistance in choosing a suitable item. Thus, Yi Han inquired, "There are simply too many treasures here, and I am pressed for time. Senior sister, could you suggest a few items that would be appropriate for me? Oh, by the way, I cultivate wood-type techniques." Han Yuan's regard for Yi Han elevated further upon hearing his words. While others would meticulously sift through countless options, often spending days and nights to select an artifact suitable for their needs, Yi Han seemed to take a different approach, directly seeking her guidance with an air of urgency. Han Yuan found herself in a bit of a predicament, yet this also presented an opportunity to foster a relationship with Yi Han. After careful contemplation, she considered the wooden-based techniques and the treasures suitable for Yi Han's current cultivation level. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes as she addressed Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, there exists a treasure that perfectly aligns with your needs. Please, follow me." With that, she guided Yi Han to a particular display case and pointed to an object within, a bracelet entwined with vines and adorned with several leaves, resembling a delicate ornament. "Junior brother Yi, this is a high-grade magical artifact, the Thorn Ring. It possesses the ability to ensnare adversaries and harbors a unique function that enhances the potency of wood-based spells while accelerating the absorption of wood's spiritual energy, truly a treasure for expediting cultivation." Upon hearing Han Yuan's description, Yi Han felt a surge of excitement. Not only could it trap foes, but it would also amplify the power of his wood spells and hasten the intake of wood's spiritual energy. Such an artifact was exceedingly well-suited for him. Without hesitation, he declared, extending his hand to grasp the thorned ring, "Very well, I shall exchange for this item." However, Han Yuan swiftly interjected, "Junior brother Yi, please hold on." Observing her urgency, Yi Han inquired with curiosity. What is the matter? Chapter 82. The Library. Han Yuan, sensing that Yi Han appeared somewhat displeased, quickly clarified. Junior brother Yi, these treasures are protected by restrictions. Even I cannot take them directly. After a brief pause, she continued. Once you have chosen the thorn bracelet, I shall report to the attending elder to retrieve it for you. We can wait outside. Yi Han then understood that these treasures were indeed under a restriction that prohibited direct contact. They could merely be observed, not claimed. He refrained from revealing his ignorance about magical artifacts to Han Yuan, and if she was truthful, the thorn bracelet was indeed the most suitable treasure for him. The two did not linger and exited the treasure pavilion. Han Yuan asked Yi Han to wait while she took his identity token to exchange for the treasure. As Yi Han watched her receding figure, a frown creased his brow. He glanced at the upper floors. While he had been in the artifact pavilion, his consciousness had been attuned to the reaction of the purple cauldron. Upon entering this treasure house, the cauldron had shown a slight response, indicating that there was something of interest to it within the pavilion. However, during his time in the artifact floor, there had been no reaction from the cauldron, suggesting that whatever had piqued its interest was not located there. Nevertheless, once he advanced in cultivation, he would certainly explore the subsequent 3 floors to uncover what treasure had caught the cauldron's attention. He held the purple cauldron in high regard, as his rapid progress in cultivation was largely due to its assistance, enabling him, a person of exceptionally low talent, to advance swiftly. As he pondered, the sound of footsteps approached. Han Yuan emerged from one of the upper floors, cradling a brocade box. She approached Yi Han and opened the box, revealing a dazzling array of luminous treasures. The thorn bracelet, which she had recommended, rested within, accompanied by a petite jade slip. Junior brother Yi, Han Yuan said, here is your thorn bracelet, along with the corresponding incantation. Yi Han received it unhurriedly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. I appreciate your assistance. He accepted the brocade box containing the bracelet, a flicker of light illuminating his hand as he stored it in his spatial pouch. It seemed that treasures obtained from the Sect's treasure house differed greatly from those seized from others or of dubious origin. They even came with matching incantations. Unlike treasures acquired through violence, which not only lacked incantations, but also required considerable time and effort to erase the original owner's consciousness and blood-pledged recognition. For instance, the frost iron shield and the flying scale dagger Yi Han had obtained still bore remnants of their previous owner's consciousness and blood recognition marks. Although he could use them now, their full potential remained untapped. Observing Yi Han casually stow away the thorn bracelet, his nonchalance prompted Han Yuan to steal a few more glances at him. Subsequently, she requested Yi Han to register his signature, and upon completing the formalities, he took possession of the thorn bracelet. Han Yuan cordially escorted Yi Han out of the treasure pavilion, politely stating, Junior brother Yi, I am stationed here at the pavilion. Should you find the time, do come and discuss cultivation insights or spar with me regarding spells. As Han Yuan bid farewell to Yi Han, 2 disciples entered the pavilion, evidently there to exchange treasures. Witnessing the renowned Yuan fairy treating a stranger with such courtesy and even extending an invitation for discourse on cultivation and spellcraft left them utterly astonished. Many sought Han Yuan's attention, yet none had ever experienced such warmth from her. Who might this young fellow be? He hardly appears to possess formidable skills. However, Yi Han's response rendered them even more speechless. He casually remarked, perhaps another time. Thank you, senior sister. He had other matters to attend to regarding spells and had little interest in engaging with Han Yuan. A hint of disappointment flickered in Han Yuan's gaze. Yet she quickly masked it, mindful of the onlookers. As Yi Han took his leave, he headed directly toward the library. Han Yuan watched his retreating figure. Her eyes subtly stirred. Meanwhile, one of the 2 disciples turned to Han Yuan, stating, Fairy Yuan, I am here to exchange for treasures. I wish to acquire a superior magical artifact. His anticipation was palpable as he awaited her reaction, knowing the significance of such a prized possession, which had required immense effort to obtain. In response, Han Yuan glanced at him with a calm demeanor and coldly instructed, come inside, browse for yourself, and simply inform me of the artifact's number once you have made your selection. It was evident that she held Yi Han in higher regard than this disciple. The disciple's expression turned awkward. How vexing it was. He had come seeking a superior magical artifact, while previously, Fairy Yuan would personally guide disciples in selecting their treasures. Now, she barely acknowledged him. How disappointing. He had hoped to draw closer to her, yet it seemed she held him in little esteem, extending warmth only to that earlier disciple. Could it be that the latter sought a spirit tool? That seemed implausible, given the young man's evident lack of cultivation. Yihan departed the treasure pavilion and walked several hundred paces to the library. This library was vast, spanning 2 stories, with an area several times greater than that of the treasure pavilion, resembling an immense hall. Previously, Yihan had merely passed by the library without venturing inside. According to Brother Zhang Qingxuan, the library not only houses various celestial techniques and methods, but also offers an extensive array of literature, including classifications of demonic beasts, types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, secret legends of the cultivation realm, and even poetry and essays from esteemed individuals of the secular world. It can be said to be a treasure trove of knowledge. Yihan, a bibliophile by nature, would not have taken the time to attend Mr. Lanqing's lectures amidst his busy schedule in Qingniu village if he did not possess a deep love for books. Each time, he listened with rapt attention, reluctant to depart. This is why Mr. Lanqing regarded him with newfound respect and treated him favorably. Upon entering the library, Yihan observed that the influx of cultivators and disciples greatly surpassed that of the treasure vault, each adorned in diverse attire. He noticed that among so many disciples, his cultivation level was not the lowest. Approaching a counter, he addressed a young female disciple. "Greetings, senior sister. I am here to collect my techniques and methods." With that, Yihan placed the voucher he received from Wang Lan for exchanging techniques and methods before her. The female disciple glanced up at Yihan and replied, "You are entitled to claim 1 foundational technique and 1 foundational method. You are merely a newly admitted disciple. You possess decent looks, but your cultivation is rather ordinary." She coolly inquired, "What type of technique would you like to claim? And what method?" Chapter 83. The Azure Mystic Sword Technique. Upon observing the expression of the young woman before him, Yihan discerned the reason behind her indifferent demeanor. She evidently regarded him as merely a newly admitted disciple of the inner sect. This was due to the 2 exchange tokens he possessed, which were issued to newly initiated disciples upon their registration at the 7 Mystic Hall. With a shift in his tone, Yihan inquired, "What type of spells can be exchanged? I am still undecided. Dear sister, could you kindly assist me in acquiring a complementary processing token?" As he spoke, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered in his hand as he produced the disciple token bestowed upon him by Elder 7, placing it before the young woman. Furrowing her brow, the female disciple remarked, "Newly admitted disciples do not possess such privileges," just as she was about to assert that new inner sect disciples lacked this benefit. Her gaze fell upon the identity token of Elder 7 that Yihan had presented. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she initially thought she had misread the situation. Upon closer inspection of the token, her disbelief grew. This token belonged to a disciple of the Peak Master. When had the Peak Master taken on another disciple? Since the incident involving the senior brother, the Peak Master had not accepted a new disciple for over a decade. The individual before her, whose cultivation seemed comparable to her own and appeared to be merely a novice, how could he possibly be a disciple of the Peak Master? The female disciple gazed at Yihan in astonishment. Yihan smiled and asked, "What is the matter, sister? Is it not feasible?" Flustered, the young woman's demeanor transformed as she quickly brightened, exclaiming, "It can be done. It can be done. You are the Peak Master's newly accepted disciple? I don't believe I have seen you before." Given that Yihan had presented a token of a newly admitted disciple, he must have just emerged from the entrance, right? Oh dear, how blind I was to the stature of those around me. I almost offended someone significant. This was indeed a disciple of the Peak Master. Observing the drastic shift in the female disciple's attitude, Yihan couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. He felt akin to the son of the village chief from Qingniu village, someone undeniably foolish yet continuously showered with compliments wherever he went. It was apparent that being recognized by Elder 7 as a named disciple was truly a fortuitous event, though this revelation would eventually come to light, and he must avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Thus, he replied, "Yes, I have just entered. The Peak Master has taken a liking to me and has accepted me as a named disciple." The young woman hardly cared whether Yihan was a named disciple or a full disciple. The mere fact that he had been granted an identity token by the Peak Master was, without a doubt, extraordinary. She couldn't help but feel envious of his fortune in being able to study under Elder 7, a golden core cultivator. Such a position would surely grant him great influence at 7 Mystic Peak. It was imperative that she foster a good relationship with him. In an instant, the young disciple began to flatter him, stating, being accepted as a named disciple by the Peak Master, you must possess exceptional talent, unparalleled spiritual roots, and your cultivation will undoubtedly progress swiftly. It is only a matter of time before you become a full disciple or even a true inheritor. Hearing her words, Yihan responded with a calm smile, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Then, dear sister, could you assist me in obtaining this complimentary token? The female disciple adeptly navigated the shifting tides of social dynamics. Moments ago, she had referred to him as her junior. Yet upon learning of his status as the disciple of the Peak Master, she promptly addressed him as her elder brother. How fortunate it is to have a formidable gold core cultivator as a supporter. The female disciple enthusiastically exclaimed, absolutely. Just a moment, elder brother. With that, she retrieved a jade token from the counter and handed it to Yihan, saying, elder brother, by dripping your blood on this token of the library, you will gain free access to the collection of books within. Yihan accepted the token, performed the blood rite, and felt a faint connection as if a thread of blood tied him to the library token. He nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you. The female disciple continued. Elder brother is too polite. Pausing for a moment, she proactively inquired, by the way, are you looking to exchange for techniques and spells? I wonder what kind of spells and techniques you seek. Yihan, being a disciple favored by the Peak Master, undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent or a remarkable background. Otherwise, how could he catch the attention of a gold core cultivator? In her own experience, she had been a disciple for 3 or 4 years without ever laying eyes on the Peak Master, highlighting just how inaccessible gold core cultivators were. Yihan's decision to first secure the library token was, in fact, a means to affirm his identity as a named disciple of the 7th Elder, facilitating his quest for advanced techniques. Thus, Yihan articulated, actually, I already possess the foundational techniques I need, so I do not require basic skills. Instead, I would like to exchange this foundational technique for an advanced one, if that is permissible. Indeed, Yihan had already cultivated the Qingxuan skill, a technique reserved for true disciples. Exchanging for any basic technique here would surely not surpass it. Moreover, the only advanced spell he knew was the Vine Soul technique, which would hardly suffice in confrontations with other cultivators or ferocious beasts. Therefore, he contemplated acquiring 2 advanced spells instead. Of course, if he did not assert his identity as the 7th Elder's disciple, the female disciple might not take him seriously. Upon hearing this, the female disciple furrowed her brow slightly. As an ordinary inner sect disciple, her role here was merely to perform routine tasks. How much authority could she wield? Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. As a disciple of the Peak Master, you must have access to superior techniques beyond the foundational ones. I shall take the liberty of assisting you with the exchange. However, elder brother, you can only exchange for basic spells. I assume you would not be interested in elementary spells, would you? How about exchanging 2 basic spells for 1 intermediate spell? At the female disciple's proactive suggestion, Yihan's interest was piqued, and he nodded in response. That sounds reasonable. Let us proceed with 1 intermediate spell. He understood that this female disciple would be cautious not to offend him, and thus her suggestion must hold some merit. After all, he believed that even purchasing so-called elementary spells with spirit stones would not be worthwhile. The female disciple continued to inquire, then, elder brother, which type of spells are you cultivating? Yihan replied, what element? The female disciple nodded, please hold on a moment. Upon finishing her words, she extracted a tome from the row of books behind the counter and handed it to Yihan, exclaiming, Senior brother, this contains the intermediate wood-type spells of the Qi refining stage. Please take a look. Should you find something to your liking, do inform your junior sister, and I shall procure the manual for you. Yihan accepted the book and perused its contents, noticing a page dedicated to selecting a spell, complete with a brief introduction. It became evident that this exchange manual was designed for one to first review the directory before making a selection. However, after flipping through only a few pages, he discovered that the Vine Soul technique he had been practicing was indeed included within. It was, after all, an intermediate spell of the Qi refining stage, which explained the considerable energy consumption he had experienced during his initial training. Yet, as he continued to browse, he pondered which celestial technique to choose. Suddenly, upon turning to a particular page, He felt a spark of interest and exclaimed, "Senior sister, I wish to exchange for the Qingxuan sword technique." Hearing Yihan's choice of the Qingxuan sword technique, the female disciple hurriedly interjected, "Senior brother, this sword technique may not be suitable for you." Chapter 84. The senior brother offers guidance to his junior sister. Upon hearing the words of the female disciple, Yihan regarded her with a hint of curiosity and inquired, "Why is this sword technique deemed unsuitable for my cultivation?" As he spoke, he once again examined the introduction to the Qingxuan sword technique. The Qingxuan sword technique, a wood-based sword art that necessitates the refining of multiple spiritual swords in conjunction with the Qingxuan method, thereby amplifying its power through the application of its energy. After a moment's contemplation and a glance at the female disciple's expression, Yihan replied nonchalantly, "How can I ascertain its suitability without practicing it? I shall adopt this Qingxuan sword technique." Indeed, Yihan discerned that the female disciple believed his lack of cultivation in the Qingxuan method would render the sword technique less potent, which prompted her concern. Observing Yihan's determination, the female disciple urged, "Senior brother, do you genuinely intend to switch to this sword technique? It is important to note that this technique is categorized as a mid-level spell primarily because most disciples can cultivate it to enhance their swordsmanship. However, to truly wield this sword technique, one must not only practice the Qingxuan method but also possess formidable spiritual strength, as it requires the simultaneous manipulation of at least 3 flying swords to unleash its full potential." Upon hearing her words, Yihan swiftly comprehended her point. Indeed, she felt that without cultivation of the Qingxuan method, he would be unable to harness the sword technique's true power and the necessity of 3 flying swords. Although Yihan did not possess 3 flying sword artifacts, he did have 3 flying scaled daggers, which should serve a similar purpose. Even if he was currently incapable of wielding the full might of the Qingxuan sword technique, he could commence his training, intending to utilize it when his cultivation reached a higher level. Furthermore, he felt uncertain about other spells, especially in the absence of his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, who was not nearby to guide him. Thus, this Qingxuan sword technique appeared to be exceedingly suitable for him, and he saw no reason to seek alternatives. Of course, Yihan refrained from disclosing his cultivation of the Qingxuan method and casually remarked, "I primarily focus on sword techniques and have a keen interest in various sword arts. I have not practiced this particular technique before, so I thought I would take a look." Listening to Yihan's nonchalant words and observing his indifferent demeanor, the female disciple suddenly realized that she may have overstepped. After all, Yihan was a disciple of the 7th elder of the Peak Master. Did he truly lack spells or techniques? He merely had an interest in this sword technique. How disheartening it was to compare oneself. When she had first entered the sect and was selecting foundational methods and spells, she had deliberated for quite some time before choosing one that might suit her. Yihan, on the other hand, was simply drawn to this sword technique. Thus, the female disciple came to a sudden realization, her expression shifting to one of admiration, though she quickly concealed it. Feeling somewhat bashful, she inquired, "By the way, senior brother, may I ask how you are addressed?" "I am called Yi Lingji." Her gaze was fervently fixed upon Yihan, awash with respect. How could a disciple of the 7th elder possibly take notice of her? Yihan replied in a leisurely manner, "I am Yihan. It appears we share the same surname. Sister, perhaps we are of the same lineage from 5 centuries ago." Yi Lingji, upon hearing Yihan's words, felt a surge of joy and immediately responded, "Indeed, perhaps we have been a family for 500 years. Continuing, she added, "Brother Yi, allow me to present you with a sword technique." With that, she produced a token and began to chant incantations while forming hand seals. A faint aura of spiritual light emanated from the token, penetrating a small hole behind the counter. After a brief interval, a soft click resonated as a small door behind the counter swung open, revealing a crystal-clear jade tablet resting within. Yi Lingji took the jade tablet and handed it to Yihan, saying, "Brother Yi, this is your sword technique." Yihan accepted it with a nod, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you," and proceeded to turn away. However, Yi Lingji called out to him, "Brother Yi, please wait." Yihan turned back and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Upon hearing his words, Yi Lingji's eyes flickered slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her ears turned crimson as she softly uttered, "Brother Yi, recently, I have encountered some perplexities in my cultivation and would like to ask for your guidance when you have the time." Yihan was taken aback. He was still a novice himself, possessing merely the cultivation of late-stage qi refinement, and was unaware of many matters within the cultivation world. Had he unintentionally given the impression of expertise? This could lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, he did not wish to offend her and replied, "If the opportunity arises, we can exchange insights on our cultivation experiences." Yi Lingji's face lit up with a radiant smile, her delight evident. "Wonderful. Thank you, brother." Yihan nodded slightly and smiled back. "I shall take my leave now." "Please do," Yi Lingji replied, watching as he departed, a twinge of envy in her gaze. She wondered when she might have the chance to take a golden core cultivator as her master. After leaving the counter, Yihan did not head directly back to his cave abode to examine the thorn ring and the Qingxuan sword technique he had acquired. These items lay comfortably in his storage bag, and neither the refinement of the thorn ring nor the practice of the Qingxuan sword technique could be accomplished in a short time. Since he was already in the library, he found himself greatly intrigued by the free books available there. An avid reader, during his time in Qingxuan village, he often visited Mr. Lanqing, even when Mr. Lanqing was not teaching. This was because Mr. Lanqing possessed an extensive collection of books, though he seldom permitted Yihan to peruse them. However, if Yihan diligently washed Mr. Lanqing's clothes, prepared meals, cleaned, or fetched water, Mr. Lanqing would occasionally lend him a book in appreciation. It could be said that Yihan's scholarly demeanor was largely a result of the many books he had read and the knowledge he had acquired from Mr. Lanqing. Now, he could enjoy the privilege of reading these books for free, without the need to perform chores for Mr. Lanqing. As Yihan surveyed the layout of the library, he noted that it was divided into 4 distinct areas, with 4 sections indicating that a fee of spirit stones was required. The most affordable section stated that 1 spirit stone would grant access for 1 hour. The most expensive one astonishingly costs 100 spirit stones for merely an hour's reading. He never anticipated that perusal would demand such a significant sum, which evoked in him a familiar saying, "Knowledge is as valuable as gold." However, he was entitled to read in an area that required only a single spirit stone. He proceeded towards this designated area, where at the entrance stood a disciple demanding payment. Upon seeing him approach, the disciple declared, 1 spirit stone for entry. Yet, Yihan chose to disregard him and boldly ventured inside. The disciple, observing Yihan's indifference, couldn't help but express a hint of derision in his gaze. Was this place to be trifled with? He warned himself to be cautious lest the isolation formation's restrictions activate, leaving the young man in a rather precarious situation. Yet, this lad seemed unfamiliar, perhaps a newcomer? No wonder he was oblivious to the rules. Chapter 85. The unforeseen consequence. The gatekeeper disciple was eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Yihan's misfortune. After all, the isolation barrier would activate at the slightest disturbance. While it would not claim the life of a disciple from this peak, some form of punishment was inevitable, enough to leave Yihan in a state of disarray. What else could one expect from a newcomer who disregarded the established protocols? Seeing his senior without so much as a greeting, the gatekeeper felt justified in wishing Yihan a taste of hardship. As he observed Yihan approaching the entrance, the gatekeeper's anticipation was palpable. However, the moment Yihan stepped onto the isolation barrier, a luminous array of spiritual runes emanated from his being. The barrier promptly retracted, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. The gatekeeper gaped in disbelief. This youth, with a cultivation level beneath his own, possessed the privilege of unlimited access? Who was this individual? What granted him such an allowance? Was he a scion of a prominent family, or perhaps a disciple of an elder? Every inner sect disciple with such privileges was extraordinary. They either hailed from illustrious lineages or were favored students of esteemed elders. Yet, the gatekeeper had never encountered this individual before, and it was evident that this was his inaugural visit. How infuriating! To gain boundless access on one's first attempt was a source of profound envy. Although the volumes within were not focused on cultivation techniques or spells, they contained invaluable knowledge essential for any cultivator. Classifications of rare herbs and minerals, detailed characteristics and weaknesses of various magical beasts, and their behavioral patterns. Additionally, there were numerous travelogues and insights penned by fellow cultivators. In essence, the more one absorbed from these texts, the greater the benefit to oneself. Little did the gatekeeper anticipate that Yihan would possess such access. Typically, only foundation stage cultivators or disciples from noble families could wield such privileges, often bestowed through familial tokens. It was astonishing to think that this unassuming youth could be among them. Yihan, undeterred by the gatekeeper's astonishment, was singularly focused on immersing himself in the vast reservoir of knowledge, keen to remedy his deficiencies regarding the essential wisdom of cultivators. Upon entering the designated area, he discovered that the space was far more expansive than he had envisioned. Neatly arranged shelves stretched endlessly, laden with an astonishing array of books, easily in the hundreds of thousands. What an incredible prospect! If one were to read each volume for an hour, it would take over 2 centuries to complete the task. However, Yihan was unexpectedly met with solitude. He had anticipated the presence of numerous disciples, yet found himself entirely alone. Recognizing this reality, Yihan understood that the exorbitant fee of 1 spirit stone per hour likely deterred many. After all, countless disciples possessed knowledge far superior to his own, rendering such a visit unnecessary. Certainly, if he also had to pay to enter, with those 20 spirit stones, they would be depleted in just 2 days. It is no wonder that when he first encountered senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, he was utterly destitute, having not a single spirit stone to his name. Within the sect, it appears that every endeavor necessitates the expenditure of spirit stones. Even if one were to practice frugality, it remains inevitable to spend spirit stones on essential cultivation resources, skill manuals, and treasured artifacts. However, this is still within the confines of the sect. Were he but a rogue cultivator, the spirit stones required for procuring even the simplest items would be substantially greater. Yihan cherished this rare opportunity immensely. He glanced around, noting that the books were organized into several categories across distinct areas. For instance, texts on rare flora were housed in one section, while travelogues of cultivators occupied another. Works by esteemed literary figures were also neatly arranged in their own area. It was indeed quite orderly. Yihan first perused the volumes regarding treasures and antiques. His intention was to uncover descriptions of the purple cauldron, as he had yet to fully comprehend its usage. He had been exploring it intuitively. Should he locate a detailed account of the cauldron and its application, it would undoubtedly enhance his future cultivation endeavors. When Yihan emerged from the library, it was already the 3rd day. Had he not been on the verge of starvation, he might have lingered longer. During these 3 days, he had read well over 100 books and gleaned a wealth of knowledge. He gained insights into commonly used elixirs, rare materials, magical beasts, and even various artifacts. He also delved into numerous travelogues penned by other cultivators, reflecting upon their experiences and realizations regarding the path of cultivation. Such wisdom had proven immensely beneficial to him. At this moment, he felt prepared to venture into perilous realms in search of rare materials, no longer bewildered or uninformed. Yihan proceeded to the dining hall to purchase some food before returning to his cave dwelling. While he wished to continue exploring the texts, 3 days had already elapsed, and senior brother Zhang Qingxuan might have returned, possibly bringing back valuable elixirs and resources for cultivation. After all, Zhang Qingxuan had informed him prior to his departure that to participate in the Ascension conference, he would need spirit stones to acquire various treasures and elixirs, advising him to utilize them wisely. Should he succeed in reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, he would compensate Yihan. Yihan was well aware of the advantages that Zhang Qingxuan's ascent to the Foundation Establishment stage would afford him, and most of these items were indeed hard-won by Zhang Qingxuan himself. Upon returning to his cave, Yihan discovered that the entrance no longer required a password. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly open the door. He had completely mastered the restrictions of the cave. Zhang Qingxuan had not yet returned, and Yihan chose to remain indoors, confident that his senior brother would be back within these couple of days. He took out the thorn bracelet and examined it closely. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that it was adorned with thorns, which were primarily crafted from a type of thorn known as celestial spirit spike, cultivated over the span of 2 to 3 centuries. He then pressed the jade slip he had brought alongside the thorn bracelet to his forehead, allowing his consciousness to seep into the jade slip and explore its contents. This method of perceiving the jade slip's information was a technique reserved solely for cultivators, as the contents would swiftly dissipate after being observed. After perusing the information within, a look of astonishment graced Yihan's eyes. Indeed, Han Yuan had not deceived him. This thorn bracelet would bestow significant advantages to him during his cultivation of wood-based techniques and enhance the potency of his wood spells. However, mastering the techniques within would require considerable time and effort. Yet, if he were to successfully cultivate the Azure Profound Sword technique, the assistance of the thorn bracelet could potentially amplify its power tremendously. Thus, Yihan promptly retrieved the manual for the Azure Profound Sword Technique. Chapter 86. Refining treasures. Yihan gently set aside the manual for the Qingxuan sword technique, letting out a sigh. As Yi Lingji had remarked, this particular sword technique was not so easily mastered. While both it and the Vine Soul technique belonged to the mid-level Qi refinement spells, the latter's comprehension and practice were rather straightforward, especially with Zhang Qingxuan elucidating its more complex aspects. Consequently, Yihan found success in the initial stages of the Vine Soul technique without much difficulty. This technique proved to be pivotal during his encounters in the Black Demon Forest, particularly against the two infamous Qin mountain fiends and the two clawed beasts, enabling him to ensnare and entangle his foes in various ingenious ways. Of course, the effective application of such spells ultimately depended on one's own skill. For instance, Yihan executed the Vine Soul technique with remarkable precision, successfully trapping the fleeing Qin mountain fiends twice in succession, thereby granting Zhang Qingxuan ample opportunity to strike. This underscores the critical importance of timing when employing the Vine Soul technique. However, Yihan's prowess was not innate. He had grown up in Qingniu village, an isolated child without the support of parents or relatives, often bullied by other children, and even adults at times. While he appeared indifferent on the surface, he frequently retaliated in subtle ways, often engaging in fights where, despite seeming outmatched, he emerged relatively unscathed while his opponents bore the brunt of the injuries. This was due to his keen sense of timing, delivering decisive blows or luring adversaries into his traps. When all else failed, he would simply flee. After all, in the village, he was physically weaker than his peers, and should he fall ill or sustain injuries, he lacked the means for treatment, forcing him to endure. Thus, whenever he clashed with others, he relied on his wits and cunning to leave his opponents ensnared in confusion. The Vine Soul technique truly was a remarkably useful spell, and he resolved to enhance his training to achieve mastery at the mid-level as soon as possible. However, the Qingxuan sword technique remained an enigma to him. He could scarcely comprehend its incantations or the functions of its forms. This sword technique not only required the support of the Qingxuan cultivation technique, but also demanded knowledge of sword intent, the application of object manipulation, and a fundamental understanding of formation arrays. Crucially, a foundational grasp of sword spells would significantly aid his progress. Yet, Yihan had never trained in swordsmanship before, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, his current status as a named disciple of the Seventh Elder distinguished him from his past self. Even if the insufferable Fifth Elder sought to complicate his life further or exact revenge, he would have to reconsider his approach. More importantly, after visiting the Seven Xian Hall, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Library Pavilion, and encountering other disciples who recognized him as the Seventh Elder's disciple, their attitudes towards him transformed remarkably for the better. Consequently, he now roamed freely around Seven Xian Peak, and acquiring knowledge should not prove too difficult. Zhang Qingxuan had once conveyed to him that the path of a cultivator is inherently fraught with difficulty, diligence, and perseverance, along with rigorous seclusion for intense training, are the norms of a cultivator's life. Thus, Yihan remained unhurried. It is noteworthy that the swordsmanship of cultivators vastly differs from that of mundane martial artists. Cultivators primarily wield their swords through the manipulation of spiritual energy, employing them for offense, defense, and various techniques. In the library, Yihan perused the works authored by cultivators and discovered that their flying swords could sever an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, albeit with some exaggeration. He recalled witnessing the prowess of Zhang Sanlei and his companions utilizing flying-scale daggers for swift attacks, as well as the techniques of one of the notorious Qingxuan duo, which employed celestial arts for long-range assaults, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary martial arts. While a typical martial arts master might only strike when one is within close range, a cultivator's flying sword could reach its target long before that. The sharpness of these swords could claim a life at a mere glance. Moreover, the magical artifacts wielded by cultivators are not mere mundane iron. They are forged from myriad rare materials, tempered with either earth fire or true fire, each piece akin to a mysterious weapon of immense power. During the crafting of these artifacts, the artificers imbue them with divine incantations, formations, or unique driving materials, significantly augmenting their potency and allowing cultivators to unleash the full extent of their spells. Such knowledge is often gleaned from extensive reading in the library. After 3 days of immersion in literature, Yihan had perused over 100 tomes, acquiring a foundational understanding of the essential knowledge pertaining to cultivators. However, the world of cultivation is exceedingly intricate, and the library's vast collection is overwhelming. Yihan had only skimmed a fraction of it, and hunger ultimately compelled him to leave. Regrettably, he had meticulously searched through texts regarding treasures, but found no mention of the purple cauldron within his storage bag. Yet, while exploring travelogues penned by cultivators, he occasionally encountered references to fortunate encounters where exceptional cultivators stumbled upon remarkable opportunities, acquiring treasures that could greatly enhance their cultivation. Some treasures could promote the rapid growth of spiritual herbs and plants, alleviating cultivators' concerns over shortages and accelerating their progress toward ascension. Others could improve a cultivator's physical constitution or even allow those without spiritual roots to embark on the path of cultivation. Such revelations captivated Yihan's interest, rendering him utterly absorbed in his readings at the library. This also reminded him of Zhang Qingxuan's occasional allusions to his own fortunate encounters, particularly regarding an axe that was extraordinarily sharp, surely not an ordinary artifact, perhaps even a spiritual instrument. Otherwise, he could not have so easily dismantled that water serpent beast. Nevertheless, Yihan had never harbored intentions of claiming such a treasure for himself. Possessing it could invite peril, and unless he were to eliminate Zhang Qingxuan, how could he ever hope to safeguard such a precious item? Yihan set aside the jade slip containing the Qingxuan sword technique and picked up the thorned ring. This treasure had yet to be refined with his spiritual consciousness and magical power, nor had he established ownership through blood. Since this artifact was retrieved from the treasure pavilion, it bore no imprint of any cultivator's consciousness, nor did it carry the essence of blood. Thus, the process of refinement should proceed considerably more swiftly than that of the flying scale dagger or the cold iron shield, both of which he had yet to successfully refine. This delay was due to the fact that those items had been previously used by others, necessitating the removal of their consciousness imprints and blood essence, a process that could take several months. Naturally, the duration of refinement is greatly influenced by the cultivator's strength. Had Yihan's cultivation surpassed that of the original owners of the flying scale dagger and cold iron shield, he could have halved the time required. The thorn ring, however, promised a much more rapid refinement. He bit his finger, coaxing a drop of vital blood to fall onto the thorned ring, and a wondrous scene unfolded. Chapter 87. The power of the thorn bracelet. As Yihan recited incantations and performed intricate hand gestures, he allowed a single drop of his essence to fall upon the thorned bracelet. To his astonishment, the bracelet absorbed the drop, and an ethereal glow of runes surged forth, causing the thorny vines to slowly rotate as if they had come to life. With the runes pulsating in a gentle rhythm, Yihan felt a unique spiritual connection with the thorn bracelet, as if it had become an extension of his will. He deftly executed a gesture and commanded, "Go." Instantly, the bracelet trembled, green light shimmering around it, and the vines unfurled and twisted, rapidly growing into 4 or 5 robust tendrils, each thicker than a thumb, swirling wildly in the air. However, after just a few breaths, Yihan sensed that he had consumed at least 1/3 of his magical energy. This artifact indeed required considerable power. Furthermore, the consumption was exacerbated by the fact that he had not yet completely refined the thorned bracelet. Although it was functional, it demanded more energy than usual, and its potency was significantly diminished. Additionally, he had yet to master the intricate techniques necessary for controlling this economic tool. Not wishing to squander his energy, Yihan altered his gestures and beckoned, "Come." At his command, the thorned bracelet twisted back into a stream of ethereal light, settling onto his wrist. Beyond ensnaring foes, this bracelet also augmented his cultivation speed and enhanced the potency of his wood-based spells. Now, within the sanctity of his abode, donning it posed no issue. With a series of incantations and gestures, he pointed forward and bellowed, "Vine Spirit Technique." As his magical energy coursed through him, he directed his finger ahead. The ground before him erupted with swirling runes, and tendrils of vines began to spread forth, curling gracefully through the air. The vines he summoned were as thick as 3 fingers, and the magical energy expended was minimal, allowing for a prolonged duration of control. He guided the tendrils of the Vine Spirit technique with the same ease as if they were his own limbs. After maneuvering them for 2 breaths, He noted that he had only consumed 1/10 of his energy. Was this truly less than the thorn bracelet? While both forms of attack manifested as vine-like tendrils, it was evident that the thorn bracelet's creations were imbued with the essence of a rare treasure known as the heavenly spirit thorn. This precious material, known for its rarity, was capable of ensnaring and entangling adversaries with an almost unbreakable grip. Once ensnared, foes or beasts found it exceedingly challenging to escape unless they possessed overwhelming strength or special artifacts designed for liberation. The Thorn Soul technique he unleashed is a spell manifested through magical power, entirely reliant on its energy for support. Utilizing an ordinary magical artifact to attack can easily shatter it, or someone with cultivation a level or two above Yihan could also break through. Although the two techniques appear remarkably similar, their functions are entirely distinct. One serves to ensnare the enemy, while the other provides an unexpected disruption. Yihan feels that the interplay of both could thoroughly confound an adversary, which is one of the reasons he unhesitatingly exchanged for this thorn bracelet. However, he has yet to begin cultivating the accompanying incantations for the thorn bracelet, so he took it out to examine closely, hoping to comprehend the spell associated with it. As for the Qingxuan sword technique, it would be prudent to first master the foundational swordplay before delving into deeper understanding. Furthermore, he could peruse various texts on the sword techniques of cultivators. Although these books do not delve into spells or cultivation insights, they may illuminate the essence of cultivator swordplay, enriching his preliminary understanding. This foundation would undoubtedly enhance his subsequent endeavors in grasping and practicing the Qingxuan sword technique. Otherwise, with his current comprehension of cultivator swordplay, succeeding in mastering it would be quite the anomaly. He has encountered similar instances in his readings, emphasizing the necessity of acquiring a general understanding of an unfamiliar magical system to establish a framework that directs his efforts. Blindly attempting to decipher various celestial techniques and powers would only lead to frustration and confusion, potentially resulting in the perilous descent into madness. Thus, Yihan firmly believes he is well suited for the path of cultivation, as his mind is notably more calm and composed than that of the average individual. Much like his time in Qingniu village, learning from Master Lanqing, while other children relied on rote memorization or were inconsistent in their efforts, Yihan consistently demonstrated an ability to draw connections and learn at an accelerated pace. This distinctive quality sets him apart from his peers. In his current assessment, he perceives that Master Lanqing's guidance on his cultivation journey is partly due to the precious silk he once presented to him, and partly because Master Lanqing holds him in esteem, willing to illuminate a path for him, thus fostering a benevolent connection. Immersed in the understanding of the thorn bracelet's corresponding spells, Yihan diligently experimented, and his cave resonated with the pulsating flow of magical energy. Time swiftly passed, and after 2 days, Yihan remained in his cave, contemplating the celestial spells associated with the thorn bracelet. He swiftly executed hand gestures and incantations, and the thorn bracelet before him morphed into undulating tendrils. With a decisive flick of his finger, he commanded, "Go." Instantly, the thorn bracelet disintegrated into countless luminous runes, vanishing into the air. Around a distant stone bench, a myriad of glowing runes flickered into existence, and tendrils of vines swiftly enveloped the bench. In an instant, the vines coiled tightly around it, encircling it in a relentless embrace. Then, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The stone bench, weighing over 200 pounds, abruptly cracked with a series of sharp sounds and transformed into a cascade of rubble scattered about. Observing this scene, Yihan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the power of the thorn hand ring far surpassed that of the vine soul technique. While the vine soul technique could ensnare the bench with a firm grip, shattering it required Yihan to exert his utmost effort. Yet, with the thorn hand ring, merely a flicker of his intention was sufficient to reduce the stone bench to fragments. The disparity in their potency was striking. Just as he was about to continue manipulating the thorn hand ring, a familiar voice resonated from outside. "Yi Shidi, are you there?" Yihan's heart fluttered, and the tension within him dissipated, for Zhang Qingxuan had returned. He pondered the outcome of Zhang's endeavors in acquiring those treasures. Chapter 88. 8,305 Spirit Stones. When Zhang Qingxuan departed from Qingxuan Peak, he assured Yihan that he would return promptly. After all, Zhang Qingxuan was taking with him a plethora of valuable items to the so-called black market. Although Yi Han was unaware of the actual circumstances there, he understood that among cultivators, treachery and the pursuit of resources were rampant. Wealth should not be flaunted, and treasures should remain concealed. Naturally, he harbored concerns for Zhang Qingxuan's safety, fearing that his naivety might lead him into peril. There was also the possibility that his senior brother might adopt a guise of innocence only to abscond with the treasures, never to return. However, based on Yi Han's understanding of Zhang Qingxuan, he was confident that such treachery was not in his character. Nevertheless, he could not shake the worry for Zhang Qingxuan's well-being, especially with the Ascension conference looming just 5 or 6 days away. Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned he would return within this time frame, leaving Yi Han curious about what valuable items Zhang Qingxuan might procure in exchange for the treasures he had taken. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Han stored the thorned ring into his spatial pouch and waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that sent the scattered stones from the stone bench flying aside. After days of study, he had learned that the application of spiritual energy extended beyond combat. It could also enhance various aspects of daily life, thereby improving his mastery of spells. Just as Yi Han opened the door to his cave dwelling, Zhang Qingxuan stealthily entered, urging, "Quick, close the door." Yi Han, taken aback, promptly shut the door, noting Zhang Qingxuan's anxious demeanor, which might have led one to believe he had committed a crime. Once the door was secured, Zhang Qingxuan exhaled a sigh of relief and attempted to sit on his usual stone bench, only to find it missing, replaced by a pile of stones emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Astonished, he remarked, "Yi Shidi, your magical practice has improved significantly." Yi Han nodded and inquired, "Zhang Shixiao, now that you have returned to Qingxuan sect, why are you still so anxious? Surely, within our sect, who would dare to act against a disciple of Qingxuan?" Zhang Qingxuan forced a smile and replied, "Yi Shidi, you do not understand. Caution is the key to longevity. I had to be wary of others, particularly disciples from other peaks." Yi Han furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean? Disciples from other peaks? What happened?" Zhang Qingxuan explained casually, "I encountered some minor troubles at the black market. My identity was nearly exposed. They followed me here, and I suspect they are also disciples of Qingxuan sect. If they uncover my true identity, it could spell trouble during the Ascension conference." Upon hearing this, Yi Han nodded in understanding, recognizing Zhang Qingxuan's concerns. Their recent gains had indeed been substantial. Although the Ascension conference involved competition among disciples from various sects, the allure of treasure could incite greed. If it were to become known that Zhang Qingxuan, a disciple of their own sect, had been the one to offer an abundance of valuable items and materials for sale, such a revelation could lead to dire consequences at the conference. The Ascension ceremony is set to take place in a realm known as the Dark Forbidden Land, an ancient and mystical domain abundant with resources for crafting foundational elixirs. Numerous sects send their Qi refinement disciples into this treacherous place to vie for these treasures. Though unity among disciples of our sect is paramount, the allure of wealth may lead some ill-intentioned individuals to turn against their brethren should they discover an abundance of riches. In the confines of this secluded realm, the true origin of any misdeeds remains shrouded in mystery, making it an ideal setting for treachery. It is evident that the Ascension ceremony within this dark territory harbors great peril. Zhang Qingxuan, not wishing to dwell on such topics, retrieved a storage bag from within his robes and, with a wry smile, addressed Yi Shidi. "After selling all the materials, do you have any idea how many spirit stones I amassed?" Observing the gleam of excitement in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes, Yi Han understood that the haul likely exceeded his expectations. However, Yi Han replied, "Brother Zhang, please do not keep me in suspense. I am not versed in these matters. All I hope for is your safe return." Zhang Qingxuan, touched by Yi Han's heartfelt words, reflected on the competitive and guarded nature of the inner disciples at Qingxuan Peak, realizing that true camaraderie was scarce. Thus, he chose to reveal his findings without further delay. "We have sold our materials for a total of 8,305 spirit stones. Yi Shidi, we have struck gold this time." After a brief pause, he continued with a sense of wonder. "No wonder there are so many in the cultivation world who resort to murder for treasures. The profits are indeed staggering." However, the gravity of the situation soon returned to Zhang Qingxuan's countenance as he cautioned Yi Han, "But Yi Shidi, we must refrain from such acts of killing and plundering." Yi Han, puzzled by Zhang Qingxuan's seemingly antiquated perspective, inquired, "Why not?" Zhang Qingxuan hesitated, choosing not to elaborate, and simply stated, "In any case, we must not engage in such actions. Trust me on this." Perceiving the enigmatic demeanor of Zhang Qingxuan, Yihan nodded in understanding, albeit still uncertain. Zhang Qingxuan then sheepishly admitted, "Nevertheless, you shitty. I have utilized 5,632 spirit stones to procure life-preserving and combat-related items for my venture into the dark forbidden land." He handed over the storage bag, adding, "With the remaining stones, I have prepared elixirs for your cultivation. Qi refinement pills, spirit nourishment pills, body refinement pills, and sustenance pills, along with foundational cultivation methods and 3 blood escape talismans. Only a little over 200 spirit stones remain." After transferring the storage bag to Yihan, he solemnly promised, "Yi shitty, if I return safely from the dark forbidden land, I shall compensate you." Yihan shook his head in response, "Brother Zhang, I am already most grateful for your generosity in sharing such wealth. As cultivators, we must not succumb to insatiable greed." With that, he cast a glance into the storage bag, noting the ample supply of elixirs within, including no less than 3 vials of Qi refinement pills and various other potions. The crux of the matter is that Zhang Qingxuan had long advised him against the continuous consumption of a single type of elixir, warning that it could lead to resistance and diminished efficacy. To his surprise, Zhang Qingxuan had also prepared body refining pills for him. Although the elixirs available within the sect were significantly more affordable than those outside, there were stringent regulations governing their purchase. They were strictly for personal use and subject to a quota. This policy was implemented to prevent disciples from buying elixirs within the sect only to sell them outside for profit. Consequently, the elixirs procured within the sect sufficed solely for personal daily use. Nevertheless, with these provisions, Yihan felt a considerable boost in confidence regarding his cultivation advancement. However, he was perplexed as to why Zhang Qingxuan had acquired so many Qi refining pills for him. Thus, he inquired, "Senior Brother Zhang, what purpose do you have in purchasing so many Qi refining pills for me?" Zhang Qingxuan promptly replied, "Junior Brother Yi, the Qi refining pills are crucial for your future cultivation, which is why I took the liberty of not preparing any magical artifacts for you." Chapter 89. The Senior Brother of the 7 Mysteries Peak. Indeed, when Zhang Qingxuan descended the mountain with the materials and treasures for sale in the black market, Yihan had requested that if he encountered any suitable treasures that he could afford, Zhang Qingxuan should procure them for him. Of utmost importance were the various cultivation elixirs. He wished to acquire as many as possible. After all, he possessed the Purple Cauldron, an artifact capable of absorbing the essence of elixirs, which greatly benefited his cultivation. Furthermore, he felt that directly using the Purple Cauldron to absorb elixirs was far superior to utilizing other items infused with natural spiritual energy, as the effects of spirit stones were rather mediocre. However, Yihan had yet to fully comprehend the nature of the Purple Cauldron, and he needed ample time to explore its intricacies, for he sensed that it was not as straightforward as it appeared. Nevertheless, Yihan did not implore Zhang Qingxuan to bring him body refining treasures, as he believed he had sufficiently progressed in his blood refining technique. Noticing a hint of hesitation on Yihan's face, Zhang Qingxuan explained, "Junior Brother Yi, I previously mentioned that while it is undoubtedly commendable for cultivators to prioritize their magical prowess, the resilience of the physical body is immensely beneficial for future battles, hunting demonic beasts, and overcoming challenges. You are still young. Pursuing both paths simultaneously would greatly advantage you." Pausing for emphasis, he earnestly continued, "Although the blood refining technique can strengthen your body, reaching the next level will necessitate the aid of body refining pills. Trust that your elder brother would never lead you astray." Yihan nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, brother. I shall diligently cultivate." After a moment's thought, he proactively added, "By the way, brother, I have some good news to share with you." Zhang Qingxuan regarded Yihan with curiosity. "What good news?" Yihan eagerly responded, "Not long after you left, I encountered Elder 7, who accepted me as a named disciple." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan gazed at Yihan in disbelief. "What? Elder 7 accepted you as a named disciple? It has been over a decade since he took on any disciples, even named ones." With a tone of envy, Zhang Qingxuan clapped Yihan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Your fortune is truly remarkable. With Elder 7 as your backing, you will be safe on the 7 Mysteries Peak. Very few disciples would dare to challenge you. This grants me much greater peace of mind as I venture into the dark forbidden lands." Yi Han scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful. I have no idea why Elder 7 took a liking to me. Perhaps he simply found me agreeable? In truth, Yi Han was genuinely perplexed as to why Elder 7 would accept him as a named disciple, considering he was a Golden Core Elder. Even Foundation establishment cultivators eagerly sought him as a master. Qingxuan laughed heartily. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed that you were extraordinary. I assumed you must be Elder 7's disciple, or else he would not have allowed you to cultivate in this cave abode, even if you exchanged it for Foundation establishment pills. Unintentionally spoken, these words struck a chord with Yi Han, reminding him of the peculiar expression on the owner's face when the fairy Qingfeng spoke of this cave abode. The 7th elder mentioned that part of the reason for accepting him as a disciple was due to the former master of this cave. Thus, Yi Han inquired, "By the way, Brother Zhang, who was the original owner of this cave?" He was indeed quite curious about this matter, partly because of the Qingfeng fairy, and partly because both the Qingfeng fairy and the 7th elder held a deep fondness for this master. Previously, he refrained from asking about Zhang Qingxuan, fearing that it might reveal inconsistencies in his understanding of his true feelings towards him. Now that he had become a registered disciple of the 7th elder, he felt assured that even Zhang Qingxuan would not dare to take any liberties with him. Zhang Qingxuan replied, "What I know is merely hearsay. This cave was once the training ground of the senior brother of 7 Xinyuan Peak, who was said to be the foremost among the 7 peaks of Qingxian Sect. Unfortunately, he fell in battle for reasons unknown, and the cave was reclaimed by the 7th elder, remaining unoccupied ever since." He continued, "I am not very clear on the specifics, as the senior brother had already perished by the time I entered the sect. I have only heard stories. When the senior brother was alive, 7 Xinyuan Peak was indeed the most prestigious among the 7 peaks. So it was only natural for him to treat the other brothers with such kindness." At this point, he turned to Yi Han and said, "I sincerely congratulate you, junior brother." Seeing the genuine happiness in Zhang Qingxuan's eyes, Yi Han felt a surge of joy. Just as Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, he was soon to participate in the Celestial Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone, which would require a lengthy absence. Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that participation in the Celestial Ascension Conference would take several months. During this time, no one would be there to guide Yi Han in his cultivation, which caused Zhang Qingxuan some concern. However, now that Yi Han was a registered disciple of the 7th elder, his status was no ordinary matter, alleviating any worries. Reflecting on this, Zhang Qingxuan said, "Junior brother Yi, I need to organize the items I've acquired before registering for the Celestial Ascension Conference. I will be entering seclusion now." Yi Han nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Zhang Qingxuan recalled something and added, "Oh, I bought you 3 blood escape talismans. In the future, should you encounter danger while hunting demons or seeking treasures, you can use them to escape. They are meant to protect your life. Remember, although these are quite expensive, your life is of greater importance. Use them when necessary." With that, he headed towards the training room. Yi Han nodded, choosing not to say more. Zhang Qingxuan did not disclose what he had purchased with the over 5,000 spirit stones, but considering the dangerous competition ahead, it was evident that he had acquired quite a number of items. It was no wonder Zhang Qingxuan placed such importance on this, almost exchanging all his snacks for treasures. After all, having one more life-saving item would increase his chances of survival. Yi Han harbored no resentment towards Zhang Qingxuan. He genuinely hoped that such a good senior brother would enjoy a long life. Should he ever find himself in need of Zhang Qingxuan's assistance, he was certain that he would lend a helping hand. This is the true essence of companionship in the realm of spiritual wealth and partnership. Yi Han opened the storage bag entrusted to him by Zhang Qingxuan, and with a flick of his consciousness, all the items were extracted. These treasures were valued at nearly 3,000 spirit stones, leaving Yi Han in a state of astonishment. Among them, the elixirs for refining qi were particularly noteworthy, comprising 3 varieties of superior, medium, and inferior grades. As he had anticipated, the refining qi elixir gifted to him by the fairy Qingfeng was indeed of superior quality. Upon comparison, it matched perfectly with the one he held. However, Zhang Qingxuan had procured only 5 of the superior grade refining qi elixirs. What intrigued Yi Han the most were the few blood escape talismans. He had encountered such talismans before, notably when the infamous Qin Mountain duo attempted to use them to evade capture. Their hesitation ultimately led to their downfall. Yi Han had seized the fleeting moment of their indecision. Yet, As he gazed upon the array of foundational spells, he discovered the very items he sought. Chapter 90. Fundamental Swordsmanship. Yuan, perusing through a collection of books and jade slips, picked up a manual detailing the practices of fundamental swordsmanship. Qingxuan, despite appearing somewhat simple-minded, was a considerate senior brother who genuinely cared for him. The reason he procured the Fundamental Swordsmanship Manual was likely to assist in mastering the use of the flying scale dagger. After all, while employing daggers, swords, and similar implements, mere manipulation techniques provide only basic offensive capabilities. However, when integrated with swordsmanship, the infusion of magical intent significantly amplifies the potency of the weapon's attacks. Furthermore, certain sword techniques necessitate specific magical implements. For instance, the Qingxuan sword technique, which achieves unparalleled might when paired with the appropriately forged Qingxuan sword. Of course, given Yuan's current novice level in swordsmanship, contemplating more advanced techniques would be premature. He promptly began to study the fundamental swordsmanship incantations and methodologies with meticulous attention, gradually unraveling the intricacies of the chants and cultivation methods. The fundamental swordsmanship was considerably simpler than the Qingxuan sword technique, and the associated techniques and chants fell well within his comprehension. Moreover, numerous specific sword expressions were thoroughly explained within the fundamental manual. For instance, within the Qingxuan sword technique, there exists a phrase, "The sword perceives, the spirit perceives the sword." Yuan found himself utterly perplexed by its meaning. In contrast, the fundamental swordsmanship elucidated the practice of sword perception, clarifying that perceiving the sword spirit did not refer to the sword's consciousness, but rather to the focused intent locking onto a target. Thus, Yuan's inability to grasp the Qingxuan sword technique stemmed primarily from the foundational concepts embedded within the fundamental swordsmanship. Moreover, the Qingxuan sword technique contained elements that corroborated the Qingxuan cultivation method. Indeed, the transition from non-existence to existence represents the most formidable challenge. Qingxuan could not easily bring forth his purple cauldron for the purpose of absorbing the essence of medicinal herbs within his abode, as he was preparing to depart for the Ascension conference in 3 days. Consequently, once he left, Yuan would be alone in the cave, and his subsequent actions would become less complicated. Despite Qingxuan's kindness, Yuan knew that revealing his most profound secrets to him was out of the question. Contemplating this, Yuan diligently refined the thorned ring while continuously practicing the fundamental swordsmanship. When exhaustion set in, he would delve into the basic spells that Qingxuan had brought back for him. These simple incantations were recorded, and, with his level of cultivation, he could grasp them after a few readings. However, mastering the application of these fundamental spells with finesse would require considerable time for practice and contemplation. With tireless diligence, he devoted himself to the rigorous study and training. In the blink of an eye, 3 days elapsed, and he had not once stepped outside the training chamber of Qingxuan. In the secluded chamber, Yuan was engaged in his cultivation, his fingers deftly dancing as a cold light flickered and darted through the air, obeying his commands. This ethereal radiance, a manifestation of his foundational sword technique, was being expertly controlled through the art of manipulating objects. Suddenly, the door to the training room creaked open, and Qingxuan emerged. Upon seeing Qingxuan, Yuan called out, "Senior brother Zhang, prepare yourself." With a swift motion, he formed a series of intricate hand seals and directed, "Go." The flying scale dagger whirled in the air, transforming into a brilliant arc of frost as it shot toward Qingxuan. Qingxuan's gaze sharpened. He quickly recited an incantation, his fingers shimmering with golden light as he pointed at the incoming dagger. With a resonant clang, the golden light struck the back of the dagger, causing it to wobble and veer off course. Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated that his dagger could be so easily deflected. Channeling his mana, he hastily formed more seals, commanding, "Return." The previously deflected dagger shivered with cold brilliance, reversing its trajectory and hurtling back towards Qingxuan with increased speed. Just as it seemed destined to strike, Qingxuan acted with remarkable swiftness, his body shifting slightly as he pointed once more. With another clang, the dagger was once again repelled. Undeterred, Yuan unleashed a flurry of mana, sending forth multiple arcs of cold light in relentless assault against Qingxuan. Yet, Each one was deftly countered and deflected by Zhang Qingxuan's golden-tinged fingers. While parrying Yi Han's controlled daggers, Zhang Qingxuan offered guidance. Junior brother Yi, you have made initial strides in your foundational sword technique. However, your consciousness and mana do not yet harmonize with the flying scale dagger during your attacks. Though your strikes are sharp, they lack true mastery. Pausing, he continued with a solemn expression, moreover, your swordplay lacks the intent to kill. I recommend that you seize opportunities to hunt wild beasts. As your skills grow, pursue the slaying of demonic creatures to enhance your combat proficiency. After exchanging blows for some time, it became apparent that Yi Han's cultivation level was markedly lower than Zhang Qingxuan's, rendering him unable to match his senior's prowess. However, under Zhang Qingxuan's practical instruction, Yi Han recognized several weaknesses that he could address in his future training. Following several exchanges, Yi Han demonstrated slight improvement in his swordplay. Eventually, Zhang Qingxuan halted, declaring, Junior brother Yi, I can no longer spar with you. I must register for the Ascension conference. Yi Han, retracting the flying scale dagger, an intermediate-grade magical weapon that still posed some challenge for him to control, as he had yet to fully refine it, responded, Senior brother Zhang, I wish you great success. I shall await your return here in Dongpu. Zhang Qingxuan instructed, in my absence, you must diligently practice, cultivate friendships, and seek guidance from your mentors. Such endeavors will undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. The path of a practitioner is not merely a solitary endeavor. After imparting this advice to Yi Han, Zhang Qingxuan took his leave. Watching Zhang Qingxuan's retreating figure, Yi Han's expression turned solemn. Regardless of Zhang Qingxuan's performance at the Immortal Ascension Conference, he had mentioned that it would take at least several months before he could return. However, with Zhang Qingxuan no longer in his cave abode, Yi Han could now utilize the purple cauldron to absorb the essence of those medicinal pills. Upon returning, Yi Han sealed his cave, activating the protective barriers, and retrieved the medicinal pills. He selected only the mid-grade and low-grade qi refining pills, along with 2 body refining pills to test. He was curious to see if, in addition to absorbing the qi refining pills, the body refining pills could also be absorbed. He placed the purple cauldron amidst these pills, eager to determine whether it could absorb their potency. Indeed, after a quarter of an hour, the purple cauldron began to swirl, initiating the absorption of the medicinal power contained within these pills. Yet, Yi Han soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Chapter 91. The Secrets of Qingniu Village. Yi Han clearly observed that the mid and low-grade qi refining pills emitted strands of spiritual light that surged into the purple cauldron. However, the 2 body refining pills on the other side exhibited no response whatsoever. This peculiarity puzzled Yi Han. Was it possible that the purple cauldron could not absorb just any kind of pill? Yet, during his previous encounter in the lair of the water dragon beast, he had combined all the pills seized from Zhang Sanlei and the 2 infamous Qingxuan, and they had all been absorbed without exception. Among those, several pills were evidently not meant for cultivating magical power, the purpose of which Yi Han was unaware. Nonetheless, the purple cauldron absorbed the essence of those pills entirely, leaving them devoid of medicinal properties, reduced to mere ashes. Yet, the 2 body refining pills remained utterly unresponsive. This left Yi Han perplexed. Was the purple cauldron incapable of absorbing the properties of these 2 body refining pills, or was there something amiss with the pills themselves? This time, he had placed 100 low-grade qi refining pills and 100 mid-grade qi refining pills within. The duration for the purple cauldron to absorb the medicinal potency was several times longer than when he extracted from the water dragon beast. Furthermore, akin to the 5 high-grade qi refining pills absorbed previously, the cauldron gradually transformed into a tangible form, its hue deepening significantly. It appeared that the influx of so many pills had indeed enriched the essence absorbed by the cauldron. As for the few high-grade qi refining pills and spirit stones, Yi Han deemed it unnecessary to extract them. The sheer quantity of pills absorbed by the cauldron would suffice for his cultivation for quite some time. His senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, had advised him to reserve high-grade qi refining pills for moments of breaking through bottlenecks, suggesting that it was preferable to utilize low and mid-grade pills for regular cultivation. He even recommended starting with low-grade pills to build a tolerance before advancing to mid-grade ones, and only consuming the latter after achieving the 8th layer of cultivation. However, Zhang Qingxuan was entirely unaware of Yi Han's possession of such a miraculous treasure as the purple cauldron. Little did he know that Yihan had utilized all these pills at once, leaving only 5 high-grade ones in the spirit stones. As for the spirit stones, Yihan felt it unnecessary for the cauldron to absorb them, as he could now move freely within the sect. The spirit stones would allow him to acquire a multitude of necessary items, such as cultivation techniques or other resources requiring spirit stones. Unlike before when he had to resort to tricking Jin Feng for just 2 spirit stones. It is worth mentioning that ever since Jin Feng was driven away by the Qingfeng fairy, he had not returned to trouble Yihan. This was indeed curious. Given Jin Feng's character and cultivation level, how could he possibly let Yihan off the hook? Perhaps that fellow had gone off to fulfill some task. Or maybe he was participating in the Immortal Ascension conference. Once the purple cauldron had absorbed the essence of these pills, it became evident that the 2 body refining pills had not diminished in potency. It appeared that the cauldron was incapable of absorbing the properties of these 2 pills. Thus, body refinement would have to be conducted through personal consumption of the pills. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan meticulously cleared away the remnants of the medicinal pills and stored the 2 qi refining pills, perplexed as to why the purple cauldron could not absorb their essence. In truth, there were many aspects of the purple cauldron that left him utterly bewildered. For instance, while most magical artifacts can be recognized by blood, Yihan had attempted this method, only to find that the blood he dripped upon it elicited no response, wasting a drop of his precious essence. It appeared that the purple cauldron could not be bound by blood. Moreover, he had initially harbored concerns that storing the purple cauldron alongside spirit stones or rare materials in his storage bag would lead it to absorb their energies. However, after deliberately placing several spirit stones in the same bag as the cauldron, he observed no such occurrence. He recalled that each time the cauldron was to absorb something, it required a waiting period of about 15 minutes before it began to draw in the essence of any medicinal pills he presented. This indicated that the cauldron would only absorb the properties of pills when they were placed outside. In summary, there remained numerous uncertainties regarding the purple cauldron. Only by truly understanding what kind of treasure the cauldron was and its origins could he hope to fully comprehend its significance. During this time, he also reminisced about the cave where he had discovered the cauldron. He vividly remembered the other treasures found there, a piece of silk, 20 taels of silver, and the Qingxuan token. The silk had been taken by Mr. Lan Qing, whose demeanor suggested that the fabric was of extraordinary value. Otherwise, how could a cultivator like Mr. Lan Qing regard it with such reverence? However, he speculated about Mr. Lan Qing's cultivation level, concluding that he was certainly not a mere qi refining stage practitioner. Furthermore, the fairy Qingfeng had also visited Qingniu village, causing Mr. Lan Qing to retreat. This indicated that Mr. Lan Qing's prowess might be slightly inferior to that of Qingfeng, or perhaps they were of comparable strength. The reason for his retreat seemed to stem from a desire to avoid being discovered in Qingniu village. Yihan felt that his discovery of the purple cauldron was not entirely coincidental. After all, the cauldron had transformed into stone and emitted no aura, yet Mr. Lan Qing had overlooked it. He surmised that Mr. Lan Qing had been entirely captivated by the silk, neglecting the cauldron. Yihan believed that his finding of the purple cauldron was no mere happenstance, especially considering the presence of such a formidable beast in the small Qingniu village. He estimated it to be at least a 4th-tier creature, certainly far more potent than the waterflood beast, given its significantly larger size. Moreover, the presence of 2 foundation-building practitioners in this humble village, along with the discovery of the Qingxuan token in the cave, served as compelling evidence of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding this locale. The previous owner of this purple cauldron was likely a disciple of the Qingxuan sect, or perhaps a cultivator closely associated with it. Otherwise, it is unlikely that a Qingxuan token would have been discovered in his possession. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of such formidable demonic beasts and cultivators in Qingniu village is indeed peculiar. Perhaps the village harbors some hidden secrets. Regrettably, he cannot return at this moment, but he hopes to revisit when the opportunity arises. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan increasingly felt the urgency of keeping this purple cauldron hidden from the cultivators of the Qingxian sect. It is conceivable that this cauldron may originally have belonged to them. If they were to uncover it, he would be utterly unable to provide an explanation when the senior elders and the sect leaders sought accountability. With the purple cauldron safely stored away, Yihan resolved to elevate his cultivation further. He entered the training chamber, retrieved his guiding artifact, and placed it before him, commencing his practice. He wondered what level of mastery he could achieve this time through the utilization of the purple cauldron in his cultivation. Chapter 92. Reunion with Han Yuan. Yi Han slowly opened his eyes, sensing his cultivation and revealing a hint of disappointment in his gaze. He then picked up the purple cauldron, noticing that it remained unchanged from his meditative state. It still possessed the texture of stone. His cultivation had also shown no signs of improvement. This indicated that during this session, he had failed to absorb any essence from the purple cauldron, merely practicing the Qingxuan technique for a couple of hours. This was the first time Yi Han encountered such a situation. He pondered over it, sighing as he stood up. This time, the purple cauldron had not aided in enhancing his cultivation, and he faced two pressing issues. Why could he not absorb the body-refining elixir? And why was he unable to draw upon the cauldron's essence? Could it be that he was experiencing a so-called bottleneck? Furrowing his brows, Yi Han examined the purple cauldron in his hands, contemplating deeply. If the issue did not lie with the cauldron, then it must be within himself. After all, his cultivation level at Qingxuan Peak was merely intermediate. As a registered disciple of the seventh elder, remaining stuck at such a low level would make it exceedingly difficult for him to become an official disciple, let alone achieve the status of a true disciple like Qingfeng Fairy. He recalled the first time he met Zhang Qingxuan, who mentioned that he had been stuck at the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage for over 6 months. Zhang Qingxuan later broke through to the 11th level after comprehending the techniques of the Qingxian method and benefiting from the abundant spiritual energy in Yi Han's cave abode. This illustrated that when cultivators encountered a bottleneck, consuming elixirs often proved ineffective for breakthroughs. Although practicing with the purple cauldron differed from taking elixirs, absorbing its essence should yield similar effects, merely omitting the refining step. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in whether he was facing a bottleneck due to the inadequacy of his foundational techniques or if there were issues with his physical body, a question he could not yet answer. After all, Yi Han was not a seasoned cultivator with extensive experience in refining. Nevertheless, he felt reassured. As a registered disciple of the seventh elder, he no longer needed to be overly cautious of other disciples seeking to encroach upon his cave. Thus, Yi Han resolved to visit the library. On one hand, he aimed to accumulate the knowledge necessary for cultivators, familiarizing himself with rare materials, magical beasts, and cultivation insights. On the other hand, he hoped that through extensive reading, he might discover a way to break through his bottleneck. Furthermore, he intended to consume body-refining elixirs, as his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had advised him to strengthen his physique, emphasizing that a robust body greatly benefited cultivators in overcoming bottlenecks and engaging in combat. Given that he was currently facing a challenging breakthrough, Yi Han wasted no time and proceeded directly to the library. Once again, Yi Han made his way to the scripture pavilion, entering an area filled with spirit stones. This time, the disciple on guard greeted him not merely with politeness, but with a remarkable respect, essentially inviting him in with deference. Perhaps this individual had become aware of Yi Han's true identity. At Qingxuan Peak, the secrets among many cultivators are hardly concealed, especially regarding the Peak Master's registered disciples. It is noteworthy that the formal acceptance of a disciple by the Peak Master necessitates a ceremony, with fellow disciples coming to congratulate and present gifts. Thus, the acceptance of a disciple by the Peak Master is indeed a significant affair. Although Yi Han was merely a registered disciple, his association with the esteemed Peak Master, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, afforded him a status far beyond that of an ordinary disciple. While he may not hold the esteemed position of a true disciple, being recognized as a registered disciple by such a formidable figure highlights his exceptional nature. In the realm of cultivation, where strength commands respect, none would dare to offend Yi Han. Observing the drastic shift in the guard's demeanor, Yi Han remained unfazed, responding courteously, which in turn relieved the disciple. This time, Yi Han had brought food to the scripture pavilion, determined not to repeat his previous experience of being engrossed in reading only to be interrupted by hunger. A true bibliophile, he had endured considerable hardship in Qingniu village, laboring tirelessly for Mr. Lanqing just to access a few books. Now, with the opportunity to read these precious texts for free, he was resolute in cherishing this rare chance. Regrettably, despite the vast collection of books in the pavilion, few individuals truly utilized the space for reading. This visit differed from the last, as he noticed several cultivators present this time, whereas previously, he had encountered none. Cultivators are keen to conserve their spirit stones, reluctant to squander them in a place of study. Only someone like Yuan, who could read without charge, would indulge in such lengthy stays. Indeed, within just 3 hours, he observed the other disciples departing. However, Yuan paid little heed, engrossed in the books before him. Initially, he sought out texts pertinent to cultivators or those he deemed necessary, but eventually, he lost track, merely selecting one book after another with unwavering focus. It is worth mentioning that prior to his cultivation, Yuan possessed an extraordinary memory, adept at summarizing and learning. He could digest the contents of a book after reading it 2 or 3 times. Now, having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, he discovered that his memory and comprehension had improved significantly. Furthermore, his keen eyesight and heightened senses allowed him to swiftly peruse through books, retaining nearly everything he encountered. While some texts remained challenging to fully grasp, the majority consisted of travelogues, works by renowned literary figures, and other classic masterpieces. As long as he finishes reading these, he does not need to spend much time digesting and memorizing them. He now resembles a mouse that has fallen into a rice jar, completely immersed in the ocean of books. The more he reads, the more captivated he becomes, utterly reluctant to leave the library. To read 10,000 books is to travel 10,000 miles. In just a brief span of half a month, Yuan has perused over 10,000 tomes. However, he is compelled to venture out, for his provisions have been exhausted. When hunger drives him, he has no choice but to exit the library. Upon stepping outside, he encounters an acquaintance, Han Yuan from the Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Yuan, she exclaims with delight, "Junior brother Yi, it is truly wonderful to see you." Yuan nods in acknowledgement and responds, "Greetings, senior sister Han. What a coincidence to meet you here. Are you here to read as well? Or are you in search of cultivation manuals?" Han Yuan, however, shakes her head and replies, "Neither. Junior brother Yi, I have come to find you." Taken aback by her words, Yuan looks at her with a puzzled expression and asks, "Find me? Is there something amiss?" To which Han Yuan gazes at him in astonishment and responds, Junior brother Yi, your cultivation has already advanced." Chapter 93. Invitation to slay demons. Yuan initially believed it to be mere coincidence that he encountered Han Yuan here. He certainly did not expect her to have come seeking him personally. Could it be? Their acquaintance was but superficial, and although she had shown him great warmth, inviting him multiple times to discuss cultivation insights, he had not sought her out again. Was his identity as the 7th Elder's disciple truly that influential? However, upon her inquiry, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After spending a lengthy period immersed in reading, he had grown somewhat fatigued and had not even realized that he had advanced from the peak of the 7th level of Qi refining to the 8th level. When did this breakthrough occur? How was he unaware of it? He was quite astonished that while perusing books in the library, he had inadvertently ascended to the 8th level of Qi refining. What a delightful surprise! Despite his inability to absorb the essence of the purple cauldron, he had nonetheless made progress through reading. Yet, Han Yuan had discerned this at a glance. Still, he felt little about this revelation, for he believed his greatest achievement lay in the profound understanding he had gained about the world of cultivators after reading so extensively. Henceforth, he would not venture forth like a blind man, oblivious to everything around him. Noticing the peculiar expression on Yuan's face, Han Yuan graciously suggested, "Junior brother Yi, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Shall we find another location?" Indeed, many disciples frequently entered and exited the library, and Han Yuan, known as the celestial maiden Yuan, was strikingly beautiful, drawing attention wherever she stood. Numerous disciples cast envious glances at the two of them as they conversed. Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, Han Yuan led him out of the library, only to encounter a familiar face upon exiting. Yi Lingji walked in. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing Han Yuan and Yuan together, she promptly greeted them with respect. "Greetings, senior sister Han. Senior brother Yi." In the realm of cultivators, strength commanded respect, and it was entirely natural for Yi Lingji to acknowledge Han Yuan, whose prowess far exceeded her own. However, Yi Lingji's gaze lingered on Yuan, pondering how he had come to walk alongside the celestial maiden Yuan. Han Yuan nodded but offered no response. Yuan smiled and greeted her. "Hello, senior sister Yi." Yi Lingji returned the gesture, albeit with a heavy heart as she watched Han Yuan lead Yuan away, their figures gradually fading from sight. After all, that was the celestial maiden Yuan, and Yi Han was merely the seventh elder's named disciple. What was she in comparison? Han Yuan directly escorted Yi Han to the treasure pavilion, guiding him to a secluded chamber within, where she prepared a pot of spiritual tea for him. Upon taking a sip of this so-called spiritual tea, Yi Han was met with an infusion of spiritual energy, a soothing and comforting sensation. Although he had never tasted tea before, he instinctively felt that this tea surpassed any earthly beverage. However, observing Han Yuan's polite demeanor towards him and her initiative to wait for him outside the library, it was evident that her intentions were not merely to invite him for a discussion on cultivation insights. Thus, Yi Han took the initiative to inquire, "Senior Sister Han, since you have chosen to wait for me, might I ask what matter you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing his question, Han Yuan sighed and replied, "If there were any other means, I would not have sought out my junior brother. This matter may indeed be one only you can assist me with." At her words, Yi Han felt an impulse to flee. Han Yuan's cultivation level was at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, far surpassing his own. Even though she seemed to lag behind senior brother Zhang Qingxuan significantly, he was reluctant to involve himself in her troublesome affairs, as he was hardly idle himself. It was impossible for him to offer assistance. Moreover, if she was seeking his help to locate Elder Qi, that was an even greater impossibility, as he had no knowledge of the elder's whereabouts. Nonetheless, he replied, "Senior sister, perhaps you could clarify our relationship? If there is any way I can be of assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost to help." Despite his words, he silently added a caveat. "This seems exceedingly difficult and perilous. Please do not count on me." Han Yuan regarded Yi Han thoughtfully, finding him quite amenable, and then said, "Actually, I wish to enlist your help in completing a task to eliminate a demon." Upon hearing this, Yi Han responded immediately, "Senior sister, although I am a disciple of Elder Qi, my cultivation is vastly inferior to yours. How could I possibly assist you?" Noticing Yi Han's swift refusal, Han Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. "Yi junior brother, if you could lend me your assistance, I assure you that you will not be neglected. In truth, only you can aid me in this matter." Yi Han felt increasingly reluctant to involve himself, yet he could not afford to tarnish Elder Qi's reputation. He suddenly recognized his status as a disciple of a high-ranking elder, which necessitated maintaining his master's dignity. Thus, he directly asked, "Then, senior sister, please tell me what the matter is. Without understanding the specifics, I cannot agree to assist you." Han Yuan, sensing Yi Han's hesitance, felt a twinge of displeasure. She had already extended considerable courtesy by waiting for him at the library's entrance, yet he remained evasive. However, she was acutely aware that only Yi Han could provide the help she needed. Certainly, she could seek assistance from higher-tier Foundation establishment cultivators, but the cost of such aid was significant, and there were those who might harbor ulterior motives. How could she approach Foundation establishment cultivators? Thus, Han Yuan continued, "Yi junior brother, my requirements for your cultivation level are not particularly high. I primarily wish to request your assistance in utilizing the Thorn Hand Ring to hunt a soil-type demon." Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yi Han understood. His recent studies in the library had not been in vain. The Thorn Hand Ring was a high-quality wood-type artifact, and according to the principles of the 5 elements, wood overcomes earth. Employing the Thorn Hand Ring against a soil-type demon was indeed a clever strategy. However, he had certainly witnessed the perils of hunting demonic beasts. With his current level of cultivation, he felt somewhat confident in dealing with ordinary earth-type demonic creatures. Yet, how could he contend with one that even Han Yuan, who was at the 12th layer of Qi refinement, could not handle? Venturing forth alone could indeed pose a significant threat. His senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, had always cautioned him that survival was the true victory for cultivators. Otherwise, how could one attain immortality? Yi Han responded directly, "Sister Han, I cannot assist you with this endeavor, as I have yet to refine the thorned ring." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yuan, with urgency in her voice, interjected, "Junior brother Yi, you are overthinking this. The demonic beast I intend to confront is merely a first-tier creature, albeit one that possesses the ability to burrow through the earth. If we do not confine it, it will continuously evade capture." Her eyes sparkled with determination as she gazed at Yi Han, adding, "Your thorned ring is precisely its nemesis, which is why I am requesting your assistance." This obstinate Yi Han was truly difficult to engage with. Chapter 94. The excuse to decline. Yi Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Han Yuan sought him out to contend with the demonic beasts. and that she required his exquisite thorned ring for assistance. While it is prudent to conceal one's wealth and treasures, he could not overlook the fact that it was Han Yuan who had aided him in selecting the thorned ring previously. This led him to suspect that her intention was premeditated, compelling him to assist her in vanquishing some Earth-type demonic creature. Ultimately, he resolved to decline her request, as he bore no obligation to assist her in slaying demonic beasts. With this in mind, Yi Han spoke, "Senior Sister Han, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, although the thorned ring is in my possession, I have yet to fully refine it. How, then, could I possibly aid you?" This was, of course, a feigned excuse to reject her. Yi Han had indeed been refining the thorned ring. While he had not completely succeeded, he had managed to refine it to a considerable degree. The process of refining a treasure involves acknowledging ownership with one's blood, keeping it close to one's heart, and continuously employing one's consciousness and magical energy to refine it. Once one has fully mastered the formations within the artifact, the refinement is deemed complete. Thus, while perusing the books in the library, he had discreetly kept several artifacts close to him for gradual refinement. The library was sparsely populated, and the array within prevented cultivators from scanning one another's possessions with their consciousness. This technique had come to his attention when he fortuitously discovered a tome authored by a fellow cultivator, which detailed methods for refining treasures at any time. Although this approach was less efficient compared to dedicated refinement, it allowed him to remain productive. Presently, he had refined more than half of his artifacts, resulting in diminished magical energy consumption and enhanced potency. Naturally, he would never divulge this to Han Yuan, no matter how enchanting she appeared or how warmly she treated him. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Han Yuan's expression shifted to one of disappointment, furrowing her brow as she queried, "Junior brother Yi, how is it that, after all this time, you have yet to refine the artifact?" Indeed, the thorned ring had been in Yi Han's possession for nearly 20 days. Logically, it should have been sufficiently refined by now. Yet Yi Han insisted that he had not yet refined the thorned ring. Such a declaration was hard to believe. Yi Han calmly replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I have been occupied with the refinement of other artifacts and have not had the time to focus on the thorned ring." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan gazed at him in astonishment. One must understand that the thorned ring was a superior artifact, and the fact that Yi Han was refining other artifacts instead was perplexing. In her own extensive training, she possessed only 2 superior artifacts. How could Yi Han have amassed such treasures that he lacked the time to refine the thorned ring? However, a glimmer of excitement crossed her face as she inquired, "Then, Junior brother Yi, do you possess any other treasures capable of ensnaring Earth-type demonic beasts?" Yi Han replied with a knowing smile, "Senior Sister Han, your question seems to venture into the realm of the excessive. Indeed, one cannot simply disclose the treasures they possess." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan felt an even stronger inclination to invite Yi Han to assist her. It was no wonder that this young man had been taken as a disciple by the 7th elder, for his cunning and vigilance surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Thus, Han Yuan continued, "Very well, Junior brother Yi, allow me to be forthright with you. Are you aware of the Immortal Ascension Conference?" Yi Han found it peculiar that she had abruptly shifted the topic to the conference. What could be her motive? However, as she brought up the Immortal Ascension Conference, he scrutinized her closely. Her cultivation appeared to be at the 11th or 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, as her aura was akin to that of Zhang Qingxuan. Furthermore, her cultivation was remarkably stable. Having reached that level, she was evidently preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Logically, Han Yuan should also participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference, as the opening of the Dark Forbidden Zone occurred once every 5 years. Should she miss this opportunity, she would have to wait another 5 years. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxuan would not have hastily exchanged all his spirit stones for treasures to attend the conference. The Dark Forbidden Zone presented the greatest opportunity to acquire foundation establishment pills, although there were alternative methods to obtain such pills, such as completing special tasks within the sect or having influential connections. For instance, when Yi Han presented the Qingxuan token at the Qingxuan sect, he too received a foundation establishment pill. Yet, he had exchanged that pill with the 7th elder for a cave dwelling. This thought struck him as curious. Had it not been said that the 7th elder had not taken a disciple in over a decade? The elder claimed the need for a foundation establishment pill was solely for one disciple. Yet Yi Han had only recently learned of the elder's prolonged hiatus from accepting disciples. Could it be that the seventh elder was merely attempting to provoke the fifth elder? There must be some underlying animosity between them. Otherwise, why would the fifth elder target Zhang Sanlei and his companions? It was quite embarrassing for a golden core elder to trouble a mere mortal, suggesting that deeper secrets were at play. With a quizzical expression, Yi Han inquired, "Sister Han, why did you not participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference?" Han Yuan's expression grew solemn as she replied with a wry smile. "To be candid, junior brother, I fear attending the Immortal Ascension Conference. The Dark Forbidden Zone is a collaborative event among several sects, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. One must contend with murder and deception. With so many disciples participating, it would be quite fortunate to emerge with one's life intact." Upon hearing this, Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder Zhang Qingxuan wished to convert so many spirit stones into life-preserving and combat-enhancing treasures. The dangers of the Dark Forbidden Zone were evidently grave. With a survival rate of merely 20 to 30%, would Zhang Qingxuan truly be able to survive? Observing the shift in Yi Han's demeanor, Han Yuan earnestly continued, "Junior brother Yi, in fact, I am on the verge of completing a special task for our sect, having accomplished nearly 90% of it. The remaining challenge is to hunt down a unique Earth-type demon beast. Should I succeed, I will be rewarded with a Foundation Establishment pill." With a sorrowful expression, she looked at Yi Han and said, "Junior brother, I have never asked anyone for assistance in my endeavors, but I implore you to help me this once. If I successfully obtain the Foundation Establishment pill, I promise to repay you." As she spoke, Han Yuan subtly leaned closer to Yi Han, a delightful fragrance wafting towards him. Unfortunately, Yi Han was entirely uninterested in matters of romance. Despite her lengthy entreaty, she had yet to offer him any tangible benefit. Presently, he lacked neither spirit stones nor cultivation resources, nor did he require any additional techniques, rendering the risk unnecessary. Senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had once remarked that cultivators should prioritize their own safety. Survival is paramount. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Sister Han, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. As I mentioned earlier, I have yet to refine the thorned ring." Seeing that Yi Han was completely unyielding, Han Yuan had no choice but to propose, "Junior brother Yi, if you assist me, I possess a secret technique that I can offer in exchange." Chapter 95. Bargaining. At this moment, Han Yuan unexpectedly proposed to offer a secret technique as compensation for assistance. This so-called secret technique refers to a rather unique form of celestial magic, which encompasses a multitude of effects, such as enhancing spiritual perception, amplifying the five senses, boosting vitality, and even materializing forms. These interpretations of secret techniques were gleaned by Yi Han during his studies in the library. Notably, the blood refinement technique imparted to him by his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, is also a type of secret technique specifically aimed at refining vitality and fortifying the physical body. Although Han Yuan's sudden mention of using a secret technique as remuneration piqued Yi Han's curiosity, he remained largely unfazed. After all, he was already occupied with numerous spells and techniques that required his attention, leaving little room for the study of secret techniques. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of what secret technique Han Yuan might present. Thus, Yi Han inquired, "Senior Sister Han, what secret technique do you intend to exchange with me?" With determination, Han Yuan replied, "This particular secret technique was obtained from an ancient secret realm. It holds special significance for the utilization and refinement of magical artifacts. To put it simply, once you successfully cultivate this technique, the power of any artifact you wield will increase substantially, while also significantly reducing mana consumption. Most importantly, when refining artifacts, it will expedite the process and create unique imprints." At this juncture, Han Yuan gazed deeply into Yi Han's eyes and continued, "Junior brother Yi, I understand you are not lacking in treasures, techniques, or elixirs. This secret technique is the only offering I can provide." Indeed, Han Yuan believed that Yi Han must possess an extraordinary background, as he was undoubtedly well equipped with magical artifacts and elixirs. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qi. Furthermore, Yi Han had yet to find time to refine even high-quality artifacts like the Thorn Ring. Han Yuan could not offer anything better than the Thorn Ring to entice him. Moreover, she too had a pressing need for magical artifacts and elixirs, making the secret technique a viable option for both parties, as it would incur no loss to her. Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yi Han felt a surge of interest. During his recent studies, he had come to realize that such secret techniques are rare and precious. Additionally, he had several magical artifacts that he lacked the time to refine. The crux of the matter was not merely the time required for refinement, but also the limited power he could unleash with his current cultivation level. If he were to cultivate some secret techniques, he would gain a significant advantage when contending against peers of the same realm. Moreover, he possessed life-saving treasures such as the Blood Escape Talisman and the Cold Iron Shield, both of which offered commendable defense. However, relying solely on these resources felt inadequate to Yi Han, as he was woefully limited in combat spells. With only the Thorn Ring and the rudimentary swordplay of the Flying Scale Dagger at his disposal, should Han Yuan harbor ill intentions, he would find himself defenseless, a situation he found quite concerning. Though his heart was stirred, he remained hesitant. Han Yuan spoke at length, observing Yi Han's indecision, which made her feel somewhat anxious. After all, if she could seek assistance elsewhere, she would not have turned to Yi Han. Thus, Han Yuan took the initiative to say, "Junior brother Yi, if you agree to assist your senior sister, I shall impart the secret technique to you and grant you a month to refine the Thorned Ring. What do you say?" Yi Han appeared impervious to her efforts. Despite her generous offer and the exquisite tea she provided, even a subtle temptation had elicited no response. She began to doubt her own allure. After all, she was the esteemed Yuan fairy of the 7 mystic peaks. Reluctantly, she decided to reveal her treasured secret technique in hopes of swaying Yi Han. Upon hearing her words, Yi Han nodded in acknowledgement. Since senior sister has gone to such lengths and shown such sincerity, it would be remiss of me not to assist. However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. But a month may be insufficient. How about 2 months instead? When Han Yuan proposed a month for him to refine the Thorned Ring and practice the secret technique, Yi Han felt inclined to agree, for he believed the technique she spoke of indeed possessed such capabilities. More than a month would suffice for him to fully refine the Thorned Ring, and even allow him to refine 3 flying scale daggers and cultivate the Qingxuan sword technique, thereby granting him a measure of self-defense. Upon hearing Yi Han suggest 2 months, Han Yuan shook her head. 2 months will not do. That exceeds my deadline for completing the task. 1.5 months. Junior brother, I can only wait for you for 1.5 months. After a brief pause, she continued, Junior brother, with my secret technique and the Thorn Ring, you will surely be able to refine 1/3 of it. That will be sufficient. Yi Han had been negotiating with Han Yuan for quite some time, primarily to ascertain whether she genuinely required his assistance in slaying the Earth-type beasts, lest there be ulterior motives. If so, he would be walking into a trap. As the conditions continued to evolve, Han Yuan's insistence on his help indicated her urgency, suggesting that he was indeed her only hope, and that no better alternatives existed. Otherwise, Han Yuan would have undoubtedly ceased discussing the matter. However, he did not believe that Han Yuan would dare entertain any nefarious intentions toward a named disciple of Elder Qi, such as the advantage of having a powerful backing. Yet, Han Yuan remained unaware that his Thorned Ring had already undergone significant transformation. He had been engrossed in reading at the library rather than devoting time to cultivating his immortal techniques. Most would focus all their efforts on the coveted techniques they yearned for. Nonetheless, Yi Han understood that sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. He recognized the limitations of his understanding regarding the myriad aspects of cultivation, and that blindly attempting to practice any immortal technique would yield no fruitful results. Therefore, he resolved to first bolster his knowledge and experiences related to cultivation before putting them into practice, ensuring greater efficiency in his endeavors. Thus, Yi Han nodded in agreement, saying, All right, senior sister Han, let's make it 1.5 months. Han Yuan then inquired, By the way, where do you reside, junior brother Yi? I would like to visit you. Yi Han replied, I dwell in the cave located before the cliff of Qingxuan Peak. Unbeknownst to him, his casual words caught the attention of Han Yuan, who was taken aback and gazed at Yi Han in disbelief, exclaiming, Junior brother Yi, you actually possess a cave dwelling? Indeed, it was astonishing that Yi Han, merely a practitioner in the Qi refining stage, had acquired such a residence. Moreover, it was likely the cave that originally belonged to the elder brother. It seemed that Elder Qian truly held Yi Han in high regard. Upon hearing this, Yi Han realized that Han Yuan was likely unaware of his exchange with Elder Qian regarding the cave dwelling, which spared him the need for explanation. Han Yuan then took the initiative to say, Junior brother Yi, Allow me to present you with the secret technique." As she spoke, she elegantly turned her palm, revealing a jade slip that she graciously offered to Yi Han. Chapter 96. Gaining ground. Observing the jade slip in Han Yuan's hand, Yi Han refrained from taking it. Instead, he calmly addressed her, "Sister Han, are you truly willing to bestow this secret method upon me? What if I have a change of heart and do not assist you?" Han Yuan smiled and replied, "I trust in the character of the peak master's disciple. I also believe that junior brother Yi is not that kind of person." With that, she placed the secret method before Yi Han, adding, "After all, you are a close friend of brother Zhang Qingxuan. I have great faith in you." Continuing, she elaborated, "This secret method is the art of refining treasures, which I obtained through a serendipitous encounter in an ancient land. It has granted me considerable benefits. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete that task." As she spoke, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed her eyes. Although the secret method could be replicated, sharing it with others posed a slight threat to her. However, considering Yi Han was a disciple of the peak master, albeit a nominal one, she believed he would eventually become a formal disciple of the peak master, a being of greater cultivation than herself. Thus, cultivating a good relationship with such a peer was indeed necessary. Yi Han was surprised to learn that Han Yuan was aware of his friendship with brother Zhang Qingxuan, indicating that the latter had a commendable reputation at Qingxuan Peak. By association, it seemed Yi Han had also gained a favorable standing. Nevertheless, acquiring this art of refining treasures felt like a worthwhile exchange. Yi Han understood that Han Yuan's eagerness to befriend him stemmed from her desire to enlist his aid against the Earth-type beast using his thorn hand ring. Additionally, she recognized his connection to Elder Qi. However, he was puzzled as to why she mentioned brother Zhang Qingxuan. Yi Han then looked at Han Yuan and said, "Sister Han, since you have already mastered this art of refining treasures, would you be so kind as to share your insights on its cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Han Yuan, who had been smiling, furrowed her brow, visibly displeased. Yi Han was indeed pushing his luck. Despite her humble entreaties and efforts to please him, he remained unyielding. She had already presented the art of refining treasures and granted him a month and a half to refine the thorn hand ring. Yet he still sought further explanations on the cultivation techniques. It was essential to note that secret methods derived from ancient lands required immense effort to comprehend and cultivate. Countless books had to be perused, various techniques explored, and numerous detours navigated, consuming untold energy before one could ultimately succeed. Yet Yi Han casually requested her to impart the cultivation insights of the art of refining treasures to him. Was he expecting her to teach him this method step by step? The notion left Han Yuan feeling greatly disadvantaged. She had previously believed him to be akin to brother Zhang Qingxuan, a relatively straightforward and honorable peer. As a result, this fellow proved to be exceptionally astute, seizing every opportunity for advantage. Thus, Han Yuan remarked, "Junior brother Yi, I have already imparted the essence of this treasure-refining technique to you. Given your innate understanding and intelligence, I believe you will master it swiftly without my further elaboration." Upon hearing this, Yi Han casually picked up the jade slip, playing with it in his hands, and replied, "Senior Sister Han, I am indeed considering your interests. I must confess, I am rather slow-witted. Despite a month and a half, I have yet to successfully cultivate this treasure-refining technique. Wouldn't that delay the refinement of the thorny ring? It is well known that receiving guidance from someone experienced significantly accelerates one's understanding compared to solitary study." However, while reading, Yi Han had come across some cultivation insights shared by various practitioners. Many cultivators engage in the exchange of experiences with their peers, which generally enhances their cultivation speed and resolves issues encountered during practice. Moreover, the importance of having a mentor cannot be overstated. The guidance of an advanced practitioner is invaluable compared to the arduous path of self-study. Yi Han's previous request for guidance from Zhang Qingxuan had serendipitously set him on the right course, saving him from many detours. Of course, it was primarily Han Yuan's urgency that mattered, not his own. If he could take advantage of the situation, he would, regardless of her displeasure. In any case, Han Yuan had already practiced this treasure-refining technique. He need not invest time in re-exploration. Han Yuan gazed deeply at Yi Han and expressed, "Junior brother Yi, from the very first moment I met you, I sense that you are a cultivator of immense potential." With a sigh, she continued, "Never mind. Senior sister will explain this treasure-refining technique to you once more, hoping you might assist me greatly in return." Yi Han, of course, discerned the discontent woven within her words, implying he was too cunning, taking advantage of her generosity. But why would he refrain from seizing an opportunity? It was Zhang Qingxuan, not he, who would do so. Subsequently, Han Yuan had Yi Han review the treasure refining technique, committing it to memory, after which she meticulously recounted the incantations and insights in detail. Yi Han, unreserved, immediately inquired about anything unclear, leading Han Yuan to elaborate exhaustively. She felt that even a master teaching a disciple would not have provided such thorough instruction. Under such circumstances, if Yi Han could not grasp the treasure refining technique, it would surely be a matter of utmost absurdity. The two remained in the inner hall for 2 to 3 hours, and once Yi Han had no further questions regarding the technique, he took his leave. Notably, Yi Han had also consumed the entire pot of spirit tea that Han Yuan had brewed, leaving her in a state of vexation. The tea was quite precious, one she had been reluctant to indulge in, yet it was entirely finished by that young rascal. However, she ultimately succeeded in sending Yi Han out of the treasure vault. Observing the illustrious ice mountain beauty, the enchanting Yuan, unexpectedly escorting a young and unfamiliar cultivator out of the treasure pavilion. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. However, a well-informed individual remarked that this was none other than Yi Han, the newly accepted disciple of the Peak Master, prompting the others to finally grasp the situation. No wonder Yuan treated Yi Han with such courtesy and deference. He was indeed a disciple of the Peak Master. It evoked feelings of envy and resentment, as many wondered why fortune had not smiled upon them in the same manner to be chosen as a disciple by the Peak Master. Upon leaving the treasure pavilion, Yi Han, having savored a pot of spiritual tea, found himself no longer hungry. Nonetheless, he decided to procure some food. With spiritual stones now at his disposal, his meals had improved significantly compared to before, consisting of delectable beast meats and spiritual fruits, both delicious and beneficial for enhancing his physical cultivation. As Yuan had explained the treasure refining technique in such detail, he felt as though he had mastered it, leaving only the practice to determine whether this technique was truly as effective as claimed. Chapter 97. The Art of Refining Treasures. Yi Han sat cross-legged in the training chamber, surrounded by a swirling array of treasures. All of his magical artifacts floated gracefully in the air, orbiting his figure in a slow, mesmerizing dance. As these treasures rotated, Yi Han recited an intricate and esoteric incantation, his fingers deftly performing the necessary gestures. Each time an artifact passed before him, he swiftly executed the ritual, infusing it with a radiant essence of the treasure refining technique. Indeed, after 5 days of deep contemplation and practice, Yi Han had successfully mastered the rudimentary aspects of the treasure refining technique. As expected, this technique was as Han Yuan had described, a method that expedited the refinement of treasures while embedding them with a unique magical seal, allowing cultivators to enhance the power of these artifacts and reduce the mana required for their usage. More importantly, it would create a distinctive spiritual imprint, making it exceedingly difficult for the treasures to slip from the cultivator's grasp. Should another cultivator acquire them inadvertently, erasing this spiritual mark would prove to be a formidable challenge, unless the rival's cultivation level surpassed his by a significant margin. For instance, when Yi Han and Zhang Qingxuan vanquished Zhang Samlei and his companions in the Black Demon Forest, they obtained the treasures that bore their spiritual imprints. Zhang Qingxuan could effortlessly dispel these marks, but due to his formidable cultivation, he could not entirely eliminate the lingering aura and imprint. Thus, Yi Han was left to gradually refine them. Moreover, during the transformation process, synchronizing his own essence with the blood oath and the magical artifacts required an extensive period of refinement. Only by truly assimilating a portion of the artifacts could their full potential be unleashed. However, the treasure refining technique was not without its drawbacks. The mana consumption during the refinement process was significantly greater than that of standard practices, and it necessitated the continual application of the technique's incantations into the treasures. Without this, the special refining imprints could not manifest. Only upon establishing these unique imprints could cultivators refine the treasures more swiftly, enhance their potency, and create special spiritual marks that would render the artifacts difficult for others to wield, even if they were seized. At first glance, this may seem like a somewhat trivial ability, but it is far from it. It is crucial to understand that in battles among cultivators, The control of magical artifacts relies on spiritual power, utilizing spells to unleash their might. Similarly, when artifacts clash, both party spiritual energies endure a certain degree of impact. For instance, during the duel between Zhang Qingxuan and the two notorious villains, although they did not directly engage, when Zhang Qingxuan destroyed their malevolent artifact, the two villains were also injured. This was due to the damage inflicted on their spiritual energies, which can be immensely detrimental to cultivators. However, although the treasure refining technique consumes an immense amount of magical energy during the process of refining treasures and imprinting them with spiritual consciousness, given Yihan's current cultivation level at the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage, he would typically exhaust his magical energy after refining a single treasure within 3 to 4 hours. The reason he is able to continuously refine all the treasures now is due to his utilization of the Purple Cauldron. It is quite straightforward. He is unconcerned with the magical energy expenditure, focusing instead on the continuous refinement of the treasures while imbuing them with the incantations and special seals of the treasure refining technique. Although this requires a significant amount of energy, the Purple Cauldron is sufficiently marvelous, constantly replenishing the magical energy it consumes. Thus, Yihan feels confident that he can completely refine these treasures in less than a month and a half. Indeed, by exclusively channeling the aura of the Purple Cauldron into his treasure refining, he managed to refine all the magical artifacts he had acquired in just over 20 days, gaining mastery over them with astonishing might. Despite his cultivation being at the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage, the treasures refined through the treasure refining technique allow him to unleash their power beyond their usual limits, especially with the continuous replenishment of magical energy. When he exerts himself fully in utilizing these treasures for offense or defense, he believes he can achieve the power of a cultivator at the 10th layer of the Qi refining stage. However, Yihan is somewhat pained by the considerable cost to the aura of the Purple Cauldron, though he has completely refined all the treasures, granting him full command over these magical artifacts. The Purple Cauldron has suffered a substantial depletion, transforming from its original fully stone form to a half-purple, half-stone state. This indicates that in refining these treasures, the Purple Cauldron has consumed half of the aura it had absorbed from the Qi refining pills during the previous period. Notably, Yihan attempted to continue his cultivation with the Purple Cauldron, and after a single session, he found his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage, though he could no longer utilize the Purple Cauldron for further cultivation. Nevertheless, achieving the pinnacle of the 8th layer in such a short time is indeed remarkable. Additionally, Yihan has practiced numerous foundational spells, such as the Lightness technique for swift movement, the Divine Eye technique for enhanced vision, the Divine Ear technique for improved hearing, and the Spiritual Communication technique, among others. What frustrates Yihan is that, despite dedicating some time to practicing the Qingxuan sword technique, he has not succeeded, as he has been overwhelmed by the multitude of things he has learned, failing to devote himself entirely to mastering the sword technique. He recalls reading that cultivating sword techniques requires a gradual approach, without understanding the true essence of the sword. Forcing oneself to practice can only yield a hollow semblance of swordsmanship, lacking in true sword intent and, consequently, power. Cultivation is not something to be rushed. Moreover, in just a month and a half, Yihan has devoted all his time to enhancing his strength. Although this time frame is brief, the increase in his power has been monumental, marking a stark contrast between his past and present capabilities. Previously, Yihan possessed no knowledge of spells, nor had he successfully refined any magical artifacts. In stark contrast to now, where he has adeptly refined 5 magical items, all accomplished through the art of refinement. Presently, it is inconceivable for any fellow cultivator of the same rank to challenge him. Armed with this newfound strength, Yihan felt a semblance of confidence in accompanying Han Yuan to hunt Earth attribute beasts, believing he could at least safeguard himself. Otherwise, he would never have ventured with her. As anticipated by Yihan, shortly after a month and a half, Han Yuan arrived at the entrance of his cave abode, calling for him to emerge. Within his dwelling, Yihan had tidied up everything necessary. As a precaution, he had the 5 high-grade Qi refining pills absorbed by the Purple Cauldron, which was now entirely of stone. Upon seeing Yihan emerge, Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Junior brother Yi, we are ready to set off. Are you prepared?" Chapter 98. The embarrassment of Han Yuan today. Han Yuan's attire was nothing short of exquisite, adorned in a resplendent white palace dress complemented by a delicate soft leather waist belt, intricately carved and beautifully embroidered. This ensemble accentuated her remarkably enchanting figure and ethereal beauty, her skin as fair as jade and as flawless as a porcelain doll, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. As the foremost fairy of the Seven Xian Peak, countless disciples harbored intentions towards her. She had meticulously prepared for this moment, even donning her treasured attire from the celestial workshop. Surely, her splendid appearance would captivate Yi Han's heart. However, to her dismay, Yi Han merely cast a casual glance at her, acknowledging her splendid appearance but questioning its practicality for their impending battle against the demon beasts. "Senior Sister Han, I am ready," he proclaimed, his tone peculiar as he scrutinized her. "Is it truly convenient for you to confront demon beasts dressed as such?" Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Han Yuan's expression stiffened, her brows slightly furrowing. Not only did she fail to discern any hint of admiration in his gaze, but he also had the audacity to voice such a remark. Clad in such finery? Han Yuan could not help but feel increasingly perplexed by Yi Han. Could it be that he was genuinely indifferent to women? Or perhaps her allure was insufficient to sway him? Alternatively, had he cultivated some form of emotional detachment? As these thoughts raced through her mind, self-doubt began to creep in. Noticing Han Yuan's silence, Yi Han quickly realized he might have misspoken. "Nonetheless, senior sister, you truly look lovely in this attire," he added. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Yuan's frown deepened. His tone reeked of insincerity. Did she truly require such feigned compliments? Suddenly, she felt a shift in her demeanor, anxiety taking hold. It was then that she observed Yi Han's seemingly innocuous visage, his eyes. Yes, his eyes. Although he appeared to be around 16 or 17, there was an unusual clarity within his gaze, suggesting he was not yet a fully matured cultivator. Yet, his demeanor belied a maturity beyond his apparent youth, stirring her curiosity. What experiences and background could have shaped Yi Han's seemingly contradictory nature? With this intrigue in mind, Han Yuan inquired, "Junior brother Yi, you appear rather youthful. May I ask how old you are?" Yi Han instinctively replied, "I am around 11 or 12. Han Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded him. "What, junior brother Yi? You are merely 11 or 12. At this revelation, Han Yuan found it difficult to believe her ears. Yi Han, who seemed cunning and formidable, appeared far older than his years. She had assumed he was at least 14 or 15. Yet, he had just declared himself to be but a child of 11 or 12. How astonishing. No wonder he exhibited such disinterest in her. It turned out he was merely a young lad. How could I have such thoughts about a mere child? Han Yuan's expression was decidedly unnatural, realizing that she had misinterpreted the intentions of this young man, Yi Han. A sigh of relief washed over her. It seemed her charms were not at fault, but rather, she had simply chosen the wrong target. Had she known this earlier, she would not have exerted herself so unnecessarily. As Han Yuan's face registered surprise, Yi Han suddenly became aware that he had perhaps been a bit too forthright. How could he reveal his true age? Thus, he inquired, "Is there a problem, senior sister Han?" Upon hearing his words, Han Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She glanced at the cave behind him and said, "Junior brother Yi, may I use your cave for a moment?" Yi Han, eyeing her warily, replied, "Senior sister Han, aren't we about to depart? What do you need the cave for?" Seeing his cautious demeanor, Han Yuan was at a loss for words. Typically, if she were to visit any cultivator's cave, they would welcome her with open arms. Yet here was this young man, acting with suspicion. It appeared that the information she had gathered was indeed accurate. This Yi Han was the same one who had exchanged the Qingxuan order for a Foundation establishment pill and subsequently traded that pill with Elder Qi for a cave. However, during her inquiries, no one had disclosed Yi Han's precise age. What a misunderstanding it had been. After all, he was merely a young lad, which explained his lack of interest in her. Thus, Han Yuan stated, "I merely wish to change my attire. I shall be out momentarily." She paused, unable to suppress a glare in his direction, chiding, "Rest assured, I have no intention of coveting your cave." Honestly, this young Yi Han had far too many tricks up his sleeve for someone his age. Nevertheless, within the realm of cultivation, there were indeed many practitioners like Yi Han, young in years, yet fully developed in physique. Some peculiar cases even appeared as towering figures at the tender ages of 7 or 8, often regarded as prodigies in the art of cultivation. However, upon discovering Yi Han's true age, Han Yuan understood why Elder Qi had taken him as a named disciple. Perhaps he was indeed a rare talent, possessing an 8th-level cultivation in the Qi refining stage at merely 11 or 12 years of age. She had previously found it curious how Yi Han, with such cultivation, could have been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qi. But if he were to be 11 or 12 with an 8th-level Qi refining stage, it became a reasonable conclusion. After all, attaining such advanced cultivation at such a young age was typically reserved for only the most exceptional disciples or certain extraordinary members of prominent families. This Yi Han was someone she truly needed to cultivate a good relationship with. On another note, Yi Han would not behave like the other disciples who might harbor ulterior motives towards her. Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yi Han felt a stir of realization. Could it be that his remarks had indeed led her to understand that such attire was ill-suited for slaying beasts? Taking this into consideration, he opened the cave, allowing Han Yuan to enter. Indeed, after a brief period, Han Yuan emerged in a new set of garments, noticeably more relaxed and fit, and predominantly adorned in a muted bluish-gray hue, reminiscent of her attire seen in the treasure pavilion. Yi Han observed her and remarked, "Sister Han, you truly look more splendid in that white attire." Han Yuan shot him a glance and retorted, "You young ones, what do you comprehend? Dressed like that, it would be quite inconvenient to hunt demonic beasts, wouldn't it?" With that, she turned to Yi Han with genuine concern and inquired, "Junior brother Yi, how have you fared with the refining of the thorn bracelet?" Indeed, her invitation to Yi Han to assist in slaying the unique Earth-type demonic beasts stemmed from the fact that he possessed the thorn bracelet, a bane to such creatures. Otherwise, why would she entrust him with the precious refining technique she had painstakingly acquired? Upon hearing her words, Yi Han, with a hint of a smile, responded, "Sister Han, if I were to say that I have only managed to refine a mere fragment, would you be inclined to strike me?" Chapter 99. The Earth Spirit Beast. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Han Yuan felt her composure falter, an impulse to obliterate him simmering beneath the surface. She had showered him with kind words, offered him ample respect, and even treated him to exquisite spiritual tea, yet he remained unsatisfied. Not only did he demand the refining techniques of the treasure, but he also insisted that she elucidate the intricacies and challenges associated with the process. Only after appeasing him did he agree to assist her. As the departure loomed nearer, the prospect of him revealing that, despite possessing the refining technique, he had only managed to refine the thorned ring to a mere third of its potential sent her into a frenzy. If the degree of refinement was too minimal, it could jeopardize the mission she had so painstakingly prepared for. It was a wonder she had not yet put him to death. Nevertheless, the refining technique indeed required an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. However, if Yi Han were willing to bear some cost to expedite the refinement of the thorned ring to over half its capacity, it would be feasible. Otherwise, with a month and a half dedicated to the task, he could manage to refine it to a third, which would suffice for their needs. With this in mind, Han Yuan glared at Yi Han and declared, "Yi Shidi, am I to be the subject of such jest from you? Speak candidly with your senior sister. How far along are you in the refinement process?" Yi Han discerned that Han Yuan was indeed quite invested in this matter. Concurrently, he sought to gauge her intentions, whether her inquiries were genuine or if she harbored ulterior motives regarding the emergency ring meant for combat against the beasts. After all, it had not been long since he entered the Qingxuan sect, merely 7 to 8 months, and had already ascended to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. If Han Yuan were to uncover his true capabilities, it would not be surprising if she sought to exploit them. Thus, he chose to exercise caution while probing her intentions. Yi Han replied, "Rest assured, Han Shiji, I have completely refined the thorned ring and have even mastered its mystical powers. With this, I will undoubtedly be of assistance to you." This statement was indeed truthful. He had fully refined the thorned ring a week prior and, taking advantage of the time, had begun to comprehend its inherent abilities. The rapid refinement was attributable to the fact that the ring had already been partially refined, exceeding 1/3 of its potential. Moreover, he had leveraged the unique properties of the purple cauldron, which swiftly replenished spiritual energy, to expedite the process without reservation. Upon hearing his proclamation, Han Yuan gazed at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this truly the case? If you have indeed refined the thorned ring to completion, our chances of success are significantly enhanced." She was utterly amazed that Yi Han had accomplished such a feat in such a brief span. After all, the Thorn Ring was a superior-grade magical artifact, typically requiring 4 to 5 months for complete refinement, with the process growing increasingly arduous as one progressed. Furthermore, the mastery of its mystical abilities was a rarity among ordinary artifacts, as such powers were only bestowed upon those crafted by skilled artisans. The Thorn Bracelet was crafted by an elder skilled in treasure refinement within the sect, thus it possesses accompanying divine abilities. More importantly, the incantations and techniques associated with these abilities are inherent to the artifact itself. Regardless of the means by which one procures treasures, be it through slaying enemies or exploring ancient secret realms, there exist no inherent incantations or methods. One can only gradually ponder and decipher them through personal study. Indeed, Yihan disclosed this matter to Han Yuan because he had encountered references in various texts indicating that it is quite customary for cultivators to unite in the extermination of demons and the pursuit of rare natural treasures. Such mutual understanding facilitates collaboration, thereby reducing the likelihood of failure in their endeavors. It was precisely due to Yihan's repeated inquiries that he discerned Han Yuan's genuine desire for his assistance in vanquishing the demon beasts. Thus, he felt compelled to share this information, for a foundational understanding between them would enhance their chances of success. However, Yihan refrained from revealing everything. After all, he had also refined other treasures and possessed a blood shield talisman, a precious artifact for self-preservation. With these at his disposal, he felt considerably assured regarding his safety while confronting the demon beasts. Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yihan responded, "Then, Sister Han, you may rest assured now." Han Yuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Time is of the essence, junior brother Yi. I will explain the other details as we travel. Let us embark." Initially, when inviting Yihan, she felt a twinge of anxiety, but hearing Yihan's assurance that the thorn bracelet had been fully refined instilled her with confidence in confronting the Earth-type demon beast. Should they succeed, she would be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. With this pill, given her innate talent and foundation, she could successfully ascend to the foundation establishment stage, thereby taking the first significant step on the path of a cultivator. Throughout history, countless cultivators have exhausted their lives and efforts without ever achieving the foundation establishment stage, leaving them to wither in obscurity. Now, she finally had this opportunity and was determined to succeed at any cost. Under Han Yuan's guidance, Yihan swiftly descended the mountain. During this period, in addition to refining treasures, Yihan had also practiced various foundational spells, such as the lightness technique used for travel. This technique, which he had successfully mastered recently, was not particularly difficult. It involved channeling mana to render the body extraordinarily light, somewhat akin to the lightness techniques found in mundane martial arts. However, the speed and agility of a cultivator's lightness technique surpassed that of its secular counterparts. Before long, the two had descended from the Seven Mystic Peak, exiting the confines of the Qingxuan sect. As they flew, Han Yuan spoke to Yihan, "Junior brother Yi, we are headed to the Tianhuang Valley, a place perpetually shrouded in dust and fog, teeming with Earth-type demon beasts. I aim to locate a second-tier Earth-type demon beast known as Tu Xing Sunday." Pausing for a moment, she looked at Yihan and inquired, "Junior brother Yi, are you familiar with this beast?" Upon hearing her question, Yihan's expression shifted. Had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly been oblivious to this creature, perhaps not even having heard of it. However, through his extensive reading in the library during this period, he had become acquainted with numerous classifications and names of demon beasts. He nodded and replied, "I understand. This Earthwalker beast is an exceptionally elusive creature, remarkably adept at burrowing through the earth, and as timid as a mouse. At the slightest disturbance, it vanishes without a trace." Indeed, Yihan had encountered an introduction to this Earthwalker beast in a tome dedicated to the study of magical creatures. The beast's distinctive name left a profound impression on him. Although the Earthwalker is classified as a second-tier beast, its remarkable slipperiness and proficiency in earth evasion render it particularly challenging to capture, especially in a locale like the Tianhuang Valley, which is abundant with earth-type magical beasts. This implies that the Tianhuang Valley is a habitat well-suited for such creatures. Capturing an Earthwalker in such an environment is no trivial task. What further surprised Yihan was when Han Yuan added, "However, there is one matter I have concealed from you, junior brother. I hope you can forgive me." Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow and inquired, What matter? Chapter 100. The Desolate Valley. The Desolate Valley, despite its nomenclature, is not a valley in the traditional sense, but rather an expansive expanse resembling a barren desert or wasteland. This locale is perpetually shrouded in swirling dust and haze, characterized predominantly by vast stretches of rugged terrain, with the soil yielding and soft. The elemental earth energy in this region is notably more potent than in other areas, rendering it a veritable paradise for earth-based creatures and beasts to thrive and cultivate. Within a particular gorge, the dust and haze are somewhat less oppressive, revealing a landscape riddled with pits and hollows. Here, a creature larger than a water buffalo, clad in thick, armor-like, grayish-yellow scales, roams. Its entire head is enveloped in a protective shell, adorned with horn-like protrusions, resembling a colossal armored lizard as it gnaws on the massive limb of an indeterminate beast. Suddenly, with a fierce glint in its eyes, the creature emits a thunderous roar and leaps, attempting to burrow into the ground. At that moment, a swarm of azure runes materializes, twisting through the earth, surging toward the beast from all directions. Instantly, thick tendrils burst forth from the ground, weaving together to form a constricting cage that ensnares the creature like a giant hand. The beast roars defiantly, retracting its limbs and curling its body as its heavy armor begins to contract. Its horns undergo a rapid petrification. With a sudden twist, it spins, its spiked form resembling a rolling boulder as it charges toward the encroaching tendrils. Crash! The creature's spiked, rounded body collides with the tendrils, producing a cacophony of sound as shards of stone scatter. Yet, the tendrils prove remarkably resilient, repelling the beast's relentless assaults. Recognizing its plight, the creature lets out another roar and attempts to flee, but the tendrils swiftly encircle it, binding it tightly. In an instant, the creature's robust, boulder-like form erupts, its limbs thrashing violently as it emits waves of suffocating energy. However, the tendrils, imbued with vitality, secure their grasp around the creature, their runes radiating brilliance. Crack! The creature finds itself thoroughly ensnared, unable to move. Just then, a woman's furious command pierces the air, "Go." From a distance, a brilliant red light, encircled by flames, streaks toward the beast. In the blink of an eye, the crimson radiance pierces through the creature's skull. With a splatter, a gory hole erupts in its head, emitting sizzling, fiery vapors. The beast convulses violently, roaring in anguish, yet the tendrils, as unyielding as iron, maintain their vice-like grip. After struggling for only a few breaths, the demon beast ceased its thrashing, its body hanging limply. It met an unjust fate, having done no harm to anyone, yet suddenly it was vanquished. At that moment, two figures descended from a corner of the cliff. One, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a garment of deep gray, waved her hand, causing a streak of crimson light, swirling gracefully in the air, to fly back towards her. This was a long spear, enveloped in flames, a formidable artifact. The other figure, a young male cultivator appearing harmless in his green attire, looked to be around 17 or 18 years of age. He gestured forward, commanding, "Come back." The tendrils that ensnared the demon beast writhed as if alive, swiftly twisting and transforming into a green light, which coalesced into a thorny bracelet that landed in the young man's grasp. The woman smiled brightly, saying, "Brother Yi, you truly are remarkable. With your thorny bracelet to assist me, coupled with the offensive power of my fiery spear, slaying this first-tier earth-armored beast is indeed a breeze." Indeed, these two cultivators, Yi Han and Han Yuan, had traveled a great distance from the Qingxuan sect to this desolate valley to hunt demon beasts. Their earlier cooperation showcased their respective artifact strengths. Yi Han utilized the binding power of the thorny bracelet to ensnare the earth-armored beast, while Han Yuan unleashed her fiery spear in attack. Once the beast was ensnared, it became an easy target and was swiftly dispatched. The earth-armored beast possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, making it challenging for ordinary artifacts to inflict harm. Yet, Han Yuan's fiery spear pierced through its form, demonstrating that her weapon was indeed an exceptional artifact, likely of high quality and refined through treasure-forging techniques, boasting extraordinary power. Yi Han stored his thorny bracelet with a wry smile and remarked to Han Yuan, "Sister Han, while defeating a first-tier demon beast is certainly manageable, capturing that earth spirit monkey beast is an entirely different challenge. Why did he say this? After setting off with Han Yuan, she revealed that their mission was not merely to slay the earth spirit monkey beast, but to capture it alive and return to the Qingxuan sect to fulfill their task. Upon hearing this, Yihan nearly reconsidered his decision on the spot. He believed that with Han Yuan's cooperation, his high-quality artifact, and his wood-based cultivation technique, being a natural counter to earth-type beasts, he stood a good chance against a second-tier earth spirit monkey beast, convinced there would be no significant danger. However, he later learned that his task was not to slay the creature, but to capture it alive. Capturing a second-tier demon beast was an arduous endeavor. Would he have to continuously ensnare the earth spirit monkey beast with his thorny bracelet? But why was this creature called the earth spirit monkey beast? Due to this fellow's excessive caution, akin to that cowardly grandson, he tends to hide at the slightest hint of danger. As for capturing him, that seems an insurmountable task. Fortunately, Han Yuan has discerned Yihan's dissatisfaction and has proposed that, upon their arrival at the Tianhuang Valley, he shall receive an additional 20% share of the spoils from the hunt of other demonic beasts and the acquisition of rare treasures. Thus, Yihan would receive 70% while Han Yuan would take 30%. This division is remarkably generous, considering that Yihan's cultivation level is 4 tiers inferior to Han Yuan's. The increased share is a result of her reliance on him. Though Yihan contemplated retracting his agreement, he found himself unable to resist the allure of such a proposition. After all, the resources required for a cultivator's advancement are far from trivial. Despite possessing the purple cauldron, the consumption of resources for his cultivation far exceeds his initial expectations. Hence, he ultimately decided to venture into the Tianhuang Valley. However, Yihan also harbored additional intentions and presented another request to Han Yuan. Chapter 101. The restriction of earthly power. Han Yuan increasingly questioned whether this Yihan was genuinely just 11 or 12 years old. The boy's cunning was far beyond that of an average youth. Yihan proposed that he would accompany Han Yuan in search of the earthly spirit beast in the Tianhuang Valley for a mere fortnight. Should they fail to locate or capture the creature within that time, he would depart from the valley, no longer assisting Han Yuan in her task. After all, the Tianhuang Valley lay far from the territory of the Qingxuan sect, existing as a perilous neutral ground. The number of cultivators seeking rare materials or fortune, and even those willing to kill for treasures, was significantly higher here than in other locales, rendering it far more dangerous than the Black Demon Forest. Moreover, Yihan had read that the valley was home to third-tier beasts, which he, with his current cultivation level, would stand no chance against. There was also the risk of encountering other unscrupulous cultivators. As a fortnight approached, Han Yuan disagreed with Yihan's stipulation and negotiated for a month. Ultimately, both parties compromised, settling on a 20-day search for the earthly spirit beast. Should they fail within that time frame, they would part ways for the time being. However, upon arriving in the Tianhuang Valley, Yihan did not rush to seek out the earthly spirit beast. Instead, Han Yuan suggested that they first practice their coordination by combating other beasts with their respective spells and magical artifacts. This would not only allow them to hunt some beasts and acquire valuable materials and essence, but also foster a harmonious rapport between them. When they eventually encountered their target, they would be less likely to fumble and miss the opportunity. In truth, Han Yuan was eager to ascertain whether Yihan had fully refined the thorned ring and how much power he could wield from it, as well as his level of combat proficiency. She wondered if they could work together seamlessly. Success in her mission hinged upon their cooperation. She had endured countless hardships and dangers to bring the task to this stage for the sake of a single foundation establishment pill. She had even forsaken participation in the Immortal Assembly, solely to ensure the completion of this mission. Thus, Han Yuan felt compelled to proceed with caution, lest Yihan or she herself falter at a critical moment, allowing the earthly spirit beast to escape. However, after several collaborations, Han Yuan discovered that Yihan was indeed extraordinary, exhibiting impeccable timing and efficiency without wasting his spiritual energy. Moreover, as Yihan himself claimed, he had successfully refined the thorned ring in such a short span of time. It is worth noting that the higher the rank of a magical artifact, the more challenging it is to refine, especially considering that Yihan's cultivation level had not yet surpassed the 10th layer of Qi refinement, rendering the process even more arduous. Especially during the final 30% of the refining process, even with the refining treasure technique, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. unless one were to relentlessly consume medicinal pills or employ some secret method to enhance the success rate of the refinement. However, the refining treasure technique itself is such a secret method. I truly cannot fathom how Yi Han could completely refine a high-grade magical artifact in such a brief period while only being at the 8th level of Qi refinement. It is no wonder he was accepted as a disciple by Elder 7 and caught the attention of Golden Elixir stage cultivators. He is truly incomparable to ordinary disciples. Yi Han stored the corpse of the Earth Armor Beast in a storage pouch. This time, they had brought dozens of storage pouches for the purpose of collecting these magical beasts to sell to the Sect or exchange for treasures, thereby fulfilling various Sect tasks. In essence, every part of a magical beast is a treasure. Cultivators lacking resources will invariably seek to hunt magical beasts or venture to places rich in spiritual energy to seek rare materials and opportunities, thus augmenting their cultivation resources in pursuit of the path to immortality. Although Yi Han currently lacks for cultivation resources, he understands that despite possessing extraordinary treasures like the Purple Cauldron, the consumption associated with it is indeed staggering. Without sufficient resources, he cannot continuously cultivate using the Purple Cauldron. In truth, he has been cautious. While he could use the Purple Cauldron to rapidly elevate his cultivation to around the 10th level, such haste would undoubtedly attract attention. After all, he ascended from a mere mortal to the 8th level of Qi refinement in just 7 or 8 months. If he were to accelerate his progress further, it would surely draw the notice of others, especially since he has already been recognized as a registered disciple by Elder 7, which has already garnered significant attention. He has been contemplating whether it is possible to acquire a method to conceal or disguise his cultivation level. As of now, he has not encountered such a method, and he has decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Observing Yi Han stowing away the Earth Armor Beast's corpse, Han Yuan glanced ahead and said, "Junior Brother Yi, we have nearly completed our practice on the outskirts. Let us now proceed towards the center of the heavenly wasteland valley." At this juncture, Han Yuan's expression turned serious as she added, "Moreover, Junior Brother, you must remember that the closer we get to the center of the heavenly wasteland valley, the heavier our bodies will become. This is due to the earth power restrictions within the valley. As we venture deeper, the earth power will continuously augment our weight. Therefore, when encountering magical beasts, we must exercise caution, as this earth power restriction will slow our movements, while it poses little hindrance to the earth-type magical beasts residing within." Upon hearing Han Yuan's explanation, Yi Han furrowed his brow. These ancient lands are indeed troublesome. To seek treasures, one must contend with such earth power restrictions. Should he have truly agreed to accompany Han Yuan? Nevertheless, since he had already committed, he decided to give it a try. Han Yuan, noticing Yi Han's frown, assumed he was about to impose further conditions and promptly interjected, "Junior Brother Yi, you do not have any other concerns, do you?" Indeed, she is quite wary of this young man, whose every aspect is filled with cunning. Yi Han remarked, "Not at all. How could I possibly go back on my word to my senior sister? Let us proceed." As Han Yuan observed Yi Han's departing figure, she felt her resolve waver slightly, her nerves somewhat frayed by this fellow. However, this realization brought her a measure of reassurance regarding Yi Han. At the very least, he was not a reckless individual, and his abilities surpassed her initial expectations. When genuine peril arises, it would not fall solely upon her to protect him. Rather, they could collaborate harmoniously, complementing one another's strengths. Alas, if only this young man were not so youthful. Given his status as the named disciple of the 7th Elder, coupled with such remarkable talent, if they could forge a bond as partners. No, why am I even entertaining such thoughts? The two advanced swiftly, one following the other, deep into the Tianhua Valley. As they departed from the gorge, a flurry of earth erupted from the ground, revealing a pair of eyes peering out, watching the retreating figures of Yi Han and Han Yuan. With a rustle, the eyes vanished back into the soil, stealthily trailing after Yi Han and Han Yuan. Chapter 102. Devouring Beast. In a vast ravine filled with enormous earthen mounds, numerous swirling pits are scattered throughout. From time to time, clouds of dust and haze billow forth, obscuring visibility. A large earth-armored beast cautiously emerges from one side of the ravine. This creature is significantly larger than its typical counterparts, surpassing even the size of a water buffalo, its heavy armor resembling thick slabs of stone. Indeed, it is a second-tier earth-armored beast. However, This beast exhibits an acute vigilance, taking slow, measured steps toward the earthen ravine, pausing intermittently, its massive forelimbs probing the ground ahead, ever cautious of potential dangers. Perched atop a small mound within the ravine, the air shimmers gently above a half-human tall plant, its leaves a withered yellow, adorned with two rough-skinned fruits that exude a subtle medicinal fragrance and astonishing earth spirit energy. Clearly, the earth-armored beast is captivated by these fruits, its gaze filled with avarice as it cautiously approaches them. After taking a few steps, it halts once more, scanning its surroundings and sniffing the air cautiously, wary of lurking threats. Nevertheless, the allure of the two fruits compels the beast to take the risk and venture forward, maneuvering around the swirling pits. The fruits are now merely a few dozen yards away. Suddenly, the beast's limbs surge with power, its form curling into a rolling mass, racing toward the fruits. Just as it seems poised to seize them, its head lunges out from its curled body, aiming for the fruits. But in that instant, a thunderous explosion erupts beneath it, soil erupting violently into the air, the ground twisting chaotically, causing both the fruits and the sapling to vanish in an instant. Too thick, suction cup adorned, dark gray tentacles burst forth from the earth, ensnaring the earth-armored beast in an instant. The creature struggles fiercely, attempting to break free from the grip of the tentacles, yet the largest tentacle drags it down toward the ground with relentless force. In the blink of an eye, the earth trembles violently, resonating with a low rumble. The ground shakes and quakes as the beast bellows in furious rage, the surface undulating in response to its fury. Before long, the tumult subsides, the soil settling back into silence, restoring the previous tranquility. On a small hillside 100 feet away from the ravine, Yi Han and Han Yuan hide behind an earthen slope, observing the unfolding scene with grave expressions. Unable to contain himself, Yi Han turns to Han Yuan and says, "Senior Sister Han, must we truly set our sights on that devouring beast?" Indeed, Yi Han and Han Yuan cautiously ventured deeper into the desolate valley. As they progressed further, Yi Han felt an increasing heaviness in his body, and by the time they reached this ravine, he sensed that his weight had multiplied 2 to 3 times. Fortunately, having successfully cultivated the first level of his blood refinement technique, the restrictive force of the earth had some effect on him, yet it was not overly debilitating. Han Yuan, noticing that she was largely unaffected, was somewhat astonished and deduced that Yi Han must have practiced some form of body refinement technique, rendering his physique formidable. She speculated that Yi Han's youthful appearance at 11 or 12, resembling that of a 16 or 17-year-old, could be attributed to his training in such techniques. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how those who began their body refinement early matured at a significantly accelerated rate. Moreover, Han Yuan was evidently well acquainted with the desolate valley, adeptly guiding him away from numerous perilous areas. Even when they encountered other cultivators, she preferred to circumvent them, steering clear of any potential confrontations. After a cautious half-day of advancement, during which they hunted down 4 or 5 solitary demonic beasts, they arrived at this ravine without incident. Within this ravine, Han Yuan discovered a devouring beast, a creature of 2nd rank, nearing 3rd rank. This beast had made its lair here, and Han Yuan's unexpected finding was fortuitous. For such a creature, being close to 3rd rank and possessing unique traits, held immense value, its worth surpassing that of a dozen or 21st rank beasts. Yi Han observed this devouring beast for some time and discerned that it was no ordinary cunning creature. It cleverly utilized a soil spirit fruit, placing it within the valley. The fruit emitted earth-type spiritual energy, wielding a significant allure for earth-type demonic beasts, thus setting a trap. The devouring beast concealed itself within the soil, almost blending into its surroundings. When an unsuspecting beast was drawn to the soil spirit fruit, it would spring forth to attack, devour its prey, and thereby enhance its cultivation. Through this tactic, the devouring beast had claimed numerous victims, intensifying the competition among the beasts, adhering to the survival of the fittest principle of the jungle. Moreover, as they were all of the same elemental affinity, the beasts would consume each other as flesh, resulting in remarkable growth in their own powers. Thus, the 2nd and 3rd rank beasts in the desolate valley were considerably stronger than those in the Black Demon Forest, particularly in numbers. Yi Han witnessed the devouring beast consume a 2nd rank earth-armored beast and realized that confronting it alongside Han Yuan would pose a significant challenge. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Dealing with a creature nearing third rank was a daunting task. Even when employing all his skills, he felt that taking on a second-rank beast was already pushing his limits. Thus, when Han Yuan suggested confronting the devouring beast, he hesitated. In response to Yi Han's concerns, Han Yuan confidently reassured him, "Rest assured, junior brother Yi, I have a plan for dealing with this beast." Her voice faltered as she explained, "I truly do not wish to complicate matters by taking this risk, yet as you can see, this individual possesses 2 earth spirit fruits. These fruits hold immense allure for earth-type beasts." With a glint of coldness in her gaze, she continued, "My true objective revolves around the 2 earth spirit fruits he possesses. These items are highly attractive to earth-type beasts. If we were to acquire them, we could lure forth the earth monkey beast. Otherwise, locating it would prove exceedingly challenging." Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yi Han furrowed his brow slightly. The plan proposed by Han Yuan appeared to have a considerable chance of success. However, the devouring beast seemed formidable and would not be easily dealt with. Thus, Yi Han inquired, "Sister Han, do you have a strategy?" Indeed, this devouring beast had been cunningly concealed within the earth, making it no simple task to force it out. Chapter 103. Who will be the bait? If one were to venture into the depths of the earth, it would be akin to challenging the devouring beast. This creature belongs to the earth element, and to engage it in battle on its home turf would surely be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the arrangements that the devouring beast may have laid underground remain unknown. The recently vanquished earth-armored beast had evidently reached a second-tier cultivation level. It resisted for but 10 breaths before being overpowered and dragged into the soil. Thus, confronting the devouring beast underground poses a grave danger. The fate of the earth-armored beast had just unfolded before their eyes. Yi Han felt a surge of curiosity regarding how Han Yuan intended to draw out this devouring beast. With unwavering confidence, Han Yuan responded to Yi Han, "It is quite simple. We shall employ the same methods as the devouring beast." Upon hearing this, Yi Han's eyes sparkled as he inquired, "What do you possess that could entice it to emerge?" Han Yuan replied solemnly, "As cultivators, we inherently possess the greatest allure to beasts." The words, spoken without intent, struck a chord with Yi Han, causing a subtle change in his expression. He grasped Han Yuan's implication. Was she suggesting that someone must act as bait? Could it be that he would be thrust into this role once more? Previously, when he had ventured out with Zhang Sanlei and others to hunt clawed beasts, he had been forced to serve as bait. Now, it seemed he was to assume this role again. Indeed, Yi Han recalled much literature that spoke of cultivators hunting beasts to harness the spiritual essence of heaven and earth contained within them, materials for refining artifacts, treasures, and other purposes. In essence, every beast was a treasure trove of resources for cultivators. Similarly, the cultivation of celestial arts by practitioners fundamentally revolves around absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enhance the physical body, thus elevating their cultivation and magical prowess. The higher the tier of the cultivator, the more potent their physical form becomes, rendering it a significant boon for beasts. In short, this was a realm where humans devour one another, beasts prey upon beasts, and humans consume beasts, while beasts sometimes feast upon humans as well. Observing Yi Han's troubled expression, Han Yuan discerned his thoughts. This young man was not devoid of cunning. She had anticipated that Yi Han would be unwilling to play the role of bait. Thus, she reassured him, "Rest assured, junior brother Yi, I shall take on this role. You must wait for the right moment to activate the petrification talisman. Do not allow the devouring beast to burrow into the soil. Additionally, keep your thorny bracelet at the ready to ensnare that creature." Hearing that Han Yuan would assume the role of bait, Yi Han exhaled in relief. It was indeed commendable of her to spare him from such a fate. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "You can count on me, senior sister." After deliberating their plan, Han Yuan entrusted a talisman to Yi Han. During his recent studies, he had gained a certain understanding of the talismans utilized by cultivators. He was aware that these talismans were crafted by talisman masters who inscribed specialized formations to seal spells within them. As long as cultivators harness their magical energy, they can effortlessly unleash the spells contained within talismans. The nature of the spell sealed within a talisman determines the spell that can be executed, and its potency is directly correlated to the strength of the sealed spell. In essence, The spell is merely a manifestation of the talisman master's incantation, encapsulated within the talisman, ready to be unleashed at will. The application of talismans is not particularly complex. With sufficient magical energy, a cultivator can direct their intent and perform the spell. However, crafting superior talismans is an arduous task and commands a significant price. For instance, the few blood escape talismans in Yihan's possession are each worth several hundred spirit stones and can be invaluable in life-threatening situations. The petrification talisman, as its name suggests, can turn the ground to stone, effectively preventing the ravenous beasts from emerging and allowing them to retreat. As the two discussed their strategy, a disturbance arose in the valley where a voracious beast resided. The earth began to heave, and two earth spirit fruits slowly emerged from the soil, as though they had taken root there. It appeared that the voracious beast was employing its old tactics, luring other demonic creatures to target the earth spirit fruits, thus preying upon them to bolster its own strength. Observing this, Han Yuan turned to Yihan and said, "Junior brother Yi, we must not delay any further. Prepare yourself while I draw that creature out." Han Yuan was a woman of decisive action. Once she had made up her mind, she would not dawdle. Seeing Yihan nod, she instructed him to conceal his presence before swiftly descending into the valley. Yihan watched her retreating figure, feeling a subtle stir within him. Han Yuan was indeed commendable for not making him the bait. However, he surmised that she was aware of the voracious beast's predilection for devouring not just demonic creatures and humans, but particularly women, often toying with them before the feast. Yet, he could not fathom what amusement could be derived from such a macabre game. Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, he began to chant incantations, his fingers weaving gestures, causing his aura to conceal itself. His form began to blur, eventually blending seamlessly with the mountain's silhouette. This was one of the foundational spells he had mastered. The concealment technique, albeit rudimentary in nature compared to the more advanced breath-holding techniques. Nevertheless, for dealing with demonic beasts, the concealment technique sufficed. Han Yuan descended into the valley, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the earth's spirit fruit, displaying a look of sheer delight and approaching without a hint of caution. Yihan felt a surge of urgency and quickly followed, clutching the petrification talisman tightly. As Han Yuan drew closer to the earth spirit fruit, her face radiated excitement. Just a few dozen paces away, suddenly, she quickened her pace, accelerating towards the fruit, the distance rapidly closing. Indeed, bang! A sudden eruption of earth and debris surged forth from the ground where Han Yuan stood, as colossal gray-black tentacles burst forth, towering even above the pillars, and swiftly advanced towards her. Han Yuan, however, was well prepared. Flames of crimson radiance ignited around her. Fire release technique. With a sudden explosion of fire encircling her, she propelled herself forward, racing several yards ahead to seize the earth spirit fruit. A ferocious roar echoed from beneath the ground as the devourer beast unleashed its wrath, the soil heaving violently in response. The beast, massive in stature and covered in dark gray scales, unleashed its suffocating tentacles in a menacing assault towards Han Yuan. Observing this, Yihan's gaze sharpened with anticipation. "It's here." Chapter 104. The thorn cage. Yihan observed with clarity as the devourer unleashed its tentacles from the ground, each adorned with palm-sized suckers that danced through the air, swirling with an astonishing suction force. It seemed poised to draw Han Yuan into its grasp. In that fleeting moment, Han Yuan's magical energy surged. Her fingers deftly formed intricate seals, and she struck her waist. "Go!" Fire rain needle. A cold iron box erupted forth, spinning in the air before unleashing a barrage of fiery needles that shot towards the devourer's tentacles like a tempest. The fiery projectiles collided with the tentacles, producing a cacophony of muffled explosions, flames erupting and waves of heat rolling forth. Instantly, the devourer was engulfed in charred remnants, heat radiating fiercely. Roar! The devourer let out a furious howl, causing the earth beneath to tremble. More tentacles surged forth from the ground, sweeping towards Han Yuan's form. The soil erupted chaotically, with explosive sounds echoing, showcasing immense power. Han Yuan executed a nimble roll, her feet deftly maneuvering as she evaded the relentless pursuit of the tentacles. Simultaneously, Han Yuan chanted incantations rapidly, her hands weaving through a dazzling array of magical gestures. She struck her storage pouch, and a brilliant red light burst forth, a hammer wreathed in flames emerged, encircled by spiraling red runes. As Han Yuan continued her incantation, the hammer swelled to the size of a water vat. With a commanding gesture, she grasped at the void and proclaimed, "Quake Fire Hammer." Upon her fierce declaration, the colossal hammer spun, radiating an astonishing crimson flame before it descended heavily towards the ground. Boom! The hammer struck the earth, unleashing a wave of searing flames that violently shook the ground, the fire surging downward. In the next heartbeat, before Han Yuan, the ground erupted. Boom! Flames shot upward, encasing the massive form of the devourer, resembling a small house, as it was thrust from the earth. Yi Han seized the opportunity, deftly forming a seal with his fingers, and with a point, the petrification runes soared through the air. As the runes burst forth in a dazzling display, a rhythm pulsed across the ground. Crack! The soil beneath began to petrify, spreading rapidly in all directions. Meanwhile, Yi Han continued to weave his incantations, swiftly striking his storage pouch. Buzz! The thorned bracelet transformed into a beam of green light, soaring forth as Yi Han invoked the spell, enveloping the space in a circle of rune-infused magical energy. With a decisive thrust towards the airborne devourer, he commanded, "Go!" Thorn cage. The thorned bracelet transformed into a radiant green light, flashing momentarily as a wave of arcane energy quivered. In an instant, the thorned bracelet surged forth, enveloping the head of the devourer beast. With a rustling sound, the thorned bracelet spun in midair, its thorny tendrils darting out like living serpents, rapidly expanding in all directions and intertwining to form an immense cage woven from thorns, descending upon the devourer beast. Roaring in alarm, the devourer beast opened its maw and unleashed a massive cloud of dust and dirt, enveloping its form and burrowing toward the ground. However, the ground had already begun to petrify. The impact of the devourer beast caused the earth to tremble violently, the hardened stone rendering it unable to penetrate below the surface. In a fit of rage, the devourer beast roared again, attempting to break free in another direction. Yet, from the side, Han Yuan's delicate voice resounded, commanding, "Return." With a whoosh, the tremor hammer erupted in a torrent of flames, hurling toward the devourer beast. A resounding explosion of fire and shockwaves ensued, causing the beast to be jolted by the flames, scattering the dirt that cloaked its form. Revealed was the true visage of the devourer beast, a grotesque creature with a massive head adorned with 3 pairs of compound eyes, deep-set and menacing. A mouth filled with sharp fangs, its skin reminiscent of molten lava, utterly repulsive. Long tentacles, each covered in suckers, served as its limbs. As the devourer beast was sent reeling backward by Han Yuan's tremor hammer, the gigantic thorned cage constructed from the thorned bracelet descended upon it, ensnaring the creature within its thorny confines. Realizing it had been trapped by these 2 insufferable cultivators, the devourer beast erupted in fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its tentacles swelled, radiating astonishing runes as it prepared for a full-on assault. The tentacles lashed out like long whips, relentlessly striking against the thorned cage. The air filled with resounding booms and rolling shockwaves. The thorny vines twisted and contorted under the onslaught, the runes upon them beginning to dissipate. Yi Han felt a jolt of dread. The ferocity of the devourer beast's assault was truly terrifying. If it continued, his thorn bracelet would stand no chance against a second wave of attack, as his magical power and cultivation were far inferior to that of the devourer beast. However, the thorn bracelet, while named for its thorns, was not solely defined by its ability to ensnare foes. With swift precision, Yi Han's fingers danced as he cast his spell, unleashing a surge of power towards the thorny prison. "Thorns!" he bellowed, directing a forceful gesture at the thorny enclosure. In an instant, the vines of the prison shimmered with arcane light, and an array of sharp thorns erupted forth, causing the enclosure to constrict rapidly. Roaring in fury, the devourer beast unleashed its tentacles in a frenzied assault. This time, it found itself in dire straits. The tentacles struck against the razor-sharp thorns, not only failing to breach the thorny barrier, but also resulting in a cascade of blood, eliciting anguished cries of pain. The prison tightened its grip, binding the devourer beast securely. Seeing this, Han Yuan exclaimed in delight, "Well done, Junior Yi." As she spoke, she hastily formed her own incantation, channeling her energy as a fiery spear erupted in a blaze of brilliance. At that moment, Yi Han, filled with exasperation, shouted towards the rear of Han Yuan. "You scoundrel! How dare you?" Han Yuan paused, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 105. Is it really it? Han Yuan turned around and was nearly taken aback. She witnessed the Earth Spirit Fruit, which had been at a distance, being seized by an unknown entity and plummeting to the ground. As she beheld this scene, the Earth Spirit Fruit vanished instantaneously into the earth. In light of this occurrence, Han Yuan felt her composure teetering on the brink of despair, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Yihan urgently shouted, "Sister Han, we cannot contain this creature." As he exclaimed, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a torrent of his formidable spiritual energy, which surged forth, bombarding the thorny cage with unrelenting force. Before their eyes, the thorny cage, which ensnared the devouring beast, quaked violently as it struggled, the tendrils contorting under the immense pressure, the runes inscribed upon them twisting and shattering. Yihan's complexion grew pale, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The thorny handcuff was intrinsically linked to his spirit. Thus, the beast's frantic thrashing inflicted damage upon his mental state. Should he falter even slightly, his waning energy would surely allow the devouring beast to break free from its thorny confines. As it appeared that Yihan's power was on the verge of depletion, the purple cauldron in his arms suddenly surged with vitality, rejuvenating his spiritual energy entirely. Snap! With a fierce glare, Yihan persistently channeled his power, striving to withstand the beast's relentless struggles. Han Yuan was astonished that Yihan could endure for several breaths. He certainly did not exhibit the typical prowess of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Little did they know, while they were embroiled in a life-and-death battle with the devouring beast, an unknown entity had seized the opportunity to pilfer the Earth's spirit fruit. In the midst of conflict, the opportunist reaped the benefits. Han Yuan was nearly driven to madness. The thief fled at such a rapid pace that there was no time to pursue. Their only recourse was to eliminate the beast. Otherwise, their efforts would truly be in vain. With swift hand seals and incantations, Han Yuan conjured a blazing spear of fire that radiated an intense heat. Adorned with swirling runes, as it spun fiercely, she directed the spear towards the ensnared, devouring beast and commanded, "Kill." Whoosh! The fiery spear erupted into an inferno, its scorching aura exploding forth, lengthening with the wind, resembling a meteor of flame that scorched the ground into a fiery crimson. At the very moment Han Yuan unleashed the fiery spear, Yihan's consciousness stirred, and with a flick of his finger, he commanded, "Retrieve." With a rustle, the thorny cage transformed back into the thorny handcuff, retracting swiftly. The devouring beast seized the moment to attempt its escape, only to realize that dozens of tendrils still encircled its form, stalling its movement for a brief instant. This was Yihan's release of the Vine Soul technique, which delayed the creature's flight. After all, the thorny handcuff was a wooden artifact, susceptible to the fire-based nature of the fiery spear. A direct hit would surely cause damage. Just that brief moment of delay. Boom! The flame gun released by Han Yuan whirled into action, unleashing a formidable blaze that struck the head of the devourer beast. The creature spewed forth a torrent of soil in a futile attempt to obstruct the assault. Yet, it was no match for the fire gun's onslaught. With a piercing sound, the devourer's head was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole and charring half of its skull. The beast wobbled unsteadily before collapsing, its tentacles convulsing in a final spasm. Han Yuan's flame gun was a superior-grade magical artifact, specifically designed for offensive fire-based attacks. After years of meticulous refinement through her alchemical practices, it had reached its full potential. Coupled with her cultivation at the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage, her full-force assault could easily overwhelm even a 3rd-tier beast, let alone the devourer, which had yet to attain that level. The duo had demonstrated remarkable synergy, avoiding any unforeseen mishaps until now. Han Yuan, however, had no time to concern herself with the fate of the devourer. Her heart raced as she dashed toward the ground where the Earth's spirit fruit had vanished. Cursed be it! Amid their deadly skirmish with the devourer, a nefarious entity had seized the opportunity to abscond with the Earth's spirit fruit. This fruit was crucial for luring the Earth-walking grandson beast. Without this fruit, locating the Earth-walking grandson would pose a considerable challenge. The devourer was already cunning enough to set traps using the Earth's spirit fruit to attract other beasts or cultivators. Yet, When compared to the earth-walking grandson, it was merely a trivial adversary, lacking in comparison. Discovering the whereabouts of this elusive creature was no ordinary task. Han Yuan had ventured into the celestial wilderness valley in search of the earth-walking grandson on multiple occasions, each expedition lasting over 2 months, with only one fleeting glimpse of the beast that she failed to capture. Had she not spotted it once, she might have doubted the very existence of the earth-walking grandson in the valley. Consequently, she had meticulously researched the creature, learning of its profound need for the earth spirit fruit, essential for its evolution. While other beasts also benefited from the fruit, none exhibited the same level of desire as the earth-walking grandson. Standing on the mound of earth, Han Yuan beheld a sizable hole, large enough for a person to enter, with the branch of the earth spirit fruit discarded within. The thief had long since vanished. A wave of frustration washed over her, almost destabilizing her resolve. Meanwhile, Yihan retrieved his thorned ring, observing Han Yuan's despondent expression, and shrugged helplessly. It was indeed unfortunate. After expending so much effort alongside Han Yuan to slay the devourer, they had not anticipated that another would snatch away the earth spirit fruit. But what could have stolen the fruit? Observing the speed and appearance of that individual, it bears a striking resemblance to a humanoid cultivator, albeit somewhat diminutive, lacking the stature of an ordinary human. Thus, Yihan could only offer some words of consolation to Han Yuan, saying, "Sister Han, do not fret. This fellow cannot escape." Han Yuan, feeling disheartened, replied, "What do you know? I have ventured into this desolate valley 3 times, each time spanning over 2 months, only to find the earth spirit beast once, and without the earth spirit fruit, I cannot locate it. Even if we were granted another 2 months, we would still be unsuccessful." She had promised Yihan to search for the earth spirit beast for 20 days in the desolate valley, knowing there was a place to procure the earth spirit fruit to lure the beast. The fact that this earth spirit fruit has been pilfered by another has truly dampened her spirits. Had she known, she would have secured the earth spirit fruit beforehand. If only she knew who had absconded with her earth spirit fruit, she would certainly have inflicted severe punishment upon them. Contemplating this, Han Yuan inquired of Yihan, "Did that fellow who stole the earth spirit fruit belong to your acquaintance?" Yihan furrowed his brow and replied, "That individual is quite diminutive, resembling a gnome." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan's expression shifted, and she exclaimed, "Cursed be it! It must be the earth spirit beast. Is it truly it?" Yihan was astonished. If it was indeed the earth spirit beast, he felt a burgeoning certainty that he might be able to track down that creature. Chapter 106. A Blind Cat Meets a Dead Mouse. Han Yuan's expression darkened as she gazed at Yihan and remarked, "This Tuxing Sun demon beast is roughly the size of a child, one of the smaller entities among the demon beasts. It excels in earth evasion techniques, making it exceedingly cunning and exceptionally difficult to capture." At this juncture, Han Yuan became increasingly resolute, stating, "This creature is incredibly sly. It may have been eyeing the earth spirit fruit for quite some time. It is likely aware that the devouring beast possesses the earth spirit fruit, and given its cunning nature, it would undoubtedly take advantage of the moment we are occupied with the devouring beast to pilfer the fruit." Having reached this conclusion, Han Yuan was now utterly convinced that the thief of the earth spirit fruit was indeed that exceedingly crafty Tuxing Sun demon beast. Upon uncovering the truth, Han Yuan felt her spirit crumble, sinking deeper into frustration. She had intended to lure the creature out with the earth spirit fruit, only to discover that it had already been lurking nearby, successfully stealing the fruit. Was her fate destined to be one of misfortune? Han Yuan's morale was swiftly deteriorating. Meanwhile, Yihan, listening intently to Han Yuan's words, began to realize the situation. It seemed there indeed existed small demon beasts. He had always assumed that the higher the rank of a demon beast, the larger its size would be. He had certainly not anticipated that the Tuxing Sun demon beast could be the size of a child. However, as he reflected, he recalled the unusual aura he sensed near the earth spirit fruit. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, he had noticed the creature's skin was earth yellow, adorned with numerous bumps and spots, indicating it was not a cultivator. So it was the Tuxing Sun demon beast after all. Although Yihan had perused various texts detailing the Tuxing Sun demon beast and had examined numerous demon beast illustrations, many creatures were only referenced by name without accompanying images, and the Tuxing Sun demon beast was among them, likely due to its rarity in sightings. It could be said that at least the authors of those illustrations had never encountered one. At that moment, Han Yuan, feeling disheartened, sighed, "Junior brother Yi. It appears that I shall not be able to fulfill my task this time." Indeed, Han Yuan was utterly despondent. After devising a plan for so long, expending considerable spirit stones, and incurring significant costs to enlist Yi Han's assistance, she had witnessed the Tuxing Sun demon beast escape right before her eyes. With merely a dozen days remaining, how could she possibly locate such an exceedingly cunning creature? She prided herself on being both exceptionally intelligent and a beauty. Yet here she was, outsmarted by a mere demon beast. How could she not feel disheartened? Observing Han Yuan's melancholy countenance, Yi Han approached her and said, "Senior Sister Han, I believe we still have a chance." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan was incredulous, sighing in response, "With only a dozen days left, how can we possibly find it? Junior brother, please, no need to comfort me." What good were his words of consolation? It would be far better to devise a plan. Yet, could one truly rely on Yi Han? Contemplating this, she glanced at the hole in the ground, pondering whether to pursue the creature through that passage. However, deep within the desolate valley, numerous earth-based demon beasts conceal themselves underground. Should we encounter them, engaging in a magical duel beneath the surface would offer us no advantage. Is it worth the risk? Moreover, the cunning earth spirit beasts have been burrowed underground for so long that their whereabouts are now a mystery. Perhaps it is unwise to take such a chance. It is truly disheartening, after expending so much effort and incurring significant costs to complete the final stage of this task, I find myself unable to succeed. It seems I am truly destined to be estranged from the path of enlightenment. Upon hearing Han Yuan's disbelief, Yi Han shrugged and touched his nose, saying, "Senior Sister Han, I assure you, I speak the truth. We may still possess a glimmer of hope." Pausing briefly, he continued, "When we confronted that devouring beast, I feared there might be an issue with the earth spirit fruit. Thus, I inscribed a spiritual mark, leaving one on it as a precaution." At his revelation, Han Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Brother Yi, is what you say genuinely true? Can you currently sense the location of that spiritual mark?" She had not anticipated that Yi Han would leave a spiritual mark on the earth spirit fruit during their encounter with the devouring beast. If this were indeed the case, Yi Han could leverage this mark to trace the whereabouts of the earth spirit beast. The spiritual mark of a cultivator is, in fact, a fundamental spell. Practitioners can inscribe their unique marks on various objects, typically leaving them on items rather than on other cultivators or demon beasts, as the latter would easily detect such marks. However, if the cultivator possesses significantly superior cultivation, it becomes challenging for the other party to notice, and even if they do, erasing it becomes nearly impossible if their cultivation level is substantially lower. Yi Han confirmed, "Indeed, Senior Sister Han, I left it inadvertently while inspecting the earth spirit fruit, merely testing its efficacy. I never anticipated it would prove useful. But is this truly the case? Not at all. In reality, he had anticipated that the devouring beast might escape midway, taking the earth spirit fruit with it, or that Han Yuan might consume it herself, hence his caution." Han Yuan furrowed her brow slightly, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Han. She did not entirely trust his words. Despite his youth, he exuded a cunning demeanor. His intentions were certainly suspect. Yet, it was precisely due to Yi Han's vigilance that a new opportunity emerged. Now was not the time to dwell on the motives behind Yi Han's actions. The priority was to locate the earth spirit fruit and the earth spirit beast. After all, if the earth spirit beast consumed the spiritual fruit, any spiritual mark would become irrelevant. Furthermore, if the beast were to flee far away, Yi Han's cultivation would not allow him to sense it from a great distance. Thus, Han Yuan promptly declared, "Brother Yi, since you can sense that fellow's presence, he must not have strayed far and is likely hiding somewhere." With eager anticipation, she gazed at Yi Han. If she could truly locate the heart-talking monster and capture him to complete her task, she would be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. For this pill, she had devoted over 3 years to her missions, and now, at last, she glimpsed the dawn of success. This fellow was indeed quite resourceful. However, Yi Han looked at Han Yuan with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, and said, "Senior Sister Han, if I help you find the earth-walking sun monster, how will you express your gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Han Yuan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. At such a critical moment, this insufferable brat still dared to speak in such a manner. If it were anyone else, she might suspect ulterior motives, coveting her beauty or her cultivation. Yet, despite Yi Han's cleverness, His true age was still young, and he had not yet reached the age of budding affection. Chapter 107. Yihan's confidence. Han Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Junior brother Yi, at this juncture, are you still jesting? If you have any requests, just speak up." She had discerned that this young man was not only cunning but also insatiably greedy. Throughout their dealings, he had managed to gain the upper hand during their negotiations time and again, and now he sought to push his advantage even further. His sudden utterance must surely harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, she found herself at his mercy. Yihan had secretly marked the earth spirit fruit with a mental imprint, indicating he had other schemes in mind. With such a calculating mind, who could fathom his true intentions? Yet, she was left without recourse. If his demands were not excessively unreasonable, she might still acquiesce. Upon hearing her words, Yihan pointed to the corpse of the devourer beast and declared, "Sister Han, if I assist you in locating the earth-walking monkey beast, this devourer beast's remains shall belong to me." Agreed? Han Yuan rolled her eyes in response. Realizing her initial suspicions were correct, this insufferable young man was indeed greedy. They had vanquished numerous beasts along their journey. Yet the cumulative value of their spoils scarcely compared to that of this devourer beast. And here he was, audaciously demanding it right off the bat. It was, indeed, a rather exorbitant request. However, Han Yuan found herself in a predicament. If they were to haggle over this matter, the earth-walking monkey beast might very well escape. The range of the mental imprint was limited. Typically, the stronger the mental prowess, the wider the sensing range. Yet, given Yihan's cultivation level at the 8th stage of Qi refinement, his mental range was hardly expansive. If the earth-walking monkey beast fled too far, where would she go to find it? It seemed this audacious young man had recognized her predicament and was leveraging it against her, truly a calculating individual devoid of grace. If the male disciples of Qingxuan's sect knew they could aid her, they would come rushing to assist, unlike Yihan, who insisted on stipulations for every little task he undertook. Though displeased, Han Yuan conceded, "Junior brother Yi, I agree. Provided you can help me locate the earth-walking monkey beast, the devourer beast shall be yours." Yihan, upon hearing this, beamed with excitement. "Thank you, sister." He then hurriedly moved to dissect the devourer beast into 4 or 5 pieces, placing them into a storage bag. Han Yuan, somewhat anxious, urged, "Junior brother Yi, be quick." Yihan replied, "Sister, take your time, no need to rush." Seeing Yihan's leisurely demeanor, Han Yuan retorted, "How can I not be anxious? We must leave at once." Yihan laughed, "Rest assured, that creature hasn't gone far." Observing Yihan's unhurried attitude, Han Yuan insisted, "Even if it hasn't gone far, we must pursue." With that, she dashed ahead. Yet, Yihan called out to her, "Sister, no, not that way." His expression shifted as he turned to look behind them, saying, "That beast is quite cunning. It is not heading in that direction, but rather behind us." Han Yuan, upon hearing these words, displayed a look of skepticism. Yihan elucidated. This creature did not proceed straight ahead. Rather, it veered off after traversing several dozen yards, taking a wide detour to emerge behind us. Should we pursue forward? We are bound to lose track of it. His spiritual consciousness had marked the location of the earth spirit fruit. As long as it remained within a radius of 200 to 300 yards, he could sense its presence. As it turned out, the cunning earthwalker beast had seized the opportunity to abscond with the earth spirit fruit and appeared to flee in that direction. In truth, this creature had taken a substantial detour underground, now hiding beneath them. Han Yuan held no doubts regarding Yihan's words. This earthwalker beast was indeed that sly. Its intellect had developed earlier than that of ordinary beasts, possessing a level of cunning akin to that of an adult despite being only second tier. This was a primary reason for the creature's elusiveness. Consequently, Han Yuan promptly declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us return and deal with it." Yihan countered, "No, Senior Sister Han. Simply returning is futile. It is likely around 20 yards beneath the surface now. What if it continues to burrow away? Besides, we lack the earth escape technique. How can we match its speed underground?" Hearing this, Han Yuan furrowed her brows and gazed intently at Yihan. "I knew you would have a clever scheme. Just tell me your plan." Pausing for a moment, she added, "But do not overstep. Do not make any additional demands. Our agreement is that you will assist me in dealing with the earthwalker beast and locating it." She had preemptively constrained Yihan with her words to prevent him from making any excessive requests. Yihan, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Senior Sister, I am not that kind of person. You misunderstand me. In response, Han Yuan rolled her eyes, retorting, indeed. You are not merely that kind of person. You are even more outrageous than such individuals. Although her words were somewhat convoluted, after some banter with Yi Han, Han Yuan calmed down. Realizing he had a point, she had been overly anxious. It seemed the earlier incident, wherein the Earthwalker beast had seized the Earth Spirit fruit, had unsettled her composure. Even if they pinpointed the location of the Earthwalker beast, capturing it alive from 20 yards below ground would be an extraordinary challenge. Nevertheless, observing Yi Han's demeanor, Han Yuan sensed he must have a plan. Thus, she urged him, Yi Shidi, spare us the suspense. What is your idea? One could no longer underestimate Yi Han. Despite his youth, he possessed an astute mind, far surpassing that of an ordinary youth, save for his lack of charm. At last, Yi Han articulated, Senior sister. My spiritual consciousness can track it. We shall outlast it in patience. Wherever it goes, we shall follow, and I do not believe it will remain hidden forever. Upon hearing these words, Han Yuan furrowed her brows and remarked, Junior brother Yi, your method of waiting idly for opportunities is rather unwise. This Earth Spirit beast is not merely cunning and vigilant. It will undoubtedly conceal itself beneath the ground. What if it consumes the Earth Spirit fruit bearing the consciousness imprint? Indeed, Han Yuan had expected Yi Han to propose a more ingenious plan, yet she held little faith in this approach. After all, she had a mere 20 days to complete this task. She could not afford to squander time engaging with the Earth Spirit beast. Yi Han, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, If this creature obtains the Earth Spirit fruit, it will surely emerge. Moreover, it should happen within the next couple of nights. Observing Yi Han's unwavering confidence, Han Yuan gazed intently at him and said, You are quite certain. His assertiveness, coupled with the assurance that it would occur in the coming nights, piqued her curiosity about the source of Yi Han's confidence and the certainty of his judgment. Chapter 108. The Secret of the Earth Spirit Fruit. Han Yuan turned to Yi Han and inquired, How can you be so certain? Pausing momentarily, she furrowed her brows and continued, You must understand, this creature is not merely cunning and cautious. It is exceedingly timid, never revealing itself easily. Therefore, this demon beast typically enjoys a long life, making it quite challenging for anyone to capture it. Indeed, in her quest to apprehend the Earth Spirit monkey for the task at hand, Han Yuan has invested considerable time studying this creature and has personally ventured to the desolate valleys several times. The greatest allure for the Earth Spirit monkey is undoubtedly the Earth Spirit fruit. Yet, this creature has been lurking here for an indeterminate duration, only emerging to pilfer the Earth Spirit fruit when they intended to eliminate the devouring beast. Were it not for Yi Han's cunning, leaving a spiritual mark on the Earth Spirit fruit with ulterior motives, it is likely that they would have lost all hope of capturing the Earth Spirit monkey and completing their mission. Even with the knowledge that the Earth Spirit monkey is concealed beneath them, a mere 100 feet below ground, coaxing it out from 20 feet below the surface presents an exceedingly daunting challenge. This creature, being of the earth element, excels in earth evasion techniques, making it no simple task to capture it underground. Unless both of them possess foundational cultivation and extraordinary magical artifacts, success seems improbable. Of course, if Han Yuan were at the foundational level of cultivation, she would not have sought the Earth Spirit monkey to fulfill her foundational elixir task. Upon hearing Han Yuan's words, Yi Han, brimming with confidence, replied, Senior Sister Han, I am certain you possess extensive knowledge about the Earth Spirit monkey. However, you may not be well versed in the effects of the Earth Spirit fruit on demon beasts, correct? At this remark, Han Yuan's brow twitched, and she immediately addressed Yi Han. Could it be that you know the secret of the Earth Spirit fruit? Indeed, Han Yuan had expended considerable effort studying this creature's habits and characteristics to confront the Earth Spirit monkey. Yet, her understanding of the Earth Spirit fruit was limited. She only knew that it held immense allure for demon beasts, and that when Earth element demon beasts consumed the Earth Spirit fruit, it significantly enhanced their cultivation, potentially enabling them to advance. Thus, she was unaware of the fruit's other attributes or effects. It seemed that Yi Han's confidence stemmed from a profound understanding of the Earth Spirit fruit. Indeed, Yi Han confidently stated, I have read in a book that when an Earth element demon beast consumes the Earth Spirit fruit, it will merge with the fruit, thereby improving its constitution and advancing its cultivation. However, it must not consume the fruit while underground. if it does so. He paused, his expression grave. The unique earth energy emitted by the earth element demon beast will blend with the soil, resulting in not only the possibility of enhancing its constitution and cultivation, but also leading to a significant loss of vitality, dispersing in all directions, a regrettable trade-off. Therefore, after acquiring the earth spirit fruit, do you think this earth spirit monkey would consume it underground? At this point, Yihan asserted with great confidence. Can it truly resist the temptation of the earth spirit fruit? Thus, it is certain that he will emerge during this period, and given his cunning nature, he would undoubtedly refrain from venturing out in broad daylight. He is likely to seek a secluded spot at night to consume the earth spirit fruit for his advancement. Listening to Yihan's analysis, Han Yuan gazed at him in disbelief and promptly inquired, "Brother Yi, is what you say truly the case?" Although she posed the question, in her heart, she had already come to believe about 50 to 60% of Yihan's words. If Yihan's analysis holds true, that the earth-type demon beasts must consume the earth spirit fruit away from the soil, then regardless of how sly or timid the earth spirit monkey demon is, it would ultimately be unable to resist the temptation of the earth spirit fruit and would venture out to partake in it. Just as Yihan stated, the earth spirit monkey demon is timid as a mouse and exceedingly cautious. It would never dare to emerge in the daylight to consume the earth spirit fruit. It would certainly seek a safe haven, only to bring out the fruit at night to indulge. However, what left her astounded was how Yihan, despite his young age, possessed knowledge of the secrets surrounding the earth spirit fruit that even she was unaware of. Contemplating this, Han Yuan further probed, "Brother Yi, how did you come to know about the earth spirit fruit and its consumption by demon beasts?" Yihan replied, "It's nothing special. I merely stumbled upon it in a book. To ascertain its truth, we shall have to observe for a few days. If the earth spirit monkey demon does not appear, we will have to devise alternative methods." Indeed, his time spent in the library was not in vain. He had garnered a wealth of knowledge, secrets, and understanding of these rare treasures. His comprehension had evolved remarkably. Concerning the earth spirit fruit, Yihan did not discover it from any compendiums of rare herbs or treasures, but rather from the cultivation travelogue of an immortal practitioner. Within the text, the author recounted an encounter with a demon beast consuming the earth spirit fruit, thus unveiling this secret. Consequently, Yihan's reading was not confined to mere necessity. Many secrets lay hidden within seemingly trivial texts. He felt immense gratitude towards Elder Qi for granting him unrestricted access to the library's collection. Though he was merely an honorary disciple without direct guidance in his cultivation, the privilege of unlimited reading was a gift he cherished greatly. Moreover, Elder Qi had also bestowed upon him the right to select treasures from the vault. Otherwise, how would he have acquired the thorn ring? Essentially, this was akin to bestowing upon him a superior grade magical artifact in the form of the thorn ring. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Han Yuan understood his perspective. Recalling that the last time she sought him out, she had waited for 2 days in the library before finally encountering him. This demonstrated Yihan's genuine passion for reading, primarily fueled by the privilege of unrestricted access to the library. As for Han Yuan, she too frequented the library, but her visits were brief, lasting only 2 to 3 hours, for the cost of 1 spirit stone per hour was simply too exorbitant. Over the course of a day, that would amount to 12 spirit stones, a sum she could ill afford. It is truly enviable to have a formidable golden core cultivator as a support, at least. The path of cultivation during the lower realms would be unobstructed. Yet, such envy serves no purpose and only reinforces Han Yuan's conviction that Yihan's words bear truth. Thus, Han Yuan inquired, "So, junior brother Yi, what shall be our next course of action?" Unbeknownst to her, Han Yuan had ceased to regard Yihan as merely a child, treating him as an equal, for he truly did not embody the naivety of a mere youth in intellect. Of course, in certain respects, he still retained the mindset of a young one. Yihan shrugged and replied, "Is this even a question? We shall discreetly follow it, ensuring that it remains unaware of our presence." Chapter 109 The Cloak of Invisibility. The night in the desolate valley was far from tranquil. The air was filled with the ferocious roars of beasts, and the sounds of their fierce skirmishes echoed through the darkness. In such perilous realms teeming with creatures, the activities of cultivators were rendered even more treacherous under the cover of night, for the beasts were at their most aggressive, emerging to absorb the essence of the moonlight and gaining the upper hand against any cultivators they encountered. Amidst the undulating hills, Yi Han and Han Yuan found themselves huddled beneath a voluminous cloak, their bodies nearly pressed together, with only their eyes visible as they focused on a small hollow ahead. Han Yuan, though reluctant to be so close to Yi Han, had little choice. The cloak was a mid-grade magical artifact designed to conceal one's presence. This cloak effectively masked the aura of cultivators, blending their forms with the surrounding environment, making it exceedingly difficult for any creature or cultivator of lesser prowess to detect their existence. Despite their proximity, Yi Han remained still, his expression largely unchanged, which oddly left Han Yuan with a sense of disappointment. What was she thinking? Yet, there was no alternative. Yi Han lacked any magical treasures for concealment, possessing only a rudimentary cloaking technique, which was of little use for tracking the timid Earthwalker beast. This creature, skittish as a mouse, was highly vigilant, releasing traces of its aura to sense its surroundings. Any slight encroachment could lead to detection. Thus, Han Yuan had taken out the cloak, enveloping both of them within its folds while suppressing their aura. Even if they trailed closely behind the Earthwalker beast, they would remain undetected. Additionally, it safeguarded them from other beasts. Should they be discovered, the two cultivators would be immediately targeted. The Earthwalker beast would undoubtedly flee at the slightest disturbance. With no means of concealment, Yi Han had no choice but to remain close to Han Yuan. Their breaths nearly intertwined. He transmitted a thought to her, "Senior Sister Han. If you had mentioned how effective this cloak is, I too would have sought one, sparing us from this tight squeeze." Upon hearing this, Han Yuan felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. Other male disciples would go to great lengths to be near her, longing for the very closeness that this impudent boy seemed to take for granted. How perplexing. Nonetheless, he was still just a child. Perhaps it was best not to dwell too much on it. Han Yuan could only console herself in this manner. It was not a reflection of her own allure, but rather an indication of Yi Han's utter lack of appreciation for romance at such a tender age. Nevertheless, the two had been trailing the earth-traveling monkey beast for 7 or 8 hours. This creature was indeed not merely clever, but exceedingly cautious and fearful of death. Initially, they feigned a pursuit in the direction the beast had fled, only to disappear from sight before circling back. To avoid detection by the earth-traveling monkey beast, they employed an invisibility cloak to conceal their presence, meticulously shadowing and observing the creature. To be precise, Yi Han utilized his spiritual sense to lock onto his own spiritual imprint, accurately discerning the location of the beast. The earth-traveling monkey beast remained hidden for over an hour before it began to move slowly. After half an hour, it would change its location, altering its direction, and at times, it would even circle back to its original spot. After trailing the creature for 7 or 8 hours, Yi Han and Han Yuan initially believed it had lost its way, only to realize it had been evading them all along. It was truly cowardly. No wonder it was named the earth-traveling monkey. Upon reaching a layered mountainous region, the earth-traveling monkey beast finally came to a stop. In a nearby small valley, it had remained motionless for 2 to 3 hours. However, both Yi Han and Han Yuan had already pinpointed the creature's location, approximately 70 or 80 yards ahead in the valley. The surroundings had grown remarkably quiet, suggesting the absence of any formidable beings in the area. Yet, despite this, there were no signs of the beast emerging. Yi Han, feeling a tinge of impatience, expressed that being so close together felt rather constricting. Han Yuan, upon hearing his remark, merely rolled her eyes and continued to gaze ahead. At that moment, Yi Han abruptly nudged Han Yuan with his elbow and conveyed through magical communication, "Senior Sister Han, that creature is moving. It may be about to emerge. I sense its spiritual imprint descending towards the ground." Startled by Yi Han's sudden elbow jab, Han Yuan wondered what the mischievous boy was up to. However, upon hearing his words, she swiftly directed her gaze towards the valley. Yi Han continued to communicate. "It has suddenly halted, indicating its extreme caution, yet it has risen 10 yards, likely to observe its surroundings." Han Yuan frowned slightly, given the circumstances. The earth-traveling monkey beast was still being overly cautious. It seemed they would have to wait a considerable time before it would finally appear. Indeed, after ascending a few yards and pausing for a quarter of an hour, it remained stationary for nearly an hour. Then, from the silent ground of the valley, a small mound of earth quietly emerged, followed by the pointed, monkey-like head slowly making its appearance, its small eyes darting about. Huff! It retracted again. After approximately 10 breaths, the creature finally re-emerged. As the night grew darker and the distance remained considerable, only a diminutive silhouette could be discerned. Upon catching sight of the Earthwalker demon beast, Han Yuan's breath hitched, her heart racing with excitement. After an extensive wait, this creature had finally emerged. The Earthwalker demon beast glanced at the sky, then scattered something into the ground in all directions, the nature of which was uncertain. Subsequently, it retrieved a spirit fruit from its being, its eyes brimming with desire, and promptly devoured it. Observing Han Yuan's slightly dilated pores, indicating her tension, Yi Han swiftly conveyed through thought, "Senior Sister Han, do not act recklessly. Let us wait a moment longer." Han Yuan furrowed her brow, comprehending Yi Han's intent, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Earthwalker demon beast seemed to sense something, suddenly burrowing into the earth, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this, Han Yuan was poised to rush forward, but Yi Han firmly grasped her shoulder, urging, "Do not be hasty." With the prospect of a ripe opportunity slipping away, how could Han Yuan remain calm? Chapter 110. The eerie earth spirit beast. As Han Yuan was about to speak, Yi Han swiftly covered her mouth with one hand, communicating through thought, "Sister Han, please remain calm. That creature will surely emerge." Han Yuan was taken aback, not only by Yi Han's restraint over her movements, but also by his audacity to muffle her voice, nearly provoking her to unleash a fiery spear in retaliation. However, her gaze shifted forward, and she noticed a new development. The earth spirit beast, having just burrowed underground, began to rise gradually from the earth. Beneath the earth spirit beast, a small square platform materialized, encircled by 4 pillars. Each pillar was adorned with glimmering, multicolored lights. Despite the distance, the two could discern that the pillars were embedded with spirit stones. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Yuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The scene before her far surpassed her expectations. Not only had the earth spirit beast reemerged, but what was this elevated platform? What purpose did the 4 pillars serve? Why were there so many spirit stones? The luminous glow emanating from these stones was undoubtedly not that of ordinary low-grade spirit stones, but rather, they appeared to be of medium grade. Yi Han, too, was rendered speechless. From the texts he had perused, the descriptions of the earth spirit beast aligned closely with what Han Yuan had conveyed. Timid, excessively cautious, and exceptionally cunning. Beyond that, it was merely a beast of the earth element. Yet, the current situation had transcended their wildest imaginations. It seemed that the platform upon which the creature sat resembled a formation disk, with the glowing spirit stones energizing it. Typically, spirit stones do not radiate such intense light. They only emit a faint glow in ordinary circumstances, shining brightly only when activated. However, witnessing the earth spirit beast not flee but instead activate this peculiar formation was indeed extraordinary. Was this beast not merely an animal? How could it wield and operate such a formation? The two exchanged glances, suppressing their urge to act. The anomaly was too strange to provoke hasty actions. It was prudent to refrain from impulsive movements, as unforeseen events could arise. They also recalled that this creature had previously discarded something nearby. Under the illumination of the spirit stone formation, they finally discerned the true appearance of the earth spirit beast. It had a mane of yellow fur, a gaunt face with a pointed mouth, and skin that appeared waxy and pockmarked, interspersed with protruding veins, rendering it quite bizarre. Its diminutive body bore yellow and black stripes, reminiscent of a tiger's markings. The creature's overall form closely resembled that of a human, albeit extraordinarily small, with an oversized head that constituted nearly 1/3 of its entire stature. Upon witnessing the visage of the earth spirit beast, Yi Han was truly astonished. No wonder this creature exhibited such intelligence, for its head was remarkably large. Confronted with such an unusual circumstance, Han Yuan, though deeply tempted by the opportunity to capture the earth spirit beast, understood that in the realm of cultivation, the more extraordinary the situation, the more one must remain composed. One must not allow inner desires to lead to grave missteps. The dangers in the cultivation world are innumerable. Ironically, the pursuit of immortality often results in practitioners failing to live long enough to reach the longevity promised by their cultivation levels, falling prey to various calamities. For instance, a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator could potentially live for over 2 centuries, yet tragically, most meet their demise in conflicts with fellow cultivators, fall victim to beasts while seeking rare treasures, or succumb to the perils of losing control over their own power, often perishing while still in their youth. Some even failing to reach the lifespan of an ordinary mortal. Faced with the earth spirit beast's remarkably human-like behavior, Yi Han and Han Yuan steadied themselves. Yi Han subtly communicated with Han Yuan, suggesting, "Senior Sister Han, let us approach quietly and seize the moment." Han Yuan nodded. She no longer regarded Yi Han as merely a child. This young man, with his profound wisdom and keen insight, surpassed her expectations, despite his occasional naivety in matters of romance. Thus, Han Yuan took the lead, guiding Yi Han stealthily towards the earth spirit beast's direction. After all, they were still a considerable distance away, approximately 70 to 80 zhang. At such a range, the earth spirit beast could easily escape if it sensed danger. They needed to close the gap to within 30 to 40 zhang to launch their spells and artifacts effectively. At that moment, the earth spirit beast was engulfed in a surge of vital energy, its fur bristling as if charged with electricity. The array beneath it began to emit a multitude of mysterious and arcane symbols, which swirled slowly, coalescing into wisps of spiritual light that penetrated the beast's form. As these ethereal beams infiltrated it, the earth spirit beast let out a pained howl, its skin swelling, revealing astonishing black runes that seemed to writhe upon its surface. These symbols appeared to be innate, coursing restlessly over its body. At this juncture, the earth spirit beast emitted a series of explosive sounds, akin to popping beans. As a strange phenomenon unfolded, its form began to expand, and tufts of fur fell away, exposing skin through which blood vessels pulsated, radiating an eerie vitality. It seemed the earth spirit beast was undergoing a transformation. Witnessing this, Han Yuan's expression grew grave, and she quietly conveyed to Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, it appears that this earth spirit beast is on the verge of advancing. If it reaches the third tier of beasthood, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to contend with it. The second-tier demonic beasts are comparable to cultivators at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, while third-tier demonic beasts are roughly equivalent to those at the foundation establishment stage. Although the difference is merely one tier, it represents a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. When the time comes, the two of them will have little chance of defeating the earth spirit beast, let alone capturing it alive." However, Yi Han proclaimed, "No, he is not advancing. Rather, he is undergoing a certain evolution." At that moment, the earth spirit beast had grown to 2/3 of its size, and its aura surged violently, a tempestuous energy radiating outward in all directions. The spiritual stones within the formation beneath it dimmed and extinguished instantly. With a grunt, the earth spirit beast appeared to have suffered a severe blow. Spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood, its body swaying precariously. Witnessing this scene, Yi Han and Han Yuan exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes alight with determination. Now is the moment. Chapter 111. The Speaking Beast. The series of actions exhibited by the Earthwalker beast had left both individuals feeling exceedingly perplexed. Deep down, both Yi Han and Han Yuan sensed an inherent danger emanating from this creature, necessitating a cautious approach. Despite the extensive documentation and textual records indicating that the Earthwalker beast is extraordinarily intelligent and cunning, far surpassing the average beast, it still remains merely a second-tier creature, lingering in the lower, uncultivated ranks of its kind. However, this particular Earthwalker beast exhibited a level of cunning that was somewhat excessive. Initially, both Yi Han and Han Yuan had fallen victim to its schemes. While it was somewhat expected that it would take advantage of the duo's distraction with the devouring beast to pilfer the earth spirit fruit, the abnormality lay in its deliberate creation of feigned weaknesses to mislead the two into a different direction. Had it not been for Yi Han's mental imprint on the earth spirit fruit, the creature would have likely escaped. Moreover, this beast demonstrated its slyness by repeatedly probing the surroundings for the presence of other creatures. Strangely, the formation disk appeared not to be an ancient artifact, but seemed freshly arranged. All these peculiar circumstances suggested that, aside from its non-human appearance, the Earthwalker beast exhibited characteristics akin to those of a cultivator, even displaying greater cunning than the average practitioner. At that moment, the creature suddenly coughed up blood, presumably due to a failed evolution or advancement, resulting in a backlash upon its psyche. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity, Yi Han and Han Yuan seized the moment. Han Yuan wasted no time. Her magical energy surged as she pointed at her storage bag, unleashing a flash of crimson flames. The rain of fire needles erupted forth, and as she chanted her incantation, the cold iron box instantly sprang open, its runes swirling with energy. With a series of sharp sounds, the cold iron box spun in the air and erupted with a barrage of fiery needles, raining down upon the Earthwalker beast. Simultaneously, Han Yuan struck her storage bag again, summoning a fiery lance that roared into existence, whirling madly in the air, growing in size as it surged towards the beast from another direction. Undeterred, Han Yuan invoked her storage bag once more, and a hammer, wreathed in blazing red light, soared forth, encircled by spiraling runes of flame. With a delicate gesture and a commanding shout, she called forth the Tremor Hammer, a colossal weapon the size of a water vat, radiating an astonishing glow of red flames. In a single, decisive motion, Han Yuan unleashed all three of her formidable artifacts, clearly indicating her intent was not merely to capture the Earthwalker beast, but to eliminate it entirely. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded. The searing rain of fire, the first to strike the Earthwalker beast, was on the verge of making contact when suddenly howled a cry of distress. The Earthwalker demon beast, with its small eyes, suddenly flashed with a glimmer of cold light and let out a roar, its hands moving in a bewildering dance as it rapidly manipulated the demonic energy coursing through its body. This scene was utterly unexpected. Typically, ordinary demon beasts do not possess the capability to cast spells or channel demonic energy. Only those that have fully awakened their intellect and cultivated demonic arts, evolving into demon cultivators, can perform such feats. However, that level of existence is exceedingly rare. If this creature truly had evolved into a demon cultivator, even 100 Yi Han and Han Yuan combined would stand no chance against it. Such an encounter would be a fool's errand. With a series of precise gestures, the Earthwalker demon beast unleashed a surge of demonic energy, erupting from the ground to form a shield crafted from bone, which emanated an astonishing, suffocating aura. This skeletal shield spun in the air, expanding to a considerable size, and positioned itself defiantly in front of the Earthwalker demon beast. The fire rain needle rained down like a torrential storm, striking the skeletal shield, causing flames to explode in every direction. The scorching flames rolled and surged, yet the skeletal shield merely swayed, successfully absorbing the onslaught of the fire rain needle. The Earthwalker demon beast roared in furious outrage, its gaze fixed upon Han Yuan, who had dared to attack it, filled with a savage fury. At such a critical moment, it found itself confronted by a cultivator. Suddenly, a swirling blaze emerged, as a fiery lance transformed into a terrifying vortex of flames, circumventing the skeletal shield and barreling towards the side of the Earthwalker demon beast. Meanwhile, the quaking firehammer, as large as a water vat, descended upon the demon beast with immense force, the intense heat suffusing the air with a burnt odor. With a fierce cry, the Earthwalker demon beast rapidly gestured towards the skeletal shield, which surged with demonic energy, positioning itself above to intercept the fiery shockwave of the quaking firehammer. At that moment, a wisp of gray light erupted from another part of the ground, swirling in the air. The copper mirror artifact, adorned with a strange skull, emitted a hazy gray glow. The eerie skull, bursting forth from the mirror, lunged at the fiery lance, snapping its jaws with ferocity. An explosion of flames erupted as the fiery lance fractured and twisted, scattering fire in all directions. Astonishingly, the lance was ensnared by the skull, rendered immobile in midair. Even more terrifying was the fact that the hazy gray light from the copper mirror, along with the skull, dragged the lance back towards the mirror. Despite Han Yuan unleashing three powerful artifacts in a concerted attack, she found herself utterly incapable of overcoming the Earthwalker demon beast. Moreover, this creature demonstrated the ability to manipulate artifacts. Could it truly be a mere demon beast? This is certainly not a power that mere demonic beasts could possess. If it were a transformed demon cultivator, then even 100 Han Yuan would be no match for such a being. Han Yuan's complexion turned ashen, and her spiritual sense surged dramatically. With her hands moving swiftly to cast a spell, she chanted incantations to control her fiery spear artifact, striving to break free from the hold of the bronze mirror treasure. The fiery spear unleashed a wave of crimson light, causing flames to surge in the air, as it became locked in a stalemate with the mirror that had emitted a skull. At that moment, The earthbound monkey demonic beast's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and it suddenly spoke. "Damn it! Who are you wretches? How dare you ruin my plans?" Upon hearing these words, Han Yuan's eyes widened in horror. What on earth was this earthbound monkey? Not only could it manipulate treasures for offense and defense, but it also spoke human language? Could it truly be a transformed demonic beast? Yet, despite her relentless attacks, where had that scoundrel Yi Han disappeared to? Chapter 112. Do not attempt to deceive me. Although Han Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, she discerned the truth. This earth spirit beast was no ordinary creature. After all, how could a typical beast manipulate treasures, operate formations, and articulate human speech? It was even less likely to be a transformed demon cultivator. The power of a demon cultivator was beyond Han Yuan's capability to confront. Despite her uncertainty regarding the situation, she was not particularly afraid of the earth spirit beast. She noticed that it had just undergone a peculiar evolution or ritual using a formation and a soil spirit fruit, which had evidently backfired, leaving it gravely injured and unstable. From the results of her 3 magical artifacts attacks, although they did not harm the beast, it had staggered visibly, with blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. While this earth spirit beast could manipulate treasures and speak, it was not overwhelmingly powerful. Hence, caution was warranted. Han Yuan called out sharply, "Are you human or beast?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered to a corner, expecting Yi Han to emerge alongside her to jointly assault the earth spirit beast. She understood that her 3 magical artifacts might not damage the beast, but Yi Han could seize the opportunity to unleash his thorn ring and potentially capture the creature. However, after her attack, Yi Han did not spring into action. Instead, he remained hidden. This left Han Yuan feeling exasperated, as her efforts to coordinate with him seemed in vain. She had repeatedly emphasized that when she unleashed her 3 magical artifacts, he must utilize the thorn ring to ensure they captured the wretched earth spirit beast swiftly, leaving no chance for escape. Yet, Yi Han had not moved, instead cloaked in invisibility. This realization nearly made her spit blood in frustration. This unreliable Yi Han was truly infuriating. But wait, just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. While Yi Han was undoubtedly cunning, he was not the type to betray a fellow cultivator. With so many clever ideas swirling in his mind, he might have an alternative plan. Moreover, if he were to launch a surprise attack from the shadows, the outcome might be even more favorable. Upon hearing Han Yuan's inquiry, the earth spirit beast fixed her with a cold, wise gaze and replied leisurely, "You need not concern yourself with my identity, young lady. Your cultivation is modest, yet your audacity is commendable. If you were to take me as your master, I assure you, you would become a golden core grandmaster." The beast's words stirred something within Han Yuan. Achieving the foundation establishment stage had been an arduous journey for her. The notion that this enigmatic earth spirit beast could guarantee her ascension to a golden core grandmaster was astonishing. Did this creature truly possess such power? Even the elusive Yuan Ying stage elders within her sect lacked such extraordinary capabilities. In response, Han Yuan quickly regained her composure and disdainfully remarked, "You old monster. Do not presume to deceive me. If you possessed such prowess, would you find yourself in this predicament?" With that, she swiftly executed a series of hand gestures and chanted an incantation, her mystical energy erupting forth in an instant. The Thunderfire hammer unleashed a dazzling blaze, hurtling fiercely towards her adversary. The fire spear, too, surged with flames, striving to break free from the pull of the skull mirror artifact. The fire rain needle initiated a tempestuous onslaught. Indeed, in Han Yuan's eyes, this Earthwalker beast truly wielded such abilities. She had long since ascended to the rank of a formidable demon cultivator. How could she possibly be hiding here? Furthermore, if this creature were genuinely her foe, would it engage in such lengthy discourse? It would have struck without hesitation. The Earthwalker beast, incensed by Han Yuan's words, retorted furiously, "This condition I find myself in is the result of another's treachery. Do you truly believe I am not your equal?" As it spoke, the beast's demonic aura surged, emanating an astonishing force, and it expelled a plume of yellow-black mist from its mouth, within which lay a gleaming dark orb. Simultaneously, the skeletal shield and the skull mirror artifact erupted with a strange black energy, continuously obstructing Han Yuan's fervent assaults. The skull's grasp was inexorably pulling Han Yuan's fire spear towards it. It was evident that although the Earthwalker beast's ritual had faltered, it had indeed grown considerably stronger. Akin to a half-tier, three-demon beast, the dark orbit expelled released a wave of yellow-black mist that spread through the air, coalescing into a vast cloud that surged towards Han Yuan. In the blink of an eye, she found herself enveloped in this yellow-black fog. As the mist surrounded her, she realized she could not pierce through it, nor could her spiritual awareness penetrate its depths. The inability to access her spiritual awareness had profound implications, for the manipulation of magical artifacts relied on the synergy of both spiritual awareness and mystical energy. The peculiar yellow-black mist, released by the orb, effectively severed her connection to her spiritual awareness. This was no ordinary artifact. Instantly, Han Yuan sensed her spiritual awareness and the control over her magical artifact slipping away. Stripped of her artifact, her complexion turned ashen. She hastily formed hand seals and chanted fervently. Fire serpent. She exhaled, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a serpentine form, extending several feet long, radiating an intense heat that filled the air with the acrid scent of burning. Upon releasing this fiery serpent, Han Yuan's mystical energy diminished by more than a third. The serpent quivered violently and charged forth, colliding fiercely with the yellow-black mist. Boom! The flames forcefully cleaved a path through the yellow-black fog. However, that dark, glistening orb suddenly erupted, releasing a cloud of yellow and black mist that formed eerie, gaping maws, voraciously devouring the air around it. Whoosh! This bizarre maw created a massive vortex that swiftly engulfed the fiery serpent unleashed moments before. Thud! At the instant the serpent was consumed, Han Yuan's complexion turned deathly pale, and she spat forth a copious amount of vital blood. This serpent was a spell intricately linked to her spirit, possessing tremendous power, yet it was dispatched with such apparent ease. What manner of terrifying entity is this earthbound sun demon beast? What treasure is this orb, so formidable? Just then, the yellow and black mist released by the orb surged relentlessly toward Han Yuan. Her face drained of color. She had exhausted all her abilities. Could it be? At that moment, the earthbound sun demon beast let out a horrified exclamation. What? There are still others? Followed by a piercing scream of despair. Chapter 113. Yihan takes action. The sudden, anguished cry of the earth spirit beast pierced through the air. Han Yuan clutched a fiery red talisman, preparing to invoke a certain arcane technique. When her fire serpent spell failed to penetrate the dense, yellow-black fog, she realized she was in grave trouble. To her astonishment, the encroaching yellow-black mist halted abruptly, as if frozen in place, following the beast's unexpected scream. This brought a momentary sense of relief to Han Yuan. The eerie mist emanating from the dark orb had completely severed her spiritual awareness, devouring her most formidable spells. The consequences of being tainted by this mist were unimaginable. Yet, what had transpired? Han Yuan dared not linger. She swiftly patted her storage pouch, and a flurry of talismans erupted forth. A pang of anguish washed over her as she regarded the talismans, which had cost her over 500 spirit stones. Once unleashed, they would vanish into nothingness. However, she understood that if her life were lost, no amount of spirit stones or talismans would hold any value. Gritting her teeth, she cast aside her hesitation. Her delicate fingers moved with lightning speed, forming intricate seals as the symbols on the talismans surged to life. Flames, lightning, hail, and razor winds, all swirling violently. Go, she commanded, her finger pointing decisively. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The talismans unleashed their fury. Flames, lightning, hail, and wind blades surged forth, crashing into the yellow-black mist. Instantly, the mist writhed and convulsed under the onslaught. Encased in a golden protective barrier, Han Yuan watched as the yellow-black fog twisted and contorted. What was occurring outside? Why had the earth spirit beast let out such a harrowing wail? Before her eyes, the earth spirit beast was ensnared within a cage of thick, thorny vines. Frustrated and enraged, it cursed vehemently. Damn it! There's still another person. Meanwhile, Yihan's fingers moved swiftly, weaving intricate seals as he recited incantations, channeling his energy into the thorny cage binding the beast. While Han Yuan engaged in a battle of spells with the earth spirit beast, Yihan did not immediately intervene. This was primarily due to the emergence of an extraordinarily peculiar phenomenon. When the beast wielded that dark orb, the purple cauldron hidden within Yihan's robes suddenly trembled, resonating with unmistakable excitement. Indeed, Yihan was deeply concerned about exposing his purple cauldron to the eyes of other cultivators. The allure of such a treasure could incite greed, and he dared not share its existence with anyone, especially not Zhang Qingxuan, fearing he might lose it. However, in confronting this enigmatic earth spirit beast, Yihan had retrieved the cauldron from his storage pouch, knowing it could replenish his expended energy in critical moments. Envision the scene. Yihan, amidst a fierce confrontation with cultivators and monstrous beasts, finds himself fortified by the ever-replenishing power of the purple cauldron, a distinct advantage in battle. Moreover, as he grapples with the formidable earth elemental beast, self-preservation becomes paramount, leaving no room for hesitation. Previously, during his struggle against the devouring beast, had it not been for the timely assistance of the purple cauldron providing him with energy, he would have succumbed to the relentless onslaught of that beast. As Han Yuan makes her move, Yihan remains poised, hidden beneath her invisibility cloak, concealing his presence. The earth elemental beast, under the misconception that only Han Yuan stands against it, grows overconfident, believing that vanquishing her would secure its victory. While they engage in a battle of skills, Yihan stealthily approaches the beast. From the outset, it appears that the earth elemental beast shows no fear of Han Yuan, effortlessly countering her attacks with its artifacts. When it unleashes a dark, glimmering orb, it ensnares Han Yuan within its grasp, while her own artifacts falter, spiraling out of control, ultimately being absorbed into the skeletal mirror artifact wielded by the beast. Yihan observes with a discerning eye, suppressing the urge to intervene. Although the earth elemental beast seems to hold the upper hand, Han Yuan is far from its match. Yet, Yihan notices a subtle detail. Throughout the confrontation, the beast has not strayed from its array, and its energy reserves have dwindled considerably with each successive use of its treasures. Particularly, when it ensnares Han Yuan with that dark orb, its aura diminishes significantly, nearly collapsing upon the array. In this critical moment, Yihan abandons any semblance of restraint, unleashing the full force of his magical energy through the thorn handcuff. The inherent ability of the thorn handcuff, the thorn cage, activates instantaneously, enveloping the earth elemental beast in a binding grip. The creature, caught off guard by the steep price it paid to ensnare the troublesome female cultivator, prepares to finish her off and recuperate its strength, oblivious to Yihan's presence. Suddenly, the thorned cage tightens around it, the vines coiling mercilessly, their sharp thorns piercing its flesh. More critically, the vines exude an astonishing wood essence, which inherently counters the beast's earth affinity, hindering its ability to wield its powers effectively. Ensnared and desperate, the earth elemental beast roars in frustration. "Curse you! You seek death." As the earth spirit beast roared in a fit of fury, a series of blood-red runes emanated from its body, causing it to swell ominously, its demonic aura surging forth as if it were tangible. The beast was frantically expanding its power, and in an instant, the thorny vines that bound it were forcibly stretched apart. The earth spirit beast emerged through the gaps in the vines. In truth, it could no longer afford to be cautious. The failure of its evolution ritual had left its physical form severely damaged. Although it had gained some advantages, having successfully undergone partial demonization, it was still in a precarious state. However, the battle with that accursed female cultivator had drained a significant portion of its magical energy. Now, its only option was to escape and recuperate gradually. At that very moment, a chilling beam of light shot towards the head of the earth spirit beast, which was just about to break free. Alarmed, the beast's eyes widened, and it instinctively recoiled. In doing so, its entire form became ensnared once more. Yihan flicked his finger, and the flying scaled dagger returned swiftly. The earth spirit beast appeared to be on the brink of defeat. It was best to incapacitate it further before binding it again. Just then, the purple cauldron in his arms trembled violently, as if sensing no immediate danger. Chapter 114. The purple cauldron's salvation. From the moment the black orb released by the earthwalker beast emerged, Yihan sensed a response from the purple cauldron cradled in his arms. He had remained ever vigilant, and at the instant the cauldron vibrated, a piercing sound erupted. The black orb abruptly manifested above his head, revealing the grotesque visage of an elderly man. This strange figure suddenly gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of black and yellow mist that cascaded toward Yihan. The mist swiftly coalesced into a colossal skeletal hand, violently descending upon him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Yihan retrieved a storage pouch. With a hum, a beam of gray light burst forth, swirling majestically in the air before transforming into the frost iron shield, which positioned itself above his head. The skeletal hand, wrought from the black and yellow mist, struck the frost iron shield with tremendous force. A thunderous crash reverberated, causing the shield to tremble violently, the gray light dimming significantly. In an instant, the shield was nearly shattered, propelled away by the force of the blow. Yihan felt his spirit wane, and he coughed forth a mouthful of vital blood, suddenly realizing that he had lost his mental connection with the frost iron shield. Where the skeletal hand had struck, peculiar black and yellow runes began to manifest, and the shield itself began to fissure. Could a single blow truly damage a superior magical artifact? Yihan could scarcely fathom the scene before him. More alarmingly, the strike had left him mentally injured. His aura diminished. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The figure of the elderly man within the black orb emitted a furious roar. "You're doomed, boy." It was unmistakably the voice of the Earthwalker beast. As the old man's furious bellow echoed, the skeletal hand, born from the mist expelled by the orb, clenched into a fist and struck the frost iron shield once more. A deafening explosion ensued, shattering the frost iron shield into countless fragments. Yihan felt a fresh surge of mental anguish, coughing up another mouthful of vital blood. He had realized during the refinement of the frost iron shield that it might have sustained damage from Wang Fu's use of it to block the clawed beast's attack previously. He had neglected to repair the shield during this time. Little did he expect that it would falter against the peculiar skeletal hand's two devastating strikes. The critical revelation struck him. The voice he had presumed to be that of the Earthwalker beast had actually belonged to the old man within the black orb. Without hesitation, Yihan activated the blood escape talisman. In an instant, a crimson light surged from his hand, feeling a substantial portion of his vital essence siphoned away. A brilliant tapestry of blood-red runes enveloped his form. With a whoosh, Yihan's figure vanished from the spot. Boom! The black bead unleashed a skeletal hand that violently slammed down onto the spot where Yihan had just stood, causing the ground to tremble violently as dirt erupted in a chaotic explosion, creating a massive pit several meters wide. Attempting to flee? Impossible. The black bead roared in fury. Several meters away, a skeletal mirror materialized, emitting a vast expanse of misty gray light that illuminated the area ahead. Wherever this ethereal gray light passed, it penetrated through, surging forward for dozens of meters before transforming into a skull that snapped at the air above. In an instant, a burst of crimson light erupted in the atmosphere as Yihan was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of vital blood. The skull clamped down on Yihan's body, and he immediately felt his spiritual energy being suppressed, the area where it bit down quickly becoming numb. Yihan had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had already employed the blood escape talisman to flee. Yet, the black bead seemed to have foreseen this, instantly utilizing the skeletal mirror to not only intercept him mid-flight, but also to ensnare him with the skull's bite. What level of treasure was this mirror? Its might was astonishing, capable of controlling cultivators' artifacts and tracking their essence, successfully intercepting the blood escape talisman. And now, it had grasped his form. Yihan sensed that his situation had become dire, as the numbness where the skull had bitten him left his spiritual energy stagnant. In that fleeting moment, the purple cauldron swiftly replenished his spiritual energy. Yihan felt his drained power restored, but his wounded body remained unhealed. With his spiritual energy fully revived, he roared, "Release me." He summoned his energy in an attempt to break free from the skull's grasp, unleashing a formidable wave of wood-based energy. However, the skull continued to gnaw at him, the numbing sensation returning, hindering his ability to channel his energy once more. Cursed be this entity. It was utterly terrifying. The visage of the old man within the black bead observed Yihan's plight with astonishment, exclaiming, "To think a mere 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner could withstand my ghost skull mirror. It appears you are no ordinary cultivator." As he spoke, the black bead surged toward Yihan, transforming into a beam of black light that lunged at him, cackling, "This body shall be mine." In that critical moment, a brilliant purple light erupted from Yihan's chest, as the purple cauldron unexpectedly surged forth. The cauldron's mouth flew open, and a spiraling column of purple light and runes burst forth. The black bead was instantly engulfed in the radiant violet glow. What is this? The black bead emitted a horrified cry, reminiscent of a terrified earth spirit. In the blink of an eye, the violet beam converged, and the black orb was drawn directly into the violet cauldron. The lid of the cauldron swiftly descended, sealing it shut. Yihan felt the skeletal head that had gripped his body transform into a wisp of gray mist, which then penetrated the ghostly skull mirror, restoring his control over his body. Trembling with trepidation, he rose and clutched the violet cauldron to his chest, bewildered by the situation. Although he was still trying to comprehend the events, he understood that it was the luminous beam from the cauldron that had absorbed the black orb and saved him. Regardless, he had managed to escape with his life. What would happen now that the cauldron had absorbed the black orb? Yihan pondered anxiously, wishing to examine the cauldron. Suddenly, a series of explosive booms erupted in the distance, accompanied by a dazzling display of flames, lightning, razor winds, and shock waves. Han Yuan emerged, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Yihan. "Junior brother Yi," she exclaimed, "where is the earth elemental sun monkey beast?" She could scarcely believe her eyes upon seeing Yihan alive. Suddenly, her expression shifted, revealing disbelief. For she noticed that the earth elemental sun monkey beast was seated calmly on the formation plate, bound by thorny rings. Yihan had captured this beast. As he observed Han Yuan breaking free from the black and yellow mist that had ensnared her, he discreetly stowed the violet cauldron into his storage pouch. He was also startled to see the earth elemental sun monkey beast resting on the formation plate, realizing that in his haste to escape, he had activated the blood escape talisman without retrieving the thorny rings that bound the beast. However, in an instant, he sensed that something was amiss with the earth elemental sun monkey beast. Chapter 115. Capturing the demon, Yihan's consciousness detected that although his thorn ring had ensnared the earth spirit beast, he was utterly distracted by the bizarre black orb that had relentlessly pursued him. In his desperate bid for survival, he had not even contemplated the possibility of escaping with the treasure. Fortunately, the sudden surge of power from the purple cauldron had banished the ominous black orb. Otherwise, Yihan feared that his cultivation journey would meet a premature end, much like many fledgling cultivators before him. Even now, cold sweat trickled down his spine, as he narrowly escaped the clutches of that enigmatic orb. In front of him, the earth spirit beast remained immobilized within the formation, bound by the thorn ring. Its eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead. Devoid of the cunning and sharpness it had displayed earlier, it was now utterly still. Yihan swiftly formed a series of hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy into the thorn ring. The thorny tendrils, materialized from the ring, tightened around the earth spirit beast with ferocity. The creature, suddenly constricted, seemed to snap to attention, thrashing violently in a fit of rage. Its roar a harsh and grating sound. Yihan observed that the earth spirit beast appeared considerably dazed compared to before, its demonic aura noticeably diminished. Had it retained its prior ferocity, he would never have managed to subdue it with the thorn ring. Seeing this, Yihan called out, "Senior sister, this creature seems utterly befuddled." Han Yuan, having finally extricated herself from the suffocating black-yellow mist, was equally surprised by the turn of events. She had unleashed numerous talismans in an attempt to dispel that strange fog, yet it had remained unyielding. Just moments ago, the yellow-black mist had inexplicably vanished, allowing her to emerge. She had thought her demise was imminent. Had she perished, Yihan, being the disciple of Elder Seven, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions for leading her into peril. However, upon her emergence, she found Yihan not only alive, but also successfully capturing the earth spirit beast. The scenario was astonishingly unbelievable. Yet, at that moment, the earth spirit beast was still struggling against Yihan's grasp. Without pausing to ponder the situation, Han Yuan shouted, "Junior brother Yi, hold steady. I'm coming." With that, she darted forward with remarkable speed, retrieving a treasured item from her storage pouch. A flash of spiritual light erupted as a purplish-red rope materialized, and with her incantations and hand gestures, she infused it with her own spiritual energy. Pointing decisively, she commanded, "Go." The purplish-red rope, akin to a mystical serpent, slithered towards the earth spirit beast, intertwining with the thorny tendrils of Yihan's thorn ring. She then called out to Yihan, "Junior brother Yi." Yihan's eyes brightened as he responded, "Good. Simultaneously, he beckoned with his fingers, causing the thorny tendrils to dissolve and retract, returning to him as the thorn ring once more nestled in his palm. Meanwhile, Han Yuan deftly tapped her fingers, murmuring incantations as she exerted her control over the purplish-red rope, which responded instantaneously. In the moment Yi Han retracted the thorny bracelet, the purplish-red cord elongated several feet, ensnaring the earth-shaping beast securely. The beast roared in fury, struggling against its bonds. However, the demonic aura emanating from it swiftly dissipated. It was evident that the purplish-red rope wielded by Han Yuan was a treasure capable of subduing demonic beasts. Yet, the earth-shaping beast suddenly surged with a potent demonic energy, thrashing violently, causing the purplish-red rope to tremble in response. At that moment, Han Yuan dashed before the beast, producing a handful of talismans from her storage pouch. As she continuously channeled her spiritual power, 7 or 8 talismans flew forth, adhering to the earth-shaping beast's body and transforming into a multitude of runes that encircled it. The beast's frantic struggles abruptly ceased, its form stiffening, and its gaze grew dazed before it succumbed to unconsciousness. The purplish-red rope tightened, binding the creature more securely than a zongzi. Only then did Han Yuan exhale a sigh of relief, her tense emotions gradually easing, and her face lit up with uncontainable joy as she exclaimed, "Yi shitty, we have successfully captured this creature." Initially, she had been ensnared by a vast expanse of yellow-black mist, fearing not only failure in her mission to capture the earth-shaping beast, but also for her very life, anticipating demise in this desolate valley. However, upon her escape, she discovered that Yi Han had resolved the most formidable challenge, the enigmatic black orb, and had also ensnared the earth-shaping beast. How could someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement possess such prowess? Not only did he manage to tackle the black orb, which I could not, but he also captured the beast. She pondered, gazing at Yi Han in disbelief. She noticed his disheveled state, his aura waning, and bloodstains adorning his body, clearly indicating he had paid a hefty price. As Yi Han observed the earth-shaping beast completely under Han Yuan's control, the weight on his heart lifted. He truly had escaped a grave peril, though the future remained uncertain. Yet, he resolved that he would never again seek treasures or accompany Han Yuan to such perilous locales. If not for the timely assistance of the purple cauldron in resolving the peculiar black orb, he would have certainly met his demise. Taking a deep breath, he smiled wryly and remarked, "Han Shiji, you never mentioned that this creature would be so dangerous. You are fortunate to complete your task, but I have suffered greatly." With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to retrieve the ghost skull mirror from the ground. Hearing his words, Han Yuan expressed her apologies, saying, "You shitty. This truly isn't my fault. According to the records I consulted, the earth-shaping beast was not supposed to be this formidable. Its greatest strength lies in its earth-escaping technique. It should not have been so difficult." At this point, Han Yuan responded, "Junior brother Yi, this Earthwalker beast is truly not as simple as it seems. I sense that it may be under the control of some malevolent force." Upon hearing this, Yi Han furrowed his brow. He recalled having read in several texts that certain cultivators or demon practitioners, upon having their physical bodies destroyed, could survive through their primordial spirits and subsequently seize the bodies of other cultivators or demon practitioners to be reborn. Could it be that the entity associated with that black orb and the Earthwalker beast are two distinct matters? Otherwise, how could it be explained that this creature is capable of human speech and can manipulate treasures? This being must undoubtedly have ties to cultivators, whether it is the primordial spirit of a cultivator or that of a demon practitioner. Contemplating this, Yi Han nodded and said, "I believe so as well." With that, he picked up another treasure, a skeletal shield, from the ground. Observing the two treasures in Yi Han's hands, Han Yuan revealed a look of intrigue. Chapter 116. Two treasures. Han Yuan gazed at the two treasures in Yi Han's possession, the skeletal shield and the ghostly skull mirror. In the hands of the enigmatic orb controlling the Earthwalker demon beast, their power was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary artifacts, especially the ghostly skull mirror, which could absorb the possessions of other cultivators. It was certainly not a mere magical tool. Now, both treasures were in Yi Han's grasp. After a moment of hesitation, Han Yuan addressed Yi Han, "Junior brother Yi, how did you manage to deal with that fellow? That black orb is no ordinary entity." Indeed, Han Yuan found the situation perplexing. Yi Han's true cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, while her own abilities exceeded his by a considerable margin. Yet, she had been utterly incapable of countering the black orb. The yellow-black mist it emitted was terrifying, and despite her best efforts, she had been unable to contend with it. How then had Yi Han managed to vanquish the black orb? This left her in a state of bewilderment. Yi Han, noticing the curious glint in Han Yuan's eyes as she appraised the treasures in his hands, understood her thoughts. He spoke directly, "Sister Han, in order to deal with that adversary, I utilized a significant portion of the life-preserving artifact my master bestowed upon me. These 2 treasures serve as compensation, and I trust you have no objections?" Without waiting for her response, he waved his hand, and a flash of spiritual light enveloped both the skeletal shield and the ghostly skull mirror as they were swiftly stored in his spatial pouch. Han Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How brazen could this impudent youth be? These treasures were not mere trinkets. Yet he had chosen to keep both for himself without leaving anything for her. Yi Han continued, "Sister Han, even if you harbor some discontent, I can understand. However, while the value of these 2 treasures is indeed high, it pales in comparison to my losses." Yi Han was not entirely fixated on possessing these treasures, but after being led to such a perilous location by Han Yuan, which nearly cost him his life, he found it impossible to share such invaluable artifacts with her. He had risked his life to obtain them, had it not been for the purple cauldron's intervention in seizing the peculiar black orb. He might very well have become a meal for the demon beast. Furthermore, he sought to obscure the existence of the extraordinary purple cauldron from her knowledge. Thus, he needed a justification, asserting that the defeat of the black orb was due to the life-preserving artifact granted to him by Elder 7, of which he had utilized a substantial portion. This was a considerable loss, one that could not be equated with the value of 2 treasures. The implication was clear. The power of that artifact was immense, and he had not exhausted its full potential. A fraction of its might remained. This served as a warning to Han Yuan, ensuring she would not entertain any treacherous thoughts, as he bore no illusions about her nature. He believed that a female cultivator could be just as ruthless as her male counterparts when it came to matters of life and death. Indeed, upon hearing Yi Han's words and glancing at the now-controlled Earthwalker demon beast, Han Yuan's demeanor shifted as she recalibrated her mindset. Had the Earthwalker demon beast been vanquished by the enigmatic black orb, it would be entirely reasonable for Yi Han to claim both treasures. However, the truth remains that without Yi Han's intervention, the task would have been insurmountable, and perhaps even fatal. The fact that he is not held accountable for leading her into such perilous circumstances is indeed fortunate. He has already expended a significant portion of his life-preserving treasures. Observing Yi Han's countenance, it is evident that these artifacts hold immense value, one that she cannot afford to compensate. The ghost skull mirror and the bone shield should rightfully be offered as restitution to Yi Han. Most importantly, without Yi Han's assistance, not only would her life have been at stake, but capturing the Earthwalker demon beast and completing the mission would have been impossible. With this contemplation, Han Yuan spoke, "Junior brother Yi, it is only fitting that you receive these 2 treasures. Once I truly advance to the foundation building stage, I shall express my gratitude earnestly." Indeed, although Yi Han's cultivation is currently modest, he possesses formidable protective measures and capabilities. She might not even stand a chance against him. Even if she were to become a foundation-building cultivator in the future, establishing a continued rapport with Yi Han would undoubtedly be advantageous. Recognizing that Han Yuan had been swayed by his words, Yi Han refrained from further discourse and promptly stated, "Sister Han, our previous commotion was quite pronounced. We should depart post-haste." Indeed, this was not merely due to their confrontation with the Earthwalker demon beast, but also because of the formidable energies unleashed by the mysterious orb and the violet light emitted by the purple cauldron. Yi Han feared that this violet radiance might attract other beasts or cultivators. With Han Yuan's task accomplished, it was prudent to vacate the area. There was no need to delve deeper into other matters. What purpose would it serve? Moreover, as he observed the formation where the Earthwalker demon beast had been ensnared, the spirit stones had all turned to mere rock, devoid of any spiritual essence. Yi Han decided to store these formations in several storage bags, for one could never predict their future utility. Han Yuan, witnessing Yi Han's desire to collect even those formations, appeared somewhat uneasy. It seemed that his losses were indeed substantial if he felt compelled to take them. Such items should hardly be worth a handful of spirit stones. Nonetheless, Han Yuan understood that despite having fully subdued the Earthwalker demon beast, they remained within the treacherous Tianhuang Valley and had yet to secure their safety. They needed to return the beast to their sect to truly complete their mission. Until the creature was safely returned, their task could not be deemed accomplished. As she gathered her own treasures, she noted that her flame spear and rain of fire needles had sustained considerable damage, while the shockfire hammer remained unscathed. Observing the scattered remnants of the cold iron shield, it was clear that Yi Han's superior artifact had been destroyed. It appeared that, as Yi Han had indicated, his losses were indeed considerable. Without further delay, the duo set forth, swiftly traversing hundreds of zhang. Suddenly, Yi Han cautioned Han Yuan, "Sister Han, we must exercise caution as we exit. Utilize your invisibility cloak." Han Yuan nodded upon hearing these words. Although Yi Han appeared somewhat overly cautious, they were currently transporting the living creature known as the Earthwalker beast, which was undeniably conspicuous. Thus, Han Yuan formed a hand gesture, causing the invisibility cloak to stir and envelop the two of them, concealing their presence as they swiftly made their way beyond the desolate valley. As she sensed Yi Han's presence beside her, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Han Yuan's eyes. Despite Yi Han's youth, he had practiced diligently for several years. Time surely flew by in the realm of cultivation. Under the veil of the invisibility cloak, they hastened towards the outskirts of the desolate valley. Han Yuan could hardly contain her exhilaration. Having completed this task would undoubtedly earn her a Foundation Establishment pill, and with it, she could ascend to the ranks of Foundation Establishment cultivators. As they passed through a narrow gorge, Yi Han suddenly halted, conveying to Han Yuan via sound transmission, "Senior Sister Han Yu, stop. There may be a situation." Chapter 117. Caution is paramount. As Yi Han came to a halt, his hand rested on Han Yuan's waist. Han Yuan was unfazed. After learning Yi Han's true age, she realized that he harbored no ulterior motives. However, given her superior cultivation and perceptive abilities, it was inconceivable that Yi Han could detect something amiss while she remained oblivious. Moreover, she had been meticulously controlling her invisibility cloak, suggesting her observations of the surroundings should have been more accurate. How could Yi Han sense an anomaly that she could not discern? Yet, she remained perplexed by the fact that Yi Han had not only vanquished the seemingly invincible black orb, but had also managed to capture the Earth Spirit Sun Beast for her. Although Yi Han insisted that he had utilized a formidable artifact bestowed upon him by Elder Seven, it was evident that without extraordinary skill, possessing even the most powerful treasure would not guarantee victory against such an adversary. Therefore, the reality of Yi Han's abilities was likely far more complex than her superficial assessment. Consequently, Han Yuan communicated telepathically, "Junior brother Yi, I have not sensed any presence of people or beasts. Is it possible that our opponents possess exceptionally high cultivation levels?" Indeed, when Yi Han made this assertion, she had already scanned the surroundings with her consciousness, discovering no unusual signals. Han Yuan's cultivation was at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Yet similar cultivation levels could vary significantly based on the quality of their foundational practices and the artifacts at their disposal. Among her peers, she was considered exceptional, with no more than 5 who surpassed her at Qingxuan peak. This trend held true in the broader world as well, where few of her contemporaries could rival her. While Han Yuan found no irregularities, Yi Han had indeed detected something unusual. His intuition proved to be extraordinary. He conveyed, "I have not detected any individuals. Yet this location seems ideal for an ambush. There may be cultivators lying in wait to target passing beasts or practitioners. We must exercise caution and assess the situation further." Listening to Yi Han's analysis, Han Yuan furrowed her brow. With the Earth Spirit Sun Beast in tow, she felt an urgency to return. Nonetheless, she valued Yi Han's insights and carefully scrutinized the terrain ahead. After a thorough examination, Han Yuan's expression grew grave. Indeed, the landscape ahead was highly conducive to ambushes aimed at seizing treasures. The terrain of the Tianhuang Valley primarily consisted of flat valleys and depressions, yet this particular area was a narrow gorge. To traverse this region, one must pass through the heart of the gorge, making it an ideal spot for ambushing unsuspecting cultivators. Given that this gorge was the only viable passage into the depths of Tianhuang Valley, it was likely that numerous nefarious cultivators lurked in wait, harboring ulterior motives. Upon receiving Yi Han's reminder, Han Yuan suddenly realized that in her haste to return after completing her task, she had forsaken her usual vigilance. Indeed, attributes such as cultivation level, training resources, innate talent, and techniques are of paramount importance to practitioners of the mystical arts. However, what ultimately determines how far a cultivator can progress is, in fact, the cultivator themselves. In the realm of cultivation, a lack of caution, ruthlessness, and intelligence could lead to the loss of one's life at any moment. Han Yuan began to take this to heart, though she harbored some doubts regarding Yi Han's true cultivation level, suspecting he might only be at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. In the world of cultivation, there are indeed many who masquerade as weaker practitioners, and rumors abound of terrifying individuals who disguise themselves as low-tier cultivators while actually being ancient beings of the nascent soul stage or even higher. Alternatively, it was possible that Yi Han possessed some formidable treasure that enabled him to detect her presence. Thus, Han Yuan addressed Yi Han. "Junior brother Yi, you are correct. This location is indeed quite suitable for an ambush. Let us meditate and restore our spiritual energy, and we shall venture out at dawn." Indeed, there remained over an hour until daybreak, when cultivators would commence their activities, seeking rare materials and hunting demonic beasts. Should an adversary linger here, they would likely depart once morning arrived. Consequently, the two settled down on the edge of a cliff beside the canyon. Han Yuan produced a medicinal vial and extracted 2 mid-grade Qi refinement pills, offering one to Yi Han before consuming her own and entering meditation to replenish her expended spiritual energy. The battle with the earth elemental beast had indeed drained her significantly, leaving her severely wounded. However, due to the commotion caused during the encounter, it was prudent to first retreat and recuperate. Given the potential dangers ahead, it was wise to restore their energy. Yi Han, observing Han Yuan sharing a mid-grade Qi refinement pill, recognized its value. Such items were not easily accessible to all. The fact that she had produced 2 in one evening, and had even given one to him, suggested that Han Yuan was not as straightforward as she appeared. Particularly during their conflict, the treasures and artifacts she had utilized were quite valuable, indicating that she was a relatively affluent cultivator. Nevertheless, Yi Han chose not to consume the mid-grade Qi refinement pill, instead returning it to his storage pouch and feigning meditation. With the aid of the purple cauldron, he could swiftly replenish his energy, so his current reserves were not at issue. However, during his confrontation with that enigmatic black orb, his cold iron shield had been destroyed, and he had to resort to a blood escape talisman to flee. Additionally, he had been struck by the ghostly skeletal mirror, leaving him with significant injuries. Both his consciousness and physical body had suffered considerable damage, and his blood essence was severely depleted. Despite possessing a wealth of spiritual energy, he could only muster half of his usual strength. If he were to encounter a murderous cultivator intent on treasure, even with Han Yuan's assistance, they might not stand a chance. Thus, he resolved to remain cautious. Just half an hour had passed when suddenly, a voice erupted. "You bastards! Do you dare?" A furious roar reverberated from the depths of the canyon, followed by the clashing of metal and the explosive sounds of spiritual energy illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by a barrage of curses. Clearly, a confrontation among cultivators had erupted ahead. Han Yuan immediately ceased her meditation, her gaze towards Yi Han shifting once more. Could it be that this young man was merely feigning weakness to deceive? This location indeed seemed remarkably suitable for ambushes, making her astonishment all the more palpable. Suddenly, a swift figure darted from the canyon, pursued closely by 3 others, their speed astonishing. The fleeing figure was enveloped in a crimson glow of runes, evidently utilizing a blood escape talisman, an artifact for evasion. In an instant, he surged past where Yi Han and Han Yuan stood, racing forward. The trio relentlessly pursued him. At that moment, a powerful aura of murderous intent emanated from Yi Han. He abruptly transmitted a message to Han Yuan, declaring, "Senior Sister Han, let us take action and eliminate these 3 intruders." Chapter 118. The sudden intent to kill. Did Han Yuan ever anticipate that Yi Han would unexpectedly command him to take the life of another? How could he possess such an intense desire to kill? What could possibly be the reason? Was this young man contemplating a treacherous betrayal? Before Han Yuan could ponder further, Yi Han swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and the thorny hand ring materialized in an instant. Go! As the thorny ring shot forth with a piercing rush, thorny vines rapidly spread out, transforming into a gigantic vine cage that enveloped the 3 pursuers. Han Yuan was taken aback by Yi Han's decisive action in initiating the attack. Was it not customary for practitioners to refrain from meddling in others' affairs? Why was this individual so insistent on intervening? In an instant, Han Yuan, without hesitation, struck his storage pouch. A blazing red light surged forth as the flame lance erupted, hurtling towards the trio. The three cultivators were equally unprepared for an ambush while they pursued another. Moreover, they had failed to notice the presence of others ahead. Reacting swiftly, one of them rapidly formed hand seals and struck his storage pouch, summoning a dazzling golden light that coalesced into a resplendent golden bell, which spun gracefully in the air, enveloping the trio in a protective golden barrier. The thorny cage swiftly descended upon them, tightening rapidly and ensnaring the golden bell. The sound of cracking echoed as the thorny vines constricted around the bell, producing a series of muffled thuds, yet the golden bell shimmered brilliantly, resisting the vine's grasp. At that moment, a fierce surge of red light erupted. Han Yuan's flame lance struck the golden bell with tremendous force. A deafening crash resonated as shards of golden light scattered, and the flames reverberated outward. The golden barrier appeared on the verge of collapse. The cultivator who had summoned the golden bell coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. "A superior artifact," exclaimed the cultivator in astonishment. The other two cultivators quickly reacted, summoning a long dagger from their storage pouches. One of them bellowed furiously, "Who dares to thwart our plans? They seek death. Superior artifact. A fat sheep delivered to us." They recognized the formidable nature of their opponent's artifact, yet discerned that their magical power was mediocre. Otherwise, the flame lance would not have breached their golden bell's defenses. They considered this a fortuitous opportunity. Just then, a flash of crimson light flickered. None of the three anticipated that the blood light could penetrate their golden barrier, arriving at their side without warning. "This is bad." They suddenly felt an overwhelming and lethal intent surging towards them, leaving them no time to react. It was alarmingly close. With a series of soft thuds, 3 icy beams pierced through their throats. The three figures staggered, eyes wide in disbelief, questioning the unfolding events. How had this individual bypassed their golden bell defenses? In a fleeting moment, the artifact unleashed its formidable power, claiming the lives of the three individuals. Blood gushed from their throats as they felt their bodies slipping out of control, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Han Yuan stared in disbelief at the scene before her, for it was none other than Yi Han who had struck. This young man was truly terrifying. While others fled using blood escape talismans, he employed the same talisman to take lives. Indeed, it was Yi Han who, upon activating the thorned ring, observed the three pursuers attacking another cultivator. Their golden bell treasure exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities, impervious even to Han Yuan's fiery spear, indicating it was at least a superior grade artifact. Without hesitation, he activated the blood escape talisman, instantaneously traversing the protective barrier of the golden bell and appearing beside the trio. In a flash, he unleashed 3 flying scale daggers. In such close proximity, Yi Han's intentions were clear and focused. He swiftly pierced the throats of the three, just as Han Yuan had surmised. While others utilized blood escape talismans to flee, Yi Han wielded them for murder. The moment the blood escape talisman was activated, it granted the wielder a brief respite, allowing them to bypass even the most formidable defenses. Otherwise, the blood escape talisman would not be regarded as the most effective means of survival for low-tier cultivators. However, witnessing Yi Han's unprecedented application of it left Han Yuan astounded. Was it possible to employ the blood escape talisman in such a manner? How had Yi Han conceived such a strategy? Upon closer inspection, she noted that the three individuals were all at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, not rogue cultivators, but practitioners from a minor sect. Yet, Yi Han was merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. No wonder he dared to act so boldly, even when both of them were drained of magical energy. Yi Han's instantaneous extermination of these three cultivators was utterly beyond Han Yuan's comprehension. In a shocking display, a practitioner at the 8th layer had felled 3 at the 11th. The reality unfolded before her, and she gazed at Yi Han, wide-eyed. Even though they had been calculating their actions, the trio remained oblivious to their concealed presence, and Yi Han's sudden aggression had, in part, stemmed from her assistance. In truth, Yi Han was equally astonished at his own abrupt inclination to eliminate the trio. Since joining the Qingxuan sect, He had slain numerous demonic beasts, yet he had never taken the life of a cultivator. This was partly due to a lack of opportunity and his inability to match most cultivators in strength, but also due to his nature, which was not inclined towards bloodshed. The three bore him no grudge. They were merely lying in wait to kill and seize treasures. However, when the trio had boasted earlier, he felt a slight tremor from the purple cauldron nestled in his arms, a surge of overwhelming, suffocating killing intent flooding his mind, igniting a desire to eliminate them. Thus, he had acted without hesitation. Even Han Yuan, who stood beside him, could not have anticipated that Yi Han, a mere Qi refinement stage practitioner, would exhibit such audacity and take action so swiftly. Gazing upon the three figures sprawled on the ground, their bodies still twitching slightly, Yi Han felt an unsettling tingling at the nape of his neck. What was happening to him? Why did he harbor such overwhelming murderous intent? It was the Ziding. He had sensed something profoundly intense. After the Ziding absorbed that black orb, an odd intuition began to stir within him. There might be unforeseen transformations in the Ziding. Now, it had inexplicably compelled him to slay cultivators. This was certainly not a favorable sign. Moreover, while he had indeed perused one or two texts regarding the blood escape talisman, the ease with which he wielded it felt as though he had rehearsed the act countless times beforehand. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 breaths. First, the thorn hand ring immobilized the foes. Then the blood escape talisman was instantaneously unleashed beside them, and the flying scale daggers swiftly dispatched the enemies, all three of whom were far more accomplished than he. This was undeniably abnormal. For a moment, Yi Han could hardly believe the outcome he had wrought, let alone the fact that his inaugural act of taking a life occurred under such circumstances. What on earth was transpiring? Just then, a voice broke through his reverie. "Yi Shidi, there are more," Han Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 119. You are absolutely not my junior disciple, as Yi Han found himself momentarily stunned by the sudden surge of murderous intent and tactics. He heard Han Yuan's urgent cry nearby. Instantly, a wild wave of lethal energy surged within his mind, and his eyes trembled with a fierce glint of kill. He immediately commanded Han Yuan, "Eliminate them." Han Yuan sharply perceived that Yi Han had transformed into an entirely different persona. Such a terrifying aura of slaughter could only emanate from a cultivator seasoned by countless battles. Could it be that Yi Han had been concealing his true capabilities? Trapped within the ominous yellow mist, she finally comprehended how Yi Han could contend with that fearsome opponent possessing the black orb. At that moment, 2 shadowy figures rushed forth, clad in black garments and masks that obscured their faces, revealing only their piercing eyes. Upon seeing the 3 fallen bodies on the ground, their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. This group of cultivators had previously collaborated to ambush and kill for treasures, succeeding multiple times. They had just dealt with one adversary, only to be confronted with the unexpected presence of 2 more, alongside the grim fate of their 3 companions. One of them bellowed, "Who are you? Dare to meddle in our affairs?" Before he could finish, Yi Han pointed a finger, weaving intricate hand seals, and shouted with fervor, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." 3 flying scale daggers transformed into streams of sword light, whirling with breathtaking speed, and shot towards the trio with an overwhelming aura of suffocating energy. The 2 black-clad cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. Their spiritual energy surged as they hastily formed their own seals. One summoned a flying sword artifact, while the other unleashed a flying knife artifact. Their combined powers coalesced into a dazzling display of sword and knife light, racing towards Yi Han and Han Yuan with astonishing velocity. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 flying scale daggers released by Yi Han clashed against the sword and knife light, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Clearly, Yi Han's cultivation and spiritual power were inferior to those of his opponents, yet the sword intent and energy he projected far exceeded theirs, allowing him to hold his ground against the 2. Yi Han himself was taken aback by this turn of events, for he was employing the Qingxuan sword technique, a skill he had yet to master. Yet, in this moment, it felt as if he wielded it with great finesse, as if he had practiced it extensively. Could the purple cauldron possess such extraordinary capabilities? Yi Han gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Just then, clang, clang, clang. The artifacts unleashed by the 2 cultivators clashed with Yi Han's flying scale daggers. The daggers were deflected at odd angles, while the 2 cultivators, without a backward glance, turned and fled. One of them shouted, "You two wait." Those from the Qingxuan sect. It was evident they believed their three companions had fallen inexplicably to Yi Han and Han Yuan. Facing only two adversaries, they deemed it prudent to retreat rather than confront them directly. However, the situation was far from resolved. In Yi Han's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he shouted, "You shall not escape." The moment he uttered those words, he swiftly formed a seal and chanted a spell, pointing forcefully ahead while proclaiming, "Vine Soul Technique." As Yi Han thrust his finger forward, a surge of wood elemental mana erupted beneath the feet of the two fleeing cultivators, ensnaring them in a multitude of writhing vines. In an instant, their figures were ensnared. Yi Han realized that his speed in executing the Vine Soul Technique was now several times faster than before, and its potency had significantly increased. He had no time to ponder the reason behind this transformation. His mind was consumed with murderous intent, vowing to eliminate these two individuals without fail. The masked cultivators, ensnared by Yi Han's technique, were taken aback. "This is bad." They reacted swiftly, pointing their fingers as their flying swords and daggers glimmered with cold light. Swish, swish, swish. The vines conjured by the Vine Soul Technique were instantaneously sliced into fragments, allowing them to break free from its grasp. However, with a rustling sound, another wave of vines surged forth from the ground, continuing to entwine around them. "Humph, a mere trick." One of the masked cultivators scoffed. With that, he flicked his fingers, sending forth a flurry of flying swords that howled through the air, aimed at severing the encroaching vines. In truth, their fear had somewhat subsided. Based on their skirmish with Yi Han and the aura he emitted, they judged that he was far inferior in cultivation. The other female cultivator appeared equally weak, likely having sustained injuries while slaying their three companions. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the flying swords and daggers unleashed by the two masked cultivators failed to sever the encroaching vines. Instead, sparks flew as the weapons became ensnared by the very vines they sought to cut. Their expressions changed drastically. What was happening? Why couldn't they sever the vines? Just moments ago, they had easily sliced through them. Unbeknownst to them, this time it was not the Vine Soul Technique at work, but rather the thorny vines of the thorn ring that had ensnared their feet. "This is bad." The two cultivators' faces paled in an instant, their blood-colored runes trembling as a blood-escape talisman materialized in their hands. They slapped it against themselves, and with a whoosh, they transformed into a streak of blood light, breaking free from the vines and fleeing forward. However, Yi Han swiftly formed seals with his hands, clapping his palm on his storage bag while murmuring incantations, continuously casting spells. A gray light shot forth. The Ghost Skull Mirror. The Ghost Skull Mirror spun in the air, emanating a misty gray light that surged forward, illuminating the surroundings. Buzz. The ethereal gray light projected by the Ghost Skull Mirror charged ahead, resulting in two muted explosions of blood light. In the hazy gray light ahead, the silhouettes of two masked figures in black emerged, their bodies ensnared by a skull that rendered them instantly numb and incapable of wielding their powers. Not a single artifact could be activated. The skull clamped down, forcing them to the ground as they cried out in despair. "What cursed treasure is this? Oh heavens, I can't move," they exclaimed, even pleading for mercy. "Senior, spare us." Yet, the only response they received was a flurry of cold gleams. Whoosh. The flying scaled daggers sliced through the air, piercing their throats with lethal precision. These two cloaked cultivators were utterly powerless against Yi Han. Even Han Yuan was unable to intervene in time. Yi Han had dispatched them with astonishing swiftness. How could this be possible? Yi Han was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The situation was utterly bizarre and terrifying. Yi Han's gaze was sharp as he watched the two cultivators fall, their eyes filled with unfulfilled rage. The ghostly skull mirror, shrouded in gray light, began to retract toward him. Yi Han stared blankly at the ghostly skull mirror, bewildered by the extraordinary powers he had apparently acquired. However, at that moment, Han Yuan fixed her piercing gaze upon Yi Han and exclaimed, "Who are you? You cannot be my junior apprentice." Though her eyes were fierce, a hint of fear flickered within them. Chapter 120. The doubts of Han Yuan. It is not surprising that Han Yuan felt a sense of terror. In her memory, Yi Han appeared harmless, seemingly devoid of any malicious intent. Although he harbored a multitude of cunning schemes, he was fundamentally a good person. utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart. It was impossible to discern that he was a cultivator with a penchant for bloodshed. This was something she could sense clearly. Otherwise, she would not have sought Yihan's assistance in completing her task. If a cultivator were truly bloodthirsty and difficult to engage with, one could certainly perceive it from their aura. Cultivators possess a sensitivity to the fluctuations of another's aura that is far beyond that of an ordinary person. The aura emanating from Yihan now was entirely different from that of the Yihan she knew before. She began to harbor doubts. It was possible that this Yihan had been possessed by a certain cultivator or demonic practitioner. Along her journey, she had pondered the reasons behind the difficulty of capturing that Earthwalker beast, realizing it must be under the control of a cultivator or demonic practitioner who had lost their physical form. This explained the beast's cunning use of treasures and formations. The entity that had lost its physical body was likely connected to the black orb, which could very well be the golden core of a cultivator or the demon core of a demonic practitioner. Now, observing Yihan's aura, the methods employed in combat were clearly beyond those of a mere Qi refining stage cultivator. Thus, she was increasingly suspicious that, while trapped in that bizarre black-yellow mist within the valley, Yihan might have had his body usurped by that entity. The obscuring nature of the mist left her completely unaware of what transpired outside. Furthermore, Yihan, being merely at the 8th level of Qi refining, could not possibly contend with that entity, especially since she herself, at the 12th level, was no match for it. How could Yihan hope to confront such a foe? Consequently, she had been harboring doubts about this situation, even taking precautions against Yihan in secret. However, as Yihan exhibited no unusual behavior, she gradually began to relax. This continued until Yihan encountered several cultivators, revealing a murderous intent and employing ruthless methods. The most compelling evidence was Yihan's ability to wield the ghost skull treasure mirror. This mirror belonged to the black orb. Without refining the residual aura of the other party's consciousness, it was impossible for him to manifest such formidable power. Thus, Han Yuan exclaimed, for she discerned that Yihan had not been entirely taken over by the cultivator of the black orb, retaining a degree of lucidity. Otherwise, he would have acted against her long ago. She had also heard tales of possession. When a cultivator attempts to seize a body, they face backlash from the original consciousness and soul, requiring time to fully control and eliminate the resistance of the former spirit. Now, all she hoped for was that Yihan could triumph over that entity mentally, maintaining his awareness. Little did Yihan know that Han Yuan suspected he had been possessed by the enigmatic black orb. Nonetheless, Yihan was equally astonished at the swiftness with which he had dispatched 2 cultivators of higher cultivation than himself. In truth, his cultivation and mastery of spells were not as exceptional as one might believe. In fact, he was somewhat inferior even compared to ordinary cultivators of the same rank. After all, he seldom engaged in battles or sparring with other cultivators, nor did he frequently venture out to hunt demonic beasts. Often, he relied on cunning strategies in combat. However, this time, he felt akin to a seasoned warrior, possessing skills honed through countless life and death duels. Moreover, when he wielded the ghost skull treasure mirror, it felt remarkably effortless, as if he had been refining this artifact for an extended period. This phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to the black orb he had acquired through the purple cauldron. He sensed clearly that the sudden surge of murderous intent and the terrifying combat prowess he unleashed were closely associated with an aura emanating from the purple cauldron. Such circumstances left him ambivalent about whether it was a blessing or a curse. The sensation of effortlessly controlling his cultivation and slaying fellow cultivators was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, Han Yuan's call brought him back to reality. The slaughter of the 5 cultivators was not his original intention. Had it been his true self, he would never have entertained such meddling. The terrifying urge for bloodshed was undoubtedly connected to the black orb, which might gradually exert control over him in this manner. If that were to happen, he could very well become a victim of his own power. Thus, Yihan swiftly reached into his robe, retrieving the purple cauldron and storing it in his spatial pouch. In an instant, he felt the tenuous connection to the purple cauldron sever, restoring his normal state and demeanor. However, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him. It appeared that although he had vanquished those 5 adversaries, the toll was significant. He exhaled deeply and turned to Han Yuan, saying, "Senior Sister Han, I am fine. I am your junior brother." Han Yuan immediately sensed that Yihan's aura had returned to its original form, the chilling murderous intent dissipating and the aura of fear around him vanishing. This unexpected change caused her to furrow her brow, leaving her puzzled about Yi Han's true condition. "Junior brother Yi, are you truly my junior brother?" she inquired, her anxiety palpable. Yi Han chuckled. "If I were indeed that wretched being, senior sister Han, would you still have a life to speak of?" Indeed, if he had been possessed by the black orb, with its dreadful power, it would not have spared Han Yuan so easily. Upon hearing his words, Han Yuan's expression shifted, and she nodded in agreement. If Yi Han had truly been usurped by the black orb, she would undoubtedly be the first to perish. After all, for a female cultivator like her, being drained of her cultivation would be an immense temptation for the black orb, potentially doubling its power and making Yi Han even more formidable. Furthermore, if he had indeed been overtaken by the black orb, he could not have returned to the Qingxuan sect alongside her. After all, the Qingxuan sect is protected by formidable mountain gate formations and is rumored to be overseen by ancient beings at the nascent soul stage. Regardless of either factor, it is exceedingly difficult for cultivators to infiltrate the Qingxuan sect without detection. However, Han Yuan found herself perplexed. How could Yi Han suddenly possess such formidable prowess? What was the source of that menacing aura? Most importantly, how could he manipulate that dark orb to control the ghostly skull treasure mirror? Thus, Han Yuan inquired, "Junior brother Yi, what was that all about?" Upon hearing her question, Yi Han feigned an air of mystery and replied, "Sister Han, everyone has their little secrets. Do they not?" Implicit in his words was a suggestion that this was his secret, and she should refrain from probing further. Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Yi Han then glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "Sister Han, let us tidy up and depart swiftly. One can only wonder how many treasures these 5 individuals might possess." Chapter 121. Eradicating Evidence. Yi Han swiftly approached the 2 lifeless bodies. The group of cultivators had set a deadly ambush here to murder and seize treasures. Thus they were certainly not virtuous individuals. In this instance, he considered it a righteous act, avenging those cultivators who had fallen victim to their hands. However, had it not been for the sudden influence of the purple cauldron, compelling him to unleash his murderous intent and slay these 5 cultivators, he would have undoubtedly refrained from meddling in such affairs. After all, in the chronicles he had perused, very few cultivators who interfered in others' matters met with a favorable fate. Yet, now that he had indeed killed them, how much treasure could he possibly acquire? The last time, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had profited immensely from the demise of the notorious Qingxuan duo and the unfortunate Zhang Sanlei. It was no wonder that so many cultivators favored ambushing to kill and loot. It was a venture with immeasurable gains. As Yi Han was about to search the bodies of the 2 slain cultivators, Han Yuan suddenly called out, "Wait, junior brother Yi." She swiftly moved, grasping his shoulder firmly, and cautioned, "Do not touch them." Hearing Han Yuan's warning, Yi Han furrowed his brows and inquired, "What is it, senior sister Han?" In a serious tone, Han Yuan replied, "These 5 individuals share identical attire and exhibit a common aura, indicating they are likely disciples of the same sect. They may possess sect identity tokens on them. If we touch them, it would be easy for others to discover that we are the culprits." As she spoke, Han Yuan began to chant incantations, her fingers deftly forming seals. A wave of intense energy emanated from her, and she exhaled forcefully. A torrent of fiery light surged forth, with a fire serpent emerging as if it were a living creature, enveloping the 2 masked cultivators' bodies. In a whirlwind of flames, the corpses were instantly reduced to ashes. Among the remnants of their ashes, numerous storage bags and several treasures spilled forth, including an object resembling a sect token. The token was a square, black-gray iron piece, adorned with flowing water patterns and inscribed with the words Heishui on the other side. Upon seeing the token, Han Yuan's expression shifted and she exclaimed, "These are cultivators from the Heishui sect." With a flick of her finger, the fire serpent danced around the Heishui sect token, causing it to morph into molten iron, from which a plume of black smoke dispersed and vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, Yi Han's face registered astonishment. He had not anticipated that the tokens of these sect disciples bore such capabilities. He recalled the moment he had received his own identity token in the sect, when Wang Lan had instructed him to bloodbind it to his identity as a disciple of the Qingxuan sect. It became clear that such tokens possessed significant functions. If he were to kill a disciple of this sect and later touch their token, the sect would be able to identify the murderer potentially seeking retribution in the future. This was precisely what distinguished large sects from smaller ones and solitary cultivators. Indeed, Han Yuan's experience surpassed his expectations. The proficiency with which she executed the art of obliterating evidence suggested a complex history. It appeared that every practitioner who reached such a level was far from ordinary. Han Yuan retracted the fire serpent and swiftly approached the other 3 masked practitioners clad in black. With a breath, she unleashed the fire serpent once more, encircling the corpses of these 3 individuals in flames. As anticipated, identity tokens from the Blackwater Sect emerged from the charred remains. The Blackwater Sect seemed to be an even more formidable faction than the Qingxuan sect. Typically, disciples from large sects possessed superior cultivation compared to ordinary practitioners, and now they had banded together, committing acts of murder and theft. This exemplifies the harsh realities of the cultivation world. In pursuit of immortality and the acquisition of resources for cultivation, countless cultivators resorted to desperate measures, with killings and plunder occurring daily. After incinerating the bodies of these disciples, a plethora of storage bags and various treasures fell from their remains. It appeared that the fire serpent conjured by Han Yuan possessed the remarkable ability to discern between treasures and items destined for destruction, showcasing her exceptional control over fire. Having reduced the bodies of these practitioners to ashes, Han Yuan turned to Yi Han and said, "Junior brother Yi, gather the storage bags. We must depart swiftly." These storage bags were acquired through Yi Han's efforts in vanquishing the practitioners, and she felt somewhat hesitant to suggest a division of treasures. Most importantly, Yi Han's earlier display of immense power and terrifying aura left her in disbelief, as he was merely a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. His thunderous techniques and formidable abilities instilled a deep sense of caution within her. She realized that in a direct confrontation, her chances of victory against Yi Han were uncertain. However, if he were merely an ordinary disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he would not have been taken as a named disciple by the 7th elder, the master of the 7 Xian Peak. After all, the 7th elder had secluded himself for cultivation since the demise of the senior brother and had not taken in any disciples. Although he only accepted Yi Han as a named disciple, it was evident that Yi Han's cultivation method was extraordinary, far from ordinary practices. It bore a resemblance to the legendary Qingxian Gong, a technique reserved for true disciples who received teachings directly from the Sect's elders. The fact that Yi Han, at the Qi refinement stage, might have been granted access to the Qingxian Gong's teachings indicated that he was indeed no ordinary disciple. Naturally, had he been merely an average disciple, Han Yuan would not have regarded him, an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner, with such respect. Yi Han, unreserved, swiftly collected the treasures and storage bags. Though he remained astounded by the sudden transformation of the black orb into the purple cauldron, the enormous bounty brought him immense joy. After retrieving the treasures, Yi Han instructed Han Yuan to continue using the invisibility cloak to depart from the area. Having just witnessed Yi Han's formidable prowess, Han Yuan instinctively maintained a slight distance from him. However, after some time, she noticed that Yi Han had reverted to his original demeanor, which brought her a sense of relief. Compared to the menacing and astonishingly skilled Yi Han, she found this simpler, albeit somewhat cunning, version of him to be more agreeable. What was she even thinking? As the two swiftly exited the canyon, they stumbled upon signs of a fierce battle, including 2 charred remains. It was evident that the 5 disciples of the Blackwater Sect had successfully slain at least 2 cultivators who had ventured into the Celestial Wasteland Valley in search of opportunities and treasures, as well as to hunt demonic beasts. Yi Han felt justified in his actions, believing he had not erred in his judgments. Upon leaving the canyon, the dawn broke across the horizon, with the sun gradually rising. Beyond this canyon lay the periphery of the Celestial Wasteland Valley, offering a significantly safer environment. The beasts and cultivators they encountered were not overly formidable, and the duo deliberately steered clear of them. After all, their mission was accomplished, and ensuring their safe return to the sect was paramount. A day later, they successfully traversed the boundaries of the Celestial Wasteland Valley and raced through a forest. As they neared the Qingxuan sect, Han Yuan suddenly addressed Yi Han, saying, "Junior brother Yi, upon our return to the sect, may I take some time to cultivate in your cave abode?" Chapter 122. The lions roar. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Han Yuan and, without hesitation, replied, "Senior Sister Han, This might not be appropriate. Han Yuan bit her lip and retorted, Junior brother Yi. What is inappropriate about it? Senior sister is willing to offer you compensation. In truth, when she posed this question, Han Yuan was already aware that Yi Han would not easily acquiesce to her request. Although, if she had approached other cultivators with this proposition, they would have welcomed it with open arms. Who would not desire to share a cultivation chamber with the foremost fairy of Qingxuan Peak? However, Yi Han was different. Despite his imposing stature, she knew he was quite young and harbored no thoughts regarding romantic entanglements. Of course, had Yi Han not been such a person, she would not have made such a request. After all, she genuinely needed a place abundant in spiritual energy to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The ideal location was a cultivator's cave, not only rich in spiritual energy, but also protected by restrictions, ensuring solitude from disturbances. Many disciples aspiring to reach the foundation establishment stage would go to great lengths to utilize the caves of established cultivators for their breakthroughs or rent training rooms within their sections. Yet, Han Yuan was acquainted with numerous foundation establishment cultivators, all of whom harbored ulterior motives. She had no desire to associate with such individuals. The training rooms within the sect were often crowded and noisy, and their costs were exorbitant, with spiritual energy far inferior compared to a typical cultivator's cave. Yi Han, being familiar with her, held no special intentions towards her, and his cave was previously used by the senior brother, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, ranking among the top 5 on Qingxuan Peak. Hence, she proposed this request. As expected, when she did not mention compensation, Yi Han promptly declined. However, upon introducing the idea of remuneration, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Senior Sister Han, he said, you may use my cave, but there's no need for compensation. We are quite familiar with one another. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan felt a twinge of peculiarity. This young man, whose demeanor had shifted at the mention of payment, now appeared so magnanimous, refusing any form of recompense. He must surely have other demands, for this lad was shrewd, and it was no easy feat to gain an advantage over him. Indeed, Yi Han continued, however, senior sister, if you intend to utilize my cave, you will certainly need to employ the spiritual energy formation, correct? Just ensure that you replenish the spirit stones for the formation. At this, Han Yuan's expression darkened. This young man was truly audacious. It is important to note that the spiritual energy formations within a cultivator's cave cannot be activated with ordinary low-grade spirit stones. They require medium-grade spirit stones instead. One medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, and to power the formation, at least 10 or 8 medium-grade spirit stones would be necessary. That meant she would have to produce a sum equivalent to 800 or 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This audacious young man truly dared to make such a demand. However, Han Yuan reconsidered and realized that utilizing Yi Han's cave dwelling indeed required a sufficient amount of spiritual energy for her to cultivate and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Activating the spiritual energy formation would significantly enhance the spiritual energy within Yi Han's cave, greatly increasing her chances of successfully advancing. Therefore, this arrangement could be seen as beneficial for her. Yet, 1,000 spirit stones was no small sum. With a determined bite of her lip, Han Yuan agreed. All right, you shitty, it's settled then. Yi Han, taken aback, stared at Han Yuan in astonishment. His suggestion had been intentional. After all, he had previously inquired with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan about the possibility of activating the formation within the cave to enhance the spiritual energy and accelerate their cultivation. However, Zhang Qingxuan had informed him that activating the formation required over 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, he had made that suggestion, hoping Han Yuan would retract her request. Given Zhang Qingxuan's financial situation, he could hardly spare even 5 spirit stones, let alone 1,000. Only after their recent exploits in the Black Demon Forest, where they had vanquished Zhang Sanlei and others, had Zhang Qingxuan managed to turn his fortunes around. Yet, with his impending participation in the Immortal Ascension Conference, he had no use for spirit stones, having exchanged them for protective treasures or artifacts for combat. To Yi Han's surprise, Han Yuan readily agreed. Considering that Han Yuan was merely at the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, it was astonishing that she possessed such an abundance of spirit stones, especially when Zhang Qingxuan was in such dire straits. Yi Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and addressed Han Yuan, Sister Han. Are you aware of how many spirit stones it takes to activate the spiritual energy formation? It requires over 1,000 spirit stones. I advise you to think this through. He assumed Han Yuan was oblivious to the costs associated with the formation and felt compelled to clarify, hoping she would refrain from visiting his cave. There were numerous secrets contained within, and having her there would be quite inconvenient. Noticing Yi Han's apparent reluctance to welcome her, Han Yuan was unfazed. She had seen through his demeanor long ago. He had undoubtedly concealed other secrets he feared she might uncover. Nevertheless, having endured countless hardships and expended considerable effort over the past 3 years to accomplish this task, she was determined to seize her opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After all, she had dedicated over 3 years to this endeavor to finally obtain a foundation establishment pill. This was her chance to become a foundation establishment cultivator, and failure would mean waiting another 3 to 5 years. By then, although her cultivation level might rise, her success rate would likely diminish. Many peak Qi refinement cultivators had expended tremendous resources in their attempts to break through to the foundation establishment stage, often facing 3 to 5 failures. With each attempt proving more arduous than the last, many succumbed to despair, resigned to their fates, and some even perished during their attempts. In contrast, those who succeeded on their first attempt often found their subsequent cultivation journeys much smoother, with many advancing to higher realms. Thus, without hesitation, Han Yuan declared, "Yi Shidi. It's settled. I am fully aware of the spirit stone requirements, so rest assured. Sister has plenty of spirit stones." Upon hearing those words, Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. Han Yuan was indeed quite remarkable. Both were at the 12th level of Qi refinement, yet she possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Yi Han was about to speak again when Han Yuan, gazing at the entrance of the Qingxuan sect, said, "Junior brother Yi, I shall take this fellow to submit a task. I will seek you out later." With that, Han Yuan seized the earth spirit beast and dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Han felt a sense of speechlessness. It seemed everyone was preoccupied with their own cave abodes. Nevertheless, his recent excursion had yielded considerable rewards, and just the thought of it stirred excitement within him. Not to mention, the 5 members of the Blackwater sect had left him with a wealth of items in their storage bags. He sensed that his gains this time far surpassed those from the Black Demon Mountain range. However, ever since the purple cauldron had taken the black orb, he was left pondering the nature of that transformation. He knew he must return and conduct thorough research, for it did not feel like a fortuitous development. Chapter 123. The purple cauldron darkens. Yi Han gracefully glided through a range of mountains, his form as ethereal as a feather. With a nimble flip, he alighted at the entrance of his cave dwelling. After being away from Qingxuan Peak for so many days, he had finally returned safely. Though the rewards of his journey were substantial, he couldn't shake off a sense of regret. Had it not been for the purple cauldron, he might have succumbed to the temptation of Han Yuan's secret treasure refining technique and ventured into danger to assist her. Such audacity was indeed reckless. His cultivation was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, yet he had dared to tread into perilous territory. Many cultivators had often reiterated in their travelogues that seeking rare materials was a noble pursuit, yet without sufficient risk assessment and the means to mitigate danger, one should never overestimate their own capabilities. After all, while rare treasures are alluring, life is singular. To seek immortality, one must act within their means and avoid reckless endeavors. It is often the most audacious cultivators who meet untimely ends, even if they enjoy a streak of good fortune in the early stages. Yielding certain gains and ascending to higher levels, the myriad dangers faced by cultivators can swiftly undo years of effort with a single misstep. This time, had it not been for the presence of the purple cauldron, he might have truly met with disaster. His thoughts drifted to senior brother Zhang Qingxuan, who had ventured to a celestial event hosted by several sects in the dark forbidden land. He wondered how Zhang was faring. According to Zhang, such gatherings typically lasted 3 to 5 months, contingent upon the circumstances at that location. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yi Han focused his consciousness, channeling his mana to activate the cave's protective barriers. The entrance slowly opened, and as he stepped inside, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him amidst the familiar surroundings. During his time in Qingniu village, he had felt desolate and often went without food. It was only when he grew a bit older that he could help Wang Laokai tend to the cattle, stabilizing his precarious existence. Living under someone else's roof offered little solace. Despite this, he felt gratitude towards Wuwang, for it was he who provided a humble shelter for him to rest. Upon joining the Qingxuan sect, Yihan acquired his own cave dwelling, a steady supply of food, and the companionship of caring senior brothers. In a sense, he had come to regard Qingxuan Peak as his home. After closing the cave door, Yihan exhaled in relief. Though he recalled that Han Yuan was to visit him shortly for her foundational cultivation breakthrough, he was inclined to refuse her request. Yet he did not wish for his denial to lead to her failure. After all, among the peers he knew in the Qingxuan sect, Han Yuan had treated him quite well, albeit with a hint of mischief. If only she knew of his assessment of her character, she might find it amusing. Who, after all, was truly the less straightforward one. Despite the dangers faced, the spoils of his venture were bountiful. Just the 5 disciples from the Heishui sect he had vanquished yielded nearly 30 storage bags. The Blackwater sect, akin to the Qingxuan sect, is one of the prominent cultivation factions in the realm of Tianlan. It is said that their strength surpasses that of the Qingxuan sect by a considerable margin. Among the sects that united to hold the Immortal Ascension Conference, the Blackwater sect has consistently garnered greater rewards from the Dark Territories than their counterparts. Their formidable prowess is undeniably evident. However, Yihan felt somewhat perplexed at having slain 5 disciples from the Blackwater sect. His sudden surge of murderous intent and the remarkable boost in his combat prowess were inexplicable. Each move he executed felt as if it had been practiced countless times, far exceeding his usual capabilities. The cause of this transformation was undoubtedly linked to his treasured purple cauldron, which had absorbed that ominous black orb. Contemplating this, Yihan disregarded the contents of the storage bags and summoned the purple cauldron with a mere flick of his finger. Upon its appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. The cauldron, now devoid of any trace of purple, emanated a deep, obsidian hue, identical in luster to that of the black orb. This indicated that the cauldron had undergone a transformation upon absorbing the peculiar black orb. Yihan sensed that the cauldron had absorbed the essence of the black orb, which might influence his mental state, potentially leading him toward the path of demonic cultivation. Yihan scrutinized the purple cauldron from every angle, yet remained unable to comprehend its current condition. It appeared that only by delving into the library could he uncover information regarding the cauldron. Nevertheless, upon retrieving the cauldron once more, despite its ominous appearance, he found that it did not adversely affect him. Notably, without the infusion of the cauldron's essence, the ease with which he had previously dispatched Blackwater sect cultivators in Tianhuang Valley had dissipated, leaving him without the battle-hardened instinct he once possessed. Fortunately, he had not emerged empty-handed. This unique experience had provided him with insights into his cultivation and the utilization of magical artifacts, particularly the Qingxuan sword technique, which he had practiced diligently for an extended period without much progress, had begun to yield results. Strangely, as the essence of the darkened cauldron merged with his being, he found himself capable of executing the sword technique with astonishing power. He had now grasped the rudimentary essence of the Qingxuan sword technique. During this period, Yihan had garnered substantial insights from his practice of various celestial techniques and the refinement of treasures. He realized that without a proper understanding, forcefully practicing celestial techniques would yield only superficial mastery, lacking true spirit. However, now that he had grasped the essence, diligent practice would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements. After contemplating the purple cauldron for a while without any resolution, Yihan understood that one cannot rush the process. He decided to put it away and began to assess the treasures he had acquired during his time in Tianhuang Valley. Among them, the most remarkable artifact was undoubtedly the ghostly skull mirror associated with the enigmatic black orb. Upon meticulous observation, it became evident to him that this treasure was no mere artifact, but rather a remarkable spiritual grade item. Indeed, this was a spiritual treasure, and he could sense its formidable power. The black orb had yet to unleash its full potential, possibly due to the loss of its corporeal form, which hindered the requisite magical energy, or perhaps due to other reasons. Undoubtedly, had the orb unleashed its full force through the ghost skull mirror at that moment, both Yihan and Han Yuan would have been swiftly vanquished, leaving little chance for his purple cauldron to absorb the black orb. Even without fully exerting the powers of the ghost skull mirror, the two were still no match for such an opponent. Accompanying this was the skeletal shield wielded by the black orb, which also appeared to be a spiritual artifact. It was clear that this black orb was no ordinary entity. As he assessed the fruits of this endeavor, Yihan's astonishment only deepened. Chapter 124. A bounty of treasures displayed within Yihan's cave abode. The ground was adorned with an array of items, a veritable cornucopia that sparkled intermittently with astonishing spiritual energy and radiant treasures. It evoked a nostalgic sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his days at the bustling market of Qingxuan Peak, where his stall was the most prominent among all vendors. Before him lay an impressive collection of precious materials, rare treasures, secret manuals, elixirs, and even some items he had never encountered in his readings. Indeed, after a thorough inventory, Yihan had laid out everything he possessed. Aside from the corpses of the demonic beasts, he had retrieved all that was necessary. Remarkably, in addition to the second-tier demonic beast known as the Devouring Beast, the 5 disciples of the Blackwater Sect had also managed to hunt down 2 second-tier demonic beast corpses, along with several first-tier ones. The value of these beast carcasses was not to be underestimated. Among the plethora of treasures, there were more than 20 magical instruments, 4 of which were of superior quality. This collection included a golden bell, a pair of boots, a flying dagger, and a flying sword, each of which bore considerable worth. Particularly noteworthy was the pair of boots, known as the cloud-treading boots, which, when worn, felt entirely ordinary. However, upon channeling his magical energy, Yihan experienced an instantaneous acceleration of 30%. He realized that once he fully refined these boots, they would become a priceless asset for his escape. The golden bell, named the Diamond Bell, emitted a golden light barrier that provided extraordinary defensive capabilities against magical attacks. It was indeed a treasure of defense. However, the 2 blades did not align with his attributes and would have to be sold. Additionally, there were numerous mid-grade magical instruments that were quite commendable. Yihan was particularly delighted to discover a mid-grade magical instrument named the Thousand Illusions Mask. Although it was only of mid-grade quality, it could be worn on the face, allowing the wearer to alter their appearance at will and obscure their aura. This mask was a remarkable find for Yihan, as it would enable him to traverse the cultivation world incognito, facilitating various undertakings without revealing his true identity. Moreover, he found 3 invisibility cloaks belonging to Han Yuan, evidently acquired for the purpose of ambushes, assassinations, and treasure theft. Yihan did not scrutinize the remaining magical instruments in detail, deciding to examine them further at a more opportune moment. With such an abundance of magical artifacts, he recognized that eliminating the spiritual consciousness and blood recognition seals from each item would be a time-consuming endeavor, even with the treasure refinement technique at his disposal. He could only afford to select a few particularly potent treasures that would be of significant utility to him for refinement. On another note, he was uncertain whether the current state of the purple cauldron would allow him to swiftly replenish his magical energy, as he would require sufficient power to refine these treasures. The following are some techniques and spells that Yihan discovered, many of which were quite impressive. However, they did not seem particularly suited for his cultivation. Only the wood dragon technique brought him considerable delight. This is a wood-based spell, rumored to unleash a wood dragon for both offense and defense upon mastery. Yihan did not examine the other texts in detail, planning instead to study them leisurely when time permitted, as they might yield further discoveries. Additionally, he found a number of spirit stones. It appeared that the 5 individuals had not slain many cultivators, perhaps lying in ambush for only a short while before encountering him. They possessed over 2,000 spirit stones. To Yihan's pleasant surprise, there were also 4 or 5 middle-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 400 or 500 lower-grade stones. Moreover, he came across numerous elixirs. There were dozens of Qi refinement pills, with over a dozen being middle grade, but astonishingly, none of the high-grade ones. It seemed these exceptional Qi refinement pills were absent. Besides the Qi refinement pills, he found several body refinement pills, healing pills, and pills for suppressing hunger, along with some unfamiliar concoctions. This was the first time Yihan had encountered the pills for suppressing hunger, as the label indicated. They might alleviate the need to venture out in search of food while he studied in the library. Amidst the pile of miscellaneous items, Yihan observed many peculiar objects, including fragments that resembled blueprints, remnants of magical artifacts, unrecognizable metal pieces, and ores. Several items appeared remarkably extraordinary, yet he could not discern their nature, so they were left untouched. Notably, among the numerous storage bags, he discovered one that was over twice the size of his original. This revelation filled Yihan with joy, as acquiring such a large storage bag would typically cost over 1,000 spirit stones. It seemed one of the disciples from the Blackwater sect held a significant status. However, since the bodies had been incinerated by Han Yuan, he was unaware of their identities. Within the storage, he found several high-quality spiritual herbs with considerable age, some seemingly around several hundred years old, indicating substantial value. Yihan had yet to fully inventory these items. "Junior brother Yi, please open the door." Han Yuan's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing her, Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. Had she completed her task so quickly? Yet, glancing at the time, he realized that over 2 hours had passed. Yihan retrieved his storage bag, performed a hand gesture, and with a sweep of his sleeve, a gust of magical energy surged forth. The array of treasures and artifacts on the ground soared into the air, swiftly entering his storage bag. Remarkably, his nearly 8-foot square storage bag was filled to the brim. After organizing the treasures of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Yihan then directed his consciousness, performed another gesture, and opened the cave's entrance. He beheld Han Yuan standing gracefully at the entrance, her porcelain-like face radiating undeniable excitement. Upon seeing Han Yuan, Yihan leisurely remarked, "Sister Han, you've arrived. Have you completed the task?" Han Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed. I owe much to your assistance, junior brother." With a playful smile, she added, "Why is there no warm welcome for your elder sister?" Yihan chuckled, "How could that be? Sister, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. I can hardly contain my eagerness to welcome you. Please, come inside." With that, he bowed an invitation to Han Yuan. Han Yuan laughed. "Do you truly understand what it means to be as beautiful as a celestial being? I suspect you have no idea." Yihan, grinning widely, responded, "Indeed. I had no clue until I encountered my sister." Han Yuan gazed deeply at Yihan, uncertain whether he was genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance regarding matters of the heart. Nevertheless, she entered Yihan's abode and casually surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "How enviable! Junior brother Yi, the spiritual energy within your dwelling is truly unparalleled compared to other places." Yihan, with a sense of helplessness, understood the implications of her words all too well. Chapter 125. Has this young man finally awakened? Indeed, Han Yuan gazed at Yihan in silence, a bright smile illuminating her face as she spoke. "Junior brother Yi, are you not welcoming me?" Observing that Han Yuan showed no intention of leaving, Yihan promptly replied, "How could that be? I am more than delighted to welcome you, senior sister." Han Yuan shot him a playful glance and retorted, "Not a chance. Rest assured, junior brother Yi, I shall be residing in your cave for a while, and if it disrupts your cultivation, I hope you will be understanding." With that, she flicked her wrist, and a small pouch appeared, bulging with contents, which she handed to Yihan, saying, "This contains 12 mid-grade spirit stones. Consider it a rental fee for using your cave during my stay." Yihan immediately accepted the pouch, yet protested, "Senior sister, you are being overly courteous. What are we to discuss rent? This spirit stone is merely for activating the spiritual array." As he spoke, he summoned a flicker of spiritual light and stowed away the stones. Han Yuan, observing Yihan's demeanor, found herself both amused and perplexed. This young man possessed an uncanny cleverness that belied his tender age of 11 or 12. However, when he unleashed his formidable prowess and ruthlessly eliminated the 5 disciples of the Blackwater sect, he bore no resemblance to a youth. Instead, he resembled a battle-hardened elder, exhibiting terrifying capabilities. The 5 cultivators, each around the 11th level, were vanquished in less than 10 breaths, showcasing techniques that were astoundingly intricate, employing treasures and talismans with such finesse that they could not be executed by a mere novice. It was evident that only a seasoned cultivator, one who had endured countless battles and possessed remarkable cultivation, could wield such combat experience. Yet, it was astonishing to witness such mastery in the hands of a mere child like Yihan. Han Yuan found herself utterly confounded by the enigma that was Yihan. Naturally, every cultivator harbors their share of secrets. For instance, she too held many undisclosed truths. The camaraderie among cultivators does not hinge on the number of favors exchanged or the benefits one can provide to another. Rather, it lies in the mutual respect and distance maintained despite possessing secrets of their own, refraining from prying into one another's lives. Cultivators prioritize wealth, law, companions, and territory. Where companions need not strictly refer to romantic partners, but can also encompass friends, allies, and fellow disciples who share the trials of their cultivation journey. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, a daunting endeavor against the heavens. Without a few genuine friends and allies to support one another, one may find the journey to immortality an insurmountable task. Han Yuan was acutely aware of this principle. Thus, she did not deliberately seek to uncover the secrets surrounding Yi Han. This was a fundamental taboo in the interactions between cultivators. Solemnly spoke, Junior Brother Yi. Your acceptance of my presence for cultivation here fills me with immense gratitude. After all, a secure location for breakthrough training like yours is exceedingly rare to find. I apologize for any disturbance I may cause. With a deep bow to Yi Han, she expressed her remorse. She was well aware that Yi Han did not particularly welcome her presence. Given the many secrets he harbored and the fact that he did not require her mere 1,000 spirit stones. Moreover, her successful capture of the earth-walking monkey beast was largely thanks to Yi Han's unwavering support. Although she remained oblivious to the methods he employed to eliminate that enigmatic black orb, she refrained from inquiring further. It was worth noting that when she truly succeeded in capturing the earth-walking monkey beast, the Foundation-building overseer responsible for mission assessments was utterly astounded. Never had he imagined someone could actually seize that beast. Observing the sincere apology expressed by Han Yuan, Yi Han's heart softened. He had previously emphasized her identity as a female cultivator too much, mistakenly believing that, like other male disciples, he would be compelled to go to great lengths for her solely based on her beauty. Now, it was clear she understood that he did not hold her in such high regard, and instead felt a sense of respect and apology towards him. This realization eased his mind. A female cultivator who knew when to advance and retreat was destined for greatness. Since fate had intertwined their paths, forging a friendship seemed quite agreeable. Thus, Yi Han replied, Sister Han, you are being overly courteous. From now on, consider this place your own cave dwelling. You may use the training room for the time being. With that, he produced the medium-grade spirit stones she had previously given him and said, Sister Han, please take these spirit stones to activate the spiritual array of the cave. With a shrug, he continued, although we have succeeded this time, I have sustained severe injuries, and you must be wounded as well. Let us first tend to our wounds. As Han Yuan gazed at the medium-grade spirit stones, her expression shifted slightly. This 1,000-plus spirit stones represented her final resources. Should she fail to break through to the foundation-building stage this time, she would need to start anew, which could take at least 3 to 5 years. With this spirit artifact, the activation of the array, and the abundant spiritual energy of Yi Han's cave, coupled with the hard-earned foundation-building elixir, her chances of success were at least 60%. 4/10 of that success hinged on the elixir, while the remaining 2/10 depended on the assistance of Yi Han's cave, rich in spiritual energy. A 60% chance is a remarkable success rate for an ordinary cultivator, for without the elixir, the odds would plummet to mere 10%, necessitating countless rare materials and extraordinary aids. The path to foundation building is indeed fraught with challenges. After exchanging a few more words, Han Yuan refrained from inquiring about the spoils of their recent endeavor, fully aware that she had contributed little to their success. Instead, her presence had led Yi Han into perilous territory, almost costing him his life, and for that, she felt profound guilt. Yi Han gazed at Han Yuan, choosing not to mention the matter at hand. Instead, a flicker of inspiration struck him, and from his possession emerged a storage pouch, a vial of healing elixir, 3 mid-grade qi refining pills, and a superior-grade longsword. He presented these 3 items to Han Yuan, saying, Senior Sister Han, I believe these items will be of great use to you in your endeavors. Consider this my early wish for your success in establishing your foundation. By refraining from labeling the treasures as spoils to be shared, he subtly conveyed to Han Yuan that these offerings were intended solely for her, rather than a mere division of acquired riches. Han Yuan stared at Yi Han in astonishment, unable to fathom that this notoriously selfish young man would bestow anything upon her. Could it be that he has finally seen the light? Chapter 126. The White Jade Token. Yi Han continued, however, the other items are mine. Senior Sister Han, do not covet them. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan retorted, who desires your belongings? Those are your spoils of war. This lad remained unchanged, showing no signs of enlightenment. After a brief pause, she added, "Nonetheless, I will accept these items." Indeed, these possessions were precisely what she desperately needed. The healing elixir would expedite her recovery, while the mid-grade qi refining pill would bolster her during the critical phase of foundation establishment, preventing any deficiencies in her spiritual power. As for the superior grade magical weapon, a long blade, she was aware that it was wielded by one of the disciples of the Blackwater sect whom Yi Han had slain. This fire-attributed artifact was exceptionally suited for her. Even upon becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, a superior grade magical weapon would still prove invaluable to her level of cultivation. In fact, it was only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that the full potential of such artifacts could be unleashed, possibly even transcending their grade to exhibit extraordinary prowess. Thus, she graciously accepted these items. However, Han Yuan added, "But, Yi Shidi, many of the items you acquired this time cannot be used in the open. They will attract unwanted attention. What are your plans?" With piercing eyes, she gazed intently at Yi Han. Yi Han furrowed his brow and replied, "I am aware of this. I intend to visit the black market to dispose of these items." Previously, he and senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had slain the clawed beast in the Black Demon Mountain range, as well as the notorious Qin Mountain duo, yet they had refrained from selling the beast crystal in their sect. Thus, he resolved to go to the black market to handle these matters. With the Thousand Illusion Mask and his significant cultivation progress, he believed he could safely navigate the black market and return swiftly. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Han Yuan spoke gravely. "Yi Shidi, I advise against venturing to the black market. That place teems with scheming cultivators. Although you are cautious, even the most careful sailor can meet misfortune. Should you encounter a cultivator of higher rank, or even one at the foundation establishment level, they may not hesitate to take advantage of lower-tier cultivators." After a pause, she suggested, "I have a different destination in mind for you, one that guarantees safety and devoid of complications." Yi Han felt a stir of intrigue. Han Yuan's resources in the Tianhuang Valley, such as the treasures and spirit stones she utilized, far surpassed those of the same cultivation level as senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. The latter, aside from his prized axe, possessed only mediocre items and was rather impoverished, scarcely able to produce even a few spirit stones when they first met. In contrast, Han Yuan was generous, capable of producing over 1,000 spirit stones at once, indicating a background that was undoubtedly superior to that of Zhang Qingxuan. Furthermore, unlike Zhang Qingxuan, who had to undertake numerous daily tasks to refine cold iron blocks, Han Yuan was employed at the treasure pavilion, affording her a more privileged position. Further evidence suggests that Han Yuan's origins are undoubtedly beyond comparison with Zhang Qingxuan's. Contemplating this, Yi Han promptly inquired, "Senior Sister Han, please feel free to share any suggestions you may have." Han Yuan continued, "Junior brother Yi, aside from certain black markets that acquire these mysterious treasures, many family clans and sects within the realm of cultivation have discrete workshops that also procure such items. However, they only engage in business with acquaintances and will not deal with unknown cultivators. To conduct transactions with them, one must have a referral from someone they trust or be recognized by a reputable cultivator." Upon hearing this, Yi Han's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "Senior sister, are you suggesting that you could introduce me to these places?" Indeed, during his reading, Yi Han had come across accounts written by cultivators who occasionally mentioned visiting marketplaces run by various sects to sell their untraceable spoils. Nevertheless, these legitimate marketplaces do not openly purchase such items. Introductions through acquaintances are essential. Of course, if one were to sell their goods at a significantly lower price than the market value, anyone would be willing to buy. After all, these treasures hold value. No one would be foolish enough to sell them at a steep discount. Han Yuan nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yes. I can introduce you to a marketplace where not only can you expect a slightly higher valuation than the black market, but it also guarantees absolute safety in your transactions, ensuring that no information about you will be leaked. Junior brother Yi, you might want to consider this." Upon hearing this, Yi Han replied eagerly, "All right, senior sister Han, please make the introduction. Safety must come first, after all." Indeed, venturing into the black market is fraught with danger. Zhang Qingxuan, the senior brother, had encountered peril during his visit to the black market, although he hadn't divulged the details to Yi Han. Given that Zhang Qingxuan's cultivation level was undoubtedly higher than Han Yuan's, Yi Han, with his mere 8th level of qi refinement, felt insecure. Despite the disguise provided by the Qingxuan mask, How could he trust that those with ill intentions would overlook him? Yet, he still felt it was too risky to venture into the black market, a place he was unfamiliar with. A moment of carelessness could cost him his life, jeopardizing his path to immortality. Observing Yi Han's unwavering resolve, Han Yuan's gaze sharpened as she assessed him. Most of the time, she truly could not discern whether Yi Han was genuinely young or merely playing the part of a Navi novice. Nevertheless, this was no longer of consequence. With a swift motion, Han Yuan produced a white jade token from her storage bag and handed it to Yi Han, instructing, "Take this token to Tianning Workshop in Qingniu City. Simply present it to the shopkeeper. Remember, you needn't say a word. Just hand over the items you wish to sell. I assure you, they will not take advantage of you." Hearing Han Yuan's promise, Yi Han accepted the white jade token with a smile, saying, "With you vouching for it, how could I possibly doubt? Once we recover, I shall go and take a look." Very well. For the ensuing 7 or 8 days, Yi Han remained within the cave, not venturing outside. The intense battle in Tianhuang Valley had drained him significantly, particularly as he had utilized the blood escape talismans twice, which had sapped nearly half of his vitality, leaving him physically weakened. Meanwhile, Han Yuan, upon entering the training chamber, soon activated the spiritual energy formation. The celestial aura within the cave abruptly doubled, while that of the training chamber tripled in intensity. This surge of spiritual energy could not possibly be generated through the consumption of spirit stones. Even the wealthiest would find that implausible. Instead, by activating the formation, it was possible to draw upon the spiritual vein located at Qingxuan Gate, as well as to absorb the surrounding celestial energy into the cave, thereby augmenting the spiritual energy within. Once the 7 or 8 days had elapsed, Yi Han quietly departed from the cave and left Qingxuan Peak, making his way to Qingniu City. He intended to exchange the majority of his spoils for spirit stones or essential cultivation items, for otherwise, much of what he possessed would serve little purpose for him. Chapter 127, Fellow Taoist. Save me. As Yi Han departed from the confines of the Qingxian sect, he adorned himself with the Qingxuan mask. This mask, resembling a piece of exquisite sheep-fat jade, felt soft to the touch, its material a mystery. Upon donning it, a chilling sensation permeated his skin. He then channeled his spiritual energy to activate the mask, experiencing a remarkable transformation as his visage morphed into that of a middle-aged cultivator with a slightly darkened complexion. With his appearance successfully obscured, Yi Han set forth towards Qingniu City. Wearing the cloud-treading boots, he found himself moving at a speed 30% swifter than before, feeling lighter and consuming less energy. Both artifacts proved to be exceedingly practical. However, during the past few days, Yi Han had only managed to refine a small portion of them through the treasure refining technique, rendering him unable to fully unleash the true potential of the Qingxuan mask and cloud-treading boots. The reason for this limitation lay in the peculiar state of the purple cauldron, which made him hesitant to utilize its aura for energy restoration or treasure refinement. The cauldron retained its ominous appearance, capable of replenishing his energy, yet each time he sought to absorb a specific type of energy, a violent surge would arise, instilling within him a murderous intent and an unsettling sensation of impending madness. Furthermore, whenever he summoned the purple cauldron, it emanated an alluring yet sinister aura, reminiscent of the dark orb's energy. Yi Han was genuinely wary of employing it excessively. In his recollection, the cauldron's lid had only been opened twice, once to produce a purple elixir that saved the life of his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, and the second time to retrieve the enigmatic black orb, which had tainted the cauldron's interior. To this day, he had not been able to restore the cauldron to its former state. Additionally, with Han Yuan cultivating in his abode, he was reluctant to expose his secrets, particularly the existence of the purple cauldron. Thus, he refrained from examining it closely. Most importantly, Yi Han discovered that while practicing the Qingxian Gong, his absorption of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was far from smooth. He felt a disconnect between his intentions and his abilities. Consequently, he spent 2 days in the library, seeking information, and concluded that his recent battles had significantly depleted his vitality and damaged his meridians. Indeed, after consuming a low-grade qi refining pill, he found the effects negligible. However, upon taking a mid-grade qi refining pill, he experienced a slight improvement, though it was markedly inferior to the effects he had previously experienced with similar pills. Under these circumstances, Even using the purple cauldron to absorb energy yielded unsatisfactory results. Subsequently, he sought further information to address his condition of vitality depletion and meridian damage. To swiftly recuperate, one must consume the 9 transformations blood restoration pill. Otherwise, one is relegated to a lengthy period of rest and cultivation, which could extend to 4 or 5 months, contingent upon the extent of the damage. For cultivators, despite their significantly prolonged lifespan compared to mortals, time remains an exceedingly precious commodity. As one ascends to higher realms of cultivation, the requisite time for training increases exponentially. The pursuit of immortality in the world of cultivation necessitates both the aspiration for longevity and the substantial time required to maintain it. However, the 9 transformations blood restoration pill is quite costly, priced at no less than 500 to 600 spirit stones per pill. Yihan possesses sufficient spirit stones to procure 2 or 3 of these. Additionally, he has a selection of mid-grade and high-grade qi refining pills for his cultivation. Furthermore, he requires various other items for his training. In summary, all these possessions must be exchanged for spirit stones or transformed into other essential treasures and techniques. This marks Yihan's inaugural solo descent from the mountain. This journey down the mountain differs vastly from his previous ascent, during which he was merely a humble mortal. Now, he stands as a cultivator. Despite the distinction between immortals and mortals, Yihan resolves to return to Qingniu village after his arrival in Qingniu City. Qingniu City, constructed by several cultivation sects, is exclusively inhabited by cultivators, devoid of mortals. Moreover, this city is enveloped by restrictive barriers, nestled amidst towering mountains, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary people to access. While at the Qingxuan peak, Yihan meticulously researched the route to Qingniu City. With his current pace as a cultivator, he could reach Qingniu City in 2 days. Situated within the Qingniu mountain range, the city is built atop a spiritual vein, where the ambient spiritual energy is decent, though it pales in comparison to certain sections. Notably, sects like the Qingxuan Sect and Heishui Sect choose to establish their strongholds in deep forests, strategically placing their sects on abundant spiritual veins rich in celestial energy. Such venues teeming with spiritual energy continuously provide cultivators with the necessary resources for their training, thus rendering the cultivation process significantly more efficient than in areas where spiritual energy is scarce. Consequently, powerful families and sects vie for these fertile spiritual mountains and veins, establishing their strongholds to guarantee a perpetual source of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, resources, companions, and land are defined by such spiritually rich locales. Additionally, safety is paramount. A place abundant in spiritual energy is of little use if surrounded by formidable beasts or prying cultivators, as secure cultivation would then be unattainable. Some extreme cultivators hold the belief that wealth, techniques, companions, and land are paramount, as long as one possesses sufficient resources for cultivation. The other 3 elements can be acquired at will. However, this notion is misguided. Numerous cultivators have encountered bountiful fortunes and amassed vast resources, yet due to inadequate techniques, poor social connections, or failing to cultivate in a safe environment, they have fallen prey to other cultivators. Countless precious materials have thus been seized by others, achieving their success while leaving the former in defeat. Yihan raced forward, occasionally pausing in mortal realms, only to realize he had become estranged from them. After visiting a couple of times, he found it rather uninteresting and ceased his visits. On this day, he had arrived at the Qingniu mountain range. The spiritual energy at the periphery of the mountains was decent, yet it paled in comparison to the Qingxuan peak, let alone his own cave dwelling. As Yihan journeyed along the mountain range towards Qingniu City, he passed through a valley when a figure rushed toward him with great haste. It appeared to be a remarkably beautiful female cultivator, her demeanor striking and her expression fraught with urgency. Upon spotting Yihan, she exclaimed with delight, "Fellow Taoist, save me." Chapter 128. Qingniu City. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of a female cultivator, Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. The woman's attire was tattered, revealing skin as pure as jade, and her figure was remarkably striking. Upon spotting Yihan, she rushed towards him, pleading for aid. "Friend, please save me. Someone is attempting to kill me for my treasures." However, before the female cultivator could reach him, Yihan abruptly shifted his stance, channeling his powers into his cloud shoes. causing his speed to surge dramatically. Without uttering a word, he altered his direction and swiftly darted away. His speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers speechless. The female cultivator, witnessing Yi Han's rapid retreat, turned pale with frustration. This despicable fellow. Why is he not asking for an explanation? In my dire situation, he runs faster than a rabbit. Yet, she soon discerned the magical aura emanating from his footwear, realizing it was undoubtedly a high-quality artifact. Such auxiliary artifacts were rare, particularly those enhancing speed, which could be worth twofold that of artifacts of the same rank. A glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and pursued him at an astonishing pace, calling out, "Friend, please don't leave. Save me." Her voice was melodious and filled with lament, capable of stirring the heart of any ordinary man. Alas, Yi Han was merely a young lad, indifferent to her pleas. Observing her impressive speed, he questioned how she could possibly be fleeing from danger. He had no intention of pausing to wait for her. In the realm of cultivation, villains were not gender-specific. Female cultivators could be far more terrifying than their male counterparts. This notion was something he had gleaned from books, leading him to maintain a respectful distance from female cultivators, including the one he knew, Han Yuan. The unexpected appearance of this woman, combined with her revealing attire, suggested she was anything but virtuous. Furthermore, her swift pace belied the notion of her being pursued. Thus, Yi Han shouted, "You woman, if you pursue me further, I shall slay you." With that, he unleashed his magical powers, summoning a wind charm that materialized in his hand. With a rapid incantation, the charm transformed into a swirling breeze encircling him. Yi Han's speed surged once more, transforming him into a wisp of azure smoke, deftly weaving through the surrounding trees and rocks, gradually increasing the distance between him and the female cultivator. As the female cultivator watched Yi Han's figure recede into the distance, she realized that if she employed acceleration charms, she might still catch up to him. However, it was evident that he was now on high alert, and even if she managed to close the gap, she would gain little from it. Resigned, she halted, seething with anger as she cursed, "Cursed be you. Should we meet again, the Red Lady will make you pay dearly. I shall drain you dry." After speaking, the matchmaker swiftly dashed in another direction, seeking her next target. Yi Han glanced back. Although he sensed no pursuit, he decided to proceed with caution. He sprinted for several more miles until the acceleration from the wind talisman dissipated, at which point he reined in his magical energy. The words spoken by that female cultivator and her attire were undoubtedly suspicious, and he had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. In the realm of cultivation, interference is akin to courting death. Only his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan, could be so naive. Of course, had his cultivation level surpassed that of the female cultivator, he might have stood his ground. However, her prowess clearly exceeded his by a tier or two, rendering him potentially outmatched in a confrontation. Thus, retreat was the wisest course of action. Otherwise, why would he squander a talisman on flight? Nevertheless, during his hasty escape, he noted an increasing presence of other cultivators ahead, even witnessing several individuals navigating through the air on flying artifacts. Such aerial maneuvering is a capability reserved for foundational level practitioners, as well as those of the Qi refinement stage riding flying mounts. These mounts are typically tamed low-tier flying demonic beasts, like the large white bird Yi Han encountered upon his arrival at the Qingxuan Sect, which was indeed a low-tier beast. Yet, even these modest mounts hold considerable value. Yi Han could afford one now, but parading around on a mount in the cultivation world, especially with a low cultivation level, is inherently perilous. Thus, practitioners generally confine their mount riding activities within the safety of their sect's territory. Yi Han observed that those riding mounts appeared to be deliberately patrolling this vicinity. It seemed they were the rumored patrolling cultivators of Qingniu City. Qingniu City was constructed by several major sects to facilitate cultivators in buying and selling resources, techniques, and treasures. In essence, apart from the absence of ordinary mortals, it bears little distinction from a mundane city. The primary motive behind establishing such a city was to generate spirit stones, allowing sects to sell surplus knowledge and resources, thereby acquiring what their disciples required, or renting out stalls and training grounds within the city to earn spirit stones in return for supporting the sect. Many sects and families in the cultivation community engage in such business ventures. Only this way can they sustain their operations, lest they fall into ruin. Upon entering this area, Yihan felt significantly safer. The sects had erected cities to attract loose cultivators and those from other sects, ensuring a secure environment for purchasing cultivation resources. Without safety, chaos would ensue, with rampant violence over treasures, deterring any cultivator from approaching. Thus, within a radius of several dozen miles around Qingniu City, patrolling cultivators kept watch, intimidating those with ill intentions. Yihan sprinted forward, encountering numerous cultivators adorned in diverse attire and appearances. There were venerable elders, diminutive youths resembling gnomes, enchanting female practitioners akin to celestial beings, and robust male cultivators, creating a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. Upon reaching Qingniu City, he beheld the astonishing sight of the city constructed atop a colossal mountain, severed as if by an immense force. Towering several dozen zhang high, it appeared both magnificent and formidable. Surrounding Qingniu City, a mist of radiant light surged, indicating the presence of remarkably powerful prohibitive formations. Yihan exhaled in relief and proceeded towards the city gate. Many flying cultivators descended at the entrance, presenting 2 spirit stones to the red-armored sentinels before gaining entry. Indeed, entering the city required a fee. Regardless of a cultivator's rank, the cost was 2 spirit stones, a considerable sum. Yihan found himself in line, surveying the other cultivators. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze directed towards him. Intrigued, he glanced in that direction and, lo and behold, it was the female cultivator. Remarkably, he had encountered the very practitioner who had previously called for his help. Alas, it seemed she was not a benevolent soul after all. Chapter 129. Tianning Square. Although Yihan had previously encountered this female cultivator only in a fleeting glimpse, her exaggerated curves left an indelible impression on him. However, she had now donned a different attire, her demeanor transformed into an air of aloofness. This change led Yihan to firmly believe that their chance meeting was not merely coincidental, and that she harbored ulterior motives. He sensed that engaging with this woman could potentially pose a danger. As the female cultivator stood there, a number of male cultivators cast lingering glances in her direction, their gazes betraying a distinctly masculine interest. Yet, Yihan felt no fondness for her. Should she dare to make any advances towards him, he would not hesitate to respond with unyielding resolve. This thought stirred an unusual sentiment within him. Previously, he had been relatively amiable towards others, albeit somewhat cautious. But he had never contemplated taking drastic measures against anyone. It seemed that his proclivity for violence had intensified compared to before. He pondered whether this shift was a result of his elevated cultivation level and corresponding change in mindset, or if the sinister aura emanating from the now black Ziding had influenced him. Perhaps it was a combination of both. He was no longer an ordinary mortal. After descending the mountain, he did not head directly to Qingniu City, but rather took the time to visit several villages and small towns inhabited by common folk. Lingering for a while, he realized that amidst these humble communities, he felt utterly out of place. As a cultivator, he could easily perceive the frailty in the essence of these ordinary people. It was no wonder that, when he was a mere mortal arriving at the Qingxuan sect, both Elder Qi and Elder Wu, along with other cultivators, had treated him with indifference, barely sparing him a glance. They had shown no inclination to acknowledge or assist someone of his status, scarcely recognizing him as a disciple of the sect. Left to his own devices at Qingxuan Peak, he might have floundered had it not been for the benevolence of his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan. When Yihan glanced over, the female cultivator flirtatiously blinked at him, her lips curling into a captivating smile. He furrowed his brow in response and averted his gaze, determined to maintain distance from such a woman. From the travelogues and experiences of other cultivators he had perused, he was well aware that many had suffered dire consequences from becoming too closely acquainted with a female cultivator. Some even faced betrayal from their partners, resulting in the depletion of each other's cultivation. Thus, it was prudent to keep a respectful distance from female cultivators. His demeanor towards Han Yuan was equally indifferent. Soon enough, he reached the end of the line, where he simply handed over 2 spirit stones to gain entry. He observed that occasionally, a few foundational period cultivators would descend without needing to queue, entering through a separate entrance, and they were not required to pay any spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, a truth vividly exemplified in various locales. The group smoothly entered Qingniu City, a veritable haven for cultivators, where practitioners adorned in diverse attires exuded an extraordinary aura. Among the throngs of cultivators traversing the streets, few were found below the late stage of qi refinement. Only the waitstaff in the shops, soliciting patrons, were cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Often ex-disciples discarded by their sects for lacking the potential to advance to the inner disciples of the late qi refinement stage, or members of families deemed to possess little value for nurturing. In this world of cultivation, those deemed lacking in value by their sects are often abandoned to fend for themselves. After all, the resources for training within each sect and family are exceedingly limited. It is implausible to continuously provide for those without significant potential. Thus, competition among every sect, family, and location is fiercely intense. As Yihan strolled through the streets, he observed numerous stalls, rented out to temporary vendors, showcasing a dazzling array of rare treasures and resources. He was no longer the naive mortal he once was, ignorant of the world beyond his door. His extensive studies in the library had equipped him with knowledge of many fundamental treasures and rare materials. However, he chose not to linger at the stalls, for they seldom offered anything of substantial value. Many items were false facades, masquerading as genuine treasures. Without a keen eye for discerning quality, one could easily misjudge whether a treasure was whole or flawed. Indeed, the market was rife with inferior goods masquerading as the authentic, and one must be cautious against the allure of deceit. As Yihan walked, he surveyed the various sects within the market. Han Yuan had introduced him to a place known as Tianningfang. Although Qingniu city was not small, it was relatively modest compared to the bustling cities of mortals, as it catered solely to cultivators, and the population was far less crowded. The old city comprised merely 2 streets. Soon, Yihan located Tianningfang, a grand 3-story structure, resplendent and luxurious by the standards of Qingniu city. He approached the building directly, suddenly sensing a gaze upon him. Frowning, he discerned that a female cultivator was stealthily following him. It appeared she intended to exhaust his patience. Nevertheless, Yihan was unconcerned. Even a female cultivator in the qi refinement stage, let alone one in the foundation establishment stage, would think twice before acting recklessly in Qingniu city. Should they attract the attention of patrolling cultivators, they would face capture or worse. After all, formidable golden core cultivators presided over this city. In order to create a stir in Qingniu city, one must carefully consider whether they are a match for a golden core cultivator and whether they can evade the wrath of such a formidable opponent. Yihan arrived at Tianning Square, where a junior cultivator at the entrance greeted him with utmost courtesy, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed friend. May I inquire what cultivation items you seek?" Yihan replied, "I wish to purchase some elixirs." The junior cultivator immediately gestured, "Please, follow me." Yihan nodded and followed him inside. Although his cultivation level was not particularly high, the junior cultivator treated him with respect. It seemed that Tianning Square had a knack for business. In the realm of cultivation, strength dictated respect, yet low-tier cultivators were not universally scorned. Since a female cultivator accompanied him, he refrained from displaying his jade token. Once inside Tianning Square, the female cultivator did not enter. Prompting Yihan to address the junior cultivator, "Esteemed friend, take a look at this." As he spoke, a flash of spiritual light illuminated his palm, revealing the jade token. Upon seeing this token, the junior cultivator's expression subtly shifted, and he respectfully accepted it, his demeanor towards Yihan transforming instantly. He promptly stated, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Chapter 130. The VIP. The demeanor of the attendant towards Yihan became exceedingly respectful as he promptly guided him towards a side entrance. Yihan was quite astonished. He understood that the jade token bestowed upon him by Han Yuan held considerable significance. Yet he did not anticipate that presenting it at Tianningfang would secure him VIP treatment. In many large workshops and bustling markets, such privileges were typically reserved for cultivators of higher realms. For a workshop of the scale of Tianningfang, one would need to be at least in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment to expect such treatment. To his surprise, brandishing this jade token granted him the status of a distinguished guest. It appeared that, as he had suspected, Han Yuan's identity was far more complex than merely being an inner disciple of the 7 Xian Peak. No wonder she was so generous. Her resources abundant in spirit stones and treasures. Yihan refrained from further conversation, following the attendant into the side hall. Inside sat a middle-aged cultivator of remarkable presence, exuding a profound aura. Yihan was unable to discern the cultivator's level of cultivation, which caused him a slight sense of unease. Upon noticing Yihan's entrance, the middle-aged cultivator raised an eyebrow, stood, and courteously invited, "Esteemed friend, please, take a seat." Yihan reciprocated with politeness, "Thank you, senior." The attendant then presented the jade token to the middle-aged cultivator, bowing respectfully before silently exiting. The matters concerning VIPs were beyond the purview of a mere gatekeeper. The middle-aged cultivator examined the jade token, his expression shifting to one of surprise. He discerned that Yihan's cultivation was rather modest, merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet, as a Foundation Establishment cultivator himself, he typically received only Foundation Establishment VIPs in this establishment. It was unexpected for someone of the Qi refinement stage to arrive. Although Yihan appeared unfamiliar to him, he did not inquire further about his specific identity. For a VIP was a VIP, regardless of the origins of their jade token. Even if it were obtained through dubious means, as long as one presented the token, they were afforded respect. The middle-aged cultivator smiled gently at Yihan, who had addressed him as senior. "Esteemed guest, your presence here designates you as a VIP of Tianning Fong, and there is no distinction of rank." Yihan nodded, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Instead, he directly stated, "I have some items I wish to have you appraise for recovery." The middle-aged cultivator furrowed his brow, harboring a lack of interest. What could a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement possibly offer? Nonetheless, out of respect for Yihan's VIP status, he maintained his composure and replied, "It is an honor for our Tianning Fong to receive items from a guest such as yourself. We assure you that we will provide a fair and suitable price for anything you wish to part with." This formality was a daily routine for him. However, even Foundation Establishment cultivators often did not present particularly valuable items, let alone someone like Yihan, a mere 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. Upon hearing this, Yihan chose to remain silent. When Han Yuan summoned him, she merely instructed him to present the items that would ensure his safety without delving into too many details. For, as the saying goes, excessive words can lead to misfortune. Although Yihan held a certain level of trust in Han Yuan, he nonetheless maintained a degree of vigilance. Thus, Yihan retrieved a storage pouch from within his robes and offered it to the middle-aged cultivator, saying, "Esteemed senior, I have a few magical artifacts and materials I wish to sell. I kindly ask for your appraisal." He placed the storage pouch before the cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator nodded, lifting the pouch and scanning its contents with his divine sense. A smirk of derision crept onto his lips. Indeed, what could a mere 8th level Qi refining cultivator possibly possess? Inside were merely a few low-grade and mid-grade artifacts, accompanied by a handful of rather inferior materials, valued at a mere 400 spirit stones. It was perplexing how this fellow had acquired a VIP token, daring to present such trifles in exchange for it. However, given his role as a reception cultivator at Tianning Square, where VIP status could not be trifled with, the middle-aged cultivator replied, "The items within can be exchanged for a total of 432 spirit stones. Would you prefer to receive spirit stones or items you require?" After a brief pause, he added, "Should you wish to exchange for items necessary for your cultivation, rest assured that all available at Tianning Square will be offered at a 10% discount." Upon hearing this, Yihan felt a flicker of hope. The contents of the pouch were indeed not remarkable, and he had presented them merely to test whether Tianning Square would adhere to Han Yuan's assurances of fair dealings. He was well aware of the prices of the items within. If exchanged within his sect, they would yield no more than 360 spirit stones. To receive 432 at Tianning Square indicated that the middle-aged cultivator was, indeed, not deceiving him. It further confirmed that Han Yuan had not misled him. Possessing the white jade token did indeed grant him a distinct identity, along with the privilege of obtaining his desired items at a discount. Yet, he noted that the middle-aged cultivator's demeanor was far from amiable. After all, for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to treat an 8th level Qi refining cultivator with such courtesy was commendable. Yihan then produced 6 additional storage pouches from his robes and placed them before the middle-aged cultivator, stating, "Esteemed senior, I have more items I wish to sell. I humbly request your appraisal." The middle-aged cultivator raised an eyebrow at the sight of the 6 pouches. Was this individual truly separating his items? Nevertheless, what could a mere 8th level Qi refining cultivator possibly offer? He casually opened one pouch, only for his expression to change dramatically. So many items. Among them were the corpses of 2 second-tier demon beasts, One was a relatively rare devouring beast, and there were even superior-grade artifacts and numerous materials. The combined value of these items was astonishing, and even he, as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, would struggle to amass such a collection in one go. No wonder this individual possesses the exquisite white jade token. He is truly remarkable. The sheer array of items within those storage bags attests to his formidable capabilities, justifying his acquisition of the white jade token. Could it be that this person's cultivation level is not merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, but rather that he is a Foundation Establishment cultivator masquerading as one at the 8th layer of Qi refinement? The fact that even his true status as a Foundation Establishment cultivator can be concealed suggests that his prowess is likely superior, perhaps even surpassing my own. He is yet another who delights in disguising his true strength. Thus, the middle-aged cultivator took the initiative to speak. Esteemed friend, I must take my time to thoroughly appraise these items of yours. Please bear with me for a moment. Indeed, the multitude of items possessed by Yi Han would require a significant amount of time for complete evaluation, necessitating his patience. Additionally, the middle-aged cultivator called out, "Bring forth the spiritual tea." Yi Han noted the sudden shift in the man's demeanor. Previously, he had not even offered a cup of tea, yet now he was serving spiritual tea. It appears that the value of Yi Han's possessions is quite considerable. One can only wonder how many spirit stones they might yield in exchange for the cultivation materials he requires. Chapter 131. A new perspective. The middle-aged cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage exhibited a demeanor of deference that fluctuated between arrogance and humility, a behavior not uncommon in the realm of immortals. In this world, a cultivator's lineage, wealth, cultivation level, and even physical appearance significantly influence how they are perceived and treated by their peers. For instance, disciples hailing from prestigious sects, regardless of their standing, often command more respect than solitary practitioners or those from lesser sections. When Yi Han initially presented his storage bag, it contained items of ordinary nature. While these might constitute a considerable fortune for cultivators of the same level, they garnered little attention from the grand establishment of Tianning and the Foundation Establishment cultivator before him. However, upon unveiling another storage bag filled with various treasures, even this seasoned cultivator was taken aback by the contents. It was evident that Yi Han was concealing his true appearance and cultivation level, a common tactic among cultivators who prefer to disguise their capabilities and play the fool. Yi Han possessed a distinguished white jade token, and the multitude of items he displayed led the middle-aged cultivator to surmise that Yi Han's actual prowess was likely far superior to what he had initially perceived. This shift in perception resulted in a palpable change in the cultivator's demeanor. Moments later, a beautiful maidservant presented spiritual tea with utmost reverence, pouring a cup for Yi Han before gracefully retreating. Yi Han, unreserved, took a sip of the tea, only to furrow his brow slightly. This spiritual tea was rather mediocre, vastly inferior to the exquisite brew he had previously enjoyed at the hands of Han Yuan. The expression on Yi Han's face as he tasted the tea further solidified the middle-aged cultivator's conviction that this individual was certainly not a mere 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator. His true cultivation level might well surpass the middle-aged man's own. It is worth noting that the spiritual tea held considerable value. Typically, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage could hardly afford such luxuries. Yi Han's reaction indicated that he had likely experienced far superior teas, suggesting that his cultivation and wealth were far more extraordinary than they appeared. With such thoughts, the middle-aged cultivator regarded Yi Han with increased esteem. It was no wonder he possessed a guest token. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Han was deliberately projecting this facade. Having perused various texts, he understood that a masterful disguise could obscure one's true nature, ensuring greater safety and diminishing the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention. As the middle-aged cultivator continued to appraise the treasures within Yi Han's storage bag, materials, valuable artifacts, manuals, and even the corpses of mythical beasts, he soon realized that these items must have been acquired through dubious means, likely involving the slaying of their previous owners. The artifacts bore residual imprints of spiritual consciousness, indicating the presence of at least 7 or 8 different cultivators. It is evident that Yi Han must have vanquished at least 7 or 8 cultivators to acquire such a plethora of treasures, and it is unlikely that his opponents were of low caliber. After all, how could low-tier cultivators possess such an abundance of valuables and spoils? If Yihan were truly a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, how could he possibly defeat so many practitioners at the later stages of Qi refinement? This Yihan is indeed a cunning individual, disguising his true strength. Fortunately, I have always refrained from offending esteemed guests, thus avoiding any conflict with this particular cultivator. Observing the expression of the middle-aged cultivator, Yihan realized that his ruse was remarkably successful. Indeed, some texts assert that crafting an air of mystery and concealing one's identity renders one's journey among cultivators significantly safer. The more ostentatious and naive one appears, the greater the peril of a swift demise. Before long, the middle-aged cultivator completed his inventory of the treasures within the storage pouch, a process that took a full hour, during which Yihan finished his spirit tea. The cultivator produced a peculiar piece of talisman paper, reciting incantations as he pointed at it, causing a series of characters to manifest upon its surface. As the characters flickered into existence, Yihan discerned that they detailed the contents of his storage pouch. Each item meticulously recorded along with its corresponding valuation. Finally, the cultivator handed the paper to Yihan, courteously inquiring, "Dear friend, I apologize for the wait. I have finished tallying your items. Please review the list to verify if anything is missing or if there are items you wish not to sell." Indeed, it is customary for those presenting treasures at Tianning Workshop to first compile such a list, marked with their spiritual imprint, ensuring its integrity and accountability for the valuation presented. Esteemed guests may then choose which items to sell or retain based on this list, after which a price offer will be made. Yihan took the list and, with his current spiritual awareness and cultivation level, found the simple inventory immediately comprehensible, with each item's value clearly delineated. Among these, the most precious was a superior-grade artifact, a long blade of earth attribute, which he could neither wield himself nor could Zhang Qingxuan. Thus, he decided to sell it. Remarkably, this superior-grade long knife could fetch 3,300 spirit stones. Most of the other items were valued at less than 1,000 spirit stones. In total, his treasures could yield 13,362 spirit stones, surpassing the sum acquired during his previous venture with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan in the Heiyao mountain range. This disparity in value can be attributed to two factors. Firstly, the slain Qingxuan's two fiends possessed few artifacts of significant worth, thus, the overall value was low. Secondly, senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's dealings in the black market had resulted in a price suppression. Conversely, this time, Yihan had procured a greater number of artifacts, totaling over a dozen, most of which he opted to sell, and the offered prices exceeded his expectations. Among the items in these storage bags, there were indeed some that Yihan did not recognize. However, upon closer inspection, he found their value to be rather ordinary, lacking any particularly precious spirit stones. Naturally, the portion he had retained for himself, which he could not discern, was set aside separately. As for the magical artifacts available for sale, the residual consciousness marks could easily be removed by foundation building or even golden elixir stage cultivators in this bustling market. Once cleansed of these city imprints, the artifacts could be resold as new. This practice was not exclusive to Tianning Fong. Many shops in various markets operated in the same manner. After reviewing the list, Yihan had meticulously selected items without finding anything he wished to keep. He casually placed the list before the middle-aged cultivator and said, "I have looked it over. There are no issues. I shall sell these items to you." The middle-aged cultivator, observing Yihan's nonchalant demeanor, appeared to be someone of considerable experience. Unfazed by the prospect of over 10,000 spirit stones, he promptly replied, "Please wait a moment, friend. Oh, by the way, I am Han Xiushui. Next time you visit Tianning Fong, feel free to seek me out directly." Upon hearing this, Yihan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Han? Is that not the same surname as Han Yuan? What connection does Han Yuan have with Tianning Fong? Chapter 132. The Transaction. Observing Yihan's peculiar expression, Han Xiushui inquired with confusion, "Fellow Taoist, is there something amiss? Tianning Fong is our Han family's marketplace. Is there an issue with my surname?" In Qingniu City, who is unaware that Tianning Fong belongs to the Han clan? Could it be that this person is not a cultivator from Tianlan? No wonder he seems unfamiliar. Noticing the odd look on Han Xiushui's face, Yihan realized he had overstepped and quickly adjusted, smiling as he replied, "Oh, it is nothing. I merely assumed you were a guest elder invited by the Han family." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoshui was momentarily taken aback and chose not to probe further. He promptly stated, "Please wait for a quarter of an hour, and then we shall proceed to store and settle these items." Yet, Yi Han interjected, "Senior Han, please hold on." As he spoke, he flipped his hand, producing a piece of paper inscribed with a list of items he required: the 9-turn blood recovery pill, mid-grade and superior-grade qi refining pills, top-tier healing elixirs, the century-old wood dragon root, and the rebirth water, among others. He handed the paper to Han Xiaoshui, saying, "Senior Han, do you have the items listed here at Tianningfang?" Han Xiaoshui glanced at the paper, his expression shifting to one of surprise. None of the items were inexpensive, and even at Tianningfang, they were in limited supply. For instance, the superior-grade qi refining pill could only be purchased in sets of 10 by esteemed guests, each costing several hundred spirit stones. The quantities Yi Han requested were substantial. The century-old wood dragon root and the rebirth water also carried significant value, each worth several thousand spirit stones. The materials Yi Han offered for sale nearly equated to their market value. However, Han Xiaoshui noted, "Fellow Taoist, apart from the 300-year-old wood dragon root, we have all the other items available at Tianningfang." Yi Han responded directly, "That is acceptable. Please exchange the spirit stones for these items. Adjust for any discrepancies. If there is a shortfall, I shall compensate you." Han Xiaoshui's eyes gleamed. This was a substantial client. With this transaction, he would not only earn a commendable profit from the acquisition, but also share in the sale of these items, significantly enhancing his family's reputation. His demeanor toward Yi Han grew increasingly cordial, as he had initially perceived him merely as a minor figure in the 8th layer of qi refining, not realizing he was a major patron. However, Han Xiaoshui continued to clarify, "Fellow Taoist, some items are limited in availability at Tianningfang. For the superior-grade qi refining pills, we only provide 10 to esteemed guests, priced at 450 spirit stones each, even with a 10% discount. As for the rebirth water, a guest is permitted only 1 vial, without any discount." As Han Xiaoshui elaborated, Yi Han nodded and replied, "Please procure as many as you can for me. You need not worry about the spirit stones." Yi Han feigned nonchalance, fully aware of the privileges granted to esteemed guests. Having previously inquired with Han Yuan, he also understood that these items were in limited supply. However, the absence of the 300-year-old wood dragon root left him feeling quite regretful. He sought to cultivate the wood dragon technique. If he were to forge a wood dragon staff using a core material from a 300-year-old wood dragon root, the potency of the wood dragon technique could be amplified several-fold, enabling the release of divine powers even more formidable than those of the thorned ring. With the wood dragon staff, he would possess an additional offensive magical artifact, as relying solely on 3 flying scale daggers would prove insufficient. Naturally, for cultivators, the more magical artifacts and treasures they wield, the greater the advantage they would command in combat. After all, there are no supreme treasures for conquering the world. Even if such treasures existed, they were beyond Yi Han's current cultivation level to master. Han Xiaoshui gazed intently at Yi Han and said, "Please wait a moment, my friend. It will take about an hour to prepare these items. I kindly ask for your patience." With that, he exited the room. As soon as Han Xiaoshui left, a beautiful maid entered, carrying a pot of spiritual tea, accompanied by a platter of spiritual fruits, which she placed before Yi Han. It appeared that Han Xiaoshui had instructed her to do so. This spiritual tea was of even higher quality than what he had enjoyed during his previous visit with Han Yuan, and the spiritual fruits were quite delightful as well. Yi Han, feeling no need for formality, indulged in the tea and fruits, knowing he would be waiting for quite some time. While he waited, he retrieved a book to read. This volume, of course, was not one he had borrowed from the library, but rather a collection of texts taken from the 5 disciples of the Blackwater sect he had defeated. He had kept these books, uncertain of whether they could be found in the library, yet he had not perused them before. They served as an enjoyable pastime. Interestingly, this particular book chronicled the life of a cultivator with the surname Han, and Yi Han had already read the earlier sections. The latter parts promised to be even more riveting, explaining why the cultivator had preserved this biography. Before long, more than an hour had passed. Han Xiaoshui returned, bearing 2 storage bags. He handed one to Yi Han, saying, "My friend, this bag contains the materials you require, totaling 11,000 spirit stones. As a courtesy, Tianning Square has granted you a discount on the change." He continued, "Here are the remaining 2,362 spirit stones. as well as the itemized list. Yihan accepted the bag and, upon inspecting its contents, confirmed they were indeed the items he sought. He stood politely and declared, "Then, esteemed elder, I shall take my leave." However, after a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "By the way, esteemed elder, do you know of any other means to obtain the 300-year-old wood dragon root?" Without hesitation, Han Xiushui shook his head and replied, "There should be none. The wood dragon root is exclusive to the Qinghong region, and it is somewhat challenging for us in Tianlan to procure it." Pausing briefly, he continued, "However, if you could provide us with a deposit, Tianning Square would be willing to keep an eye out for you. Nonetheless, the value of a 300-year-old wood dragon root is approximately 5,000 spirit stones." As soon as he finished speaking, Yihan promptly produced 2,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and stated, "Esteemed elder, since Tianning Square is willing to assist me, I shall refrain from seeking it out myself. Is this deposit sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Han Xiushui quickly responded, "That is ample. Esteemed elder, I shall proceed to register this for you immediately." As Yihan emerged from Tianning Square, the materials and treasures contained within the storage bags he had brought were transformed into spirit stones. These spirit stones were subsequently exchanged for the precious materials required for cultivation, and he expended an additional 2,000 spirit stones as a deposit for a 300-year-old wood dragon root. However, the stipulated period for this agreement was merely 3 months. Should Tianning Square fail to locate the wood dragon root within that time frame, they would refund Yihan the full amount of the deposit. After this, any further developments would no longer concern him. Consequently, he emerged with only a few hundred spirit stones left from the over 10,000 he had initially possessed. Nevertheless, no matter how abundant a cultivator's spirit stones and resources may be, if they are not converted into one's own cultivation or utilized for personal treasures, they remain nothing but a mere spectacle. True strength is the essence of survival. Just as Yihan stepped out of Tianning Square, a figure suddenly appeared before him, a female cultivator, strikingly beautiful and possessing an alluring figure. To his astonishment, she cried out, "You scoundrel! At long last, I have found you. Let us see where you intend to flee this time." Chapter 133. A bitter retort. The matchmaker's gaze revealed a hint of derision as she fixated on Yihan, who had kept her waiting for several hours. It was evident that he had procured a considerable number of fine items during his time in Tianning Fong. Indeed, her initial assessment was accurate. Despite his low cultivation, Yihan emanated a faint aura of treasure, particularly with those cloud-treading boots, which were undoubtedly superior artifacts of medium grade. Such speed-enhancing tools were invaluable, granting the wearer a distinct advantage over peers of the same cultivation level. Her irritation toward Yihan was palpable, for rarely did any man evade her charms, unless he was exceptionally peculiar. Thus, she had long devised a plan to vex him. Within Qingniu City, there existed restrictions that significantly diminished the power of spells and treasures employed by cultivators, rendering them only slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists. However, these constraints primarily affected those in the mid-stage of foundation establishment and below. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the less they were hindered by such limitations. As soon as Yihan emerged, she seized the opportunity to falsely accuse him, presenting the scenario as if he had abandoned his partner to pursue a solitary path. Yihan was taken aback to find this female cultivator awaiting him outside, ready to slander him upon his exit. It seemed she sought to humiliate him for not having fallen prey to her charms previously. This woman possessed an extraordinary demeanor, drawing the covert glances of many male cultivators, who recognized her as a being of exceptional caliber. Typically, one ought to tread carefully around such formidable female cultivators, for one could easily find themselves drained of their spiritual essence. Yet here she was, audaciously targeting an inconspicuous male cultivator like Yihan, inciting the onlooker's intrigue. Fuming with anger, Yihan's thoughts were reminiscent of a past incident in Qingniu village. Famished, he had dared to pilfer a few peaches from the village chief's doorstep, only to be caught by the chief's wife, who falsely accused him of spying on her while she bathed. That episode had nearly led to a severe beating at the hands of the chief. Thankfully, he had outwitted her and turned the tables, escaping unscathed. Since then, he had harbored an intense disdain for baseless accusations, particularly from women like her. Although he had never encountered such a situation before, he understood that the spectators among the cultivators were as eager for drama as any ordinary crowd. With a frigid demeanor, Yihan retorted. What? Have you betrayed me and been cast out? Now you seek me out? He feigned a tremendous sense of grievance as he continued. Who was it that left me in such dire straits, seizing my treasures and nearly leading to my demise? And now, you dare to return and confront me? You reap what you sow. As he spoke, the cultivators who had initially intended to meddle in the affair paused, sensing that there was more to the story than a mere fault on the part of this male cultivator. They thrived on the unfolding drama, eager for the spectacle. A group of female cultivators gathered around, observing the unfolding situation and engaging in lively discussions. Indeed, this man appeared to be an honest fellow. And look at that woman. How can she possibly consider herself a respectable female cultivator, dressed as she is? She must belong to the demonic path. I certainly think so. The Red Lady, incensed by Yihan's sharp retort, found herself caught off guard. This seemingly inconspicuous individual had turned the tables, leaving her in a disadvantageous position. Listening to the chatter of the onlookers, she exclaimed tearfully, "No, you misunderstand. I am already bearing your child." She was determined to go all out. For after all, she was no paragon of virtue. If she could frame this man and escalate the situation, she would relish watching him squirm. Upon hearing this, Yihan turned on his heel and strode into the Tianning Fong, coldly remarking, "Mind your words. You wouldn't even know who the wild man is." With that, he entered the establishment. Initially, the guards intended to stop him, but the waiter who had previously attended to Yihan recognized him as a distinguished guest and promptly ushered him inside. The Red Lady attempted to pursue him, but was intercepted by the guards, who forbade her from causing a commotion, leaving her infuriated. The surrounding cultivators began to whisper and point at her, further unsettling her composure to the point of nearly spitting blood. This insufferable man was no ordinary qi refining practitioner. She vowed she would not let him escape unscathed. Back in Tianning Fong, Yihan requested the waiter to lead him to Han Xiushui. Upon seeing Yihan return, Han Xiushui observed him with curiosity and inquired, "Friend, what brings you back?" Yihan, with a generous demeanor and an array of fine items, piqued his interest. Perhaps he was about to make another grand gesture or had simply forgotten to purchase something. Yihan shrugged and said, "Senior Han, could you assist me with a small favor?" Han Xiushui, puzzled, asked, "Please, do tell." With a hint of exasperation, Yihan replied, "Is there a back door here? I would like to exit through it." Han Xiushui, taken aback by Yihan's request, chose not to question it and instructed the waiter, "Take our esteemed guest out through the back." The waiter promptly responded, "Yes, please follow me." Understanding the situation, he skillfully guided Yihan away. Watching the waiter, Han Xiushui thought him quite astute and worthy of promotion. He inquired about the circumstances that led Yihan to seek a discreet exit. After learning the details, a peculiar smile crept onto Han Xiushui's face. "Ah, so he has crossed paths with the Red Lady. That explains everything." Yihan followed the waiter through the back door, emerging onto the street on the opposite side. This exit was presumably used for their supply deliveries. As he stepped outside, Yihan casually bestowed 2 qi refining pills upon the young attendant, saying, "Thank you. This is for you." The attendant, overwhelmed with joy, replied, "Thank you, senior." Given his modest earnings, which hardly amounted to a single qi refining pill in a month, receiving 2 at once was indeed a cause for elation. Yihan did not linger in conversation. After exiting through the back door, he patted his garments and donned a gray outfit, muttering incantations as his magical energy distorted around the illusory mask. In an instant, he transformed into a pallid-faced young cultivator clad in gray. As he rounded the street, Yihan noticed the female cultivator lingering at the entrance of Tianning Square. He felt little inclination to engage with her. Such women, once entangled, were notoriously difficult to extricate oneself from. Moreover, her audacity to pursue him suggested she possessed some form of leverage. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, especially considering her cultivation level was significantly higher than his own. Thus, it was best to refrain from provoking her. Chapter 134. The special talisman. With these thoughts in mind, Yihan chose to disregard the female cultivator, deciding that he would confront her only when he surpassed her in strength. He began to explore Qingniu City, relishing the opportunity to experience all it had to offer. Having come all this way, it was only fitting to immerse himself in the sights of the city. Beyond the established shops lining the marketplace, the streets of Qingniu City were dotted with numerous stalls available for rent. Any cultivator willing to pay a certain amount of spirit stones could set up a stand to sell their wares. However, the quality of goods was often questionable, with many subpar items masquerading as valuable treasures. Yihan merely glanced at these stalls, lacking any desire to linger over their offerings. As he strolled through the bustling streets, he encountered an array of items he had only ever seen in illustrations, never in reality. Observing these objects expanded his understanding of the world around him. After completing a circuit of the city, he was about to depart when he felt a subtle shift in his expression, his consciousness sweeping towards the storage bag at his side. To his astonishment, the purple cauldron within was vibrating slightly, as if it had sensed something of interest nearby. In Yihan's experience, such tremors indicated the presence of an object that captivated the cauldron's attention. With this sudden response, Yihan became acutely aware of his surroundings, eager for a new development with the purple cauldron. Since that day in the Tianhuang Valley when it absorbed a mysterious black orb, the cauldron's aura had transformed into something decidedly strange. The energy it emitted had made his cultivation erratic, affecting his mental state. Prolonged exposure could lead him down a path of demonic corruption or create barriers in his mindset. It is essential for cultivators to harmonize their breakthroughs in realm and mental state, as they are interdependent. A flaw in his mental state would render any advancement in cultivation exceedingly difficult. Thus, he had refrained from absorbing the cauldron's energy for cultivation or employing it to swiftly refine treasures using the refining treasure technique. Now that the cauldron was reacting, Yihan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He glanced around, noting several stalls nearby, but which one had elicited the cauldron's response. As he moved forward, he attuned himself to the cauldron's sensations within the storage bag. Eventually, he arrived at a stall manned by a frail-looking young cultivator, whose pallor suggested ill health. A cursory examination of the stall revealed an array of talismans for sale, and indeed, the quantity was quite substantial. It seemed likely that this cultivator was a talisman maker. However, most of the talismans were rather ordinary: fireball talismans, wind blade talismans, favorable wind talismans, chasing wind talismans, water evasion talismans, and a plethora of others. Much to Yihan's astonishment, it was indeed a rarity for a talisman master to be proficient in several types of talisman crafting. Thus, the presence of so many basic talismans at this cultivator's stall suggested that he was an exceptionally skilled talisman master. Moreover, Yihan sensed that these talismans seemed somewhat different from a few he had previously employed, although he could not quite articulate the distinction. After observing for a while, Yihan failed to find any talismans that might provoke a reaction from the purple cauldron. Although there were a few slightly advanced talismans, they too should not elicit a response from the purple cauldron. Was it possible that he had mistaken the stall? As he pondered this, contemplating departure, the young cultivator suddenly addressed him. "Esteemed friend, is there anything you require?" Noticing Yihan linger at his stall for an extended period without opening for business, the cultivator, eager to engage a potential customer, promptly beckoned him over. If these talismans remained unsold, he would incur losses on the spirit stones used to rent the stall. Furthermore, he was in dire need of spirit stones, willing to negotiate on his prices if necessary. Upon receiving the young man's invitation, Yihan felt reassured that he had not erred in his choice. Perhaps the items of interest to the purple cauldron lay with this young cultivator rather than on the stall itself. Advancing a few steps, Yihan approached the young man, who, to his surprise, exhibited a slightly more pronounced reaction from the purple cauldron. It seemed that the desired item indeed resided with this individual. Thus, Yihan inquired, "What are the prices of your talismans?" The young cultivator hesitated momentarily before resolutely responding. "Basic talismans are 2 spirit stones each, while intermediate talismans are 12 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yihan frowned and remarked, "Esteemed friend, your prices seem rather excessive. Typically, a basic talisman costs merely 1 spirit stone, and an intermediate talisman hovers around 8 spirit stones. Why the substantial markup? Is there something particularly special about them?" Yihan was no fool. He had a fair understanding of the prices of various treasures and materials. Indeed, talismans were generally priced similarly within the cultivation community, unless they were exceedingly rare, possessed unique functionalities, or were notably challenging to craft. For instance, while the Blood Escape talisman was also an intermediate talisman, it commanded a high price. The moment the cultivator spoke, he inadvertently categorized himself as a potential swindler. The middle-aged cultivator promptly clarified, The crafting methods for these talismans are unique. I assure you, their potency surpasses that of ordinary talismans by 30%. Therefore, they are justifiably priced higher. In truth, some individuals had inquired about the talismans at his stall, but upon hearing his prices, they lost interest in any further explanation and swiftly turned away. Others, intrigued by his assertion that the potency of his talismans was indeed 30% greater, found themselves tempted. Yet, the price was exorbitantly high, and these were not particularly extraordinary talismans. Furthermore, in Qingniu City, there was no opportunity to test the efficacy of these talismans, raising the question of whether they might be deceived by this vendor. Consequently, the majority of listeners departed without a backward glance. Aware that anyone who purchased at such a price would be a fool, the young man noticed that Yi Han remained silent and did not leave, seemingly in contemplation. He promptly suggested, "If you are interested, you may purchase a few to try. I can offer you a cost price." Yi Han chuckled and replied, "Whether it is a cost price or not is of little consequence to me. But is it true that the potency of your talismans exceeds that of ordinary ones by 30%? Yi Han was genuinely intrigued. If these talismans could indeed be crafted to possess such enhanced strength, they would be worth their price. However, given that these stalls were temporary, once the rental period elapsed, the vendors would depart. Who could guarantee that this individual was not deceiving him? The young cultivator immediately assured him, "I can guarantee that without a doubt." Thus, Yi Han stated, "Very well. I will take 10 of each type of your talismans. Let the price be as you originally quoted." Upon hearing this, the young man stared at Yi Han in disbelief. Could it be that he had truly encountered a gullible buyer? Others had swiftly turned away at his quoted prices. Yet this individual was requesting such a quantity. Meanwhile, Yi Han contemplated how to assess what this fellow possessed, to discern what might have elicited a reaction from the purple cauldron, and to explore any opportunity to acquire it. Chapter 135. The independent cultivator Yi Chunxing. The young cultivator gazed at Yi Han with disbelief, exclaiming, "Esteemed friend, are you truly in need of such a vast quantity of talismans?" Indeed, he had been peddling his wares for 3 days, and had only managed to sell a handful of talismans. Most cultivators, upon hearing his prices, had no intention of purchasing. They simply turned and left. The few talismans sold were bartered at a loss. Consequently, he had lowered his prices. Yet Yi Han not only refrained from haggling, but also bought such an extensive collection all at once. 10 of each type. This amounted to at least 600 or 700 spirit stones. Could this seemingly less accomplished individual truly possess such wealth? The young man stared at Yi Han in disbelief, suspecting that this individual was merely jesting with him. With a smile, Yi Han inquired, "What is the matter? Are you not selling them in limited quantities?" The young cultivator immediately responded, "Of course, I am selling." He promptly selected 10 of each talisman type. Though most mid-level talismans were in short supply, so Yi Han requested that he provide all he had at once. With a flick of his finger, the talismans were swept towards him by a surge of magical energy, piling up in his hands as he looked at Yi Han. Understanding the unspoken question in the young man's gaze, Yi Han scanned the stack of talismans with his spiritual sense and stated, 120 low-level talismans for 240 spirit stones, and exactly 20 mid-level talismans for 280 spirit stones. That totals 520 spirit stones, correct? As he spoke, he tapped his storage bag, producing a small pouch of spirit stones, which he placed before the young cultivator, saying, "Here are the 520 spirit stones. Please verify them." The young cultivator felt a sense of embarrassment. He was short on spirit stones and feared that if he accepted the goods, he might find himself in a bargaining situation. His eyes sparkled with delight as he examined the pouch of spirit stones, confirming the quantity with his spiritual sense. He promptly handed over the talismans to Yi Han, saying, "Esteemed friend, please accept these talismans." Yi Han received them and casually scanned them with his spiritual sense, noticing that these talismans differed slightly from those he had encountered before. A flash of spiritual light enveloped them as he stored them in his bag. Yi Han then asked, "Esteemed friend, did you craft these talismans yourself?" The young man nodded, responding, "Indeed, I crafted them myself. I have some understanding of the art of talisman creation. Should you require more talismans in the future, feel free to seek me out." Such a valuable customer as Yi Han was a rarity. Establishing a good rapport could ensure a market for his talismans in the future. Yi Han regarded him and inquired, "I shall reach out if needed. By the way, which sect or family do you belong to? I cannot simply come here seeking you, can I?" It is well known that the initial stages of talisman crafting demand tremendous resources and bear a high failure rate. In truth, cultivators specializing in talisman creation, alchemy, weapon forging, array formation, and puppet mastery, among others, not only require innate talent, but also necessitate substantial resources for their cultivation. Only the grand sects and prominent families possess the strength to cultivate advanced talismans masters. This young man, by all appearances, does not seem to be a disciple of any major sect or esteemed family. Such remarkable talent in talisman crafting is indeed rare. As expected, the youth responded, "I am but a wandering cultivator named Yi Chunxing. Should you wish to contact me, you may use a communication talisman." Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered in his hand, and he presented a talisman to Yi Han. This specialized communication talisman could directly connect with the consciousness imprint of any cultivator within a certain range. Yi Han accepted the talisman, scrutinizing Yi Chunxing from head to toe, and inquired, "Do you possess any particularly unique talismans?" In truth, he wished to engage with Yi Chunxing to discern what might attract the attention of the Ziding. Moreover, this item should be on his person, not stored in a spatial pouch. If it were within a storage pouch, it would be unfathomable for the Ziding to sense it. Even cultivators in the golden core or nascent soul stages, far exceeding his own prowess, could not perceive items within a storage pouch, as they exist in a distinct realm of space. Thus, Yi Han deduced that the item must be on Yi Chunxing himself, yet despite his keen observation, he could not ascertain its location. Upon hearing Yi Han's question, Yi Chunxing's brow furrowed slightly as he shook his head, "None." As he spoke, he unconsciously touched his bosom. At that moment, a patrolling cultivator approached from the distance and addressed Yi Chunxing. "Number 118, is it time for renewal?" Yi Chunxing promptly replied, "No, thank you, fellow Taoist." With a grand gesture, he summoned a tremor of spiritual light, retrieving all his belongings into his storage pouch. After several days of vending with scant sales of talismans, had it not been for the encounter with Yi Han, a significant loss from stall fees would have ensued. Having collected his items, the patrolling cultivator came over and erected a sign indicating that the stall was available for rent. Yi Chunxing then bowed to Yi Han, saying, "Esteemed friend, I must take my leave. Should you require anything further, feel free to seek me out." Although Yi Han wished to retain Yi Chunxing's company, it seemed unlikely. Prolonged conversation would only suggest ulterior motives. In any case, Yi Chunxing had already provided him with a communication talisman, allowing Yi Han to reach out again in due time. He resolved not to act hastily. Thus, Yi Han replied, "Very well." He watched as Yi Chunxing hastily departed, his figure swiftly disappearing into a marketplace, presumably to procure something with his spirit stones. However, reflecting on his encounter with Yi Chunxing and the Ziding's slight reaction, Yi Han decided to continue exploring the city, hoping to stumble upon another item that might elicit a response from the Ziding. Unfortunately, after wandering through the city once more, he found no further discoveries. Observing that the sky remained clear, he resolved to exit the city. As he passed through Tianning Fong, he discovered that the female cultivator had finally departed. Evidently having left, he now possessed a considerable amount of belongings, which could easily attract unwanted attention, a situation he preferred to avoid. Thus, he quietly exited the city, transforming into a different guise as he made his way back to Qingxuan Peak. For a low-ranking cultivator like him, it was prudent to minimize outdoor activities and remain within the confines of the sect, where safety was more assured. It was advisable to wait until he had achieved a certain level of cultivation before teaming up with fellow disciples for excursions. Yi Han swiftly left the city, deliberately steering clear of areas populated by numerous cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he had departed from Qingniu City, traversing several dozen miles beyond the patrol range of the city's guards. This area was deemed relatively unsafe. Hence, he opted to don an invisibility cloak, which would further obscure his presence and aura. As Yi Han traversed a particularly secluded valley, he was suddenly struck by a surge of magical energy, followed by a series of muffled explosions, suggesting that a battle of spells was underway. Yi Han's expression shifted. He had no desire to involve himself in such matters and was about to leave when a voice echoed from within, "Hong Nyangzi, you court death." It was Yi Chunxing's voice. Upon hearing it, Yi Han halted abruptly. Could it be that this fellow was in some form of peril? Chapter 136. The malevolent matchmaker. With such thoughts, Yihan hesitated momentarily before stealthily making his way towards the valley. He had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. However, Yi Chunxing possessed something that attracted the purple cauldron, so he decided to assess the situation first. He concealed his presence, activating his invisibility cloak to ensure his aura remained undetected. As long as he did not approach too closely, he should be safe. Previously, when he had dispatched 5 disciples of the Blackwater Sect, he had discovered 3 invisibility cloaks among their storage bags. He sold 2 to Tianning Fong and kept 1 for himself, though he had not fully refined it, rendering its invisibility rather mediocre. Nevertheless, he believed that staying at a distance would suffice. Indeed, as he drew nearer to the valley, the purple cauldron reacted once more. It seemed that Yi Chunxing was indeed inside. Consequently, Yihan hastened further into the valley. As he approached, he was met with a series of astonishing explosive booms, accompanied by thunderous roars and the eerie wails of ghosts, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps across his skin. Soon, Yihan crouched behind a large rock, peering into the valley. There, on the ground several dozen yards away, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle of magic. To his astonishment, one of the combatants was Yi Chunxing, while the other was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator he had encountered before. This was none other than the matchmaker Yi Chunxing had mentioned, and he was perplexed as to why the 2 were fighting. The duel was indeed remarkable. Yi Chunxing was enveloped in a golden barrier, continuously casting incantations and unleashing a barrage of talismans that transformed into bolts of lightning, fireballs, and slicing winds. Alarmingly, the matchmaker was shrouded in wisps of gray runes, chanting spells as she wielded a soul-calling artifact that spewed forth dark, smoky flames. She summoned a multitude of vengeful spirits, their grotesque visages and terrifying auras manifesting in a cacophony of mournful wails, relentlessly assaulting Yi Chunxing. These spirits were formidable, bombarding Yi Chunxing's golden barrier and creating ripples that threatened to shatter it. The golden light began to dissipate, and Yi Chunxing's face grew increasingly pale. However, the power of the talismans he unleashed was extraordinary, significantly stronger than typical talismans of the same kind. Otherwise, the spirits would not have been so easily dispersed, causing the matchmaker considerable distress. Yihan discerned that the wretched matchmaker was indeed a nefarious entity. The soul-calling banner she wielded was evidently a tool of the underworld, likely infused with the spirits of countless victims. Yi Chunxing appeared to rely solely on talismans for offense and defense, lacking any other spells or treasures. As the battle progressed, he found himself at a complete disadvantage, while the matchmaker seemed intent on exhausting him further. Yi Chunxing could not contain his frustration and shouted at the matchmaker, "Matchmaker, what exactly do you intend to do?" The matchmaker chuckled heartily, her laughter causing her entire body to tremble, and with a teasing tone she replied, "Yi Chunxing, who doesn't know you are a master of talismans? I simply wish to engage with you, or perhaps be engaged by you." Her voice took on an exceedingly alluring quality, exuding an intoxicating and suffocating allure. Yi Chunxing bit his tongue in anger and retorted, "Matchmaker, you shameless woman. If you do not step aside, I shall not hold back." With that, he swiftly retrieved a resplendent talisman from his storage pouch. This talisman depicted a small sword, radiating an astonishing sword intent that even the ghostly figures released by the matchmaker hesitated to approach, clearly intimidated. The matchmaker, upon seeing the luminous talisman, paled and exclaimed, "A sword talisman." Gritting her teeth, she produced a skeletal staff from her pouch. As she chanted incantations, a wave of sinister energy surged from the staff, releasing tendrils of gray mist that chilled the air dramatically. She brandished the skeletal staff and glared at Yi Chunxing, challenging, "If you have the courage, unleash that sword talisman. Though it possesses some power of a magical artifact, it is but a consumable. Once spent, it shall be lost to you." Yi Chunxing regarded the sword talisman with a flicker of reluctance in his eyes and declared angrily, "Matchmaker, the moment I unleash this sword talisman, your demise is assured. Step aside while you still can." As he spoke, he rapidly formed hand seals, channeling his energy into the talisman. It surged with golden light, emanating waves of terrifying, suffocating sword energy that made the surrounding trees tremble ominously. The power of this sword talisman was indeed extraordinary. However, as the matchmaker had pointed out, this talisman was crafted by a golden core stage cultivator, infused with a fraction of a magical artifact's might, yet it paled in comparison to true artifacts. Nonetheless, it was more than sufficient to deal with a Qi refinement stage cultivator, possessing strength surpassing that of high-quality magical tools. Witnessing this, the matchmaker's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she called out, "Wait, fellow Taoist Yi." Suddenly, she withdrew her skeletal staff and spoke solemnly. "Since we lack a fated connection, I shall not press further. It seems the rumors are true. Your heart only holds space for the Yuan fairy. Although I, the matchmaker, am reckless, I still admire a man of passion. Let it be." With that, she not only stowed away her skeletal staff, but also retreated several paces, appearing disinclined to continue the confrontation. It was uncertain whether she truly wished to avoid conflict with Yi Chunxing, or if she was merely fearful of him unleashing the sword talisman. Observing the matchmaker's sudden cessation of hostility, Yi Chunxing furrowed his brow, warily scrutinizing her as he questioned, "Matchmaker, you are full of tricks. What ploy are you attempting now?" As he spoke, he instinctively retreated several steps, a subtle sigh of relief escaping his eyes. Indeed, as the matchmaker had remarked, he had already utilized this sword talisman several times, its remaining potency now dwindling. Each use was precious, as this was his most vital treasure for survival. It was prudent to conserve its use whenever possible. Moreover, he held little confidence that the sword talisman could vanquish the matchmaker, for he had sold off most of his talismans, and should the conflict persist, he would soon find himself devoid of resources. Meanwhile, Yi Han, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow in concern. What is Yi Chunxing doing? The matchmaker does not strike one as someone who would yield easily. This could spell danger. The matchmaker, however, remarked nonchalantly, "If you're afraid, then leave. What is all this unnecessary chatter for?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chunxing took flight, remaining cautious, ensuring that the golden shield surrounding him was still intact. Suddenly, a chilling bone spike erupted from the ground before him with a thundering crash, piercing through his golden shield and impaling Yi Chunxing's chest. In an instant, the matchmaker unleashed her skeletal staff, transforming it into a formidable bony hand that clenched into a fist, crashing down upon Yi Chunxing's head. At that very moment, 3 razor-sharp beams of sword light hurtled towards the matchmaker's back. "Who dares to meddle in my affairs?" she bellowed in fury, turning to see the source of the attack. Chapter 137. Fierce battle with the matchmaker. The matchmaker had not anticipated an ambush from behind. Her brows furrowed, and her expression turned cold. With a swift motion, she produced a grayish gourd from her storage bag. As she chanted an incantation, she formed 7 or 8 magical seals within the gourd. The gourd emitted a cloud of black mist, which transformed into a dark curtain that shielded her from behind. Suddenly, 3 beams of sword light struck the black mist, only to veer off wildly in all directions, bypassing the matchmaker entirely. Following this, a surge of wood element mana erupted beneath her feet, with green runic symbols swirling around. Vines morphed into large, grasping hands, reaching for her legs. The matchmaker frowned, swiftly forming hand seals while murmuring incantations. Her figure transformed into a wisp of gray smoke, creating multiple illusions that dodged the relentless grasp of the vine hands. The vine hands seized one of her illusions, crushing it into a cloud of gray mist that dissipated into thin air. The matchmaker managed to evade several dozen feet away. Her opponent's spellcasting speed was astonishing, with an alarmingly high accuracy. Had it not been for her ghostly steps, she surely would have been struck. Then, with a whoosh, 7 or 8 talismans hurtled toward her, emanating a ferocious glow of runes. In an instant, they erupted into fireballs of crimson light, bolts of lightning, and razor-sharp wind blades, all converging upon her. Reacting swiftly, the matchmaker formed hand seals, conjuring a swirling mass of dark energy around her. A large curtain of blood-red runes appeared, creating a substantial barrier before her. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs, lightning, and wind blades collided with the dark barrier, exploding into clouds of black mist. The attacker was Yi Han. Observing that Yi Chunfeng had been swayed by the matchmaker's words and had retreated from their battle, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Initially, the matchmaker had sought his aid, clearly with ulterior motives, attempting to ensnare him. To his surprise, rather than falling for her ruse, he had swiftly distanced himself. Yet it seemed the matchmaker had not forgotten him. Upon entering Qingniu City, she had shadowed him and even accused him at the entrance of Tianning Square. though he had not directly offended her during that encounter, as it was not uncommon in the cultivation world to ignore such matters. He had not anticipated that she would harbor resentment and follow him to Tianning's gates, waiting hours to plot against him. This demonstrated that the matchmaker was vengeful and far from benign. While he was unaware of the details surrounding Yi Chuanfeng's conflict with the matchmaker, it was evident that her character would not allow her to abandon her pursuit over mere words. Indeed, just as Yi Chuanfeng had lowered his guard, the matchmaker had unleashed a stealthy attack against him. Although Yi Han was reluctant to meddle in others' affairs, there was something about Yi Chuanfeng that captivated the interest of the matchmaker. Furthermore, he had already marked this matchmaker as a target for retribution after she falsely accused him at the entrance of Tianningfang. Clearly, the current situation indicated that the matchmaker intended to harm Yi Chuanfeng, and he was determined to thwart her malevolent plans. Despite a series of attacks, Yi Han found that the matchmaker skillfully evaded his strikes, revealing that her cultivation was surprisingly higher than it appeared, and she practiced dark arts that were far more formidable than ordinary spells. His relentless onslaught not only failed to injure her, but was effortlessly countered. The matchmaker, observing Yi Han's approach, coldly declared, "A mere 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner dares to meddle? You are courting death." With that, she swiftly brandished a soul-calling banner, reciting incantations as her spiritual power surged into the artifact. The banner pulsated with ominous energy, releasing a terrifying haze filled with ghastly apparitions that howled and charged toward Yi Han. Seeing this, Yi Han's expression turned grave. A glance at the ground revealed Yi Chuanfeng, a bone spike piercing through his chest, his complexion ashen and blood gushing from his mouth. Yi Han realized that Yi Chuanfeng was gravely injured, perhaps beyond saving. More alarmingly, he felt dizzy from the anguished cries of the phantoms and sensed that his own spiritual energy was being adversely affected. This woman's sorcery was no trivial matter. Gritting his teeth, Yi Han summoned a wind talisman, which enveloped him in a swirl of refreshing air, granting him a weightless grace. He dashed toward Yi Chuanfeng with astonishing speed, grasping him and turning to flee. It was absurd to think he could confront the matchmaker, who had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, her youthful appearance belying her true age of 4 or 5 decades, and her wealth of combat experience coupled with numerous formidable artifacts. Yi Han had no confidence in defeating such a powerful practitioner unless he resorted to the energy of the Ziding to regain his strength. However, he surmised that even with that advantage, slaying the matchmaker was an impossibility, and it would only risk exposing the Ziding, thereby increasing her interest in him. He could not afford such a risk. The act of rescuing Yi Chuanfeng had already entailed considerable peril. Just as he grasped Yi Chuanfeng's form, the matchmaker's gaze turned icy, and she cried out, "You dare to ruin my plans and think you can escape? You seek death." In that instant, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, unleashing a torrent of astonishing spiritual power directed toward Yi Han. Beneath Yi Han, an intense aura of danger suddenly surged forth. With a swift thrust, a bone spike erupted from the ground, aiming directly at him. Yi Han's mana surged, and the cloud-treading boots beneath his feet erupted with power, allowing him to leap forward, covering a distance of several yards in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. Beneath his feet, a series of bone spikes pierced through the earth. With each surge of mana from the cloud-treading boots, he advanced 7 or 8 steps, propelling himself over 20 yards away. The bone spikes ceased their pursuit at that point, as Yi Han, accompanied by Yi Chuanfeng, sprinted ahead with great urgency. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yangzi's face displayed a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that a mere 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator could snatch away her spoils right before her eyes. Suddenly, realization struck her. 8th-level Qi refinement? And those boots? Wasn't this the same individual she had encountered before? Hong Yangzi finally connected the dots. Yi Han's appearance had changed drastically since their last meeting, but the coincidence was too striking to ignore. An 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator with a pair of magical boots. It could only be the same person she had previously encountered. There was no way she would let this opportunity slip through her fingers. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Hong Yangzi's eyes as she swiftly produced a wind-boosting talisman, slapping it against herself, causing her speed to surge dramatically as she pursued Yi Han with relentless fervor. New grudges mingled with old animosities. She would not allow this accursed Yi Han to escape her grasp. Chapter 138. The escaped red-clad woman immediately recognized the pair of cloud-treading boots worn by Yi Han, as well as his cultivation level, concluding that this individual was the same practitioner who had previously embarrassed her. Now, he had the audacity to seize her prey right before her eyes. How could she possibly let Yi Han slip away? With a swift motion, she activated a wind charm, propelling her into a furious pursuit after him, her form resembling a wraith as she charged ahead. Yi Han, carrying Yi Chunfeng, sprinted forward with great haste. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the red-clad woman was gaining on him with alarming speed. It seemed she too had utilized a wind charm. Otherwise, how could she chase him down so swiftly? The last time she had allowed Yi Han to escape, she had mistakenly underestimated him, believing that an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner would be unable to resist her allure or escape her grasp. Yet, Yi Han had disregarded her, fleeing without uttering a single word. A moment's hesitation had allowed him to distance himself and enter the patrolling range of Qingniu City. The red-clad woman had failed to consider that this 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner possessed a pair of accelerated boots. By the time she began her pursuit, Yi Han had already reached the patrol zone, where even Foundation establishment practitioners would think twice before acting against another cultivator, as doing so would violate the rules of Qingniu City and lead to being wanted. Once marked, returning to Qingniu City would be impossible, and bounty hunters would be everywhere, eager to hunt her down for the substantial rewards offered for her capture or demise. Now, having encountered Yi Han once more, she was prepared. With Yi Chunfeng as a burden, how could he possibly outrun her? Indeed, as she relentlessly pursued him, bolstered by the wind charm, the distance between them diminished rapidly. While chasing, she called out, "Fellow cultivator, that lad is my sworn enemy. If you assist him, do not blame me for being ungracious." Yi Han paid no heed to her baseless claims. Although the cultivation world was rife with instances of murder and treasure theft, he could discern that Yi Chunfeng was not particularly malevolent. Moreover, as a loose cultivator appearing to be injured, it was improbable he could have slain the red-clad woman's master. Continuing to sprint forward with Yi Chunfeng on his back, Yi Han felt the red-clad woman closing in ever tighter. Suddenly, as she ran, she swiftly formed a hand seal, her fingers pointing as a blood-red long sword materialized before her. With rapid incantations, the sword shimmered ominously, and with a fierce thrust of her finger, she declared, "Die." The blood-red long sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, spiraling through the air as it shot towards Yi Han's back. Yi Han's expression shifted as he flipped his palm, summoning the black-bone shield, which rolled through the air. With a surge of his mana, buzz, the black-bone shield vibrated, materializing as a protective barrier behind him. Clang! The crimson longsword wielded by the Red Lady struck the black-bone shield with a resounding force, only to be unexpectedly repelled, swaying erratically in the air before piercing through a large tree. The Red Lady felt a jolt of backlash reverberate through her sword, her spirit quivering in astonishment. What kind of treasure is this? She pondered. Her own crimson longsword was already a superior magical artifact, fully refined and enhanced by her practiced swordsmanship. Even if her opponent possessed a similar grade treasure, it should have been incapable of withstanding her assault, given that Yi Han's magical prowess was far inferior to hers. This revelation indicated that the Blackbone Shield was no ordinary superior artifact. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing, coupled with a remarkable rebound force. Could it be a top-tier artifact? If it were indeed a defensive top-tier artifact, its value would be incomparable to that of ordinary treasures. Contemplating this, an undeniable greed glimmered in the Red Lady's eyes. With such a magical artifact in her possession, her chances of exploring the ruins would significantly increase, and her aspirations of advancing to the foundation-building stage would also seem plausible. Upon seeing Yi Han wielding the Blackbone Shield, the Red Lady could no longer suppress her avarice. She was determined to eliminate him. How could a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator possess such an abundance of exquisite treasures? It was evident that this individual hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Yet, after years of killing and plundering, the Red Lady had mastered the art of erasing evidence, ensuring that no one would discover her deeds. At that moment, the swirling winds surrounding Yi Han appeared to be dissipating, indicating that the duration of his wind charm had nearly expired. However, a sudden radiance emanated from his hand, revealing a talisman infused with ethereal light, another wind charm. This particular talisman was crafted by Yi Chunxing. With a swift motion, he struck it against himself. And in an instant, a tempest erupted around him, amplifying his speed by a remarkable threefold. As his velocity surged, he began to widen the distance between himself and the Red Lady. The Red Lady's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she witnessed Yihan accelerating beyond his previous pace. How could he possibly attain greater speed with the same wind charm? Confusion clouded her features, yet, with Yihan, a veritable treasury, within her sights, she could not afford to relinquish her pursuit. In an instant, she formed a series of intricate seals with her fingers, chanting incantations as she unleashed a torrent of blood-red magical seals, directly imbuing her feet. In a heartbeat, a fierce blood-red whirlwind erupted from her feet, enveloping them in radiant crimson light, causing her speed to surge by a third. It was as if she were treading upon a trail of blood light, her velocity astonishingly swift. Yihan recognized the surge of blood light beneath the Red Lady's feet as an acceleration spell fueled by the burning of her own vitality, akin to the Blood Escape Talisman. However, unlike the Blood Escape Talisman, which was a one-time escape spell, the incantation she invoked allowed for repeated usage at the cost of her own life force. However, it is equally true that whether employing the Blood Escape Talisman or the spell currently wielded by the Red Bride, both require the expenditure of one's own vitality. As the Red Bride hastens her pursuit, Yihan channels his magical energy into the cloud-treading boots beneath him, augmenting his speed once more. Yet, the distance between them continues to diminish. If this persists, he will surely be caught within a mere quarter of an hour. Concealed within Yihan's gaze is a flicker of indifference. Does the Red Bride truly believe him to be an easy target, an unyielding fruit? At that moment, the voice of Yi Chunfeng resounds behind him, saying, "Fellow cultivator, I cannot endure any longer." His voice is barely a whisper, and his body grows increasingly frigid. This revelation stuns Yihan. Evidently, the bone spikes unleashed by the Red Bride are no trifling matter. A glance at Yi Chunfeng reveals his pallid visage, devoid of color. Tainted by a wisp of dark energy, he is clearly nearing his limit. It seems, as he has suggested, that Yihan may indeed be unable to save him. Nevertheless, Yi Chunfeng grits his teeth and implores, "Fellow cultivator, you purchased my talisman, did you not? I beseech you, assist me." Yihan's brow furrows deeply. He had acted due to the presence of something on Yi Chunfeng that elicited a reaction from the purple cauldron. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chunfeng has recognized him. Now, it is evident that Yi Chunfeng wishes to impart a final request, which complicates matters significantly. Chapter 139. A half-hearted rescue. At this moment, Hong Yangzi resumed her pursuit, her fingers deftly weaving intricate hand seals as she continuously infused her blood-red flying swords with energy, launching relentless assaults against Yihan. She was resolute in her belief that Yihan, a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, could not evade her, a consummate practitioner at the peak of the same realm. From their first encounter, her extensive experience in cultivation and hunting had led her to keenly sense that Yihan was no ordinary 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. The treasures he possessed were undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, why would a perfected Qi refinement cultivator waste time chasing after him if he were not remarkable? Indeed, her assessment proved accurate. Yihan was replete with valuable items, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary 8th-layer cultivator. The more she realized this, the more she felt that her opportunity lay before her. If she could eliminate Yihan, she would be on the path to a significant transformation, drawing ever closer to becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. She had already failed 3 attempts to break through to that stage, and time was running out. The bloodlight sword she unleashed relentlessly assaulted Yihan, who countered with his blackbone shield, producing a series of jarring explosions. Hong Yangzi noted that the rebound force from the shield was diminishing, and Yihan's speed was also waning. Soon, she would close the distance, but Yihan was remarkably elusive. Each time she seemed poised to catch him, he would accelerate and change direction, creating more space between them. Thus ensued a frantic chase, the two flying over 100 miles. Hong Yangzi was consumed by frustration, her resolve wavering. Was this lad truly just an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator? His speed was astounding, bolstered by wind-boosting talismans and those enchanted shoes. Despite employing her blood transformation technique, her own vitality was depleting rapidly after such a lengthy pursuit. Continuing in this manner would likely require her to consume at least 3 9-turn blood recovery pills to recuperate. However, The prospect of acquiring Yihan's shield and shoes alone was worth the risk, potentially yielding returns many times over. Meanwhile, Yi Chunfeng sensed an ominous turn of events. As Yihan and Hong Yangzi engaged in their perilous dance, he found himself without an opportunity to speak. Yet, he understood that if he did not seize the moment, he might never have another chance. He quickly implored Yihan, fellow Taoist, "Since you are willing to assist me, I beg you to deliver 2 divine suppression pills from my storage bag to Fairy Yulan. I shall reward you handsomely." Before Yi Chunfeng could finish, Yihan abruptly discarded him to the ground, accelerating his escape without a backward glance. Yi Chunfeng was flung away in shock, realizing that at a critical moment, Yihan had abandoned him. Hong Yangzi was equally taken aback. The individual she had underestimated had acted rashly in his attempt to save Yi Chunfeng. Now, faced with an inevitable escape, he had cast aside his companion. Cultivators are indeed cultivators. Where is the humanity in their hearts? Hong Yangzi scoffed. Had I known this would be the outcome, why bother to intervene at all? My fellow cultivator, why not take a seat and engage in a heartfelt conversation with me? Perhaps we might find that we are quite compatible, even destined to become partners in the Tao. Yihan turned to scold the matchmaker, saying, "If you possess the skill, then come and see how I shall deal with you." With the burden of Yi Chunfeng no longer weighing him down, Yihan's speed increased significantly, allowing him to gradually widen the distance between himself and the matchmaker. The matchmaker, too, realized that Yihan had managed to abandon Yi Chunfeng, which surely indicated that he was nearing his limits. However, she had already expended considerable energy, and further depletion could jeopardize her foundation and cultivation level. Even the 9 turns blood pill might not suffice for a complete recovery. Yet, Yihan's situation appeared even more dire. The matchmaker sensed that Yihan was clearly overexerting himself, and it was evident that he could not endure much longer. After all, how could he possibly abandon Yi Chunfeng and escape on his own? It was truly ironic. This fellow, overestimating his abilities, had ventured out to save someone. Yet in a bid for self-preservation, he had forsaken the very person he sought to rescue. Indeed, cultivators are often selfish by nature. Moreover, Yihan's sudden abandonment of Yi Chunfeng caught the matchmaker off guard, preventing her from killing Yi Chunfeng before pursuing Yihan. However, Yi Chunfeng was merely a loose cultivator. Her motive for dealing with him was not due to the treasures he might possess, but rather her resentment towards his Tao partner, the Fairy Yulan. Thus, her ire fell upon Yi Chunfeng. Additionally, taking the time to slay Yi Chunfeng might have allowed Yihan to slip further away, and letting such a slippery character escape would be a loss indeed. This fellow had yet to employ any life-saving talismans, such as the Blood Escape Talisman, indicating that he was undoubtedly searching for the right moment to do so. She could not afford to give him even the slightest chance of escape. The matchmaker was resolute, having expended considerable energy in her blood transformation technique, which left her visage pale and her vitality diminished by at least 1/3. In contrast, Yihan appeared to be in a far worse predicament, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The matchmaker felt her own energy waning significantly and could not help but shout, "Do not flee. You cannot escape. Submit to your fate." In just a quarter of an hour, she would catch up with this wretched Yihan, at which point she would not only seize his treasures, but also drain him of his essence to bolster her own cultivation. At that moment, Yihan abruptly halted, turning to face the matchmaker with a chilling smile as he declared, "You brought this upon yourself." In an instant, Yihan's aura transformed dramatically, his magical energy miraculously restored. What was even more terrifying was the sudden eruption of a suffocating killing intent emanating from him, altering his entire demeanor. Sensing this ominous shift in Yihan, the matchmaker's expression changed. How could this be? A mere 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator had unleashed a killing intent so profound that it left her breathless. It felt as though she were confronting not a Qi refining cultivator, but a formidable being at the Foundation establishment or even Golden Core stage. She acutely sensed that she had unwittingly stepped on a treacherous ground. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. The matchmaker, upon scanning Yihan with her spiritual sense, discerned that he was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, rendering him incapable of being her adversary. Swiftly, she formed intricate hand seals, her fingers dancing as she struck forcefully in Yihan's direction. With a resounding thud, a series of bone spikes erupted from beneath his feet, surging upward to pierce his form. Simultaneously, she deftly directed her fingers, unleashing a flurry of incantations. The soul-summoning banner released an array of eerie specters, converging upon Yi Han with lethal intent. A blood-red longsword twirled through the air, transforming into dozens of crimson sword lights, cascading toward Yi Han with a terrifying velocity. In that moment, Yi Han found himself besieged by the matchmaker's threefold assault. Yet, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Yi Han executed several nimble steps, evading each bone spike that sought to pierce him. A menacing glint ignited in his eyes as he proclaimed, "You have brought this upon yourself." Chapter 140. The resurgence of murderous intent. Currently, Yi Han has discreetly released the purple ding from his storage pouch, cradling it within his embrace. Having been relentlessly pursued by the Red Bride, he initially intended to flee with all his might. With the assistance of Yi Chuanfeng's wind charm and the enhancement of the cloud-treading boots, he believed that despite the Red Bride's superior cultivation, she would be unable to catch up to him. However, to his astonishment, the Red Bride not only harbored a vengeful spirit, but also exhibited insatiable greed, desiring the treasures he possessed to such an extent that she was willing to deplete her vitality in her pursuit. Observing this situation, Yi Han deliberately led the Red Bride on a frantic chase, knowing that as long as she exhausted her energy, he would stand a better chance of vanquishing her with the murderous aura of the purple ding. After all, during the incident in the desolate valley, he had become extraordinarily weakened after employing the blood escape talisman twice, requiring several days of recuperation in a cave filled with abundant spiritual energy, supplemented by healing and qi-regulating elixirs, yet he had not fully recovered. The Red Bride, utilizing this blood-boosting technique, must also be experiencing considerable depletion. Thus, Yi Han intentionally led the Red Bride on a prolonged escape, sapping her vitality and magical power, while ensuring that Li Chunfeng was left behind to avoid any accidental harm should a confrontation arise. Now, having discreetly summoned the purple ding, his magical power surged to its zenith, and the aura of the purple ding immediately enveloped him, rekindling an overwhelming murderous intent within. The Red Bride, taken aback by Yi Han's sudden transformation, unleashed her bone spike assault, only to find her attacks effortlessly evaded by Yi Han. Remarkably, he did not rely on mere agility or spells. Instead, he relied on his acute perception and experience to dodge the bone spikes. Even more alarming was the blood-red flying sword she released, which transformed into a torrent of sword light, hurtling towards Yi Han. While evading the bone spikes, he formed a series of hand seals, summoning 3 flying-scaled daggers. As his magical power surged, he unleashed a formidable sword intent, executing the Azure Profound Sword Technique. This technique, imbued with astonishing sword intent, wove a vast net of swords, manifesting countless azure beams of light that clashed against the oncoming blood-red swords. In an instant, the blood-red swords and azure beams collided in the air, with the crimson blades being systematically shattered, their sword intent dissipating into nothingness. As the vengeful spirits assailed him, Yi Han swiftly formed another series of hand seals, releasing the thorned ring. This artifact transformed into a mass of vines that encircled him, each vine forming intricate seals that struck out in rapid succession. The encroaching spirits were struck by these vine seals, emitting anguished wails as their dark energy diminished significantly. Yi Han himself was astonished at the thorned ring's adept application of the peculiar murderous aura he had infused. The Red Bride, witnessing a mere 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator effortlessly repel her assaults, found herself at a disadvantage for the first time. More importantly, the sudden transformation in Yi Han's demeanor, coupled with the astonishing instant recovery of his mystical energy, left even the charming lady aghast. At the same time, her desire to vanquish the figure before her intensified. The ability to restore one's energy in an instant, while simultaneously amplifying the aura of menace to such an alarming degree, suggested that Yi Han possessed an extraordinary treasure. This explosive display of power, however, could not be sustained indefinitely. With this thought in mind, the enchanting lady gritted her teeth and, with a swift motion, summoned a blood-red elixir from her storage bag, which she promptly consumed. In an instant, her depleted vitality surged back, and an unnatural flush returned to her complexion. Her aura became tempestuous, and her temperament grew increasingly ferocious as she declared, "You have provoked me. Your demise is certain." As she swiftly executed a series of intricate gestures, magical seals enveloped her form, causing her vitality to surge and revealing crimson runes upon her skin. With a flick of her finger, a gourd-shaped artifact emerged, spinning before her. Channeling a breath of her essence into it, a cloud of black smoke erupted from the gourd, releasing a swarm of ghostly apparitions that began to absorb the blood essence in the air, their eyes glowing crimson as a terrifying frenzy overtook them. Directing these specters towards Yihan, she commanded, "Kill." The phantoms roared with feral rage, their wails echoing like the cries of the damned as they lunged at Yihan in a frenzied assault. These spirits were far more formidable than those summoned by the spirit banner, relentlessly besieging him. In response, Yihan conjured thorny rings that coiled around his form like ethereal serpents, continuously forming seals to fend off the onslaught of the blood-red apparitions. The clash between the specters and Yihan sent forth shockwaves of terrifying energy, encircling him and rendering escape impossible. Yet, the enchanting lady was undeterred. She retrieved a fist-sized bone sphere from her storage bag. Swiftly invoking a series of magical seals, she drew forth a drop of her blood, inscribing eerie crimson characters in the air. With a decisive gesture, the blood-red symbols penetrated the bone sphere. The sphere absorbed the essence and, upon hitting the ground, rapidly sprouted skeletal limbs. A head bristling with sharp teeth emerged, and within moments, the sphere had transformed into a colossal beast's skeletal form, its hollow eyes radiating a menacing aura of bloodlust. The enchanting lady ascended onto the back of the skeletal beast and commanded, "Kill." The skeletal remains of the demon beast surged towards Yihan with an alarming velocity, its limbs waving like blades, launching a relentless assault. Yihan's thorny bracelet transformed into tendrils that ceaselessly obstructed the onslaught of the skeletal creature. Crafted from the ethereal heavenly spirit vine, the bracelet's defenses, however, were being shattered under the ferocious attacks of the bones, which seemed to repel his efforts with each strike. In an instant, the relentless barrage breached Yihan's thorny defenses. Unfazed, Yihan recognized that his earlier suspicions were indeed correct. The Red Bride was far older than she appeared, her treasures imbued with formidable magic far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. Such a cultivator, having navigated the treacherous realms of the immortal world for an extended period, possessed an arsenal of lethal techniques and treasures, rendering her an exceptionally formidable adversary. As Yihan observed the imminent failure of his thorny defenses, he swiftly pointed his finger, summoning the black-bone shield. Chanting an incantation, he infused the shield with astonishing magical energy through his hand gestures. The black-bone shield spun rapidly, entwined by the tendrils of the thorny bracelet, standing resolutely before him. The demon beast's skeletal limbs, under the command of the Red Bride, continued their assault on the black-bone shield, producing a cacophony of jarring clashes that sent tremors through the surrounding trees, causing them to splinter and collapse. Yihan seemed to be on the brink of collapse, being forced back step by step. If this continued, his demise would merely be a matter of time. Chapter 141. This fellow is undoubtedly pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The matchmaker possessed immense confidence, having dispatched no fewer than 80 cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. After all, how could a rogue cultivator like her accumulate such abundant resources for cultivation? She had even managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage twice. As she observed Yihan being relentlessly pressed back, the matchmaker cackled maniacally. "You, my friend, are destined to become my prey. All the treasures you possess will surely belong to me. Submit and become my little soul treasure." Indeed, the souls of those cultivators who perished at her hands had been extracted through secret arts, becoming the vengeful spirits she commanded to slay her enemies. Yihan revealed a chilling smile, coldly retorting, "You dare utter such words before me? Your trivial tricks are but a death wish." With that, Yihan swiftly executed a series of hand signs and spat forth a mouthful of essence blood. As his fingers danced, the blood transformed into radiant crimson beams, surging into the flying scale dagger that was fending off the blood-red flying sword. In an instant, the dagger emitted a scorching aura, shifting to a mesmerizing hue of azure and crimson, its power soaring. Yihan poured all his energy into the flying scale dagger, abandoning the attack on the blood-red sword. As he hastily performed his hand signs, an astonishing azure light surged into the dagger. The dagger erupted with overwhelming sword energy, the essence of the azure profound sword technique infusing instantly, splitting the air into 9 swirling beams of sword light that coalesced into the profound sword radiance. Upon witnessing this, the matchmaker's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "The Azure Profound Sword Technique? Are you from the Azure Profound Sect?" With this realization, her visage twisted into a more sinister grimace as she spat. "Those from the Azure Profound Sect deserve to die." Uttering these words, she chanted incantations while striking the skeletal remains of the beast beneath her, causing them to rise and shield her like a formidable barrier. Yihan concentrated all his power into the Azure Profound Sword Technique, determined that if he could withstand the assault, victory in this contest would be his. He had not anticipated that Yihan was indeed a member of the Azure Profound Sect and proficient in its techniques. Such a talent must be a significant disciple within the sect. No wonder he possessed so many treasures and displayed prowess far beyond that of typical cultivators at the same stage. However, the matchmaker held an intense grudge against the Azure Profound Sect. Once, her attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage had failed because of a detestable member of that sect, marking her closest brush with success. With a decisive flick of his finger, Yihan unleashed his full strength, commanding, "Go." The 9 beams of sword light transformed into a barrage of strikes hurtling toward the matchmaker. The skeletal remains of the beast flailed its limbs desperately to block the onslaught. In an instant, the two forces collided violently, creating explosions of sword energy as azure light shattered through the air. The skeletal remains staggered back under the relentless assault. However, the matchmaker swiftly formed intricate hand seals, continuously releasing streams of blood-red runes that penetrated the skeletal remains of the beast seated before her. Instantly, a violent clash ensued, causing the bones to erupt with crimson patterns. The skeletal remains, akin to a martial arts master, deftly responded to her commands, skillfully blocking attacks with a dazzling display of agility. Remarkably, it managed to fend off the azure sword light unleashed by Yihan's Qingxuan sword technique. Even more alarming, the skeletal beast suddenly opened its mouth and released a foul, sanguine mist. The flying scale dagger could not evade the onslaught and was instantly engulfed by the tainted black vapor. In an instant, the dagger's spirit plummeted, becoming riddled with rust and significantly diminished in power. Yihan felt the dagger sustain grave injuries, causing his spirit to falter, his complexion turning pale as he coughed up a mouthful of vital blood. The Qingxian sword technique was shattered, the sword light dissipating into the air. Observing this, the matchmaker exclaimed, "Now you know your limits. A mere 8th layer of qi refinement dares to be arrogant before me." However, casting such a powerful spell had drained her considerably. The rosy hue on her face vanished, leaving her pallid and significantly weakened, indicating that the effects of the elixir she consumed had worn off. Yet, compared to Yihan, who had completely exhausted his magical energy, she was in a far better state. Once she eliminated Yihan, the toll on her energy would be inconsequential. The treasures he possessed were worth multiple times the cost of her expenditure. Eagerly eyeing the several treasures on Yihan, she could hardly contain her anticipation. With those items, she could devise a plan to reach that pivotal stage, greatly enhancing her chances of success. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she swiftly executed her hand seals and struck her palm, commanding the skeletal beast to charge at Yihan with the fervor of a living creature. Yihan, having completely depleted his magical energy, was utterly incapable of recovery. If she did not strike him down now, when would she? Yet, an utterly despairing scene unfolded before the matchmaker. To her astonishment, Yihan, who had seemingly exhausted all his power, suddenly exuded an astonishing aura of magical energy. His gaze became piercing as he patted his storage pouch. With a whoosh, the ghost skull mirror emerged, enveloped in swirling gray light, unleashing a formidable energy. Witnessing this spectacle, the matchmaker could hardly believe her eyes. What sorcery was this? How did this cursed cultivator restore his magical energy so swiftly? It appeared he had not consumed any special elixirs. Infuriating. What kind of absurdity was this? Engaging in a war of attrition with him threatened to drain her life force. Indeed, Yihan's strategy was to wear down this wretched matchmaker to her breaking point. In terms of cultivation, Yihan was indeed far inferior to Hong Yangzi. However, he possessed the extraordinary treasure known as the Purple Cauldron, which still retained the essence of high-grade qi refining pills. With just a few more infusions of magical energy, he would be able to bolster his strength effortlessly. He had long anticipated that Hong Nyangzi would not relinquish her pursuit easily. She would undoubtedly employ various tactics to capture him. This was precisely what Yihan desired. At this moment, he unleashed the Ghost Skull Treasure Mirror. With swift movements, Yihan formed intricate hand seals, continuously channeling his magical energy into the mirror. Ethereal gray light emanated from the skull adorning the mirror, coalescing into a gigantic skeletal hand that surged forth. The skeletal hand clenched into a fist and delivered a powerful blow toward the beast skeleton that Hong Nyangzi had summoned. Boom! The beast skeleton was sent reeling from the force of the strike, its blood-red bones fracturing under the impact. Hong Nyangzi, seated upon it, trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, as the beast skeleton was intrinsically linked to her life force. The sudden injury inflicted upon it caused her significant harm as well. What an infuriating turn of events! What kind of treasure was that mirror? Its power was astonishing. This fellow was undoubtedly playing the part of a seemingly weak opponent while hiding his true strength. Not only did he possess numerous treasures, but he also had the enigmatic ability to recover his magical energy in an instant. How could she continue to fight like this? If things persisted, Hong Nyangzi feared she would be slain by the wretched Yihan right then and there. How frustrating. She felt as though she had suffered a tremendous loss. Despite her resentment, she recognized that she had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Having exhausted all her means, she had failed to subdue this detestable Yihan. Continuing the battle would surely lead to her demise. Bloodlight flickered in her hands, ready to manifest. Chapter 142. The terrifying ghost skull treasure mirror. The red-clad woman, filled with indignation, found herself bewildered by the peculiar cultivator before her. His demeanor had transformed dramatically from the frantic escape earlier. The sudden display of formidable combat prowess was utterly alarming, and he seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of spiritual energy. How could she possibly contend with such an opponent? It was unequivocally futile. To make matters worse, it was evident that this cultivator had deliberately lured her into depleting her own vitality, forcing her to expend her energy and nearly exhaust her magical power. She had resorted to using a blood-boiling pill, sacrificing her own essence in a desperate struggle against Yihan. Yet, he had withstood her onslaught, and now the effects of the blood-boiling pill were about to wear off, leaving her acutely aware of the encroaching weakness within her. Once the pill's effects faded, she would be utterly powerless, certainly no match for Yihan in his current state. What a grievous loss this was. The very thought of the time it would take her to recuperate from her injuries, perhaps a year and a half, was enough to shatter her resolve, nearly driving her to madness. However, if she did not flee now, she would undoubtedly be vanquished by him. The treasure mirror Yihan unleashed was shrouded in an aura that left her unable to ascertain its rank. Yet it had effortlessly shattered the bones of her beast companion with a single strike. It was undoubtedly a superior magical artifact. Could it be a spiritual tool? The mere thought intensified her fury. This cultivator was truly formidable, exhibiting a depth of cunning that was far beyond the capabilities of a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Could he possibly be at the foundation establishment stage? With no time to lose, the red-clad woman made a decisive move. A crimson object in her hand pulsed with bloodlight, which she swiftly struck against herself. In an instant, a vast expanse of bloodlight enveloped her, and she transformed into a streak of crimson, fleeing with astonishing speed. However, a glint of cold light flashed in Yihan's eyes as he bellowed, trying to escape. His hands danced in a flurry of intricate gestures, channeling his magical power into the ghost skull treasure mirror. The mirror emanated a dense gray light, which shot forth towards the escaping red light of the woman. A thunderous explosion erupted as the bloodlight shattered, and the woman was propelled from its remnants. Her face contorted in terror as she exclaimed, "Impossible!" The gray light coalesced into a skull shape in the air, which lunged at her, pinning her to the ground with an overwhelming force that rendered her immobile, suffused with an aura that paralyzed her body. Witnessing this scene, Yihan's expression turned cold. To attempt to flee before him was a grave miscalculation. This was the ghost skull treasure mirror, specifically designed to counter escape techniques with its spectral shadow obliteration. Having previously fallen victim to this very tactic himself, he understood its formidable nature. Once ensnared, one's abilities would falter, leaving half the body numb and incapacitated. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the purple cauldron at a critical moment, which directly absorbed the enigmatic black orb, a significant predicament would have ensued. The Red Lady gazed at Yi Han with utmost terror, desperately attempting to channel her magical energy and secret techniques. Yet she found herself utterly paralyzed and incapable of summoning any power. Yi Han approached her, his countenance dark and foreboding, emanating an aura of lethal intent. With a mere flick of his hand, a thorny bracelet materialized, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The Red Lady, upon noticing this, displayed a look of sheer panic and immediately pleaded, "Fellow cultivator, spare my life. I can serve as your furnace, allowing you to dispose of me as you wish for your cultivation." As she uttered these words, she endeavored to infuse her voice with a seductive allure. This Red Lady was strikingly beautiful, her figure possessing an exaggerated hourglass shape that held an irresistible allure for many male cultivators. Utilizing her physical attributes and secret arts, the number of cultivators who had perished at her hands was no fewer than 30 or 40. Yi Han curled his lips in a derisive smirk, retorting, "No need." With that, he performed a hand gesture, and the ghost skull mirror unleashed a colossal skull that ensnared the Red Lady. In an instant, a gray mist erupted, and the gaping maw of the skull devoured her entire form whole. The Red Lady's horrified cries of mercy filled the air. "Spare me. Senior, spare me." Yet the skull continued to rend her being, and she was powerless against the overwhelming force of its devouring might, her pleas turning into frantic screams. Within mere breaths, her cries faded into silence, gradually diminishing to nothingness. Blood mist surged forth from the skull, and an ethereal silhouette, shrouded in gray light, emerged from the ghost skull mirror. Distinctly resembling the Red Lady, Yi Han sensed a peculiar transformation within the mirror, infused with a haunting and malevolent aura, capable of siphoning the souls of cultivators, thereby augmenting its power. His expression remained utterly impassive, observing the scene with a chilling indifference, as if the unfolding events were entirely natural. At that moment, the skull expelled a torrent of skeletal remains, garments, storage bags, and treasures. It appeared that the possessions of the Red Lady, enveloped by the gray mist, had been regurgitated by the voracious skull. The Red Lady possessed an abundance of storage bags, at least 7 or 8, indicative of her substantial cultivation resources. Yi Han coldly regarded the spectacle, his hand beckoning as the scattered treasures and storage bags soared into his grasp. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. The sensation of slaying a cultivator, of wielding absolute control, and casting spells at will was intoxicating. A thought flickered in his mind. How delightful it would be if he could perpetuate this existence indefinitely. As this notion surfaced, Yi Han suddenly shuddered, his hands deftly forming seals as he forcefully struck his forehead, instantly clearing his mind a bit. He then promptly stored the purple cauldron in his storage pouch. Upon doing so, he felt the intense, suffocating aura of murderous intent and the chilling, ruthless thoughts within him recede, as if drawn back into the depths of his being. A shiver ran down Yi Han's spine as he realized that he had just experienced a moment where the sensation of wielding such rampant murderous intent and controlling everything felt exhilarating. This was undoubtedly a troubling phenomenon. After the purple cauldron absorbed the enigmatic black orb, he profoundly sensed that while it granted him combat experience far exceeding his cultivation level, allowing him to execute powerful spells and artifacts with remarkable ease, the might it bestowed was incomparable to that of the Qi refinement stage. However, each time he wielded this peculiar cauldron, he felt an unsettling sensation that he might be under its control, his mind ensnared. If he were to be dominated by the cauldron, would he still be himself? Certainly not. He might transform into a mere vessel of the black orb, becoming a demonic cultivator driven solely by slaughter. Yet, what had become of Yi Chunxing? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Han swiftly turned and rushed back to the location where he had previously abandoned Yi Chunxing. Chapter 143, Fellow Taoist. I beseech you for a favor, as Yi Han hurriedly made his way back to the discarded position of Yi Chunxing. He simultaneously gathered the scattered magical artifacts from his previous confrontation with the matchmaking lady. The act of abandoning Yi Chunxing was not out of a desperate attempt to flee. Rather, it was a strategic decision to confront the matchmaking lady in combat. Should the matchmaking lady inadvertently slay Yi Chunxing, he would undoubtedly come to his rescue, for he felt an obligation to intervene in this matter. Although his concern was initially stirred by the reaction of the purple cauldron to Yi Chunxing, He was resolute in his desire to prevent Yi Chunxing from falling victim to the matchmaking lady. Thus, he had cast Yi Chunxing aside, luring the matchmaking lady to a distant location for their duel. Now, having successfully harnessed the aura of the purple cauldron and vanquished the matchmaking lady, Yi Han was determined to return to Yi Chunxing's side. Yi Chunxing had been gravely injured by the matchmaking lady's bone spike, but with healing elixirs and blood-staunching pills, he could potentially be saved. Yi Han was reluctant to rely on the aura of the purple cauldron. He felt that this time, his reliance on its power had led him to a deeper entanglement with its readily accessible combat abilities. After donning the aura, his resolve in battle had grown more decisive, and the bloodlust had begun to cloud his judgment. He had brutally slain the matchmaking lady, even allowing the soul-devouring mirror to consume her spirit, transforming her into a wraith. Although the punishment fit the crime, as the matchmaking lady had committed far more heinous acts, Yi Han could not shake the haunting cries of her torment from his mind, instilling within him a profound sense of trepidation. Despite the unyielding nature of cultivators, he felt that such cruelty was excessive. He would have likely killed the matchmaking lady, but he would never have resorted to such a brutal method of execution. What was more alarming was that while under the influence of the purple cauldron's murderous aura, he had experienced a thrill and excitement during the act of slaughter. This sensation sent shivers down Yi Han's spine, for he understood the peril of succumbing to the intoxicating power of the purple cauldron. He feared that he might become ensnared by its bloodlust, transforming into a mere killing machine. In the text Yi Han had perused, there were numerous accounts of cultivators who, intoxicated by sudden power, fell under its sway and were driven to madness, slaying fellow practitioners and seizing treasures. Over time, their mindset suffered greatly, leading them to demonic paths of slaughter, leaving them with no favorable outcome. While cultivation, resources, formidable strength, and treasures are undeniably crucial, the cultivation of one's mind is equally essential. Should one's state of mind be tainted by negative influences, breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation becomes an almost impossible endeavor. It is not to say that cultivators cannot take lives, but rather that they must fully master their own mystical powers in cultivation. Some practitioners of the dark arts are capable of transcending into the path of magic precisely because they possess a formidable mental state, enabling them to wield such terrifying sorcery with control. In essence, Yi Han perceives that Hong Yangzi has indeed cultivated malevolent techniques. However, her mindset is profoundly influenced, obsessive, vengeful, and rife with murderous intent. Consequently, she has lost her reason in her relentless pursuit of him. In merely a few breaths, Yi Han retraced his steps to the place where Yi Chunxing had been discarded, only to find the latter's figure missing. A frown creased Yi Han's brow. Where could Yi Chunxing have gone? Was it possible that he had seized the opportunity to escape while Yi Han was engaged in battle with Hong Yangzi? Nevertheless, Yi Han sensed a faint yet persistent connection from the purple cauldron, indicating that Yi Chunxing was presumably not far away. With this thought, Yi Han meticulously scanned his surroundings, discovering a trace on the ground that suggested movement. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he pursued the direction indicated by the trail. As he accelerated forward, the sensation from the purple cauldron intensified, providing him with a modicum of relief. Thankfully, Yi Chunxing had not strayed far. Indeed, mere dozens of paces ahead, he spotted Yi Chunxing stumbling forward, advancing in a particular direction. Observing the unsteady figure of Yi Chunxing, an inexplicable thought surfaced in Yi Han's mind: to eliminate Yi Chunxing. The treasures he bore, including the item of interest to the purple cauldron, rightfully belonged to him. As this thought crystallized, Yi Han's hand instinctively reached for his storage pouch. The severely wounded Yi Chunxing would be exceedingly easy to kill. Moreover, with no other cultivators in the vicinity, a swift strike from his flying scale dagger would suffice to dispatch Yi Chunxing. Kill him. All his possessions would become mine. Kill him. No one would ever suspect me. Kill him. Kill him. Suddenly, Yi Han's mind was engulfed by this suffocating impulse, his hand trembling as it brushed against the storage pouch. His heart brimmed with murderous intent. By slaying Yi Chunxing, he could seize that which intrigued the purple cauldron. Kill. A glint of malice flickered in Yi Han's eyes as he caressed the storage pouch, and the flying scale dagger emerged, emanating an aura of decay and corruption. Yi Han frowned slightly. During his confrontation with Hong Yangzi, the skeletal beast she wielded had emitted a similar miasma, which had tainted the flying scale dagger and robbed it of its spirit. This distraction jolted Yi Han, causing him to question the sudden urge to kill Yi Chunxing for his treasures. He had clearly stowed away the purple cauldron. Why then did such a potent urge to kill persist within him? It became apparent that even with the purple cauldron concealed, the murderous mindset cultivated through its use continued to influence him. Had it not been for the flying scale dagger losing its spirit, causing him to hesitate, he might have unleashed it to strike down Yi Chunxing without a second thought. He sensed that if he were to kill Yi Chunxing this time, even if he obtained the treasure from him, he would inevitably become engulfed in this murderous intent, possibly leading him down an irreversible path. Contemplating this, a chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed. The night breeze swept through, bringing him a moment of clarity. He channeled his energy, took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to slay Yi Chunxing for the treasure. At that very moment, Yi Chunxing, who was walking ahead, felt the commotion behind him. His body trembled slightly, and he came to a halt, slowly turning around. His face was ashen, devoid of any color, and the gaping wound on his chest was surrounded by a swirling mass of dark energy. He gazed at Yi Han, his eyes widening with surprise, revealing a look of gratitude. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he struggled to maintain his balance, leaning against a nearby sapling. He addressed Yi Han, "Friend, you have come?" Yi Han had already quelled the murderous intent within him and nodded, saying, "I have. How are you faring?" Yi Chunxing forced a wry smile and shook his head. "I am beyond help. Friend, I beseech you for a favor." Without hesitation, Yi Han replied, "I do not wish to oblige." He understood that Yi Chunxing was likely to request something burdensome, but Yi Han truly did not want to involve himself in troublesome matters. Yet, Yi Chunxing fixed him with a piercing gaze and declared, "You came for something of mine, did you not? If you refuse my request, you shall have no hope of obtaining that item." Chapter 144. The fall. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han furrowed his brow. Was Yi Chunxing not threatening him? A surge of uncontainable fury ignited within him, and a murderous intent arose, compelling his hand to instinctively reach for his storage bag. Yi Chunxing noticed Yi Han's movement, his eyes narrowing as he placed a hand on his abdomen. He regarded Yi Han with a grave tone, saying, "Friend, you must remain calm. You are heavily burdened by inner demons." At these words, Yi Han took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the flames of rage that surged within him, stifling the urge to slay Yi Chunxing. He felt that his mental state was in a precarious condition, although he had already stowed the purple cauldron in his storage bag. The murderous intent could easily flare up, indicating an abnormal state of being. He had not liberated himself from the influence of this killing intent, and if this persisted, it would undoubtedly lead to the invasion of inner demons. Yi Chunxing was not mistaken. His current predicament resembled that of an individual unable to control their inner demons. According to the texts he had perused, typically, a cultivator would encounter inner demons due to issues arising within their own mental state. However, it was evident that he was currently affected by the murderous aura bestowed by the purple cauldron. After absorbing that enigmatic black orb, the aura it emanated could elevate Yi Han's combat prowess, spellcasting abilities, and combat experience to astonishing heights. Yet, simultaneously, it had also inflicted considerable turmoil upon his mental state, the impact of which was far more severe than during his previous use. The last time he had employed it, he merely felt a slight disturbance in his mental equilibrium, without significant repercussions. However, this time, even the slightest provocation easily ignited his killing intent. As Yi Chunxing had discerned, he had indeed succumbed to inner demons, and if not managed properly, this could have profound implications for his future cultivation. Yi Han, gritting his teeth, retorted, "What does it matter that you have seen through me?" Yi Chunxing staggered, one hand bracing against a tree while the other clutched his abdomen, his breath suddenly weakening, cold sweat pouring down his brow. After a brief moment of twitching at the corners of his eyes, he stammered, "You have witnessed it. The spells of the Red Lady pierced my chest. The malevolent energy has entered my body. I am beyond salvation, and I can only beseech you for this favor." Yi Han felt a profound discomfort, an unnamed fire raging within him, unable to be vented. He retorted angrily, "I have stated it clearly. I do not wish to assist you." Yi Chunxing insisted, "You must help me. There is something on you that resonates with this treasure of mine. I understood this from your first arrival, yet I chose to remain silent because I perceived you as no villain." His breaths grew frantic. and he appeared unsteady on his feet as he emphasized, I tell you, while your possession can sense me, I, too, can sense you. You have but one chance to obtain this treasure. Agree to assist me. Otherwise, it shall vanish with my demise. This is not a threat. As he spoke, Yi Chunxing could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed onto the ground, his face shrouded in a pallor of despair, clearly unable to endure any longer. Upon hearing his words, Yi Han furrowed his brow, swiftly moving to Yi Chunxing's side. He produced a healing elixir and forcefully placed it into Yi Chunxing's mouth, inquiring, What is wrong? Why have you not taken the healing potion? Indeed, it was only upon his approach that Yi Han realized this man had not consumed the elixir. Yi Chunxing's breath slightly stabilized as he forced a bitter smile, uttering, It is futile. I am grievously wounded and have but a few days to live. However, I must complete one final task for her. I implore you to assist me. His voice faltered, and his eyes reddened as he continued, If you agree to help me, I shall bestow upon you a certain treasure. I must be frank. As long as I do not willingly relinquish this treasure from my body, you shall never obtain it. This is your last opportunity, as well as mine. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Yi Han. The feeling of being manipulated was unbearable, inciting a desire to slay the wretched Yi Chunxing for forcing his hand. Yet, Yi Han bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily dispelling his violent thoughts, bringing him back to a clearer state of mind. He recognized that Yi Chunxing was not a threat to him, for within his storage bag, the purple cauldron sensed the dwindling aura of the treasure on Yi Chunxing. Should he perish, that item would be lost. However, he recalled a phrase from a renowned mortal author he had once read. One should not seek to gain from every situation, for sometimes, misfortune can be a blessing, and ignorance can be a rare virtue. With this reflection, Yi Han's murderous intent began to dissipate, and clarity returned to him. He nodded and said, Very well. I shall assist you. It seems fate has led me to you, and perhaps we share a bond. Indeed, Yi Han had regained his composure. Although he had no desire to meddle in Yi Chunxing's affairs, having already become involved, he resolved to see it through, even if the task proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Yi Chunxing smiled broadly, expressing gratitude. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were no ordinary being. My time is short. Place your hand upon mine. Yi Han complied, resting his hand atop Yi Chunxing's. Observing the scene, Yi Chunxing spoke, The task I ask of you is not insurmountable. I hope you can deliver 2 soul-settling pills to Fairy Yulan within 5 days, and inform her that I have departed and need not wait for me. After a brief pause, Yi Chunxing coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. He then began to chant, a peculiar purple aura emanating from him, a powerful tremor coursing through his being. From his hand emerged a mysterious purple gold rune of an unknown metallic composition. The moment the rune appeared, Yi Han felt the purple cauldron within his storage bag become increasingly agitated, as though yearning to escape its confines. However, as the resplendent golden rune manifested, Yi Chunxing's vitality waned almost entirely. His eyelids fluttered closed, and in a voice as faint as a whisper, he addressed Yi Han, My friend, upon my demise, all that I possess shall belong to you. I implore you, protect the Fairy Yulan once for me. With that, Yi Chunxing could no longer endure. His breath dissipated entirely, marking the end of his life. Yi Han watched in disbelief as Yi Chunxing's essence vanished. Their relationship had been minimal, and to Yi Han, it had merely been an exchange of interests. Yet, what compelled Yi Chunxing to place his trust in him? Chapter 145. The 9-turn blood recovery pill. Yi Han gazed at Yi Chunxing, perplexed as to why he would believe that he would honor his word. Directly handing over the purple gold talisman to him, he contemplated the weighty, fingernail-sized talisman in his hand, made of the same material as his purple cauldron. Yet the connection between them eluded him. Given the profound influence the purple cauldron had on his state of mind, he was reluctant to reveal it again, fearing it might disrupt his inner peace. He resolved to wait until he had regained control over his emotions before bringing it forth once more. What puzzled him most was why Yi Chunxing had faith that he would genuinely assist him. Was it merely because he was the only cultivator present, thus leaving Yi Chunxing no choice but to seek his aid? Or did Yi Chunxing truly trust him? In truth, Yi Han sensed that if Yi Chunxing continued to live, their frequent interactions might blossom into a profound camaraderie, akin to the bond he shared with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. Regrettably, Yi Chunxing had fallen before him, never even knowing his name. This was a profound loss for Yi Han. Cultivators like Yi Chunsheng were far too numerous to count. Though cultivators possess lifespans far exceeding those of mortals, their yearning for longevity and the pursuit of ascension drive them to take incessant risks, seeking out cultivation resources, mastering esoteric techniques, hunting formidable beasts, and confronting powerful foes. Ironically, there were far too many young cultivators like Yi Chunsheng who met untimely ends. Strangely enough, after Yi Chunsheng entrusted him with the purple gold talisman, Yi Han felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, a stark contrast to the previous turmoil within the purple cauldron. He exhaled softly, realizing that Yi Chunsheng's aura had extinguished only after the talisman was released. This indicated that the talisman was crucial to preserving Yi Chunsheng's last breath. However, the precise relationship between this talisman and the purple cauldron remained a mystery. Nevertheless, it was clear that Yi Chunsheng had not deceived him. The talisman was indeed intertwined with his life. Had Yi Chunsheng not willingly detached it and handed it to Yi Han at the moment of his demise, the talisman would have surely faced unpredictable consequences alongside Yi Chunsheng's fall. Perhaps, as Yi Chunsheng suggested, he would have been unable to obtain the talisman at all. Yi Han tightened his grip on the purple gold talisman, its brilliance momentarily flashing as he stored it in a different pouch, distinct from the purple cauldron. He was wary of the cauldron's current state, having absorbed a mysterious black orb that had altered its condition. He had no way of knowing whether absorbing this purple gold talisman would lead to an improvement or further complications. Yi Han sighed as he gazed solemnly at the lifeless body of Yi Chunsheng stretched out on the ground. "Since you have placed your trust in me, who compelled me to acquiesce?" he remarked gravely. Yi Han was not one to easily concede to others, yet this time, Yi Chunsheng had truly grasped his vulnerabilities. He meticulously searched Yi Chunsheng's belongings and subsequently incinerated the body with a flame talisman, collecting the ashes in a jar and burying them beneath a small tree. The remains of cultivators like Yi Chunsheng held significant value. Through the consumption of rare herbs and elixirs, their physiques had long transcended those of ordinary mortals. In essence, the bodies of these practitioners had become akin to precious treasures, having absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy from the cosmos and enhanced through numerous potions. Some nefarious cultivators, practicing dark arts, would hunt down their peers to transform their bodies into puppets or zombies for combat. More horrifyingly, they would devour the flesh and essence of these cultivators to augment their own power, an act indistinguishable from cannibalism. Others would sacrifice the remains of cultivators to summon demonic entities from the abyss, underscoring the immense significance of their corporeal forms. Thus, Yi Han could not afford to leave Yi Chunsheng's body behind or simply bury it, as it might attract beasts seeking to feast upon the remains or other cultivators with ulterior motives. The only viable option was to incinerate the body, transforming it into ashes for burial. After interring Yi Chunsheng's ashes, Yi Han swiftly departed, heading to a secluded peak where he excavated a cave and entered. Once inside the cavern, he unfurled his invisibility cloak, positioning himself at the entrance. With a surge of magical energy, the cloak sealed the cave's mouth, preventing any information from leaking out. This cloak possessed such capabilities, a fact that Han Yuan had mentioned during their shared use of it, proving to be quite beneficial. In the absence of his ability to deploy formations or restrictions, the invisibility cloak served as an invaluable tool. After entering the cave, Yi Han retrieved a 9-turn blood restoration pill and consumed it. A soothing warmth radiated from his abdomen, gradually replenishing the vitality he had previously expended. His descent from the mountain to Qingniu City was primarily to acquire several 9-turn blood restoration pills to recuperate from the energy he had depleted in the Tianwang Valley. After all, recovering through mere rest would take at least half a year to regain full strength. By consuming the 9-turn blood restoration pill and circulating his energy through the Qingxuan technique, he could fully utilize the benefits of the pill, restoring approximately 70 to 80% of his vitality. After a few days of rest, he could take another. Given his current state of energy depletion, 3 pills should suffice for complete recovery, but he must not act in haste and consume them all at once. Otherwise, he would not have to keep fleeing from Hong Yangzi. If he were to empower himself with the essence of the purple cauldron, she would not stand a chance against him. Indeed, after the operation of the 9 turns Qingxuan technique, the essence of the 9 turns blood pill had been completely absorbed and refined to about 70 to 80%. He felt that his vitality had been restored to approximately 70% as well. It was then that Yi Han began to tally the spoils he had acquired from slaying Hong Yangzi. Unfortunately, Hong Yangzi was a practitioner of dark arts, and the techniques she cultivated were utterly incompatible with Yi Han's own. The magical artifacts he found were similarly unsuitable, as most were beyond his utilization. For instance, there was a gourd for controlling the souls of the dead, a cloth that released a black barrier for defense, and the remains of a demonic beast he had already defeated. Although the quality of these treasures was commendable, their practical application proved to be rather cumbersome. Nevertheless, while sorting through Hong Yangzi's storage pouch, Yi Han stumbled upon an item that piqued his interest greatly, something that might very well facilitate his advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage. Chapter 146. The bronze map. Yi Han held in his hand a bronze metal plate, roughly the size of 2 palms. Upon this metal surface was an intricate depiction of mountainous peaks, arranged in a captivating manner, resembling a map. At the center of the bronze plate lay a round, polished object. Notably, alongside this metal plate was a small notebook. It was the contents inscribed within that notebook which had led Yi Han to discover the bronze plate. While organizing the belongings of Hong Yangzi, Yi Han stumbled upon this notebook, which appeared remarkably new, suggesting it was penned by Hong Yangzi herself. The notes were entirely devoted to the research and insights regarding the bronze plate, documenting its location, which seemed to be an ancient cultivator's hidden abode. Within this abode, there purportedly existed treasures capable of assisting cultivators in reaching the Foundation Establishment stage. Hong Yangzi had been coveting this ancient cultivator's lair, yet the dangers within were considerable. After a couple of attempts, she had refrained from further exploration. This little notebook contained various recorded strategies she had devised. Yi Han found himself intrigued, as he estimated that with the aid of the purple cauldron, he could attain the peak of Qi refinement in approximately 2 years. The next Immortal Ascension conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone would occur in 5 years, and he desired to acquire Foundation Establishment pills, which would require an additional 3 years of waiting, time he could scarcely afford. Alternatively, like Han Yuan, he could undertake the exceedingly complex and energy-draining sequential sect task from the Qingxuan sect, ultimately earning a Foundation Establishment pill as a reward. In fact, even with Han Yuan's considerable resources, it took her over 3 years to accomplish the task, and that was with Yi Han's assistance in capturing the Earth Spirit Beast. Now, having discovered this map within Hong Yangzi's storage bag, Yi Han's interest was piqued. After perusing the notebook and studying the map, he resolved to keep it, as it might prove invaluable for his own advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage in the future. Furthermore, Hong Yangzi possessed a variety of other items that could be of use to him, such as the Blood Fury pill and the Blood Transformation technique, both commendable practices. However, resources like spirit stones and medicinal pills were scarce, with only a handful of spirit stones and few refining pills available. It appeared that Hong Yangzi was also in dire need of spirit stones and pills, or she would not have considered him as a target. What intrigued Yi Han the most was the mysterious cultivation site left behind by the ancient cultivator. Why were there treasures within that could aid cultivators in reaching the Foundation Establishment stage? Long ago, Foundation Establishment pills, which significantly enhanced the chances of advancement, did not exist. Many cultivators would prepare various arrangements within their hidden abodes to facilitate their ascension. In the realm of cultivation, while the proportion of those who advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage without the aid of Foundation Establishment pills was relatively low, it was still notable that among those who successfully advanced, approximately 2 to 3 out of 10 managed to do so without the pills. The highest success rate still lies in consuming the Foundation Establishment pill. After tidying up the storage bag of the matchmaker, Yi Han carefully stowed away the bronze map and the small notebook. He then picked up the storage bag left behind by Yi Chunxing along with his belongings. Initially, he held little expectation for Zhang Qingxuan's storage bag. As anticipated, Zhang Qingxuan was indeed rather impoverished. Inside, he found merely a medium-grade artifact resembling a brush, with the remainder consisting of materials and semi-finished products for crafting talismans, talisman paper, 2 spirit-subduing pills, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, shockingly devoid of a single spirit stone. Finally, there lay a sword talisman. Was Yi Chunxing truly in such dire straits? He had previously traded with Zhang Yi Chunxing, purchasing over 100 talismans, netting him several hundred spirit stones. Moreover, he should have retained a considerable amount. Yet, His storage bag contained only a single sword talisman, with everything else vanished. However, those 2 spirit-subduing pills were invaluable elixirs, worth over 1,000 spirit stones each. Here were 2 of them. It dawned on him that during the duel with the matchmaker, Yi Chunxing must have expended all his remaining talismans, likely selling off other possessions to acquire these 2 pills. Furthermore, Yi Chunxing's final request was for him to deliver these spirit-subduing pills to the so-called Yuan Fairy. Clearly, Yi Chunxing had exchanged all his wealth and valuables for these pills, intending to assist the Yuan Fairy. Was this Yuan Fairy a celestial being? Did she truly merit such devotion from Yi Chunxing? Yi Han found it incomprehensible why Yi Chunxing would relinquish everything for a woman. Moreover, his final plea was for Yi Han to convey the spirit-subduing pills to her. Though Yi Han struggled to comprehend this, he resolved to assist him, especially since Yi Chunxing had already bestowed upon him the golden-hued rune. Nevertheless, while sorting through Yi Chunxing's other belongings, he made further discoveries. Unearthing numerous manuscripts on talisman crafting and many notebooks filled with insights into the art of talisman creation, several of which were penned by Yi Chunxing himself. Upon examination, Yi Han found detailed records on the selection of talisman paper, the drawing of talisman runes, and various sealing techniques. Notably, the sole medium-grade artifact in Yi Chunxing's storage bag, the brush, was specifically designed for inscribing talismans. While its offensive capabilities were modest, it significantly enhanced the success rate of talisman creation. Intrigued by the methods of talisman crafting, Yi Han recalled that the talismans produced by Yi Chunxing had indeed proven superior in potency, exceeding the normal ones by a notable 30%. This was truly remarkable. For instance, had Yi Han utilized an ordinary wind-flowing talisman during that time, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the matchmaker's relentless pursuit. It was precisely due to Yi Chunxing's refined wind-flowing talisman, which was 30% swifter than the standard version, that he had managed to evade capture. This allowed Yi Han to evade the relentless pursuit of the matchmaker, compelling her to resort to secretive blood techniques to hasten her efforts. Moreover, upon casually perusing the talismans and manuals left behind by Yi Chunxing, he discovered numerous advanced talismans imbued with profound spiritual essence. For instance, there existed a soul-refining talisman, capable of sealing the soul of a beast within, endowing the cultivator with the power of the beast, and enabling a partial transformation, significantly augmenting their physical combat prowess. Along with the acquisition of the beast's unique abilities, such talismans are not commonplace. Yi Han had only encountered references to them in the travelogues of other cultivators. Recognizing their formidable nature, with Yi Chunxing's demise, the prospect of finding another capable of crafting these talismans, which surpassed the standard by 30% in efficacy, is utterly implausible. In the future, Yi Han might delve into the study of talismans himself, perhaps achieving notable success in this domain. However, after contemplating these matters, Yi Han felt an even stronger resolve to fulfill Yi Chunxing's final wishes. Yet, where might he seek the elusive Yuan Fairy? Chapter 147. The Yuan Valley. Yi Chunxing instructed Yi Han to deliver the Jinshin pill to the Yuan Fairy within 5 days. However, as he was recuperating, he had already spent a significant portion of the day, leaving him with merely 4 days to accomplish the task. Regrettably, Yi Chunxing had passed away too swiftly, failing to disclose the whereabouts of the Yuan Fairy. This left Yi Han in a state of perplexity. What was truly afoot with Yi Chunxing? He had exchanged all his wealth for the Jinshin pill to save the Yuan Fairy, yet neglected to inform his own kin of her location. Indeed, he had taken on a rather daunting commission. Nevertheless, Yi Han resolved to search diligently. He wasted no time in concealing his invisibility cloak and, with a keen awareness, scanned his surroundings for any anomalies before stepping out. Initially, Yi Han had hesitated to agree to Yi Chunxing's request to deliver the pill to the Yuan Fairy for good reason. While delivering an item might not typically pose a significant challenge, for cultivators like him, traversing the realms could lead to encounters with those of superior cultivation, who might harbor malicious intentions. For instance, even in the relatively secure Qingniu city, where he had been, patrolling cultivators safeguarded the vicinity, and there were no lurking beasts or malevolent sections. Yet, he had still encountered the nefarious Hong Yangzi, who had ruthlessly slain Yi Chunxing. A cultivator of higher caliber than Yi Han, he had not ventured into treacherous territories, where one might seek rare materials or hunt ferocious beasts, which posed the greatest dangers. If he were to embark on such perilous quests, it would be entirely plausible for him to fall victim to other predatory cultivators. Thus, it was prudent for lower-tier cultivators to remain within their sects or in safe areas until they achieved greater prowess. Alternatively, it was far safer to travel in groups, as members of the sect would often band together. Yihan's undertaking to deliver the pill meant he would have to search for the Yuan Ferry alone. A venture fraught with peril, he resolved to return to Qingniu City to gather information on the Yuan Ferry's whereabouts. Blindly searching would yield little fruit. Fortunately, in Qingniu City, there existed establishments for inquiries regarding missing persons or items, where one could exchange spirit stones for assistance in uncovering such information. Exercising caution, Yihan made his way back to Qingniu City and located a shop named Shunfengfeng. After expending 5 spirit stones, he successfully learned of the Yuan Ferry's location. Without delay, he exited the city and soared towards the Yuan Valley, situated 300 miles away. The Yuan Ferry was reputed to be somewhat renowned in the vicinity, renowned for her ethereal beauty and formidable skills in the art of formations. Had she been less illustrious, locating her would have proven exceedingly difficult. For someone of Yihan's cultivation level, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the journey was not overly arduous under optimal conditions. He could reach his destination in approximately half a day, provided he did not encounter any unforeseen dangers along the way. In the realm of immortal cultivation, the greatest fear for practitioners is encountering those who would kill for treasure. With his relatively low cultivation level, Yihan, a low-tier cultivator with an abundance of precious items, becomes the prime target for predators. Naturally, he refrains from traveling openly, opting instead to don an invisibility cloak to conceal his presence. Indeed, his caution proved wise. Halfway through his journey, he stumbled upon 2 groups of lurking cultivators concealed in treacherous locations, intent on murder and plunder. Fortunately, his stealth allowed him to evade detection. On the 3rd day, after refining a 9-return blood pill in a hastily made cave, Yihan found to his astonishment that his depleted vitality had fully replenished, without the need for a 3rd pill. He surmised this remarkable recovery was due to his cultivation of the blood refinement technique imparted by his senior brother, Qingxuan, which he had advanced to the 2nd layer, significantly enhancing his vitality and physical strength compared to ordinary cultivators. It seemed that the blood refinement technique was no ordinary secret art. No wonder Qingxuan had managed to slay his adversary and return to Qingxuan Peak despite sustaining serious injuries. Yihan couldn't help but wonder about Qingxuan's current condition. With a sigh, Yihan reflected on the similarities between Qingxuan and Yi Chunxing. Both were rather trusting and possessed a loyal, honorable nature. Such traits rendered their existence in the world of immortal cultivation perilous. Shaking off these impractical thoughts, he gathered his belongings and continued on his way. The journey to Yuan Valley would take little more than half a day. After fulfilling Yi Chunxing's request, he intended to return to Qingxuan Peak for a period of focused cultivation, dedicating time to study the purple cauldron and elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, for otherwise, he would be forever evading others. Unable to traverse freely, feeling utterly constrained. Yuan Valley, as its name suggests, is a picturesque locale filled with magnolia trees, an idyllic place to reside. However, Yihan had little desire to admire the scenery. He sensed that the spiritual energy in this area was rather mediocre, significantly lacking in comparison to Qingniu City, and even more so when compared to Qingxuan Peak. He yearned to promptly complete Yi Chunxing's task and present the guardian pill to the Yuan Ferry before taking his leave. Yet, as he approached the edge of Yuan Valley, he was met with a veil of mist, clearly indicative of a restrictive formation. An unsettling feeling crept over him, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing his every move. Frowning, Yihan called out into the valley, "Yuan Ferry, are you present? I urgently seek an audience." He channeled his magical energy to project his voice, hoping that the Yuan Ferry would hear and respond. From the intelligence he had gathered, it was apparent that the Yuan Ferry was quite proud, adept in the art of formations. She had constructed numerous barriers within her valley and seldom made an appearance. Even to request an audience required her consent to deactivate the protective formations. After his call echoed unanswered, Yihan's brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, fulfilling Yi Chunxing's commission was proving to be a troublesome affair. He was contemplating how to create a stir when, suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. prompting him to swiftly retreat. Boom! A surge of magical energy erupted beneath his feet, and a massive hand of earth emerged, tearing a gaping hole in the ground. Fortunately, Yihan reacted swiftly, otherwise he would have been ensnared by that earthen hand. Shortly thereafter, a series of piercing cold lights whistled toward him, a formidable wave of blade-like energy hurtling from the side. Yihan's expression shifted, and he quickly drew from his storage pouch, summoning the black bone shield that spun into existence before him, expanding to several feet in size. Clash, clash, clash. 7 or 8 beams of blade energy struck against his black bone shield, only to be repelled forcefully. At that moment, a voice of astonishment exclaimed, Isn't that Yi Chuanxing's little brat? Subsequently, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Yihan furrowed his brow. The newcomers had not inquired but instead launched an attack against him, indicating they were no benevolent individuals. Furthermore, their tone suggested a grudge against Yi Chuanxing. Indeed, this matter was far from simple. Another voice shouted, Who cares? This fellow has crossed our path. Eliminate him. Chapter 148. Striking with spirit stones, Yihan's gaze flickered with a glimmer of cold light as he turned to face the assailants. Both men appeared to be in their 30s. One was a burly figure clad in black leather armor, adorned with tufts of black fur, his expression stern, marked by a dark birthmark on his face. The other was of average build, dressed in a gray long robe, sporting a goatee, his eyes gleaming with malice as he mockingly fixed his gaze on Yihan. The black-armored cultivator fixated on Yihan, remarking with disdain, just an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. It seems he has come to meet his demise. The gray-robed cultivator scoffed. It appears he has come to entertain us. He then commanded Yihan, Boy, leave behind your storage bag and that shield, and I may spare your life. As he spoke, his eyes glinted with avarice at the shield before Yihan. This black-bone shield was undoubtedly a superior defensive artifact. Otherwise, an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator would not have been able to withstand their attacks without sustaining any damage. Nor would it possess a rebound force that slightly unsettled their minds. Yihan furrowed his brow, realizing that these 2 cultivators exuded a menacing aura, indicating they were far from righteous practitioners. They likely bore a grudge against the esteemed Yuan fairy, Yi Chuanxing, and were lying in wait in the Yuan Valley, seeking to seize treasures for themselves. Yihan scrutinized the 2, noting their cultivation levels were at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Without the aid of the Ziding's aura, it would not be an easy feat for him, with his current abilities and possessions, to vanquish them, though escaping should not pose a significant challenge. At that moment, the black-armored cultivator coldly remarked, Why are you standing there dazed? Hand over your treasures. With that, he directed his consciousness, manipulating his flying knife artifact to whirl menacingly in the air, fixated on Yihan. The gray-robed cultivator slowly approached Yihan, disdain evident in his demeanor. This kid is merely an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and yet he dares to meddle in affairs of the Yuan Valley. Does he not realize that cultivators within hundreds of miles are aware of the situation? Clearly, he is a novice, and such an opportunity must not be squandered. Yihan suddenly feigned terror, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? I merely came to deliver something. I shall leave at once. The gray-robed cultivator retorted coldly, Leave? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? His gaze lingered greedily on the shield in Yihan's hand. Hearing this, Yihan grew increasingly anxious, hastily retrieving 2 storage bags from his person and tossing them to the ground, pleading, Esteemed seniors, I concede. Take the storage bags. Spare my life. Observing Yihan's cowardice, the gray-robed and black-armored cultivators exchanged glances, a sinister smile creeping across their lips. Indeed, Yihan was merely a fledgling, readily surrendering his storage bags and begging for mercy. If pleas for mercy were effective, what need would there be for cultivating immortal techniques? The black-armored cultivator fixated on the black bone shield before Yihan and remarked, What? Do you intend to take this treasure to the grave with you? The gray-clad cultivator recognized the exceptional quality of the black bone shield and realized that such a treasure in the possession of a cultivator of such low cultivation was a rare find. With this artifact, he could gain a significant advantage in duels against other cultivators or in hunting ferocious beasts, as it provided an additional layer of defense. Yihan feigned reluctance, gritting his teeth before casting the black bone shield towards the 2, exclaiming, I no longer desire the shield. I implore you, esteemed seniors, spare me. With that, He willingly withdrew his magical energy and consciousness from the shield. The gray-clad and black-armored cultivators were elated, swiftly reaching out to seize control of the black-bone shield. Both attempted to employ their telekinetic abilities to claim it, only to be thwarted by the other's intentions. The black-armored cultivator coldly stated, "Brother Yang, I shall take the shield for now. We can divide it later." The gray-clad cultivator hesitated momentarily, but replied, "Brother Wang, no." However, they had yet to reach a consensus. Suddenly, Yihan struck his waist, and with a flick of his hand, dozens of talismans soared forth from his grasp. These talismans were instantly imbued with his magical energy, unleashing a torrent of violent power. Lightning talismans, fireball talismans, wind blade talismans, and stone talismans, all hurtling toward the two men. Despite being basic spells, their sheer number and proximity rendered them formidable. The two cultivators abandoned their dispute over the black-bone shield. What? Damn it! The gray-clad cultivator unleashed a silver iron plate, channeling his magical energy to form a barrier before him. The black-armored cultivator, in turn, produced a resplendent golden gong from his storage bag, shielding himself as well. They were utterly unprepared for Yihan's reckless onslaught, unleashing a barrage of dozens of talismans. This was no duel. It was akin to hurling spirit stones at them. In an instant, boom, 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 boom. The relentless fireballs, lightning, wind blades, and stones battered against their protective barriers, causing a cacophony of explosions. The silver iron plate and golden gong began to dim, pushed back by the overwhelming assault. The gray-clad and black-armored cultivators turned pale, realizing the power of the talismans far exceeded their expectations. Their magical energy flowed desperately into their defenses, striving to withstand the onslaught. When they finally managed to fend off the barrage, they were horrified to discover that their protective artifacts, the silver iron plate and golden gong, were riddled with countless cracks. Their spiritual energy severely depleted. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, they felt their spirits wounded. Damn it! How could we encounter such a terrifying scion of a wealthy family, throwing spirit stones at us? Moreover, observing the talismans he unleashed, it was evident that the potency of Yi Chuanfeng's crafted amulets surpassed that of ordinary ones by a considerable margin, naturally commanding a higher price as well. As the two witnessed Yihan's continued resistance, they bellowed in fury, "You seek death." Their hands swiftly formed intricate gestures, their malevolent energy surging forth, causing their bodies to inflate with alarming rapidity, clearly indicating their intent to cast a formidable spell. However, before them, two terrifying black bone spikes erupted from the ground in an instant. Alarmed, the duo could hardly anticipate the sudden emergence of the bone spikes. As they instinctively attempted to evade, one conjured a protective shield talisman, while the other summoned a black jade tablet talisman to shield themselves. Yet, to their astonishment, the black bone spikes crashed through their defensive artifacts with alarming ease. Clang! The bone spikes pierced through their protective talismans and subsequently penetrated their very flesh. Their eyes widened in shock, and their bodies trembled in disbelief. What was happening? An even more horrifying scene unfolded. Ziz! The bone spikes that had breached their corporeal forms began to devour the flesh and blood from their bodies. Cursed be it! Stop this at once! Yihan roared with a visage twisted in rage. What on earth is happening? Chapter 149. You may not be able to leave now according to Yihan's original plan. He unleashed dozens of initial-level talismans as attacks without hesitation, sufficient to deal with the two who were sharing a pot. These two cultivators were merely a tier above him, making it virtually impossible for them to completely withstand the assault. Even if they survived, their spirits would undoubtedly be wounded. Indeed, the talismans he released were crafted by Yi Chunfeng, their potency far surpassing that of ordinary talismans. The two were instantly grievously injured. The pivotal element in this confrontation was Yihan's deliberate toss of the black bone shield. After several refinements, he understood that this shield was not solely a defensive tool. It could also transform into bone spikes for offensive strikes, catching the enemy off guard. In their eagerness to seize the black bone shield, they overlooked the fact that it merely had its mana revoked by Yihan, and he had not entirely relinquished control over it. While they were preoccupied with defending against his talisman attacks, he swiftly activated the bone spikes of the black bone shield for a surprise assault. As anticipated, the spikes pierced through both of their chests in an instant. What Yihan had not anticipated was the Black Bone Shield's ability to consume the flesh and cultivation of these two cultivators, rendering him unable to control the Black Bone's escape. In a flurry of movements, Yihan formed hand seals to forcefully retract the Black Bone Shield. The armored cultivator and the gray-clad cultivator had already become mere skin and bones, collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Yihan. With a determined grimace, Yihan pointed a finger, and a flying scaled dagger shot forth, piercing directly through their throats. Only then did they draw their last breaths. Despite being of a higher cultivation level, they were no match for Yihan in a one-on-one duel. After all, Yihan possessed numerous treasures and practiced the Qingxuan technique. However, when combined, it was exceedingly challenging for Yihan to eliminate them. Their ease of defeat stemmed from their careless assumption that a mere qi-refining cultivator like Yihan would not pose a threat to them. Little did they know that Yihan's speed was astonishing, and he did not mind the cost of dozens of talismans. Although he currently lacked the aura of the purple cauldron, the experiences gained from several previous encounters had equipped him with valuable skills in utilizing magical treasures. Yihan's combat experience was now significantly superior to that of his peers. Nevertheless, Yihan had not foreseen that the bone spikes of the Black Bone Shield, after penetrating the cultivators' chests, would devour their cultivation and flesh. This, in turn, ignited the malevolent killing intent he had so painstakingly suppressed. He felt a tumultuous surge in his mind, overwhelmed by the urge to kill, nearly impossible to rein in. If this continued, the situation would become dire. He reached for his storage bag, and a purple golden talisman materialized in his hand. Instantly, a wave of cool energy surged from the talisman into his body, followed by its calming essence flooding into his mind, effectively suppressing the frenzied, killing intent. Only then did Yihan breathe a sigh of relief, regaining his composure. Although these two cultivators deserved their fates, Yihan did not wish to eliminate his adversaries in such a brutal manner. He conjured two fire talismans to incinerate their corpses, from which several storage bags and treasures fell. He retrieved the two storage bags he had discarded earlier and tucked them away in his robe, furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the Yuan Valley. The commotion he had caused alongside these two individuals should have elicited some response from the valley. Yet there was none. This was utterly implausible. Fairy Yuan must surely be aware of the situation outside. Thus, Yihan called out coldly, "Fairy Yuan, I have come at the behest of my friend Yi Chunfeng to deliver something to you. If you do not wish to meet me, I shall leave the items outside for you to collect." The reason for his declaration was his desire to vacate the Yuan Valley, especially since two cultivators had evidently set a trap here, presumably to confront Fairy Yuan and Yi Chunfeng. However, given that Yi Chunfeng had attained the 10th level of qi refinement and possessed a sword talisman, he would not be intimidated by these two. The presence of these cultivators indicated they were unafraid of Yi Chunfeng and Fairy Yuan, suggesting that they must have allies backing them. While Yihan could manage to deal with these two, he would be at a disadvantage against a being of similar prowess to Hong Yangzi. He had already exerted his utmost efforts to assist Yi Chunfeng in delivering the Divine Guardian Pill to Fairy Yuan. If they did not emerge, he had no choice but to leave the pill behind for Fairy Yuan to retrieve herself, as departing was the wisest course of action. There was no need to invite further trouble. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious and cool voice rang out from the valley. "Please wait a moment, fellow cultivator." A mist swirled in Yuan Valley, accompanied by a shift in the surrounding air, indicating that the valley's restrictive formations had been lifted. Beyond 100 feet, an elegantly crafted bamboo cottage became visible. Yihan swiftly moved toward the bamboo cottage as its door swung open, revealing a girl of around 13 or 14 years, with a round face and a ruddy complexion. Observing her, Yihan noted that her cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, and she bore no resemblance to Fairy Yuan. The girl in red addressed him, "Esteemed elder, our young lady invites you inside." Her voice was not the same as that which had previously called out. Yihan shook his head and replied, "No, I shall not enter." With that, he tapped his storage bag, summoning the Divine Guardian Pill entrusted to him by Yi Chunfeng into his hand, and extended it toward the girl in red. "This is the Divine Guardian Pill that my friend Yi Chunfeng asked me to deliver. Please take it to your young lady and inform her that I have delivered it." Upon finishing, he flicked his finger, sending the pill flying toward the girl. She caught it with delight, exclaiming, "What? Yi Chunfeng truly obtained the Divine Guardian Pill." Then, Craning her neck to look outside, she inquired, "Where is he? Why hasn't he come?" Yihan had no desire to engage further. After all, he had fulfilled his obligation by delivering the elixir to Yi Chunfeng. He stated plainly, "He cannot come. He has gone elsewhere. I shall take my leave." With that, Yihan turned to depart. The two cultivators outside were not to be trifled with. It was certain that more formidable practitioners lurked in the shadows, and lingering any longer could invite unnecessary trouble. However, a melodious and chilling voice emanated from within. "Friend, please wait." Yihan paused momentarily, without turning back, and replied curtly, "What is it? Speak." The voice of the fairy Yuan continued, "Friend, has something befallen Yi Chunfeng? Please, I implore you to speak the truth." Yihan furrowed his brow. Despite Yi Chunfeng's final request to keep his demise a secret from fairy Yuan, he nonetheless replied, "Indeed, he encountered an unfortunate incident. He entrusted me with his last wishes." At this revelation, the woman in the crimson garment widened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze instantly reddening. The fairy Yuan, however, fell silent, choosing not to respond further. Yihan, wishing to make his exit, declared, "I take my leave." Yet, the fairy Yuan's voice, tinged with helplessness, reached his ears. "Friend, you should not have come. I fear you cannot leave now." Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Yihan's eyes. What? Chapter 150. The young master of Black Mountain. Upon hearing these words, Yihan struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to kill. Taking a deep breath, he patiently inquired, "What do you mean by that? Does fairy Yuan intend to take action against me? Or is Yi Chunfeng deliberately luring me here?" He sensed something amiss when he was ambushed by two cultivators outside the valley, prompting him to hasten to fulfill Yi Chunfeng's request and deliver the divine suppression pill to fairy Yuan, intending to leave swiftly and avoid entanglement in this turmoil for his own safety. However, he did not anticipate that fairy Yuan would speak to him in such a manner. Fairy Yuan offered no reply. Suddenly, a thick mist began to swirl in the valley, enveloping the entire area in layers of fog. At that moment, fairy Yuan activated the restrictive formation. Yihan, unable to contain his murderous aura, shouted, "What on earth do you intend to do?" As he prepared to rush into the bamboo house, the girl in the red dress immediately called out, "Senior, you misunderstand. The fairy does not wish to prevent your departure. Rather, she seeks to obstruct young Master Black Mountain. If you leave now, you will undoubtedly encounter him." With that, she gritted her teeth and positioned herself at the entrance, refusing to allow Yihan entry. Hearing her words, Yihan furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon the girl in the red dress, and coldly demanded, "What is going on? Who is this young Master Black Mountain?" The girl explained, "Young Master Black Mountain has long had designs on our fairy. Last time, Yi Chunfeng was injured by them, and the two cultivators stationed outside are also under his command." Pausing for a moment, she urgently added, "You have killed those two. As young Master Black Mountain's subordinates, he will certainly come for you. He is a Foundation establishment cultivator, and you are no match for him." Fairy Yulan's voice echoed from within the house. "Indeed. Esteemed friend, I have activated the formation to deter young Master Black Mountain, not to entrap you." As soon as her words fell, a gray streak of light shot toward Yulan Valley from afar. Within that light was a golden flying sword, and a young man clad in a black robe, wearing a golden crown and wielding a fan, descended with a stern countenance. With a few swift movements, he arrived at the entrance of Yulan Valley. Observing the two charred remains on the ground, he spoke leisurely, "I say, Fairy Yulan, even if you disagree with my request, you cannot slay my people, can you?" After a moment, he continued, "But it seems you did not do it, did you? Has Yi Chunfeng returned? Just hand him over, and I shall let bygones be bygones." With that, he swayed his paper fan nonchalantly, exuding an air of composure. Upon seeing this young Master Black Mountain and his pretentious demeanor, Yihan felt a surge of disdain. However, within this small house, the formation concealed him, so young Master Black Mountain should be unaware of his presence. Fairy Yulan spoke slowly, "Young Master Black Mountain, your subordinates are not the work of young Master Yi. He was slain by a passing cultivator. The perpetrator has already fled." Upon hearing the words of Fairy Yulan, young Master Heishan's expression turned cold. "Fairy Yulan, do you take me for a child of 3, determined to shield that rascal Yi Chunfeng?" As he spoke, his demeanor grew ominously dark. Yihan, listening to the exchange, discerned that despite young Master Heishan's unknown origins, His status as a Foundation establishment cultivator bullying a few Qi refinement juniors revealed his true nature. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, the strong preying upon the weak was all too commonplace. Fairy Yuan calmly replied, "Young Master Heishan, my bond with young Master Yi is profound. It is not an act of protection. Rather, it is you who is aggressive and oppressing the weak. I shall never acquiesce to your demands. Abandon this notion." Hearing her words, young Master Heishan's countenance darkened to an almost watery hue as he coldly retorted, "Fairy Yuan, though your formations are formidable, your endurance wanes. So why cling to this stubbornness? Should you acquiesce to my request, it would benefit us both, so why resist?" Pausing, he added coldly, "However, I shall not let this Yi Chunsing escape unscathed for the death of my people." Yi Han, listening to their dialogue, began to grasp the situation. Clearly, this Foundation establishment young Master Heishan had set his sights on Fairy Yuan. Logically, one of his cultivation level should not waste time pursuing a Qi refinement woman. But Fairy Yuan, unyielding in the face of young Master Heishan's power, impressed Yi Han, revealing her strong spirit. However, despite her fortitude, Yi Han felt utterly powerless to aid her against a Foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, due to his promise to Yi Chunsing to deliver the Divine Guardian Pill to Fairy Yuan, he found himself ensnared in this predicament within the Yuan Valley. At that moment, a flurry of figures rushed into Yuan Valley, 7 or 8 in total. They immediately bowed respectfully to young Master Heishan. Yi Han could see clearly that these newcomers were likely Qi refinement cultivators, subordinates of young Master Heishan. Thus, Yi Han turned to the girl in the red attire and inquired, "Who is this young Master Heishan? What does he desire?" The girl glanced into the house, hesitating briefly before responding. "This young Master Heishan is the young deputy leader of the Heishan Sect. Though he is young, he has already reached the Foundation establishment stage and practices a nefarious art, constantly seeking to bully our fairy." With a determined bite of her teeth, she added, "Dear friend, you must not venture out. Last time, Yi Chunsing attempted to confront him and was injured." Yi Han furrowed his brow at her words, pondering why this young Master Heishan had fixated on a Qi refinement Fairy Yuan. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, ensnared within this formation. Interfering in others' affairs certainly leads to dire consequences. Observing Yi Han with a furrowed brow, the young girl in the red robe promptly declared, "Rest assured, young Master Heishan cannot breach the formation set by our fairy. We are safe within its confines. He will not dare to assault the array." Yi Han's expression shifted, and he replied, "That is not necessarily the case." No sooner had Yi Han spoken than young Master Heishan's voice echoed from outside, "Fairy Yuan, I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. If you do not surrender Yi Chunfeng, I shall summon others to forcefully assault your formation." Yet, Fairy Yuan remained silent. Young Master Heishan coldly commanded, "Attack. Breach the formation." Upon hearing this, the cultivators behind him, all at the Qi refinement stage, unleashed their magical tools and spells, commencing their assault on the array. Chapter 151. The Yuan Fairy. The cultivators present were predominantly at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage or higher, each unleashing their magical artifacts and spells to bombard the Yuan Valley. A swirling aura enveloped the valley, pulsating with energy as the relentless assault of these individuals caused the barrier to tremble violently, erupting in dazzling flashes of light and chaotic magical energy. However, the intangible shield of Yuan Valley remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected by the onslaught. Observing this scene, Yi Han felt a modicum of relief, at least. The opposing force was not easily capable of breaching this protective formation. He resolved to concoct a plan. Yi Han had heard of the Black Mountain Sect, a relatively obscure yet enigmatic faction, with its true headquarters shrouded in mystery. He was utterly unaware of its location. Meanwhile, the young woman in the red garment appeared anxious, casting glances towards the interior while Yi Han lingered outside, uncertain about the fate of the 2 spirit-quelling pills he held. At that moment, the voice of the Yuan Fairy resonated. "Xiao Hong, bring in the spirit-quelling pills. Please wait, esteemed friend. I am currently unable to receive guests." The latter part of her statement was directed at Yi Han, her tone revealing a sense of urgency and frailty, indicating that her injuries were serious. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Han nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall wait outside." Yi Chunfeng had instructed him to deliver the spirit-quelling pills within 5 days. and today marked the halfway point of the 4th day. If he delayed in delivering them to the Yuan Ferry, the 2 pills would serve little purpose. However, he found himself in a predicament. A Foundation establishment cultivator was stationed outside, flanked by numerous subordinates. Even with the aura of the purple cauldron, he was far from a match for them. The disparity in cultivation levels was insurmountable. While the world of cultivation may harbor formidable practitioners capable of confronting opponents a whole realm above them, Yihan was certainly not among them at this moment. Xiaohong entered the dwelling with the spirit-quelling pills and quickly exited, shutting the door behind her. The bamboo hut was fortified with a protective formation, rendering it impossible for his spiritual sense to probe the interior. Outside, the subordinates of the Black Mountain Young Master continued their relentless assault on the protective formation. Although nothing had yet transpired, Yihan was acutely aware that all formations required spiritual energy and spirit stones to sustain their defenses. The frenzied attacks by the Black Mountain Young Master's followers would deplete the formation's spiritual energy. Once it was exhausted, no matter how formidable the formation, it would be rendered ineffective. This was the simplest yet most challenging method to dismantle a protective formation. The simplicity lay in the sheer volume of attacks, while the difficulty arose from the need for the opposing side to continuously replenish the formation's spiritual energy and spirit stones, rendering their assaults futile. Generally, the defensive arrays of sects could withstand intense bombardments. However, Yihan was not particularly confident in the Yuan Ferry's protective formation. Without the spirit stones necessary to procure the healing spirit-quelling pills, how long could she rely solely on the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth for defense? However, he could only patiently wait at this moment. Contemplating this, Yihan settled himself on a stool outside the bamboo grove, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He remained composed. If this formation were so easily breached, the Yuan Ferry would have long been captured by the Black Mountain Young Master. Moreover, he had backup plans. If necessary, he could seek assistance from the Qingxuan sect, requesting a foundational-level cultivator to aid him. After all, he was now an inner sect disciple and a registered disciple of the 7th Elder, capable of sending a distress signal using his identity token. The distance to the Qingxuan sect was not far, and surely a foundational-level cultivator would come to his aid. However, Yihan was uncertain whether this would be effective. How vexing it was to be oppressed without any cultivation. Seeing this, Xiaohong's lips moved slightly, but after glancing at the small house behind her, her eyes revealed a look of concern. Yihan sat on the bamboo stool, his mind racing with strategies, yet after much contemplation, he had yet to devise a foolproof plan. The opponent was a foundational-level cultivator, and his level of mastery was unknown, along with the treasures and spells he possessed. Faced with such an adversary, any hasty action would be tantamount to courting death. Time passed slowly. Outside, the subordinates of the Black Mountain Young Master relentlessly assaulted the restriction formation, consuming their magical energy with pills to recover before continuing their onslaught. The Black Mountain Young Master reclined in a grand chair, lounging comfortably, while a beautiful female cultivator peeled spirit fruits for him and massaged his legs. Exuding an air of self-satisfaction, Yihan cast a glance at this scene, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his heart, though he quickly suppressed it. Such occurrences were common in the cultivation world. It was merely unfortunate that they had now descended upon him. It left him feeling particularly uncomfortable, for he lacked the strength to confront them. In a travelogue of cultivators he had read, it was noted that prior to attaining sufficient cultivation, any grievances, injustices, sorrows, and even humiliations served as motivation for a cultivator's arduous training. People strive for a breath of air, Buddhists for a stick of incense, and immortals for a single day of strength. Yihan adjusted his emotions, choosing not to dwell on the situation. Before long, over 2 hours had passed. As Yihan had anticipated, the Black Mountain Young Master's subordinates continued to unleash their magical tools and spells against the restriction formation, depleting its spiritual energy. The once unyielding barrier began to ripple, its spiritual light dimming, indicating that it would not be long before the formation's energy was exhausted. Seeing this, Yihan furrowed his brow and asked Xiaohong beside him, "Miss Xiaohong, should we augment the formation with some spirit stones?" This topic weighed heavily on him, for he had only a few hundred spirit stones left, and if all were devoted to fortifying the defensive formation, it would barely last 2 to 3 days. His limits were being tested. Was he truly left with no choice but to rely on his sect for rescue? Just then, The voice of the Yuan fairy emanated from within the small house. Fellow cultivator, there is no need for concern. I possess a method to deal with them. As the door of the bamboo cottage creaked open, a figure clad in a flowing white garment emerged. Her graceful form was complemented by long, lustrous black hair. Yet her visage remained obscured by a veil of white gauze, rendering her features a mystery. Nevertheless, her poise and demeanor undeniably marked her as an enchanting fairy. Yihan observed this Yuan fairy with a furrowed brow. To his astonishment, her cultivation level was even inferior to his own, merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. And her aura seemed unstable, suggesting considerable frailty. Yet, she claimed to possess methods to confront the likes of young Master Heishan. Curious, Yihan inquired, "What means do you have to deal with them?" Without hesitation, the Yuan fairy replied, "A formation." "What kind of formation?" Yihan asked, perplexed. "Generally, formations utilized for defense were already remarkable. Could there truly exist offensive formations?" The Yuan fairy, however, seemed to evade his question as she looked at him and asked, "Do you possess the sword talisman of your friend, Yi Chunfeng?" Chapter 152. The Might of the Sword Array. Upon hearing these words, Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. The only treasures on Yi Chunfeng, apart from the purple golden talisman, were the sword talisman, which was indeed a remarkable item. Now, with the sudden inquiry from the Yuan fairy regarding the sword talisman, Yihan could not help but wonder about her intentions. Although Yuan fairy's face was veiled, Yihan sensed a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. This malevolent aura was not directed at him, but rather aimed at the Black Mountain young master and his companions outside. If Yihan's understanding was correct, Yuan fairy and Yi Chunfeng shared a relationship akin to that of Dao companions. Yi Chunfeng's demise, although not directly caused by the Black Mountain young master, could still be attributed to him. After all, Yi Chunfeng had been gravely wounded before being slain by Hong Yangzi. Yuan fairy did not strike Yihan as someone prone to reckless boasts. Moreover, in the texts Yihan had perused, many practitioners held the array masters in high esteem. Array masters were characterized by their calm demeanor, profound wisdom, and immense patience in studying formations. Yuan fairy's assertion of having a means to deal with the Black Mountain young master and the accompanying murderous intent led Yihan to believe that she was indeed a trustworthy ally. Contemplating this, Yihan retrieved the sword talisman from his storage bag, and with a flick of his finger, sent it flying towards Yuan fairy. She caught it. Gently caressing the talisman, her expression briefly clouded with pain. Regaining her composure, Yuan fairy gazed deeply at Yihan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for delivering the elixir and the sword talisman." Then, in a serious tone, she continued, "Shortly, I will activate a sword formation that requires this talisman, which will be entirely consumed in the process. I shall compensate you for it." Indeed, for Yihan to part with such a treasure was a generous act, as its worth rivaled that of a high-grade magical artifact, and perhaps even exceeded the value of an ordinary one. If Yihan were to assert he had no reason to lend it, Yuan fairy would find herself at a loss. Yet, Yihan replied, "Since it belongs to Yi Daoist, it is only fitting that you utilize it." Yuan fairy nodded and continued, "When I activate the formation, I will slay the Black Mountain young master and his associates. Whatever they possess will be yours." Yihan frowned at this. Could a sword formation truly slay a foundation establishment cultivator? That seemed improbable. However, the confidence gleaming in Yuan fairy's eyes gave him pause. He nodded thoughtfully. Observing the leisurely Black Mountain young master outside, his anger ignited. "I suspect the others will pose little trouble, but the Black Mountain young master may prove difficult to eliminate. Yuan fairy, to be prudent, I shall seize the opportunity to assist when the time is right." Yihan reasoned that since the Black Mountain young master was the vice leader of the Black Mountain sect, he likely possessed numerous treasures. It would not be imperative to eliminate him outright. Rather, he would wait for the opportune moment to strike. Upon hearing this, Yuan fairy promptly replied, "Fellow Taoist, feel free." However, although the fellow cultivator is not constrained by the formation while outside, entering proves to be quite a challenge. I fear we may be running out of time. Yihan interrupted the words of the fairy Yuan, saying, "There is no need for the fairy to elaborate. I possess my own understanding." Indeed, Yihan did not assert that he must fight his way out. If the opportunity appeared unfavorable, he would certainly reconsider. Fairy Yuan nodded in agreement. Choosing not to say more, she then patted the storage bag at her waist. Streams of ethereal light burst forth from the bag, revealing a series of shimmering silver formation flags. With a series of deft finger movements, she summoned a total of 36 flags. Chanting incantations and forming seals, these flags flew in all directions, astonishingly penetrating the trunks of several Yuan trees. Yihan then realized that these Yuan trees appeared to be planted in a meticulous arrangement. This revelation left him quite astonished. It seemed these Yuan trees were not naturally occurring, but instead purposefully arranged as part of a formation. During his inquiries at the Shunfeng Pavilion, he had heard tales of Fairy Yuan being a master of formations. It was evident that such claims were not unfounded. As the flags embedded themselves into the Yuan trees, a tremor coursed through them, and strands of spiritual light began to shimmer. Subsequently, Fairy Yuan held a sword talisman, reciting incantations while directing it toward a large stone on the ground. With a resounding explosion of golden sword energy, the talisman vanished into the stone. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Yuan trees began to move. They shifted along the ground, all heading towards the Yuan Valley. Yihan was equally astonished. These trees must have undergone considerable cultivation, evidently a protective measure left by Fairy Yuan. Indeed, no residence of a cultivator is ever simple, especially that of a master of formations. It was no wonder that the Black Mountain young master had been attempting to seize this Fairy Yuan for so long without success. A total of 36 Yuan trees congregated at the valley's entrance, forming a barrier akin to a wall. Fairy Yuan turned to Yihan and said, "Fellow cultivator, please do not disturb me." Just then, the subordinates of the Black Mountain young master, who had been assaulting the valley's protective formation, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What was happening? Why were the trees moving? They had yet to comprehend the situation when the protective barrier they had been attacking suddenly shattered. Instantly, they erupted in joyous exclamations towards the Black Mountain young master. "Wonderful, young master! The formation has been breached. It's broken. It's broken." After several hours of relentless assault, they had finally dismantled the barrier, and naturally, they sought to claim credit from the Black Mountain young master. However, the Black Mountain young master suddenly stood up, a vague sense of danger gnawing at him. As a foundational level cultivator, his senses were sharper than those of others. He quickly admonished, "Do not celebrate prematurely. There may be." Before he could finish his warning, a tumultuous sound erupted. The magnolia trees, trapped at the valley's mouth, suddenly shuddered violently, unleashing a multitude of blossoms into the air, accompanied by a suffocating surge of sword intent. In an instant, the petals shot forth, each imbued with an eerie and chilling essence of martial prowess. Alarmed, the cultivators swiftly reacted, deploying defensive treasures or retreating skyward. Yet, the sheer number of blossoms from the 36 magnolia trees, each harboring a terrifying sword intent, was overwhelming. Clang, clang, clang. The shields and protective artifacts they summoned proved utterly inadequate against the onslaught. The artifacts were perforated with numerous holes, leaving the cultivators pierced and vulnerable. The spectacle was truly formidable. Observing this, Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 153. Defeating the young master of Black Mountain upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The young master of Black Mountain's expression shifted dramatically, his instinct warning him of impending danger. With a swift flick of his fan, it transformed into a radiant shield that soared before him. Yet, the onslaught of orchid petals, sharp as the finest blades, rained down upon this protective barrier with relentless ferocity. The fan's luminous shield was soon riddled with numerous piercing holes, yet the young master gritted his teeth and, with a decisive motion, summoned a gray shield from his storage pouch. It spun rapidly, taking its place before him just in time. The female cultivator who had been attending to him cried out in terror, "My lord, save me," as she hastily sought refuge behind him. However, the young master cast a cold glance her way and, with a careless gesture, thrust her forward as a human shield against the encroaching sword light. In an instant, she was mercilessly pierced by countless orchid sword beams, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief as she realized her fate. Within a mere breath, her body was rendered into a sieve, blood misting the air as she disintegrated before his eyes. Yet, the relentless barrage of orchid sword beams continued to assail the young master. An ethereal gray light enveloped him as he channeled his spiritual energy into the shield, which rapidly expanded, encasing his entire form. The sword beams struck the shield with explosive force, sending sparks in all directions as they were deflected. The surrounding cliffs, trees, and rocks were mercilessly perforated by the ricocheting projectiles. Evidently, the gray shield was no ordinary artifact, capable of withstanding the lethal attacks that had felled all his subordinates. The young master's face darkened with rage as he bellowed, "Wretched woman, you refuse my hospitality and seek your own demise." Enraged, he summoned a golden flying sword from his pouch, leaping onto it and propelling himself skyward towards the Orchid Valley. As a foundation-building cultivator, he could not let the insolent Orchid Fairy escape unpunished for her transgressions, especially after she had slaughtered so many of his men. As the young master charged into the valley, the Orchid Fairy brandished a formation flag, her hand and consciousness deftly weaving intricate patterns. The orchid trees that had ventured outside the valley trembled and swiftly retreated back into the depths. Yuan, observing from the side, was astonished. The Orchid Fairy radiated little spiritual energy, her form appearing notably frail. However, relying solely on such a formation, it astonishingly managed to slay 7 or 8 Qi refinement practitioners in an instant. The sheer ferocity of the unleashed attack was truly remarkable. Even treasures of the artifact level were utterly ineffectual against it. Of course, Yuan could discern that the sword energy emanating from the Yuan flowers was essentially the same as that produced by the sword talismans, yet the power was extraordinarily overwhelming. It became evident just how formidable the formation was. At that moment, young Master Heishan had already soared to the skies above the Yuan Valley. With a swift motion, he retrieved a storage bag, from which 8 black long swords surged forth, exuding an astonishing aura of sword intent and malevolence. These 8 black swords radiated a terrifying black sword energy. The Yuan Fairy looked up at young Master Heishan hovering in midair, her hands deftly waving the formation flag. Suddenly, the Yuan trees in the valley began to shift and rearrange. The trees swayed vigorously, releasing a dense mist that enveloped the entire Yuan Valley, instantly obscuring young Master Heishan's vision of the Yuan Fairy and Yuan. Frustrated, young Master Heishan bellowed, "I refuse to believe this." As he chanted incantations, his hands rapidly formed seals, unleashing torrents of grayish-black magical energy from his body. With precise gestures, he infused the black long swords with powerful spells. The swords began to shimmer with light, spinning in the air, creating an overwhelming aura of sword intent. With a flick of his finger, 8 black long swords coalesced, their terrifying sword intent causing the very air to tremble, forming a massive black sword of over 10 zhang in size. As young Master Heishan forcefully directed the black sword toward the sky above the Yuan coral, the ground trembled in response. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of a foundation establishment practitioner. The magnitude of the spell unleashed was astonishing. Wherever the black sword light passed, the air twisted violently, and the mist was relentlessly dispersed. Just as it was about to descend upon the bamboo cottage, the Yuan Fairy recited an intricate incantation, her formation flag swirling with fervor. With a decisive gesture, she summoned the Yuan trees, which trembled violently, their leaves rustling as countless Yuan flowers erupted forth, swirling with the essence of sword talismans. Countless petals transformed into beams of sword light in midair, converging to form a swirling vortex of sword energy, spanning several dozen zhang in size. The Yuan Fairy, with a forceful thrust, commanded, "Go." The Yuan sword light surged upwards, colliding with the descending black sword light from young Master Heishan. The impact produced a cataclysmic explosion of blinding light, the black sword light overwhelming a multitude of Yuan sword energies, relentlessly crashing down upon the valley, culminating above the bamboo cottage. Yuan felt a surge of anxiety, his hand resting on the storage bag. If the situation escalated, he would have no choice but to once again invoke the aura of the purple cauldron. Even if he could not vanquish this Black Mountain young master, he would at least ensure his own safety. He was acutely aware that utilizing the purple cauldron would significantly impact his mental state, and perhaps this time. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, Fairy Yuan began to chant incantations. Her fingers instantly ruptured, unleashing a spray of vital blood that surged into the formation flags. In an instant, the sword energy of Yuan's petal blades surged dramatically. Countless petals coalesced into a tempest of sword intent, a terrifying storm of sword energy that obliterated everything in its path. This whirlwind of sword intent, born from the petals, expanded into a vortex of several dozen feet in size. In the blink of an eye, it directly shattered the black light sword unleashed by the Black Mountain young master. The dark blade disintegrated and collapsed before their eyes. With a gasp, the Black Mountain young master suffered grievous injury, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood. He swayed precariously in the air. Terror flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and summoned his golden flying sword, retreating swiftly. How infuriating! How could Fairy Yulan's formation be so formidable? There is no escape, Fairy Yulan shouted. Chapter 154. Unexpected, isn't it? The young master of Black Mountain wore an expression of deep anger. His face darkened after witnessing the demise of his numerous subordinates at the hands of the sword array wielded by the Fairy of Yulan. He found himself in a wretched predicament. Those 8 black flying swords were his most formidable treasures, a set of spiritual artifacts. Yet they had been effortlessly shattered by the fairy's formation. How infuriating! You shall pay for this. Rage consumed him, as he had never before endured such humiliation. However, at that moment, a flurry of sword energy, composed of countless Yulan petals, surged towards him from behind. Harnessing his abundant magical power, he swiftly gestured with his fingers, conjuring a gray light shield to envelop his entire being. A wave of gray radiance enveloped him as a suit of black-gray armor materialized, crafted from the terrifying bones of demonic beasts, instantly safeguarding him as he fled forward. Suddenly, a green light appeared above him, and tendrils emerged from the air, wrapping around him menacingly. Begone! The young master roared, his 8 swirling black swords instantly severing the encroaching vines into shreds. Yet, this brief delay allowed the swirling sword energies of the Yulan to encircle him completely. With a commanding shout from the Fairy of Yulan, attack! The vortex of sword energy, formed from the petals, charged fiercely towards the young master. In an instant, numerous sword intents collided and erupted in midair. The young master struggled to break free, unleashing beams of black sword light in a desperate attempt to pierce through the vortex, but they were consistently repelled. Panic gripped his heart as he sensed his own strikes being suppressed. Despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, he realized that the incessant onslaught of sword energies was eroding the protective shield he had conjured, fissures beginning to appear upon its surface. If this continued, he might very well meet his end here. Thus, the young master bellowed, "Wretched woman, are you not afraid of the retribution from the Black Mountain sect? You are all doomed." As he shouted, he released several defensive artifacts, including a black bronze bell and a purple-scaled shield, in a desperate bid to withstand the relentless assault of the Yulan sword energies. Meanwhile, Yihan had already exited the Yulan Valley, collecting the storage bags and treasures of the fallen cultivators, while unleashing the Vine Spirit technique to hinder the young master. Observing the young master thrashing about within, a hint of derision flickered in Yihan's eyes. It became evident that although the young master was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he had likely only recently advanced and had yet to fully stabilize his realm. Above, the flying Yulan petals transformed into a formation, relentlessly besieging the young master of Black Mountain. The young master of Black Mountain continuously unleashed defensive artifacts, shields, bronze mirrors, and unknown beast scales, all in a desperate bid to repel the onslaught of sword radiance. However, the artifacts he summoned paled in comparison to the astonishing defensive capabilities of his initial treasure. As the petals of the Jade Orchid sword relentlessly assaulted these artifacts, one by one they were destroyed. With each loss, the young master's spirit was further wounded, and he hesitated to summon any more treasures. It is crucial to understand that for cultivators, regardless of the artifact, once refined, it becomes intrinsically linked to their psyche. Destruction of these treasures equates to a corresponding injury to the soul. Thus, the unlimited use of artifacts is a fallacy. Fear finally flickered in the young master's eyes. If this continued, he risked being vanquished by the Jade Orchid sword formation. Gritting his teeth, he consumed a dark, unassuming pill, and instantly his aura surged, causing his body to swell. Strangely, scales akin to those of a beast began to sprout upon his exposed skin. Armed with a shield in one hand and a black longsword in the other, he defiantly swung the sword, shattering the barriers of the Jade Orchid sword energy. The shield was continuously bombarded by the petals, sustaining countless cracks and sword marks. Several strikes landed upon him, sending sparks flying and fracturing his protective barrier. His armor was similarly marred, riddled with cracks and punctured with several wounds. Nevertheless, the young master boasted an array of treasures and was at the foundational stage of cultivation, allowing him to brute force his way through the floral onslaught, albeit in a most disheveled state. At that moment, the jade orchid sword energy abruptly dissipated, scattering like petals in the wind. Clearly, the sword talisman that had fueled the jade orchid sword intent had collapsed. The sword energy transformed into a cascade of petals, fluttering gracefully down from the sky. The jade orchid fairy in the valley observed this phenomenon with a sense of resignation. With the final remnants of the sword intent extinguished, sustaining the jade orchid sword formation had become impossible. As the young master beheld the falling petals, his countenance turned ashen. His beastly armor was now riddled with dents, and the scales on his skin were cracked. His vitality diminished beyond recognition. Even controlling his flying sword had become a strenuous endeavor. Standing precariously upon the golden sword, he turned to the valley and bellowed, "Wretched beings, you shall pay for this." After hurling his insults, he unsteadily ascended on the golden sword, his misfortune overwhelming. Had he not been prepared, such a grievous injury would have been unimaginable. He resolved to take a distance and then summon others to exact vengeance upon the accursed jade orchid fairy. In that fleeting moment, a sudden, ethereal gray light erupted from the mountainous terrain below, surging forth. This nebulous gray light enveloped the young master as he attempted to flee on his golden sword. What? The young master sensed an alarming loss of control over his golden sword, as if it had lost its sentience. More terrifyingly, from the swirling haze of gray light emerged a colossal skull, which abruptly opened its gaping maw and bit down fiercely. Crack! The young master of Heishan was utterly unprepared for the appearance of such a spectral skull formed from the mist. Moreover, he suddenly lost control of his flying sword while suspended in midair, plummeting uncontrollably. The skull seized his form in one swift motion and crushed him mercilessly into the ground. Boom! The young master of Heishan was violently smashed into the earth, creating a deep crater as dirt flew chaotically around him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Splutter! He spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his fury boiling over as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Who did this?" At that moment, a shadow flitted by, revealing an unassuming young man standing before him. A mirror encircled by a skeletal figure revolved before him, and with a gleaming smile that revealed white teeth, he chuckled. Hee. Did you ever expect this? Chapter 155. Slaying the young master of Black Mountain. The newcomer was none other than Yihan. While the enchanting Yuan fairy tirelessly commanded the Yuan sword array to besiege the young master of Black Mountain, Yihan observed the unfolding chaos for quite some time. It was apparent that although the young master had recently advanced to the foundation establishment stage and was currently in a dire predicament, he possessed the resilience characteristic of a cultivator at this level, bolstered by an array of treasures that would likely prolong his defense. Most crucially, Yihan discerned that for the sword array under Yuan Fairy's control to unleash its full potential, the sword talisman left by Yi Chunfeng played an indispensable role. This talisman harbored a fragment of the formidable essence belonging to a golden core cultivator's artifact, which significantly amplified the attack power of the petal-like sword intent within the Yuan sword array. Should Yihan employ his Qingxuan sword technique to breach the defenses of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, it would be a formidable challenge. To penetrate the young master of Black Mountain's defenses seemed utterly implausible. However, the talisman had already been utilized numerous times, and its remaining potency was uncertain. Once the essence sealed within the talisman was depleted, the sword array would lose its might. Thus, Yihan sprang forth, eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate the young master of Black Mountain. After all, the treasures possessed by a foundation establishment cultivator were indeed alluring. As the young master attempted his first escape, Yihan employed his Vine Soul technique to impede him, causing a momentary delay that allowed the sword array to ensnare him. Now, with the young master injured, it was indeed an opportune moment for an assault. Seizing the chance, he unleashed the Ghost Skull Treasure Mirror. Although his control over the mirror was far inferior to when it was imbued with the aura of the Purple Cauldron, he could still exert considerable force, managing to bring the young master crashing down from midair. The young master, filled with trepidation, fixed his gaze upon Yihan, his magical energy surging forth as he struggled against the skeletal head that restrained him, almost breaking free. Yihan's aura wavered, and he was compelled to retreat 2 steps, nearly losing control of the ghost skull treasure mirror. Despite his grievous injuries, the young master, being a Foundation establishment cultivator, unleashed a force that nearly overwhelmed the mirror's power. Yihan's expression shifted, and with deft movements of his hands, he channeled his full magical energy into the ghost skull treasure mirror, causing it to emanate a dense gray light. The mirror released the skeletal head, which lunged forward with a ferocious bite. Crack, crack, crack. The young master of Black Mountain let out a series of anguished cries, feeling his magical energy stifled and his vitality obstructed. In a fit of desperation, he bellowed, "Who are you? Do you not know that I am the young master of Black Mountain Sect? Release me." Yihan paid no heed to his futile protests. With a flick of his finger, a blood-red flying sword burst forth, swiftly severing the young master's neck. With a final, harrowing scream, the young master's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yihan, incredulous that this audacious youth dared to slay him. Did he not recognize his own status? In that fleeting moment of the young master's demise, a resounding thud echoed. Suddenly, a resounding explosion emanated from the abdomen of the young master of Black Mountain, and a crimson orb of light instantaneously erupted from his body. Yihan reacted swiftly, pointing at the ghost skull mirror. "Go." The mirror radiated a misty gray light that enveloped the trajectory of the crimson orb. With a resounding pop, the orb burst, splattering crimson light as it fell awkwardly from the sky. Amidst the misty gray light, the skull reappeared, its jaws clamping down on the crimson orb and consuming it whole. The air resonated with the young master's agonizing screams. "Damn you! How dare you kill me?" Yet, as the skull chewed, the cries echoed within the orb until it was entirely devoured, and the skull transformed into misty gray light, retreating into the ghost skull mirror. Within the mirror's depths, the shadow of the young master of Black Mountain emerged. Observing this scene, Yihan furrowed his brow. The ghost skull mirror was indeed enigmatic. It had recently absorbed the soul of a red lady, and now it had ensnared the young master's essence. What manner of treasure was this? Nevertheless, it was a fortunate turn of events that the mirror had captured the essence. Had it escaped, the young master could have resurrected himself upon reclaiming a physical form. Although he was oblivious to his true identity, the Black Mountain Sect had high-ranking practitioners who could easily uncover it. Thus, preventing the young master's essence from escaping was indeed a blessing. With this thought in mind, Yihan unhesitatingly produced a flame talisman. Upon his decision, he unleashed the talisman, incinerating the physical form of the young master. Numerous treasures erupted from his remains, 7 storage bags, and though his armor was battered, it was undoubtedly valuable and could be restored with the right opportunity. Yihan recalled that when he visited the treasure vault on 7 Shin Peak, he had not encountered any armor-like artifacts. In the realm of cultivators, offensive treasures often came in complete sets, such as those capable of deploying sword formations, comprising dozens of flying swords and fetching exorbitant prices. Conversely, defensive treasures like armor boasted incredible protective capabilities and extensive coverage, requiring extraordinary materials for their crafting. This individual was truly worthy of being the young master of the Black Mountain Sect, adorned with treasures from head to toe. Yihan then returned to incinerate the remains of the other advantageous corpses, ensuring their identity tokens were likewise destroyed. With a few swift motions, he reappeared in the Yuan Valley, where he found the Yuan fairy being supported by the little red figure, appearing gravely weakened. It seemed that casting the formation had taken a toll on her. Yihan regarded her with concern, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "How are you faring? Do you require assistance?" The Yuan fairy shook her head, replying, "This is an old ailment of mine." Pausing momentarily, her expression turned serious as she gazed at Yihan and said, "Dear friend, now that the young master of Black Mountain has perished, the followers of the Black Mountain Sect will soon become aware of this and will dispatch individuals to search for his whereabouts. You must hasten to depart and seek refuge in a safe place." Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow. It was certain that he would leave, yet abandoning Fairy Yulan and Xiaohong felt somewhat remiss. Observing Yihan's hesitation, Fairy Yulan promptly exclaimed, "Friend, we are immensely grateful for your assistance. However, we too must depart immediately. We have a secure location to which we are heading, so you need not worry." Acknowledging her words, Yihan offered a deep bow. He nodded and replied, "Then take care of yourselves." With that, He clasped his hands in farewell, stating, "I shall take my leave." He then turned to walk away. Just then, Fairy Yuan called out, "Friend, wait a moment. I have something to bestow upon you. Please accept it." Chapter 156. Shortcomings. Upon hearing these words, Yihan turned to look at the Jade Orchid Fairy and replied, "No need. I am fortunate to have encountered this situation and thus require no reward from the fairy." Initially, when he arrived at the Jade Orchid Valley, Yihan held a rather unfavorable impression of the Jade Orchid Fairy, especially considering that Yi Chunfeng had sacrificed his life for her, yet she displayed little reaction. However, the Jade Orchid Fairy effortlessly employed a formation to deal with the likes of the Black Mountain Young Master and his companions. Yet, Yihan soon discerned that her aura was markedly weaker than before, tinged with a palpable sense of decay. Clearly, employing this formation exacted a significant toll on her, likely consuming half of her lifespan and essence. It was evident that strands of her hair had begun to turn gray. The Jade Orchid Fairy was evidently deeply saddened by Yi Chunfeng's demise, willing to forsake everything for vengeance, though she concealed her sorrow beneath a veneer of composure. Thus, Yihan's perception of the Jade Orchid Fairy had completely transformed, and he naturally felt disinclined to accept her reward. The Jade Orchid Fairy spoke earnestly, "Friend, you worry too much. I actually have a request of you." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with intent as they locked onto Yihan. Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow, immediately feeling even less inclined to accept what he deemed a reward. Having already found it burdensome to deliver a medicinal pill as per Yi Chunfeng's request, he had narrowly escaped with his life when encountering a foundation-building practitioner. The prospect of the Jade Orchid Fairy asking for further assistance filled him with trepidation. He simply wished to return to the Qingxuan sect to cultivate diligently, avoiding any further entanglements until his cultivation was more robust. Thus, he promptly replied, "Fairy, as you can see, my cultivation is limited, and I am of little help to you." The Jade Orchid Fairy responded without hesitation, "Rest assured, this matter will be a mere trifle for you and will not pose any inconvenience." With that, she produced several thick tomes from her storage bag and presented them to Yihan, saying, "Friend, these are my insights and diagrams regarding the study of formations I have compiled over the years. My lifespan is uncertain, but should you be interested, you may learn from them or find a worthy owner for these volumes." Her voice faltered momentarily, and a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze as she continued, "Thus, I wish to entrust this matter to you." Upon hearing her words, Yihan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he contemplated the formidable power of her sword formation, which had indeed been astonishing. Even foundation-building practitioners were gravely injured, and had her sword talismans not expended their potency, it was likely that the Black Mountain Young Master would have met his end. This revelation ignited within Yihan a profound interest in the art of formations. Consequently, he accepted the tomes, nodding in agreement. "In that case, I shall accept these. I will make good use of them." The Jade Orchid Fairy bowed respectfully in response. "Thank you, friend. Farewell." Yihan cast a deep glance at her before sprinting away. Meanwhile, the little red girl watched Yihan's retreating figure and, feeling displeased, said to Fairy Yuan, "Fairy, why did you so casually bestow your formation techniques upon that fellow?" Fairy Yuan replied nonchalantly, "How do you know I entrusted them casually? This friend is truly worthy of trust. Do you wish for me to carry these secrets to my grave?" Little Red could not help but retort, "But aren't they mine as well?" Without hesitation, Fairy Yuan declared, "You are not cut from the right cloth." Just as they spoke, a bottle of elixir soared toward Fairy Yuan from afar. She effortlessly caught it, and upon opening, discovered it contained a 9 turns blood-restoring pill. Gazing at the elixir, her eyes drifted into the distance. "This friend is exceedingly generous." She then addressed Little Red, "Little Red, gather our belongings. We must depart at once." "All right, Fairy. Where are we headed?" "There is a refuge for us. Fret not. As for the matter of slaying young Master Heishan, the Heishan sect would never dare pursue us there." "That is reassuring." Yihan raced through a dense forest, utilizing a wind-boosting talisman, while his cloud-soaring boots were fully activated. Together, these enhancements propelled his speed beyond that of typical cultivators at the 11th or 12th level of Qi refinement. It was unavoidable, since Fairy Yuan had joined him in vanquishing young Master Heishan. Their companionship was fraught with danger. The Heishan sect, behind young Master Heishan, would undoubtedly seek to uncover the cause of his demise and exact vengeance. Thus, he could not lead Fairy Yuan away, but rather sought a secure location for her. Moreover, traveling together made them larger targets. Both he and Fairy Yuan were at risk. His sole desire was to return swiftly to the Qingxuan sect. Once he reached the Qingxuan sect, the Heishan sect would be powerless against him. Furthermore, Yihan resolved that upon his return to the Qingxuan sect, he would refrain from any further activities unless absolutely necessary. In just a few days, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times while attempting to seize treasures. As Yihan dashed forward with all his might, he encountered several cultivators along the way who harbored intentions to confront him. Yet, Yihan's speed was simply too swift. And since those he encountered were not high-ranking cultivators, they barely had the chance to act before he vanished from their sight. For days later, Yihan, weary and dust-laden, returned to the Qingxuan sect. Upon gazing at the imposing twin gates of the sect, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. During his journey back, he had crossed paths with several waves of cultivators intent on murder and treasure seizing, but fortunately, his wits had served him well. In the latter part of his journey, he had donned an invisibility cloak, continuously evading detection and eluding those with dubious intentions. Moreover, as he neared the Qingxuan sect, the number of malevolent cultivators in the vicinity had notably diminished. Upon descending the mountain this time, Yihan became acutely aware of his numerous shortcomings. For instance, his cultivation level is insufficient. Both the fully realized Red Lady of the Qi refinement stage and the recently ascended Black Mountain Young Master of the Foundation establishment stage could easily vanquish him. This realization is paramount. His cultivation stands at merely the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage, which would inevitably lead to an abundance of troubles during his excursions. First and foremost, he must elevate his cultivation. Furthermore, he currently lacks formidable escape spells or magical artifacts. When confronted by dangerous cultivators or ferocious beasts, it is entirely natural that he would find himself outmatched, and yet he would also be unable to flee, forced instead to endure the confrontation. Reflecting on his encounter with the Red Lady, had he possessed the means to escape, he would have undoubtedly chosen not to confront her directly. After all, the ability to defeat her was, in part, a result of his clever strategies and, in part, sheer fortune. Such strokes of luck are not guaranteed to recur. Thus, it is imperative for him to acquire a highly effective means of escape, whether that be a superior evasion technique or some other form of treasure. Additionally, his cultivation of spiritual awareness remains inadequate. Chapter 157. Harvest in Truth. Yihan's spiritual awareness cultivation is comparatively strong among practitioners of the same rank. This aspect stands out as the most prominent feature of his innate talent when juxtaposed with ordinary cultivators. However, when faced with immortal beings of superior cultivation, should they render themselves invisible, he would be utterly oblivious to their presence. Additionally, concerning the control of magical artifacts, even though he possesses the refining treasure technique, he can only command around 3 items simultaneously. If he could manage a greater number of artifacts, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in battles. Having conducted a thorough self-assessment, Yihan recognizes his numerous shortcomings and has a clear direction for his future cultivation endeavors. However, techniques for acceleration and similar methodologies are rare and elusive. Fortunately, the Qingxuan sect's Qingxuan Peak houses a library abundant with various cultivation techniques and secret methods. Given his current assets, acquiring a few of these secret techniques should not pose a challenge. After slaying the likes of young Master Heishan and others, he hastily returned, refraining from venturing into Qingniu City. On one hand, he feared encountering the disciples of the Heishan sect. Should higher-ranking members arrive swiftly, he would find himself in a precarious situation. On the other hand, he was reluctant to sell his acquired treasures at Tianning Square, uncertain if Han Xiushui would divulge his identity to others. Moreover, acting too hastily could reveal that the artifacts he possessed were remnants of young Master Heishan's belongings, still imbued with residual spiritual imprints and magical auras. To present them for sale would inadvertently signal to others that he was the one responsible for their demise. In fact, Yihan dared not even take them out, fearing that any lingering aura might attract the attention of high-ranking members of the Heishan sect. He bore an unshakable concern for the fate of Yulan Fairy and her attendant. If they were captured, their fate would be dire. Yet this is the nature of the immortal cultivation world. With insufficient strength, there is little one can achieve. After gathering his thoughts, he restored his original appearance and entered the mountain gate. Upon entering the realm of the Qingxuan sect, Yi Han felt a sense of relief. The protection of a sect's mountain gate offered him a greater sense of security. He hurriedly ascended Qingxuan Peak, making his way toward his cave dwelling. Just as he approached, he overheard a conversation between two inner disciples. "What? You say senior brother Jinfeng has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage?" "Indeed, he has truly succeeded. He is currently in seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation at the foundation establishment level." "Good heavens, where did he procure the foundation establishment pill? You wouldn't believe it. Rumor has it that during this descent from the mountain, senior brother Jinfeng stumbled upon the cave of an ancient cultivator and obtained the treasure needed for his advancement." "Is it really that easy to acquire treasures? How enviable." "Indeed, it is said that senior brother Jinfeng's acquisition of this treasure was purely serendipitous." "And how did this coincidence occur?" "How would I know? Only senior brother Jinfeng himself is privy to that." Yi Han listened as the two spoke while gradually departing, their expressions darkening. He certainly remembered that detestable senior brother Jinfeng. He had never anticipated that after being driven away by the Qingfeng fairy, Jinfeng would cease to trouble him. Now, unexpectedly, he had heard news of him. This seemingly ordinary individual, with an unsavory temperament and character, had fortuitously acquired the method for advancing to the foundation establishment stage and had even succeeded in doing so. Where could one seek justice for such absurdity? The two disciples furrowed their brows upon seeing Yi Han, ceased their conversation, and turned to leave. How infuriating! Jinfeng had actually advanced to the foundation establishment stage. No wonder he and T appeared recently to cause him trouble. However, Jinfeng's advancement was hardly good news for him. Yet, upon reflection, even if Jinfeng had progressed to the foundation establishment stage, he was now a named disciple of Elder Seven. Jinfeng would not dare to act against him if he were aware of this status. Still, Yi Han felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. He hastily made his way back to his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Han Yuan was in her own cave, cultivating and attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He wondered if she would succeed. He sincerely hoped she would, as having another friend at the foundation establishment stage would certainly be advantageous. Upon returning to his cave, he sensed intense fiery energy emanating from Han Yuan's cultivation chamber, indicating she was at a crucial moment in her breakthrough. Yi Han chose not to disturb her, entering his own room and activating the room's protective barriers. He then retrieved the items from his storage bag. Although this descent from the mountain had been perilous, with several near brushes with death and encounters with increasingly formidable cultivators, he considered himself fortunate to have returned safely, acquiring a wealth of spoils in the process. In fact, calling them merely plentiful would be an understatement. They were far more abundant and astonishing than what he had previously obtained. The treasures from the Black Mountain Young Master alone surpassed all he had acquired before. Foremost among these treasures were the 8 black long swords wielded by the Black Mountain Young Master. These were not mere magical artifacts, but a complete set of spiritual tools. What does this signify? It meant that Yi Han, who had yet to advance to the foundation establishment stage, already possessed a complete set of spiritual flying swords. The only regret was that these spiritual swords had sustained considerable damage from their clash with the sword Qi of the Yuan sword array deployed by Fairy Yuan, making repairs quite challenging. Nevertheless, even if they were in pristine condition, Yi Han would find it impossible to refine these spiritual tools. The value of this complete set of spiritual tools could easily reach around 100,000 spirit stones, and such treasures are difficult to procure even at that price. Such a remarkable treasure, Yi Han naturally decided to keep it for himself. On one hand, he aimed to find a way to restore this precious item, and on the other, he sought to ascertain the attributes of these 8 long swords, as well as the corresponding spells associated with them. The second delightful surprise came from the treasures possessed by the young master of Black Mountain. The exquisite set of beast armor, crafted from the essence and souls of 100 different demonic beasts, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. However, much like the previous item, this armor had also suffered significant damage from sword energy. Yi Han estimated that the restoration of this beast armor alone would require 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Although Yi Han had exchanged most of his spirit stones in Tianning Square for healing and cultivation elixirs, he was fortunate to discover over 10,000 spirit stones within the storage bag of the young master of Black Mountain. Additionally, he managed to gather over 1,000 spirit stones from his subordinates. The ensuing treasures continued to astonish Yihan, as he unexpectedly stumbled upon an even more suitable artifact for his use. Chapter 158. Abundance from one of the storage bags belonging to the young master of Black Mountain. He retrieved 6 glimmering flying swords that emanated a chilling aura. Remarkably, these 6 swords were a complete set of high-grade wooden attribute flying swords. The flying dagger he had previously wielded, the scale dagger, had lost its essence when it was corroded by the bizarre black mist expelled by the skeletal beast summoned by the Red Lady. Now devoid of spirit, it possessed little power and was hardly worth the effort to restore. Most importantly, the 3 scaled daggers were not particularly compatible with his Qingxuan sword technique. They were merely makeshift weapons due to a lack of alternatives. Moreover, he had now attained the rudiments of the Qingxuan sword technique, which, when wielded with wooden attribute flying swords, would significantly enhance its potency. Furthermore, utilizing more than 6 flying swords would enable the formation of a sword array for an offensive attack with the Qingxuan sword technique. Was it not fortuitous that just as he contemplated rest, an opportunity presented itself? Upon closer inspection of the 6 flying swords, he discerned that they bore a potent spiritual consciousness imprint, presumably belonging to the young master of Black Mountain. It appeared that the young master had also cultivated a complete sword technique, and these 6 swords were known as the Wood Spirit flying swords. Should he successfully refine them, his execution of the Qingxuan sword technique would be greatly augmented, finally providing him with a weapon that truly suited his style of attack. However, the current dilemma lay in his insufficient spiritual cultivation to simultaneously wield all 6 flying swords. Nevertheless, this was not an insurmountable issue. Once his cultivation reached sufficient heights, he would be able to employ them with ease. Naturally, erasing the residual spiritual imprint from these swords would require some time, as his prowess was far inferior to that of the young master. The task of eliminating the imprint left behind would demand considerable effort. As he rummaged through the young master's storage bag, Yihan increasingly sensed the vast wealth possessed by a cultivator of noble birth. This individual was akin to one born with a golden key, for the treasures and resources at his disposal were beyond what an ordinary cultivator could hope to amass. This realization deepened Yihan's understanding of why the cultivation world was rife with practitioners who resorted to murder and treasure theft. Diligent cultivators, who painstakingly ventured into perilous territories inhabited by demonic beasts in search of rare treasures, often risked their lives exploring ancient ruins and dangerous realms, only to return empty-handed or, worse, sustain grave injuries or lose their lives. How much simpler it was to kill and plunder. Even defeating a weaker Qi refining cultivator could yield significant rewards. Yihan himself had benefited from the defeat of other cultivators, beginning with his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan's slaying of the Qin Mountain's 2 villains, followed by his own victories over 5 disciples of the Blackwater Sect, and culminating with confrontations against the Red Lady and the young master of Black Mountain. Indeed, the rewards are bountiful, and it is no wonder that so many cultivators become ensnared in the allure of murder and treasure-seeking. The realm of cultivation is a ruthless world, where the strong prey upon the weak. Yihan finds himself somewhat perplexed regarding his own mindset. Perhaps it is the influence of the murderous intent he has absorbed after being possessed by the aura of the purple cauldron on several occasions. Or could it be that after traversing the cultivation world, he has come to understand the harsh truth of survival of the fittest? Regardless, Yihan is not inclined to ponder the reasons, for his sole aspiration remains to attain immortality and transcendence. However, the other defensive treasures possessed by young Master Heishan have diminished significantly, having been largely destroyed while fending off the array attacks from Fairy Yuan. The only exception is the flying treasure, a golden sword, which remains intact. Yet, as Yihan is merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he is unable to wield such a treasure for swift escape. He must wait until his cultivation is sufficient or consider trading it for spirit stones. Among the items that pique Yihan's interest is a technique contained within young Master Heishan's storage bag, an elusive footwork method known as the ghostly steps. As the name suggests, this technique allows its practitioner to move with the swiftness and stealth of a phantom. However, it appears that young Master Heishan did not successfully cultivate this skill. It is uncertain whether he had recently acquired it or lacked the time to practice. If he had mastered it, he surely would have been able to evade the assaults of Fairy Yuan's sword formation. In this regard, fortune has favored Yihan. As for the remaining items, they consist of various materials and rare treasures, which Yihan will set aside for future use. Additionally, he plans to visit Tianning Square in 2 months, where he intends to sell those lesser valuables devoid of spiritual imprints. Among young Master Heishan's subordinates, aside from a few spirit stones and minor elixirs, there are no noteworthy possessions left. Their defenses were nearly exhausted under the relentless assault of Fairy Yulan's sword formation. Although the skeletal beast of Hongyang has sustained considerable damage, Yihan has decided to bring it back. Its surface is marred with cracks, making repairs quite challenging. After organizing these items, Yihan discovered a spacious storage bag belonging to young Master Heishan, measuring a square yard. He promptly exchanged it for his own, consolidating his belongings and thereby reducing the number of storage bags he must carry. Moreover, Yihan holds a keen interest in the talismanic arts left behind by Yi Chunxing and intends to dedicate time to their study. He has noted the presence of several advanced talismans within the texts, whose successful crafting would yield astonishing power, enabling him to triumph over formidable adversaries through cunning and surprise. For instance, the talismans that allow one to be possessed by a demonic beast not only grant the wielder the formidable power of the beast, but also enable them to assume its physical form, thereby significantly enhancing their cultivation and magical prowess. This phenomenon is indeed quite terrifying for advanced practitioners. However, lacking any foundational knowledge in talisman cultivation, embarking on this journey from scratch poses considerable challenges. On another note, when departing from the Yulan Valley, the Fairy Yulan entrusted him with her insights on the art of formation and some schematics, suggesting he find a suitable candidate to inherit them. In truth, Fairy Yulan harbored an aura of impending doom. Although he had bestowed upon her a 9-turn blood recovery pill before his departure, it could not salvage her life. It is likely that she was aware of her dwindling time, which prompted her to pass on these precious materials to him. Having witnessed the Fairy Yulan command the Yulan sword formation to confront the numerous foes, claiming many lives, it was evident that had the power of the sword talismans not been exhausted, the Black Mountain young master would have met his demise at the hands of the formation without his intervention. After experiencing the might of the Yulan sword formation, Yihan found himself profoundly intrigued by the art of formations. Consequently, he devised a series of cultivation plans for himself. Chapter 159, Dao Companion. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, retracting the aura of his magical essence. He had consumed a mid-grade qi refining pill, and, after 2 days of diligent refinement, he finally absorbed its essence. The magical energy he had expended during his journey had been fully restored. In truth, he sensed that despite not having achieved a complete breakthrough in his cultivation, he was on the verge of advancing to the 9th layer of the qi refining stage. However, Yihan had resolved to devote this period to rigorous training within the cave dwelling on Qingxuan Peak. Opting not to rely on the power of the purple cauldron for his cultivation, he felt that his foundation was still unstable, and furthermore, the cauldron's aura significantly influenced his state of mind. Whenever he took the cauldron out, an impulse to slay and seize treasures surged within him, as the malevolence it harbored was truly formidable. The thought of using it for cultivation was out of the question. Reflecting on this, he felt quite vexed. Even though he had obtained the purple golden rune from Yi Chunxing, placing it alongside the purple cauldron had not elicited any notable reaction, which puzzled him. This place had clearly reacted to the purple golden rune, so why was there no response when they were together? Thus, Yihan realized he could only cultivate independently for now. Fortunately, he possessed an ample supply of medicinal pills and was situated in a cave brimming with spiritual energy, having activated a formation to absorb the surrounding essence. The abundance of spiritual energy within the cave, combined with his pills, would facilitate an astonishingly rapid cultivation pace, provided he did not encounter insurmountable obstacles. Yihan decided to immerse himself in the experience of self-cultivation. After all, he had perused the travelogues and insights of fellow practitioners, noting that many tasks could be achieved with greater simplicity. Yet, facing and overcoming difficulties proved immensely rewarding. Although Yihan felt a sense of urgency regarding his cultivation progress, he understood that haste would yield no results. Relying too heavily on the purple cauldron might ultimately hinder his growth. With this resolution in mind, he commenced his rigorous training. After consuming the medicinal pills and practicing his cultivation techniques, he diligently engaged in the blood refining technique, investing considerable effort into it. Why had Yihan intensified his practice of the blood-refining technique? He finally grasped the advantages of cultivating a strong physical form as emphasized by his senior brother, Zhang Qingxuan. On 2 recent excursions, one with Han Yuan to capture the Earth Spirit Beast in the Tianwang Valley, he had depleted his vitality but recovered at a pace far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. In his recent life-or-death duel with Hong Yangzi, he discovered that his physical strength and vitality were on par with those of the fully realized Hong Yangzi in the Qi refining stage. Even after sustaining injuries, he felt he still had the strength to fight. Now, he began to understand why someone with Zhang Qingxuan's benevolent nature could thrive in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps his physical form is exceedingly formidable, rendering him an invincible entity among practitioners of the same rank. It is precisely due to this prowess that he managed to accomplish the perilous task of slaying 5 rogue cultivators alongside the blood-withering bird mission. Of course, this is also related to the magical axe wielded by senior brother Zhang Qingxuan and other secrets unknown to him. However, the body-refining technique he imparted, known as the blood refinement method, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Each time he practices, he can distinctly feel a surge of vitality and enhancement of strength. He vaguely senses that his physical constitution has grown more resilient, and his resistance to ailments has significantly increased. In his spare time from cultivation, Yihan frequents the library, where he enjoys the privilege of free access to its vast collection. On this day, he once again visited the library, but instead of entering the reading area, he proceeded directly to the counter for exchanging techniques. From a distance, he spotted Yi Lingji assisting a fellow cultivator in selecting a technique at one of the counters. Yihan queued patiently behind her. Upon noticing him, Yi Lingji's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Yihan returned the gesture with a smile. Soon, Yi Lingji completed the transaction for the disciple and warmly greeted Yihan. "Senior brother Yi, it has been quite a while." This remark reminded her of their last encounter when she saw him walking alongside Han Yuan, the most beautiful fairy of Qingxuan Peak. It is well known that Han Yuan, often referred to as the Jade Fairy, seldom interacts with male disciples. Yet that day, she appeared to be in delightful conversation with Yihan. Recently, she had heard a rumor that the Jade Fairy now resides in Yihan's cave dwelling, suggesting they may be in a romantic relationship. This news has left many male disciples heartbroken and envious. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingji felt a twinge of melancholy, although it did not deeply affect her, as she had only crossed paths with Yihan a couple of times. Given the vast difference in their standings, she thought it unlikely that anything could come of it. Nevertheless, she could not help but greet him upon seeing him again, especially since Yihan is a disciple of the 7th Elder, holding a distinguished status and being quite amiable. Yihan nodded and replied, "It has indeed been a while, junior sister Yi." Yi Lingji then inquired directly, "Senior brother Yi, what technique do you wish to exchange for, or is there something you need?" Yihan responded straightforwardly, "I seek a technique to enhance my spiritual consciousness. Is there any available?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingji quickly replied, "We do have some, but they are exclusively for foundation establishment cultivators. Unfortunately, we do not possess any techniques for the Qi refining stage that enhance spiritual consciousness." Yihan's expression revealed a hint of disappointment as he lamented, "I see. Then it seems there is no recourse." However, Yi Lingji promptly added, "But, senior brother Yi, while we at Qingxuan Peak may not have what you seek, the library of Qingxian Sect might hold something suitable. The collection there is 3 to 4 times larger than that of Qingxuan Peak." Upon hearing these words, Yihan's gaze shifted, as he understood that the library of the Qingxian Sect served as the repository for the entire sect, while the library of Qingxuan Peak was exclusively accessible to the inner disciples of Qingxuan Peak. Thus, Yihan responded, "Very well, I shall go and explore that place." However, Yi Lingji interjected, "Senior brother Yi, if you intend to exchange for martial techniques at the Qingxian Sect's library, mere spirit stones will not suffice. You may require merit points from the sect or the completion of sect tasks to obtain them. You should take a closer look, senior brother." Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow. He possessed neither merit points from the Qingxian Sect nor any sect tasks. How would he manage to make an exchange? At that moment, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and a communication talisman descended before Yihan. A communication talisman? Yihan frowned upon seeing this. To be able to use a communication talisman within the Qingxian Sect indicated a formidable level of cultivation. Chapter 160. Third Senior Brother Zhang Lingjun, however, among the Qingxuan sect. It seems that only my somewhat lenient master, the seventh elder, would send me a communication talisman. Indeed, as Yihan activated the talisman, the voice of the seventh elder resonated. Yihan, come to my cave dwelling, located on the right side of the peak of Qingxuan Peak. Zhang Shixiang will meet you there. Upon hearing the seventh elder's voice, Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. What could his lenient master possibly want from him? Yi Lingji gazed at Yihan with envy, thinking how fortunate it would be to have a golden core stage elder as a master. Yihan turned to her and said, Sister Yi, there is nothing to worry about. I must take my leave. Yi Lingji politely replied, Please, Shixiang, if you have the opportunity, do share some insights on cultivation with me. Yihan casually responded, Of course. Sister, feel free to visit my cave dwelling anytime. Thank you, Shixiang. After exchanging a few cordial words with Yi Lingji, Yihan departed from the library and ascended towards the summit of Qingxuan Peak. Initially, he intended to peruse the library for techniques to enhance his spiritual awareness. If none were found, he would read for a while before returning to his cultivation. However, it was curious that his lenient master had suddenly summoned him. What could a venerable elder of the Golden Core stage possibly want? Thus, Yihan hastened his flight up the mountain. He was unaware of the precise location of his master's cave dwelling. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, he spotted a tall, elegant young man with a handsome visage, dressed in a flowing gray robe, standing there waiting. Yihan could not discern the young man's aura, indicating that he was at least a foundation establishment stage cultivator. As Yihan approached, he respectfully bowed. Esteemed Shirshu, are you here too? Before Yihan could finish, the young man interrupted, I am Zhang Lingjun, the third disciple of Master. You must address me as Shixiang. With that, he gazed intently at Yihan, revealing a hint of astonishment, his brow twitching slightly, yet he remained silent. Yihan perceptively sensed the peculiar expression of the young man. Nonetheless, he respectfully bowed again. I pay my respects to third Shixiang. This third Shixiang was indeed a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. It was wise to foster a good relationship with him, especially since it was evident that he was not merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Afterward, Zhang Lingjun waved his hand, summoning a flying magical artifact resembling a ruler. He soared into the air and, with a flick of his wrist, enveloped Yihan in a surge of magical energy, saying casually, Master awaits you. Come with me. He then led Yihan as they sped away, crossing several mountain peaks until they arrived at a realm rich in spiritual energy, a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. A small valley appeared below, meticulously arranged with enchanting flora and fauna, where birds and beasts roamed freely. Zhang Lingjun guided Yihan to a quaint wooden house, and in the courtyard stood three individuals, including Yihan's master, the seventh elder, and a stunningly beautiful female cultivator with an imposing presence. The seventh elder sat face to face with the female cultivator, behind whom stood a girl of about 12 or 13, her dark eyes and long lashes giving her an enchanting appearance reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Zhang Lingjun respectfully announced to the seventh elder, Master, I have brought junior brother Yihan. Yihan bowed respectfully and greeted, Disciple pays respects to Master. The seventh elder nodded, scanning Yihan from head to toe with a gaze as sharp as a sword, revealing a hint of surprise as he remarked, Not bad. It seems you have been diligent in your studies during this time, and made considerable progress. He then waved his hand to Zhang Lingjun. Zhang Lingjun bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. The female cultivator beside the seventh elder cast a glance at Yihan, initially displaying a hint of disdain. But after probing with her consciousness, she too revealed an expression of astonishment, saying, Senior brother Mingjing, your disciple is quite impressive. As the female cultivator's gaze swept over him, Yihan felt as though his very essence had been laid bare. Indeed, it was as if low-level cultivators possessed no secrets in the presence of high-level ones. Fortunately, these advanced practitioners could not delve into the contents of a cultivator's storage pouch with their formidable consciousness, which relieved Yihan somewhat. However, sitting together with his master, the seventh elder placed him on equal footing, and it was only natural for this female cultivator, a formidable golden core practitioner, to discern his cultivation level and progress at a glance. Such a feeling of having no secrets was undeniably unsettling. Yet, conversely, if a mere Qi refinement stage novice could shield himself from the observation of a golden core expert, it would raise even more questions. Thus, the seventh elder introduced, Yihan, this is the fourth elder of Mingwei Peak. Yihan, upon hearing this, bowed respectfully to the fourth elder. Disciple pays respects to the fourth elder. The fourth elder smiled warmly and replied, since you are senior brother Mingjing's disciple, you may simply call me fourth uncle. The distinction between the titles of fourth elder and fourth uncle suggested a close relationship between the fourth elder and the seventh elder, as Yihan, based on cultivation level, would not typically address the fourth elder as an uncle. Yihan bowed once more, affirming yes. I pay my respects to fourth uncle. The seventh elder then said to Yihan, Yihan, next to fourth uncle is her disciple, Qin Mingwei. You should get acquainted. Yihan glanced at Qin Mingwei, and upon her gaze meeting his, he bowed, saying, Greetings, senior sister Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghui's eyes sparkled, and with a cheerful demeanor, she replied, Senior brother Yi. You seem much older than me. How can I be called your senior sister? Her voice was melodious, and her large, luminous eyes radiated charm. Yihan explained, Senior sister Qin's cultivation is higher than mine. As a junior, I should address her as senior sister. Qin Minghui giggled, I am merely a single level above you. It's not a significant difference. Let us consider age instead. The fourth elder, standing nearby, gently patted her head and remarked, By age, he is indeed younger than you. Let us not dispute this matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghui widened her eyes in astonishment as she gazed at Yihan. Her curiosity piqued by how he had grown so tall. Yihan merely shrugged, offering no explanation. Though Qin Minghui appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, Yihan had yet to reach his 12th birthday. He had simply experienced a sudden growth spurt due to his rigorous cultivation of the blood refinement technique. Nevertheless, he too was intrigued as to why the seventh elder had summoned him. The atmosphere felt rather peculiar. The seventh elder then cast a glance at the fourth elder and inquired, Qingling, what are your thoughts on Yihan? The fourth elder nodded in response, stating, While his cultivation may be somewhat lacking, his foundation is solid, and both his physical form and spiritual awareness are commendable. He practices the Qingxuan technique, which is promising. However, I am curious about his performance in actual combat. With that, she looked at Qin Minghui and then back at Yihan, suggesting, Perhaps we should let the two of them spar? Chapter 161. A contest of skills. Yihan listened intently to the dialogue between Elder 7 and Elder 4, unable to comprehend their intentions. What did they mean by suggesting he spar with Qin Minghui? This notion stirred a peculiar feeling within him, and he noticed Qin Minghui blinking her large eyes at him in curiosity. At that moment, Elder 7 addressed Yihan. Yihan, I have observed your recent progress with great satisfaction. Qin Minghui, being of a similar age and cultivation level, would make an excellent partner for you to engage in a friendly exchange. Elder 4 chimed in. You two should fully utilize your skills and artifacts. With us present, there is no cause for concern. Yihan was well aware that with two golden core cultivators nearby, it would be impossible for them, as qi refining practitioners, to inadvertently harm one another while demonstrating their techniques. In moments of peril, both elders would undoubtedly intervene instantaneously. However, this situation left Yihan pondering why he was being urged to spar with Qin Minghui. Was there a particular purpose behind this? Or was it merely a means to assess their respective combat capabilities? Perhaps they had ulterior motives. As Yihan contemplated these questions, Elder 7 chuckled. Yihan, do not overthink it. Simply do your best. Elder 4 then encouraged Qin Minghui. Huir, unleash all that you have learned from Master Mingjing to observe. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghui was eager to begin. Very well. I look forward to your guidance, junior brother Yi. Realizing that this sparring match was inevitable, Yihan conceded. I kindly ask for your instruction, senior sister. He understood that Elder 7 had summoned him primarily to engage in this contest with Qin Minghui. However, the elder's insistence on them exerting their full strength left Yihan conflicted. Should he strive for victory or simply participate? Regardless, this confrontation was unavoidable, so he decided to proceed. Qin Minghui was at the 10th level of qi refinement, significantly surpassing him in cultivation, and she was a disciple of a golden core practitioner. Unlike him, who was merely a nominal disciple, the disparity in their training experiences could prove consequential. Let us begin. Elder 7 waved his hand, enveloping Yihan in a surge of energy that propelled him skyward. Elder 4 took Qin Minghui alongside him, both swiftly flying away. It would be inappropriate to damage the flora surrounding Elder 7's abode during their contest. In mere moments, They arrived at a vast valley marked by numerous traces of previous duels, indicating that practitioners often engaged in combat here. As they descended, Elder 7 positioned Yi Han in the center of the arena, standing several dozen yards away. Elder 4 encouraged Qin Minghui, "Go forth." Qin Minghui stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yi Han. "Please, junior brother Yi, enlighten me." Yi Han reciprocated the gesture. "Senior sister Qin, I humbly accept your challenge." Qin Minghui nodded slightly, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals, as a surge of magical energy enveloped her entire being, emanating a chilling aura of water. She appeared to be practicing a water-based technique reserved for true disciples, the Water God technique. The astonishing spiritual energy of water exploded forth from her, swirling around her form. With a vigorous gesture directed towards Yi Han, she commanded, "Go." As Qin Minghui continued to weave her hand seals, magical runes pulsated, unleashing a series of incantations. Waves of watery energy coalesced in the air, transforming into formidable icy tempests that surged towards Yi Han. The atmosphere thickened with frost. Yi Han furrowed his brows. Forming his own seals, his magical force activated instantly as he forcefully pointed ahead. The Vine Soul Technique. Vines coalesced beneath Qin Minghui, snaking towards her like ethereal serpents. Their rapid approach startled her, prompting her to unleash rippling waves of water beneath her feet, swiftly evading the encroaching vines. However, the relentless pursuit of the vines beneath her continued. Qin Minghui, undeterred, executed a series of hand seals, summoning icy spikes with each forceful stomp. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact resonated with a thunderous blast, causing a tempest of ice to erupt beneath her, rapidly freezing the ground within a radius of several yards. As the frigid air surged forth, Yi Han suddenly realized that his Vine Soul technique, which drew upon the spiritual energy of the wood element, was noticeably slowing. Moreover, as soon as he unleashed the technique, the vines rapidly crystallized into ice, becoming rigid and visually striking in the air. Furrowing his brows, Yi Han hastily performed another series of seals, striking the ground with fervor. With a whoosh, the Vine Soul technique was reactivated. This time, the vines twisted and coiled into fist-like shapes, launching a relentless barrage of punches towards Qin Minghui. Observing this, she swiftly executed a series of seals, conjuring ice shields that materialized before her. The colossal fists generated by the Vine Soul technique pounded against the ice shields, causing them to crack and shatter, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. It appeared that Yi Han held a slight advantage in this confrontation. Watching the unfolding scene, the fourth elder's expression shifted slightly as he remarked to the seventh elder, "Brother Mingjing, your disciple has cultivated his spells remarkably well. He has evidently mastered the second level of the Vine Soul technique." The seventh elder, observing Yi Han's adept use of the technique, felt a sense of satisfaction. It was clear that he had not made a poor choice in accepting Yi Han as his disciple. However, he maintained a humble facade, stating, "It's nothing extraordinary. While my disciple's innate talent may be average, he possesses commendable abilities in other areas." The fourth elder chuckled. "Not only is that correct, she is far superior to Xiaohui." Her words seemed to intentionally provoke Qin Minghui, and indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Minghui's expression darkened. Despite her higher cultivation and greater age than Yi Han, the fact that she was now at a disadvantage was somewhat humiliating. Thus, Qin Minghui addressed the fourth elder, "Master, when you say to give it our all, does that mean we are allowed to use magical artifacts?" Upon hearing this, Yi Han's brow slightly furrowed. Qin Minghui, being the fourth elder's disciple, undoubtedly possessed more treasures than he did. If she were to employ magical artifacts, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to contend with her without using his own. The fourth elder remained silent, but the seventh elder spoke in a deep voice. "When we say to give it your all, that certainly includes the use of magical artifacts. Rest assured, with us here, nothing will go amiss." Upon hearing these words, Yi Han felt a stir of intrigue within himself. What did this imply? Chapter 162, The Contest of Magic, Part 1. Yi Han understood his master's words in their most literal sense. However, he was oblivious to the treasures he possessed. What was the meaning of this scenario? Qin Minghui, as the disciple of the fourth elder and closely associated with him, undoubtedly had numerous treasures at her disposal. Did his master imply that he should concede to Qin Minghui to preserve the fourth elder's dignity? No. If that were the case, There would be no need for them to engage in a contest at all. Moreover, he had to excel. Otherwise, he would forever remain a mere nominal disciple, unable to attain the status of a formal disciple of the seventh elder, a privilege that could not be succinctly articulated. The opportunity to receive guidance from someone at the Golden Core stage alone was a compelling incentive for Yi Han to commit himself wholeheartedly. He resolved to withhold the more clandestine treasures he possessed. Qin Minghui, however, remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence as she declared, "Then I shall make my move." With that, she tapped her storage bag, and a glimmering sword of cold radiance surged forth, swirling with an icy brilliance that sliced through the air. The radiant sword multiplied, transforming from 1 into 2, then 4, and finally 8. With a flick of her finger aimed at Yi Han, she commanded, "Go." The 8 beams of sword light, born from the icy sword, whirled rapidly in the air, dividing in various directions, forward, backward, left, right, and above, rushing towards Yi Han with a menacing howl. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Han's expression shifted. Clearly, Qin Minghui had mastered the essence of swordplay, for it was inconceivable that such formidable sword energy could emanate without profound understanding. In response, Yi Han swiftly summoned a green light from his storage bag as the thorned ring manifested, entwining his form with its thorny tendrils, conjured by his incantation. The 8 flying swords released by Qin Minghui rained down like a tempest, relentlessly striking against Yi Han's thorned ring, creating resounding echoes as the tendrils were battered, attempting to breach the defenses and reach him. Yet, the tendrils grew at an astonishing rate, continuously enveloping Yi Han and thwarting the efforts of Qin Minghui's sword strikes. Observing this, the 4th elder exclaimed in astonishment, "To utilize the thorned ring as a defensive artifact, Brother Mingjing, your disciple possesses considerable capability." The 7th elder, equally surprised, remarked, "I did not anticipate that this lad could be so clever." His gaze carried a hint of nostalgia, evoking a curious sentiment. Qin Minghui, witnessing her high-grade artifact, the flying sword, and her accompanying sword technique fail utterly against Yi Han, who was of inferior cultivation, felt a swell of disbelief. Furthermore, her master's tone conveyed a sense of admiration for Yi Han, which was intolerable for her. As a paragon of talent, with exceptional gifts, insight, and lineage, how could she possibly be rivaled by someone like Yi Han? In that vein of thought, Qin Minghui once again tapped her storage bag, and a flash of golden light revealed a small cluster of bell-like artifacts in her hand. The bell appeared exquisitely delicate, emanating a radiant golden glow, faintly revealing golden runes inscribed upon its surface. The small bell twirled before Qin Minghui, growing in size to that of a fist as it caught the wind. Grasping the bell firmly, she chanted incantations, channeling her magical energy into it. With a vigorous shake, she commanded, "Go." The sound of a clear, melodious chime erupted, sending waves of golden light and sound towards Yi Han. The golden light and sound waves collided with the thorny vines unleashed by Yi Han, causing them to tremble violently before suddenly stiffening. Yi Han felt a jolt to his senses, momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, a piercing beam of sword light shot forth from all directions towards him. Qin Minghui could not help but smile victoriously. How could Yi Han, whose cultivation was inferior to hers, withstand the assault of her 2 treasured artifacts? Victory seemed imminent, a chance to prove herself to her master who often underestimated her. However, her smile quickly faded. Yi Han reacted with remarkable speed, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, conjuring a talisman that he promptly pressed against himself. A resonating hum filled the air as circles of golden runes vibrated and enveloped him in a protective golden shield. The sword light unleashed by Qin Minghui, indeed sharp and formidable, swiftly penetrated the defenses of Yi Han's golden talisman. Yet, in that fleeting moment of defense, Yi Han reached into his storage pouch, summoning a copper bell, which whirled around him, forming a protective barrier. This golden bell was a prized trophy Yi Han had claimed from a disciple of the Blackwater Sect. Such defensive artifacts were invaluable to cultivators. The more, the better. Rather than selling it, Yi Han had refined it using the artifact refinement technique, enhancing its defensive capabilities beyond that of its previous owner. As expected, Qin Minghui's sword light relentlessly bombarded the golden bell, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes and sparks. The golden bell successfully thwarted both the frigid aura of her water-based attack and the sharpness of her sword light. It was a treasure adept at defending against both magical and physical assaults, perfectly countering Qin Minghui's sword techniques. Seeing her failure to subdue Yihan once again, Qin Minghui exclaimed in frustration, "Well, you dare to use a talisman. It seems you have an abundance of spirit stones. How outrageous. This is merely a spar. Yet you've resorted to such a valuable talisman, worth a dozen spirit stones. Generally, cultivators do not utilize such high-grade talismans in friendly matches." Qin Minghui was infuriated. Yihan chuckled and replied, "My master instructed us to give it our all. Why should I not use it?" With that, Yihan focused his consciousness, swiftly forming seals once more, directing his energy toward Qin Minghui with a commanding shout, "Go." A sudden burst of green light erupted above Qin Minghui's head, and the thorny bracelet materialized instantly. A rapid flicker of spiritual light appeared above her, transforming into a thorny cage that descended upon her. "You shall not confine me," Qin Minghui roared, her small bell shaking violently in her hand. The clear and melodious chime resonated, sending rippling waves of golden sound that reverberated within the confines of the thorny cage. The descent of the cage quivered abruptly, suspended in midair. Qin Minghui transformed into a fleeting shadow, resembling a celestial nymph, scattering across several meters. However, she had long anticipated this. The small bell in her possession was no ordinary artifact. The moment her feet touched the ground, Yihan's gaze shifted, and with a flick of his finger, the Vine Soul technique was unleashed, manifesting as a large hand reaching towards Qin Minghui's foot. Chapter 163. The Duel, Part 2. Qin Minghui's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "You shall not succeed." With her fierce shout, an astonishing wave of chilling air erupted from her feet, leaving behind a frost-laden footprint. In an instant, the vine-like hand was encased in ice. However, just as Qin Minghui immobilized the tendril from the Vine Soul technique, a series of blinding sword lights surged toward her. "This is bad." Qin Minghui sensed the terrifying power contained within the oncoming sword lights. With a swift motion, she struck her storage pouch, from which emerged a swirling blue rune seal. The moment the blue rune appeared, the air around her was filled with an overwhelming chill. "Go, Ice Mountain Seal." As Qin Minghui continuously chanted incantations and formed hand seals, her magical energy flowed into the small seal. With a decisive gesture, the Ice Mountain Seal expanded rapidly, growing to several zhang in size, halting before her as it clapped down upon the icy sword lights unleashed by Yihan. Clang, clang, clang. The fierce sword lights released by Yihan were instantly frozen by the massive shadow of the ice mountain, sending them hurtling away. Yihan staggered back several steps, his spirit shaken. Damn it! The treasures possessed by Qin Minghui are truly formidable, each one surpassing the last. It is no wonder she appeared so confident when she suggested a contest of artifacts, as a disciple of a core formation cultivator. Nevertheless, I will not allow her to claim victory so easily. Suddenly, Yihan moved swiftly toward Qin Minghui, whispering incantations as he rapidly formed hand seals. An overwhelming force of suffocating magical energy surged around him. Observing this, the fourth and seventh elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they prepared to intervene. Go! Yihan's hands danced as he executed intricate seals, emanating powerful waves of magical energy that coalesced into a gigantic rune formation before him. With a pointed gesture and a fierce shout, a massive claw resembling tree bark emerged from the rune formation. The dragon claw, measuring several zhang in length, slammed heavily against the shadow of Qin Minghui's ice mountain seal. Boom! A tempest of chilling light erupted, the force reverberating violently. The ice mountain, conjured by Qin Minghui, began to crack, unleashing a tremendous storm that spread in all directions, throwing dust into the air. However, the dragon claw met a similar fate, rapidly freezing into ice and beginning to disintegrate. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Minghui staggered back 7 or 8 steps, spitting a mouthful of essence blood. Yihan retreated even further, his face paling as blood trickled from his mouth, clearly suffering severe injuries. Damn it! I have already employed the secret technique of the wood dragon art. Yet, I still cannot overcome this Qin Minghui. Moreover, after Yihan employed this technique, his magical energy rapidly diminished. Failing to utilize the purple cauldron for recovery was indeed alarming. Qin Minghui's expression also darkened. She had not anticipated that a disciple of lesser cultivation and inferior treasures could inflict harm upon her. This was intolerable for her, as she had always believed herself to be among the elite of her peers, convinced that no one could rival her prowess. Yet here was Yihan, younger than herself and with a cultivation level beneath hers, managing to injure her. Gritting her teeth, Qin Minghui snapped open her storage pouch, and an icy chain surged forth. The moment the chain emerged, the air turned frigid, chilling the surroundings significantly. Yihan's complexion shifted. The icy chain exuded a perilous aura, unmistakably not a mere artifact. Without resorting to the ghost skull mirror or the blackbone shield, he found himself devoid of any refined treasures to counter it. At that moment, a figure darted between them. The fourth elder appeared, her expression grave as she declared, "Enough. This ends here." Yihan immediately retracted his magical energy, beckoning his treasures back with a respectful bow towards the fourth elder, exclaiming, "Yes, fourth aunt." Conversely, Qin Minghui, visibly displeased at her inability to triumph, protested, "Master, did we not agree to go all out? I have yet to." The fourth elder shot her a frosty glare, silencing her objections. Pouting in frustration, Qin Minghui reluctantly ceased her efforts and withdrew her treasures, casting an indignant glare at Yihan. Yihan feigned indifference. In truth, he recognized that without deploying those unsightly treasures, his chances of success were slim. The fourth elder admonished Qin Minghui, saying, Your experience is woefully inadequate. You possess an array of treasures, yet fail to harness their true potential. If you were to wander the realms of cultivation within 3 days, you would be slain for your possessions." Qin Minghui, somewhat affronted, retorted, "Master, I am not that inept." The fourth elder replied coldly, "I am not critiquing your cultivation. Have I not taught you? Powerful treasures should not be wielded indiscriminately. It is not the thieves you need fear, but those who covet your possessions. Remember this. Wealth should not be flaunted, and treasures must remain concealed." Yihan listened intently to these familiar words. His senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had always imparted similar wisdom, which he had diligently adhered to. He refrained from displaying his treasures before others, even among trusted comrades. The artifact Qin Minghui ultimately revealed was certainly no ordinary tool. Its power must be formidable, and to display it so casually was to invite covetous eyes. The seventh elder chuckled, "Youth often lacks experience. This is entirely normal. Sister Qingling, do not be overly harsh." The fourth elder sighed, "My strictness is for her own good. I cannot protect her forever." Yihan, upon hearing this, felt a stirring in his heart. It was clear that Qin Minghui's identity was anything but ordinary. The words of the fourth elder, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, are indeed worthy of contemplation. Under normal circumstances, no matter how talented Qin Minghui may be, she should merely be a practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. How could she possibly garner such attention from the fourth elder, who seems intent on protecting her? It is worth noting that I am merely a nominal disciple of the seventh elder, yet he has never shown me any regard. It truly is a case of comparison that can be quite disheartening. Conversely, the seventh elder remarked to Yihan, "Yihan, you have performed admirably. I have decided to reward you. What technique or treasure do you lack? You may choose one." It was evident that the elder was in a rather jovial mood, rewarding Yihan and allowing him to choose. Hearing this, Yihan felt a surge of excitement. If he could indeed receive a superior treasure from the seventh elder, it would greatly benefit him in the future. However, wait. No, he must not accept any treasures. It is imperative that he refrains from doing so, lest the seventh elder belittle him as a nominal disciple. Moreover, he sensed that the seventh elder's generosity was not solely due to his commendable performance. Oh, what a headache. Chapter 164. The Secret Art of Tranquil Heart. Yihan understood that being summoned by the seventh elder through a communication talisman was undoubtedly not a simple matter of sparring with Qin Minghui. It was evident that the seventh and fourth elders had ulterior motives for his invitation. The sparring was merely a means to assess his true cultivation level. Now, with the seventh elder mentioning a reward, Yihan felt a twinge of anxiety. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He had learned this lesson well during his time in Qingniu village, where meals often required him to labor extensively for the villagers and old Wuwang in order to earn a single bite. He was acutely aware that receiving anything from the seventh elder would come at a cost. Initially, he contemplated requesting a precious artifact, but upon further reflection, He realized that directly asking for a treasure would be rather unseemly. After all, he was not yet an official disciple of the seventh elder, and making such a demand would reflect poorly on his character. Moreover, the reward was not a result of his prowess during the duel with Qingniu. Rather, it was based on the satisfaction of the fourth and seventh elders with his overall performance. Having grasped this understanding, Yihan recognized that the benefits offered by the seventh elder were not easily obtained. However, it would be foolish to decline, as he would still be expected to assist the seventh elder regardless. This figure was his substantial support, and any task assigned by the seventh elder was one he would undoubtedly undertake. Yihan recalled his desire to find a technique that could enhance his spiritual perception. Thus, he respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you, Master. Recently, I have been practicing swordsmanship, yet I feel my spiritual perception is lacking. I would like to request a technique from you that could enhance my spiritual cultivation." Upon hearing this, the seventh elder displayed a hint of surprise, having anticipated that Yihan would ask for a treasure. For a low-tier cultivator like Yihan, who even hailed from a mundane background, such artifacts were rare and not easily acquired. Not every disciple was fortunate enough to have a privileged lineage like Qingniu, with abundant treasures at their disposal. The seventh elder did not expect Yihan to express a desire to strengthen his spiritual perception without relying on material possessions. This proactive attitude impressed the seventh elder, who regarded Yihan as somewhat expendable, a mere refining period disciple amidst a plethora of foundation establishment cultivators at his command. Accepting Yihan as a nominal disciple was a whim driven by a specific reason, and this invitation was also prompted by the fourth elder's request. Nevertheless, the seventh elder replied, "Yihan, you must understand that I do not grant benefits to my disciples lightly." With a pause in his voice, he continued, "Master sees that you have successfully cultivated the Qingxuan sword technique. Would you like a flying sword?" Upon hearing this, Yihan became increasingly certain that Elder 7 was testing him, and he replied affirmatively, "Master, this disciple is more eager to enhance his spiritual consciousness and cultivate spells. A flying sword is merely an external object. Without formidable strength, how could one fully unleash its potential?" Elder 4, listening nearby, addressed his disciple Qingniu, saying, "Xiaohui, look at Yihan's words. You are overly reliant on treasures and neglect your own cultivation. Otherwise, how could you struggle against practitioners of the same rank?" Qingniu, displeased, thought, when had she ever struggled against her peers? However, upon reflection, she realized she had indeed been unable to contend with Yihan. A realization dawned on her, and she replied, "Master is right. I shall diligently cultivate my spells." Elder 4 nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his precious disciple, who had always been headstrong and unruly, had finally acknowledged her shortcomings after failing to best Yihan. Yet, Elder 4 was still astonished by Yihan. This youth was but a nominal disciple from Changdao, having received little instruction in spells or treasures. Despite this, his foundation was remarkably solid, his physical prowess significantly superior to his peers, and his spiritual consciousness and practical skills were equally impressive. Without the aid of valuable treasures, his own disciple was indeed no match for Yihan. Elder 7, observing Yihan's resolute demeanor, nodded with approval. "I am heartened by your perspective. If you seek secret techniques, I shall certainly provide them." As he spoke, a flash of spiritual light emanated from his hand, revealing a jade slip. He began to chant incantations, inscribing a series of characters into the slip. Clearly, Elder 7 had practiced this technique in his youth and was directly transcribing it into the jade slip. After a few breaths, Elder 7 tossed the jade slip to Yihan, saying, "This clear heart technique is not only suitable for your current cultivation, but also helps to cultivate a tranquil mind, protecting you from external demonic intrusions and steadily enhancing your spiritual cultivation. Take it and study it diligently." Yihan respectfully received it, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this technique. I will certainly cultivate diligently and tirelessly." Elder 7 nodded contentedly, appreciating Yihan's respectful and eloquent speech. However, Elder 4 interjected, "Your mastery of the Qingxuan sword technique has just begun. Without sufficient spiritual consciousness, you will struggle to execute the most formidable sword formations. If only you had a set of flying swords that complemented your technique. Right, Brother Mingjing?" He gazed intently at Elder 7, subtly urging him to provide Yihan with an appropriate set of flying swords for the Qingxuan sword technique. This left Yihan somewhat perplexed. Elder 4 seemed excessively enthusiastic about him, even advocating on his behalf to Elder 7 for flying swords. The 7th Elder, with a bitter smile, remarked, "Indeed. I wish that Yi Han practiced the Azure Profound technique, as it would greatly enhance his power when combined with the Azure Profound swordsmanship. However, I do not possess a complete set of wooden flying swords at hand. The treasure pavilion likely lacks them as well." The 4th Elder, equally resigned, added, "What a pity. If only there were a suitable set of wooden flying swords to accompany the swordsmanship." Listening to their conversation, Yi Han felt somewhat detached, as if they were discussing matters unrelated to him. Nevertheless, the words of these two golden core cultivators sparked a memory in Yi Han. Had he not recently acquired a set of wood spirit flying swords from the young master of Black Mountain? They bore the formidable spiritual consciousness of the young master, making it quite challenging for him to erase. Should he consider seeking the assistance of the 7th Elder? Chapter 165. The Gift from the 4th Elder. Indeed, the cultivation of the young master of Black Mountain far surpassed his own. Although he had fallen, the remnant consciousness etched within the wooden spirit flying sword remained formidable. For Yi Han, completely erasing this trace of consciousness would require several months of dedicated effort. However, if he were to enlist the aid of a golden elixir elder, it would merely be a matter of a fleeting thought. Only after this consciousness had been entirely dispelled could he then utilize the blood oath technique to claim the sword as his own. With the 6 wooden spirit flying swords in his possession, coupled with the successful cultivation of Elder 7's tranquil heart technique, he would enhance his spiritual prowess, thereby allowing him to wield the Azure Profound sword technique's formations, in conjunction with his own Azure Profound arts and the Azure Profound sword technique. This assembly of wooden spirit flying swords would undoubtedly unleash a power of remarkable magnitude, far beyond what peers of the same realm could contend with. Even disciples at the 11th or 12th layer of Qi refinement, devoid of exceptionally potent defensive treasures, would find themselves unable to withstand such might. Though Yi Han felt an overwhelming urge to reveal the flying sword, he reminded himself that treasures should not be displayed lightly. Moreover, these 6 wooden spirit flying swords had been acquired from the fallen young master of Black Mountain. How could he possibly explain the origins of the consciousness entwined within them? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Han resolved to assess the situation further before proceeding. The 4th Elder, sensing the shift in conversation, redirected his inquiry. "Brother Mingjing, I believe your disciple is adequately suitable. What is your opinion?" Elder 7 nodded in agreement, stating, "Among the disciples of Qi refinement on the mountain, only Yi Han practices the Azure Profound arts. With 3 months remaining, this period would be an opportune time for him to elevate his cultivation further. I can also devise a way to procure a suitable flying sword for him." The 4th Elder acknowledged this, then turned to Yi Han, saying, "Yi Han, we have summoned you for a matter requiring your cooperation with a few disciples. Given your affinity for wood-based cultivation techniques, I urge you to diligently strive to elevate your cultivation to the 9th layer of Qi refinement within this time frame. This endeavor will be beneficial for you." Upon finishing his words, the 4th Elder produced a string of wooden beads from his storage pouch and presented them to Yi Han, stating, "This divine wood pearl will greatly assist your cultivation. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Yi Han respectfully accepted the gift, expressing, "Thank you for your generous offering. 4th Elder, I shall commit myself to diligent study and training to enhance my cultivation." The moment the divine wood pearl touched his hand, Yi Han felt a wave of comforting energy emanating from it. He sensed the surrounding wood-based spiritual essence converging toward the divine wood pearl, indicating that it was indeed a treasure capable of accelerating his cultivation and absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. Such artifacts, known for their ability to hasten the cultivation process, were exceedingly valuable, far surpassing ordinary high-grade magical tools. The 4th Elder had unexpectedly bestowed upon him such a treasure, filling Yi Han with both astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from acquiring yet another precious item, while the astonishment arose from the realization that he was to assist a golden elixir elder. Surely, the tasks entrusted by a golden elixir elder could not be trivial matters. It was absolutely inconceivable. Yet could he refuse? That, too, seemed impossible. It appears that being overly ostentatious is not necessarily a virtue. However, if one can successfully navigate these circumstances, then one's future at the Qingxuan sect could indeed be filled with both fortune and favor, advancing relentlessly. Indeed, One must strive to distinguish oneself, to cultivate immortality and longevity, ensuring that all practitioners of the mystical arts recognize the name Yihan, thereby eliminating the need for excessive modesty. Moreover, with such an opportune moment at hand, it is imperative to seize it. After all, what cultivator has traversed the path without encountering peril? Whether in search of celestial materials, exploring ancient ruins, or hunting ferocious beasts, risk is an inherent companion. The greater the peril, the more substantial the reward. This includes the perilous acts of slaying and plundering. In such endeavors, one is either the hunter or the hunted. Success is never guaranteed. Cultivators inherently defy the heavens, navigating a path rife with thorns and dangers. The heavens do not favor the weak, but rather adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign supreme and the vanquished serve as stepping stones for the powerful. Naturally, the seventh elder and the fourth elder refrained from discussing certain matters, evidently wishing to keep them confidential. Thus, he had no intention of prying further. Yet, this did solidify Yihan's resolve. He addressed the seventh elder, saying, "Master, in truth, I possess a set of wooden flying swords, which I stumbled upon during my travels. However, they bear residual spiritual imprints that I am unable to erase. I seek your assistance in this matter." Upon speaking, Yihan produced a set of 6 frigid wooden spiritual swords from his storage pouch. The sight of these 6 swords elicited astonishment from the seventh elder as he scanned them with his spiritual sense. The residual imprints contained within these swords were not of an ordinary cultivator, but rather belonged to one of the foundation establishment stage. Where could this young man have acquired such swords? The fourth elder gazed at the swords with equal surprise, recognizing their superior quality and the lingering imprint of a foundation establishment cultivator. Where could this youth have procured such treasures? Moreover, this set of flying swords was of the wood element, perfectly aligning with Yihan's Qingxuan technique and Qingxuan swordsmanship. Most importantly, it was a complete set of 6. The value of these 6 swords was enough to entice even those of the foundation establishment to resort to murder for their acquisition. Qingniu stood nearby, equally astonished. If Yihan had indeed mastered these 6 flying swords, then her prior sparring match would have offered her no advantage in terms of treasures, and she might genuinely find herself outmatched by Yihan, whose cultivation was 2 tiers beneath her. Frustration welled within her. She must diligently train to ensure that Yihan does not surpass her. Yihan discerned that the 4th and 7th elders were plotting a matter that required his involvement. Moreover, it appeared that Qingniu would also participate, suggesting that the situation was not as perilous as he had imagined. At the very least, if someone of her standing was to partake, then the sect would undoubtedly ensure her protection. Thus, by presenting these flying swords, even if the 2 elders harbored suspicions, they would likely remain silent. As anticipated, the 7th elder gestured, and the 6 wooden spiritual swords flew into his hands. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a breath of spiritual fire. Surrounded by the 6 Dao wooden spirit flying swords, strands of crimson blood energy surged forth, dissipating into the air. In just the span of 3 breaths, Elder 7 returned the wooden spirit flying sword to Yihan, remarking, "With these 6 flying swords and your cultivation of the Clear Heart Sutra, you will soon be able to wield the Azure Xian sword formation." However, upon saying this, Elder 7 furrowed his brow and cautioned, "These 6 flying swords are exceedingly precious. You must exercise utmost care when using them, especially in encounters with the malevolent sects of the outside world." Hearing these words, Yihan's heart sank. He could discern the underlying meaning in Elder 7's tone, as if he were privy to some hidden knowledge, particularly given his emphasis on the term malevolent sections. Chapter 166. Wang Lan's invitation. Why did the 7th elder emphasize the words evil sect? Yihan discerned that the 7th elder must have sensed something from the spiritual imprint within the 6 paths with spirit flying sword, prompting such a cautionary reminder. From his encounter with the young master of Black Mountain, it was evident that the techniques employed by this young man were imbued with malevolent energy, and the treasures he possessed also exuded a sinister aura. The Black Mountain sect was undoubtedly the evil sect referred to by the 7th elder. Clearly, the 7th elder was privy to certain knowledge. Yihan promptly responded, "Yes, master. I will exercise utmost caution." Observing Yihan's composed demeanor, the 7th elder refrained from further comments and casually instructed, "Junior sister Qingling, you may return now," with a wave of his hand. A surge of magical power swept Yihan away in flight. The fourth elder accompanied Qingniu as they ascended into the air. The escape light of a gold core cultivator was astonishingly swift, and Yihan scarcely had time to comprehend the scene before the seventh elder transported him to the 7 Xian Peak Plaza. Once there, the seventh elder set Yihan down and advised, Yihan, during this period, focus on your cultivation and refrain from leaving the mountain carelessly. If you must go somewhere, inform me first. Understanding that the seventh elder was concerned he might descend the mountain and impede their affairs, Yihan promptly replied, Yes, master. I will be mindful. The fourth elder added, Yihan, during this time, you must diligently practice and master the Qingxuan sword technique. It would be beneficial for you to elevate your cultivation by 1 or 2 levels. Yihan, bowing respectfully, responded, Thank you, Uncle Master. I shall remember. Go now? Yes. Following the fourth elder's gesture, Yihan departed. Watching Yihan's retreating figure, the seventh elder smiled slightly and remarked to the fourth elder, junior sister Qingling, the most crucial individual has been dealt with. What do you think of Yihan? The fourth elder gazed at the seventh elder with a knowing smile, saying, Brother Mingjing, it is no surprise you chose to take on another Qi refining disciple. Apart from his mediocre talent, he possesses no flaws, calm, intelligent, remarkably perseverant. With a solid foundation, unready, and humble. A fine disciple indeed. Upon hearing this, the seventh elder laughed heartily. Junior sister Qingling, you flatter me excessively. The fourth elder replied, I have faith in Brother Mingjing's judgment. Should Yihan mature, 7 Xian Peak will gain another true inheritor. The seventh elder's expression grew solemn as he stated, whether we gain another true inheritor is inconsequential, as long as he remains safe and sound. Let us not dwell on it. Enough. He is merely a Qi refining disciple. We shall discuss this later. The fourth elder nodded in agreement. Brother Mingjing, shall we deliberate further? The seventh elder affirmed, Let us go to my abode. The two of them, along with Qingniu, proceeded toward the seventh elder's cave dwelling. Qingniu observed Yihan's silhouette, her eyes flickering with an enigmatic glimmer. As Yihan made his way back to his cave, he felt an additional jade slip and a string of divine wood beads nestled in his embrace. Within the jade slip lies the clear heart technique bestowed upon him by the seventh elder, a method aimed at enhancing his spiritual awareness. The divine wood pearl is said to accelerate his cultivation speed. Both treasures are indeed extraordinary. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more exceptional the gifts from the seventh and fourth elders, the more arduous the tasks they entail. Nevertheless, Yihan does not shy away from this endeavor. After all, even someone as honest and virtuous as senior brother Zhang Qingxuan is willing to participate in the immortal assembly in the dark forbidden zone for the sake of cultivation and foundation establishment pills. The lament of low-tier cultivators is their feeble cultivation, making them easy prey for others. Even more tragic is that most cultivators lack backing or sect affiliation, rendering them vulnerable to even greater oppression. Having been in the Qingxuan sect for nearly a year, Yihan has gained a clear understanding of the cultivator's world, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak, where one's character matters little in the face of the law of the jungle that governs this domain. Heaven shows no mercy. It is merely a relentless struggle for survival among cultivators. With these thoughts in mind, he returned to his cave dwelling, ready to resume his cultivation plans. Based on Yihan's judgment, the tasks assigned by the fourth and seventh elders would certainly not require him to undertake them alone. He would likely have assistance. However, if his cultivation level were too weak, he might face exclusion or even become a liability. Thus, it is imperative for Yihan to elevate his cultivation swiftly, enhancing the likelihood of success in this upcoming venture. He believes that the higher his cultivation, the more remarkable his performance during the mission, which would elevate his status within the Qingxuan sect, potentially allowing him to become an official disciple of the seventh elder. Determined to execute this task impeccably, Yihan lamented the current state of the purple cauldron, which hindered his ability to rapidly advance his cultivation. Furthermore, while the purple cauldron enhances cultivation, its unpredictable duration for meditation poses a risk. Should he miss the allotted time, the seventh elder might come seeking him, inadvertently exposing his possession of such a treasure and incurring the ire of both the seventh and fourth elders. Thus, although the peculiar transformations of the purple cauldron have temporarily set back his progress, this is not entirely detrimental. It It provides him with more time to consolidate his skills and cultivate independently, while also minimizing the risk of the Purple Cauldron's exposure. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This situation has its silver lining. As Yihan approached his cave dwelling, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning around, he saw a handsome young man, dressed as a scholar, with an exceptional demeanor approaching him. Wang Lan. It is Wang Lan from the 7th Xian Hall. They had met once before, the last time Yihan received his inner sect disciple token. It was Wang Lan who recorded his identity and acknowledged him as a registered disciple of the 7th Elder. Unexpectedly, I encountered him here. Thus, Yihan courteously greeted, "Greetings, Brother Wang." Wang Lan replied with a warm smile. "Yushidi, you are too polite. It has been some time since we last met, and your cultivation has progressed remarkably." This was indeed the truth. The last time he saw Yihan, they were both at the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Yet the aura emanating from Yihan now was worlds apart. Truly, as a disciple of Elder 7, with guidance from an adept in the Golden Core stage, his advancement was unparalleled. Yihan modestly responded, "Brother, you flatter me. I've merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity recently." Wang Lan's eyes sparkled with interest as he suddenly said, "Yushidi, I notice you have few close friends in the sect. Brother Wang is about to attend a gathering of fellow disciples, and I wonder if you would like to join us. It would be an excellent chance to exchange cultivation insights with other disciples, and at times, we even hold exchange sessions. I am curious if this piques your interest." Hearing Wang Lan's enthusiastic invitation, Yihan's expression shifted. Chapter 167. Communication. Yihan understood that Wang Lan had taken the initiative to invite him to a small gathering among the disciples, primarily due to his status as a registered disciple of the 7th Elder. Wang Lan, possessing a cultivation level of great perfection in the Qi refinement stage, was accompanied by disciples whose levels were no less than the 11th or 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. These gatherings were principally aimed at breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and similar advancements. However, it is said that many hands make light work, and forming connections with fellow disciples, though it may not yield immediate benefits, can prove advantageous in various endeavors down the line. For instance, having companions for hunting demonic beasts, seeking rare herbs and treasures, or undertaking missions would undoubtedly enhance safety. Nevertheless, having just received the cleansing heart technique from the 7th Elder to enhance his spiritual awareness, Yihan yearned to return and delve into his cultivation. Yet, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity and the time it would take to comprehend the cleansing heart technique, he decided that a brief diversion would not be detrimental. Thus, Yihan replied, "Let us hasten, for I would like to become acquainted with my fellow disciples. I kindly request Brother Wang Lan to guide me." Wang Lan, pleased with Yihan's agreement, nodded and said, "Then follow me, junior brother." As a registered disciple of the 7th Elder, Yihan's presence at the gathering reflected Wang Lan's considerable standing. Under Wang Lan's guidance, the two swiftly soared around the Qingxuan peak, traversing a grove before arriving at a platform atop a mountain. On the platform, 4 disciples had already gathered, 3 men and 1 woman, each evidently possessing cultivation levels above the 11th or 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Upon seeing Wang Lan approach with Yihan, one robust man, appearing to be in his 20s with a vigorous aura, looked at Wang Lan and inquired, "Brother Wang, what brings you here with this young fellow?" Given Yihan's cultivation of merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the man considered their levels too disparate to render the invitation meaningful. Wang Lan introduced Yihan, saying, "Everyone, this is Yihan, the registered disciple of the Wind Master. Surely, you have all heard of him." At these words, the expressions of the 4 disciples shifted subtly, their gazes toward Yihan warming considerably. The burly cultivator immediately remarked, "So you are the legendary Yihan? Truly remarkable, a dragon among men, exceptional indeed." He paused briefly before introducing himself. "I am Wang Chunyang. I look forward to your guidance, Yushidi." Upon learning that the individual before them was the fabled Yihan, renowned for his extraordinary fortune and a registered disciple of the 7th Elder, Wang Chunyang's demeanor transformed significantly. Yihan could not help but reflect inwardly that having powerful connections in the cultivation world bore its advantages, for even with his modest cultivation level, he was met with respect from disciples of higher standing. Yet, it was evident that this respect stemmed from their reverence for the 7th Elder, a formidable cultivator of the Golden Core stage, rather than genuine admiration for Yihan himself. Yihan proactively greeted the assembled disciples. Greetings, brothers and sisters. I am Yihan. I humbly seek your guidance. The remaining 3 disciples also took the initiative to introduce themselves. Among the disciples, one young woman, with a complexion as fair as jade and a spirit full of vigor, donned a striking red leather armor. She greeted Yi Han with enthusiasm, saying, "Greetings, junior brother Yi. I am Yuan Ying. Welcome to our exchange meeting." Another disciple, tall and sporting a short haircut, clad in black leather armor, cheerfully introduced himself, "Junior brother Yi. I am Lin Hongda, delighted to have you here. I am Hong Ying's partner." He cast a smug glance at Hong Ying as he spoke. With a sidelong glance at him, Hong Ying retorted, "Is it necessary to emphasize that?" Lin Hongda chuckled, "Of course, it is essential to highlight it, lest others harbor designs on my Hong Ying. Wouldn't you agree, junior brother Yi?" His tone was lighthearted as he addressed Yi Han. Yi Han smiled and was about to respond when a silent, stern-faced male disciple, with refined features, interjected with a disdainful snort. "I say, Yi Han, I've heard that you possess a cave abode where the esteemed Yuan Ying is currently cultivating to break through to the foundational stage." His words dripped with an unfriendly undertone. Yi Han furrowed his brow, finding the disciple's manner rather unpleasant. Nonetheless, he replied, "Senior Sister Han is at a crucial point in her cultivation. As her fellow disciple, I must offer my utmost support." He then added, emphasizing moreover, "That cave abode does not belong to me. It is lent to me by my master, Elder Qi." The disciple, however, coldly scrutinized Yi Han and remarked, "But I have heard that you exchanged your cave for a foundational elixir using the Qingxuan token. Is there any truth to that?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lan, Hong Ying, and Lin Hongda frowned, casting a glance at the disciple. Such rumors had circulated around Qingxuan Peak, and they were well aware of them. This fellow's audacity to bring up such matters in front of Yi Han was indeed quite audacious. However, they understood that he had long held an interest in Han Yuan, and now that she was on friendly terms with Yi Han, it must irk him considerably. Yi Han discerned the underlying motives in the disciples' inquiries about Han Yuan and the cave abode and recognized the animosity directed toward him. Unfazed, he replied, "Senior brother seems well informed. However, I have just returned from my master's teachings. Rumors, after all, should not be taken seriously, should they?" Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression shifted. The situation involved Elder Qi, and he dared not say more. Seeing the tension, Wang Lan swiftly intervened, saying, "Junior brother Yi, this is Lu Jingji. He possesses remarkable fire-based techniques. Lu, I have gone to great lengths to invite junior brother Yi to our gathering. With so many of us gathered, it is vital that we unite and share." Her words implied a deeper meaning, and Lu Jingji, realizing the need for discretion, could only mutter, "Junior brother Yi, I have been stagnating in my cultivation lately, and my temper has not been the best. I hope you can forgive me." Yi Han chuckled, "Brother Lu, everyone experiences discomfort during their cultivation. It's best to voice it, lest we become burdened with negative emotions and veer into madness." Upon hearing these words, Lu Jingji's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further comment. Thus, under Wang Lan's guidance, the group commenced their exchange of insights. Initially, Yi Han had only attended due to Wang Lan's invitation, but as the discussion unfolded, he soon realized that his presence was indeed fortuitous. Wang Lan took the initiative to share the challenges she faced in her cultivation, openly detailing the difficulties she encountered while practicing her techniques, hoping to discover if others had faced similar issues. Although they spoke with some reservation, Yi Han listened intently and found himself enlightened. He recognized that certain cultivation problems of his own had arisen, yet he had been oblivious to them. Clearly, such exchanges of experiences proved to be significantly beneficial for the enhancement of one's cultivation. Nevertheless, Yi Han was also prepared to articulate his desire to elevate his spiritual awareness and was curious to see if they would share their insights in return. Chapter 168 Harvest Abundance. Greetings, everyone. Recently, I have made an intriguing discovery. When utilizing body refining pills, ingesting 2 at once, despite the considerable strain it places on the body, yields far superior results compared to consuming just 1. This is a notion worth exploring. Wang Chunyang shared his recent insights on cultivation. Upon hearing this, Wang Lan chuckled. For us, who are already struggling with our resources of spirit stones and pills, consuming 2 refining pills at once seems rather extravagant. Wang Hongying chimed in, as a woman, "What need have I for body refinement? I certainly do not wish to become coarse and bulky. Wang Chunyang, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, turned to Lin Hongda and then back to Wang Hongying, saying, "This is a recent revelation of mine. A robust physique greatly benefits one's advancement in cultivation and enhances one's prowess in combat. Since you two show little interest, how about sharing some insights on dual cultivation instead?" He winked playfully at them. Wang Hongying's face flushed as she retorted, "Nonsense. We are not at that stage yet." However, Lin Hongda burst into laughter. "Wang Chunyang, with your penchant for frivolity, it may prove quite challenging for you to find a partner." Their laughter echoed, and Yihan joined in, though he was genuinely intrigued by Wang Chunyang's insights on body cultivation. He had been practicing the blood refinement technique and was aware, as his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had mentioned, that a cultivator's foundation includes the continuous enhancement of the physical body. A sufficiently strong physique significantly benefits combat, the cultivation of techniques, advancement, and defense. Yet, the cost of body refining pills is considerably higher than that of chi refining pills. Most cultivators prioritize the cultivation of their spiritual power and enhancement, often neglecting physical refinement due to the exorbitant resources required, making it challenging to achieve balance. Thus, Yihan spoke up, "What Brother Wang said is absolutely correct. My master has also taught me that the cultivation of the body is paramount for us cultivators. It plays a crucial role in our advancement, combat abilities, endurance, and defense. If any of you encounter a bottleneck, consider breaking through from a physical standpoint." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "However, this is something my master advised me regarding the importance of focusing on physical cultivation." Of course, this counsel did not originate from Elder Qi. Yet since he was participating in the discussion, he felt compelled to contribute something of value and not simply be a passive observer. Had Yihan claimed it as his own insight, as an 8th-layer inner sect disciple, he would hardly attract the attention of Wang Lan, Lin Hongda, and others. By attributing it to Elder Qi, a formidable golden core cultivator, the context changed entirely. Indeed, Wang Lan appeared intrigued, remarking, "It seems that my failure to break through my bottleneck over the years may be related to my neglect of physical cultivation. I suppose I should give it a try." It is noteworthy that Wang Lan had attempted to advance to the foundation establishment stage twice, once with a foundation pill and once without, both times without success. And he had been seeking methods to overcome this hurdle, often overlooking the physical aspect. It appeared that this could indeed warrant a significant attempt. Lu Jingji cast a dismissive glance at Yihan, yet refrained from voicing his disagreement, clearly indicating his disapproval of Yihan's perspective. Although he claimed that it was the elder of the Golden Core stage who had spoken, it was Yihan's first visit. Who could ascertain whether he might not simply be spouting nonsense? Wang Chunyang, however, concurred with Yihan's assertion, repeatedly affirming, "Indeed, indeed. Brother Yi is absolutely correct. I share the same sentiment. It seems I am on the right path in cultivating my physical body." Seizing the opportunity, Yihan posed his inquiry, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, I have recently realized that my spiritual awareness is inadequate. I wish to enhance my spiritual cultivation. Might any of you possess insights to share with your junior?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lan and the others exchanged glances, surprised that Yihan would pose such a question. Nevertheless, given that it was customary for everyone to express their queries and assist one another in finding solutions to their respective challenges. However, whether individuals would divulge their knowledge without reservation depended on their personal relationships and willingness to share such vital information. Most cultivators tend to be self-serving and reluctant to assist others. Lu Jingji, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Brother Yi, are you not a disciple of the 7th Elder? Shouldn't the 7th Elder impart to you a method to enhance your spiritual awareness? Surely, the 7th Elder would not neglect to guide his registered disciple?" His words carried insinuations, implying that as a mere registered disciple of the 7th Elder, Yihan would not be granted significant teachings. At this, the others furrowed their brows slightly, realizing that Lu Jingji had a knack for offending others with his remarks. Yihan, unfazed, smiled and replied, "Techniques are techniques. Yet I would like to inquire if there are methods beyond mere techniques that you might elucidate for me." It was evident that Lu Jingji still harbored resentment towards Han Yuan, having once resided alongside her. However, Lu Jingji's standing hardly compared to Han Yuan's. She belonged to the esteemed Han family of the Qingxuan sect, a lineage of considerable repute. Such a status was not something an ordinary disciple could hope to associate with. Yet, Yihan chose not to dwell on this, recognizing that even among fellow disciples, not everyone could be friends, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflicts. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Lan spoke up, "Brother Yi, I do have some insights regarding spiritual cultivation, albeit rather simplistic. I have discovered that frequently engaging in reading can subtly enhance one's spiritual awareness. However, it is generally a practice that requires persistent dedication over time." Wang Hongying nodded in agreement, adding, "For us cultivators, broadening our horizons through literature indeed contributes positively to our spiritual growth." Lin Hong aside, "For cultivators of the Qi refining stage like us, augmenting our spiritual awareness is quite arduous. The elixirs and rare materials that enhance such capabilities are exceedingly expensive, beyond our means." Yi Han took their words to heart, realizing that his spiritual awareness was indeed significantly higher than that of his peers. This was likely due to his newfound passion for reading since studying under Mr. Lanqing, which had greatly enriched his knowledge and experiences. As the gathering of minds unfolded over the course of 2 or 3 hours, Yi Han, though not verbose, articulated his thoughts with a conviction that commanded respect. Despite possessing the lowest cultivation level, his status as a disciple of the seventh elder naturally drew attention and admiration. By the end of this enlightening session, Yi Han found himself enriched with insights, particularly regarding the cultivation of both spiritual awareness and physical prowess. As the assembly drew to a close, Wang Lan proposed a subsequent meeting in a month's time, during which they would engage in further discussions and facilitate an exchange of goods. Extending an invitation to Yi Han to join, Yi Han readily acquiesced. After bidding farewell to the attendees, he returned to his cave abode, retrieved the clear heart technique bestowed upon him by the seventh elder, and began to delve into its profound teachings. Chapter 169. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Yi Han, bare-chested, hoisted a colossal copper hammer in each hand, each weighing approximately 400 to 500 pounds. Sweat streamed down his forehead and body, his skin flushed a deep crimson, and his meridians quivered slightly as blood surged within him. Biting his lip, he persevered through the ordeal. Yi Han practiced the blood refinement technique, honing his physical prowess. After absorbing the cultivation insights shared by Wang Chunyang, he endeavored to consume 2 body refining pills at once while practicing the technique. Indeed, taking 2 pills simultaneously placed an immense burden on both his vitality and physical form, rendering the initial stages of his training excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, Wang Chunyang had advised that if he could not withstand the pain, he should train with heavy objects to expedite the consumption of his muscle and blood energy, ultimately forging a more formidable physique, albeit through a torturous process. What was Yi Han's background? He had endured a solitary and arduous life, suffering more hardships than many adults. His singular aspiration was to become a formidable cultivator, to rise above the rest, to ensure his name, Yi Han, resonated far and wide, achieving immortality and transcendence. Thus, he resolutely gritted his teeth and persisted. After several attempts, he felt a significant improvement, his physical form stabilizing and strengthening. However, a source of frustration for Yi Han was the esoteric nature of the heart-settling technique imparted by Elder 7. Despite days of contemplation, he had only scratched the surface and was still unable to formally practice it. Yi Han sensed that the burden on his body was nearing its limit. Nonetheless, the potency of the body refining pills had yet to be fully expended, compelling him to endure. If his physical form could no longer sustain him, he would rely on his magical energy. Thus, he activated the Qingxuan technique to alleviate his fatigue. However, as he commenced this technique, he felt an astonishing surge of energy coursing through his meridians. Crack! It was as though something within him had been unblocked, causing his meridians to expand dramatically. He sensed the celestial energy of the universe flowing toward him, while the divine wooden orb around his neck began to rotate, continuously absorbing the wood element's spiritual energy. Yi Han was elated, exclaiming internally, "Marvelous! I've broken through to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage." Indeed, during these past days of arduous training, the divine wooden orb bestowed upon him by Elder 4 significantly enhanced his cultivation speed, allowing him to absorb wood element spiritual energy from the surrounding atmosphere 3 to 4 times faster than usual. Most importantly, it could directly convert other elemental energies in the air into wood element energy, albeit at a low conversion rate, yet still far swifter than his own refining efforts. However, Ever since he reached the zenith of the 8th layer, he had remained stagnated. Now, he had merely intended to use magical energy to sustain his cultivation speed in practicing the blood refinement technique. He had not anticipated that suddenly activating the Qingxuan technique to assist in his physical training would propel him to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Having just broken through to the 9th layer, Yuan did not dare to be complacent, fearing that excessive joy might lead to misfortune and destabilize his hard-earned advancement. He lowered the 2 enormous copper hammers he had been holding and sat cross-legged to solidify his cultivation at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. He also consumed a mid-grade Qi refining pill. In truth, this period marked Yuan's genuine endeavor to cultivate his techniques. Previously, he had relied predominantly on the aura absorbed by the purple cauldron for his cultivation, often being unaware of his sudden advancements. This authentic experience deepened his connection to the practice of cultivation and the essence of being a cultivator. Yuan meditated for 4 to 5 hours, successfully refining the mid-grade Qi refining pill, solidifying his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage. And he distinctly sensed that his magical power had improved by at least 30% compared to before. The spells he could now conjure were significantly more manageable. Achieving the 9th layer of Qi refining so swiftly was an unexpected delight for Yuan, as it afforded him more time to delve into the sword formations of the Qingxuan sword technique and to comprehend the Tranquil Heart technique, among others. Although Elder 7 assisted him in erasing the consciousness imprint of the Black Mountain Prince from the 6 with spirit-flying swords, refining all 6 at once proved to be quite time-consuming and taxing on his magical energy. Most importantly, he could not rely on the purple cauldron to replenish his expended energy at will, nor could he use the treasure refining technique without limits. Otherwise, a few months would suffice for him to completely refine all 6 with spirit-flying swords. As Yuan rose, he suddenly sensed something and tapped his storage pouch, causing a purple gold rune to materialize in his hand. He retrieved it because he felt it was responding in some manner. Frowning, he scrutinized the purple gold rune, recalling how he had obtained it from Lu Chunfeng, who had initially stored it within himself and had needed Yuan's consent to willingly separate it for him. He had contemplated several times whether to attempt to bond with this purple gold rune through blood, much like Lu Chunfeng, to see if he could absorb it into his own being. He realized that without relying on the purple cauldron, both cultivating techniques and refining treasures, as well as concocting pills, consumed far too much time. This was particularly evident in treasure refining and pill concocting. He sensed that his body had developed a slight tolerance. Previously, one mid-grade Qi refining pill would take at least a day to fully absorb. Now, he had completely refined it in just 4 hours, and the absorption was not particularly effective, yielding only about 80% of its potential. Consequently, a significant portion of the medicinal power was wasted. Moreover, regarding treasure refining, if he could not use the treasure refining technique without restriction, achieving the full refinement of the 6 with spirit-flying swords without the purple cauldron would require at least a year. As each of these swords was a superior grade magical artifact, an inadequate refinement would severely limit their power. Thus, Yuan pondered the issue of the purple cauldron, considering that the solution might lie with the purple gold rune. Moreover, he had unearthed several subtle insights from Lu Chunfeng's notes on talisman crafting. The resplendent purple gold rune significantly enhances Lu Chunfeng's success rate in crafting talismans. The talismans forged by Lu Chunfeng possess a strength that surpasses that of ordinary talismans, owing greatly to the influence of this remarkable purple gold rune. During this period, Yuan has refrained from dedicating time to comprehend the arcane arts of talisman crafting and formations, as both pursuits demand an extensive investment of time and energy for mastery. They are not endeavors that yield results in just a few days. Consequently, Yuan decided to attempt a ritual of his own, letting a drop of his blood fall upon the golden rune. Instantly, the purple gold rune shimmered with a sanguine light, astonishingly absorbing the essence of his blood. At that very moment, Yuan sensed a reaction from the purple cauldron within his storage pouch, bringing a sense of relief to his heart. Chapter 170. Entering the Demon Realm? Yuan's essence blood was currently being absorbed by the purplish golden rune, and he was not in a hurry to take out the purple cauldron. This treasure was exceedingly peculiar, and should it disturb his mental state, the consequences would be dire. He closely observed Han Yuan in the training chamber, hoping she remained oblivious to his unusual condition. Fortunately, she showed no signs of awareness, indicating that she was still immersed in her foundational cultivation, unaffected by the external disturbances. As the purplish golden rune incessantly consumed Yi Han's essence blood, it transformed into a deep crimson hue, establishing a visceral connection with Yi Han's divine consciousness. The purplish golden rune felt as if it had become an integral part of his being. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light shot forth from the rune, surging into Yi Han's body and seamlessly merging into his brow without warning. Yi Han sensed that his sea of consciousness had taken on a purplish golden hue, with myriad mysterious runes rippling and expanding within it, gradually coalescing around a central, grand purplish golden rune, encircled by a multitude of delicate, fragmented symbols. He noted that neither his physical body, cultivation level, nor emotions had undergone any discernible changes. The only alteration was the addition of this enigmatic purplish golden rune to his sea of consciousness. His aura retracted, and he felt no particular anomalies. However, Yi Han understood that this purplish golden rune would likely not significantly enhance his innate talent or physical form. After all, this rune had been with Yi Chunfeng for quite some time, and had it been of substantial benefit to his aptitude or cultivation, Yi Chunfeng would not be in such a state of destitution and low cultivation. The purplish golden rune was likely to greatly aid him in the crafting of talismans, which was one of the greatest advantages Yi Chunfeng had derived from it. This had been mentioned in the notes left behind by Yi Chunfeng regarding talisman crafting. Yi Han suspected that the rune's ability to elicit a response from the purple cauldron was undoubtedly more than mere coincidence. He sensed that the cauldron within his storage pouch seemed restless, as if yearning to emerge. Yet, Yi Han hesitated. Ever since the purple cauldron had absorbed that strange black orb, although its aura had significantly enhanced his combat prowess, control over treasures, and spellcasting, the terrifyingly violent aura had continually influenced his mental state. However, circumstances had changed. He now possessed the purplish golden rune, which seemed to provide a protective effect on his mental state within his sea of consciousness. Surely, his tranquility would not be easily disturbed. Weighing his options, Yi Han recognized that the purple cauldron held immense significance for his cultivation. Its temporary disuse had already begun to impact his progress. He recalled reading in the experiences and travelogues of various cultivators that many who became overly reliant on treasures in their practice eventually faced significant bottlenecks and challenges in their later stages. However, Yi Han felt indifferent. After all, many cultivators never even reached the stage of encountering a bottleneck before meeting their demise. Yi Han believed that if he could accelerate his cultivation, he should do so, striving to attain heights within a short period that others could scarcely hope to achieve in a lifetime. His unwavering ambition was to achieve immortality, to ascend to the celestial realm, and to make his name resound across the heavens. In the realm of cultivation, dangers lurk at every corner. Even in the solitude of one's cave dwelling, one might fall prey to the invasion of inner demons, leading to catastrophic consequences. The endeavors of the 4th and 7th elders were of paramount importance to Yi Han, and he could not afford any missteps. Without the support of the purple cauldron, he anticipated limited progress over the next 2 months. In the past 10 days, he had already felt a significant difference, while his cultivation was progressing swiftly. It paled in comparison to the enhancements provided by the purple cauldron. Thus, Yi Han resolved to take out the purple cauldron for a trial. After all, his indecision was adversely affecting his state of mind. Taking a deep breath, he decided to unveil the cauldron. His caution stemmed from the fact that each time he summoned the purple cauldron, it conjured a profound image of slaughter within his consciousness, deeply influencing his mental state. This influence could potentially accompany him throughout his cultivation journey, and every time the cauldron's aura enveloped him, he felt as though he were losing his sense of self. Yi Han was determined. Upon retrieving the cauldron, he would immediately assess whether its aura affected the purple golden runes. If it did impact him negatively, he would swiftly return the cauldron to his storage bag and devise a more considered approach. However, events did not unfold as Yi Han had anticipated. As he retrieved the purple cauldron from his storage bag, he barely had time to perceive its aura before a surge of black and purple runes trembled and instantly transformed into a dark purple spiritual light that penetrated his brow. Startled, Yi Han instinctively attempted to evade, but the dark purple runes swiftly burrowed into his mind's eye, leaving him dizzy. Within his sea of consciousness, The purple-golden runes surged vibrantly, while the dark purple runes spiraled around them incessantly. Beneath the purple-golden runes in his mind the purple cauldron appeared, hovering just below. In an instant, the purple-golden runes morphed into a beam of light that shot directly into the cauldron. At that moment, the cauldron erupted with a surge of black energy, filling his sea of consciousness with a violent, chaotic aura. As the black energy enveloped his mind, a terrifying wave of murderous intent flooded his thoughts, relentlessly assailing his consciousness. Yihan's eyes were filled with a murderous bloodlust, and a strange black aura began to permeate his being. His skin exhibited dark purple runes, and an ominous, swirling black energy enveloped him. Consumed by thoughts of slaughter, Yihan abruptly rose to his feet, his murderous intent radiating like a palpable force, swirling around him incessantly. Gradually, the black energy coalesced into the terrifying form of a demonic creature, which roared menacingly behind him. Yihan had completely lost his sanity. The singular thought that dominated his mind was one of death. He stepped out of the room, the dark energy surging forth from him, his entire being illuminated by a bloodthirsty glow. With each deliberate stride towards the cave's entrance, he was met by countless disciples of the Qingxuan sect outside. His mind echoed with a singular, dreadful command: annihilate them. Annihilate them. This terrifying thought consumed him entirely. Chapter 171. A conspiracy. Yihan approached the entrance of the cave dwelling, poised to unleash a wave of slaughter to satiate his ever-expanding murderous intent. Suddenly, a remarkable disturbance of spiritual energy emanated from the training chamber, causing the ambient spiritual essence within the cave to surge like a tidal wave towards it. Yihan was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen tremor, a jolt of awareness striking his mind. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and an icy chill gripped his spine. He exerted every ounce of effort to harness the overwhelming bloodlust surging within him, yet the intensity of this murderous impulse rendered him nearly uncontrollable. The dark aura surrounding him erupted once more, infused with a terrifying scent of blood, as his pupils ignited with a bloodthirsty crimson glow, radiating an ominous desire for violence. He yearned to push open the cave's entrance, yet he valiantly restrained this dreadful urge. He was acutely aware that despite the significant enhancement in his cultivation and combat prowess bestowed by the Ziding, the Qingxuan sect housed numerous golden core cultivators and even the legendary, ageless nascent soul beings. The moment he stepped beyond the threshold of the cave, his murderous intent would undoubtedly alert the golden core and even the ancient nascent soul practitioners within. No matter how much his power increased, he would still fall woefully short against such formidable foes. Should he cross that threshold, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, the horrifying bloodlust continued to inundate his thoughts, overwhelming his ability to remain composed. He could barely sustain his clarity for more than a few breaths before the risk of succumbing to the murderous desire loomed large. At that critical moment, the incantation of the Qingxuan gong surged unbidden to the forefront of his mind, with no coming or going. Let the heart be as tranquil as water. The yin and yang of heaven and earth wrought in their motion. In the night void of heaven and earth, the heart resonates with the spirit of the cosmos, piercing through the fire of existence. As Yihan regained his composure, he diligently contemplated the incantation of the Qingxuan gong. The phrases felt disjointed, eluding his understanding, and despite days of study, he had only grasped the faintest hint of its essence. However, with the Ziding's presence amplifying his vitality, the practice of Qingxuan gong commenced fluidly and effortlessly. As he channeled the Qingxuan gong, a chilling aura enveloped his body, cooling the tempest of bloodlust swirling in his consciousness. Gradually, he sensed his mind calming, the overwhelming murderous intent being subdued. With the Qingxuan gong's progression, a violet golden rune within his sea of consciousness absorbed the refreshing energy, causing the violet flames to swell and emanate streams of purple symbols, which surged towards the dark, purple Ziding, enveloping it entirely. Before long, concentric circles of violet golden runes encased the Ziding, alleviating the terrifying black aura of murder it had exuded. At that moment, a voice echoed in disbelief. "No, impossible. How did you discover me?" A piercing roar erupted from the mouth of the violet cauldron, and Yihan sensed the ominous figure of the strange old man reappearing above the black orb in the Tianhuang Valley. Enraged, the old man relentlessly battered against the confines of the cauldron. With a mere thought, Yi Han unleashed a tempest of violet golden runes that assailed the peculiar old man with fervor. Thud, 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 the violet golden runes struck the old man's form, creating a cascade of radiant explosions. The dark red flames surrounding him erupted violently. Ah, ah, ah. The old man's wails echoed in despair as his aura began to wane. With each relentless strike of the violet golden light, the dark red flames dimmed further in desperation. The old man cried out, "No, spare me. I can assist you in your cultivation. I can guide you. Young one, do not let this monumental opportunity slip away." Yi Han sensed the old man's plea for mercy, yet he paused only briefly before coldly retorting, "I have no need for your assistance. Meet your end." With a surge of will, Yi Han commanded a torrent of violet golden flames that crashed upon the old man. "Ah, you!" The old man attempted to curse, but the violet golden flames engulfed him, obliterating his very being, dispersing him into wisps of black mist. At that moment, the dark energy above the violet cauldron in Yi Han's sea of consciousness began to recede, gradually transforming into translucent purple jade. Sensing this change in the cauldron, Yi Han's heart swelled with joy as he finally understood. The black orb absorbed by the cauldron had undoubtedly belonged to some malevolent cultivator or demonic practitioner, a remnant of a shattered physical form escaping the destruction of its original body. Although the cauldron had devoured the essence of this wicked cultivator, it had not obliterated the spirit. This entity, employing some unknown means, had managed to evade suppression by the cauldron, utilizing a secret method to influence Yi Han's state of mind. Moreover, during this influence, it had cast a tremendous temptation, promising an enhancement of his cultivation and combat prowess, luring him into a state of dependency on such power, gradually allowing the malevolent spirit to gain control. Indeed, in moments of peril, Yi Han was compelled to unleash the aura of this wicked spirit, granting him immense strength to vanquish one adversary after another. Yet, concurrently, his state of mind was incessantly swayed. Should this continue, the malevolent spirit would fully dominate him, transforming him into a relentless killing machine, ultimately setting him free. However, fate proved unpredictable. Upon acquiring the violet golden rune from Lu Chunfeng, Yi Han discovered he could draw the violet cauldron into his sea of consciousness, and through the assault of the violet golden rune, he annihilated the malevolent spirit. Yi Han freed the purple cauldron from the malevolent spirit's control, reclaiming mastery over it. He took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming clarity wash over him. His heart, previously weighed down by a heavy stone, now found tranquility akin to still water. For an extended period, he had been perplexed by the true nature of the purple cauldron, which had incessantly manipulated his state of mind, driving him towards relentless slaughter. It was, in truth, a grand conspiracy from the very beginning. With this matter resolved, Yi Han's spirits lifted considerably, and he came to understand that the reason the purple cauldron reacted to the golden purple rune on Yi Chunfeng was likely because this rune was intrinsically linked to the cauldron itself. Moreover, he was now certain that the purple cauldron was not yet whole. There might be other components that could continuously enhance its power. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated through the cave, the atmosphere thickening with the agitation of spiritual energy. Yi Han felt a stirring in his heart as he glanced towards the training chamber from whence the energy disturbance emanated. Could it be that Han Yuan was on the brink of successfully advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage? Chapter 172. The Purple Cauldron enters the body. Contemplating this, Yi Han couldn't help but glance towards the training chamber. Indeed, he could perceive the ethereal energies of the universe being fervently drawn into the chamber by Han Yuan, swirling eagerly towards her. Observing the relentless influx of spiritual energy, Yi Han felt a stir within his heart. Just moments ago, Han Yuan had emitted a surge of celestial energy, jolting him briefly and restoring a measure of clarity to his mind, prompting him to halt his advance. In truth, had he taken a single step beyond the confines of this dwelling, his menacing aura and the malevolent energies emanating from him would have instantly attracted the attention of Golden Core or even nascent soul cultivators stationed at the entrance. What chance would he have against such formidable opponents? The purple cauldron would undoubtedly be discovered, and all his aspirations would be rendered naught, dissipating like smoke. Although Yi Han had reluctantly agreed to allow Han Yuan to cultivate within his abode to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage, he was not entirely willing, for he harbored numerous secrets, and her presence could potentially disrupt his own cultivation. Nevertheless, having made a promise to her, he was loath to retract it. Unexpectedly, Han Yuan had thus saved him on this occasion. Yet, it must be noted that his encounter with the malevolent spirit of a rogue cultivator was also a consequence of Han Yuan leading him to the Tianhuang Valley to capture the Earth Spirit Beast. Where they face peril, the more one unravels the threads of fate, the more convoluted it becomes. Perhaps it is merely a twist of destiny, a trial written in the stars. However, Yihan sensed that the influx of celestial energy showed no signs of abating, suggesting that Han Yuan's advancement to Foundation establishment was indeed a formidable challenge. Suddenly, he perceived a depletion of spiritual energy within the cave. Frowning slightly, he quickly deduced the cause. The spirit stones powering the energy formation had been exhausted. Fortunately, he had discovered over 30 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage pouch of the Black Mountain Young Master. He approached the formation control pillar. Indeed, the medium-grade spirit stones embedded in the pillar had all dimmed to mere stones. While Han Yuan may not have significantly aided him, their fates had become intertwined. It would be a grave misfortune if her failure to advance were solely due to insufficient celestial energy. If he could assist in ensuring Han Yuan's successful progression, he would not let his medium-grade spirit stones go to waste. Should she falter in her advancement, there would be nothing more to discuss. In any case, Yihan was determined not to be at a disadvantage. He produced several medium-grade spirit stones, deftly removing the now-dim stones and replacing them with new ones, embedding them into the formation pillar. Indeed, as the medium-grade spirit stones were embedded, the entire array column radiated a brilliant light, and the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged into Yihan's cave residence as if grasped by invisible hands. At this moment, the spiritual energy of the entire cave was completely replenished, all flowing towards the training room where Han Yuan was located. Yihan's keen perception detected that Han Yuan's aura was continuously strengthening and ascending, suggesting that she was indeed on the verge of successfully breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. Yihan understood that his relationship with Han Yuan was currently favorable. If she succeeded in her breakthrough, it would also benefit him significantly. Moreover, during their recent visit to Qingniu City, it was Han Yuan's introduction that ensured his safe dealings in Tianningfang. He was also aware that Han Yuan likely held a direct lineage status within the Han family, although her standing did not seem excessively high, as otherwise, she would have received greater support for her breakthrough. Observing that Han Yuan's situation was stable, Yihan began to assess his own condition. After all, he had narrowly escaped the nefarious schemes of that detestable evil cultivator, almost losing both his precious cauldron and his life. Fortunately, it was due to the purple gold talisman he had received from Yi Chun Feng that he managed to store the cauldron within his sea of consciousness. It should be noted that according to the texts Yihan had perused, Qi refining stage cultivators, due to their insufficient cultivation and weak spiritual consciousness, were typically unable to introspect into their own sea of consciousness. However, there were exceptions, such as those with naturally strong spiritual consciousness, special opportunities, or unexpected abilities that allowed them to perceive their sea of consciousness, often acquiring rare treasures as a result. In summary, the world is filled with wonders. Various circumstances can enable low-level Qi refining cultivators to gaze into their own sea of consciousness. Yihan's situation was rather unique. He could clearly perceive the state of his sea of consciousness through his spiritual awareness. Within the sea of consciousness, the cauldron had regained its translucent purple jade form, surrounded by a circle of purple gold talismans. Notably, one of the purple gold talismans he had obtained from Yi Chun Feng was embedded on one side of the cauldron. He sensed a peculiar aura emanating from the cauldron, rippling through his sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Yihan felt a twinge of concern. When he met with the two golden core cultivators, Elder Qi and Elder Si, they could effortlessly examine his internal cultivation state through their spiritual awareness, leaving no room for concealment regarding his progress. This meant that the golden core cultivators could easily detect any abnormalities within him. Now that the cauldron resided in his sea of consciousness, he began to worry whether those of golden core level and above could easily discern the presence of such a treasure within his sea of consciousness. This thought troubled Yihan. However, he was not particularly worried, for he sensed that the mere presence of the purple cauldron might attract the attention of cultivators at the golden core stage or above. Yet, With the acquisition of the golden purple rune, he felt that it could assist him in concealing the purple cauldron within his sea of consciousness, preventing its condition from being discovered by those formidable practitioners. Why did Yi Han possess such a conviction? It was because the golden purple rune he had obtained came from Yi Chunfeng, who, like him, had previously recognized the rune as his own by blood, integrating it into his sea of consciousness. Since Yi Chunfeng had traversed Qingniu City without being detected by golden core cultivators regarding the rune in his sea of consciousness, it stood to reason that now, as Yi Han recognized the golden purple rune by blood and incorporated it into his own sea of consciousness, while also embedding it within the purple cauldron, the cauldron would similarly possess this capability. Previously, Yi Han had attempted to recognize the purple cauldron by blood, but to no avail. Now, however, it had actively flown into his sea of consciousness, signifying a remarkable development. Nevertheless, the primary concern at present was whether he could still exert control over the purple cauldron and command its release. Chapter 173. The transformation of the purple cauldron. Once more contemplating this matter, Yi Han focused his consciousness, attempting to summon the purple cauldron from his sea of consciousness. He sensed a faint tremor from the cauldron, yet it did not manifest at his command. This predicament caused Yi Han to furrow his brow slightly. If this persisted, he would be unable to utilize the cauldron. Surely that could not be the case? After a moment of reflection, he retrieved a low-grade qi refining pill from his storage pouch and placed it into his mouth, holding it there. Still, the purple cauldron remained unresponsive. However, Yi Han did not waste the pill. He swallowed it, intending to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. Having recently engaged in a fierce struggle with the evil cultivator's primordial spirit, he had expended considerable energy and needed to recuperate. To his surprise, as he ingested the low-grade qi refining pill and began to circulate his energy, he felt a reaction from the purple cauldron in his sea of consciousness. The pill he had just consumed was swiftly refined and, through his meridians, its essence flowed into his sea of consciousness. Noticing this development, Yi Han's expression brightened. If this were the case, he could continue his cultivation with the aid of the purple cauldron. Thus, he took out another low-grade qi refining pill and a medium-grade one. He tossed the medium-grade pill into his mouth and swallowed it, feeling a rush of spiritual energy emanating from within, warming his body. However, upon experimentation, he discovered that without actively circulating his Qingxuan technique, the purple cauldron would not passively absorb the essence of the medium-grade qi refining pill. It was only when he consciously activated his technique that the cauldron would draw in the pill's energy. It seemed that after integrating into his sea of consciousness, the purple cauldron had changed. It no longer absorbed spiritual energy autonomously, but required his active engagement with the Qingxuan technique to do so. This indicated that he could now exercise some control over the cauldron, granting it a degree of responsiveness. Nevertheless, after consuming over a dozen low-grade qi refining pills and 5 medium-grade ones, the purple cauldron gradually transformed into a stone-like substance. Sensing this change, Yi Han felt a sense of relief, though he was uncertain about how to absorb the cauldron's essence now. After careful contemplation and deliberation, he quickly realized that if he practiced his technique without consuming any pills, he should be able to draw upon the cauldron's energy. Without hesitation, Yi Han settled into a meditative posture and began to circulate his Qingxuan technique. He refrained from taking any pills, and as he activated his technique, he felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth gradually converge upon him, flowing through the divine wood bead around his neck, transforming into wood spiritual energy that surged into his being. Gradually, Yi Han entered a state of meditation and soon sensed the purple cauldron within his sea of consciousness beginning to emanate a series of violet points of light. These lights surged forth from the depths of his mind, intertwining with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth he was absorbing. He felt as though the influx of this celestial energy had multiplied several times over, surpassing even the efficacy of medicinal pills. His cultivation at the qi refinement stage, having just ascended to the 9th layer, began to solidify rapidly. As his power stabilized, he became acutely aware of his magical prowess steadily ascending. Unlike before, when the cauldron was merely an external entity, he could now distinctly perceive its influence during his cultivation as it absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe. This sensation was far more extraordinary than his previous experiences. In the past, despite acquiring the purple cauldron, he often found himself in a hazy state during cultivation, unaware of the progress he was making. Upon awakening, he would discover significant advancements, yet the specifics of his development remained a mystery. Now, however, with the cauldron residing within his consciousness, he could clearly sense the aura it emitted, which continuously enhanced his magical abilities. Yihan understood that he was tasked with a mission for Elder 7 and Elder 4, and it was imperative that he succeeded. Thus, his cultivation could not falter. However, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a low profile, refraining from accelerating his progress too quickly. Otherwise, it would raise suspicions if others noted his rapid ascension in just a few months. After diligently meditating for over half a month, during which he consumed low-grade and mid-grade qi refinement pills to allow the cauldron to absorb sufficient medicinal essence, he devoted himself to cultivating his powers. One day, Yihan opened his eyes with a trace of wry amusement, realizing he had indeed encountered a bottleneck, just as he had experienced during his previous training. Upon reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement, he could no longer absorb the energy from the cauldron. Now at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, he found himself similarly unable to draw upon the cauldron's essence. It seemed he had hit a barrier that required personal effort to transcend. The cauldron, while a remarkable tool for enhancing his cultivation, could not facilitate breakthroughs on its own. In essence, the cauldron could expedite his advancement. Yet overcoming this threshold was a matter of individual will. Nonetheless, this situation was not without its advantages. Achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement would not seem overly extravagant when he fulfilled the requests of Elder 7 and Elder 4. Perhaps it was simply that he had yet to discover how the cauldron might assist in overcoming such limitations. Thus, Yihan remained unhurried as he emerged from his meditation, confident in the cauldron's ability to restore his magical energy in an instant. Moreover, this method of restoring mana can now be controlled through one's own consciousness, rather than relying on the previous mechanism where the Ziding would autonomously replenish mana whenever it was depleted in his possession. Therefore, Yihan is no longer apprehensive about the Ziding being discovered so easily. In the future, when he employs the Ziding, he must exercise utmost caution to conceal his remarkable ability to swiftly restore mana. Of course, whether the Ziding is within or outside his body, the restoration of mana is contingent upon the absorption of sufficient spiritual essence from rare herbs or elixirs. Its recuperative capacity is inherently limited. In simple terms, the amount of mana restored is directly proportional to the essence of rare materials or elixirs that the Ziding has absorbed. It is not an unlimited resource. The essence is merely stored within the Ziding. Nevertheless, even this singular aspect is extraordinarily formidable, and Yihan has reaped its benefits on numerous occasions. Just as Yihan stepped out of the room, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from the training chamber. Yihan's expression shifted. Had Han Yuan's breakthrough in foundational cultivation finally yielded results? Chapter 174. Has Han Yuan succeeded? Although Yihan was engrossed in meditation and cultivation, he remained acutely aware of the fluctuations in the aura emanating from the adjacent training room, where Han Yuan was attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. During this period, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously surged into his cave dwelling, most of which was relentlessly absorbed by Han Yuan. The situation had remained relatively stable until today, when an astonishing turbulence suddenly emerged. Yihan understood that this moment would determine whether she could successfully break through. The surrounding spiritual energy began to rush into the training room with the ferocity of an unending abyss, sustaining its intensity for a full quarter of an hour. A resounding hum echoed from within the training room, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of energy that sent shivers down Yihan's spine. This powerful aura contained the unmistakable essence of Han Yuan, which momentarily suppressed Yihan's consciousness, startling him. With a joyful expression, Yihan exclaimed, "Has she succeeded?" "Indeed." Han Yuan's voice soon resonated from the training room. "Junior brother Yi, I did it." Her voice trembled, unable to conceal the excitement that permeated her words. The breakthrough she achieved, one that countless qi refinement cultivators had struggled their entire lives to overcome, was finally realized by Han Yuan. Naturally, she was elated. She had devoted an immense amount of time, energy, and taken numerous risks to complete various tasks, ultimately earning a foundation establishment pill that enabled her to succeed in a single attempt. Such fortune was truly remarkable. Han Yuan was acutely aware that had it not been for Yi Han's assistance in completing the task involving the Earth Spirit Beast, and had she not borrowed his cave dwelling, or if the formation spirit stones had not been depleted at just the right moment, allowing the formation to reactivate and absorb the spiritual energy, she might have failed at that critical juncture. Recognizing Han Yuan's excitement, Yi Han sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, Senior Sister Han, on your successful advancement to Foundation Establishment. Haha, I should now refer to you as Annie Han. Indeed, her progression to Foundation Establishment was a significant boon for Yi Han, as it meant he could seek her guidance and insights regarding the breakthrough process. And now he had a Foundation Establishment cultivator to rely upon. Although he already had Elders 7 backing him, he had yet to become a formal disciple. Moreover, the more allies one had, the better. After all, assistance comes to those who are deserving. From within the training room, Han Yuan's voice chimed in. What do you mean, Annie? With your aptitude, it is merely a matter of time before you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, so please continue to refer to me as Senior Sister. Indeed, calling her Auntie would imply a deterioration in their relationship, creating distance between them. She continued, however, Junior Brother Yi, I will need 2 to 3 months to stabilize my realm before I can venture out. Once the spirit stones for the formation are depleted, I would appreciate your help in replenishing them, and rest assured, I will repay you double. Listening to Han Yuan's words, Yi Han's expression fell. He had initially thought that after Han Yuan advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, she would leave his cave abode. What a splendid occurrence that would have been. Unexpectedly, she needed to solidify her realm, which left Yi Han feeling somewhat displeased. However, Han Yuan also mentioned that the consumed spirit stones would be returned in double, which meant he would still profit from the arrangement, somewhat compensating for his loss. Yi Han reluctantly said, all right, in light of the spirit stones, I shall allow you to stay for a few more months. Upon hearing this, Han Yuan nearly lost her composure. Having advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, she found it infuriating that this young man still regarded her with such indifference. However, upon reflection, she realized he was merely a young lad, and such behavior was quite normal. If he were to treat her with the same deference as other male cultivators, that would indeed be unusual. Thus, Han Yuan smiled and replied, thank you, Junior Brother Yi. I shall enter seclusion now and will see you in a few months. Yi Han added, Senior Sister Yi, if you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall prepare it for you. Very well. In truth, Yi Han had several questions he wished to pose to Han Yuan, the most pressing being how to complete the task of obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill. Han Yuan mentioned that it took her over 3 years to accomplish this task. Given his own cultivation progress, would it be more advantageous to commence this task now? Nevertheless, he would have to wait until Han Yuan had stabilized her advancement before he could inquire further. At present, Yi Han had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Facing a bottleneck, he was not in a hurry. As if cultivating were so simple, many cultivators would not be trapped at their bottlenecks for a lifetime. Yi Han calculated the days. In a few days, Wang Lan and a few others had arranged a small exchange meeting. However, it had only been a month, and his rapid breakthrough made him ponder whether he should attend. Although he was a named disciple of Elder Qi, it didn't preclude other cultivators from harboring designs on him. After all, he had dared to slay the young master of the Black Mountain Sect, as a named disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. Who would not dare to target him? Yi Han suddenly had an idea. Could he learn a technique to obscure his cultivation level? In the realm of cultivation, many techniques and treasures could shield one's cultivation from others' perception. However, such concealments were generally limited. It was improbable to hide one's level from those who were several realms above. Yet, it sufficed to obscure his level from Qi refining stage cultivators or early Foundation Establishment stage practitioners. To his surprise, he found a stealth technique among the jade slips left by the young master of the Black Mountain Sect, though he had not practiced it previously. He pondered for a while, and to Yi Han's surprise, he discovered that his current comprehension of some relatively elementary spells and techniques had become considerably easier. This improvement seemed to stem from his progress in cultivation, or perhaps it was due to his absorption of the purple cauldron. During his moments of introspection, he sensed a significant enhancement in his understanding. Thus, in the past few days, besides practicing the tranquil heart technique and blood refinement technique, Yi Han had also mastered the concealment technique. However, as he had only just acquired it, its practical application remained rather limited. On another front, He was also studying the ghostly steps left behind by the young master of Black Mountain. This particular technique emphasized profound comprehension, and Yi Han had only recently begun to grasp its fundamentals. Nevertheless, he felt that his agility had improved considerably. Soon, 4 or 5 days passed. After tidying himself up, Yi Han set out to attend the exchange meeting with Wang Lan and others, curious about the treasures that the subsequent exchange would yield. Chapter 175. The Immortal Ascension Conference has concluded. Yi Han emerged from his cave dwelling, swiftly descending the cliff and heading toward the designated meeting place agreed upon with Wang Lan and Wang Chunyang. He attempted to employ the phantom step technique, and in an instant, his form transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, darting forward like a specter. With a few flickering movements, he traversed several dozen zhang in mere moments, achieving a speed that was twice as fast as before. This remarkable acceleration was attributed not only to Yi Han's cultivation advancement, but also to the execution of the phantom step. However, despite being merely a technique of movement, the phantom step consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. After just one application, Yi Han sensed that he had depleted 1/10 of his mana. Nevertheless, the speed it granted was indeed astonishing. The phantom step was far from an ordinary technique. He surmised that young Master Heishan had not yet begun his training in the phantom step. Had he done so earlier, the Yuan sword formation wielded by Fairy Yuan would have likely struggled to ensnare him, potentially allowing for an escape. After all, a foundational stage cultivator employing this technique would undoubtedly achieve even more extraordinary speed. Thus, it could be inferred that young Master Heishan had only recently acquired this technique and had yet to master it. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune for him to encounter both the Yuan sword formation and Yi Han, who possessed the ghostly skull mirror, leading to his demise shortly after advancing to the foundational stage. Yi Han refrained from using the phantom step again, opting instead to hasten toward the rendezvous with Wang Lan. As he approached the designated area within the grove, he encountered Lin Hongda and Wang Hongying. Upon seeing them, Yi Han greeted, "Senior brother Lin, senior sister Wang." Lin Hongda and Wang Hongying were equally surprised to see Yi Han, as they keenly sensed that his cultivation had significantly improved since their first encounter. The remarkable progress he had made in just a month was truly astonishing. No wonder he was a registered disciple of a Golden Core Elder. Thus, Lin Hongda and Wang Hongying warmly responded, "Junior brother Yi, long time no see." Upon reaching the meeting spot, they found Wang Chunyang, Wang Lan, and Lu Jing already present. After exchanging pleasantries, it became evident to all that Yi Han had made considerable strides in his cultivation, though they were uncertain of his precise level of advancement. Everyone understood that Yi Han either practiced a hidden cultivation technique or possessed a treasure that concealed his true power. Regardless of whether it was his movement technique or his artifact, they were clearly extraordinary. Only a disciple of a Golden Core Elder could enjoy such privileges, evoking envy among the onlookers. Their gazes toward Yi Han had transformed entirely. Lu Jingji, while wearing a visage of envy, secretly harbored a hint of jealousy. It was a stark reminder of the harsh truth that comparison often breeds discontent. Yi Han, however, noticed the subtle shift in Lu's expression. Given that this fellow maintained a camaraderie with Wang Lan and others, frequently attending their gatherings, it was evident that this underlying tension needed addressing. Thus, Yi Han took the initiative to engage Lu Jingji. "By the way, senior brother Lu, I have some delightful news to share with you." Lu Jingji responded with palpable impatience. "What good news could you possibly have for me, you shitty? Does it even concern me?" With a smile, Yi Han replied, "In a way, it could be said to concern you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Senior brother Lu, you must be somewhat acquainted with senior sister Han Yuan, correct? I can inform you that she has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage and is currently in seclusion to solidify her realm. Would you not agree that this is indeed a momentous occasion?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jingji's eyes flickered with surprise as he exclaimed, "Is this truly the case?" If Han Yuan had genuinely ascended to the foundation establishment stage, then as long as he remained unable to do so, his chances of ever being with her would dwindle to nothing. The disparity between their realms was not merely a minor gap. It represented a profound chasm of status. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Jingji's gaze grew despondent. He pondered how long it might take him to reach the foundation establishment stage, especially since he had yet to acquire the necessary foundational elixirs. Moreover, he had not participated in the recent Immortal Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone. And if he were to attend the next one, it would be at least 5 years hence, with success far from guaranteed. Other opportunities seemed equally bleak, and he was uncertain if he would even return alive. Ultimately, he resolved to relinquish his aspirations, and his eyes darkened further. Wang Lan and the others, upon hearing this news, were equally taken aback, engaging in animated conversation. They could hardly believe that senior sister Han Yuan had indeed succeeded in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, aside from Uncle Jin Feng over the past 3 years, now Han Yuan has also reached the foundation establishment stage. One remarked, "Alas, we are still unaware of when our turn will come, and we missed our chance in the dark forbidden zone. We are still young, and opportunities will arise," another chimed in. At this juncture, Wang Chunyang recalled something and exclaimed, "By the way, have you all heard? During this immortal Ascension conference in the dark forbidden zone, one of our disciples from the Qingxuan sect made a remarkable impression, garnering fame throughout Tianlan." Wang Lan, astonished, turned to Wang Chunyang and asked, "Which disciple are you referring to? Has the immortal Ascension conference in the dark forbidden zone concluded?" Yihan also glanced in Wang Chunyang's direction, for senior brother Zhang Qingxuan had attended the immortal Ascension conference, and if it had indeed ended, he wondered how Zhang was faring. Would he return alive? After all, Yihan had learned that the immortal Ascension conference in the dark forbidden zone was fraught with peril, with disciples from various sects engaged in fierce competition and slaughter, all vying for the precious materials needed to concoct foundation establishment elixirs. The odds of surviving such an endeavor were dismally low, with only 2 or 3 in 10 returning unscathed. Otherwise, Wang Lan and the others might choose not to participate. As it is exceedingly perilous, there is no necessity to risk one's life for a mere foundation establishment pill, even if they do not advance. Those in the foundation establishment stage can live for approximately 200 years. If the Ascension event has concluded, then what has become of senior brother Zhang Qingxuan? The others were quite intrigued by this news and fixed their gaze upon Wang Chunyang, wondering from whence he had acquired such information. With a smug demeanor, Wang Chunyang teased, "You all wish to know this news, do you not? This is an exclusive secret, not something I divulge lightly." Lin Hongda, displaying impatience, retorted, "Speak or remain silent. If you choose not to share, we shall commence the discussion without you." Wang Hongying chimed in, "Indeed. Just choke on your own words." Wang Chunyang chuckled, "Huh? You truly are a harmonious pair. Well then, I shall cease my teasing. Do you know that it is our 7 Xian Peak disciple who has shone brilliantly in the dark realm?" This fellow claimed to stop teasing, yet he continued to do so. However, Yihan's heart stirred, and he promptly interjected, "Is it senior brother Zhang Qingxuan?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chunyang looked at Yihan with astonishment, exclaiming, "Junior brother Yi, you are aware as well?" Chapter 176. The dazzling Zhang Qingxuan upon hearing the words of Yihan and Wang Chunyang. The crowd was astonished to learn that the illustrious cultivator was none other than the famously honest Zhang Qingxuan. Wang Chunyang chuckled and remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot. Yi Shidi shares a close relationship with Zhang Shixiang. Of course, Zhang Shixiang is well known for his integrity here at Qingxuan Peak. He has guided me in my body refinement techniques on several occasions." Wang Lan, equally astonished, inquired, "Wang Chunyang, are you truly speaking of our junior brother Zhang Qingxuan?" Having joined the sect before Zhang Qingxuan and possessing a higher cultivation level, she had always referred to him as her junior. However, through the conversation, it was evident that Zhang Qingxuan had garnered some fame at Qingxuan Peak, primarily due to his honest and earnest nature. No one had anticipated that he would shine so brightly at the Immortal Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone. Nevertheless, Yihan immediately deduced that the esteemed cultivator from Qingxuan Peak mentioned by Wang Chunyang was indeed Zhang Qingxuan, as he had witnessed Zhang's true skills firsthand. Zhang possessed a treasured axe and had invested a significant amount of spirit stones before their departure, acquiring numerous treasures, defensive items, and supplementary elixirs and talismans. Thus, when Wang Chunyang declared that the disciple who excelled at the Immortal Ascension Conference in the Dark Forbidden Zone was from their Qingxuan sect's Qingxuan Peak, Yihan was almost certain that this individual was his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. In terms of genuine prowess, Zhang's cultivation and the treasures he possessed ranked him among the elite of Qi refinement stage cultivators. However, Yihan could not speculate on how Zhang would perform at the Immortal Ascension Conference. Therefore, Yihan said, "I am quite familiar with senior brother Zhang Qingxuan. Wang Shixiang, Please share any news you have, so that we may all hear it. He readily acknowledged his good rapport with Zhang, as many were aware that Zhang had spent some time cultivating in his cave abode. Furthermore, if Zhang Qingxuan performed well, he would undoubtedly be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. It remained uncertain whether he could truly advance to the foundation establishment stage. Taking note of Yihan's words, Wang Chunyang revealed, "Actually, my family received news from my master. Just yesterday, he happened to receive the information and mentioned it to me. The news should spread in the coming days." After a brief pause, he continued, "According to reports from that side, during this immortal Ascension conference among the 4 sects, senior brother Zhang shone brilliantly in the dark forbidden zone, acquiring the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which secured our Qingxuan sect's top ranking and dealt a significant blow to the pride of the Blackwater sect. This is truly invigorating." Upon hearing this, Yihan exclaimed with delight, "Then it stands to reason that senior brother Zhang Qingxuan will certainly receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward." Lin Hongda, filled with admiration, added, "That is truly remarkable. Had I known, I would have participated as well." Lu Jingji remarked, "It is likely that he will not receive just one foundation establishment pill, but perhaps several." Wang Lan, however, remarked, "Do not underestimate the dark forbidden zone. I have ventured there once, and I have no desire to return." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Wang Lan, with Yihan curiously inquiring, "Brother Wang, you've been to the dark forbidden zone. What was it truly like?" A flicker of trepidation crossed Wang Lan's eyes as he replied, "I have shared this with a few others before. That place is teeming with various demonic creatures. If one encounters a demon cultivator, there is no escape. Furthermore, the competition from other sects is fierce. Merely surviving is a victory in itself. I was fortunate enough to evade several crises back then and concealed myself until the end. Of those who accompanied me, only I returned alive." Pausing for a moment, he addressed the group, "Everyone, unless you possess absolute certainty, do not recklessly venture into the dark forbidden zone. It is not a game of chance. It strictly depends on one's strength. If you can acquire foundation establishment pills through other channels, pursue those avenues instead of attending the Immortal Ascension Conference." Wang Hongying nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we heeded Brother Wang's advice, which is why we did not participate in the Immortal Ascension Conference." Lu Jingji, Lin Hongda, and Wang Chunyang also nodded in concurrence. Yihan began to understand why these disciples, despite being at the foundation establishment stage, chose not to enter the dark forbidden zone, perhaps due to a lack of confidence in their abilities. Lin Hongda then remarked, "But Yi Shidi is different. He is a disciple of Elder Qi, unlike us who must take risks to confront that place." Before Lin Hongda could finish, Wang Lan interjected, "Indeed, Yi Shidi is far more fortunate than us, having the opportunity to be taught by Elder Qi." He shot a stern glare at Lin Hongda, clearly reproaching him. Lin Hongda quickly realized his slip of the tongue. Yihan, however, remained unfazed, recognizing that they were likely vying for opportunities to advance in their foundation establishment phase, a pursuit in which he, as a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, could not participate. Of course, achieving the great perfection of Qi refinement would require considerable time, so there was no need for haste. Wang Lan continued, "However, do not dwell too much on this. Brother Zhang Qingxuan can only obtain one foundation establishment pill, though he will receive other rewards." With that, he shifted the topic, stating, "All right, advancing to foundation establishment is our current goal. Let us work diligently, for opportunities will surely arise. Let us commence today's exchange meeting." Excellent. With that, the group began their exchange meeting. Yihan took the initiative to speak. "Recently, I have attempted what Brother Wang Chunyang suggested, taking 2 body refinement pills for cultivation, and indeed, the results have been remarkable. I have even broken through my previous bottleneck." Yihan was aware that they had noticed his cultivation advancement, yet due to his practice of concealment techniques, they could not discern the specifics of his true cultivation level. Proactively providing feedback on one's cultivation experiences fosters smoother communication among the group. If everyone keeps their insights to themselves, such exchanges will falter. Upon hearing this, Wang Chunyang expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, "I told you so. The physical training indeed offers substantial benefits." Wang Lan nodded in agreement, stating, "I have also engaged in some body refining techniques recently, and they have indeed provided me with certain support, although my progress has not been as significant as I had hoped." Lu Jingji, intrigued by this revelation, remarked, "If it proves beneficial, I shall certainly give it a try." Lin Hongda added, "Speaking of which, I have discovered that augmenting our magical practices during physical training yields considerable advantages. It allows us to enhance our physical prowess, while simultaneously increasing our mana reserves." The group engaged in a lively discussion, sharing insights on spells, cultivation experiences, training methods, and the benefits of medicinal pills with great enthusiasm. As their exchange drew to a close, Wang Lan announced the commencement of the exchange meeting. Chapter 177. The exchange meeting. Yi Han attended their exchange meeting for the first time, filled with curiosity about their method of barter. The attendees were limited to just a few individuals, and the process of exchanging was quite straightforward. Each participant would present any scarce cultivation items or resources they possessed, and see if others had treasures or rare materials that they sought in return. If a deal could be made, it was typically on an equivalent basis, contingent primarily on one's willingness to engage. Should negotiations falter, one could always resort to trading with spirit stones, which served as universal currency among lower-tier cultivators, easily convertible into treasures or rare materials. Wang Lan spoke first, addressing the group. "Esteemed colleagues, I recently wish to enhance the potency of my primary magical instrument. I am in need of fire iron or beast crystals from fire elemental beasts. If anyone possesses these, I would be willing to exchange for something of equal value." The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating they had nothing to offer. "Wang Lan, the fire iron and beast crystals you seek are indeed rare commodities, and we do not possess them," one of them remarked. Yi Han pondered for a moment, recalling that within the storage bag of the young master of Black Mountain, he had observed a fire elemental beast crystal. However, he contemplated what he could offer in exchange. Surprisingly, he realized he had several items he urgently needed. Noting the others' negative responses, Yi Han interjected, "Wang Lan, I happen to have a fire elemental beast crystal." Upon stating this, he tapped his storage bag, and a fist-sized crystal, glowing faintly red and emanating the essence of a beast, materialized in his palm. This item held considerable value. He recalled that when he first acquired the water serpent beast crystal with Zhang Qingxuan, it had fetched several thousand spirit stones. Yet, in terms of quality and the beast's rank, this fire elemental beast crystal was still quite inferior. The moment Yi Han produced the fire elemental beast crystal, expressions of astonishment and envy illuminated the faces of the others. This crystal was worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, and the fact that Yi Han could present it was unexpected. However, considering Yi Han was a registered disciple of the Seventh Elder, it was reasonable to surmise he possessed genuine capabilities to earn such a distinction. Wang Lan gazed at the beast crystal in Yi Han's hand, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "You shitty, may I take a closer look?" he inquired. "Of course," Yi Han replied, casually tossing it over. Wang Lan caught it, examining it from every angle. His eyes filled with longing. If he could integrate this crystal into his magical instrument, it would enhance its power by over 30%, thereby increasing their chances of acquiring treasures from their targeted location. Thus, Wang Lan turned to Yi Han and said, "What would you like in exchange, Yi Shitty? I assure you, I will trade for whatever I possess." Being a registered disciple of the Seventh Elder, it was evident that no one would dare to take advantage of Yi Han. However, Wang Lan was determined to secure the fire elemental beast crystal, and if necessary, he would trade spirit stones with Yi Han. Even if his current stock was limited, he could borrow from others if needed. Yi Han directly stated, "Esteemed senior brothers, if you possess any items that can enhance one's spiritual consciousness or potent treasures that amplify the power of wood-type flying swords, I am open to exchanges." Indeed, although he had cultivated the tranquil heart technique, the progression of his spiritual consciousness was rather sluggish, as it was a method requiring long-term dedication. Currently, he was deciphering the sword formations within the Azure Xian sword technique using the wood spirit flying swords. He was yet unable to wield 6 wood spirit flying swords, primarily due to his insufficient spiritual awareness. Thus, he sought to expedite the enhancement of his spiritual prowess. Upon hearing Yi Han's words, the others exchanged glances. Whether it be items that could elevate one's spiritual consciousness or treasures that could bolster the might of wood-type flying swords, such objects were exceedingly rare. However, Wang Lan pondered momentarily before producing a small vial from his storage bag. He addressed Yi Han, saying, "Junior brother Yi, I possess a mid-grade divine pill that can augment spiritual consciousness. For For those who consume it for the first time, the enhancement is notably greater. Nonetheless, this divine pill is valued at 500 spirit stones. Would you be agreeable to me supplementing you with an additional 500 spirit stones? Without hesitation, Yihan nodded, affirming, "No problem, Senior Brother Wang. It is settled then." Yihan was well aware of the divine pill's worth. Although 500 spirit stones could procure one, such items were exceedingly scarce, and possessing spirit stones did not guarantee their acquisition. Moreover, they were among the more sought-after pills. In any case, the beast crystal from the fire-type beast held little use for him at present, so exchanging it was a reasonable decision. After all, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. As Yihan successfully completed his transaction with Wang Lan, others began to present their own coveted treasures for exchange. Yihan still had a considerable collection of rare materials and treasures, primarily acquired from Hong Yangzi and young Master Heishan, which he had not yet sold to Han Xiushui in Qingniu City. It was advantageous to trade for items he required. Indeed, he possessed what they sought. Observing Yihan's generosity in trade, they refrained from exorbitant demands and began to speculate privately about Yihan's selection as a named disciple of Elder Qi. Rumors suggested that Yihan had entered the Qingxuan sect solely with the Qingxuan token, indicating a remarkable background. After a series of exchanges, Yihan acquired several desired treasures. He obtained the divine pill from Wang Lan, exchanged a small vial of wood spirit essence with Wang Hongying and Lin Hongda to enhance the potency of wood-type treasures, and secured 2 mid-grade body refining pills from Wang Chunyang. Furthermore, he provided Lu Jingji with a needed earth-type treasure, which Lu had no items to offer in return, but instead compensated him with 800 spirit stones. At the conclusion of this exchange, each individual, including Wang Lan, received what they desired. Although Yihan's acquisitions were modest, he was content with the items he managed to process. Now, Wang Lan and the others regarded Yihan with considerable warmth and enthusiasm, recognizing that, despite his lower cultivation level, his status as a named disciple of Elder Qi warranted respect. Now, with a multitude of treasures at his disposal, he was eager to engage in such exchanges again, particularly with Yihan, to whom he now extended a warm welcome. The crowd's attitude towards Yihan had improved significantly compared to their previous demeanor. Naturally, they harbored no ill thoughts towards Yihan on the 7 mysterious peaks, for his esteemed status within the sect made it unwise to entertain any notions of hostility against him. After the exchange meeting, Yihan bid farewell to the others and returned to his secluded abode. Upon entering his dwelling, Yihan laid out the treasures he had acquired during the exchange. The divine elixir required refinement, and the body refining elixir was not yet suitable for him to consume. Instead, he decided to examine the vial of wood spirit essence, which could enhance the potency of wood-type treasures. Although the number of 6 wood spirit flying swords was insufficient for his purposes, he resolved to utilize the essence to augment the thorn's bracelet. He was left to ponder just how formidable the bracelet would become after the infusion of the wood spirit essence. Chapter 178. Elixir of the Wood Spirit according to Lin Hongda and Wang Hongying. This vial of elixir is of considerable value, obtained from an ancient secret realm. Yihan traded 2 superior magical artifacts and 10 mid-grade qi refining pills, amounting to approximately 4,000 spirit stones, to acquire this vial of wood spirit elixir. With a flicker of spiritual light, the thorned ring materialized in Yihan's hand. This superior magical artifact had provided him immense assistance during numerous life and death battles. Moreover, he had successfully refined the thorned ring using the refinement technique, enhancing his cultivation and enabling him to wield the ring more effectively. He had mastered 2 of the 3 abilities it bestowed, the thorned cage and the thorned fist, while he was on the verge of comprehending the third, the thorned dispel. Should the power of the thorned ring continue to rise, it would prove invaluable even when he attained the foundation establishment stage. Comparatively, the amount of wood spirit elixir he possessed was insufficient. If dispersed among the 6 wood spirit flying swords, the enhancement would be minimal. Additionally, he had not fully refined the 6 flying swords, rendering their current power limited. Thus, he resolved to utilize this small vial of wood spirit elixir to strengthen the thorned ring. Yihan uncorked the vial, and an exceptionally pure aura of wood element spiritual energy, imbued with astonishing vitality, surged forth. The thorned ring in his hand responded immediately, the leaves upon its vines quivering slightly. He let a drop of the wood spirit elixir fall onto the thorned ring, which promptly absorbed it. The leaves on the thorned ring trembled, glowing with verdant runes, as the celestial spirit vine used in its crafting seemed to awaken, its aura expanding. Witnessing this, Yuan continued to apply the wood spirit elixir, and the once withered celestial spirit vine began to emanate a green light, displaying signs of revival. This sight filled Yuan with great delight, for the wood element spiritual energy was rich in life force, typically granting practitioners of wood-based techniques a longer lifespan compared to their peers. However, every advantage carries its drawbacks. Wood-based techniques are notoriously challenging to cultivate, as they necessitate a sensitivity to life's essence. As Yuan persisted in adding the wood spirit elixir to the thorned ring, the celestial spirit vine began to grow. In a short span, the number of leaves had doubled, the vines had lengthened by a third, and even some branches had begun to sprout. This miraculous transformation astonished Yuan, for it indicated a significant increase in the thorned ring's power, surpassing his expectations. It seemed evident that the true worth of this vial of wood spirit elixir far exceeded the valuation posited by Yuan Ying and Lin Hongda. After all, this elixir had been procured from an ancient realm, and its precise properties and effects remained a mystery to them. They merely hoped that Yuan would be able to exchange it for something of greater value. In truth, this exchange not only satisfies the needs of both parties, but also tests the luck and strength of the practitioners involved. A misstep could lead to significant losses. Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the progress of the thorned ring. It appeared he had indeed struck a considerable bargain. Before long, an entire vial of wood spirit essence had been completely absorbed by the thorned ring. However, the ring had not fully assimilated the essence and continued to grow gradually. Yuan sensed the astonishing life force emanating from the thorned ring. Should it fully absorb the wood spirit essence, it could potentially transcend the limits of superior artifacts and achieve the legendary status of an extraordinary magical item. Such a transformation could increase the value of the thorned ring tenfold, with its true power likely doubling. Thus, this venture could be deemed a remarkable profit. Of course, the actual outcome depended on whether the thorned ring could reach such heights. As the thorned ring absorbed the wood spirit essence, Yuan chose not to stow it away in his storage pouch, but instead adorned his wrist with it, intending to wait until it had fully absorbed the essence before putting it away. He then retrieved the divine elixir he had exchanged with Wang Lan, which emitted a uniquely soothing aroma that was exceptionally comforting. During this time, Yuan had also studied the sword formations within the Qingxuan sword technique. However, to deploy the formations, he needed to control 6 wood spirit flying swords with his consciousness. Currently, even at full capacity, he could only manage 4 due to insufficient mental acuity. This prompted his urgent desire to enhance his spiritual awareness. Although the tranquil heart technique could augment his mental prowess, the progress was painfully slow. Consequently, Yuan consumed the divine elixir, beginning the gradual process of refining it. To his astonishment, as he refined the elixir, a subtle purple light emanated from the purple cauldron in his sea of consciousness, merging into the divine elixir. Yuan felt that this purple luminescence significantly amplified the elixir's potency and, more importantly, facilitated his absorption of it. This was truly marvelous. Upon completely refining the divine elixir, he felt a notable lightness in his mind, discovering that his spiritual awareness had remarkably increased by over 20%. This was not a trivial enhancement, but a monumental one. It is known that cultivating spiritual awareness is notoriously challenging, particularly for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. Yet, Yuan had achieved such a substantial increase merely by consuming a single divine elixir, an effect equivalent to more than a year's worth of progress in the tranquil heart technique. Remarkably, this was only a mid-grade divine elixir. Yuan deemed it necessary to acquire additional elixirs or rare materials to further enhance his spiritual awareness. He resolved that on his next visit to Qingniu City, he would seek out elixirs or treasures that could augment his mental acuity. Indeed, with his enhanced spiritual awareness, Yuan was now able to control 6 wood spirit flying swords with ease. Time flows like water, unstoppable and irreversible. Before he knew it, a month had swiftly passed. Yuan proactively stepped out of his dwelling and, after traversing a short distance, arrived at the entrance of the 7th elder's abode. With utmost respect, Yuan called out, "Master." After a moment, the voice of the 7th elder resonated through the air, inquiring, "Yuan, What brings you here? Yi Han replied, Master, I wish to visit Qingniu City to procure some essential items for my cultivation, and I have come specifically to inform you. Indeed, the seventh elder had instructed Yi Han that whenever he intended to descend the mountain, he must first seek his approval. Yi Han recalled his prior arrangement with Han Xiushui from Qingniu City and intended to visit Tianning Square to ascertain the availability of wood dragon roots aged over 300 years. With 2 months having elapsed, he felt it imperative to make the journey and thus sought the elder's consent, uncertain if he would be granted permission to leave the mountain. Chapter 179. The 500-year wooden dragon staff. Elder 7 spoke with a calm demeanor. It seems you have pondered this matter thoroughly. Therefore, I shall have Zhang Lingjun accompany you. Be swift in your journey. Upon hearing these words, Yi Han's eyes flickered slightly. To have a foundation establishment cultivator escort him down the mountain clearly indicated concerns for his safety. Such treatment was indeed extraordinary. It also suggested to Yi Han that the schemes devised by Elder 7 and Elder 4 must be of considerable significance. In truth, Yi Han did not feel an urgent need to visit Qingniu City, for the 300-year-old wooden dragon root was not something that could be easily acquired. He had merely paid a deposit, and whether he would ultimately obtain it was uncertain. He could always retrieve the deposit at a later time. Moreover, his current state of spiritual awareness allowed him to command 6 wooden spirit flying swords, and he was now capable of employing the sword formations from the Qingxuan sword technique. His primary purpose in seeking out Elder 7 was to ascertain his standing within the plans concocted by Elder 7 and Elder 4. Was he to play a supportive role, or was his presence deemed superfluous? Or perhaps he was of utmost importance. Thus, when Yi Han expressed his intention to visit Qingniu City, it was rather surprising that Elder 7 assigned Zhang Lingjun to protect him. Yi Han quickly realized that he must hold significant importance in this matter. Additionally, he was curious to see whether Elder 7, a golden core cultivator, could detect the purple cauldron within his sea of consciousness. Thus far, his expectations had been met. With the presence of the purplish golden rune, higher-tier cultivators should be unable to discern it. With respect, Yi Han replied, Yes, Master. I shall depart promptly and return without delay. Elder 7's voice echoed from within. Indeed. Before long, Zhang Lingjun emerged through the mist, greeting Yi Han with a warm smile. Junior brother Zhang, let us be off. Very well. Zhang Lingjun unleashed his magical artifact, a flying ruler, and together they soared into the skies. Elder 7 was enveloped in a swirling, multicolored aura, his eyes opening as he murmured to himself, such progress in such a short span. It seems this lad's path to immortality is anything but ordinary, a fortuitous development. With that, he closed his eyes once more to continue his cultivation. At the entrance of Qingniu City, at the Tianning Square, Yi Han had disguised himself as the red-faced man from his previous visit, and as he and Zhang Lingjun approached the entrance, the attendant who had previously welcomed him immediately recognized him. He hurried over, bowing respectfully. You have returned? Please come in. Yi Han nodded, casting a casual glance at the attendant, whose attire was now markedly different. He had donned the garments of a steward. Yi Han chuckled. It appears you have been promoted. The attendant grinned in response. It is all thanks to your esteemed presence, my friend. Indeed, his promotion to steward was a direct result of his initiative in escorting Yi Han, which had earned him the favor of Han Xiushui. Observing the attendant's deference towards Yi Han while seemingly disregarding him, Zhang Lingjun felt a twinge of astonishment. Clearly, Yi Han had garnered the attention of his master, indicating his exceptional nature. As he entered, Yi Han had deliberately disguised himself in this manner, indicating that there might be some underlying issue. However, it is not uncommon for low-tier cultivators to conceal their true identities and appearances while venturing outside. Thus, Yi Han's disguise was not particularly surprising. He addressed Zhang Lingjun, saying, Senior brother, I am off to find a fellow cultivator. How about we meet here later? Zhang Lingjun nodded and replied, Go ahead. I also wish to procure some necessities. Let us reconvene in the hall after an hour. Very well, Yi Han responded, proceeding with the waiter towards the VIP room. Zhang Lingjun's brow slightly furrowed as he observed Yi Han's retreating figure, revealing a peculiar expression before he ascended the stairs. Upon entering the VIP room, it was still Han Xiushui on duty. Seeing Yi Han, Han Xiushui's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, Fellow cultivator, you have arrived. I was wondering if you would come by these days. Yi Han nodded and got straight to the point. Indeed, Senior Han. I am here to inquire if you have managed to acquire the 300-year-old wood dragon root. Han Xiushui responded directly, fellow cultivator. We have not been able to locate the 300-year-old wood dragon root. Noticing Yi Han's disappointment, he continued, however, if you are seeking the 300-year-old wood dragon root, it is likely for the purpose of refining a wood dragon staff, correct? Recently, we did recover a finished wood dragon staff. If you are interested, we can discuss it. Upon hearing this, Yi Han, who had initially felt disheartened, perked up at the mention of a finished product and promptly inquired, may I see it? If it was indeed a finished item and of good quality, Yi Han was inclined to acquire it. After all, even if he gathered all the necessary materials, he would need to find someone to refine it. Although the Qingxuan sect had masters of weapon refinement, they were often booked solid, and it would take at least several months to complete the process. He recalled that before his senior brother Zhang Qingxuan ventured into the dark forbidden zone, he had exchanged all his spirit stones for the artifacts, protective talismans, and elixirs required for the perilous journey. After all, there was a possibility he might not return. Yi Han felt similarly. The schemes devised by Elder 7 and Elder 4 were undoubtedly fraught with danger. If he could obtain a finished wood dragon staff, he would be able to utilize the wood dragon technique. The last time he engaged with Elder 4's disciple, Qingniu, he had demonstrated the wood dragon technique, which proved to be quite formidable. With the aid of the wood dragon staff, he could conserve his magical energy while enhancing his power. Every additional artifact increases one's chances of survival. Therefore, Yi Han resolved to seize the opportunity if possible. Han Xiushui then produced a staff, crafted from a gray-brown wood with a dragon head design at the top, and presented it to Yi Han, stating, I anticipated that you would be interested in a finished product, so I kept it on hand for your arrival. After a brief pause, he added, however, it is worth noting that this wood dragon staff is not made from the 300-year-old wood dragon root, but rather from 500-year-old wood dragon root, which is quite valuable. As Yi Han listened to Han Xiushui's words, his brows furrowed slightly. If the wooden dragon root had been refined for 500 years, it would undoubtedly be 3 to 4 times more expensive than one refined for 300 years, amounting to around 20,000 spirit stones. However, he possessed only a little over 10,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, he caressed the wooden dragon staff, attuning himself to the aura it emanated. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The aura of this wooden dragon staff bore a striking resemblance to that of the thorn bracelet, igniting a spark of intrigue within Yi Han. The primary material of the thorn bracelet was celestial spirit vine, while the wooden dragon staff was crafted from wooden dragon root. How could there be such a connected aura? Contemplating this, Yi Han realized that the wooden dragon staff must possess some extraordinary quality. With this thought, he forced a wry smile and said, Senior Han, I am indeed quite fond of this wooden dragon staff, but I lack the requisite spirit stones. Han Xiushui suddenly responded, My friend, you need not worry. This wooden dragon staff is not overly expensive. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Han with an expression that hinted at profound mystery. Chapter 180. A timely assistance in the snow. Upon observing Han Xiushui's inscrutable expression, Yi Han immediately comprehended the situation. The wooden dragon staff surely had a provenance akin to his own. Moreover, Han Xiushui did not store it in the shop, but rather within his personal storage pouch. It was likely that this wooden dragon staff had been seized from another, regardless of its origins. It was evident that Han Xiushui would not offer it to him at a reasonable price. Naturally, Yi Han had no intention of prying into the matter of its acquisition. However, Han Xiushui took the initiative to explain, This wooden dragon staff does not belong to our Tianning workshop. Rather, it is a favor for a fellow cultivator in urgent need of spirit stones, who asked me to assist in its sale. I thought of you, my friend, and decided to keep it for you. The value of this wooden dragon staff is 25,000 spirit stones, but for you, I shall let it go for 15,000. A generous discount of 10,000. Hearing Han Xiushui's words, Yi Han was undoubtedly tempted and refrained from inquiring further. Even a top-quality wooden dragon staff forged from 300-year-old wood would command a price of 15,000 spirit stones. Acquiring a top-quality wooden dragon staff made from 500-year-old black dragon wood for just 15,000 was an undeniable opportunity. Most importantly, this wooden dragon staff exuded an aura reminiscent of the thorny bracelet, which reminded him of that vial of wood spirit essence. Could it be that this wooden dragon staff had also been infused with wood spirit essence? If that were the case, its power would surely be far greater than it appeared. Thus, Yihan resolved to acquire it without hesitation. Yet, he found himself lacking the requisite 15,000 spirit stones. Having utilized all his medium-grade spirit stones, over 30 of them, on the spirit stone array for his cave dwelling, due to Han Yuan's needs. Currently, he possessed only a little over 8,000 spirit stones. However, Yihan had sorted various treasures and materials, valuable items ready for convenient sale. Without haggling with Han Xiushui, Yihan produced 2 storage pouches from his side and presented them to Han Xiushui, stating, "Senior Han, I have some items I wish to sell. I would appreciate your assistance in appraising them. I shall take the wooden dragon staff." Upon hearing this, Han Xiushui's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded Yihan. In just 2 months, Yihan had amassed another collection of fine items. Of course, Han Xiushui was perceptive enough not to inquire about Yihan's origins. Conversely, the more treasures Yihan presented, the greater the potential benefits for him, marking it as a fortunate turn of events. An hour later, Yihan exited the VIP room and, upon entering the hall, spotted Zhang Lingjun. He immediately called out, "Senior brother, I have completed my business. What of you?" Zhang Lingjun's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he regarded Yihan, seemingly hesitant to speak. Yet he promptly shifted the topic. "All is well. Did you manage to procure what you desired, junior brother?" Noticing the oddity in Zhang Lingjun's demeanor, Yihan felt a stir of curiosity and casually remarked, "Alas, I did not acquire it. I sought to buy a few medium-grade divine spirit pills, but alas, I could not. Over 2,000 spirit stones remained unspent." Zhang Lingjun's eyes brightened at this revelation as he immediately responded, "Junior brother, I possess 2 medium-grade divine spirit pills. If you are in urgent need, I can sell them to you." In truth, he too was in need of spirit stones. He had recently set his sights on a precious item, yet lamentably, his spirit stones were insufficient. Despite engaging in negotiations, he was unable to settle on an agreeable price. To his astonishment, Yihan, though not highly skilled, possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones. For someone of his cultivation level, consuming mid-grade divine elixirs would yield minimal benefits. So he was reluctant to sell them back to the sect or at the market where the prices were rather meager. Upon hearing this, Yihan's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "That is splendid. Brother, how many spirit stones do you require? I shall procure them for you immediately." With that, he swiftly retrieved a small cloth pouch from his storage bag, revealing 2,000 spirit stones, which he handed to Zhang Lingjun, saying, "Is 2,000 spirit stones sufficient?" In reality, a single divine elixir typically fluctuated between 500 to 700 spirit stones, making 2,000 an ample sum, indeed a significant premium. However, Zhang Lingjun needed 2,000 spirit stones to acquire the coveted item, which was rare and could be snatched up by others at any moment. He could always compensate Yihan later. Zhang Lingjun accepted the stones and replied, "Junior brother Yi, 2,000 is more than enough. I shall return shortly after purchasing the item, and I will provide a little something in return." With that, he hurried off. Yihan observed Zhang Lingjun's departing figure, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Little did they know, he was not merely short of 2 divine elixirs. The materials he had sold had netted him nearly 30,000 spirit stones. This did not even account for the treasures that were not easily sold. Most of his gains had been acquired from the young master of Black Mountain, a well-born cultivator and a foundation-building practitioner, whose storage bag had enriched Yihan substantially. Thus, Yihan utilized 15,000 spirit stones to purchase a wooden dragon staff from Han Xiushui, with another 10,000 spent on a vial of wood spirit essence and 10 lower-grade divine elixirs. The remaining stones were spent on mid-grade and upper-grade qi refining elixirs. However, even with his esteemed status as a VIP, he was limited to purchasing only 30 mid-grade qi refining elixirs and 5 upper-grade ones. Consequently, he retained several thousand spirit stones. Noticing Zhang Lingjun's earlier demeanor, his furrowed brows and serious expression, Yihan pondered the cause of his apparent disappointment. This expression was reminiscent of his own when he had sought food in Qingniu village, a hesitant look that suggested longing. Yihan speculated that Zhang Lingjun had his eyes set on a particular treasure but lacked the necessary spirit stones. Thus, he decided to subtly probe Zhang Lingjun. As anticipated, Zhang Lingjun was indeed short on spirit stones and eagerly offered 2 mid-grade divine elixirs in exchange for spirit stones. Yihan, feigning goodwill, willingly provided him with 2,000 spirit stones, keeping over 1,000 for himself. Zhang Lingjun promptly agreed, confirming Yi Han's suspicions. Soon after, Zhang Lingjun returned, his face radiant with joy, clearly unable to conceal his delight, as he had successfully acquired the desired item. Yi Han feigned ignorance and addressed Zhang Lingjun, "Brother, shall we take our leave now?" Zhang Lingjun, brimming with impatience, replied, "Indeed, let us return." A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Lingjun stood atop a flying artifact, guiding Yi Han as they soared towards the direction of Qingxuan Gate. As he deftly maneuvered the artifact, he remarked, "Junior brother Yi, I truly owe you a great deal this time. Here are 2 mid-grade divine spirit pills and this advanced spirit stabilization talisman. Take them, you shall find them useful." Yi Han accepted the items and placed them into his storage pouch, perplexed as he inquired, "Brother Zhang, what purpose does this spirit stabilization talisman serve for me?" Zhang Lingjun casually responded, "When you venture into the dark forbidden zone, the advanced spirit stabilization talisman will assist in anchoring your mind, preventing the intrusion of malevolent forces." Cough, cough. At this juncture, he abruptly coughed and continued, "Junior brother Yi, you must not share what I have disclosed with Master." Yi Han's expression shifted as he suddenly realized. Could it be that the plans of Elder 7 and Elder 4 involved a journey into the dark forbidden zone? Chapter 181. The inescapable abyss of darkness. Initially perplexed by Zhang Lingjun's words, Yi Han found himself questioning the timing of the Dark Abyss Ascension Conference, which had only recently concluded. Wasn't the next event set for 5 years hence? Furthermore, he pondered the practicality of utilizing the advanced spirit stabilization talisman at this juncture. However, when Zhang Lingjun insisted, he refrained from mentioning this to their master. An unsettling realization washed over him. The Dark Abyss Ascension Conference was hardly a clandestine affair. Why the secrecy from Elder Qi? The only plausible explanation lay within the machinations of Elder Qi and Elder Si, which were intricately tied to the Dark Abyss. Zhang Lingjun, aware of the underlying truths, seemed to have let slip a crucial detail. Observing Yi Han's expression, he recognized his inadvertent disclosure but appeared unconcerned. "Very well," Zhang Lingjun conceded. "I shall reveal the truth to you, but you must promise to keep this strictly confidential." His demeanor suggested a buoyant spirit, likely a result of Yi Han's assistance in acquiring that coveted treasure. Though 2,000 spirit stones were not an insignificant sum, producing them on short notice proved challenging. Moreover, should he delay, the precious item might be snatched by another. Such treasures were essential even for foundation-building cultivators. Once the opportunity slipped away, it was uncertain when another would present itself. This shift in Zhang Lingjun's attitude towards Yi Han was precisely what Yi Han sought. Eagerly, Yi Han implored, "Zhang Shixiao, please share the details. I assure you, I shall not breathe a word to anyone." Zhang Lingjun nodded in agreement. "It is good that you understand the gravity of this matter. In truth, the location to which our Master and Elder C have summoned you is the Dark Abyss. Following each Ascension Conference, a unique barrier is lifted, a discovery made by our senior brother by mere chance. I am not privy to the specifics of his discovery, but through the research conducted by our Master and Elder C, we learned that to breach this barrier, 5 disciples with varying elemental affinities are required to perform a specific array. Yushiti, you are one of them. Hence, your journey to the Dark Abyss will be perilous, as the area is steeped in dark, demonic energy. This advanced spirit stabilization talisman will safeguard you from its encroachment at a critical moment. According to our Master and their estimations, treasures that would entice even golden core cultivators lie within. My knowledge on the matter is limited, and I cannot divulge further details. So do prepare yourself mentally." At this juncture, Zhang Lingjun urged Yi Han, "You must not disclose this information. It could spell trouble for us all." Yi Han, filled with determination, replied, "Rest assured, Zhang Shixiao, I shall keep this matter to myself." He felt that his expenditure of 2,000 spirit stones had been remarkably worthwhile, as he had not only acquired what he needed, but also strengthened his rapport with Zhang Lingjun, who was no ordinary foundation-building cultivator. He assessed that Zhang Lingjun was at least in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment, a disciple guided closely by his master. Thus, his supernatural abilities were undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Cultivating a good relationship with him would surely yield significant advantages in the future, setting aside the prospective benefits. In the present, The advance warning about the dark forbidden zone allowed him to prepare adequately, along with various other preparations. Therefore, the expenditure of 2,000 spirit stones was truly worthwhile. With this newfound relationship, Zhang Lingjun escorted Yi Han to the Qingxuan sect. Along the way, Yi Han seized the opportunity to inquire about enhancing his spiritual awareness and sought advice on some cultivation issues, to which Zhang Lingjun provided thorough explanations. Advancing Yi Han's understanding of the cultivation path. It is often said that a master leads one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within oneself. Nevertheless, that initial guidance from a master is indeed crucial. Without entering the door, how can a cultivator embark on their journey? Yi Han was well aware that someone of Zhang Lingjun's caliber could hardly be swayed by a mere 2,000 spirit stones. Instead, it was a timely act of generosity that allowed Zhang Lingjun to acquire what he desired. This led Zhang Lingjun to regard Yi Han with newfound respect and impart significant knowledge to him. Otherwise, Yi Han would still be in the dark, unaware of the circumstances. However, Yi Han never anticipated that the dark forbidden zone had already been sealed, and he would still need to visit it due to Elder Qi and Elder Si. This revelation was of utmost importance, prompting Yi Han to consider making further preparations. Accompanied by a foundation establishment cultivator like Zhang Lingjun, few would dare to challenge him. The journey was remarkably safe, and after 3 or 4 hours of flight, they returned to the 7 mysterious peak of the Qingxuan sect. Zhang Lingjun directly set Yi Han down at the peak, offering a few words of caution before returning to report to Elder Qi. As Yi Han watched Zhang Lingjun maneuver the flying artifact back, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. When would he ascend to the foundation establishment stage? However, he quickly reined in his thoughts, understanding that cultivation is not achieved overnight, but through persistent effort and diligence. That day would not be far off. With all the insights Zhang Lingjun had shared during their journey, Yi Han was eager to return and practice. Thus, he hastened towards his cave dwelling. Yet, before reaching his abode, he sensed a very familiar aura that filled him with joy. With a few swift movements, he ascended the cliff and spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance of his cave. "Zhang Xixiang, you're back," Yi Han exclaimed in delight. Indeed, standing at the entrance was the imposing figure of Zhang Qingxuan, one arm notably empty. Zhang Qingxuan turned to look at Yi Han, his voice booming. "Yi Shidi, it is truly wonderful to see you." Yi Han responded with equal enthusiasm. "Zhang Xixiang, I've heard about your remarkable exploits in the dark forbidden zone. I'm just glad you returned safely. Congratulations, Xixiang." Listening to Yi Han's words of congratulations, Zhang Qingxuan's eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. With a sigh, he replied, "Indeed, it is wonderful just to be alive." Yi Han discerned the sorrow reflected in Zhang Qingxuan's gaze and noticed his mood was rather somber. His brow slightly furrowed as he scrutinized Zhang Qingxuan, realizing that his aura was unstable, his vitality dim, and his life force rather feeble. More importantly, there was a palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him. This ominous presence startled Yi Han, suggesting that Zhang Qingxuan's experiences in the dark forbidden land were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet, the frail essence emanating from him filled Yi Han with concern. Noticing the worry in Yi Han's expression, Zhang Qingxuan smiled and reassured him, "Do not fret. The mere fact that I have returned alive is already a blessing. The sect will provide me with ample medicinal elixirs for my recovery." He continued, "Actually, I am only here for a brief moment before I depart." Upon hearing this, Yi Han immediately inquired, "Elder brother, where are you headed?" He wished to seek Zhang Qingxuan's insights regarding the dark forbidden land, especially since he was soon to venture there himself. Little did he expect that Zhang Qingxuan would be leaving so soon. Chapter 182. The demon-repelling pearl. Zhang Qingxuan gazed deeply at Yi Han and reassured him. "Rest assured, I am not venturing into any perilous territory. Rather, I am about to enter the ancient spirit cave on Qingxuan Peak for cultivation." He discerned Yi Han's concern for him and paused to explain. "Did you not mention earlier? I achieved great merit in the dark forbidden zone, and my performance this time was commendable. I have secured a substantial amount of cultivation resources for our sect. As a reward, I am permitted to cultivate in the ancient spirit cave for a year, and I shall be entering shortly. It is quite possible that I will advance to the foundation establishment stage while inside." As he spoke, he retrieved a storage pouch from his robe and handed it to Yi Han, stating, "I have noticed your rapid improvement in cultivation. These items should be of use to you." Some are treasures I acquired in the dark forbidden zone, while others are rewards from our sect. Please accept them. Yi Han was taken aback that Zhang Qingxuan sought him out first to offer cultivation resources, clearly valuing their brotherhood. Therefore, he declined, saying, "Brother Zhang, you should keep these for yourself. Your injuries seem quite troublesome. Having these resources will aid your recovery and cultivation. As for me, there is no need for concern. I have recently encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities and am not lacking in cultivation resources." Upon hearing Yi Han's words, Zhang Qingxuan scrutinized him closely and replied, "Very well. Given your rapid advancement and the faint aura of treasure surrounding you, it appears you have indeed been fortunate lately. I shall wait until you find yourself in need." Unintentionally spoken, but with keen ears, Zhang Qingxuan's observation piqued Yi Han's curiosity. "Brother Zhang, how did you perceive the aura of treasure surrounding me? Can other cultivators see it as well?" Indeed, Yi Han had kept his treasures within the storage pouch, and should they be revealed, they would undoubtedly exhibit a dazzling glow. Yet, how could Zhang Qingxuan discern this aura while they remained concealed within the pouch? Zhang Qingxuan, upon hearing the inquiry, displayed a mix of embarrassment and caution. It is a peculiar circumstance, my junior brother. I once had a fortuitous encounter that allows me to occasionally perceive the treasure aura on cultivators. It is not something I can see at will. Do not worry. I have no intentions of coveting your treasures." Yi Han, observing Zhang Qingxuan's demeanor, sensed his unease, yet chose not to pry into his secrets, as he too harbored many of his own. Thus, he inquired, "Is that so? But brother, could others discover the treasure aura surrounding me? Am I in danger?" Zhang Qingxuan immediately reassured him, "No, you need not worry. Even Yuan Ying stage cultivators would find it quite difficult to possess such an ability. In any case, you can rest easy. I will not speak of this to anyone." Were such words uttered by another, Yi Han would have been skeptical. However, coming from Zhang Qingxuan, it felt entirely different. Regarding Zhang Qingxuan, he holds an unwavering belief. However, Zhang Qingxuan has inadvertently revealed himself. He possesses a secret method or treasure that allows him to discover hidden valuables. It is no wonder that during their last venture into the Black Demon Forest, he accurately located the secret lair of the water Jiao beast. Despite his confidence, he had previously visited the cave of the Seventh Elder and interacted with Zhang Lingjun, a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment stage, neither of whom detected the purple cauldron within his sea of consciousness. Thus, it is highly likely that other advanced cultivators would also overlook his secret. Even Zhang Qingxuan merely perceived a luminous aura surrounding him, lacking knowledge of the treasure's precise location or nature. Zhang Qingxuan noted that Yi Han had made significant progress recently and likely no longer required his assistance, which relieved him greatly. Thus, he addressed Yi Han, saying, "Junior brother Yi, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation, and when I return from my closed-door retreat, we shall embark together on a journey to slay demons and seek treasures." Upon observing Zhang Qingxuan's intent to take his leave, Yi Han hesitated momentarily before speaking, "Brother Zhang, please wait. I have some inquiries regarding the dark forbidden land." Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Qingxuan's eyes twitched as he furrowed his brow and asked, "The dark forbidden land? Why do you suddenly wish to discuss this? With your current pace of cultivation, if all goes well, you should advance to the Foundation Establishment stage within 3 years, possibly missing the next opening of the dark forbidden land. There is no need to inquire about it." Yi Han smiled wryly and replied, "If that were the case, I would not be asking." Pausing, he glanced around before whispering to Zhang Qingxuan, "Brother Zhang, to be frank, my master, the Seventh Elder, intends to secretly allow me entry into the dark forbidden land in a month to procure a certain treasure. Therefore, I wish to inquire about the circumstances of the dark forbidden land." Indeed, although he had promised Zhang Lingjun not to disclose this matter, Zhang Qingxuan had just emerged from the dark forbidden land and had accomplished great feats within. He would undoubtedly possess extensive knowledge about it. Given his relationship with Zhang Qingxuan, there was no need for Yi Han to conceal anything. He understood that the deeper his understanding of the dark forbidden land, the greater his chances of successfully fulfilling the Seventh Elder's intentions would be. Even if he could not accomplish it, he must at least ensure his own survival, for he did not wish to meet an untimely demise within its depths. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted, and he looked at Yi Han with astonishment. Fully aware of the gravity of the matter, he immediately transmitted his thoughts to Yi Han, Junior brother Yi, is there truly such a situation? The dark forbidden land has already been sealed. Are you speaking the truth? Listening to Zhang Qingxuan's repeated questions, Yihan promptly responded, Brother Zhang, how could I possibly deceive you? It is precisely because my master places great importance on this matter that my cultivation has been expedited. Zhang Qingxuan had initially found Yihan's rapid advancement somewhat puzzling, but now he understood it was due to the seventh elder's influence. Nevertheless, if Yihan were to venture into the perilous dark forbidden land, it was uncertain whether he would return alive. Consequently, Zhang Qingxuan immediately conveyed to Yihan, Junior brother Yi, though your cultivation has significantly advanced, it still pales in comparison to mine. Is it possible for you to refrain from going? You must understand that merely surviving this ordeal would be considered a stroke of good fortune for me. If you can avoid it, I implore you to do so. The dangers within are far too great. Yihan forced a smile as he regarded Zhang Qingxuan. Brother Zhang, do you truly believe I can refuse? Upon hearing Yihan's words, Zhang Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of resignation, and he responded with a wry smile. Very well. As your senior brother, I shall share what I know. However, I can only be brief, as I must soon retreat to the ancient spirit cave on the main peak for my own cultivation. At this juncture, Zhang Qingxuan hesitated, gritting his teeth before producing a crystal-clear bead from his storage pouch. He handed it to Yihan, saying, Junior brother Yi, this is a demon-repelling pearl. Carrying it will shield you from the malevolent energies of the dark, forbidden zone. Pausing for a moment, he added, one last piece of advice. Always remain vigilant against those who surround you. Those around me? Yihan furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Qingxuan. It seems that the dark forbidden zone is indeed fraught with peril,